My dear family, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? In one moment, I was the unassailable holy son of the spirit hall. In the next, I found myself galloping on a white deer, pursued by a tidal Douluo and 100,000-year soul beast. This entire escapade began when I transmigrated into the body of a 6-year-old child devoid of spirit. After enduring 6 years of confinement following the awakening of my 3 lives martial spirit, I finally seized the opportunity to escape. Can anyone comprehend this? Just moments ago, I was the revered holy son of the spirit hall, and suddenly, I was astride a majestic white deer, racing ahead with all my might. Behind me were the tidal Douluo and the ancient soul beast, a scene reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle where life and death hung in the balance. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Was the price of freedom a tad too exhilarating? But to truly grasp this tale, one must begin from the moment I first opened my eyes. Upon awakening, I found myself thrust into a hellish scenario. A throng surrounded me, their gazes fixed in disbelief. The leader of the group, named Su Yuntao, pointed at me in utter bewilderment and exclaimed, "This child has no martial spirit." I was equally stupefied. Just moments ago, I was a king poised to inherit a grand throne, and now I had been reduced to a 6-year-old child, deemed a waste. Consequently, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. In my dazed state, a voice resonated within my mind. Ding! The fusion evolution system has been activated. Oh no, what a mistake. You're not from Earth? My apologies, my friend. I seem to have pulled the wrong individual. I was incensed at that moment. Pulled the wrong individual? Is this system merely slacking off on the job? The voice, perhaps sensing my ire, hastily added, compensation. Compensation. I shall grant you innate full soul power and provide you with a slot for fusion evolution. When you have a partner, you will become extraordinarily formidable. That will suffice. I must quickly locate the rightful host. As for you, live your life here well. Want to return? First, become a deity. With that, it vanished, leaving me in a state of utter confusion. Become a deity? Goodness, is that KPI a tad too ambitious? Upon regaining consciousness, I found Su Yuntao and his companions chattering incessantly, lamenting my supposed weak mental fortitude, claiming I fainted due to my lack of a martial spirit, which they deemed utterly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, my temper flared. How could a king such as I endure such indignities? I promptly stood up and revealed the treasured skills of my homeland. With a resonant hum, 3 orbs materialized around me. One exuded an icy chill, another crackled with electric energy, and the last blazed with flames. In my homeland, such a display would merely signify a budding talent. Yet here, it left the onlookers utterly speechless, their jaws nearly unhinged. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "T3 lives martial spirit." The previously mocking figure clad in black stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg within. The most dazzling participant of the awakening ceremony, a young boy named Su Taining, instantly crumbled, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Su Yuntao was utterly unconcerned with the matter at hand. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, producing a blue crystal orb and pressing it into my palm. In an instant, the orb emitted a blinding light, akin to a 1,000-watt bulb. Full innate soul power. 3 life martial souls. Full innate soul power. Su Yuntao was beside himself with excitement, embracing me as if I were a golden treasure, his expression resembling that of someone who had just won a lottery worth 500 million. The way he looked at me transcended admiration. It was a gaze fixated on key performance indicators, his future hanging in the balance. Quick, we must return to the martial soul hall. This child must be presented to His Holiness the Pope at once. And thus, at the tender age of 6, without even returning home, I was spirited away like a hostage, hastily transported to Martial Soul City. To be frank, Martial Soul City was rather unimpressive, lacking the grandeur of my hometown, the royal capital. Upon entering the Pope's hall, I glanced upward and beheld a striking beauty. Clad in purple robes and wielding a crystal staff, she exuded an aura that seemed to stretch 2 meters high, commanding an overwhelming presence. Without a doubt, this was Bibi Dong. She didn't even spare me a glance with a mere wave of her staff. My 3 soul orbs sprang forth from my body. "Oh, it is real," she remarked in a tone as flat as if she were commenting on the pleasant weather. However, I could sense her calculating mind at work. This woman was undeniably formidable. Turning to face me from her elevated position, I held my ground, gazing back at her without flinching. "Your Holiness, I am called Rob." I boldly initiated the conversation. "Have I granted you permission to speak?" She arched an eyebrow, though her demeanor revealed no genuine anger. Perhaps she was intrigued by my extraordinary talent and chose not to reprimand me. Now, tell me the names of these 3 martial souls. I promptly recited the names of my 3 unique abilities for my homeland. After listening intently, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, an expression I was all too familiar with, akin to a hunter spotting a prized prey. Rob, is it? Now, kneel and become my disciple. Was she being exceedingly direct? A jolt of realization hit me. This woman harbored grand ambitions, aiming to impose her will upon me right away. With a quick shift in strategy, I feigned innocence, adopting the voice of a naive child, and said, I would be honored to become your disciple, but I desire a 10th sandier soul ring. This declaration elicited a rare smile from Bibi Dong. Her icy facade momentarily thawed, as she spoke to me as one might to a child. First, become my disciple, everything else can be discussed later. And thus began my nightmare. For a full 6 years, I was confined within the martial soul hall, publicly proclaimed as the Holy Son, living in luxury with abundant resources for cultivation, and soul rings meticulously prepared for me. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? But would you accept such fortune if it meant never stepping beyond the confines of the martial soul hall? I had not once crossed its threshold. The other 2 martial souls, the ice orb and fire orb, were strictly off limits. I was compelled to focus solely on the thunder orb. Over 6 years, I was relentlessly pushed to become a 33rd level soul master. But what was the difference between this and imprisonment? The world was vast, and I yearned to explore it. Finally, an opportunity arose. Bibi Dong was to lead a team into the Douluo forest to hunt a soul ring for someone preparing for ascension, and she decided to bring me along, perhaps fearing I might flee. Throughout the ordeal, I was contemplating my escape, but I found myself surrounded by formidable opponents, akin to the challenges of hell itself. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering, a twist of fate materialized. A magnificent, snow-white deer ambled leisurely out of the thicket. Bibi Dong and her companions were taken aback, exclaiming that this soul beast must be at least 30,000 years old and possessed no attributes, which they deemed exceedingly peculiar. However, upon closer inspection, I was rendered speechless. Wasn't this the pure heart-white deer from my hometown? How could it have traversed into this realm? Bibi Dong promptly commanded, capture it. It shall serve as the 4th spirit ring for the Holy Son. As the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo prepared to act, the white deer paid them no heed. With an air of grace, it approached me and gently nudged its head against me. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Bibi Dong seemed momentarily stunned. Then a voice resonated within my mind. Ride on me. I was momentarily bewildered, yet an instinctive feeling urged me that this was my singular opportunity. Without hesitation, I mounted the deer. In the next instant, the white deer instructed, hold on to my antlers. As I secured my grip, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming, suffocating aura of the titan giant ape. Bibi Dong's expression shifted drastically as she shouted, retreat, quickly, but it was too late. The titan giant ape charged forward like a wild beast, wreaking havoc upon the spirit hall's ranks, scattering them in an instant. In that very moment, the pure heart-white deer beneath me surged forth with astonishing speed, propelling me away with such velocity that the wind stung my face. Thus, aided by an extraordinary ally from another world, I successfully made my escape. We galloped fervently until we burst forth from the Douluo forest. Just as I was set down on a patch of grass, still intending to express my gratitude, I sensed something was amiss. The white deer's eyes glimmered with a blue light, and an immense force emanated from it, voraciously siphoning the energy from within me, especially the power signified by the ice pearl, which was being drained at an alarming rate. What in the world were you doing? Before I could finish my protest, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted once more. When I regained consciousness, I found myself reclined in a modest inn room. At the entrance sat a girl, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, with a chubby face that appeared rather ordinary, yet her soul power radiated with considerable strength. Instinctively, I attempted to summon my martial soul, only to discover that while the thunder and flame pearls remained intact, my ice pearl had turned to ash, rendered unusable. To my astonishment, I had been downgraded from a tri-spirit martial soul to a dual-spirit martial soul by that deer. My frustration knew no bounds. The girl, seeing that I had awoken, immediately displayed her martial soul with a vigilant expression, clearly displeased. What do you want? Looking for a fight? I, Lily the Wanderer, took the trouble to bring you back from the wilderness, so don't repay my kindness with malice. As she spoke, an ice-blue unicorn phantom materialized behind her, adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. indicating her status as a 3-ring soul ancestor. Lily, 31st level control system soul ancestor, she declared proudly. Huh, do you think I fear you? Rob, 33rd level assault system soul ancestor, I retorted. Without a fight, one cannot forge a bond. Allow me to gauge your strength. Lily exclaimed playfully, raising her hand to unleash an icy pillar that erupted from beneath my feet, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I, too, did not hold back, retaliating with a lightning arrow that struck her squarely in the face. Yet, I soon realized my youth had clouded my judgment. This young woman possessed far more combat experience than I, executing a seamless series of attacks with gray-sized chains and explosive pillars binding me in place and leaving me trembling, nearly unable to maintain my balance. Once the skirmish concluded, she appeared flustered and hurried over to assist me, her face etched with concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" Let me tell you, that simple phrase, "Are you all right?" pierced through my defenses. In my past life as a king, and in this life as a chosen one, those around me either revered, feared, or sought to exploit me. Never had anyone shown me such genuine concern. In that moment, a brilliant idea sparked in my mind. I gazed at her with utmost sincerity and said, "I find myself lacking, while you, despite your lower rank, surpass me significantly in practical experience. I am eager to learn from you. Would you consider becoming my mentor?" Lily was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed. Huh? A teacher? How can I be a teacher to someone my age? Undeterred, I bowed deeply and declared, "Teacher Lily, I, your disciple Douluo, pay my respects. When pursuing a romantic interest, one must take the initiative, right? First, I seek guidance, then I can cultivate a deeper relationship. This strategy is undoubtedly ahead of the curve." Lily, bemused by my antics, ultimately relented, placing her hands on her hips and saying, "Fine. Seeing your earnestness, I shall accept you as my disciple. From now on, you shall accompany me on my travels." At that moment, my heart soared. After 6 years of confinement in the Wuhuan Hall, I finally felt alive. Clearly, escaping the Wuhuan Hall was the best decision of my life. Not long after our escape, Lily and I strolled into Tindo City. I must tell you, the city gates were so towering that I nearly strained my neck gazing up. Yet, we were not there to sightsee. I was intent on making money. Allow me to unveil my trump card, runes. This remarkable innovation, a product of my past life as advanced technology, could be affixed to soul rings, allowing one to soar into the air and produce dazzling effects. In the preceding months, I had meticulously arranged everything for myself and Li. My Thunder Pearl was pure output without control, so I equipped myself with an electroparalysis ability. No matter how formidable you are, I could incapacitate you with a jolt. For Li, I devised a chilling glacial setup, maximizing her magical prowess. If she didn't freeze you, I would consider it a personal defeat. I initially thought such impressive items would sell like hotcakes in Tindo City, but to my dismay, the gatekeepers of the Tindo Royal Academy turned their noses up at me, dismissing me as a fraud. "Get lost, scammer," they scoffed. How could they not recognize the groundbreaking technology one possessed, treating it as mere street vendor fare? Li, incensed by this, suggested we try the Shrek Academy, known for enrolling commoners and likely more approachable. I smacked my thigh in agreement. This time, we would not be vendors, but students, infiltrating the inner circle of potential clients. Upon reaching the admissions office, the instructor's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of us. 13 years old and already a soul master. Li and I exchanged a knowing glance, skipping introductions and immediately revealing our martial spirits. Douluo, martial spirit Thunder Pearl, level 35 assault system soul master. Li, martial spirit ice unicorn, level 33 control system soul master. The moment our soul rings illuminated, the teacher stammered, "The headmaster. I must take you to the headmaster." Entering the headmaster's office, we found a handsome blonde man engaged in conversation. Headmaster Flinder's demeanor was notably composed as he regarded us. Li and I wasted no time. We activated our martial spirits and displayed our soul rings once more. Flinder's jaw dropped, and his teacup trembled in his hand. "How old are you?" I replied, "I am an orphan, wandering since childhood. She is my mentor, guiding me through the world." It seemed this was the first time Flinder had encountered such raw talent. Without delay, he declared, "Enough chatter. You are both accepted. Step 1. Infiltrate the enemy's ranks successfully." I had anticipated kicking off my rune sales that very day, but later that evening, I was summoned back to the headmaster's office. To my surprise, the room was filled with people, 6 peculiar children and several adults. Among them was a tall, slender man whom I recognized as the infamous Yu Xiaojiang from the photographs my teacher often used as a cautionary example, labeling him a theoretical genius but practical failure. My teacher had repeatedly warned me, do not emulate him. As Li and I entered, all eyes shifted toward us, and the familiar routine began. Activate martial spirits, display soul rings. The other children remained relatively calm, but the master, Yu Xiaojiang, stroked his chin in contemplation. Moments later, he approached us and posed a weighty question. Luo Bo, Li, would you like to join the Shrek 7 Monsters? I was momentarily bewildered. What exactly was the Shrek 7 Monsters? The master explained it was the Academy's strongest team, destined to compete in the Continental Soul Master Competition. I hesitated, having initially intended to earn some travel funds, and now they were imposing a KPI upon me. Just then, the earlier blonde man, Daimu Bai, stepped forward, sincerely extending his hand. Hello, I'm the captain, Daimu Bai. On behalf of everyone, I invite you to join us. Will you be our friends? In that instant, I was utterly disarmed. His gaze held no pretense, only genuine admiration. No one had ever shown me such sincerity in my life. I agreed on the spot. Seeing my acceptance, Lily nodded in agreement. The master, satisfied, proclaimed, good. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Shrek 9 Monsters. Later, the master, with keen insight, discerned there was something unusual about my soul rings and insisted on inquiring about the patterns. I revealed the details of the runes, presenting my unique version. Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune. Luo Bo, let us collaborate. The Academy will provide the materials, and you shall create them for resale. A fiery-tempered woman beside him interjected, sell them to whom? Are you trying to profit from students? Her incredulity was amusing. The headmaster truly was a money grubber. The following day, they introduced me to Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, an exceptional support spirit, but woefully lacking in self-defense capabilities. Instantly, I recognized her as the perfect client for my runes. I produced a green, high-quality counter-impact rune and affixed it to her first soul ring. The effect was extraordinary, as long as she activated her soul abilities to assist. Anyone daring to approach would lose health automatically. I applied runes to both of her soul rings, doubling their effects. Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed with excitement, enveloped me in a warm embrace. To my astonishment, Lily's face turned green with envy, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. This was an unprecedented moment. I felt as if my CPU might overheat. Oblivious, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Luo Bo, I want to help you attract clients. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School desperately needs this. What a monumental opportunity. A substantial order from an entire sect. Li and I exchanged glances, our eyes sparkling with visions of gold coins. In the days that followed, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai lined up to seek my assistance. With my techniques, Oscar's food abilities exploded with power. Xiao Wu became fiercer in close combat, and Dai Mubai grew sturdier. Each received tailor-made enhancements. The Shrek 9 monsters experienced a 10% surge in combat effectiveness. My rune business skyrocketed, and I was making a fortune. However, merely selling low-grade green runes was insufficient. The master advised me to develop high-level blue runes, which required rare materials and specific sourcing. The Academy was supportive, sending the Soul Saint Zhao Wujia as our bodyguard. This arrangement was splendid. Thus, Li, Zhao Wujia, and I formed a trio and ventured directly into the Sunset Forest. To our surprise, the forest was eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird's call. As night fell, strange occurrences began. Suddenly, I heard an ethereal melody, haunting and bizarre, singing lyrics that sent chills down my spine. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. The tune grew increasingly sinister, causing my scalp to tingle. In an instant, my mind was overwhelmed as if invaded by some entity. A grotesque creature resembling a salted fish began to bombard my thoughts with a cacophony of words. Give up. When the shackles are broken, all eyes shall open. The voice was excruciatingly piercing. I screamed in agony, feeling as though I might lose my sanity. When I finally managed to break free and open my eyes, I found Lily gazing at me with concern. It is peculiar. She appears utterly unaffected, as if she has activated a mental immunity. She approached me and inquired, Disciple, what troubles you? What troubles me? I must tell you, I feel as if my mind has just been subjected to a relentless cycle of the great compassion mantra. Buzzing incessantly, I hastily crawled out of the tent to check on the situation with Master Zhao Wujia. To my astonishment, Master Zhao, worthy of being called a soul sage, displayed remarkable mental fortitude. Although he too had heard the haunting melodies from the underworld, he merely frowned, his expression one of annoyance at the disturbance on his territory. Upon seeing me emerge, he scoffed. "I am fine. What nonsense is this? If you have the courage, show yourself." No sooner had he spoken than, surprisingly, someone truly emerged. A figure clad in tattered black robes, with a hood reminiscent of a medieval film set, was mumbling something about slumbering abysses and twilight judgments, akin to a cliché from fantasy tale. He approached our camp, flashed me a cryptic smile, and then simply walked away. Just like that. Those who understand recognize the absurdity of this situation. I initially thought he was an NPC delivering a quest to a novice village. However, no sooner had he departed than darkness enveloped the sky. Not the ordinary onset of night, but a sensation as if light had been abruptly siphoned away. Shortly thereafter, a monstrous electric eel-like soul beast, emanating a sinister purple-black aura, began to hover in mid-air and advance towards us. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Even Master Zhao turned pale, exclaiming that this creature possessed at least 50,000 years of cultivation. My heart sank. I recognized this entity as the entropic devourer, a monster that crawled from the void. We were in grave danger. As the enormous electric eel drew near, it unleashed a torrent of dark purple mist. Before Lily and I could even summon our martial spirits, our vision faded to black, and we collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, I caught a glimpse of Master Zhao. Witnessing the instantaneous defeat of his two students ignited a fury within him. His martial spirit manifested as the mighty Vajra bear. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a colossal bear and charged at the electric eel. Alas, the purple mist was toxic, not merely a physical poison, but one that inflicted debilitating effects. The longer Master Zhao remained within it, the more his combat effectiveness plummeted. Initially capable of countering, within a minute, his bare paw struck the creature akin to a mere tickle. The electric eel seized the opportunity, launching an ultimate attack, the Eternal Feast, and opened its gaping maw to slam down onto the ground. Master Zhao barely managed to roll out of the attack's range, but still suffered a few hits, ultimately reverting back to human form, unwillingly succumbing to unconsciousness. How could the dignified, immovable king fall so easily? I feared that today, the three of us would face total annihilation. However, at that critical moment, reinforcements arrived. The purple mist enveloping the battlefield was suddenly dispersed by a more dominant greenish toxic gas. An old man with green hair appeared before us like a specter. His appearance, with deeply sunken cheeks and an indescribable stench, made him resemble a walking biological weapon. Upon sighting this elder, the entropic devourer immediately shrank back, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. The elder did not even spare the creature a glance, merely grunting. "Where did this little pest come from? Daring to stir trouble in my domain? I shall see whose mist is superior, yours or mine." With those words, the greenish gas swiftly transformed the entire arena into his territory. Was this the power of a tidal Douluo? It was utterly absurd. The 50,000-year-old electric eel was reduced to mere plaything before this elder, and within a few exchanges, it was crushed like a small insect. Later, I learned that this was a matter of elemental restraint. The eel's toxin was diluted, rendering it utterly ineffective against this poisoned Douluo. After vanquishing the beast, the elder examined the corpse, and lo and behold, equipment dropped. A sole bone. Judging by his delighted demeanor, it seemed he had stumbled upon treasure. He then proceeded to detoxify the three of us, with Master Zhao being the first to awaken. Upon recognizing the elder, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. It turned out that this esteemed individual was none other than the renowned poison Douluo, Douluo. After a brief exchange, Master Zhao mentioned that our Tang San from Shrek Academy was currently visiting him. I dared not interject, not out of fear, but because the overwhelming odor emanating from him made it difficult for me to suppress my nausea. However, Douluo, perceptive as he was, quickly noticed the green pallor on Lily and me. Rather than restraining himself, he teleported behind me, placing a cold hand on my shoulder, and said, "What? Do you not like the scent that clings to me?" I was on the verge of tears, and could only reply, "Senior, it is beyond my control." To my surprise, this response amused him, and he burst into laughter, suddenly unleashing a surge of soul power into my body, insistent on witnessing my martial spirit. I was taken aback. Why did all these esteemed figures share this peculiar trait? I quickly suppressed the other two martial spirits, revealing only the Thunder Pearl. He scrutinized it for a while, probably having never encountered anything like it, and muttered, "You Shrek folks truly are extraordinary." Upon hearing that Tang San was in his presence, I immediately became animated. I had been a Shrek for quite some time, constantly hearing tales of Tang San's prowess, yet I had never laid eyes on him. I promptly requested Douluo to allow me to meet this legendary backbone of the seven monsters. Initially, Douluo played hard to get, questioning why he should grant me such a favor. With no other option, I revealed my trump card. I took out dozens of runes from my rune library, suspending them in the air, effectively overwhelming him. "What is this?" His eyes widened in astonishment. I immediately launched into a presentation, explaining the extraordinary nature of the runes. Douluo was thoroughly impressed by my self-created soul skill enhancement system, his attitude taking a complete about-face as he instantly declared, "Create a set for me as well. Use any materials you desire for my secret stash." He requested a set to enhance single-target attacks, which I thought was simple enough. Without further ado, he whisked Lily and me away, blindfolding us before taking off. When we finally opened our eyes, I was left utterly stunned. Before us lay a valley, with a hot spring at its center, one half a milky white and the other a vivid crimson, distinct and steaming. Surrounding it were vibrant, luminescent flora. This was nothing short of a legendary paradise, a veritable buffet of heavenly treasures. This location was known as the Ice and Fire Yongai, one of the three great treasure troves. Douluo set us down and then turned to fetch someone from the corner. A young man clad in blue, handsome and refined. Surely, this was Tang San. Upon seeing us, Tang San told Douluo that outsiders could not linger here. I quickly approached to introduce myself. "Brother Tang San, greetings. I am Luo Bo, the 8th of the Shrek's 7 monsters." Lily chimed in, "I am the 9th. The mention of the 9 monsters left Tang San momentarily stunned, as his expression faltered, likely pondering when Shrek had expanded its ranks. Douluo, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Why not of spar then?" My fighting spirit surged, and I directly challenged Tang San. "With your Chinsho Azura, do you dare to engage in a duel?" Tang San, evidently eager for a confrontation, readily agreed. We immediately took our stances, martial spirits activated, soul rings glowing, both of us with the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. I made the first move, launching a lightning arrow imbued with paralysis runes directly at him. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting my century-old soul skill to carry such strong control, and quickly employed his ghost shadow, perplexing steps to evade with fluid movements. He retaliated with a binding attack, as numerous blue-silver grass vines surged toward me. I remained unfazed, activating my third skill, the electric sphere, which incinerated all encroaching vines into charred remains. We exchanged blows, our skills colliding fiercely. His footwork was exceptionally elusive, making it difficult for my lightning arrows to find their mark. His control skills were relentless, and before I knew it, he had planted parasitic seeds upon me. However, with my electric sphere shielding me, I was able to eliminate them one by one. In the end, both of us exhausted our soul power without determining a victor. After the match, we exchanged compliments, though I was aware that he had an external soul bone, the Baju Miao, which was of no use to him. He was also oblivious to the fact that my electric ball could redirect along his vines to strike at the very core of his martial soul. To maintain harmony, we chose to leave it at that. Subsequently, Tang San hastily inquired about Xiao Wu and the others. The moment Xiao Wu's name was mentioned, concern overtook him. He referred to Xiao Wu as his sister, albeit not by blood, which hinted at a deeper story. Just as we were engrossed in conversation, Lily suddenly became irate, claiming that this dreadful place was unbearable and that she wanted to leave. Tang San attempted to persuade her, only to be met with a disdainful glare, likely perceiving him as overly masculine. Once Douluo escorted Lily away, I took the opportunity to explain the runic system to Tang San while we collected the essence of those celestial herbs. True to his character as the protagonist, his mind raced, and he promptly devised 3 sets of runic plans, one enhancing attack power, the blue-silver sharpness, another improving resilience, the blue-silver toughness, and a third featuring a control chain, the special effect runes. To express his gratitude, he gifted me a handmade concealed weapon, the Zhuge Shun Nu. For the following days, I gathered materials in the Sunset Forest under Douluo's protection. Once I had everything prepared, it was time to craft a custom divine outfit for this title Douluo. He insisted on observing the entire process, which I did not oppose. Based on his Bai Lin Shi Huang martial soul, I tailored a set of 9 special effect runes for him, 3 of which were of blue exquisite quality. I named this runic language Heart of Venom. Its effect was straightforward yet brutal. Each time he employed a poison attribute soul skill, he could stack a buff, accumulating up to 24 layers. He could then unleash all these buffs onto a single enemy, resulting in devastating explosive damage, accompanied by a mark of venom that caused the target to bleed continuously within a poisonous mist until death. I must say, this set of runes was tailor-made for Douluo. Now he could stand tall against other titled Douluo of his level, possibly even gain the upper hand. I presented this gift to him as a token of gratitude for saving my life. To my surprise, he coldly scoffed and remarked that his slaying of that giant beast was solely for the sake of the soul bone, and our Shrek Academy had no relation to it whatsoever. Alas, who understands this textbook-level Sundra? His words suggested refusal, but his body was undeniably honest, his expression almost inscribed with the word pleasure. Afterward, Douluo escorted Lily and me back to Tiendo City. Upon our return to Shrek, the scene was quite the spectacle. The dean and the master looked akin to parents who had lost 2 children, almost ready to plaster the city with missing person notices. Upon seeing us lively and well, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The master immediately bombarded me with questions. How is Xiao-san? Did that old poisoner mistreat him? I pondered how to explain. Douluo had forbidden me from mentioning the Binghuo Liang Yi. Yet, if I remained silent, how could I account for all the celestial herbs I had gathered? Was I to claim I had foraged them from the roadside? Thus, I decided to confess everything. After reporting to the teachers, I immediately entered seclusion, pursuing my ambitions. I resolved to devote my time to practice, aiming to become an expert rune master as soon as possible. Just imagine, mass-producing blue runes and crafting purple runes at will. It was exhilarating. While I was engrossed in my training, Lily grew increasingly restless. She skipped classes daily to roam the city, and the teachers could hardly rein her in, given she was a 13-year-old soul master of the 34th rank, a prodigious girl. The moment I emerged from seclusion, she clung to me like a koala, insisting on taking me to the Tiendo auction house to broaden my horizons. Very well, I agreed. However, as we strolled along, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not due to clouds, but rather a bizarre, purplish-black twilight that obscured the sun. My heart sank as I sensed a chilling surge of soul power emanating from outside the city. The citizens on the streets began to panic, and the city walls were abuzz with commotion. I quickly revealed my identity as a soul master and urged Lily to join me atop the city walls. That scene is one I shall never forget. Outside the city, it was a sea of darkness, teeming with soul beasts. They surged like a tide, densely packed, emanating a sinister purplish-black aura. If they breached the city, how could the hundreds of thousands of citizens avoid becoming a buffet? I quickly scanned the area. Fortunately, most were mere decade or century-level minions, with only 3,000-year beasts leading the charge. Had a 10,000-year beast appeared, like that Titan giant ape from before, today would have been a feast indeed. We needed reinforcements. Where in Tiendo City were the greatest number of soul masters. Without a doubt, it was Shrek Academy. Let us hurry home for help. We rushed back to the academy, and upon relaying the situation, the teachers turned pale. The master tried to dissuade us, insisting we were still children and should not take risks. However, Dai Mubai was the first to step forward, his voice resonant and powerful. The Shrek 9 monsters request to engage. To my astonishment, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and the others joined him. Now, this was the spirit of youth. We surged toward the section of the city wall under the fiercest assault, and chaos reigned. 10-year soul beasts climbed the walls like dumplings, while those capable of flight dove over the walls into the city. Dai Mubai activated his martial soul, summoning the white tiger barrier. And with the white tiger's might fully buffed, he unleashed a wave of white tiger light that obliterated several climbing soul beasts, causing carnage. I focused on controlling the battlefield. With a lightning chain, I stunned a multitude, then targeted them with lightning arrows. Anyone who dared approach me received a faceful of electric balls, learning firsthand the meaning of lightning wrath. As I fought, I noticed something was amiss. All these soul beasts possessed shadow attributes. Suddenly, I recalled the mysterious hooded figure from the forest, and in that moment of distraction, a wolf-like soul beast lunged at me. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun scorched it with his phoenix fire line. That chubby fellow shouted at me, "Robbie, you owe me your thanks." At that moment, I truly felt the need to express my gratitude. Losing focus on the battlefield made me a living target. And guess what? Other students from the academy joined the fray. They declared that Tiendo City was their home, and they would protect it at all costs, refusing to be deterred. In that moment, witnessing those young soul masters form an unyielding line of defense on the city walls, I truly felt that this was the essence of the Great Wall of Steel. Just as we were nearing our breaking point, reinforcements arrived. Douluo descended with a group of soul saints, launching a surprise attack on the opposing boss's front lines without hesitation. The master and the others initiated a martial soul fusion technique, and the golden sacred dragon was stunningly majestic, holding back two 10,000-year soul beasts. Before long, Yu Engine, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, also arrived with his men. This was a high-stakes battle indeed. With the elites stepping in, those three 10,000-year soul beasts quickly met their demise. Then, astonishingly, the beast tide paused. I wondered if this was a halftime break. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded to see Douluo and the others huddled around a newly emerged soul bone, bickering over it. Seriously, what time is it? They were still squabbling over gear. Not even an hour passed before the second wave of soul beasts arrived. This time, the situation was even more absurd. The majority were century-level soul beasts, organized into formations, each led by a 10,000-year soul beast. Were these soul beasts or an organized army? Where had so many emerged from? The Shrek 9 monsters did not retreat. Such practical combat opportunities were too rare. On Xiao Wu's side, a 1,000-year flying serpent charged toward her. This provoked her fury, and she unleashed a series of fluid combos, executing an aerial 8-part throw, her pink soul power exploding forth in a dazzling display. The serpent was just stunned when Ma Hongjun delivered a precise follow-up with his Phoenix Fire line, their cooperation seamless. Meanwhile, Lily and I were thoroughly engaged in battle when suddenly, it seemed the elite figures outside had overlooked a monster. A 20,000-year silver dragon charged straight toward the city wall, halting right before us. A 20,000-year beast, and it was a silver dragon. At that moment, my mind was in complete disarray. How could I possibly fight under such pressure? The overwhelming presence of the silver dragon made it difficult to breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a colossal figure emerging from the distance outside the city. Goodness, a 100,000-year soul beast. An entropy devourer. The oppressive aura it exuded was on par with that of a titan ape. I was stunned. Wasn't by Dong claiming that there were only 200,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo continent. Where did this one come from? Just as despair began to set in, Lily suddenly seized me and soared into the air. How could a mere 3-ring soul master fly? She dragged me behind the ruins and spoke at lightning speed. Luo, I'm sorry for deceiving you. First, I come from the same world as you. Second, I have concealed my true power. Third, I can undergo fusion evolution. Now cooperate with me. I was utterly bewildered. The same world? Fusion evolution? The magnitude of this information short-circuited my brain. She instructed me to channel my martial soul to sense her, and I complied. Then I beheld it, 9 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, red. 9. Lily was actually 98th level title Douluo. Before I could fully process this revelation, our martial souls fused together, and an explosion of blue-purple light enveloped us, causing both Li and me to vanish. As the radiance faded, a stunning woman stood before me, her long blue-purple curls cascading down her robe, resembling Li with a hint of my features. A brand new, independent persona was born. Her name was Li Jun. Her soul power level was 99, an ultimate Douluo. Li Jun wasted no time with pleasantries. In a flash, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the body of the 2,000-year silver dragon. 2 ice spikes followed suit, and in mere seconds, the once mighty silver dragon fell lifelessly. Without even glancing at the corpse, she soared towards the outskirts of the city, where Douluo and Yu Yuanjun were being battered by the 100,000-year soul beast. On the verge of being obliterated by a powerful attack, Li Jun unleashed her 8th soul skill, Ice River Great Wall. A massive ice wall, over 1,000 meters long, erupted from the ground, withstanding the lethal assault. My friends, is this the power of an ultimate Douluo? It was utterly absurd. She communicated telepathically, urging Douluo and the others to retreat swiftly, and then it became her personal showcase. Activating her 9th soul skill, a device known as 0-degree marker was thrust into the ground, instantly transforming the battlefield into a frozen realm, encasing all soul beasts below 10,000 years into ice sculptures. Then, an extreme cold heavenly thunder caused the remaining 10,000-year soul beasts to kneel in submission. Clearing the field was that simple. Now, only she and the 100,000-year entropy devourer remained for a duel. The beast unleashed a domain, releasing toxic mist. Li Jun smirked, activating her own domain, Radiant Magnetic Field, to engulf the opposing domain. Following this, an Ice Thunder bipolar mark allowed her to steal the beast's frenzy, enhancing herself while bestowing her calm state upon the creature. This maneuver was astonishing, causing the opposing boss's CPU to overheat. Finally, she unleashed the ice spikes she had charged earlier, combining them with a lightning assault, delivering a relentless barrage that left the 100,000-year soul beast on the brink of death. A few more skills ensured its demise. Just like that, a day-long beast tide was concluded by her alone. Collecting her spoils, a 100,000-year soul ring and a soul bone, Li Jun hurriedly fled, seeking a secluded place to disperse. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the Sunset Forest, she stumbled upon a nearly vanishing teleportation portal, beside which lay a person. To my astonishment, it was that hooded figure again. Li Jun lifted the hood to reveal a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes, merely 13 years old. Yet she was a soul emperor. Further investigation revealed that she had been forcibly matured using shadow energy, her mind under control. It turned out that this devastating beast tide was orchestrated using this girl as a pawn. Li Jun, being kind-hearted, utilized her soul power to purify her. As a result, the purification caused the girl's cultivation to drop from 6-ring Soul Emperor to 3-ring Soul Master. Truly, as the saying goes, corruption triples strength, while purification weakens by 7 parts. After accomplishing this, Li Jun could no longer sustain her form, collapsing into a burst of light and returning to me and Li Li. I immediately fainted, while Li Li entered a state of weakness. At that moment, Du Gubo and Yu Yuanjun arrived, adamant about finding the savior beauty. Li Li quickly suppressed her soul power back to 34, then began a fervent performance, feigning ignorance. What ultimate Douluo? I didn't see anything. Finally, she managed to deceive the 2 titled Douluos. Thus, the silver-haired girl and I lay unconscious as they brought us back to the city. Throughout the journey, the old poison master continued his incessant chatter, speculating whether the little monsters wished for death. My goodness, had he not come, we would have combined our powers and swiftly defeated the boss without needing him. But could I voice that? I could not. Lily could only smile and express gratitude to the elder, while internally rolling her eyes. To my surprise, the old poison master was quite generous, personally escorting us back to the principal's office of Shrek Academy. Upon entering, I was met with the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander, the Master, and Lu Erlong, all present, looking as pale as sheets after just completing a martial soul fusion technique. Upon seeing Du Gubo, Flander shot up immediately. Poison Douluo? Where's the ultimate Douluo? How come Luo Bo and Li Li are in your possession? Who is this girl? His questions came forth like a machine gun. Du Gubo, however, maintained an air of aloofness, rolling his eyes. I didn't find her. So many questions. Let your students explain. With that, he turned and left, exuding an air of superiority. Lu Erlong and the master hurried over to support me and the silver-haired girl. Upon witnessing the situation, Lily instantly turned on the waterworks, tearfully addressing Flander. Teacher, we were wrong. Flander, unable to scold her, quickly inquired about the matter. Lily spun a tale, claiming we thought the beast tide had ended and, driven by greed, sought to scavenge soul beast corpses outside the city, only to be blindsided by another wave, which included a 100,000-year behemoth. The master and Flander exchanged glances, exuding a sense of helplessness, likely thinking, these 2 little treasure hunters truly value money over their lives. Yet, they responded, it's only human nature, we do not blame you. Lu Erlong echoed the sentiment, expressing relief that the ultimate Doa had intervened, for otherwise, the city of Tiendo would have been doomed. Flander, attempting to appear knowledgeable, remarked, Erlong, you wouldn't understand. Reclusive masters are always like this, maintaining an air of mystery. As the teachers engaged in their conversation, they soon sensed something was amiss. The master was the first to voice it, expressing suspicion that the 10,000-year soul beasts we fought earlier seemed artificially hastened, their foundations particularly weak. Lu Erlong concurred, noting that the 100,000-year entropy devourer also fell off. Just then, a cool female voice emerged. Indeed, it was a case of forced maturation. Everyone was taken aback. All eyes shifted to the silver-haired girl in Lu Erlong's arms, who was awakening. Those who understood gasped as she slowly opened her eyes. Her beauty was striking. Then she delivered a bombshell, and I am one of those who was forced to mature. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed her martial soul. A purple devouring worm circled her, resembling the 100,000-year soul beast. Following that, 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings manifested. She introduced herself as Yu Mengqing, once a soul emperor with 4 purple and 2 black rings. However, she had been forcibly matured by that void hand, and now, having broken free from control, her cultivation had plummeted back to 39, with 3 of her soul rings rendered useless. Flander and the others were left utterly astonished. A 13-year-old former soul emperor, now a 39-level, 3-ring soul master, with all 3 soul rings being 1,000-year. What a prodigious configuration! Such talent would surely make the Spear Hall weep with envy. Thus, these teachers, ever pragmatic, decided that regardless of her role in the Beast Tide, they would gladly accept her. Just like that, the 10th monster of Shrek Academy joined the ranks at lightning speed. Upon awakening, I realized that 2 days had already passed. Lily stood by my bedside, her expression laden with guilt. Upon noticing that I was awake, she hurriedly apologized, expressing her surprise at the toll the fusion had taken on me. As for me, I was far from concerned about that. My mind was consumed with the overwhelming sensation of power I felt after merging with Li Jun. It was truly intoxicating. I grasped her hand and inquired, "Lily, when will I be able to transform into a limit Douluo on my own?" She looked at me, exasperated, and replied, "You dreamed too grandly. I can't even reach that level at level 98. I only devised the fusion method with you out of necessity." In a moment of folly, I blurted out a rather foolish question. "Then why did our fusion result in a female form?" Lily shot me a disdainful glance. "What? Do you have an issue with that?" Since I was in charge this time, naturally, it had to be female. Not satisfied? Next time, take the lead. And it'll be male. As we conversed, Yu Mengqing entered with 2 bowls of soup, cheerfully addressing us as senior brother and senior sister. Initially, I assumed she had merely come to deliver soup and check on us. However, when she spoke, her words nearly fried our CPUs. She said, "You 2 are not from this world, are you?" Lily and I were instantly petrified. How did she know? Observing our bewildered expressions, she revealed her cards. Speaking of odd transformations and unchanging oddities, leaving us utterly confused. She then laughed. "It seems I'm the only one from Earth." Following that, with a devilish smile, she leaned in and remarked, "Your ability to fuse and evolve is absent in the original Douluo continent. I suspect that the limit Douluo Li Jun is indeed your fusion." At that, cold sweat trickled down Lily's and my backs. This girl had a godlike perspective. In the next moment, however, the topic shifted abruptly. "Oh, let us not discuss this anymore. I'm new here. How about I treat everyone to barbecue tonight, using the soul beast that perished in the Beast Tide, along with rare treasures." The shift in conversation was quicker than my life plans. From a secret meeting of transgressors to a midnight barbecue, Lily and I exchanged glances, ultimately settling for an awkward smile. Fine, a barbecue after defeating the Beast Tide seemed acceptable. In the afternoon, all of the 9 oddities, except for Tang San, were summoned to the dean's office. What a grand scene it was. Poison Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, and even the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xue, were present. Emperor Xue commenced with lavish praises, extolling the glory of the empire and expressing how the strong felt inferior to us, elevating our status immensely. He then declared, "From now on, you shall be known as the Royal Shrek Academy. All expenses will be covered by the empire." Wow. The riches that had eluded Shrek now belonged to us. Flinder, the old miser, wore a grin that lit up his face. Emperor Xue continued, "Although the seed slots for the Continental Soul Master competition had been monopolized by the Tiando Royal Academy, he had faith in us." After stating this, he produced an item, a Void Cat Claw Soul Bone. It was the very piece that had dropped during the Beast Tide. He announced it as a reward for us, acknowledging our contributions. Dai Mubai's eyes immediately sparkled as he glanced between us, and Zhu Zhuqing, his intent unmistakable. Ning Rongrong was the first to speak. Dai Lauda. "Stop staring. That thing is meant for Zhuqing." Oscar chimed in, "Yes, indeed, we concede." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance filled with affection, both expressing their gratitude in unison. Time flew by, and nearly half a year had passed. On this day, Dugabo finally returned the missing Tang San. Furthermore, it was rumored that the old poison master had become an honorary advisor to our academy. More importantly, Tang San had brought back a plethora of extraordinary herbs. The moment we heard this, we were taken aback. Yu Mengqing had shared her tragic experiences of being stunted due to premature growth over the past 6 months, leaving us with a near PTSD reaction to such items. Yet, Tang San was brimming with confidence, assuring us that everything he brought back was tailored to each individual's traits, aimed at strengthening our foundations, and had no side effect whatsoever. The master led us to the small wooden house where Lu Erlong used to live, claiming it was tranquil and suitable for absorbing the medicinal properties. The first item Tang San produced was a fluffy purple flower, presenting it to Dai Mubai, stating it was the wondrous flower of heavenly passage, which could cultivate an indestructible body. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes widened, and he immediately retreated to a corner to devour the flower. The second was for Oscar. Tang San handed him a jade box containing an 8-petaled celestial orchid, exuding a delightful fragrance, claiming it would alleviate his slow cultivation as a food-type soul master, with effects lasting until level 70. Oscar was so thrilled that he nearly confessed his feelings to Tang San. Watching them, my heart ached. If only these celestial herbs were reserved for me. They would provide ample materials for crafting epic runes, yet they were being devoured like mere vegetables. Next was Ma Hongjun. Tang San presented him with a herb resembling a coxcomb, claiming it could purify his evil fire. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, quipped that Fatty had been out gallivanting too much lately, and this would only enhance his fire, insinuating he might become even more reckless. Following her was Ning Rongrong, to whom Tang San gifted a golden Chihuahua tulip, stating it was a perfect match for her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Then it was Lily's turn. Tang San bestowed upon her a flowing light jade frost vine, intended to enhance the quality of her ice crystal unicorn martial soul. Although Lily typically looked down on Tang San, she could only accept it with a smile. Finally, it was my turn, and Tang San offered me a heavenly calamity thunderflower, inquiring if I'd seen it before. What could I say? Of course I had seen it, and I had even contemplated digging it up, but I fear being struck down by Douluo. I was puzzled about what kind of potion Tang San had given Douluo to convince him to clear out the entire herb garden. When it came to Yu Mengqing, Tang San looked apologetic, saying he hadn't prepared anything for her since he didn't know she had joined us. However, while munching on grilled fish, Yu Mengqing flashed a wicked smile and revealed her soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black. The 4 soul rings dazzled Tang San's eyes. The implication was clear. She didn't need an external aid. She was the aid. Tang San was rendered speechless, lamenting that we had kept this from him just to surprise him. Lastly, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Tang San produced a herb called Heartbreaking Red, claiming it had a peculiar requirement. One must harbor an intense longing for a loved one to be able to pluck it. He first asked Zhu Zhuqing to try, but she failed. Next, he asked the master to attempt, but he too was unsuccessful. As everyone was on the verge of giving up, Xiao Wu suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Those who understand the situation know that at that moment, her mind and eyes were solely filled with thoughts of Tang San. The flower didn't even waver. It simply fell into her hand. Tang San was utterly astonished. Xiao Wu cradled the flower, smiling, and asked Tang San if the love story associated with the flower was true. Tang San urged her to consume it immediately. However, Xiao Wu shook her head, declaring, "Such a beautiful flower. How could I bear to eat it? I want it to accompany me forever." What a delightful spectacle of love. I had certainly had my fill of dog food. But wait, the distribution meeting was not over yet. Seeing Xiao Wu embrace the flower as if it were a treasure, Tang San promptly handed over another herb he had originally reserved for her, called Water Immortal Jade Skinbone, to Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Zhu Qing felt a bit disappointed, having not received the most extraordinary heartbreaking red, and was inclined to decline. However, Tang San swiftly rebuffed her, stating one must not be too greedy. Too many celestial herbs can actually be detrimental. What a logical stance he took. Zhu Qing obediently retreated to a corner to absorb the herb. But guess what? The most anxious were not her, but Luo Ba and Lily. They discovered that the celestial herbs could directly evolve their martial souls, leaving me stunned. Who would have thought martial souls could be upgraded? Without hesitation, they dashed back to their dormitory to enter seclusion. When they finally emerged, their auras were completely transformed. Luo Ba's martial soul, which had previously been a mere lightning orb, had now evolved into the Thunder Spirit Orb, boasting fully enhanced effects, exuding unparalleled charm. Lily's transformation was nothing short of extraordinary, as she morphed from a delicate fawn into the magnificent ice jade sacred Qilin, a divine beast indeed. At this moment, we realized that it was Lily who had rescued Luo Bo in the Stardow Forest. I must commend this foreshadowing with full marks. The master was utterly bewildered, scrutinizing the two of them for an extended period, Yet he could not fathom the principles behind this soul evolution. Regardless, after this generous distribution of celestial herbs, the prowess of our Shrek 7 monsters soared to unprecedented heights. Allow me to elaborate. Dai Mubai and Luo Bo surged directly to level 40, while Yu Mengqing reached an impressive 41, and even Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing advanced to 38. Our entire team had sprinted from the 30th tier to the 40th tier in no time. Then came the division of tasks. With their newfound levels, Dai Mubai and Luo Bo needed to acquire their 4 soul rings. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, armed with the hidden weapons gifted by her third brother and the rune techniques authorized by Luo Bo, joyfully returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to showcase her prowess. But guess what happened? Just as Ning Rongrong departed, her father, Ning Fengji, along with Jianduo, sought an audience with Luo Bo by name. Luo Bo, being a straightforward individual, promptly presented a set of purple epic runes known as the Rage of the Soul, which left Jianduo utterly astonished. Ning Fengji inquired if they could be mass-produced, to which Luo Bo replied that while the purple ones were not feasible, he could provide an abundance of the blue ones. Ultimately, 7 purple runes were packaged at a price of 50,000 gold coins, considered a friendly gesture. I must mention that this was after his third brother taught him how to raise prices. Otherwise, it would have been even cheaper. This incredible fortune was indeed seized by Luo Bo. As Luo Bo established connections with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we embarked on another significant endeavor. Dean Flander insisted on designing a rather garish brownish-green team uniform for our participation in the competition, reminiscent of an aesthetic best suited for the year 2000. We could hardly tolerate it. Leading the charge, Luo Bo stormed into the royal palace to summon the Emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor. Upon the Emperor's decree, our uniforms were promptly changed to match those of the Tiando Royal Academy, differing only in the insignia. Flander was infuriated, stomping around his office. Yet he had no recourse but to observe as the 4 of us feigned innocence. In the subsequent half-year, we all entered a state of relentless training. The effects of the celestial herbs were continuous, and our cultivation intensified with each passing day. The most astonishing among us, Oscar. We all assumed it would be his third brother or Zhu Zhuqing to reach level 41st. Yet surprisingly, it was the one selling sausages. Ever since Rongrong returned home, he seemed invigorated, meditating in the cafeteria daily without a moment's rest. Soon after, Zhuqing, his third brother, Ma Hongjun, and Rongrong followed suit, each breaking through in rapid succession. Thus, with the exception of Xiao Wu, who had not consumed the celestial herbs, all 9 of us had attained the Soul Master rank. With our team assembled and levels achieved, what was our next course of action? To hunt soul beasts and acquire our 4th soul rings. In this endeavor, I must emphasize that the most explosive performance belonged to Tang San. Perhaps inspired by Yu Mengqing's formidable soul ring configuration, he recklessly challenged a 10,000-year-old earth spider. Upon absorbing the soul ring, we were all left in disbelief. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. His 4th ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring. Incredible. Was he even human? Upon our return, our strengths underwent yet another transformative leap. Dai Mubai reached level 44, while Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all stood at 41. Luo Bo was at 43, Lily at 42, and Yu Mengqing achieved 44, with her 4th soul skill, Endless Feast, sounding utterly terrifying. With only 5 days remaining until the competition, the master, for precautionary measures, arranged for a few substitutes, including Tai Long and 3 senior students from the advanced class. Although they were labeled as substitutes, their true purpose was to help us conceal our strength in the early stages. Especially Tang San's 10,000-year soul ring and Yu Mengqing's array of purple rings, which would serve as our ultimate trump cards. Luo Bo discreetly requested the teachers to register for the competition under the alias Li Zixing. Upon hearing that the finals would be held in Wuhuan City, he turned pale, fearing recognition by his former teacher, Bibi Dong, the Pope. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, with drums resounding, firecrackers exploding, red flags waving, and a sea of spectators. As representatives of the Royal Shrek Academy, also known as Team Tiando 3, we made our grand entrance last. As the announcer recounted our heroic deeds in defending Tiando City during the Beast Tide, the crowd erupted in cheers, our presence commanding utmost respect. On the podium sat the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, and a Platinum Bishop from the Wuhuan Hall. Flander rallied us in the resting area, declaring our goal to be the championship. However, a nearby team overheard and responded with sarcastic remarks. "Oh, a champion? Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away?" Turning to investigate, we were taken aback to find familiar faces, those from Songhui Academy, whom we had encountered in the Stardow Forest. Clad in white robes adorned with silver trim, they remained as insufferable as ever. Tai Long retorted sharply, but they remained defiant, claiming that apart from the Five Elements Academy, everyone else was merely a foil. This remark incited the ire of Tiando's second team, who were equally outraged. Soon, the drawing ceremony commenced. The bishop from Wuhuan Hall, robotic in demeanor, drew a lot and instructed the announcer to read it aloud. When the first round of preliminaries was announced, revealing that Tiando Royal Academy's second team would face Sanhui Academy, I nearly burst into laughter. Well, I can only say that karma comes swiftly. The members of Tiando's second team had been harboring pin-up frustration, and this would certainly provide them with a spectacle to enjoy. I assure you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. The pampered youths of Tiando's second team, typically arrogant, found themselves genuinely provoked by the Sanhui Academy's sharp-tongued members. Once the match began, their fury was unleashed, with their soul skills deployed without restraint. Although the battle was fraught with missteps and near mishaps, they ultimately secured a victory. This incident undoubtedly solidified a grudge, and I suspect we will see the repercussions later. The following day, it was our turn to take the stage against a team known as Purple Star Academy. I must say, the announcers seemed to be our #1 fan, extolling our virtues with fervor, calling us the little heroes of Tiando City and champions of imperial glory, giving me goosebumps. Nevertheless, I must admit, we truly deserved the spotlight. As the lights dramatically illuminated the stage, the 7 of us stood resolutely, exuding an undeniable presence. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, accompanied by Tai Long and Huang Yuan, formed a formidable lineup. Meanwhile, the members of Purple Star Academy were likely pondering their strategy, while we began our countdown. Objective: to resolve the battle in 1 minute. As the referee shouted start, both sides unleashed their soul skills. In that moment, I can assure you, the audience's jaws nearly hit the floor. Dai Mubai, Tai Long, and Huang Yuan, 3 assault-type powerhouses, initiated the encounter with a perfect configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, overwhelming the opponents with their soul power. Xiao Wu and the others were similarly equipped with top-tier soul masters. Yet, that was not the focal point. Ladies and gentlemen, when all eyes were drawn to Tang San at the center, the entire world fell silent. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Indeed, a black 10,000-year soul ring. Its color, under the lights, appeared profoundly dark and fearsome. I would wager that someone in the audience let out an expletive. In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes nearly bulged out, while Ning Fengji wore a smug expression, as if to say, "I knew it all along, but I won't reveal it." No joke, revealing a 10,000-year soul ring in the very first match of the preliminaries was nothing short of a dimensional strike, a blatant disregard for martial ethics. The 7 unfortunate souls from Purple Star Academy were left in a state of shock, their expressions blank, as if their brains had overheated, staring vacantly on the battlefield. Wasn't that akin to presenting their necks for us to strike? Tang San, however, showed no mercy. With a swift gesture, he commanded swift. Dai Mubai and the others charged forward like tanks, while Xiao Wu and Jingling flanked for both sides. As the opponents remained in a daze, Tang San activated his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. Over 100 strands of thick black blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, swiftly forming 7 cages, each ensnaring one of their members, leaving them utterly trapped. The entire arena erupted in frenzy, for that was a group control technique. The cage appeared for merely a second, just enough to obstruct their forward momentum, before vanishing instantaneously. Immediately after, dark tendrils ensnared the foes, the skilled transitions exuding an elegance that was nothing short of remarkable. Ultimately, Dai Mubai unleashed a devastating attack, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, descending from the heavens. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming display, the opposing captain had no choice but to concede, shouting in anguish, "We surrender." The first battle concluded triumphantly, a victory that felt both effortless and delightful. However, the good times were short-lived, as our masters soon doused our spirits with cold water. Our next adversary was the Xiangjia Academy, renowned within the 7 sects for their defensive prowess. Each member resembled an iron can, their martial soul being the diamond mammoth, a formidable presence that stood unmovable. Moreover, the opposing team boasted 3 soul ancestors, showcasing formidable brute strength. This posed a dilemma for our most potent trump cards, such as Yu Mengqing, Luo Bo, and Li Li, were to remain undisclosed for the time being. After much contemplation, Tang San devised a new formation, opting to replace Tai Long with Zhu Zhuqing, focusing on extreme agility to breach defenses. He also substituted Oscar for Jiang Zhu, preparing for a war of attrition. I must say, Tang San's intellect is truly impressive. The match was arduous, as the opposing 7 strongmen formed an impenetrable wall, our attacks barely making an impact. Yet, through clever maneuvers, Tang San secured victory. He had Oscar create airborne mushroom sausages, which, once consumed by Dai Mu Bai and the others, propelled them into the air, circumventing the front line and engaging in aerial combat. This strategy was undeniably ahead of its time. What was most astonishing was when an opponent attempted to flank our backline Oscar. In an unexpected turn, this food type Soul Master merely raised a finger, and with a swift motion, a beam of light shot forth, instantly eliminating the assassin. It was a rune crafted by Luo Bo, known as the Gathering Finger. Who would have imagined that a vendor of sausages could possess such offensive capability? In the end, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing executed a grand move. The martial soul fusion technique, the spectral white tiger, and the colossal tiger's emergence sealed our victory. After this match, Luo Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He discreetly pulled Li Li aside, whispering, "Look, they can fuse their souls. Should we give it a try?" To my surprise, Li Li blushed and nodded. I was mere inches away, nearly choked on this unexpected display of affection. In the subsequent rounds, the matches were practically showcases of our individual talents. Some weaker teams forfeited upon realizing they were to face us. Tang San, due to private matters, was absent for several matches, much to Li Li's delight as she finally seized the opportunity to take the reins as the lead Soul Master. It must be said, this young lady commanded the team with impressive authority, earning praise from our master for her innate talent. In the blink of an eye, we had achieved 10 consecutive victories, alongside 4 other academies, all boasting perfect record from the so-called 5 Elements Academy. Then, in the 11th round, we finally encountered a formidable opponent, the Qihua Academy. This team consisted entirely of fire-type Soul Masters, naturally countering Tang San's blue silvergrass. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Our master allowed us to arrange our formation, and Li Li volunteered. Her chosen lineup was peculiar: Dai Mu Bai, Luo Bo, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, and to everyone's surprise, she included Tang San. Tang San was taken aback. "8th junior sister, you two are a lead. Why call upon me?" Li Li shyly stuck out her tongue and replied, "3rd senior brother, I do not wish to lead this time. I want to collaborate with Luo Bo using the martial soul fusion technique." What? We were all astonished. Had these two truly developed such a technique? At that moment, our master leisurely explained that he had been aware of this all along, keeping it under wraps to unveil as a surprise at a crucial moment. Given the challenging nature of the Qihua Academy, it was time to reveal their potential. Let me tell you, the lineup of Qihua Academy was indeed intimidating. Their captain, Hu Wushuang, a level 42 assault-type soul master, wielded the martial soul known as the uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus, reputed to be invincible in direct confrontations. Yet, their true ace was a girl named Hu Wu, a level 43 control-type soul master. She resembled a fairy and served as the soul of the entire team. As both teams took to the arena, the fierce Hu Wushuang directed a menacing proclamation at Dai Mu Bai. "Today marks the end of your winning streak." He cast a sideways glance at Tang San, taunting that plant-type souls were no match for fire types, urging us to surrender. Tang San paid him no mind, merely smirking and exchanging a glance with Luo Bo, the meaning of which I understood. Just wait and see. The match commenced. Dai Mu Bai and his 2 companions charged forward, while the opposing team also ignited their flames, with Hu Wushuang charging headlong into the fray. Meanwhile, our agile attackers maneuvered to flank the backline. In a flash, Luo Bo and Li Li unleashed a burst of blue-violet light from behind our formation, and then, astonishingly, they vanished from sight. Yes, they disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Hu Wu's smile faltered, her expression transforming to one of panic as she deduced, "This is invisibility." I was watching from the sidelines, my heart skipping a beat. This move was spectacular. Luo Bo and Li Li's martial soul fusion techniques, first phase. Ice Thunder Transformation, Ghostly Walk. Now, 2 invisible assassins roamed within the ranks of Qihua Academy, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. But do you know what was most amusing? The other participants were so engrossed in their fierce battle that they seemed to have completely forgotten about the two phantoms lurking in their backyard. At that moment, the blue-violet light erupted among the backline of Chihua Academy. Let me tell you, Luo Bo and Lili truly understood the essence of battle. When seizing a thief, first capture the king. When engaging in a team fight, eliminate the healer. They ignored the imposing figures in front of them, and with a flash of blue light, they darted towards the two auxiliary soul masters of Chihua Academy. In an instant, the two auxiliaries were rendered powerless, unable to utilize their martial souls, left standing helplessly. Yet Huo Wu was no novice. Her reflexes were sharp. Without even turning her head, she unleashed a fire circle that sent Luo Bo and Lili flying. I thought to myself, this repulsion fire ring is nothing short of a divine skill. However, Luo Bo activated his counter. You think he is merely a soul master? He is also a top-tier rune master. He had inscribed an epic set of runes on himself, known as Elemental Rebound, specifically designed to counter elemental attacks. As expected, after Huo Wu executed her skill, a fire ring erupted around her, propelling her away. My friends, do you understand? This was a masterstroke of magical rebound. Huo Wu was momentarily stunned, and the dignitaries in the VIP seats were equally bewildered, questioning this peculiar phenomenon. Was it soulbone? Yet, they sensed no fluctuations of soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sen ensnared Huo Wu with his blue-silver grass. But she deftly blinked away, evading the grasp like a shadow. Little did she realize, we had more than just Tang Sen as our controller. Lili sprang into action. An ice pillar erupted from the ground, followed by an ice chain that yanked Huo Wu towards it, slamming her against the pillar. The pillar exploded, sending ice shards flying. Huo Wu sustained injuries, but valiantly retaliated with another repulsion fire ring, pushing everyone back to temporarily protect her teammates. Both sides momentarily retreated to recuperate. I thought, surely this would stabilize the situation. However, the Chihua side, lacking in chivalry, began summoning reinforcements. The two auxiliary soul masters, having recovered, funneled all their soul power into Huo Wu. I watched in astonishment as the flames in Huo Wu's hands transformed from orange-red to blue, ultimately becoming a blinding white. The energy was so compressed that the surrounding air warped. She dubbed this technique Fire Dance Radiance, and a small white sun floated upwards, locking its sights on Tang San. Huo Wu boasted about her imminent victory. Yet in the next moment, Luo Bo and Lili exchanged glances and initiated another martial soul fusion technique. A colossal ice wall thundered into existence before Tang San. The entire arena fell silent. I tell you, the dignitaries in the VIP section nearly dropped their jaws. Could they execute a second phase? This defied logic. The small sun collided with the ice wall, instantly losing its potency, and by the time it reached Tang San, it was no more powerful than a firecracker. Sangu casually wrapped himself in Lan Yin Chao, not even burning his clothes. He brushed off the dust, and, gazing at the 7 petrified individuals across from him, coolly remarked, "Oh, I forgot to tell you all my grass is fireproof." Ha! It was a masterstroke. I nearly burst into laughter from my seat at that moment. This single line shattered the composure of our opponents. Huo Wu gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 words through clenched jaws. We concede. Her eyes were filled with a murderous glare, as if wishing to devour Sangu whole, likely thinking, if it weren't for that ice wall, would you dare to take a full-force attack from me? After this match, the master decided to bench Luo Bo and Li, stating that ultimate moves should not be used lightly. In the next round, we faced Song Hui Academy, the team led by that old fool, Shun Yan, our sworn enemies. Sangu specifically warned us that these people were not to be underestimated, despite their mediocre record. They were tough opponents. As we entered the arena, I was taken aback to see all 7 of our opponents wielding gem-type martial souls. I whispered to Luo Bo, "Isn't that akin to your Baozhu martial soul?" Just as I finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted from them, merging into a colossal, multicolored pillar of light that enveloped them entirely. A sinister voice echoed, proclaiming that we would experience the 7 Shura illusion, leading us to anguish and despair. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed by this dazzling light. Just as I was pondering the spectacle, the light suddenly fizzled away. The scene before me was one I would never forget in my lifetime. On our side, Douluo and the other 6 were sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from their mouths, appearing gravely injured. Conversely, the 7 from Song Hui lay convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes. resembling those afflicted by epilepsy. Only Sang-gu remained standing, pale and on the verge of collapse. Yet his gaze was triumphant, as if to say, "I have won." The arena erupted with astonishment. What was happening? The referee was dumbfounded and ultimately announced that it was a backlash from their soul techniques. All 7 from Tsang Hui had become incapacitated. We hastily assisted our injured teammates back to the resting area. Initially, I was quite concerned, but then Li approached me, stifling laughter, and said, "Look at Tang-san, he has practically an Oscar-winning performance. And these people, each one is a master of theatrics." Upon hearing this and taking a closer look, I couldn't help but agree. It was evident they were not truly injured. They were merely staging a collective performance akin to Lin Daiyu. Sang-gu even feigned weakness while explaining to the onlookers, only to be assisted away. This maneuver had everyone spinning in confusion. Absolutely brilliant. Tsang Hui Academy was furious, protesting and demanding an investigation, but with their minds in disarray. Even divine intervention couldn't rectify it, leading to a quiet resolution. Upon returning to the academy, I must say, these seasoned actors shifted their performance from the external stage to the internal one. Dean Flandre gathered all 14 of us into the conference room. The 6 who had just appeared half dead, gasping for breath, were now full of vitality. I was astonished even an Oscar-winning actor would have to light a cigarette in awe. Dean Flandre's face was grave, as if the world were ending. He scanned us with a penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a judge examining a defendant. He stated, "I suspect that within an hour, the competition committee will send someone to investigate. I don't care how you turn the opponents into fools, but now, the show must go on." At that moment, I realized the old fox was about to commence his performance. He issued a directive. The 7 participants, except for Xiao-san. The remaining 6, find a place to hide immediately, pretending to be severely injured. Ere long, you lead the team. Have Zhao Wuji and Lu Qibin personally guard them. No one is to see them. Xiao Xian, you should also go. Your Tang Do martial soul will serve as a perfect distraction, making it appear realistic. This arrangement was flawless. Then Dean Flandre pulled up a chair and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a cinematic mafia boss. He turned to Sang-gu, smiling wickedly, and said, "Xiao-san, when they arrive, no matter what they ask, just say 3 words, 'I don't know.'" Sang-gu was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Just say 'I don't know'?" "Exactly." Dean Flandre's expression radiated cunning. "You'll claim it was foggy at the time, that you couldn't see anything, and you just kept releasing your soul techniques. By the time the fog cleared, the opponents were already down. You saw nothing, and you know nothing. With me by your side, how could they possibly coerce you? Everything hinges on evidence. Without evidence, it's merely their soul techniques backfiring. It's none of our concern." Listening to this left my jaw agape. Who among us didn't understand this was the legendary survival tactic of seasoned professionals in the workplace, emphasizing a complete detachment. The Dean-S maneuver was akin to living and breathing the art of Suanzi Bingfa. Before long, the investigation team arrived in a frenzy. To my surprise, one of the leading figures was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, and the other was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji. This was solid ground. With allies on the investigation team, what was there to fear? As anticipated, Master Yu Xiaojiang produced a papal decree and slammed it on the table, rendering the room utterly silent. Salas turned green with envy, not daring to utter a word, and ultimately left in disgrace. To maintain appearances, our academy went a step further, declaring forfeit for the next 2 matches due to the severe injuries of our team members. Ironically, the 2 opponents we were set to face were the formidable teams of Shunfeng and Leiting, granting us 2 easy victories, much to their delight. Particularly, Shunfeng's captain, Feng Xiaodian, although victorious, felt frustrated as he could not personally defeat Sang-gu. He was perpetually morose. In any case, after this incident, the preliminary rounds swiftly progressed to their final phase. Due to our forfeit in 2 matches, Shrek Academy's record stood at 24 victories, placing us 3rd behind Leiting and Shunfeng. In the final round, the main event arrived. We faced Tianshui Academy. Let me tell you, Tianshui Academy is a veritable paradise of beauty, composed entirely of water-type soul masters, each one more enchanting than the last. This match was crucial for securing our 3rd-place position. Thus, victory was imperative. The master arranged the lineup with great care. Besides Sang-gu and Xiao Wu, he specifically included Luo Bo and Li Li. Why? Because Li Li's martial soul is the epitome of ice, perfectly countering these water manipulators. Before the match, Feng Xiaotian returned yet again, like a broken record, constantly attempting to win favor with Sangu, which had grown tiresome. Xiao Wu directly confronted him. "Why are you here again? Can't you come up with something new?" As the gong sounded, both sides unleashed their martial souls. And I was struck by the formidable strength of our opponents. The captain, Shui Binger, was at level 43, with 2 additional soul masters at level 40 beneath her. Dai Mubai was at the forefront, bearing immense pressure. But Li Li's influence came into play. She simply stood there, and the attacks from the 3 assault-type girls against Dai Mubai felt as light as a feather, barely causing a scratch. This was the power of bloodline suppression. Do you understand? Seeing an opportunity, Sangu promptly directed Xiao Wu and Jingling to flank the enemy. However, their captain, Shui Binger, was no pushover. With a flick of her finger, our 4 members, including Sangu, were instantly encased in ice. Fortunately, with Li Li present, the freezing effect was significantly diminished, and within seconds, we broke free. But in that brief moment, Shui Binger had already encased her teammates in ice armor. Just as Dai Mubai shattered the ice, a white tiger's radiant light wave hurtled toward us, only to be effortlessly blocked by an ice shield. Shortly thereafter, Sangu found himself frozen again. At that moment, I thought, this Shui Binger has it out for Sangu, showcasing pinpoint control and seemingly endless skill. The situation escalated rapidly. The black-haired girl in the last row, known as Shui Wu, suddenly began to dance. As she twirled, rain began to fall from the sky, soaking the entire arena. Realizing this was not advantageous, Sangu activated his 4th soul ring, summoning the blue-silver cage. With a resounding crash, he ensnared all 7 of the opponents. Yet, Shui Binger paid him no mind and retaliated by freezing Sangu once again. This time, Sangu displayed remarkable intelligence, swiftly breaking the ice. Dai Mubai also showcased his prowess with a single move, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, in tandem with Sanji's Prison, directly sending 2 opponents crashing off the stage. It was a stunning display. However, just as we believed we were poised for a counterattack, Shui Binger and the dancing Shui Wu unexpectedly joined forces. Sangu immediately exclaimed, "Not good. It's a martial soul fusion skill." It was too late. A beam of light shot into the sky as the 2 fused. I was filled with urgency and shouted, "Lobo and Li Li, what are you doing? What are you chatting about? Why are you getting emotional at such a critical moment?" A blizzard descended, each snowflake sharp as a blade, forming a colossal tornado that spiraled towards us. Without hesitation, Sangu gathered everyone together and frantically unleashed his blue-silver grass, layering it upon himself until he resembled a rice dumpling. At this critical juncture, Lily finally spoke. "Lobo, prepare." I thought to myself, finally, they were going to spring into action. Yet, the next moment's maneuver left my CPU overheating. Lobo retracted his lightning martial soul and extended his hand, while Lily infused him with all her soul power, including the energy from the swirling snow above. Then, astonishingly, Lobo revealed his 2nd martial soul. A cerulean ice orb evolved into the extreme cold spirit pearl. A twin martial soul. The entire venue erupted. Dean Flanders nearly dropped his jaw, and the master was equally astonished. Goodness, it turned out this lad had been hiding a trump card. This sequence not only dazzled us, but also provided cover for Sangu. He was truly a valiant warrior charging forth for brotherhood. Seeing their energy drained, the 2 girls panicked and unleashed the final form of their ultimate move, a gigantic ice phoenix. It descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Sangu realized he could not withstand it and shockingly withdrew all defenses. Aside from himself, Lobo and Li Li, Xiao Wu and the others were instantly swept off the stage by the phoenix's shockwave. I was utterly dumbfounded. What was Sangu planning? To my surprise, Lobo and Li Li sprang into action. The 2 ultimate ice martial souls finally activated their martial soul fusion skill, boasting a magnificent name, Endless Sea of Ice. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed, and the entire world fell silent. The remaining 5 opponents, the enormous Ice Phoenix, and our very own Sangu were all encased in ice sculptures. Not a single soul was spared. I was left in a daze. Who could understand the situation? Were we fighting against our own? Later, I realized that Li Li had perceived that Shui Binger could no longer control the Phoenix. And if it did not freeze everyone, Sangu would have been crushed by it. This was a protective kill. It was ruthless indeed. But one could not deny the immediate effect. The arena was destroyed, yet no one was harmed. As soon as we freed Sangu from the ice, the referee, pale with fear, stammered to declare us the victors. The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. Who wouldn't be astonished by such a spectacle? I suspect they were not merely witnessing a competition, but rather a divine battle. The most amusing sight was in the VIP section, where dignitaries like the Snow Knight Emperor of Tiando and Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had their eyes nearly popping out. Mouse agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. The Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Hall, Salus, turned green with envy, his expression practically screaming that this boy must not be allowed to live, his gaze sending chills down my spine. After we released the girls from Tian Shui Academy, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at us were a mix of fear and, astonishingly, admiration, especially Shui Bing-Er, who turned back multiple times as she left, seemingly at a loss for words, likely overwhelmed by the imposing aura of our ultimate martial souls. With the preliminary rounds concluded, the awards ceremony commenced. Due to the destruction of the arena, the ceremony was simplified, with only the captains of the top 5 teams summoned to the podium. Shen Feng took first place, Lei Tang second, and we of Shrek ranked third. The prize? A staggering 10,000 gold soul coins and a letter of introduction for the upcoming tournament. However, the highlight was yet to come. The Snow Knight Emperor personally awarded us, then began his performance. I must tell you, this old man had no regard for martial ethics, directly attempting to woo us in front of the Martial Soul Hall's bishop. He began, "Children, you're the hope of the empire. I have decided to bestow the title of Viscount upon your captain and Baron upon the members. After graduation, come to me for lands and high positions. Take your pick." Goodness, this was not an award ceremony. It was akin to poaching right on the spot. Translated, it meant, "Children, do not mingle with those in white robes. Follow me, and you shall feast." Salus's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, wanting to explode, yet holding back, utterly bemused. However, this matter had nothing to do with us. Li and I slipped away early. Yet, on our way, we were confronted by Shui Bing-Er once more. This girl was also a martial fanatic, insisting on asking us the names of our martial souls. I told her my second martial soul was called the Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl, and our combined move was named Endless Sea of Ice. Upon hearing this, she became even more excited, insisting we grant her a buff to test it out. Very well, we obliged. As we unleashed our martial souls, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. And guess what? Her combat power doubled in an instant. Our master was left dumbfounded, frantically taking notes, remarking on the extreme martial souls. "Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish," as if still playing games in 2025, pure hilarity. In the end, Shui Bing-Er sighed, stating that if we met again in the tournament, she would surrender outright. Indeed, how could one fight against such overwhelming bloodline suppression? The tournament commenced swiftly, moving to a larger venue, the Royal Knights Grand Arena. The rules had changed. It was no longer a team battle, but a KOF mode, a 1v1 elimination format, until all 7 of the opposing team were defeated. Our first round opponent was an academy from the Balak Kingdom, which frankly was somewhat lacking. The master sent Xiao Wu to compete first. I must say, that day, Sister Wu was like a whirlwind of destruction, effortlessly executing her graceful techniques, 8 consecutive throws, a seamless display of prowess, single-handedly achieving a 5-kill streak. The opposing 5 had no idea how they fell. Then Sengu took the stage. He was even more astounding. Without lifting a finger, he merely revealed his dark, ancient soul ring, causing the remaining 2 opponents to tremble, exchanging glances before raising their hands in surrender. Who understands this? To win without a fight is the mark of true presence. The first round was won with such ease. However, during the draw, fortune was not on our side. And the next day, we faced our old adversaries, the Academy of Blazing Fire. Lili immediately volunteered, claiming her ice unicorn would counter their flames and assured us victory. Yet the master shook his head, suggesting a surprise tactic, and named, "Tomorrow, Sangu will go first." Everyone was dumbfounded, sending our ace control type to directly confront their strong attack type. What scheme was the master concocting? The next day, the match began, and Sangu indeed stepped onto the stage first. The opponents from the Academy of Blazing Fire were wide-eyed, especially the fiery dancer, Huo Wu, who shot up in surprise, her gaze seemingly capable of devouring Sangu whole. I tell you, that day, Sangu was like a war god incarnate. His first opponent, Huo Wu's brother, Huo Wu Shuang, a strong attack type, was astonishingly bested by Sangu using various Tang sect techniques. Next, The second and third opponents were ensnared by his blue silvergrass, akin to an elaborate net, and despite the 6 opponents rotating in, they could not force him to unleash his third skill. 1 against 6. The entire venue erupted into a frenzy. At last, only Huo Wu remained. This young lady was fierce in her own right. Seeing she could not prevail, she activated a forbidden skill known as Fusion Ring, forcibly condensing all her soul techniques into a colossal white fireball aimed squarely at Sange. The power of that technique was more terrifying than her previous move, the blazing dance of the sun. This was a move meant for mutual destruction with Sange. At that moment, everyone believed Sange would use his blue silvergrass to pull Huo Wu over as a shield, as it seemed the simplest solution. At that critical moment, I thought he was about to strike, but guess what? He let out a deep sigh and uttered, "Why bother?" Then, without hesitation, he turned and charged towards the fireball, shielding Huo Wu with his back. I was utterly stunned. Who could understand this dramatic turn of events? We were in a competition. After all, what was he playing at? This heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. With a deafening explosion, the two were hurled away. In his attempt to protect Huo Wu, Sange even used himself as a cushion, landing on his back. When we rushed over to turn him around, I was horrified to see his back mangled, flesh and blood intertwined, with bones protruding in places. Yet, that wasn't the worst part. We won the match, but Sange was in dire straits. The fireball's energy was so overwhelming that a portion of it clung to him like a parasite, searing his meridians and rendering him pale with pain, leaving even the healing soul master at a loss. Just when everyone felt helpless, Lily suddenly pulled us into a small corner and said she had a solution. Sange, on the verge of fainting from the pain, looked at us with skepticism. I glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered to him, "Sange, whatever you see next, you must keep it a secret." He nodded in agreement. Then, I raised my hand. The next moment, to my astonishment, 3 martial souls appeared. 3 orbs of different colors, extreme cold, thunder, and blazing flame, hovered around me, spinning gracefully. I must say, Sanji's expression at that moment was akin to someone whose phone had fallen into a toilet. He was completely at a loss. His dual martial soul was already extraordinary, and now I had manifested a triad. He stammered out 4 words. 3 lives, martial soul? I ignored him and activated the blazing flame orb, beginning to absorb the rampant fire energy from Sange with Li Li's assistance. As the energy flowed in, I watched in amazement as the orb transformed before my eyes. Originally just an orange glass sphere, it morphed into a crimson hue, adorned with fiery patterns, creating a stunning new appearance. It was no longer just the blazing flame orb. It had evolved into the igniting spirit orb, a pinnacle martial soul that left Sange in speechless awe. Upon returning, they happened to encounter the people from Chihua Academy, who had been driven away by Dai Laoda and the others. I found it amusing how these people seemed to visit Sange daily, as if he were some national treasure. Fortunately, Sanji's injury healed remarkably quickly. Within 3 days, he was bouncing back, clamoring to compete, only to be unanimously vetoed by us. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Without Sange, Shrek Academy continued to dominate effortlessly. Dai Laoda and Zhu Zhuqing were like unstoppable forces, achieving remarkable victories in every match. We cruised through the rounds until we faced the Plant Academy. Master, with his strategic mind, first sent Huang Yuan and the others to probe the waters, claiming it was merely reconnaissance. But guess what? They were immediately outmatched. I was left dumbfounded as a single opponent, wielding the martial soul of vines, completely incapacitated our trio. This guy even flaunted his victory, taunting us with, "Shrek Academy isn't all that impressive." Those words were like pouring water into Ma Hongjuan's lungs. The fatty was ready to explode, his face turning beet red. But Master restrained him with a calm demeanor, instructing him to observe closely. "Did you see that? Your task is to outlast, conserve your soul power." In that moment, I understood. Master was setting a trap for our opponent. "You favor plants, do you? Allow me to demonstrate the nemesis of photosynthesis." When Fatty unleashed his evil fire phoenix, the scene was nothing short of a barbecue festival. Every flower and plant on the opposing side was reduced to ashes. Although there was one fellow, the Crimson Thorn, claiming he could withstand fire, it was futile. He too fell victim to Fatty's relentless phoenix flames. In the end, Fatty single-handedly eliminated the remaining opponents, leaving the audience astonished. Who would have imagined that Shrek's first 1 versus 7 victory would come from this previously untested Fatty? From that moment on, other academies began to regard us with newfound respect. likely wondering just how many hidden monsters Shrek Academy had. We continued our triumphant march, even defeating the Water Academy. Fatty first eliminated Shui Binger and Shui Wu in quick succession. Then Lily followed up with an Ice Jade Sacred Kirin, effortlessly achieving a 5-for-1 victory. Dai Lauda replicated the incredible feat of 1 versus 7. With 11 consecutive victories, we ascended to the top. Yet, the real challenges lay ahead. We were to face the Thunder Academy and the Godwind Academy back-to-back. Before the match against Thunder Academy, Sang-gu couldn't contain himself any longer and insisted on competing. Master swiftly shot him down, saying, "Your blue-silver grass may be immune to water and fire, but it conducts electricity, my friend. You'd merely be charging the opponent." Master insisted that we save Sang-gu as a trump card for the formidable Godwind Academy. Then, he turned to me and nonchalantly declared, "Today, Luo Bo, you shall take the stage." The entire team was taken aback. Only I understood. Master was asking me to unleash my full potential. Facing opponents who wielded thunder? Apologies. But my Thunder Spirit Orb is the ancestor of lightning, naturally possessing bloodline suppression. Coupled with the epic purple runes I had crafted, the Thunder God's heart. The effect was straightforward. Every 10 seconds, their thunder attacks would automatically become my skills, emphasizing the principle of your skill is excellent, but the next moment, it becomes mine. Thus, the match became a showcase of my prowess. The members of the Thunder Academy remained bewildered throughout, witnessing their own lightning strikes redirected back at them, leaving them grappling for an explanation that ultimately led to a conclusion of martial soul quality suppression. Runes? Such concepts were far too advanced for them. After defeating the Thunder Academy, we were soon confronted by our rivals. Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Godwind Academy, who had previously approached us with a carefree demeanor, now appeared serious, blocking our path and challenging Sang-gu to a duel. "Tomorrow, let us settle this once and for all. If I lose, our Godwind Academy will surrender." Sang-gu was left speechless. Dai Lauda, standing nearby, like an emotional analyst, astutely observed, "It seems our friend is a warrior charging forth for love. Likely related to Huo Wu." Master nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaotian, seeing Sang-gu acquiesce, added with a scowl, "If you lose, stay away from Huo Wu." Sang-gu, visibly annoyed, coolly replied, "I have nothing to do with her. Would I allow Sang-gu to enter the duel unprepared? Absolutely not. I worked through the night to sew him a set of elemental rebounding runes. You favor wind, do you? The harder you strike my Sang-gu, the faster you lose health. It's all about mutual damage." The next day, their duel was nothing short of chaotic. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his self-created soul skill. The Magic Wolf 36 slashes, delivering a flurry of strikes. Yet, the more he enjoyed himself, the more my runes rebounded against him fiercely. Ultimately, Sang-gu had no choice but to reveal his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, executing a flurry of hammer techniques that sent Feng Xiaotian tumbling off the stage. With 14 consecutive victories, we stood at the pinnacle. However, the cost was that the existence of 2 dual martial soul prodigies in our team was now impossible to conceal. The Night Emperor and his entourage returned, their intentions unmistakable. They sought to bind us firmly to the chariot of the Tiando Empire. 3 days later, we set off for Wuhuan City to participate in the finals. Master had gone missing, leaving only teacher Lu Erlong in a foul mood. Meanwhile, we diligently trained, and everyone leveled up. Little did we know, Pope Bibi Dong was fuming in her quarters. She initially dispatched Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, intending to ambush Sang-gu on the way and conveniently retrieve me, the runaway Saint's son. However, what happened? They unexpectedly encountered a 10,000-year-old soul beast resembling the Void Eye from League of Legends, and a single blast from its laser cannon nearly annihilated them. The two-titled Douluo expended tremendous effort to defeat the soul beast and obtained a fragment of a soul bone. Yet our convoy did not catch even a glimpse of me. Bibi Dong was infuriated, but had no choice but to temporarily relent. She had thoroughly ascertained that I was indeed the runaway Saint's son, Luo Bo, and was plotting to forcibly bring me back for a 996 work schedule immediately after the finals concluded. Upon arriving at Wuhuan City, the finals commenced. The competition format was brutally unforgiving. A single loss meant elimination. Fortunately, we experienced good fortune in the first 2 rounds, benefiting from a bye and an opponent's withdrawal, which propelled us directly into the top 10. Oh, and there was an intriguing twist in the middle. Qihua Academy unexpectedly merged with Shunfeng Academy, forming a new Shunfeng team. A sight to behold. When the results of the 3rd round draw were announced, the entire venue erupted. Our opponents were the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. the C team from the Xingluo Empire. As if that were not enough, Dai Laoda and Zhu Qing dropped a bombshell on us. The two leaders on the opposing team, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, were their elder brother and sister. Moreover, according to their family's despicable rules, only the victors among the four could survive this match. Family members. Who understands? This was not just a competition. It was a veritable real-life Game of Thrones. As soon as Shrek took the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. I tell you, the participants this time were the original Shrek 7 monsters. The same lineup, all Soul Zone. The opposing Xingluo Empire team, led by Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, strutted onto the stage with an air of superiority, their noses almost pointing to the sky, completely disregarding their own siblings. As the match commenced, the opposing soul rings illuminated, revealing 6 Soul Zone. In their ranks, this was an unprecedented configuration, inflating their confidence to the point where they felt the championship trophy was already in their pockets. However, when it was our turn, the soul rings activated and the expressions on their faces, including the Emperor's, instantly froze. 7. Not a single one missing, all Soul Zone, and each with optimal soul ring configurations. Even more shocking was Tang San. Our seemingly unremarkable control system had a 4th soul ring that was black. 10,000 years. I was watching from the sidelines, and I distinctly saw the Emperor of Xingluo turn ashen. The older sister, Zhu Zhuyun, instantly lost her composure, pointing at Zhu Qing, screaming, "Impossible! This can't be! You were only at level 20 when you left home. How could you possibly reach level 40 in just 2 years? What is impossible? Do you think everyone else is like you, idling away at home?" Our Shrek is all about defying the odds. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the two siblings turned murderous, intending to eliminate Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing on the spot. Alas, their aspirations were delusional. We were not to be trifled with. Let us not forget that we had a formidable rune master, Luo Bo, who had already equipped the entire team with epic purple runes, granting a permanent 20% increase in attack power. Who could withstand that? The battle was utterly devastating. I barely blinked as Tang Sen executed a blue-silver spike formation. With a series of swift movements, 6 opponents, except for the sister, were immobilized like wooden stakes. Then, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing seized the opportunity and executed their martial soul fusion, the ethereal white tiger. The size and aura were simply breathtaking. With a single move, the thunderous trot, they sent all 6 opponents flying like bowling pins. Dai Mu Bai, in the end, showed restraint, merely shattering his brother's scapula, sparing him from fatal blow. Otherwise, given his earlier arrogance, he would already be a corpse. In the end, only the sister Zhu Zhuyun remained. Standing alone on the stage, completely dazed, unwilling to accept defeat, she charged forward, screaming in desperation. What happened next? Xiao Wu and Tang San coordinated effortlessly, subduing her in mere moments. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu hurled her off the stage. That was that. The arena fell silent as the 7 of us from Shrek stood triumphantly together. Family members, who understands? This was a situation where elder siblings came to provoke, only to be ruthlessly subdued. The satisfaction was beyond measure. This operation was akin to a digital wooden fish, reducing karma points, leaving me feeling utterly exhilarated. Just after our victory, the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, approached Tang San. He looked utterly despondent and said, "Brother, you are too strong. We surely cannot defeat the Wuhuan Temple. The finals depend on you to avenge us." I tell you, the look in Tang San's eyes was nothing short of explosive as he retorted, "You concede before even fighting? Then you shall never be worthy of being my opponent." With those words, Yu Qianheng's fighting spirit ignited. His demeanor transformed as he clenched his fists and declared he would show us. Then came the main event, Tiando versus Wuhuan Temple. Goodness gracious, the 3 legendary figures of the Wuhuan Temple, Xie, Hulaina, and Yen, finally took the stage. Luo Bo beside me recognized them, familiar faces from the past. The scene was utterly absurd. As Xie and Hulaina ascended the stage, they fused their martial souls, transforming into a half-man, half-woman monstrosity, enveloping the arena in a crimson mist. Before we could comprehend the situation, the 6 members from Tiando were tossed out of the red fog like dumplings. In the end, only Yu Qianheng remained, swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Accompanied by the taunt, "For the sake of your family, I spare your life." Xie, still unsatisfied, brandished his crescent moonblade, gesturing toward us from a distance with a throat-cutting motion. How audacious! Now, 2 of the 3 seed teams had been defeated. The subsequent draw held no suspense. Shrek, Shinfeng Academy, and Wuhuan Temple, the 3 giants, advanced to the finals. On the day of the finals, over 20 of us stood in front of the Pope's palace like students being punished. Then, His Holiness the Pope arrived. The spectacle was extraordinary. A woman donned in a dazzling golden gown, crowned and wielding a scepter, slowly emerged from the grand hall. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere was so grand that one might think an emperor was on parade. I nearly knelt in awe. Her presence was overwhelmingly powerful. Then came the main event. The Pope revealed 3 soul bones as prizes: the skull of wisdom from the spirit of concentration, the right arm of explosive flame, and the left leg of swift movement. All of them were of 10,000-year caliber. Goodness, every soul master present turned ravenous, akin to wolves who had spotted meat. This was no mere competition. It was a battle for their very lives. I couldn't help but scoff. Isn't it obvious that this is a setup for your own Wuhuan temple? Sure enough, the individual matches began with a flourish. We sent out a secret weapon, a silver-haired beauty with purple eyes, Yu Mengxing, who had never before graced the arena. Luck was on her side. She drew a bye in the first round. Then, in the match between Shinfeng Academy and Wuhuan Temple, the latter's contestant bowed to the Pope and declared, "I forfeit this match." I was utterly taken aback. It became clear to all that Wuhuan Temple was conspiring with Shinfeng Academy to employ a war of attrition against us Shrek. This was a blatant, official, underhanded tactic. Utterly shameless. But did our Mengxing fear this? Not in the slightest. She likely thought, "You wish to exhaust me? Come on, watch me take down both your teams single-handedly." And then, Yu Mengxing faced off against Shinfeng Academy's Huo Wuxuan. As the referee called for the match to begin, Mengxing unleashed her martial soul, petrifying the entire arena, including the Pope Bibi Dong on the high podium. 3 purple and 1 black. Family members who understands. The first soul ring was 1,000 years old. This is no longer the realm of genius. It is as if a celestial being has descended to face trials. That individual, Huo Wuxuan, dared to challenge, only to be toyed with by Mengxing. Let me tell you, Mengxing wields a martial soul in the form of a colossal worm known as Bao Shichong. Her first move, Shadow Dance, allows her to swiftly evade, leaving Huo Wuxuan unable to even graze the hem of her garment. Then, with a slowing technique, she ensnares him, closes the distance, and unleashes her second soul skill, Shadow Maw. That worm lets out a deafening roar, opening its gaping maw, and with a resounding thud, Huo Wuxuan is rendered unconscious. The entire encounter lasted less than a minute. A breathtaking beauty with a martial soul that resembles a rather grotesque worm. Yet in combat, she displays such ferocity. Who could withstand such a stark contrast? What is most infuriating? After the bout, her soul power barely diminished. She possesses a soul bone aged 70,000 years, capable of absorbing the soul and life force of her opponents. Coupled with the energy-efficient casting runes crafted by Luo Bo, she essentially operates as a perpetual motion machine. Think you can engage her in a war of attrition? Dream on. After just 1 match, she replenished her energy on the spot, and I ask you, how could one not be frustrated? Witnessing the futility of their strategy, the members of the Spirit Hall turned ashen-faced and could no longer remain seated. They overturned the table and dispatched a Soul King named Yin, who specializes in pure defensive prowess akin to a tortoiseshell. Without uttering a word, he activated his golden bell shield and iron cloth, inviting all attacks while stating that any movement would count as his defeat. Yet, what a sight it was! Mengxing's set of skills felt akin to a gentle scraping. She hesitated to charge in, for after all, he was a Soul King, and one could never predict the potential countermeasures lurking in close quarters. What to be done? There was no choice but to unleash her ultimate. Her 10,000-year soul skill, known as Endless Feast, is nothing short of a bug. It creates a circle on the ground, and if any enemies are within, they are bombarded. If struck, the explosion continues after a second, perpetuating an infinite cycle. It will only cease if one escapes the circle or if no one remains inside. This is akin to a skill in a game where standing in fire leads to demise. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin was left speechless. Not even the sturdiest shell could withstand the relentless accumulation of true damage. He hastily fled, but the radius was far too extensive, and before he could escape, he absorbed 3 hits of damage, depleting his health entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Mengxing executed a perfectly timed blink, blocking his escape route, and unleashed a purple orb that silenced him immediately. A defense soul master without skills is merely an advanced punching bag. The moment had arrived. Let me tell you, Mengqing's maneuvers were extraordinary. Shadow dance, swift and deceptive, left him bewildered. On the third strike, she delivered a devastating blow. Just as I believed victory was assured, Yin astonishingly managed to achieve a last-ditch exchange. Having been gravely injured, he thrust forward, and with a thunderous crash, he sent Mengqing flying, leaving her sprawled on the ground. The referee was about to count down, but Mengqing staggered to her feet, embodying a dramatic performance, clutching her waist and coughing blood, proclaiming, "I have yet to lose." Such acting could earn her an Oscar. Yin, a man of integrity, upon seeing her unsteady stance, attempted to finish her off. Little did he know, as he took a step forward, he unwittingly treaded into the gates of doom. The instant he approached, Mengqing resurrected fully. With a blink, she closed the distance, activated her soul bone skill, and drained every last ounce of his soul power and life force. Then, with a swift counter, she unleashed Shadow Maw, eliminating him in an instant. Of course, she refrained from delivering a fatal blow, but he was rendered incapable of competing in the finals, likely confined to bed until the new year. At this moment, the expression on Pope Bibi Dong's face turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Her ace contestant had been so thoroughly defeated by a mere girl. Who could tolerate such humiliation? Her gaze upon Mengqing held two words: either recruit her or eliminate her. After dispatching one Soul King, Mengqing was not without her own fatigue, yet remarkably, she still stood. The members of the Shrek Academy, observing this, realized they could not continue. They surrendered. The Spirit Hall followed suit, fearing that if they continued, Hulaina and Xiaoyu would also require hospitalization, rendering any team battle utterly impossible. Thus, Mengqing single-handedly traversed through 14 opponents, obliterating two major championship contenders. Once the match concluded, the Shrek team gathered around her, a mix of excitement and concern evident on their faces. Oscar remarked, "Junior Sister 10, you have certainly offended the Spirit Hall." Tang San's expression was grave. Yet Mengqing, appearing unfazed, smiled and replied, "What is there to fear? Once the finals are over, I will inform them of my desire to join the Spirit Hall for free training. Once I have mastered my skills and grown my wings, whether I choose to stay or leave will be entirely up to me." What a masterful strategy. If one cannot defeat them, then join them, only to deplete their resources before departing. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Dai Mubai attempted to persuade her to consider the Xingluo Empire who would protect her. However, Mengqing declined, stating she had other missions to attend to. Thus, the individual competition came to a close. Soon, the ultimate finals arrived, with Shrek facing off against the Spirit Hall. Mengqing did not participate, serving as a cheerleader from the sidelines. Let me tell you, the atmosphere in the finals was thick with tension. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall radiated murderous intent, their eyes aflame with vengeance, practically screaming for retribution. Upon noticing Mengqing's absence, Hulaina visibly relaxed, believing victory was assured. Little did she know, each member of the Shrek team was a formidable force. The match commenced. Instantly, Shrek shifted their formation. Luo, Bo, and Lily, glowing with blue light, executed a martial soul fusion technique. The ice of the vast sea, with a resounding crack, the entire arena, along with the 7 members of the Spirit Hall, was encased in ice sculptures. I was left utterly speechless. What sort of match was this? The onset directly immobilized the entire field for 5 seconds. Yet the absurdity did not cease there. The remaining members of Shrek immediately formed a straight line, channeling energy like a transmission, one after another. Luo Bo transmitted to Lily, who then passed it to Ning Rongrong, and finally, all their soul power, augmented by Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, surged into Tang San at the forefront. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing this, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, 7 in 1. Let me tell you, in that moment, Tang San's aura transformed. His soul power soared beyond level 70. The Haotian hammer in his grasp expanded to the size of a truck's front, adorned with dark golden patterns. At that moment, Hulaina and Xiaoyu, having just broken free from the ice, barely had time to catch their breath before a massive hammer hurtled towards them. Boom! They did not even have a chance to unleash a skill, sent flying out of the arena by a single blow, rendered unconscious on the spot. One hammer took down 2 Soul Kings. But that was not the end. Tang San swung that enormous hammer again at the remaining 5 unfortunate souls still encased in ice, shattering them into oblivion. The world fell silent. From start to finish, it all transpired within 10 seconds. The Spirit Hall was utterly annihilated. The entire arena was engulfed in silence, as everyone was left in a daze. My friends, after eagerly anticipating an epic showdown, it ultimately resembled a one-sided game, where even the AI could not predict such a play. Mengqing, watching from below, was filled with delight, knowing that this turn of events had rewritten the tragic revelation of Xiao Wu's identity from the original narrative perfectly. Following this was the award ceremony. Tang San represented Shrek to receive the accolade, 3 gleaming soul bones that tantalized everyone's desires. Bibi Dong, feigning interest, attempted to recruit Tang San, only to be outright rejected, creating an awkward moment. Just when I thought everything had concluded, the biggest revelation of all unfolded. Bibi Dong suddenly shouted at the Shrek team, "Luo Bo, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, why are you hiding? Are you not done playing?" The arena erupted in chaos. What was happening? Luo Bo was the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Wasn't he from Shrek? What sort of convoluted plot was this? With a sigh, Luo Bo leisurely stepped forward, addressing Bibi Dong as teacher. What confirmation! Even more astonishing, Mengqing and Lily followed suit, kneeling on one knee in unison, declaring their desire to return to, the Spirit Hall. The face of the master turned pale, and Tang San and his companions were utterly astonished. Bai Dong was basking in triumph, her gaze practically taunting the master, as if to say, "Look, the genius you nurtured has ultimately come to me." This maneuver allowed the Spirit Hall to regain its lost prestige. A year later, the Shrek 7 monsters went their separate ways, establishing a 5-year pact. Meanwhile, Luo Bo, Li Li, and Yu Mengqing officially emerged as the new golden generation of the Spirit Hall, their status surpassing that of Hulayina and her peers. The identity of Luo Bo as the Holy Son was also revealed, and possessing the 3 lives martial soul, he became the most dazzling figure across the continent. During this year, Yin, who had been bested by Yu Mengqing, sought her out daily for training, only to be soundly defeated each time. Surprisingly, amidst their sparring, feelings began to blossom. Xiaoyu also ardently pursued Yu Mengqing, but regrettably, she paid him no mind. Her soul power soared to level 49, just a breath away from breaking through to Soul King. On one particular day, the trio approached Bai Dong, expressing their desire to return to Shrek Academy to visit their teacher. Bai Dong graciously agreed, and even dispatched Ju Thaw and Gui Thaw, 2 titled Douluos, to escort them. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings of Shrek Academy and reuniting with the master and Flender, the atmosphere was filled with warmth. After some pleasantries, Yu Mengqing transitioned to serious matters. She asked Luo Bo to speak first, announcing their intention to donate a substantial number of high-grade runes to the academy, which brought immense joy to Flender. Then, Yu Mengqing unveiled the main event. She produced a map and addressed Flender and the master, saying, "Dean Master, I propose that the academy establish a branch at this location for future needs." Flender was taken aback by the suggestion of building a branch. It was no simple task. Yu Mengqing pointed to a spot on the map, stating, "To the north of the Stardow Forest, there's an island in the lake, home to a golden ancient tree. I advise you to secure that land promptly and establish our new main academy there." This ambitious plan aimed to place them far ahead of their competitors. Of course, she could not reveal that she was a time traveler aware of the future location of Shrek Academy, so she spoke half-truths to persuade them. Upon hearing the term golden ancient tree, the master's expression shifted, clearly recalling it from ancient texts. Sensing her strategy was working, Yu Mengqing quickly added, "You will know when you see it. If it truly is that tree, act swiftly. In the future, the academy will have an inner and outer court, with the inner court admitting only genuine prodigies." The master pondered for a long while before finally nodding in agreement, stating they would investigate further. Thus, the matter was settled. After addressing the primary topic, Flender took them out to the playground, where they provided a captivating demonstration for the younger students, much to the excitement of the crowd. However, that was merely a chapter of their lives at Shrek. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, I delved into my own serious work. I locked myself in my room to engage in the crafting of master-level runes. This endeavor typically required one to be at the Soul Sage level, but I felt that my 50-level prowess was sufficient. Exceptional talent cannot be denied. Should I succeed, I would be able to mass-produce purple epic runes and even venture into the realm of golden legendary runes. Those who understand the exhilarating feeling of seclusion for research will know my plight. In the past 2 years, I had worked tirelessly as an expert-level rune master, managing to create only about 100 purple runes, with a success rate so low that it left me frustrated. I had kept this endeavor a secret from Bai Bai Dong, knowing that if she discovered it, she would likely decree that rune technology would be exclusively owned by the Spirit Hall, leaving me with no room to maneuver. On this day, feeling inspired, I prepared my materials: the essence of a millennium-old soul beast, various elemental particles, and an exceptionally expensive piece of parchment. My goal was the thunderous Fury rune, meticulously tailored for myself, capable of enhancing the flexibility and accuracy of my lightning soul skills by 40%. It was nothing short of miraculous. I must tell you, the process was more nerve-wracking than an examination. Taking a deep breath, I dipped my quill into the ink and began to draw on the parchment. The sensation was perfect, and I completed the first step flawlessly. Next, I guided the essence of the soul beast with my soul power, delicately applying it to the design to form a gaseous shell. Success! My heart raced as I approached the final step, filling it with materials. No, I needed to remain calm. Many heroes have faltered at the finish line. I quickly washed my hands, realizing my earlier rough approach had been too hasty. Then, using a small spoon, I sprinkled the radiant purple lightning elemental particles onto the gaseous shell, one by one. The scene resembled frosting a cake, and a single tremor could cost me thousands of gold soul coins. The thrill was palpable. Once filled, I pressed down with my Thunder Spirit Pearl Martial Soul, compacting the contents. I repeated the process, compressing it 3 times, sweat pouring down my forehead. When I finally looked up, I was astounded to see a rune, primarily purple with a golden border, quietly hovering before me, exuding an impressive aura. What a golden legendary rune! I could hardly contain my excitement and shouted in triumph. I had achieved master-level rune crafting. Riding this wave of inspiration, I quickly created 3 more runes, intending to equip my 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th soul rings. I was well aware that while the 3 lives martial soul was remarkable, the true trump card was the runes, which I could control entirely. This thought brought to mind Li Li, a superpower at level 98, who was pretending to be a novice among our group of soul kings. It must have been quite a challenge for her. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye, and let me tell you, the changes during this time were significant. Take Xiaoyu and Yu Mengqing, for instance. These two were now inseparable, a sight that was almost unbearable to witness. Just the other day, they were on a hillside outside Spirit City, one drawing while the other smiled foolishly beside her. The scene was quite endearing. I must say, Xiaoyu had completely fallen under the charm of our dear Qingqing. Just as they were lost in their affectionate exchange, suddenly, a dark purple portal opened at the base of the hill. The backdrop of their date had taken a rather intense turn. Qingqing's expression shifted instantly. Exchanging glances with Xiaoyu, she summoned her martial soul and charged down without hesitation. Out of the portal emerged a colossal creature, a 40,000-year-old entity known as the Entropic Devourer, resembling Qingqing's devouring insect martial soul, albeit a more advanced version. The summoner had long since fled, leaving the creature to serve as mere fodder. For others, a soul emperor and soul king might struggle against such a foe. But it was a different story for Yu Mengqing. This was where her expertise came into play. Qingqing's martial soul not only rendered her immune to most of its attacks, but also allowed her to absorb its power. Xiaoyu was still in shock as Qingqing executed a seamless series of moves, predicting its movements, slowing it down, closing the distance, and finally, opening her mouth wide to unleash the star-absorbing technique. Within moments, the 40,000-year-old soul beast was drained of its essence, wasting even its soul ring. Xiaoyu could only watch in awe as Qingqing's devouring insect martial soul evolved right before his eyes into the more powerful Entropic Devourer. One day, in an effort to cheer up Hu Laina, who had been brooding since returning from the City of Slaughter, Xiaoyu, now wealthy, reserved a venue and invited us, the core members of both generations of the Golden Era, for a meal. The menu was so extravagant that I almost dropped my jaw in disbelief. It featured century-old earth dragon tendons and millennia-old golden and silver fruits, all sourced from soul beasts. As we dined heartily, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, suddenly, the expressions of Li Li and Qingqing changed dramatically. Li Li, a level 98 powerhouse, possessed keen instincts akin to radar. As for Qingqing, she had once been part of the cult known as the Twilight Church, making her all too familiar with its ominous presence. There's danger, Qingqing whispered, Twilight cultists. Goodness, these flies had infiltrated Spirit City? We exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Qingqing pointed to a nearby private room, and Yin, ever the sensible one, activated his martial soul, shattering the door in one powerful strike. For figures clad in black robes were startled upon seeing Qingqing. One of them, unable to contain himself, pointed at her and shouted, "Gluttonous insect saintess? You traitor!" I couldn't help but chuckle at such a melodramatic title. However, the adversary was formidable, proclaiming, "The judgment of twilight is imminent," as an eerie light emanated from all four of them, indicating a self-detonation was about to occur. "Run!" Qingqing yelled, kicking through the wall, and we scrambled through the hole onto the street. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion echoed behind us, obliterating the entire second floor of the tavern. This was serious. Within the core of Wuhuan City, such desperate criminals were lurking. It seemed that the so-called twilight moment was indeed approaching. Meanwhile, Master was experiencing remarkable progress, guarding the golden ancient tree that Yu Mengqing had initially pointed out. He had ascended from a soul power level in the 30s to an astounding 60s in just 3.5 years. Who would believe such a rapid advancement? That location was now fortified beyond measure, with the Tiando royal family and several sects collaborating to construct a brand new Shrek city around that tree. When Lily and I visited Master, we arrived just in time to witness him breaking through to level 60, requiring the hunt for soul rings. He cheerfully invited us to join him, mentioning that both he and teacher Zhao Wujin needed new rings and suggested we accompany them. I was well aware of his intentions. He coveted Lily and my martial soul fusion technique, Hanhai Langan Baizhong Bing, to control soul beasts, an exceptionally useful ability. While we followed Master into the Stardow Forest, several stealthy Twilight cultists approached the outskirts of Shrek City. However, they couldn't even get close to the city walls, as they were repelled by the divine aura radiating from the golden ancient tree. I must tell you, these two forces were fundamentally opposed. One wielded void shadows, while the other harnessed life's holy light, truly a clash of water and fire. The cultists returned, defeated and humiliated, to report their failure. 3 months passed, and the new Soul Master Tournament was fast approaching. Within the Spirit Hall, Lily, Qingqing, and I formed a brand new team, each member boasting impressive martial souls. The previous generation, led by the likes of Xieyu, assisted us daily in practicing with newcomers at the battle arena. One day, while training at the arena, the sky suddenly transformed. What was once a blue sky with white clouds was instantly engulfed by a bizarre twilight flash, dyeing the entire atmosphere with an indescribable, unsettling hue. We were still in shock when Yu Mengqing's face turned pale. She grabbed Lily and me, her voice trembling as she warned, "This is serious." We foolishly inquired what was wrong, and she explained that within the Void Forces, aside from their god-level leader, there were 6 ancient dominators, each nearing godhood. I thought to myself, what melodramatic titles. But what Yu Mengqing said next sent chills down my spine. She revealed that these 6 old monsters, while classified as limit Douluo in terms of rank, wielded cosmic primal forces, entirely on a different dimension. Do you understand? It was a dimensional strike. Her hands trembled as she sensed that the one arriving was the 4th in rank, known as the Thousand-Eyed Demon, Cthulhu. As her words echoed, the northern sky turned pitch black. How should I describe it? A colossal, eye-covered mass rose from the horizon. It was larger than a city, its purple-white skin adorned with crimson eyes rotating incessantly, enough to trigger anyone with a fear of clusters. Then, a fleshy pillar extended from its top, crowned with a gigantic eye resembling a searchlight, emanating a disconcerting purple glow. In an instant, Wuhuan City felt as if it had descended into a horror film. Chaos erupted in the battle arena as people fled in all directions, yet Yu Mengqing remained composed, shouting to us, "Rob, Lily, Wuhuan City is in your hands. I'll lead everyone to retreat." I was bewildered. What did she mean by entrusting us with this? Before I could react, the enormous eye shot forth a beam of purple light. Can you believe it? The grandest structure in Wuhuan City, the Pope's Hall, was obliterated in an instant, collapsing like a child's building blocks. The elders of the Spirit Hall rushed out in panic, only to be left dumbfounded upon witnessing the overwhelming aura and pressure that seemed to label them as worthless. Hulaina, too, was caught up in the chaos, charging into the ruins in search of her mentor, Bibi Dong. Another beam of light followed, annihilating the Douluo Hall. Just as despair settled over everyone, a golden light erupted. Remarkably, 9 soul rings appeared, black, 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 and a blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. An elder, radiating holy light, emerged. It was Qian Daolu, the legendary 99th level limit Douluo. Douluo was formidable, immediately engaging the giant eye. However, the tidal Douluo around him were mere fodder, with a single glance. The creature exterminated several in an instant, making them seem as fragile as paper. As Douluo fought, he pushed Bibi Dong away, urging her to flee with the protection of the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. Wuhuan City descended into utter chaos, and many ordinary citizens began to lose their sanity, transforming into the lowest form of Twilight Fools, attacking anyone they encountered. We could wait no longer. Lily and I exchanged glances, understanding the urgency. In the next moment, my Thunder Pearl evolved into the Thunder Spirit Pearl, while her Ice Jade sacred Kirin manifestation appeared, radiating brilliance. Together, we underwent a fusion evolution. A handsome figure with long blue-purple hair materialized, exuding an aura rivaling that of Douluo. The onlookers were dumbfounded, wondering where yet another Limit Douluo had come from. Were Limit Douluo now so common? I should say Luo Zai, called out to the heavens. Senior Douluo, I Luo Zai have come to assist. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, with our combined efforts barely achieving a stalemate against the creature known as Cthulhu. Yet, it fought with an unyielding vigor, seemingly tireless as long as its core remained intact. After 3 days, Douluo was nearing his limit, and I was at my breaking point. Suddenly, the creature employed an unscrupulous tactic, trapping me within a dark energy sphere, the so-called absolute domain, confining me in a small black room. The corrosive energy threatened to dissolve me within seconds. Douluo's eyes reddened as he roared no. Without a second thought, he charged into the seemingly fatal sphere. White holy flames ignited around him as he forcefully propelled me out, then detonated himself, transforming into a radiant beam of light that pierced the heavens, sacrificing all his life force and soul power to strike at the core of the giant eye. In an instant, the world fell silent. When Lily and I awoke, our fused state had dissipated. Before us lay a wasteland, the air thick with a purple viscous substance that was utterly revolting. Wuhuan City was no more. Douluo had fallen, and the thousand-eyed demon had perished alongside him. The entire continent's landscape had been irrevocably altered. All survivors fled toward Shrek City, for there stood the golden ancient tree, capable of resisting the encroachment of the void. Half a month later, Shrek City was overflowing with people. Tiando's city had been destroyed, and the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had been severely crippled. I must tell you, the scene was heartbreaking. Master wept like a child, for his father, the Blue Tyrant Daw, Yu Yuinjin, had succumbed to his injuries while covering the retreat of their clan, transferring all his life's power to him, catalyzing his martial soul into the radiant holy dragon. Throughout that month, Lily and I were relentless, fusing into Luo Zai to save as many lives as possible. However, this is merely a drop in the ocean. Who among the family understands? You may save 100, but an entire city on the other side is lost. The strength of an individual is truly insignificant in the face of natural disasters. After returning from the last rescue mission, I could no longer endure it. In front of all the esteemed leaders, I suddenly reverted back to my true self alongside Lily. The entire room was left bewildered, jaws dropped to the floor. Once we explained the matter of our combined evolution, their gazes towards us transformed entirely. We surrendered the equipment we had acquired over the past month, including the soul bones, with the most remarkable being the million-year grade external soul bone dropped by Keisun. Of course, that item was far too formidable for anyone to absorb, so we had to set it aside for the time being. In such an apocalyptic atmosphere, the ties of love and family could not be overlooked. Ning Rongrong wept daily, consumed by worry for her Oscar, who had been missing for 5 years, fearing he had become a follower of the Twilight. Despite the best efforts of Dai Mubai and the others, nothing seemed to alleviate her distress. Just as everyone was preoccupied with rebuilding order, a disheveled group finally emerged from the Xingdou Great Forest. Can you guess who it was? The Pope Bibi Dong and her entourage. I must tell you, it was a pitiful sight. The once mighty Pope now seemed somewhat unhinged, alternating between laughter and tears, frantically lost in despair. The destruction of Wuhuan City had dealt them an unbearable blow. Yet amidst the despair, there remained a glimmer of hope. And that hope resided in Shrek City. While Bibi Dong and her group lamented, our third brother, Tang San, finally descended from Hao Ian sect after 5 long years. He was eager to reunite with Xiao Wu. Imagine his surprise as he activated the flying mode of his blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, racing towards Tiando City. However, something was amiss. The distant Tiando City appeared as though shrouded in a dark filter. He quickly activated his purple extreme demon eye and gasped in horror. The dark energy was so thick it seemed to ooze. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Tiando City had vanished, reduced entirely to ruins. The ground was littered with ordinary people infected by what were called the Twilight Fools. Upon seeing someone in the sky, they fired Twilight rays at him like anti-aircraft guns. However, for a Soul King at level 59, armed with 3 soul bones, this was merely child's play. He wrapped himself with blue-silver emperor and faced no harm. Circling the city walls, his heart sank. Where were his teachers? Where were Dai and the others? What about Xiao Wu? He dared not ponder further. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. A year prior, the master had mentioned that Shrek had established a new campus on the outskirts of Xingdou Great Forest, creating Shrek City. Most importantly, there was a divine tree known as the Golden Ancient Tree that could fend off these void creatures. Without hesitation, he turned southwest, pressing the accelerator to its limit, racing forward at full speed. Meanwhile, at Shrek City, the master and Ning Fengji were convening an emergency meeting of the Anti-Magic Alliance when an unexpected guest barged in. Guess who? Douluo. I must say, he looked like a lost dog. The esteemed leaders present regarded him with a mix of amusement, particularly Douluo, who wore a smirk that almost seemed to say, "Look at you now." Douluo, under immense pressure, forced a smile. "Your Holiness, the Pope has arrived. Shouldn't you all welcome her?" Ning Fengji responded with a tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, who would have thought there were still survivors from the Wuhuan Palace? Please, let her in." This nearly provoked Douluo to reveal his true martial spirit right then and there. To everyone's surprise, Bibi Dong entered herself, looking utterly haggard, as though she had aged a decade overnight. Her vacant gaze swept the room, and she solemnly declared, "The Wuhuan Palace is gone. What does my position as Pope mean now?" The room fell into an immediate silence. At that moment, the master posed a practical question. "So, Your Holiness, how many of you survived?" And then, a shocking revelation. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on the master and replied, "Xiao Gang, call me Donger." Donger, in front of all the continent's top powers. The implications of this revelation were staggering. Everyone was left in shock, questioning the nature of their relationship. The master stood frozen, his heart heavy as he slowly walked outside. There, in the open area, Gaga stood dejectedly, accompanied by a dozen equally disheveled young people. The once mighty Wuhuan Palace had been reduced to this pitiful state. Just then, a girl named Yu Mengqing from Bibi Dong's group stepped forward into the discussion hall. I must tell you, she opened with a bombshell. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. Allow me to introduce the Void Forces. No one here understands it better than I do, for I was one of the Void S5 maidens. 6 years ago, I opened the portal during the Beast Tide in Tiando City." The room fell into an uproar. Was this a traitor, friend, or foe? Yet, Yu Mengqing remained composed under the scrutinizing gazes of the powerful leaders as she calmly detailed the old ones. The Twilight Sun and the Twilight Judgment, thoroughly dismantling the opposing system. Following her explanation, some were left despondent, feeling that the enemy was far too formidable to contend with. Then, Yu Mengqing proposed an even more explosive plan, to cultivate an entire generation of extreme Douluo. This statement drew laughter from the Sword Douluo and others. "Are you joking, little girl? Extreme Douluo are common as cabbages, and an entire generation?" Yu Mengqing quickly clarified that if they could eliminate those old ones and allow the Golden Ancient Tree to absorb their energy, they could grant young soul masters a significant upgrade. Bibi Dong also supported her, stating, if all else fails, there's another route: ascension to godhood. Once someone becomes a deity, those old ones are nothing but trash. However, the crowd found this even less credible. Godhood? Wasn't that even more elusive? Just as the conversation seemed to reach an impasse, Yu Mengqing suddenly shifted gears, proposing a suggestion that left everyone perplexed. "Esteemed seniors, I propose we rename this island as Sea God Island, the lake as Sea God Lake, and the assembly hall as Sea God Pavilion." At that moment, I was taken aback. "Sister, with the flames of crisis licking at our heels, are you seriously suggesting renovations?" An irate star-crowned Douluo erupted. "Nonsense. Who has the leisure to worry about names at a time like this?" Yet, the master perceived deeper significance in this suggestion. Recalling a place he had visited in his youth, he inquired of Yu Mengqing, "Qing, do you mean there is a deeper meaning behind this?" She nodded eagerly indeed. we may truly be able to connect with the legendary sea god and harness divine power for rapid growth. Upon hearing this, the master recounted everything he knew about Sea God Island, concluding that the place was perilously dangerous and that entry would not guarantee exit. They would have to wait until the children reached the Soul Saint level before considering it, thus temporarily shelving the idea. Yu Mengqing, sensing this route was blocked, quickly proposed a secondary option. Then we can settle for a place called Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley. The esteemed leaders were once again left bewildered. What was this place? They had never heard of it. Suddenly, a girl named Lily, who had previously merged with Luobua, timidly raised her hand. Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley? I think I've heard of it. In an instant, all attention shifted to her. Lily recounted that a few days prior, while connecting with the golden ancient tree, she had witnessed an illusion in which someone mentioned this location and a person named Hui Yuhao. The most crucial moment arrived when, after the illusion dissipated, a voice proclaimed that it could transport her to face a trial. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengqing felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, nearly leaping with joy. As a traveler from another realm, she was well aware of who Huoguo was. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Currently, Li Li's influence surpassed that of the titled Douluos. She asserted that venturing to that place could swiftly enhance one's strength, albeit with risks involved. Those with impure intentions would not survive. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill of trepidation. Yu Mengqing quickly added, "There is a strategy. Just respond truthfully to any inquiries upon entry, and, at the very least, it will ensure your survival." Li Li nodded in agreement, suggesting they gather a group to venture forth and test the waters. Thus, the plan was tentatively set in motion for preparation. As fate would have it, Tang San appeared at the northern gate of Shrek City just as they discussed their plans. The sight of the magnificent golden ancient tree, radiating its luminous aura, instilled a sense of reassurance within him. He soared directly to the island where the golden ancient tree stood and, upon landing, was immediately recognized by a group of young people, with Ulaina being the first to exclaim, "Tangyin." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, gazing at the towering figure of the blue-haired young man, were filled with confusion, questioning, "Who are you?" The transformation Tang San had undergone over the past 5 years was nothing short of astonishing. It was Ning Rongrong's keen eyes that spotted the treasures at his waist, exclaiming, "Ah, how do you have Sanji's Rui Bao Bao pouch and the 24 bridges under the moonlight?" Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, his aura rising as he demanded, "Who are you? How do you possess Xiao San's belongings?" Tang San found the situation both heartwarming and amusing, thinking to himself how true brotherhood transcends time. Without further ado, he revealed his blue-silver emperor and Haotian hammer, while 8 spider spears sprang forth from his back. Upon seeing these 3 artifacts, Dai Mubai and the others finally recognized him and were overwhelmed with excitement. However, Hulaina stood frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the Tang Yin she had shared trials with in the city of slaughter was, in fact, her most despised Tang San. She felt as though her entire world had crumbled, realizing she had been egregiously deceived. Ignoring her, Tang San was engrossed in reminiscing with his brothers when Li Li and Luo Bo, who had been in a meeting, emerged upon receiving the news. The moment Li Li's eyes fell upon Tang San, they sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. What a perfect little guinea pig has arrived, she thought. Tang San, renowned for his purity and unwavering devotion to Xiao Wu, was undoubtedly the best candidate to venture into the perilous Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. Initially eager to seek out Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, Tang San found himself flanked by Li Li and Luo Bo, who insisted that he first scout the area. Though he harbored reservations, particularly given Luo Bo's affiliation with the Wuhuan Palace and his father's directive to eliminate a title de law, he knew he could disregard Luo Bo's insistence, but not the Master-S. The Master encouraged him to investigate for the sake of all, to gather insights. Reluctantly, Tang San steeled himself for the challenge. Li Li guided him to an enigmatic rune beneath the golden ancient tree and inquired, "Third senior brother, are you ready?" With a nod from Tang San, the rune erupted with brilliant golden light, enveloping him and causing him to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, the rune transformed into a colossal live-streaming screen, broadcasting Tang San's situation in real time. All young individuals were required to witness and learn from the experience. In the next moment, Tang San found himself in a bizarre valley illuminated by golden sun and a blue moon. A hauntingly deep male voice began the soul-searching interrogation. "Welcome to the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. Your name is Tang San, is it not?" Tang San recalled Li Li's strategy and responded truthfully, yes. Do you have a beloved? Who is she? The voice continued. Yes, her name is Xiao Wu. The voice pressed further. Oh, Tang San, are you certain? In your heart, do you regard her more as a sister or as a beloved? This question was indeed perplexing. Tang San candidly admitted that he had seen her as a sister in his youth, but now felt more like a lover. Regardless of a label, he vowed to cherish and protect her for a lifetime. The voice then unleashed a staggering revelation. Do you know? Your Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast reborn as a human. The reason she approached you is solely to accelerate her power enhancement through proximity to a human. Do you still love her? The audience watching the stream gasped in shock. Xiao Wu is a soul beast. Yet Tang San responded fiercely, his voice laced with indignation. I have known for a long time. What does it matter if she is a human or a beast? The emotions of a beast can be more genuine than those of a human. Her motives for approaching me are irrelevant. Do you wish to tear us apart? The voice scoffed. Very well. Although you are still unclear about your feelings, at least your sincerity is commendable. I reward you with a 5-level increase in soul power. However, your earlier disrespectful remarks and malicious assumptions about me warrant a penalty. You shall enter a deep adventure. Tang San was momentarily bewildered. What in the world was a deep adventure? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the scene shifted, and he found himself transported near the core area of the Stardow Forest. The voice echoed once more. You must rescue your Xiao Wu and prevent her from falling into the hands of the Void Forces. Extract her from danger, and it will count as a success. With this directive, Tang San abandoned any other concerns and raced through the forest at breakneck speed, employing the Flying God Claw, Blue Silver Emperor, and 8 Spider Spears. Utilizing every ability at his disposal. Before long, he burst through the thicket and beheld a scene that had occupied his thoughts by a crystal-clear lake. Xiao Wu gracefully perched upon the shoulder of a colossal Titan giant ape, alongside a Tianqing Yomang. The sight was breathtakingly ethereal. However, in the next instant, 3 dark purple energy spheres hurtled toward them from a distance. De Ming and Air Ming, being too large, could not evade the attack, and in an instant, they were struck, succumbing to the taint of the Void's aura. Xiao Wu, Tang San cried out in alarm. Xiao Wu executed a sudden teleport to evade the assault. Sensing Tang San's presence, she did not wish for him to approach, fearing the strength of their pursuers. Yet, with De Ming and Air Ming's safety in jeopardy, Tang San gritted his teeth and activated his Blue Silver Emperor to rush towards her, enveloping her in his embrace. Quick, we must leave. Without hesitation, they held each other tightly in the air and began their desperate flight. Behind them, a dozen Shadow Soul Saints had commenced their relentless pursuit. This reunion was profoundly heart-wrenching. After 5 long years, they were thrust into a life-and-death escape. Xiao Wu buried her head deep in Tang San's warm embrace. While he harbored a singular thought, I must protect her, even at the cost of my life. He forsook flight, landing and using the 8 spider spears to propel himself forward, racing through the intricate forest while unleashing his mental prowess to guide Xiao Wu in evading the lethal pursuit behind them. However, their relentless pursuers were truly ruthless. Despite Tang San's remarkable speed, akin to a parkour master in 2025, the adversaries were a cadre of soul saints. Do they understand the concept of level suppression? Among them were 5 specialized in speed, closing the distance alarmingly. Tang San felt urgency mount within him. His ghost shadow perplexing track was suited for short-range maneuvers. But running a marathon was a different challenge altogether. Countless agile techniques flashed through his mind, yet they were of little use now. This was a matter of life and death, not a martial arts symposium. As one of the speed-oriented soul saints drew perilously close, Tang San made a decisive choice. He would no longer flee. He abruptly halted, plunging the 8 spider spears into a tree trunk and suspended himself and Xiao Wu in midair. The pursuing foe, seeing their target stop, rejoiced, believing victory was at hand, and transformed their hands into blades as they lunged forward. But this was precisely the moment Tang San had been waiting for. The parasitic ability of the Blue Silver Emperor activated instantaneously, rendering the approaching foe momentarily immobilized. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Sangu unleashed the Haotian hammer with a resounding crash, while the Baju spear, akin to 8 venomous barbs, plunged mercilessly into the body of the Soul Saint. Oh, my dear friends, this is what we call a counterattack. This is the essence of extreme maneuvering. Sanji's mind was remarkably clear. He understood that flight was futile. To preserve his life, he had to eliminate the swiftest of those long-legged fiends first. Thus, Sangu and Xiao Wu coordinated their efforts, one controlling while the other executed, swiftly toppling 3 agile soul saints. However, there were still 4 adversaries remaining. The last soul saint, witnessing the demise of his comrades, was consumed by a mix of shock and fury, launching a surprise attack that struck Xiao Wu's invincible golden form with no effect whatsoever. In response, Xiao Wu retaliated with a barrage from the Zhuge crossbow. Although it could not harm him, it bought them precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Sangu caught his breath and, with Xiao Wu in his arms, dashed forward with reckless abandon. To be honest, the esteemed individuals watching the live broadcast through the golden ancient tree were left utterly astounded. 2 younglings, managing to counter 4 soul saints? What manner of monstrosities emerged from Shrek Academy? Yet, fate proved to be a cruel mistress. Just as they believed they could catch their breath, a colossal humanoid spider blocked their path. Truly, the heavens conspired against them. Sangu had no choice but to confront it head-on, wasting those invaluable seconds while the remaining 9 soul saints formed a perfect encirclement. It was over. There was no escape from the heavens above or the earth below. The master, observing from afar, felt his heart shatter, repeatedly calling out for Xiao San to refrain from such folly. Yet, his pleas were in vain. In this dire moment, Sangu made a decision that would forever be etched in my memory. He suddenly hurled Xiao Wu, with all his might, into the sky. Brother! Xiao Wu's shrill scream pierced the air, lacerating the heart. She attempted to teleport back, but Sangu, as he threw her, struck her acupoint, rendering her motionless. He was sacrificing his life to grant her a chance at survival. I watched helplessly as all 9 soul saints directed their multicolored attacks, akin to fireworks, solely towards Tang San. What was Tang San doing? He curled into a ball, using the Baju spear as a shield behind him, while the blue-silver emperor surged forth, enveloping him in a protective cocoon. In that instant, he astonishingly broke through, ascending from level 59 to 60. Yet, it was of no avail. The concentrated fire of 9 soul saints could not be withstood even by a deity. The first wave of impact shattered the illusion of the Haotian hammer. Subsequently, countless attacks struck him with unrelenting force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as I beheld Tang San's right leg obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene from the air, wept blood from her eyes. She finally broke free from her acupoint. Yet Sangu, astonishingly, wore a smile. He remained eerily calm, and in a moment his right leg was annihilated. His right hand plunged into the blood mist, grasping a glimmering blue leg bone. It was his soul bone. He turned and, expending his final ounce of strength, hurled the blood-stained leg bone toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu utilized the soul bone skill to fly. Quickly flee. His voice cracked as he shouted. He had meticulously planned everything. He comprehended that neither of them could survive. Thus, he chose to be a shield with his own body. Even at the last moment, emulating his father's actions from years past, forcibly separating his soul bone for Xiao Wu. However, he was not entitled to law. The cost of forcibly separating a soul bone is life. As he cast the soul bone away, his left hand gripped a shard of the Baju spear and plunged it deep into his own heart. He succeeded. He had vowed to protect Xiao Wu with his life, and he truly did so. Yet, he had calculated everything, except for Xiao Wu's unwavering determination. In midair, Xiao Wu caught the leg bone, gazing down at the man who had sacrificed everything for her, witnessing his self-destructive act for the sake of the bone, and observing the enemy's final assault poised to consume him entirely. She smiled, a smile more sorrowful than tears. Brother, you are foolish. If you die, how could I possibly live on alone? Suddenly, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Xiao Wu. A blinding crimson light exploded from her brow, instantly enveloping the entire forest. Time, space, and all things stood still in that moment. The attack from the soul saints hung, suspended in midair. The only one capable of motion was Xiao Wu. She transformed into a translucent ruby hue, gently descending beside Tang San, pressing the leg bone back on his severed right leg. Then, she bowed her head and kissed his cold lips. In the next instant, crimson flames ignited from her being. It was not mere fire, it was her life force. Her soul, her century-long cultivation, a sacrifice. She chose the same path as Tang San's mother, giving herself for the one she loved most. Tang San awoke in a haze, feeling his wounds heal at an astonishing rate, his severed leg regrowing. He beheld Xiao Wu before him, her form gradually becoming transparent, transforming into a colossal, blood-red soul ring. He yearned to shout, to intervene, but he was paralyzed, unable to utter a single word, witnessing helplessly as his heart ached. He had planned everything, trading his life for hers, and yet, the one he cherished most had, in turn, sacrificed her life to save him. Is there any greater agony in this world? Just as Xiao Wu's figure began to vanish completely, and Tang San was engulfed in despair, a radiant light flashed, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pure white expanse. A vague figure stood before him, coldly stating, "Mission objective deceased, adventure failed." However, given the mutual sacrifice you both made for each other, the punishment is rescinded. Tang San, in a frenzy, lunged forward. "Where's my Xiao Wu? Return her to me." The voice replied, "She has become your century-long soul ring, merging with you as one. I desire no soul ring. I only want Xiao Wu." Tang San fell to his knees, weeping like a child, clutching at the legs of the ethereal figure. "You are a deity, are you not? I implore you. Please save her. I would exchange my life for hers." The figure smirked with an air of mischief. "Are you truly resolved? I am resolute. Please resurrect her, and erase her memories of me, allowing her to live happily." Tang San's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." As those words fell, a beam of light shot forth from the figure, and Tang San felt the collapse of his spiritual sea, his body disintegrating into particles, perishing. Yet in the next heartbeat, he was resurrected. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, an icy palm struck him down, and he died once more. Revived again, he was stabbed with a dagger, only to be frozen into shards upon resurrection. This cycle repeated endlessly, and Tang San was slain countless times, rendering him numb. Finally, he erupted in fury. "What do you intend to accomplish? If you are a deity, can you not slay a mere mortal?" The figure, destined to be the future Huiyuhao, reveled internally, though Tang San remained unaware, yet spoke aloud, as a man, "If you cannot even discern your own feelings, you're either a cad or a coward. Do you still believe Xiao Wu is your sister?" Tang San paused, then instinctively replied, "No, she is my beloved." "Now, that is correct." The figure snapped his fingers. "Test passed. Your reward shall be the return of your century-long soul ring." Before Tang San's eyes, the blood-red soul ring floated away, reassembling in the air. That familiar long hair, that breathtaking visage, Xiao Wu. "Sange!" Tang San rushed forward, embracing his beloved, returned from the brink of loss. The exhilaration of this reversal, this joy of reunion, was an experience unlike any other. In the next moment, they were transported back before the golden ancient tree. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, they embraced and kissed, oblivious to the world around them, as if only each other existed. After a considerable time, Tang San regained his senses. Like a wolf fiercely guarding its young, he scanned the surroundings with his ZGMO tongue, barking, "What you all staring at? If you dare to touch my Xiao Wu, you shall step over my corpse." The prominent figures present exchanged awkward glances, feeling the tension in the air. To be frank, who wouldn't desire a 100,000-year soul ring? However, after witnessing the heart-wrenching live broadcast of a love story that transcended life and death, who could muster the courage to take action now? At that moment, Bibi Dong in the crowd suddenly trembled. She recalled the 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit. The 100,000-year soul ring she possessed was acquired by slaying Xiao Wu's mother. This enmity had escalated immensely. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense until Ning Fengji stepped in to mediate, persuading everyone to disperse. Poor Tang San had only just reunited with Xiao Wu, his nerves still taut, when a flash of golden light abruptly enveloped him, and he was conscripted once again. This time, it was the enigmatic divine shadow that assigned the final trial to another individual, Luo Bo, with the task of rescuing the master craftsman Lu Gao, and his partner was none other than Tang San. When the two were teleported outside a city named Gongxin, they were taken aback. The entire city was shrouded in an eerie purple twilight, with streets teeming with twilight fools transformed into zombie-like creatures, frantically assaulting the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in the city center. Alas, they had arrived too late. Exchanging glances, they instantly activated their martial spirits. Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor and Luo Bo's Thunder Spirit Pearl shone brilliantly. Tang San took on the role of close-quarters protector, while Luo Bo began chanting a formidable spell. A black soul ring illuminated, and he unleashed a skill called Magnetic Shockwave significantly diminishing the enemy's resistance to lightning. Following that, his fourth soul skill, the Heavenly Calamity Thunder Array, was activated. For dark clouds converge at the densest point of the enemy horde, and with a downward sweep of Luobo's hand, a purple-golden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating a vast swathe of monsters. However, as expected, matters were not so straightforward. Three evidently stronger figures emerged from the mass of monsters. Two Soul Kings and a repugnant 30,000-year entropy devourer. The moment it appeared, it unleashed its ultimate skill, and a dark purple poisonous mist enveloped the entire area, akin to entering a toxic zone, causing soul power to rapidly deplete and rendering individuals weak. This domain skill had once confounded even a soul sage like Zhao Wujia. How could the two of them possibly contend with it now? To make matters worse, the two Soul Kings were not to be underestimated. They began siphoning the life force of the nearby minions, akin to indulging in a buffet. Within mere seconds, their eyes turned red, and their power surged, catapulting them from the Soul King level to that of Soul Emperors. This was disastrous. They were now up against three formidable Soul Emperor-level adversaries. How could they possibly fight back? I urgently shouted to Tang San, Saner, activate your domain. Quickly. Tang San responded promptly, and the blue-silver domain unfolded, releasing a refreshing aroma of grass that somewhat repelled the nauseating purple mist. However, in truth, the effect was limited. After all, this was the heart of Gongxin City, the Steel City, where there were hardly any flowers or plants to bolster his domain. It merely managed to offset a portion of the pressure. The monstrous creature, however, was cunning. Seizing the opportunity, it conjured a magical formation beneath our feet. Reminiscent of Yu Mengqing's technique, called the Eternal Feast, an ominous name indeed. Both Tang San and I understood that stepping into it would spell disaster. I activated my sixth soul skill, Thunder Shift, transforming my form into a streak of purple lightning to evade the trap. Tang San, too, demonstrated impressive agility, activating his ghost shadow mist to escape. Yet, the predicament was dire. We had inadvertently split the battlefield, one facing three opponents and the other alone, a pure disadvantage. Upon noticing Tang San's 5 soul rings, the enemies concluded he was an easy target. Thus, the 30,000-year entropy devourer and a soul master charged toward Tang San, while the insect martial spirit user approached me with a sinister grin. So a one-on-one duel it was. I knew that Luobo was exceptionally capable. He possessed a legendary golden rune that amplified his lightning spell attacks by an impressive 40%. In terms of raw attack power, he surpassed many soul sages. I initiated with magnetic shockwave, unleashing a pale purple electromagnetic wave that detonated, hitting all three adversaries and applying debuffs. The insect warrior suddenly surged toward me through a crack in the ground. I nimbly executed a short-distance thunder shift to evade and swiftly fired a thunder arrow at him. Yet this foe was remarkably resilient. The insect martial spirit allowed him to endure my attack, and he remained unharmed. Impressive. I would launch another. Once again, he activated his shield to withstand my assault. Those who understand know how perplexing this is. My thunder arrow was enhanced by runes, and despite being affected by debuffs, he still managed to withstand 2 strikes. His defense was astounding. Conventional strategies were futile. It was time to employ some flair. I activated my 3rd soul skill, Thunder Armor, enveloping myself in crackling electricity, followed by my 6th soul skill, Thunder Shift, not for mobility, but to penetrate directly through his body. At that precise moment of passage, I suddenly had an epiphany. The combination of these 2 skills produced a remarkable chemical reaction. With a thunderous explosion, a purple-golden lightning field erupted from my center, creating a stunning area of dizziness. The insect warrior was momentarily stunned, standing there like a wooden post. Though only for 2 seconds, it was sufficient. 2 thunder arrows struck true, reducing him to a ragged state. Just as I was poised to deliver another skill to finish him off, I caught a glimpse of a shadow hurtling toward me from the corner of my eye. Upon focusing, I was astonished. It was Tang San. He had been launched like a human cannonball straight toward me. How precise was that? I momentarily froze. Could Saner have been overwhelmed so swiftly? We collided and tumbled together, barely regaining our footing when the Soul Master wielding the mountain giant martial spirit caught up, followed closely by the disgusting entropy devourer. The giant stomped down with a resounding thud, causing the ground to quake violently, disorienting us. Seizing this opportunity, he leaped, crashing a heavy foot onto Tang San's back, making me wince in sympathy. Immediately after, the Entropy Devourer arrived, jaws wide open, ready to strike. Tang San instinctively shielded himself with the 8 spider lances, while I could only summon an electric sphere for defense. Those who understand the situation know how bewildering their coordination was. Just as the Entropy Devourer was about to unleash the eternal feast, the mountain giant seized us both and, as if discarding refuse, hurled us out of the skill's range, causing the ultimate move to miss its target. An opportunity arose. Mid-air, I activated my 6th soul skill, donning my thunder armor, and penetrated through the body of the mountain giant once more. With a resounding crash, the mesmerizing area of dizziness manifested again. For these 2 seconds, Tang San still had ample soul power. He had been maneuvering with his 8 spider lances and entanglement, saving his ultimate move for this moment. Now, it was his time to shine. His 4th soul ring blazed with dark light, and the blue-silver spike formation erupted. Countless golden-threaded blue-silver emperors surged forth from the earth, propelling the cumbersome mountain giant skyward. This was the moment. With his 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, a golden-blue spear coalesced in an instant, released, and pierced straight through the giant, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. Now, only the Entropy Devourer remained. Realizing its allies had vanished, it panicked and hastily retracted its energy-draining domain. Tang San and I exchanged a glance, and without a word, we drew our hidden weapons. I struck it squarely in the mouth. Tang San was truly ruthless, aiming directly for the eyes. The gigantic insect was instantly blinded, becoming a living target. Tang San followed up with a shot from the Yanwang Tai, and the battle concluded. At that moment, the divine craftsman Lu Gao leisurely exited the building, appearing as if he had just finished a fight himself. The mysterious voice echoed, "Rescue of the divine craftsman Lu Gao successful. Reward, 1,000 tons of food. Reward for assistant Tang San, 1 soul ring of 30,000 years, automatically absorbed." As soon as the words were spoken, a radiant glow enveloped Tang San, propelling him to the 64th level, officially becoming a Soul Emperor. In the next moment, Tang San, Lu Gao, and I were teleported back to Shrek Island. Gazing at the mountain of various foods before us, all fatigue and pain from the earlier battle vanished in an instant. What a remarkable profit. The scene of Tang San and I executing a 3-on-2 extreme counterattack left all the spectators in awe. This rascal, Luo Bo, seized the opportunity to flaunt, revealing the secret of the rune system and boasting that he was already a master-level rune master, capable of crafting items of legendary golden quality. The crowd erupted, and those formidable beings immediately began placing orders, clamoring for golden items. The look in Bai Bai Dong's eyes seemed to say, "Why didn't you present such treasures earlier?" A day later, Yu Mengqing and Xie Yu hosted a bonfire barbecue. Initially meant to be a gathering for the youth, it unexpectedly attracted the Golden Iron Triangle, Bai Bai Dong, and even Ning Fengji, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Ning Rongrong appeared distracted throughout, seemingly lost in thought, until she suddenly broke into an unusual smile. The next morning, she rushed to find Li Li, expressing her desire to enter the Qianquan Wenqing Valley to seek out Oscar. Although Li Li felt that as a support-type soul master, it was unlikely for her to receive a rescue mission, she still agreed. Thus, Ning Rongrong became the 3rd challenger. Before the ancient golden tree, the apparition inquired why she loved Oscar. I must say, at that moment, Rongrong's eyes reddened as she began recounting her story with Oscar. She said, "When I first entered Shrek, I was merely a spoiled little princess, despised by everyone, yet he, Oscar, regardless of my bad temper, remained by my side, striving to change me. At that time, he had no idea who I was. Eventually, he learned of my identity and the family's dreadful rule that direct descendants must marry battle soul masters. It was because of that statement that he left. Only after he departed did I realize how indispensable he was to me. I was truly foolish. Why couldn't I have deceived him to keep it by my side? I am but a coward, lacking the courage to defy my family's rules. Is he safe out there, surrounded by monsters? If something were to happen to him, I would never forgive myself." She wept, unable to continue. The apparition remained silent for a long while before coldly assigning her a task. Infiltrate the underground basement of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, now occupied by the Void Forces, and locate a treasure belonging to her within 30 minutes. Moreover, the system granted her an advantage. As a support, any defeated enemies would drop disposable soul skill scrolls. In the blink of an eye, Ning Rongrong found herself in her own home's basement, armed with the Zhuge divine crossbow. Stealthily making her way through, upon encountering a soul master, she swiftly dispatched him with an arrow to the throat, obtaining a scroll of the revitalizing roar, which temporarily enhanced her strength. A horde of minions soon followed, and with a flurry of flying daggers and crossbow bolts, she easily eliminated them. After defeating another foe, she obtained a scroll of the fiery tempest. Ahead lay a door, locked from the inside, with 3 soul ancestors within. Ning Rongrong, displaying her cleverness, amplified herself with the 9 treasures glazed tower and directed the fiery tempest scroll at the door. The flames erupted, transforming the room into a fiery inferno, forcing the 3 individuals to burst through the door, only to be met by Ning Rongrong, who eliminated them one by one with her crossbow. She surged into the room, discovering a deeper passage. On the 2nd level, she valiantly fought her way through, finding a colored diamond in each of the 7 rooms, representing the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Just as she seized the final diamond, all 7 suddenly flew together, merging into a heart-shaped gemstone, the 7 treasures' heart. It became clear that she was the chosen daughter of the 7 treasures glazed tile school of this generation. However, the task had yet to indicate completion. She pressed onward, vanquishing the last 2 guards and pushing open the final door. The room was dimly lit, and on the bed at the far end lay a person. Ning Rongrong illuminated him with her soul power, instantly petrified. The handsome face and melancholic gaze belonged to Oscar. Yet now, Oscar exuded an aura of chaotic void energy. Having become a Twilight believer, Ning Rongrong, tears streaming down her face, lunged toward him, only to be unceremoniously hurled away by Oscar's emotionless punch. He sat dazed on the bed, a sausage floating in his hand, mumbling, "Who are you? Want a sausage? I have a big sausage." What a revelation. The treasure the system spoke of was not the 7 treasures' heart, but him. At that moment, the apparition spoke, reminding her that she could use an illusion to awaken Oscar. It dawned on Ning Rongrong that Tang San had given her an illusion soul bone. She immediately activated the skill, enveloping both of them in a purple glow as scenes from their past began to replay in their minds. From the first encounter with the disheveled sausage uncle to the diligent young man who trained relentlessly for her, to the heart-wrenching moment he departed due to family obligations. The murkiness in Oscar's eyes gradually dissipated. With tears flowing, Ning Rongrong summoned all her strength to utter her final plea. "Oscar, I beg you, come home with me. What is the 9 treasures glazed tile compared to you? You are my only treasure." In a flash, Oscar's gaze became crystal clear. "Rongrong," he exclaimed, enveloping her in his arms as they both wept inconsolably. The system's prompt sounded, indicating the completion of the 2nd trial, rewarding both with a soul bone of 20,000 years. In the next moment, they were teleported back before the ancient golden tree, embracing for a full 10 minutes before parting. Once separated, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. You thought it ended there? Oh, the best was yet to come. In the square, there remained a gathering of prominent figures, among them Su Xinglin, a title Douluo from the Douluo Empire, whose calculating demeanor suggested he sought to gain some advantage. This fellow was the foremost control-type soul master of Douluo, at level 95, truly impressive. However, he bore a critical flaw. He was perpetually single, having never experienced love. Who among us understands the absurdity of a love trial when a 1,000-year-old single dog attempts to join the fray? His brother's child was already at Shrek, while he remained a romantic novice. The attendant, a woman named Li, wore an expression of disbelief, yet as a title Douluo, her dignity required her to tolerate it. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see what hidden plot would unfold for the esteemed figure. What happened next? In less than 10 seconds, he was promptly ejected. We were all bewildered by the situation. Later, it became clear that the Qian Kun, when Qing Valley had posed him a single question, "Do you have a beloved?" He replied, "No, never had one, and likely never will." Can you guess the system's response? Utter humiliation, a stone. The trial concluded, and he was dismissed. Su Xinglin's face turned green with rage, and he stormed off in embarrassment. This incident became a joke, and, in time, the Qian Kun, when Qing Valley transformed into a regular checkpoint for the inner courtyard. A month passed, and everyone's strength soared. One day, Li and her partner Luo Bo invited Tang San and Xiao Wu over, presenting them with a remarkable gift. They unveiled a plate called the Fusion Evolution Disc. Fusion Evolution? Tang San was astonished. Just like you two? Exactly, Li exclaimed with excitement. You two share the highest compatibility, so you'll be our test subjects. If successful, you can fuse at any time. At your current levels, over 60, you'll surely reach at least level 80 after fusion. Come on, Tang-san. Take the lead and give it a try. Let me tell you, the scene resembled a transformation sequence from special effects drama. The two of them poured their soul power into the disc, and their martial souls awakened. Tang-san's blue-silver emperor sprouted forth in an instant, while Xiao Wu's Wutu also leapt into being. A flash of brilliance revealed a striking figure. With blue hair and crimson eyes, he exuded an undeniable charm. He possessed a semblance of Tang-san's composure and a hint of Xiao Wu's vivacity, truly remarkable. This new form was named Tang Yunwen, with the martial soul of Ro Gunling. As the soul rings illuminated, they revealed a stunning array. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 8 rings. An 80th level, soul, Douluo. They had succeeded. Li Li and Luo Bo were ecstatic, declaring that if their bond of life and death did not yield success, there would be little hope for others. Yet, this was not the end. The following day, they switched positions, with Xiao Wu taking the lead, and combined once more. This time, they transformed into an exceptionally adorable girl named Wu Lin, with pink curls and clad in a blue robe, her martial soul being the blue-silver rabbit emperor. Again, she achieved 8 rings as a soul, Douluo. What a lively scene it was. The newly emerged Tang Yunwen dashed to the inner courtyard soul arena, challenging the assembled soul kings and soul emperors with a single finger. Those present were bewildered. Did his personality shift after the fusion? He carried an air reminiscent of his father, Tang Hao. Everyone assumed he was an arrogant newcomer, but he soon revealed, "Stop speculating. I am a fusion of Gongsan and Xiao Wu. Are you ready to fight?" This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. However, with the challenge cast, who would dare back down? A 12 against 1 appeared to be a sure victory. But what transpired was a one-sided massacre. Upon invoking his soul rings, Tang Yunwen unleashed his first soul skill, Uhu Sunjong, reducing damage by 20% and showcasing his formidable resilience. His second skill, Lan Yin Shangong, created a group blinding effect, plunging the 4 foremost assault-type opponents into darkness, rendering them momentarily sightless. His skill set defied conventional tactics. As those first 4 regained their senses, they launched an attack alongside 3 agile fighters, one of whom was Zhu Zhuqing. Yet Tang Yunwen's 4th skill, Ogu DeerFrom, ensnared all 7 opponents mid-air with 7 tendrils that seemed to possess a mind of their own. Then came his 5th skill, teleportation. He vanished from sight, leaving the 7 opponents to crash down like dumplings. Just like that, the assault and agility types were obliterated. Only a handful of support and control types remained. One named Su Tainan, undeterred, utilized his first skill, Xinglan Seven, boasting absolute control. Remarkably, it managed to immobilize Tang Yunwen for 2 seconds. But guess what happened next? Tang Yunwen simply crossed his arms and smiled, exuding an air of nonchalance that suggested, "Come at me. I'm pressed for time." He taunted, "I suggest you cease your struggles. You cannot control me. Do you understand the concept of level suppression?" As the opposing forces launched another attack, he activated his 6th skill, doubling his speed. With a swift dash and a somersault, he circled behind his adversaries and unleashed more tendrils, binding the remaining foes before tossing them skyward. Another teleportation followed, resulting in a cacophony of crashes as they fell. After the dust settled, silence enveloped the arena, while a soul Douluo could defeat a soul king. Achieving such a victory with such ease was unprecedented. The next day, Wu Lin took the stage, excelling even further as a range attacker. Her demeanor, reminiscent of Xiao Wu, made her immensely popular, and had it not been known that she was a fusion, admirers would have lined up from Shrek to Tiendo City. Life continued in this manner until one fateful morning, the sky darkened to an eerie shade of deep violet, inducing trepidation. The Void Forces, those nefarious villains, commenced a full-scale assault. Shrek City, protected by the ancient golden tree, remained impervious, prompting the enemy to encroach upon the surrounding areas. Soon, the entire continent, save for Shrek City and a few hidden locales, had succumbed. Speaking of hidden places, one must mention the Haotian sect. Recently, they dispatched 7 envoys to negotiate their entry into Shrek City. Leading them was the sect master, Tang Xiao, accompanied by 2 elders, 3 titled Douluos in total. The 3 entered the inner courtyard only to find Zhu mourning his fallen brother, Gue Douluo. What a dramatic turn of events. The Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall were bitter rivals. Without hesitation, The three brandished their massive hammers and swung them toward Douluo. The students in the inner courtyard were stunned, hastily seeking refuge. Luo Bo and Lili observed the three Tong S as if they were fools. Luo Bo sighed. Let S fuse and awaken them to the reality of their situation. With a flash of light, the two combined into the strikingly handsome extreme Douluo, Luo Zia. The overwhelming pressure he emitted silenced the entire arena. The three Haotian hammers froze midair. Luo Zia, hands clasped behind his back, strolled forward and inquired in a calm tone. Why are you three causing a ruckus here? This statement was laced with a subtle reprimand. The use of senior a courtesy extended to them. The trio was momentarily stunned. An extreme Douluo, Tong Xiao quickly regained composure and asked, May I inquire your title? Your Highness? Luo Zia smirked. Remember my name? Luo Zia, title Thundercold. With a dismissive snort, he turned to leave, pausing briefly to add, Do not let me see anyone causing trouble in Shrek City again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I must say, he executed that display with impeccable flair. Onlookers Yu Mengqing and Xia Yu nearly burst into laughter. Thus, the Haotian sect was thoroughly humiliated at the negotiation table, forced into concessions. Afterward, they summoned Tong San for a private discussion, but it appeared that talks had soured, and the three departed with grim expressions. Tong San returned in a huff. Luo Bo was perplexed when the gossip queen, Yu Mengqing, approached, eager to divulge. You want to believe how complicated this is? She recounted an old tale. In essence, Tong San's father, Tong Hao, had once gravely injured the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, who was also the husband of Bibi Dong, to protect Tong San's mother, a 100,000-year-old spirit beast named Ayin, leading indirectly to the latter's demise. Luo Bo was taken aback. Wait, are you saying that my teacher's husband's killer is the father of my brother? Precisely. Yu Mengqing affirmed. Then how can we resolve this enmity? Luo Bo's face fell. Yu Mengqing suddenly smiled, though her expression was somewhat chilling. Some grudges cannot be set aside. As members of the Spirit Hall, we must support our own. Moreover, it is natural for soul masters to hunt spirit beasts. The previous pope did nothing wrong. The blame lies with the Tong family for their peculiar tradition of human-beast relationships, which has stirred up trouble without the means to manage it. Luo Bo appeared troubled. Is it truly impossible for soul masters and spirit beasts to coexist peacefully? It is difficult, Yu Mengqing replied. In ancient times, humans were merely food for spirit beasts. Without soul masters, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bo led Yu Mengqing and Li Li to a secluded grove, declaring he had a secret to share. Yu Mengqing teased, Oh, what could be so mysterious? Is it some secret between you two? Luo Bo flushed. What nonsense. This concerns my original world. He explained that in his homeland, human potential was limitless, and many non-human beings aspired to become human, coexisting peacefully since they did not need to hunt spirit beasts for soul rings. Yu Mengqing, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought before sighing, Your ideal is beautiful, but this is Douluo continent. For now, our greatest enemy remains the void. These internal conflicts must be suppressed. Upon returning to the plaza, they found Tong San still sulking to himself, with Xiao Wu quietly accompanying him. Little did he know, the elders within the sect were plotting to undermine him. Indeed, he has spent considerable time uniting the survivors of the single attribute 4 clans who had once departed from Haozong, with the intention of establishing a Tang Min that bears no direct affiliation with Haozong, thereby amplifying the development of his Tang Min's hidden weaponry. However, the presence of Haozong has rendered this endeavor exceedingly arduous. After all, Haozong was once the backbone of the single attribute 4 clans. Openly rejecting them would undoubtedly compromise his dignity and could potentially incite retaliation from Haozong. Furthermore, this predicament has placed Tong San in an unenviable position. The elders mistakenly believe that Tong San's actions are intended to undermine Haozong. Although the sect leader, Tong Xiao, does not subscribe to this notion, can he single-handedly dictate the situation? Tong San finds himself in a truly difficult position. The usually astute Tong San now grapples with profound frustration. Without the support of the single attribute 4 clans, solely relying on the prowess of a divine craftsman is utterly insufficient for the flourishing of Tang Min's hidden weaponry. What Tong San requires is manpower. Thus, he is resolute in refusing to compromise with Haozong. He cannot bear to let so many individuals go. Bibi Dong has not made a public appearance for quite some time. Her once vibrant hair has turned gray, and her mental state is far from stable. The place she frequents the most is a hill at the westernmost edge of Shirlaika, overlooking the lake and the distant Shirlaika city. The vile Qian Sunji is no more, and his daughter, Qian Renshua, has become a twilight soul master. Her father perished in Wuhuanqing, which too could not be preserved. The ghost Douluo was personally slain by Qian Renshua. Presently, aside from the Jew Douluo, there remain merely 10 young individuals associated with the Wuhuan Palace. The critical aspect is that these 10 youths do not possess a sense of belonging to the Wuhuan Palace. The Pope? I am nothing more than a figurehead. Bibi Dong used her soul power to dry the salty liquid on her face, casting a glance at the colossal ancient golden tree behind her before returning to her chamber. If I were to reveal the truth from those years past, would you still harbor resentment toward my decision to abandon you? This night, Bibi Dong pondered extensively, even engaging in soliloquy. With only the moonlight and the cicadas as her audience, she remained sleepless throughout the night, as was her custom. Chapter 84. Entering the Ankila Empire since acquiring a fragment of the Kasu and remains amidst the ruins of Wuhuansheng. Mengqing has devoted most of her time to studying this relic. In her past, as the Holy Maiden of the Void, Kasuan frequently teased her, leaving her powerless to retaliate, as Kasuan was an existence beyond the reach of mortals. Moreover, how can mere mortals fathom the thoughts of an ancient ruler? Now, Kasuan's remains have fragmented into countless pieces, with a portion resting in Mengqing's possession. If she could decipher this relic, she would be able to transport individuals to the now leaderless realm of the Ankila Empire. The kin of Kasuan are all there. Presently, the Ankila insect people are ruled by the twin emperors. However, without Kasuan's oversight, they cannot amount to anything significant. Even the twin emperors possess only the cultivation level of a typical titled Doa, let alone other leaders. This presents an extraordinary opportunity for the younger generation of soul masters within the anti-demon coalition of Douluo. Regardless of the origins of the void forces, once they have connected the void realm with Douluo, the beings of the void realm must adhere to the rules of Douluo. Contemplating this, Mengqing felt a surge of excitement. The insect inhabitants of the Ankila Empire can, in a certain sense, be regarded as soul beasts. As soul beasts, they naturally produce soul rings and soul bones. First and foremost, the twin emperors are undoubtedly of the 100,000-year caliber. The mystic worm Aoluo, Princess Hahualan, and the seer C. Kalamu also rank at the 100,000-year level. The frost-soft mudworm Wei Shidu C is of the 80,000-year level, while the resilient fawn Karue C also ranks at 80,000 years. The war sentinel Shah Ertula is at 60,000 years, while Lord Kali is at 50,000 years, and Princess Yarki is at 50,000 years as well. Even the maid Weimu boasts a 50,000-year level. Just these leaders present a tantalizing challenge. Consider, the lowest-ranking leader is already at 50,000 years. The likelihood of soul bones dropping at this level is quite high. However, these foes belong to the leaders of the underground temple of Ankila. To breach the underground temple, one must first conquer the surface fortress of Ankila. The adversaries within the Ankila fortress are formidable, yet they provide an excellent training ground for the relatively inexperienced young soul masters. The commanders stationed at the Ankila fortress include the Scarless One, Ausi Leon, at 100,000-year level, the Hunter, Ayami C, also at 100,000-year level, the Devourer, Bulu, at 80,000 years, the Obsidian Destroyer, Mamamu, at 60,000 years, General Lajiakasi at 50,000 years, and Colleen Nakasi at 30,000 years. Additionally, there are numerous leaders of 10,000-year level and many minions below that threshold. With the loss of Kasuan as the sovereign of this realm, the Ankila Empire has become quite unstable. Seizing the opportunity to attack this realm could undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Void Forces. Following a straightforward meeting, Mengqing gathered a group of adventurous young soul masters, primarily of 5 to 6 rings. Naturally, Luo Bai and Lily would accompany them. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, their combined evolution into a Super Douluo would ensure the safety of everyone. Thus, the first raid on the Ankila Empire was about to commence. Mengqing assigned the objective of slaying General Lajiakasi to acquire his soul ring. Indeed, it was Feng Xiao who needed the soul ring. Since his defeat by Tong San 5 years ago, he has been diligently training and has finally reached the bottleneck of level 60. Within the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley, he formally proposed to Huo Wu, and together they completed a trial task. Now, Huo Wu is his fiancée. However, The reward he received was not a soul ring, but rather a soul bone. Therefore, he must devise a way to obtain a soul ring on his own. Now that such a splendid opportunity presents itself, how could Feng Xiao let it slip away? The participants in this operation include Luo Bai, Li Li, Yue Mingqing, Shi Yue, Feng Xiao, Hu Yin, and Helena. Among them, Li Li is solely responsible for escorting and will not engage in combat directly. If these 7 soul masters of generally 5 to 6 rings cannot handle a general of 50,000-year cultivation, they would be better off not showing their faces in the Shur-Laika inner courtyard. Let us proceed. Before departing, Yue Mingqing instructed Li Li to activate a viewing screen through the golden ancient tree, allowing those not participating in the mission to gain insight into the Ankyla Empire. The Eye of Kasu irradiated brilliantly as a dark and mysterious portal to the realm gradually opened. 8 resolute young individuals stepped forth, embarking on their journey as pioneers. The Ankyla Fortress is an immense desert city. Each structure within the city, along with every segment of the city walls, is constructed from robust, unbroken stone blocks. The ground is strewn with soft insect sand and crawling insects. The walls and the bases are adorned with bizarre insect nests. Naturally, various peculiar eyes abound. However, without Kasuin, these eyes have lost much of their efficacy. Upon landing, a battalion of insect soldiers, aptly named the Qi-La Infantry, charged forth from a distant intersection. These creatures are merely 1,000-year soul beasts. With a piercing howl, Feng Xiao activated his double-headed wolf martial soul and lunged forward. The Qi-La Infantry attempted to encircle him in a cross formation, but Huo sent them flying with a single counterfire ring. Disrupting their formation is a cardinal sin for infantry. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xiao pursued one of them, while Luo Bai began launching thunder arrows. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yue and Yin joined the fray. Within the span of a mere minute, the outcome was determined. The counterfire ring proved to be nothing short of a divine skill. At the end of the path, a narrow corridor beckoned, bending sharply to the right after just a few steps. This inclined passage was infested with various repugnant poison explosion insects. Although these creatures, when assessed by their cultivation, could only be likened to century-old soul beasts, the repercussions of their explosive venom splattering onto one's skin could leave even a soul saint in considerable discomfort. To some, the greenish poison explosion insects might even appear somewhat endearing. At the corridor's terminus lay a spacious courtyard, flanked by 2 paths, one directly opposite and another to the right. However, these details were of little consequence, for the target of the current mission, General Rajakasi, resided within this very courtyard. Eliminating him would pave the way for their return. General Rajakasi was a colossal insectoid being, with arms as stout as pincers and twisted antennae adorning its head. It was undoubtedly an abominable bug. What piqued everyone's interest, however, was the suit of dark purple armor it donned. This armor was composed of an exceptionally unique material, reminiscent of mithril, yet akin to silver from the seraphim. Aochen armor? Yu Mengqing exclaimed incredulously. If even General Rajakasi possessed a full set of Aochen armor, one could only imagine the grandeur of the twin emperors. Was it possibly sourced from Origin Steel? Xiaoyu inquired, what is Aochen? Aochen is a rare and formidable metal from the Void Plane. Armor crafted from Aochen boasts not only astonishing defensive capabilities, but also bestows considerable attribute enhancements. Origin Steel, in contrast, is even rarer and more potent. During my time as the Void Saintess, I had the opportunity to encounter General Rajakasi, who back then could not even assemble a complete set of Seraphim armor. Now, he possessed a full set of Aochen armor. It seemed that General Rajakasi could hear the conversation taking place. Indeed, traitor, are you envious? With the support of Aochen armor, my strength far surpasses that of your ragtag group. In Chapter 85, General Rajakasi, despite his harsh words, chose to allow his subordinates to face death first. Initially, he deployed the Qi-La Infantry, followed by the Qi-La Stingers, resembling giant hornets. Naturally, both types of soldiers engaged in close combat. The Qi-La Infantry relied solely on their robust pincers to execute earth-shattering strikes, possessing only this singular soul technique. The Qi-La Stingers, however, could not only charge at high speeds, but also unleash a special blood toxin. Certainly, this ancient elixir has long been lost to time. How could anyone possibly know otherwise? Perhaps there is another reason, Ling, who you remarked, diverting his gaze. In truth, Shi Yongqing appeared to be a stern elder, yet privately, he was quite different. One could hardly resist the urge to toss Shi Muyin his way. Zhou Sun pulled me into his embrace, adopting a protective stance and instructing the bodyguards. Bind her tightly. Oh, and regarding your last day at the inn, you only spent 1 day, so I must return the remaining crystal cores to you," said He Meiju. Yang Qing couldn't help but smile faintly. Her ink-grinding skills had flourished during that time, and it was during that period that she had witnessed the aloof pride within the icy heart of the King of Letters. Wang Wei, upon hearing this, promptly agreed, for with Shi Muyan's endorsement, failing to comply would likely lead to his own downfall. Lu Feng, having spoken, suddenly extended his hand, producing a knife from behind and thrusting it into the shoulder of the person before him. Zhao Weihuan smiled, yet her smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a snow-clearing guest, faint yet profound. How could she have known that Ji Tian, who had fallen down the stairs, would mysteriously vanish from the hospital? What on earth was happening? The lofty Qin Zheng, fourth Master Qin, suddenly called himself, speaking of the television station's impending dissolution. Only now did she realize that perhaps at that moment, Yun Huai had already revealed his intentions, but her flirtation had forced him to stifle it in its infancy. Each time Song Yuanbao took a break, Aunt Song would prepare a sumptuous feast, and today was no exception. Earlier, she had sent Song Fong to procure ribs for stewing, the aroma wafting into the neighboring courtyard, tantalizing the three maidens. They had chosen a revolving sushi restaurant, where plates spun continuously like a flowing stream, allowing diners to select what they desired. Payment was settled according to the number of plates and their respective colors, each indicating a different price. Upon hearing this, A.O. Fei quickly leaned in, and indeed, the murky images revealed dark sections where silver had precipitated, creating a mirrored effect on the opposite side of the glass. General Baiyi personally arrived at the helipad to brief the soldiers about their impending tasks on the battlefield. Find some people to gather their home addresses and phone numbers. Wang Lang instructed another officer. They began by evenly pouring a silver nitrate solution onto the glass, allowing it to dry before placing it in a light-proof wooden box for exposure. However, to their disappointment, nothing occurred. The glass remained unchanged, with no reactions evident, leaving both men somewhat disheartened. In Lan Nade's eyes, Baiyun seemed to be enveloped by a vast forest. Before he could recover from his astonishment, an ethereal sensation emerged from the dense fog, followed by a violent rolling of the green mist, which began to converge toward a single point. Consequently, many disciples gradually began to uncover the secrets of this vast wilderness and devise methods to counteract the poisonous gas. After approximately half a month, some disciples finally grasped the mysteries of this immense wilderness and learned how to confront those half-beasts. The Sword Saint of the Azure Moon nodded in satisfaction, then turned his palm upward to reveal a scarlet character inscribed within. In Chapter 86, Donger Xiaojiang, I love you. Regrettably, there were no soul bones, Xiaoyu sighed. Yu Mengqing turned her head, feigning seriousness as she regarded him. If obtaining soul bones were that simple, they wouldn't be worth their weight in gold. Xiaoyu wore a look of grievance. Qingqing, you always rebut me. The group erupted in laughter, except for Feng Xiao, who was in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. After nearly an hour, the process of absorption concluded. The soul technique Feng Xiao acquired was the Twilight Wind. If a soul master of the same rank were affected, they would instantly lose half of their vitality, and those exceedingly weak would perish. If used against a higher-ranked opponent, the effectiveness would wane according to the level disparity. Undeniably, this was a remarkable skill. Its optimal release moment was at the onset of battle when the opponent was at full strength. Once struck, the adversary would be left with only half their vitality while the user remained at full capacity. With this soul technique, Feng Xiao could dominate among equals, provided he could hit the target, as the range of the Twilight Wind was quite limited. It required an element of surprise to execute perfectly. If Feng Xiao were to seek out Tang San for a sparring session, well, everyone understood the implications. Sensing the right moment to withdraw, Yu Mengqing promptly transported everyone back beneath the golden ancient tree. Facing the onlookers outside, they exuded an air of unyielding confidence. As the vanguard, they had gathered vital information regarding the Ankyla fortress and demonstrated unparalleled courage and unwavering determination to uphold the cause of the anti-demon coalition. They were all heroes. Next, Yu Mengqing proposed taking Pope Bibidong to confront the Hunter Ayamis. Everyone knew that Bibidong's second martial soul still bore only 7 soul rings, so they intended to assist her in acquiring the remaining 2. The Hunter Ayamis and the Scarless Adrian, both 10,000-year-soul beasts residing within the Ankyla fortress, were naturally to be arranged for Bibidong. Yet, to their surprise, BB Dong expressed her reluctance to go. Not interested? 2 10,000-year soul rings were at stake. What could possibly dissuade her from seizing such an opportunity? She turned her gaze towards the distant sky, tears glistening on her cheeks. Gently, she whispered his name. The master trembled as he looked at her. This was the second time that Bai Bai Dong had publicly called him by that name. What troubles you, your holiness? Bai Bai Dong cried out in despair. You fool, you are such a fool. Will you accompany me to Qian Kuan, Wenqing Valley? And Lu Erlong. Let us resolve everything today. The sight of the revered Pope of the Spirit Hall, in such a state of sorrow, was unexpected for everyone, except for Yu Mengqing. As a reincarnated soul from Earth, she was well aware of the emotional entanglement between Bai Bai Dong and the Master. Lu Erlong watched Bai Bai Dong with a peculiar gaze, then linked arms with the Master, saying, Let us go. I have long wished to visit. The Master found himself at a loss for words. In this moment, he was utterly speechless. Alas, it was as if fate had conspired. Ever since Bai Bai Dong had brought the remnants of the Spirit Hall to Shrek City, this was bound to happen. The trio of Bai Bai Dong, Yu Gang, and Lu Erlong entering the Qian Kuan, Wenqing Valley, was indeed a momentous event. Under Yu Mengqing's instruction, Lili disabled the viewing function of the Golden Ancient Tree. Some matters were better left unknown, especially those concerning the elder generation. Naturally, as the controller connecting the Golden Ancient Tree to the Qian Kuan, Wenqing Valley, Lili could still see everything. However, when she began to cast her spell, she never anticipated that Shrek Academy's dean, Flandra, would also be drawn into the situation. Ah, a love quadrangle, truly a tragic tale. This was the only speculation she could muster. Meanwhile, Yu Mengqing wore a strange smile. Oh, for people, 2 men and 2 women. How intriguing. Above the golden sun and blue moon holy altar, the shadow of a deity awaited. Bai Bai Dong, the Master, Lu Erlong, and Flandra found themselves encircled by a suddenly materialized round table. Bai Bai Dong faced the Master, while Flandra confronted Lu Erlong. Are you prepared? The shadow inquired. Aside from Flandra, who appeared somewhat bewildered, the other 3 remained silent. The shadow shifted its gaze to Bai Bai Dong, saying, Come forth, you're the first. What is your name? I am Bai Bai Dong. Do you have a beloved? Who is he? With reddened eyes and a mournful expression, Bai Bai Dong immediately replied, I love Gang. I love you, Gang. In that instant, her gaze no longer shied away. The Master, however, was utterly bewildered. Dong? What on earth is happening? This was the first time he had uttered that name in many years. The incredulity in Lu Erlong's eyes revealed just how shocked she was, while Flandra remained in the dark. Donger, he calls me Donger. Bai Bai Dong's thoughts seemed to drift back 30 years. Back then, she had forced him away, insisting he never return. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, she could not fall in love with a failure. He had believed her, leaving only the echo of Donger behind. That night, she had lain awake, her pillow soaked with tears. The shadow of the deity appeared to be affected by their emotions. Hui Hao gazed upon the ancestors of Shrek from 10,000 years ago, feeling a tumult of emotions. Despite having become the god of emotion, he was still susceptible to various feelings. A true deity must first be a person. He felt compelled to do something for his ancestors. His arrival in the past must have a reason. He aimed to rewrite the tragedy without altering the course of history. Indeed, Hui Hao thought, did I not also have a beloved Donger in my heart? In that moment, the god of emotion devised a plan for his next steps. Manifesting his thoughts, he displayed the sordid events that had transpired, allowing Yu Gang to witness why his Donger had once ruthlessly cast him away. No, please, Bai Bai Dong. Seeing the visualization nearing the moment when Qian Sunji had sullied her, was frantic, not knowing what to do. No matter who you are, I beg you stop. Do not let Gang continue to watch. As she gazed at the scene before her, it felt like she had returned to that horrifying morning. She lay bare upon the Pope's bed, having learned that she had been defiled. Hui Hao quickly halted the visualization, feeling guilty about this inappropriate arrangement. The Master had already been moved to tears. He trembled all over, losing all semblance of reason. Donger, why did you not come sooner? If only you had come earlier, I would have done everything in my power to eliminate that beast. Bai Bai Dong wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, Gang, it is futile. Nothing matters anymore. He has sullied me. I'm a tainted woman. I no longer deserve you. The Master spoke no more, but instead circled around Flandra and embraced Bai Bai Dong tightly. No, you are not tainted. It is that beast who is vile. It is that beast. It is all right now. No one can harm you anymore. Bai Bai Dong. Burying her head in the Master's embrace was the true Bai Bai Dong. Indeed, Our lives resemble sunflowers, always turning towards the sun, only bowing our heads at night. This is our true selves. The night for Bye Bye Dong had finally arrived. Beneath the brilliant starlight, her once ash-gray hair was restored to a deep black, as dark as coal. Even her haggard visage seemed revitalized by tears, appearing rosy as jade. Simultaneously, she transformed from a withering remnant into a budding bloom, returning to her virgin state. This was a gift from the god of emotion, a rebirth for Bye Bye Dong. Everything felt as if time had flowed backward. In that moment, the once spirited, proud, gentle, and flawless chosen woman had truly returned. In truth, I had also wished to write about the master facing Qian Sun-ji within the illusion created by Huiyu Hao, enduring repeated deaths and resurrections, ultimately vanquishing Qian Sun-ji. However, some readers deemed such a narrative excessive, so I had no choice but to omit it and simply brush over it. The result was that Bye Bye Dong returned to her virgin form, while the Master's radiant Holy Dragon bloodline fully integrated. In Chapter 87, re-entering the Anchi La Empire, Liu Erlong and Flandra were left in a state of astonishment. It turned out that the connection between the Master and Bye Bye Dong ran so deep. Following that, certain memories were gently erased like a stain on a pristine white wall. Bye Bye Dong and the Master were the first to be transported out of the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. Under the golden ancient tree, the two embraced, tears undried. Yet smiles graced their faces. This smile held both sweetness and bitterness. Healing wounds require time. However, Bye Bye Dong had shed her despondency. Ever since being defiled by Qian Sun-ji and feigning a severed bond with the Master, her sole motivation for the past 30 years had been to become an unprecedented, era-defining pope, ultimately achieving the status of the Rakshasa deity. Recently, with the destruction of the spirit city, the Rakshasa deity's assessment had been terminated, leaving her life devoid of color. Yet today, the boundless darkness of night was once again illuminated by stars. He is my star, Bye Bye Dong thought. How immense must the power be for one who has risen from the ashes of despair? No one could say. The onlookers were astonished, pondering why the Pope of the Spirit Hall and Yu Gang would embrace. Many who had heard tales of their youth had formed their own conclusions. Yet no one dared to inquire further. Subsequently, Liu Erlong and Flandra emerged in a similar fashion, albeit with less attention than the previous pair. It is worth noting that certain memories of Liu Erlong have been altered. From the very beginning, the Master was enamored with her because she bore a resemblance to Bye Bye Dong. At that time, Flandra and the Master were both pursuing Liu Erlong. However, upon realizing his lack of hope and wishing to facilitate the Master's pursuit, Flandra voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Thus, after much contemplation, Huiyu Hao ultimately decided to take this course of action. In the context of a love quadrangle, this seemed to be the most favorable resolution. On the following morning, Bye Bye Dong awoke, greeting everyone with a radiant smile akin to the warmth of the sun. She appeared rejuvenated, seemingly having regained 30 years of youth overnight, returning to her most exuberant teenage years. With the issue resolved, matters became more manageable. Yu Mengqing observed the change in Bye Bye Dong's demeanor and felt a sense of relief. The teacher's state was evidently different, a positive sign. Therefore, the 200,000-year soul rings seemed to have found their rightful place. She promptly suggested convening a meeting of the Anti-Demon Coalition to discuss the second assault on the Ankila Fortress. As a crucial ground target, the Ankila Fortress should not be delayed any longer. A swift resolution was preferable. The previous mission, which dispatched the younger generation to eliminate General Rujux, had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the enemy, and they must have prepared thoroughly. Thus, our objective this time is to sweep through the entire Ankila Fortress, Yu Mengqing asserted. No objections were raised, for aside from Yu Mengqing, no one else comprehended the situation. They would simply follow her directives. This led to the remarkable scenario where a young soul master of merely 6 rings could expound at length and be taken seriously in the presence of numerous titled Douluo. Very well, I shall make arrangements, she said, glancing at the spirited Bye Bye Dong. First, since you're set on raising the Ankila Fortress, the 2 leaders of the 100,000-year soul beasts must be eliminated. Currently, the only one capable of withstanding such soul rings is Her Holiness the Pope. At that moment, Bye Bye Dong interjected with a gentle smile, "Call me Teacher Dong, please. There is no longer a pope here." Her words left the strong individuals present in shock, particularly Zhu Douluo. If the Wuhuan Palace had been effectively defunct before, it was now stripped of even its name. To ensure we can swiftly eliminate these 2 leaders and successfully acquire the soul rings and soul bones, we must deploy all our powerful allies. Concurrently, the younger generation of Soul Masters should commence sweeping through other areas of the Ankila fortress. We must achieve results within half a day, Yu Mengqing stated. Suddenly, Xingguandao Su Shenglin stood up. Miss Yu, what the soul rings for teacher Zhuhuan? What the soul bones? Yu Mengqing had not considered this. The optimal synergy between the soul ring and soul bone must be preserved. Thus, it naturally belongs to teacher Dong. Additionally, there are several 100,000-year leaders still in the Ankila underground temple, one of whom, the seer Scrarum, possesses abilities that are well suited for you. Do not worry, Lord Xingguan. Your turn will come. Su Shenglin felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing his earlier selfishness. He glanced around, falling silent, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Since we were discussing the distribution of soul bones, I would like to propose a bit more for myself. Once we successfully level the Ankila fortress, a decapitation operation must be swiftly launched against the Ankila underground temple, which will undoubtedly yield numerous soul bones. Among them, the soul bone dropped by the Sword Emperor Vicanilas from the Twin Emperors will undoubtedly be fitting for Sword Douluo, while the Demon Emperor Vikler is suited for Ju Douluo. There are many others, and we can discuss them later. At this juncture, Ning Fengji inquired, what about the people from the Haotian sect? Should we bring them along? I've heard their leader and elders are all titled Douluo now. They certainly keep their cards close to their chest. I think Tang Xiao can be included, but the elders should be omitted. A bunch of old stubborns, Bon Douluo Gu Rong remarked disdainfully, evidently having had some disagreements with the elders of the Haotian sect stationed in Shrek City. After some contemplation, Yu Mengqing concurred, yes, that sounds acceptable. Thus, the formal plan for this operation began to take shape. The strong would form one team, including the Limit Doali Jun, who evolved from Luo Ba and Li Li, Bai Bai Dong as the Spider Emperor Doa, Xingguan Doa Su Shenglin, Sword Doa, Chinixin, Bon Doa Gu Rong, Poison Doa Gabo, Jute Doa Yuguan, and Xiao Douluo Tang Xiao. This team's primary mission was decapitation, tasked with eliminating the Hunter Ayamis and the Scarlet Adrian. Meanwhile, another team led by the Golden Iron Triangle, Ning Fengji, Zhao Wujia, and Qin Ming would engage the younger generation in a sweep of other areas of the Ankila fortress. If all went well, the rewards would be bountiful. Given that Yu Mengqing was merely a soul emperor, she would join the sweeping team, as her presence in the decapitation team would be of little use. The mere combination of Luo Ba and Li Li's evolved form sufficed. No additional assistance was necessary. The inclusion of so many titled Douluo was solely to ensure swift kills and prevent the enemy from self-detonating. A purplish-black eye emitted a twilight glow, opening a dark portal to another dimension. The warriors of the Anti-Demon Coalition, fully prepared, filed into the portal as the doom of the Ankila fortress loomed near. Chapter 88, Kalinax and MOAM. The strong team soared towards the distant fortress hall armed only with a map, while the sweeping team commenced their operations on site. Zhao Wujia, Lu Erlong, and Flandra led the charge at the forefront, with the Master and Ning Fengji in the second row, followed by the younger generation. They advanced swiftly, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Any insectoid foes who encountered them had no chance to flee and alert others. Before long, they encountered a formidable opponent, Kalinax, a 30,000-year soul beast. This Kalinax resembled a large, orange roundworm with 10 pairs of appendages and a grotesque visage. However, it was now surrounded by the group, who regarded it with the eyes of butchers sizing up their prey. Is there anyone in need of a 30,000-year soul ring? Yu Mengqing called out. At that moment, a soul master named Yen Shirquan, who wielded a dragon staff, stepped forward. Give it to me. I have confidence in my physique. Yen Shirquan had just reached the 50-level threshold, astonishingly believing himself capable of withstanding a 30,000-year soul ring. Kalinax emitted a chilling cry and suddenly launched an attack. Tang San swiftly intervened, ensnaring it tightly in the blue-silver emperor. At this moment, Tang San had upgraded the first and second soul rings of his blue-silver to golden, granting a 40% enhancement to the control of his blue-silver emperor. Kalinax would need at least 10 seconds to break free, yet would not survive that long. Wen Xiao immediately unleashed his newly acquired sixth soul skill, Twilight Wind. The purplish-black airflow swept through in a fan shape, causing Kalinax, who had already lost half its vitality, to collapse like a deflated balloon. Following this, Yu Mengqing advanced, executing a stealthy shadow dance. She closed in, and with a gaping maw of shadows that bore large white teeth, she devoured the creature, leaving behind a surge of purple energy. In its dying moments, Kalinax was as good as dead. Yen Shirquan leisurely approached and struck the creature down with his staff, beginning the process of absorbing the soul ring. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed something remarkable: a soul bone. A hazy black outline enveloped an exquisite insectoid skull. Indeed, it was a soul bone. A 30,000-year soul bone, while not comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone, was still exceedingly precious. 5 years prior, when Shrek Academy had seized those 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, it had certainly caused the Wuhuan Palace considerable heartache. In the present day, a 30,000-year-old soul bone lies before us, and one cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Even Ning Fengji's gaze has taken on a different hue, let alone that of the golden iron triangle. This soul bone, I propose, should be entrusted to brother Yin Shirkuan. Ning Fengji broke the silence. For it is well known that an individual who simultaneously absorbs both the soul ring and soul bone from the same soul beast will yield greater effects. The words of the leader of the Qibao Liuli sect carry considerable weight, and even the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy must regard him with respect. Moreover, his statement possesses sound reasoning. As the saying goes, a good deed should be carried through to the end. I believe this moment has undoubtedly elevated Yin Shirkuan's fondness for Ning Fengji to its zenith. Thus, Zhao Wujie remains behind to protect Yin Shirkuan while the others continue their sweep of the Ankila fortress. They journey to a grand water basin square in the northwestern part of the fortress, where, on the other side of the pool, a colossal obsidian bird statue stands beneath the towering city walls. This is Moe Mu, the obsidian destroyer of 6,000 years. Meanwhile, those emerging from the passageway face a formidable wave of obsidian birds of considerable size. These creatures may lack versatility, relying solely on shadow explosions and shadow rays. Ning Fengji's Qibao Liuli Pagoda emanated 3 beams of radiant light, enveloping Lu Erlong. As the slayer among the golden iron triangle, Lu Erlong instantly comprehended the situation. A resounding dragon's roar and the explosive fury of thunder ignited, overwhelming their adversaries. The bloodthirsty flame was unleashed, paving a path of destruction. Concurrently, the third soul skill, Fury of Thunder, was released with astonishing swiftness, erupting at the heart of the obsidian bird swarm. The cacophony was a symphony of slaughter. True to her reputation as the slayer of the golden iron triangle, the once vibrant flock of birds was now reduced to cold, lifeless fragments of obsidian scattered silently across the ground. The younger generation of soul masters stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such an exquisite woman could possess such a wild combat style. Only the original Shrek 7 monsters exhibited a glimmer of understanding, having witnessed such prowess before. Naturally, Moe Mu was not without trepidation. As the obsidian destroyer, it was compelled to take its foe seriously. With its massive obsidian wings unfurled, it soared over the elongated water basin to confront the team. It proclaimed, Moe Mu's mane brims with energy. Moe Mu shall obliterate the enemy. It seemed this creature possessed a singular focus. Before Yu Mengxing could respond, the group was suddenly struck by a twilight explosion, which sent them hurtling away. Fortunately, they managed to summon their soul power for protection, preventing a disastrous fall. Moe Mu let out several unsettling, bird-like laughs, its ethereal voice sending shivers down the spine. Flapping its wings, it conjured a chilling wind that immobilized the group. Fortunately, the golden iron triangle swiftly executed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning the golden sacred dragon, which shielded them from subsequent damage. Moe Mu, having expended a significant portion of its soul power, found itself in a precarious position. Without delay, it unleashed several pale purple rays, not harmful twilight rays, but rather energy-binding rays designed to siphon soul power. Each individual present lost at least 5% of their soul power, and even the golden iron triangle, in their fused state, was not exempt. It appeared that Moe Mu harbored an array of tricks. A 6,000-year soul beast was proving to be more formidable than an 80,000-year counterpart. Using the siphoned soul power, Moe Mu conjured a large soul power shield, stating, "Wow, this shield has withstood the full force of the golden sacred dragon's attack before shattered. Apologies, that was a commendable strike." Soon after, it drew another 5% of soul power from everyone present, exclaiming, "What belongs to you is now Moe Mu's. All belongs to Moe Mu." As Moe Mu continued its taunts, Xiaoyu and Hulaina executed their martial soul fusion technique. Within the swirling crimson mist, a sultry figure advanced. The foe displayed no fear. It was merely a red mist. After all, Chapter 89. The Fall of the Obsidian Destroyer. As the crescent blade swept through, a sudden scar appeared on Moe Mu's face, a searing pain that rendered it momentarily disoriented. Witnessing Moe Mu struggling within the red mist, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, hastily shared visibility with the golden sacred dragon, hoping it could bring the battle to a close. Yet, Moe Mu was not so easily vanquished. It resorted to a desperate maneuver, forcibly dispelling the red mist. It unleashed an energy field that disrupted both martial soul fusion techniques, reverting Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and the golden iron triangle to their original forms. What strange ability is this? Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief. The golden iron triangle wore serious expressions, realizing they must now approach the battle with utmost seriousness. Moe Mu's ability to unleash such a vast energy field stemmed from its once-a-year trump card, Petrification. By employing this technique, it became a true obsidian statue, capable of inflicting considerable damage on all nearby foes every second while rapidly regenerating its soul power. Its defensive capabilities soared to astonishing heights, and disturbingly, only energy-based attacks were effective against it. Physical assaults were rendered futile. If they failed to break its petrified state before it fully restored its soul power, the entire field would suffer a catastrophic shadow damage explosion. For soul masters below the fifth ring, enduring such an explosion would be tantamount to certain death. Yu Mengqing, well aware of the stakes, exclaimed in alarm, "It's that move. Everyone, attack with energy-based assaults. Strike with all you might." Such a moment demanded their utmost power, or the consequences would be dire. Fire Dance, Twilight Wind, White Tiger Meteor Shower, Phoenix Wing Ascend, Phoenix Cry, and Fury of Thunder were unleashed in rapid succession. Within a mere 10 seconds, the statue shattered, and Moe Mu awoke in a disheveled state, hastily summoning 3 Twilight elemental beings. These beings, limited to using Twilight explosions, lacked the ability to send foes flying. Seizing the opportunity, Moe Mu attempted to retreat, flapping its wings to escape. Yet, in mid-flight, the parasitic seed activated, ensnaring it in a web of blue silver emperor. To ensure its capture, the first soul skill, Binding, and the third soul skill, Web Binding, were promptly deployed. Indeed, Tang Sen always excelled at preventing his foes from fleeing in critical moments. "You treacherous, despicable beings! I curse you!" Moe Mu spat vehemently. With it now fully subdued, there was no need for further discourse. Under Ning Rongrong's full amplification, Dai Mubai unleashed his 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, delivering the final blow. With a cross of his claws, he carved a sharp X, which transformed into the word kill. Under the dazzling golden light, the obsidian destroyer, Moe Mu, fell. The 6,000-year soul ring was destined to go to waste, for no one required it at that moment. However, to everyone's astonishment, Moe Mu also dropped a soul bone. And not just any soul bone, but a torso bone. Was this a delightful surprise? The ownership of this soul bone would require discussion. Yu Mengqing remarked, "The torso bone of the petrified defense. To whom shall it be bestowed?" Yin stepped forward silently, while Dai Mubai also expressed his desire. Of course, another contender emerged as well, Hu Yanli from the Xiangjia sect, who would not desire a soul bone. Naturally, one must strive for the opportunity. Thus, let us cast the dice. The one who rolls the highest shall claim it. This indeed proves to be a fair method. In the end, Yin secured the soul bone with an absolute advantage of 6 points. Typically serious. He unexpectedly erupted into laughter like a child. The soul skill attached to this bone certainly warranted such joy. The petrified skin allows him to temporarily assume a stone statue form, rendering him immune to physical damage and granting an 80% reduction against energy-based attacks. The sole drawback is the immobility in statue form, though Yin can voluntarily revert to his original state at any time. The group decided to rest on the spot, also awaiting the arrival of Zhao Wujia and Yin Shirquan. Yin Shirquan's 5th soul skill, the Fatal Wound, was one that Kirinax had not had the chance to use before his demise. This skill reduces any healing effects on enemies by 10% for several subsequent attacks, stacking up to 10 layers, ultimately rendering them incapable of healing. Naturally, the duration of this effect is contingent upon Yin Shirquan's soul power level. As a Soul King, he can maintain it for a maximum of 5 attacks. The Soul Bone skill is the Earth Shatter, which targets a linear section of ground, creating a chasm. Enemies within the range suffer significant damage and are pushed back, allowing for both damage and control. Truly a divine skill. Soon after, the two made their way to the pool square where the obsidian destroyer awaited, joining the others. Meanwhile, The execution team of powerful fighters had already carved their way through obstacles, standing directly before the hunter Ayamis. This hunter, a half-human, half-bee creature with a purple and yellow hue, was nicknamed the Great Hornet, though it preferred the title of hunter. Regardless, it now faced the imminent threat of death. How could a 100,000-year soul beast possibly confront such a multitude of titled Douluo? Moreover, there was an extreme Douluo among them. The hopelessness of the situation was apparent to all. Upholding the spirit of a dignified retreat, the hunter Ayamis took flight. Its enormous wings stirred up swirling twilight particles, slowing the pursuer's advance. "Quickly, pursue it. Do not let it escape," commanded Li Jun, prompting the titled Douluo to hasten after the fleeing foe. As Bibi Dong rose, she unleashed her terrifying soul skill, Eternal Creation. Two emerald-like scythes rose simultaneously, slashing to create a massive green cross-shaped ripple, one of her most formidable single-target attacks. Physical defenses were rendered ineffective, and energy defenses were halved. Upon impact, the injury would spread endlessly, only countered by soul power until it was exhausted. This inflicted grievous wounds upon Ayamis, significantly hampering its speed, allowing the pursuers to catch up swiftly. "Great Hornet, you cannot escape," Bibi Dong pursued with spirited determination. Rejuvenated, she seemed to have returned to the vigor of her youth. Simultaneously, the others closed in. However, they had not anticipated that this Great Hornet possessed remarkable escape skills. Twilight Flicker. Indeed, as Ayamis teleported, it inflicted poison damage in both the area it vacated and the one it occupied afterward. Although the damage was minimal, it effectively slowed the afflicted for a full minute. With this, it could confidently flee to the stronghold of Ankila, led by the unscarred Osirian. Chapter 90. The Devourer Blue. Certainly, this pursuit must continue. Otherwise, the combined might of 200,000-year leaders could yield unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, the sweeping team had completed their rest, turning south to confront the Devourer Blue, who guarded a nest of insects. Within this nest resided numerous mother insects dedicated to hatching and a plethora of eggs. These mother insects were typically around 10 to 20,000 years in cultivation. Unlike the 80,000-year Devourer Blue, it appeared a fierce battle was imminent. The Devourer resembled a giant silkworm, protected by a thick shell, while the mother insects bore resemblance to scorpions. With the 6,000-year primary defensive soul bone, Yin felt emboldened, charging to the front lines as a shield in every battle, and this occasion was no different. Alongside him were Dai Mu Bai, who had activated the White Tiger transformation, White Tiger Barrier, and White Tiger Demon God transformation, and Huyin Li, the young master of the Elephant Armor sect. The dazzling martial spirits of the Diamond Mammoth and the evil-eyed White Tiger, akin to the Flame Demon Lord, were truly spectacular. Though the thick insect sand of the nest posed a challenge to aggressive combat, these three stood resolute. Any attempt to attack their teammates would necessitate overcoming them first, or it would be sheer folly. Blue fixed its gaze upon Huyin Li, prompting the nearby eggs to hatch into a swarm of purple-black shadow larvae that charged at him. The soul power shield seemed ineffective, and the discomfort of the buzzing swarm was unbearable. No one relished such sensations. With a command, Blue sent the mother insects surging forward. In the rear, Lu Erlong unleashed Fury Thunder, instantly reducing several mother insects closest to the explosion to ashes. However, Blue itself remained unscathed. Its formidable defense justified its 80,000-year cultivation. Soon, Blue materialized again, summoning 3 more swarms of shadow larvae that buzzed around Huyin Li's ears. The battle devolved into chaos, with nearly everyone facing a single mother insect. However, with the assistance of soul saints like Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, and Flinder, the mother insects fell one after another. Yet, the larvae clinging to Huyin Li and Dai Mubai became a significant nuisance, proving impossible to shake off. Even Yin found himself ensnared by the shadow larvae. Observing the Devourer Blue seemed to mock these 3 shields. Enough of this. Let's strike it first, they resolved, momentarily forgetting the larvae entangling them, and launched a 3-pronged assault on the Devourer Blue. As the mother insects were nearly eradicated, the group shifted their fire, targeting Blue. However, the Devourer's defensive prowess was astonishing, seemingly impervious to harm. Under its relentless gaze, more eggs shattered, releasing shadow larvae that ensnared everyone. At this juncture, Wu suddenly halted. Turning to Tang San, third brother, "It seems our fused evolution, Wu Lin, possesses a soul skill capable of dealing with these bothersome insects." "Oh, is that so?" That move, Indeed, third brother, it should be effective. Thus, the two ceased their attacks and summoned the fused evolution bond disc. Behind Wu, the image of an adorable white rabbit appeared, followed by a burst of pink light as the rabbit transformed into a pink soft-boned rabbit. In Tang San's palm, the blue-silver grass stirred gently, expanding into a blue-gold luminescence, transforming into the blue-silver emperor. Main position, Wu, soft-boned rabbit. Secondary position, Tang San, blue-silver emperor. Fused evolution Wu Lin, blue-silver rabbit emperor. The moment Wu Lin manifested, it signified the end of the insect harassment tactic. Her fourth soul skill imposed a blue-silver mark on all allies within a wide radius. Each mark would explode 1 second later, inflicting substantial damage on surrounding enemies while sparing those marked. The shadow larvae fell like autumn leaves, and another wave would prove futile. The magnificent Wu Lin of the 8 rings, aided by the full support of Ning Fengji, enjoyed the benefits of 6 enhancement effects: power, speed, spirit, defense, attack, and augmentation, all bestowed upon her. In an instant, the two established absolute dominance over the Devourer Brew. The true form of the blue-silver rabbit emperor activated, and a vast ocean of blue holy light gently flowed from Wu Lin's body, as if to purify the entire insect nest. In such a sacred moment, Wu Lin moved. Her 8th spirit ability, blue-silver separation, once it struck, rendered any opponent's defense null and void, regardless of its magnitude, unless the adversary's cultivation was significantly superior. Just moments ago, Brew had been paralyzed by the overwhelming blue holy light, unable to evade this sudden strike. The reason this creature had endured for so long was due to its monstrous defense. Now that it had been breached, could it possibly survive? The outcome was already evident. One mere spit from a person could drown it, let alone a soul ability. Dark soul rings ascended from Brew's form. Alas, a spirit ring of 80,000 years was wasted. However, a spirit bone could sufficiently compensate for this loss, an external spirit bone of 80,000 years. The resilient Titan cicada skin. This spirit bone undoubtedly bore a spirit ability related to Brew's formidable defensive prowess. At that moment, Hu Yanli stepped forward, his eyes wide in astonishment. Dai Mubai was equally eager to partake. If the ownership was to be decided by a dice roll again, then Yin, who had already secured a 60,000-year spirit bone, could certainly not participate. His only rival was Hu Yanli. Unexpectedly, Hu Yanli rolled a 6, while Dai Mubai only managed a 2. How unfortunate that the deity of fortune did not favor him. Hu Yanli jubilantly celebrated his acquisition of such a powerful spirit bone. Since the tragic losses of the Xiangjia sect during the onslaught of the Twilight forces, following his grandfather's sacrifice, he had never felt such joy. As for Dai Mubai, he had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune. In the future, the spirit bone he would acquire would far surpass this 80,000-year external defensive spirit bone. With Brew's demise, no formidable opponents remained to challenge them in the outer city of the Ankyla fortress. The sweeping team commenced the cleansing of all leaders around 10,000 years and below. The taste of vengeance was remarkably sweet. No one had ever imagined that they could invade the domain of the void forces and traverse it with such ease. Simultaneously, various rare metals, food, elemental materials, and other resources were continuously transported back to the portal. In the distant fortress hall, the powerful beings had already begun to confront the Scarlet Adrian and the Hunter Ayamis. Chapter 91, Bibidong's 8th and 9th Spirit Rings, 100,000 years. A host of powerful individuals surrounded the Ankyla Fortress Hall, trapping the Hunter Ayamis and the Scarlet Adrian within. Under the leadership of the Limit Douluo, Lijun, they flowed into the hall, astonished by the grandeur within. Initially, the hall was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination, relying on Lijun to maintain a beam of bright lightning to provide scant light. Just as Lijun prepared to increase the power to illuminate the surroundings, an unusual movement erupted within the hall. 6 radiant purple twilight crystals suddenly illuminated, arranged in the 6 corners of the hall. In the center, a flawless column of void radiance emerged, beginning to channel the energy from the 6 twilight crystals, converging upon it. A towering being, resembling a man with a dog-s head, slowly opened its crimson eyes, hovering above the column of void radiance. This was the Scarlet Adrian. The term Scarlet refers to one who has survived countless battles without sustaining any injuries. While there may have been many Scarlets in the past, only he remained. Adrian was not an insectoid, but rather a statue crafted by the insectoids that had transformed into flesh and blood. The strongest being of the Ankyla fortress was none other than Adrian himself. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, the hunter Ayamis, struck by the eternal creation, was licking his wounds. "Quick, everyone, no need for chatter. Let Teacher Dong deliver the final blow," Li Jun commanded, watching Adrian with vigilance. The scarless Adrian displayed an unsettling calm, far from the demeanor expected in the face of a formidable threat. Bibi Dong was the first to activate her martial soul, preparing to reap. Suddenly, Adrian let out a long howl, and the 6 twilight crystals surged with a violent purple light. The immense energy fluctuations caused the walls of the hall to tremble. In less than a second, the walls crumbled, and the dome was no exception, all reduced to dust, scattering in the wind. Following this, the central column of void radiance unleashed an unstable surge of purple light, shooting skyward. "Desert, raise your sands to obscure the sun's brilliance," Adrian bellowed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Ankyla fortress plunged into darkness. The golden red sun transformed into an eerie dark purple. What impressive display! Yet, in the face of absolute power, nothing mattered. "What we do?" Ice Thunder Douluo, Tang Xiao inquired. "No need to worry, it's just showy moves. Watch me." Li Jun scoffed. She initially thought that such a grand display from the Scarless Adrian might summon another ancient dominator from the Void Realm, only to realize it was merely a domain-type spirit ability. The hunter Ayamis, witnessing this, regained his confidence and disregarded his injuries, flying to Adrian's side, ready to fight alongside him. Oomph! Li Jun's delicate form trembled as she unleashed the radiant magnetic field, absorbing the entire lightless domain. The sun returned to normal. However, the hall could not be restored. Ayami's expression shifted from shock to despair. Vibidong's killing god domain quietly activated, locking onto both adversaries to prevent their escape. In an instant, spirit abilities filled the air, particularly the magnificent 10,000 swords return to 1 from Sword Douluo Qinshin. However, the primary offensive force remained Li Jun. The first spirit ability of her 9th spirit ring, Absolute Zero Beacon. Of course, her allies would not feel the effects of Absolute Zero. This frigidness was reserved solely for the enemy. Only a limit Douluo could perfectly control their spirit abilities. The function of Absolute Zero Beacon was to lower the enemy's frost resistance, allowing Li Jun's subsequent frost-imbued attack to be enhanced. Indeed, the moment had come. 2 robust azure lightning bolts descended instantly, striking both the Scarless Adrian and the hunter Ayamis. This was Li Jun's true finishing move, the Extreme Cold Thunder. The two, barely clinging to life, could no longer mount any resistance and were left at the mercy of their foes. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smirk as she swiftly soared towards Ayami's, transforming her arms into 2 massive, scything appendages, slashing downward. A red spirit ring slowly ascended, and the outline of a red-hued spirit bone became prominent. A finely crafted torso bone. Once the spirit ring absorbed its essence, Vibidong's second martial soul possessed the 8 spirit rings of the neighboring realm. The first spirit ability of the 8th spirit ring, the Venom Stinger, capable of inflicting minor damage frequently. Once stacked to 50 layers, it would unleash a toxic explosion, paralyzing the enemy's nervous system from within. The second spirit ability of the 8th spirit ring, Summon Swarm, which could immediately call upon 3,000-year level venomous bees to assist in battle. Each strike from the venomous bees would apply a layer of the Venom Stinger effect to the enemy. Naturally, the spirit bone was equally formidable. This exquisite torso bone bore powerful spirit abilities as well. The Venomous Bee Hunter's torso bone, first spirit ability, Counteract Toxin. When attacked by the enemy, it would stack 3 layers of Bee Venom Stinger effect. Second spirit ability, Bee Queen Devour, summoning a venomous bee to consume. Restoring a modest amount of soul power and mental strength could be employed thrice in succession. Subsequently, Bye Dong approached the Scarless Adrian, effortlessly delivering the finishing blow and commencing the absorption of soul rings. Astonishingly, this time the soul bone manifested as an external soul bone, resembling a silver headband adorned with sapphires. The first soul skill of the 9th soul ring, Stupefying Curse, extends the casting time of the enemy's next soul skill by 2-fold. The second soul skill, Adrian's Might, triples both attack power and movement speed for the next 3 seconds. The external soul bone, Honor Headband of the Scarless, grants the first soul skill to summon 2 subordinates with combat prowess equivalent to 10,000-year soul beasts. These subordinates also possess the skills of Stupefying Curse and Adrian's Might. The second soul skill of the Honor Headband of the Scarless Adrian's gaze, expends nearly all of one's soul power and mental strength to instantly slay an enemy. While it may not guarantee a one-hit kill on soul beasts of 100,000 years or above, or title Douluo and higher soul masters, it will undoubtedly inflict severe injury. As Bai Dong revealed these formidable soul skills to her companions, they were left utterly astonished. Such overwhelming power is nothing short of astonishing. With such extraordinary soul skills, could Bai Dong possibly become invincible? Of course, she and Li Jun still had a gap in strength. After all, Bai Dong had yet to fully integrate all her abilities, especially the newly acquired ones. I feel envious. The poisoned Bo crossed his arms, glancing at Li Jun beside him. He was unaware that Li Jun possessed an independent personality and merely regarded her as a companion akin to Luo Bo and Li. Li Jun replied with a gentle smile, "Don't rush. There will be many more soul bones available for you in the future. Our enemies are far from just these." Bai Dong approached radiantly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Li, Luo Bo, I truly appreciate your assistance." Li Jun promptly disassembled, releasing the two. "Teacher Dong, is there really a need for such formality? We are merely contributing to the anti-demon coalition," Lily interjected without missing a beat. "You possess dual martial souls, making you a priority for cultivation among us," she added. Luo Bo felt a surge of emotions. I hope the anti-demon coalition's endeavors proceed smoothly and that we can expel the void forces soon." Chapter 92. The Radiant by Bai Dong. With the Ankila fortress laid to waste, a swift assault on the Ankila underground temple must be executed to prevent prolonged delays. However, the group still required rest and thorough preparations. Nevertheless, a brief respite sufficed, and the timeline for the temple assault was not overly pressing. On this day, the third pair of fusion evolution partners successfully completed their trial. They were, of course, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Given their high compatibility of martial souls and their possession of a martial soul fusion technique, the difficulty of fusion evolution was significantly reduced. The two stood facing each other, their gazes locked. A shimmering fusion evolution bond disc hovered between them. Dai Mubai gently touched the primary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing casually placed her hand on the secondary bond position. In the next moment, a spectral tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, transforming into the evil white tiger. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing morphed into the underworld spirit cat. Primary position, Dai Mubai, evil white tiger. Secondary position, Zhu Zhuqing, underworld spirit cat. Fusion evolution, Dai Pezhu, underworld white tiger. Indeed, the newly evolved soul master Dai Pezhu's martial soul was the underworld white tiger summoned through their martial soul fusion technique. Conversely, if Zhu Zhuqing were the primary, the newly evolved soul master Zhumu would possess the evil cheetah as her martial soul. As both were soul emperors at over level 60, their fusion evolution resulted in two soul Douluos. Excellent. A new strong force has emerged among the younger generation. In the golden ancient tree square of the Shrek Inner Academy, the most conspicuous sight was the inseparable pair of Bai Dong and the Master. Bai Dong, with her two martial souls, boasted 4 soul rings of 100,000 years combined, and her soul bones were nearing completion, predominantly comprising those of the same age. It was impossible not to stand out. Moreover, she, the former pope of the martial soul hall, clung to the Master like a young maiden, drawing the attention of many. This had become a striking spectacle within the Shrek Inner Academy. You must also strive harder. Now that your bright sacred dragon bloodline has fully fused, your third canon has become a true bright sacred dragon. Thus, your last 3 soul rings can incorporate those of 100,000 years. Hurry and cultivate to level 70. Do not fall behind your students, Bai Dong remarked casually. In her current state, she resembled a single-minded being, acting on whims without hesitation. Having shed her mask, she harbored no reservations. Thoughts flowed freely. There were no doctrines to constrain her. Of course, she might be oblivious to the solitude of the Ju Douluo Yuguan in the corner. Indeed, this elder, unwilling to accept the dissolution of the martial soul hall, would be dismayed by the transformation of the former pope into her current self. Ha! There is no way I could compare to these monsters. Achieving the rank of title Douluo in this lifetime is already a great satisfaction for me. As for the bright sacred dragon, that was once beyond my wildest dreams. As the evening glow enveloped them, the two strolled across the square and entered the Shrek Anti-Demon Coalition's conference hall. Luo Bo and Lily followed suit, preparing for the meeting. The time was ripe. Tonight's gathering would determine many specific details of the assault operation. The master and Bai Dong were seated next to each other, their chairs nearly merged. Indeed, describing their closeness as inseparable was hardly an exaggeration. With Bai Dong nearing the pinnacle of title Douluo strength, her influence in discussions had significantly increased, rivaling that of Luo Bo and Li Li. After all, she had been the pope of the martial soul hall and had surpassed 50 years of age, lending her a maturity and steadiness that surpassed the two younger individuals. As per usual, the meeting commenced with Yu Mengqing presenting the enemy situation to those in attendance. She meticulously detailed the abilities, locations, appearances, and personality traits of all the leader-level enemies within the Ankila Temple, providing a comprehensive and in-depth account. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory, making this information invaluable. By the way, are there individuals in Shrek City in need of soul rings? It would be a pity to waste the 100,000-year soul rings. We must identify those who require them in advance, so we can take them along, the Dean, Flinder, interjected during a lull. Tang Xiao seemed to have anticipated this moment. Promptly responding, the head of the Li family, Titan, recently reached the level 90 bottleneck and requires but one soul ring to become a true title Douluo. May we take him along? Luo Bo, for some reason, thought of Tang San upon hearing this. If Tang San were present at the meeting, he would surely be displeased. The members of the Haoyan clan were eagerly seeking to regain the support of the Li family. Indeed, during the Twilight Invasion, the various factions across Douluo continent suffered tremendous losses, with some entirely erased from existence. Yet, the reclusive Haoyan clan remained largely intact, a development no one had anticipated. Not even the Haoyan clan itself. They had not expected to discover upon their emergence that the world had changed and that they had become the most significant force outside the assembled Shrek anti-demon coalition. Should they succeed in defeating the Void forces and endeavor to restore order to Douluo continent, the Haoyan clan would find itself in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. Let us bring along all the young individuals in need of soul rings, for aside from the leaders, there are numerous mid-level and low-level adversaries within the Ankila Temple. Flinder reiterated, this time without opposition. Approved. Thus, this operation would once again be divided into a decapitation team and a sweeping team. The beheading squad should directly seek out the 5 leaders of the 100,000-year level, while the sweeping team is tasked with launching a comprehensive assault in the Ankila underground city, confronting leaders and sub-leaders below the 100,000-year mark, simultaneously purging the minions and seizing resources. On the second morning, all expedition members gathered in the golden ancient tree square of Shrek Academy. The dark purple eyes opened once more, and the portal gradually materialized. The strong led the way, followed closely by the younger generation. They were filled with a sense of grandeur and confidence, their hearts brimming with a longing for the spoils of war. Imagine, when faced with the calamity of the Void invasion, they once believed their doom was inevitable, that the world itself was destined for ruin. Yet upon arriving in Shrek City and joining the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance, not only did they receive the protection of the Golden Ancient Tree, but they also seized the opportunity to exploit the Void forces, enhancing their own strength by striking against the enemy. This is the hope found in despair, the sweetness amidst bitterness. They persist in their struggle, never resting. They practice diligently, striving to grow stronger to protect those around them and the world they cherish. The Douluo continent is not finished yet. With these valiant warriors of dire straits, how could the Douluo continent possibly perish? Gulme, let us fight for the world we hold dear. Chapter 93. Could be a trap? The landscape of the Ankila underground city shares a semblance with the above-ground Ankila fortress, yet due to its subterranean nature, it boasts numerous luminous, lantern-like lighting fixtures resembling delicate insect eggs, each varying in shape. The peculiarity of the scenery astonished the crowd for a considerable time. However, even the tourist-like decor could not save the insectoid lives here. After all, the Anti-Demon Alliance was not here for leisure. Yet, shortly after the battle commenced, the insectoids began to retreat in an orderly fashion. What could this mean? The sprawling underground city quickly became congested, with nearly all insectoids fleeing in one direction. Consequently, the original plans for the beheading and sweeping teams needed to be adjusted. Bibi Dong made a decisive call, utilizing her experience to inform everyone that this situation was undoubtedly suspicious. Yu Mengqing could not help but feel apprehensive. Were these insectoids preparing for that ritual? No, it must not be. Even if they were, they must be stopped immediately or everyone would perish here. She shouted, quick! follow the fleeing insectoids to the temple of SpiritsSon. The bewildered crowd had no choice but to obey the command. Non-title Douluo should stay behind and collect various resources in the underground city, Yu Mengqing added. Upon hearing this, the soon-to-be titled Douluo Titan immediately expressed discontent. A good 100,000-year spirit ring was about to slip away. Without further hesitation, the strong abandoned the less capable majority and pursued. Yu Mengqing only cautioned them not to allow the thousand-eyed seed to absorb those 100,000-year leaders. Otherwise, the fourth ancient ruler, the thousand-eyed demon SpiritsSon, would be reborn. At that moment, it could leave everyone stranded in this realm, at its mercy. Rob and Lily, having fused to become an ultimate Douluo, could easily escape, and Bibi Dong, nearing ultimate Douluo status, could also manage to leave. However, others did not possess such capabilities. The consequences of this scenario were terrifying to contemplate. The defense system of the Ankila underground city was activated, aiming to temporarily stall the powerful members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, buying more time. However, under the relentless assault of Bibi Dong and Li Jun, the gates fell one after another, ultimately leading everyone toward the core area of the underground city, the Temple of Ankila. Reluctantly, they pressed on, embodying the traditional virtue of a titled Douluo, to see things through to the end. Indeed, the entire temple was enveloped in a protective shield, keeping a significant portion of the lower-level insectoids at bay. After all, the protective shield's range was limited, unable to safeguard all the insectoids. Therefore, in order to prevent these unfortunate creatures from disrupting their plans, the titled Douluo of the beheading squad commenced a massacre. Dealing with these abandoned beings was a trivial task. The next step was to breach the protective shield. They observed the mysterious worm Oro and Princess Hahoran, as well as the seer Scram, each positioned in a 120-degree triangular formation, struggling to maintain the shield. Meanwhile, the twin emperors Vikenilas and Vikler were channeling their life force at the altar in the temple's center, evidently intending to sacrifice themselves to resurrect SpiritsSon. The flesh pillar atop the altar supported a large eye. This was undoubtedly the thousand-eyed seed. Should the twin emperors succeed in their sacrifice, the thousand-eyed demon SpiritsSon would be reborn. What are we waiting for? Let us unleash our most formidable attacks. However, it seemed the protective shield could withstand most forms of assault. A specialized shield-breaking soul skill was required to penetrate it. Just as everyone felt helpless, Tang Xiao stepped forward, stating, "Let me give a try. Our Haotian Sex Haotian Hammer Martial Soul, being the premier weapon martial soul, while primarily a power-based attack, also requires a degree of finesse." Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao then stepped forward decisively. What does he intend to do? The answer emerged in the next moment. Tang Xiao's 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings erupted in a cacophony of sounds, then vanished in a spectacular display, reduced to powder. The explosive rings? The ultimate Haotian hammer. This was a special cultivation method passed down since the establishment of the Haotian sect, as it demanded exceptionally high standards from practitioners. Only those endowed with extraordinary talents could succeed, while others risked their lives. Thus, it could only be passed down from one generation to the next. However, with the emergence of the golden ancient tree, Tang Xiao had an epiphany, breaking this norm and grasping the supreme essence of the Haotian hammer, the ultimate Haotian hammer. The ultimate Haotian hammer consolidates all of one's soul rings into a singular entity, infusing them into the Haotian hammer, transforming into the purest form of strength and attack power, exponentially enhancing one's power, forcibly shattering all constraints, unleashing might beyond one's soul power. Following the path of brute force, overpowering skill. Theoretically, the power of the ultimate Haotian hammer is limitless. The ultimate Haotian hammer's explosive rings allow each soul ring to perform an explosive ring, releasing the full force of the soul ring, instantaneously converting it into the user's strength, merging it into the attack, generating a power far exceeding the original. During the explosive ring, the higher the quality of the soul ring, the greater the effect. This is the desperate skill of the ultimate Haotian hammer. Each soul ring unleashes an attack. And once all soul rings have gone through the explosive ring, the user will enter a state of weakness, and the explosive ring is extremely perilous. If one cannot control the overwhelming power generated by the explosive ring, they risk being consumed by its energy. This is also why the ultimate Haotian hammer can only be cultivated by successive generations of Haotian Douluo, without profound talent and deep-rooted foundations. Attempting to wield this secret art is akin to suicide. The cost of the explosive ring is also tremendous, after using the ultimate Haotian Hammer's explosive ring once. All soul rings will vanish for 3 days, leaving only soul power. It takes the full 3 days for the soul rings to gradually recover. And once an explosive ring is used, a minimum interval of 36 hours is required for reuse, lest one risk genuine destruction of their soul rings. Currently, Tang Xiao could only detonate a maximum of 3 rings, launching 3 attacks. Yet that would suffice. With the second attack, the protective shield showed severe cracks, and after the third, it began to shatter entirely. Tang Xiao landed, panting, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, turning his back to the protective shield with a slight smile. Behind him, the shield emitted a crisp explosion, shattering completely. 3 formidable leaders, each possessing a protective shield of 100,000 years, along with the devoted twin emperors, have all met their demise. 3 blood-red soul rings lie in a triangular arrangement beneath the altar, while the soul bones shimmer with a faint glow. The 2 red soul rings atop the altar are particularly striking. How powerful is the Daxumi hammer? How magnificent is our Daxumi hammer? Of course, without having destroyed the Qianyanji, it is not yet time to collect the spoils. The flesh pillar of the Qianyanji sways gently, making its eyes even more prominent. Naturally, in such moments, prominence often heralds imminent death. Chapter 94. The 6th Ancient Ruler, the blood-infused demon Guo. However, Li Jun gazes at the Qianyanji and feels an unsettling dissonance. If this truly is the object capable of resurrecting Keisuan, then their journey to this point has been far too effortless. Could it be that? Let's first gather the soul bones, 500,000-year soul bones. Li Jun suggested casually, while remaining vigilant. She surveyed her surroundings and then gracefully ascended to the altar, storing the twin emperor soul bones within her spatial soul guide, and began to manipulate the Qianyanji with her soul power. In no time, other powerful beings gathered around. Observing the carnage within the Ankila temple evoked profound reflections. This was reminiscent of the time when the void powers swept across the Douluo continent, though this time it was the void creatures that had perished. Faced with the imposing presence of so many tidal Douluo, the Qianyanji instantly withered. It seemed inconsequential. It should be destroyed without further ado. Bibi Dong. Li Jun shook her head. Let us wait a moment longer. A minute passed with no occurrence. Can we proceed now? Bibi Dong raised a scythe-like arm. All right. With a swift motion of her scythe, the Qianyanji was indeed obliterated. Yet in the next instant, the entire space trembled violently. The air seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. Concurrently, everything around began to gradually turn red. From the destroyed Qianyanji, a beam of crimson light erupted, shattering the ceiling and tearing apart the entire underground city. Now, everything was laid bare. In the distance, where the sun should have been, a colossal blood-red moon emerged. The 6th Ancient Ruler, the blood-infused demon Guo, has come to make its presence known. Although Guo's overall power does not reach the pinnacle of tidal Douluo, its unique mechanisms render its combat style exceedingly grotesque. From afar, at the entrance of the underground city, Yu Mengqing was instantly petrified with fear. What is happening? This is entirely beyond her comprehension. Why can Guo enter Keisuan's domain? Are not the territories of the 6 ancient rulers mutually exclusive? Simultaneously, she observed the execution team's powerful members taking to the skies. Yet, under the influence of Guo and the blood-red moon, they appeared so diminutive. Without the time to consult anyone, Yu Mengqing directly utilized the artifact created from Keisuan's remains to teleport everyone back to Shrek City. Yes, anyone who entered the Ankila realm via the artifact made from Keisuan's remains could be transported out, regardless of their current location. Upon seeing the familiar golden ancient tree, they finally returned to safety. Yet, no one expected that Guo had also been transported here. What is the meaning of this? The immense blood-infused demon Guo swung its grotesque white flesh crown, its standard round maw expelling waves of blood mist. However, the golden ancient tree merely flashed with golden light, dissipating all impurities. Yet, it appeared that Guo itself was oblivious as to why it had been brought here. Yu Mengqing quickly regained her composure, employing rational thought to determine their next course of action. Right? Hadn't Tishi done this before? As long as an ancient ruler perished near the golden ancient tree, it could absorb the essence to fortify itself, correct? This presents an excellent opportunity. Quickly, Li Jun. Teacher Dong, do not let it escape. We must slay it here. Yu Mengqing cried out desperately, as if this was a long-held wish of hers. Li Jun did not hesitate, soaring into the air once more, releasing an absolute zero marker to slow its speed, and then unleashing the ancient ice wall to seal off its escape. Even if Salada's possessed remarkable abilities, her strength was comparable to Gohuan's. It was unlikely she could rescue it. Thus, Gohuan was doomed. Before this foolish creature could react, BB Dong's storm-like poisonous stings arrived. The first soul skill of the 8th soul ring, B Venom Sting, capable of inflicting minor damage frequently. After stacking to 50 layers, it would trigger a toxic explosion, paralyzing the enemy's nervous system from within. The essence of this soul skill lies in launching as many stings as possible in the shortest time to quickly accumulate to 50 layers, causing significant damage and paralysis. However, BB Dong understood how troublesome this enemy could be, so she would not squander time personally firing the stings. The second soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Summon Swarm, which could instantly call forth 3,000-year level venomous bees to aid in combat. Each attack from the venomous bees would add a layer of Venom Sting effect to the enemy. Hence, she simply needed the summoned bees to continue launching stings while she herself engaged in close combat, flickering in alternating hues of purple and green. The true form of the soul-devouring Spider Queen was unleashed. BB Dong's form transformed mid-air into a ghastly green, radiating with emerald light mist. This not only amplified BB Dong's overall strength, but also possessed the ability to heal her own injuries. In the state of true martial soul, if the opponent's attacks lack explosive power, one would find that this enemy could not inflict damage as quickly as BB Dong could recover. The second soul skill of the 9th soul ring, Power of Adrian. For the next 3 seconds, attack power and movement speed are tripled. This soul skill may not seem impressive, with a duration too brief to be significant. Yet its strength lies in its short casting interval, as it can be used nearly every minute. Moreover, its soul power consumption is far lower than other 100,000-year soul skills. BB Dong swiftly closed the distance, unleashing the terrifying eternal creation before the tripled attack power enhancement faded. 2 jade-like giant sighs rose together, slashing to create a vast green cross-shaped wave. One of BB Dong's most domineering single-target attack capabilities. Physical defenses are rendered ineffective, energy defenses are reduced by 50%, and once struck, the injury will endlessly spread, only to be resisted by soul power until it is completely depleted. This effect is already terrifying. Moreover, it has been amplified threefold by the power of Adrian. Naturally, if BB Dong lacked such strength, Yu Mengxing would not have allowed her to fight alongside Li Jun. Just as Gohuan reacted to the pain, Li Jun seized the moment to unleash a full-force extreme freezing thunder. Li Jun understood that employing methods akin to that of the Martial Soul Hall's Great Calamity would still be challenging against Gohuan, despite the latter not being comparable to Keisu-in. The blood-infused demon Gohuan unleashed its repulsive corrosive blood from its fang-ridden maw, desecrating the surrounding land. This too could be considered its domain's soul skill, Blood Demon Domain. Li Jun activated the radiant magnetic field, cleansing all blood stains before the Blood Demon Domain could fully spread. Before me, Li Jun, all domains are ineffective. Submit to your demise, you repugnant creature. Chapter 95, The Comet Goddess Legacy, BB Dong. Gohuan seemed to have entered a frenzy, its entire form shimmering with explosive bloodlight. It rampaged violently against everything in its vicinity, including the grove behind it and the glacial fortress that constrained its flanks. This ancient, worm-like entity of the old ones appeared to possess a rather limited intellect, as it chose to roll about in reckless abandon rather than flee from danger. Teacher Dong, now is the time to put an end to it. Yu Mengxing called out to Bai Bai Dong, who stood beneath the ancient golden tree, directing her voice towards the sky above Shrek City. Do it immediately, without hesitation. Bai Bai Dong, casting aside any reservations, unleashed her newfound powers, even if she had yet to fully comprehend them. She understood the formidable strength of Gohuan and thus resolved to give it her all. The second soul skill of the venomous bee hunter, Queen Bee Devour, allowed her to consume one of the summoned venomous bees to recover a small amount of soul and mental energy, with the potential to be used 3 times consecutively. 3 venomous bees transformed into green orbs of light, and after a brief flash, were swiftly absorbed by Bai Bai Dong, replenishing her soul and mental energy. At this moment, Bai Bai Dong was nearing her peak condition. The second soul skill of the Scarless Honor Headband, Adrian's Gaze, consumed nearly all of her soul and mental energy to deliver an instant death blow to an enemy. While it might not guarantee the demise of soul beasts over 10,000 years old or soul masters of the title Douluo level and above, it would certainly inflict severe damage. A brilliant purple beam of light erupted from the main crystal of the headband, directly targeting Gu Huan's heart. Already severely wounded, Gu Huan could not withstand such a grotesque assault, and even the arrival of the Void Saint would be of little help. Exhausted, Bai Bai Dong did not witness Gu Huan's demise. Instead, she found herself engulfed in a divine illusion. Bai Bai Dong, would you be willing to accept the divine examination of the comet goddess? A clear voice, both distant and near, echoed within Bai Bai Dong's spiritual sea. Soon, the voice's owner materialized. It was a goddess, her form both graceful and powerful, clad in shimmering blue and white armor, crafted from an unknown material. Her hair, as brilliant as crystal, cascaded down, complemented by the scythe of the comet slung elegantly across her back. This ethereal presence was unmatched, even by Bai Bai Dong or Li Jun. Indeed, how could mortals hope to rival the divine? The mention of divine inheritance jolted Bai Bai Dong to awareness. How exhilarating! After the destruction of Wuhuan City, she had lost her connection to the Rakshasa's legacy. Recently, she had given up hope of ascension. Yet now, another chance to become a deity lay before her. How could she not treasure it? The Void Saint possessed the strength of a god king, requiring the combined might of several first-level divine powers to be defeated. Was this comet goddess a first-level deity? Will you accept? I ask again. Bai Bai Dong could no longer afford to hesitate. Yes, I will accept. May I inquire if you are indeed the comet goddess? Naturally, she had surmised that this figure was the current comet goddess. Good. The first test of the Comet S9 trials shall commence immediately. The ancient golden tree began to gently absorb all the energy left behind by Gu Huan, transforming it into its own life source. Within mere minutes, it expanded several-fold, and its protective barrier swelled to encompass an even greater expanse of land. The enthusiasm of the anti-demon coalition soared to unprecedented heights, as if victory was within their grasp. Yu Mengqing smiled with satisfaction, leaning against Xieyu's form in quiet joy. Shortly thereafter, she returned to her chamber to rest, only to be confronted by a familiar figure. Traitor, we meet again. I trust you have been well. The ethereal and profound voice was as enigmatic as the void itself. It was she. Yu Mengqing immediately recognized the visitor. No, it cannot be. How could she breach the golden tree's defenses? I know what you are thinking, traitor. It seems you're doing quite well here, Sarada's continued. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the fifth Old One, the sorceress of 1,000 souls, Sarada's. Yu Mengqing's composure faltered. Are you here to take me back? Sarada's chuckled lightly. Take you back? What purpose would that serve? Quite the opposite. I have come to pledge my allegiance. Allegiance? Impossible. What trickery is this? Oh, do you think I need to deceive you? You overestimate yourself. I am sincere. I destroyed my core of dominion and cast aside the essence of the void. How else could I have evaded that pesky tree? Sarada spoke nonchalantly, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yu Mengqing could hardly believe her ears. So, you are no longer an old one, nor even a creature of the void? Why would you do this? Why? Because I wish to stand with the victors, and you shall be the victors. Frankly, ever since the demise of Kejuan, I have questioned the Void Saint. Now that Gu Huan has also fallen, I see your current fighting capability. From my observations in 5 years, you will undoubtedly possess the strength to eliminate all old ones, including myself. By then, you could even hasten the ascension of several deities to rival the Void Saint. Should I continue to align myself with the doomed, sacrificing my immortal life, or should I side with the destined victors and become a creator of a new order? Her words were sound, yet Yu Mengqing remained skeptical of the sorceress of 1,000 souls. Thus I sought you out, Sarada's continued. I knew that through you, my intentions would be better understood. How ironic. I never imagined I would also become a traitor, just like you. Do not call me a traitor. I was never yours. You controlled my mind and drained my gifts. That is all in the past. Why even bring it up? Do you think I am free now? From the moment of my creation, I have served the Void Saint. Unlike my 5 brothers, who are all peculiar in their own ways, I possess superior wisdom and consciousness. I have grown weary of associating with those large worms and octopuses. I have had enough. Yu Mengqing still could not accept such an outcome. The once mighty Old One had so easily turned to allegiance. Sarada's emerged from the shadows, revealing her true form. Clad in a simple yet elegant dark purple robe, she was tall and graceful, exuding an air of noble elegance. The jelly-like sheen of her dark purple hair made her appearance strikingly unique. "Is this truly your true form?" Yu Mengqing exclaimed in astonishment. Sarada's approached, placing her hand on Yu Mengqing's shoulder. Could there be any pretense? It was now confirmed. Sarada's was indeed sincere in her allegiance. Chapter 96. Sarada's the elder sister. In the conference hall, behind Yu Mengqing's seat stood the unmistakable figure of Sarada's, her true self. "Are you certain she has truly come to pledge allegiance?" The others inquired with wary eyes in unison. Sarada's replied, "Oh, your ancient golden tree harbors no suspicions. Yet you trouble me? Ah, cruel mortals." This silenced the crowd effectively. Indeed, if Sarada's were still a creature of the void, how could she have breached the golden tree's defenses to enter the conference hall? 5 seconds of silence ensued, followed by intense discussion. Enough with the idle chatter. Sarada's interrupted the assembly. "If you desire my presence, then so be it. If not, I shall take my leave. Do not feign courtesy. I am accustomed to such theatrics." Star-crowned Douluo Su Shenglin suddenly sneered. "Leave? To return to your void saint?" Laughter erupted. "Ha ha! You wretched creature. Are you here merely to probe for information?" Suddenly, a phantom hand appeared out of thin air, delivering a harsh slap to his face, catching him completely off guard. "Whom you dare to insult as a wretched creature?" Sarada's crossed her arms, indignantly retorting. Just as Su Shenglin was about to retaliate, he was abruptly interrupted by another sharp exclamation. "Enough!" Lily shouted, slamming her palm on the table. "Under the crown of stars, remember that you are a titled Doa, not a drunken vagabond of the streets." She then turned to the elusive master of 1,000 souls. Are you here to pledge your allegiance? If so, how do you intend to express your sincerity?" Sarada's raised her hand, summoning several shadow vortices. "Sincerity? I offer the realms I have created to you. Does that count as sincerity? Realms? Are they akin to the Ankila Empire? Indeed, those of you with potential among the young soul masters can enter them for training. Should you face life-threatening danger, you will be instantly teleported back. It's a beneficial endeavor with no downsides." The astonishing proposition left everyone in disbelief, their eyes fixated on the shadow vortices. With only Yu Mengqing appearing less surprised, she had already visited the realms created by Sarada's and had some understanding of them. The reason Sarada's possesses such low direct combat strength is precisely because she has devoted almost all her power to constructing these realms. Now she is willing to part with her most treasured possessions, which speaks volumes of her urgency. "Oh, do you doubt me?" Sarada's remarked, opening one of the shadow vortices, revealing the Karazhan Tower. Everyone present could see everything within this realm, including a tall knight clad in red armor, a casually dressed skeleton butler brandishing a dagger alongside 4 attendants, a statue-like female giant draped in holy robes, a bustling opera house, and mechanical sentinels crackling with blue electricity. Before the spectators could fully absorb the scene, Sarada's exited the council chamber, directing all the vortices toward the golden ancient tree. The assembly hurriedly followed, anxious about any unforeseen complications. However, they observed the golden ancient tree absorbing all the shadow vortices, transforming them into golden whirlpools. "Well then, I now possess the right to utilize these realms, while the ownership has been transferred to you. Surely, you no longer harbor doubts? I have wagered everything I possess upon you. Do you truly believe we can defeat the Void Saint Lord? After all, the Void Saint Lord wields the power of a deity," Lily inquired. Sarada's appeared somewhat taken aback. "You mean to say that none of your own are with you?" "I can assure you that someone in this room has already received a divine assessment from a first-level deity. Additionally, a young individual outside in the plaza has also undergone such an assessment. If all goes well, you are bound to produce 2 first-level deities. This does not even account for others who may receive divine assessments in the future." "What? Unbelievable!" The astonishment was palpable among the gathered crowd. "Indeed, in the end, if we unite the powers of several first-level deities, we may stand a chance against the Void Saint Lord," Sarada's added. The original plan to attain divinity, even the ambition to cultivate a generation of ultimate Douluo, now appeared so ethereal. This was the stark reality laid bare before them. "Since you remain unaware, I shall not expose them. After all, divine assessments cannot be interfered with from the outside." Bibi Dong sighed in relief. Matters of attaining divinity were too sensitive, and revealing them prematurely could lead to complications. Now, she gleaned from Sarada's words that the comet goddess was indeed a first-level deity, which sufficed. Even if ascension to the divine realm was required, she could bring her companions along, sparing them the anguish of eternal separation. However, Bibi Dong was puzzled to learn that among those present, there was another who had received a divine assessment. Who could this Randy be? Her curiosity was piqued. Tang San and Wu sat by the lakeside meditating, yet a heavy burden weighed upon Tang San's heart. The god of Shura or the sea god? Whom should I choose? Yet, choosing one would offend the other. It truly is a dilemma. Why must both of these great powers have singled me out? Contemplating this, he glanced at Wu beside him. Tang San pondered. Could I perhaps share the divine position with my other half? Wouldn't it be more splendid if I became the god of Shura and Wu the sea god? However, he feared that the divine assessment of the sea god might be perilous, even to the extent of endangering Wu's life. Indeed, the divine assessment is no trivial matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't bear the name it does. In a corner of the outer courtyard, Song Yingwen could hardly believe that the vision she witnessed was indeed real. It must have been a dream, right? Becoming a deity. The god of wishing had genuinely chosen her as the inheritor of the divine position. It was worth noting that she was merely a four-ring soul master. Could it truly be that her martial soul, the wishing spirit, qualified her for the divine assessment? In truth, the god of wishing was originally meant to be exclusive to the six-winged spirit family. However, with Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji both deceased, and Qian Rinxue having fallen to become a twilight soul master, Song Yingwen's wishing spirit had become a prime candidate. In the council hall now, you stand between the Void Saint Lord and three ancient dominators. Each of these three could easily dispatch two opponents, and I refer to the ultimate Douluo. Once you possess three ultimate Douluo, then consider confronting the third ancient dominator. As for the second and first, you will likely need even more ultimate Douluo. In fact, even the Isha Ji must have a god to contend with. Sarada's paused before continuing. Divine assessments typically require several years. During this period, your secondary team can enter the realms I have created for training, striving to become titled Douluo, Super Douluo, and Ultimate Douluo. In the future, when you confront the Void Saint Lord, the secondary team will prove invaluable. Chapter 97, Karazhan Tower. After confirming that the ownership of these realms had been transferred to the Golden Ancient Tree, the council promptly decided to allow some suitable young individuals to enter for training. Karazhan Tower, led by Hunter Altum and his steed Midnight, accompanied by the butler Moros and 6 noble guests within the dining hall, the Pure Maiden, the Opera House, the Curator, the Night Nightmare, the Shadow of Ellerin, the Void Phantom Dragon, and Prince Malgazar. Sarada's conveyed that conquering Karazhan Tower required a perfect 10-member formation, 2 main defenders, 3 supporters, with at least 1 being a healer, and finally 5 damage dealers, ideally with a blend of ranged and melee, as well as physical and magical capabilities. After careful consideration, the selected roster comprised Dai Mubai, Yin, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Song Yingwen, Luo Bo, Ma Hongjun, Xiaoyu, Yu Mengqing, and Zhu Zhuqing. Among them, Dai Mubai balanced offense and defense, while Yin leaned more towards defense. Ning Rongrong was geared towards all-around support, and Oscar was the indispensable team supply station. Song Yingwen served as the wartime healer and rescuer. Luo Bo was a stable ranged magic damage dealer, while Ma Hongjun focused on explosive ranged magic output. Xiaoyu was a melee burst damage dealer, Zhu Zhuqing was a melee steady damage dealer, and Yu Mengqing was a mid-range hybrid damage dealer. This configuration appeared to be quite comprehensive. Moreover, most of these individuals were soul emperors, their strengths being on a similar level, facilitating easier teamwork. Simultaneously, prior to their departure, Luo Bo equipped each member with a suitable set of purple epic runes. A 20% boost to a particular attribute would significantly lower the difficulty of this training excursion. The golden ancient tree shimmered, gradually opening one of the golden whirlpools, transforming it into a portal to the realm. The journey to Karazhan Tower commenced. Upon entering the first level of Karazhan, one must first clear the side rooms and the stables. Naturally, most individuals opt to tackle the side rooms first, as the very name stables evokes a sense of foreboding. However, to everyone's astonishment, the side rooms are teeming with gigantic spiders and bats, towering even above humans. This hardly seems a place for mortals. The timid Song Yingwen promptly retreated. Captain Dai Mubai swiftly assessed the strength of these creatures, determining that they were merely equivalent to soul beasts of approximately 1,000 years. As long as he and Yin held the front line, their teammates could efficiently eliminate these monsters from the rear. Jiubao, 3 days of soul, 5 days of attack, 6 days of enhancement, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Luo Bo felt a surge of power coursing through him, desperately seeking an outlet. "Let us commence," he declared as the magnetic resonance blast was primed to unleash. A soft purple electromagnetic brilliance erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions, instantly impacting all adversaries before him. The inherent damage of the magnetic resonance blast was modest. Its primary function lay in diminishing the lightning resistance of those struck. With his fourth soul skill, the thunderous storm of destruction. For dark clouds materialized above the area with the highest concentration of foes, colliding violently. Following this, Luo Bo's hand descended majestically, unleashing a thick bolt of purple gold lightning that struck all enemies within a vast radius. Ning Rongrong's enhancements significantly amplified the potency of this combination. One could only imagine the terror induced by the Jiubao Liuli Ta at the Soul Emperor level. The might of Luo Bo's thunderous storm of destruction rivaled that of an all-out assault from a powerful Soul Douluo just entering the 8th ring. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, a testament to their fearsome prowess. "Attention, the first hidden boss is nearby," came the voice of Salata's, alerting every individual within Kalazan. The actions of the assault team were closely monitored by the audience gathered before the ancient golden tree, their performance subject to scrutiny. Among the assault team, only Yue Mengqing possessed familiarity with Kalazan, having frequented it during her time as the Holy Maiden of the Void, drawn by its relatively normal aesthetic compared to other locales rife with monstrous horrors. Yue Mengqing was well aware of the identity of this so-called hidden boss. In truth, a hidden boss is one whose strength falls short of that of a regular boss, but has nonetheless earned the title. Everyone, be wary. The lurking Xiakis is concealed in a corner. Its primary ability is a 10-second web of absolute control. Ingwen, be sure to dispel any poison effects immediately, Yue Mengqing instructed. Song Ingwen timidly acknowledged understood. Randomly, Dai Laoda used the white tiger meteor shower to force it out, then rushed to the main defense position. Yen, you will serve as the secondary defender, ready to assist Dai Laoda at any moment. Both affirmed their readiness. All right, let us proceed. With Yue Mengqing's command, the group began to preemptively unleash soul skills. Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor shower nearly engulfed the entire room, aiming to disrupt the stealth of Xiakis. "Come forth. You cannot evade," he bellowed as the meteor shower continued. Suddenly, a crystalline green spider emerged from the corner, launching a paralysis web towards Ning Rongrong. Asaika swiftly intervened, blocking the attack just in time, albeit suffering a mixture of dark blood and green toxins. Dai Mubai found himself ensnared, while Yin immediately charged at the spider. The scene grew chaotic. Even Luo was struggled to react promptly. He soon began unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows. Under the relentless assault, Xiakis appeared increasingly overwhelmed within mere seconds. Now it was time for Ma Hongjuan to shine. In terms of explosive power and harvesting capability, few could rival him. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Soaring. Ma Hongjuan ascended into the air, his crimson radiance dimming the light of all others in the room. With both enhancement skills activated, it was time to reap the rewards. Sixth soul skill, Phoenix Piercing Cloud Strike. A torrent of intensely hot magma surged from the position of Xiakis, as if striving to breach the very heavens. The temperature was unbearable for any earthly creature. The hapless spider was swiftly reduced to molten remnants. Well done, a reward of a belt for your efforts. You may distribute it among yourselves, announced Saladas, as a green-striped belt appeared where Xiakis had perished. This item granted a minor agility bonus to its wearer. Chapter 98. The Hunter A2 Mun and the Midnight Warhorse. The agility-enhancing wristband was a coveted prize, with only Xie Yue and Zhu Zhuqing in contention. However, given that Zhu Zhuqing was purely an agility-based attacker, a brief discussion led Xie Yue to graciously concede the item to her. Traversing a corridor, they arrived at a blacksmith shop. Truly, this tower was a marvel, containing an array of facilities despite its modest appearance. The first level boasted not only stables, but also a beast pen and a blacksmith's workshop. Within the blacksmith shop lay a solitary, dilapidated anvil and a few rusted tools and ingots. A spectral blacksmith, upon noticing the assault team, welcomed them. "Ah, after many years, I can serve knights once again. Which equipment would you like to repair?" The ghostly blacksmith's voice was rather unsettling, leaving the group feeling uneasy. "Let's turn back. We can eliminate the boss in the stables and ascend to the second level," suggested Yue Mengqing. The group promptly followed her lead back to the entrance, charging toward the stables. The stables had a peculiar structure. Upon entering, They found themselves at a point within a grand circular corridor, necessitating a full circuit before reaching the heart of the stables. It was likely that the boss awaited them there. However, the various horses and spectral caretakers within the circular corridor posed considerable challenges for the assault team. Fortunately, their senses were dulled compared to ordinary beings, allowing distant foes to remain oblivious to the combat occurring nearby. Finally, after a methodical advance, the assault team completed half the circuit. In a last congregation of enemies, they encountered 4 spectral horses and 6 spectral caretakers. It appeared a fierce battle lay ahead. Dai Lauda and Pongzi will unleash meteor showers to inflict maximum damage before the enemies engage us, commanded Yue Mingqing. The golden-red amalgamation of the White Tiger's royal power and the Phoenix's blazing fire illuminated the entire stable. At this moment, Luo Boitu began to unleash his might. 5th soul skill, Magnetic Resonance Blast. 4th soul skill, Thunderous Storm of Destruction. Yue Mingqing executed her shadowy dance with all her strength, then surged into close combat, delivering a heavy strike with her massive purple weapon. The world is at peace. From the corpse of a spectral caretaker, a piece of cloth equipment floated into view. Mystic Red Ruby Cloak, a trophy that significantly enhances the spell damage and spell critical rate of its wearer. How you choose to distribute it is up to you, Salada's announced. In that moment, Luo Bo, Yue Mingqing, and Ma Hongjuan all felt envious. This item was evidently superior to the one previously obtained by Zhu Zhuqing. According to the standards of quality classification based on runes, the belt acquired by Zhu Zhuqing is of blue quality, while the Maifa Hanbyoshi Dupo, Mystical Ruby Cloak, boasts a purple epic quality. Even the 3 support members are envious, though they understand it is beyond their use. Naturally, Dai Mubai and Yin also yearn for it. As defenders, they possess means of magical attack as well. Yue Mingqing gazed at Luo Bo and Ma Hongjun and softly suggested, "Let's roll the dice to decide." "Where are the dice?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Just as he spoke, 3 dice materialized out of thin air. These are special 100-sided dice, capable of producing any number from 1 to 100, powered by 1 soul energy, Salada is reminded. This is simply too well orchestrated. Thus, Ma Hongjun rolled a stunning 91 and claimed the cloak. "Look at how delighted this plump fellow is. Such magnificent equipment is now mine. I am utterly overjoyed." Ning Rongrong delivered a light punch to the back of his head, saying, "Enough, don't gloat as if no one else knows." Not just Ning Rongrong. Many were envious of Ma Hongjun. That is indeed purple epic quality equipment. In front of the golden ancient tree, Ning Feng politely asked Lady Saladas, "Since you can create these realms, why not directly grant the spoils within to the children? You are rather uninformed. Once created, all mechanisms are already established, and even I cannot alter them easily. Moreover, without allowing them to undergo trials and earn their rewards through effort, there will be no substantial outcome. Gaining rewards without labor is detrimental to their growth," Saladas replied. Subsequently, the assault team finally beheld a robust red-armored steed standing at the center of the stable. Its hooves were ablaze with green, sinister flames, and its eyes emitted a haunting emerald glow. This horse is named Midnight. I once rode it when I was the Void Saintess. Back then, I had to persuade its owner for quite some time before he agreed. Xieyu, intrigued, turned to Yue Mingqing and asked, "Then who is its owner? Are they here? Will they be angry if we ride it?" Yue Mingqing chuckled, covering her mouth. "Feel free to give it a try. Although this horse appears somewhat sinister, it is currently behaving quite docile. However, should you trust it, you would be gravely mistaken." Xieyu perceived no fluctuation of soul energy from the horse, thus dismissed it. "Ride it? Why should I fear?" He retracted his martial soul, stepped forward in 2 strides, swung a leg over the saddle, and grasped the reins with one hand. "Let us go, move a few steps. Giddy up." Suddenly, Midnight bucked violently, tossing Xieyu off. In the next moment, the horse's emerald eyes flared. "Damn it! Ching, you set me up!" Xieyu exclaimed, rising to activate his martial soul and charging at Midnight. "Watch me take down this wretched steed." 2 bursts of emerald light shielded Midnight from the majority of his strikes, effectively protecting it. Midnight turned and reared up, delivering a swift kick. Before anyone could react, a new development unfolded. "Who dares to lay claim to my hunting steed?" A powerful man clad in red chainmail rushed from a distance, wielding a long sword and holding a whip, truly a hunter. Yue Mingqing could hardly believe her eyes. This hunter, a Tumen, had returned so swiftly. Xie had already been kicked against the wall by Midnight, while Tumen charged towards the crowd. Just as he was about to strike the rear ranks, Dai Mubai, transformed into the white tiger, stood firm to block the full force of the attack. "If you wish to harm my comrades, first ask for my consent," Dai Mubai shouted, striving to disarm his opponent. At this moment, Yin finally responded, taking a defensive stance. If Dai Mubai failed to withstand the enemy, it would fall to him to step in. Xiaoyu, just sliding off the wall, felt fortunate that the suddenly appearing madman did not target him first. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Chapter 99, Golden Seals, supporting the crumbling edifice. Dai Mubai engaged Atumen in several rounds of unarmed combat. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Midnight's movements. What? It turns out Midnight can fight as well. Even among horse-shaped soul beasts, such combat skills are rare. Noticing Dai Mubai was under no significant pressure, Yin also engaged Midnight. Two primary defenders, each taking on one enemy, ensuring no foe could breach the rear ranks. Shadow Slash. Atumen swung his great sword, unleashing a vast, fan-shaped wave of energy. This wave inflicted considerable damage, severely wounding Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaoyu. All melee attackers focus on Midnight. Do not engage Atumen yet, Yu Mengqin commanded. Thus, the only melee fighter left in front of Atumen was the primary defender, Dai Mubai, while Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing assaulted Midnight from the side. Unable to breach Dai Mubai's defenses and having sustained some injuries, Atumen was at a disadvantage, especially since the three ranged attackers behind were relentlessly assaulting him. Fortunately, Dai Mubai benefited from Song Yingwen's continuous battle healing, alleviating some pressure on his health. Nevertheless, Atumen's attack power remained formidable. Luo Bo sought the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike to this suddenly appearing madman. Ever since he experienced the might of Ning Rongrong's support, that sensation lingered in his mind. He wished for Ning Rongrong to continuously assist him. It was simply exhilarating, impossible to resist. "Rongrong, I beseech you for a boost." Luo Bo finally voiced his request in a tone of earnest supplication. "Here, give." Ning Rongrong seized her precise soul power replenishment for Dai Mubai and shifted to use her soul skills. 9 treasures, famous for 3 days, soul, attack, and enhancement. The targets of these 3 enhancements were none other than Luo Bo Splendid. Magnetic Shockwave. A blue-white radiance instantaneously enveloped the battlefield, illuminating the entire room with electric power. In the next moment, her 4th soul skill, Frightening Thunder Array. 2 thick purple bolts of lightning descended from the storm canopy outside the tower, crashing through the roof and striking both the hunter Atumen and his steed Midnight, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Dai Mubai and Yin promptly halted, surveying the fallen adversary. However, their foe was not easily vanquished. If such were the case, he would not be a formal leader within the Karazhan Tower. Midnight shook off the residual effects, its sinister green gaze fixated on the assault team. Atumen slowly rose, wiping away a mouthful of blood. "Come on, Midnight. Let us scatter this rabble to the winds." Atumen mounted his steed with a speed akin to light. In an instant, the red glow surrounding him and the green glow emanating from Midnight intertwined, transforming into a honey-colored sinister light. Was this a fusion? Well, it was merely Atumen mounting his horse. Yet, Atumen immediately spurred Midnight forward, directly charging into the rear ranks and colliding with Song Yingwen, sending her out of the Karazhan realm. Song Yingwen quietly reappeared before the golden ancient tree, awkwardly facing the onlookers. Saladas chuckled. If this were a real battlefield, this wish-making soul master would have already perished. In the next moment, Yu Mengqin also found herself ejected. She awkwardly smiled. "Hello, everyone. Good to see you again." The strong ones were left speechless. Following that, Yin inexplicably met the same fate, being charged to death and expelled from Karazhan. Then came Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Xiaoyu. Only Luo Bo and Dai Mubai remained on the field. Ning Feng inquired, "What shall we do about those who have been expelled?" As the 2 individuals inside perished and subsequently revived, they prepared to re-enter and face the challenge anew. However, the leader within would also regain its strength, as Saradas remarked. Rob endeavored to remain closely behind Dai Mubai, ensuring that the mounted hunter, Atumen, would not have the slightest opportunity to target him. Yet, Dai Mubai was already fatigued. Utilizing the white tiger demon transformation had drained nearly all of his soul power. Without Ning Rongrong to replenish his energy, and with the sausages from Oscar nearly consumed, he could hardly endure much longer. Should Dai Mubai falter, Rob would be compelled to resort to his 6th soul skill for rapid movement to evade the onslaught. However, this was hardly a viable solution. Was he truly left with no choice but to employ that technique? Initially, Rob had intended to reserve it for the upcoming leader. Yet it seemed he must deploy it here. Of course, had Rob known that he and Dai Mubai could regroup and restart after dying, he would not have contemplated such a course. Boom! Dai Mubai was struck by an object and crashed heavily against the wall, vanishing before he even slid down. Only Rob remained on the battlefield. What should he do? Sixth soul skill, Thunder Transfer. The purple golden light transformed into lightning, piercing through the enemy's body and reconstituting itself on the other side. In that fleeting moment of disengagement, the electric brilliance flashed, as if to carve out the very fabric of space. Without hesitation, Rob activated Thunder Body Protection and utilized Thunder Teleportation once more to traverse through the opponent's form. The radiance expanded, its diameter stretching at least 10 meters. The hunter Atumen staggered under the impact, momentarily dazed. But that single second was more than sufficient. Rob mused, Atumen, I have witnessed all your techniques, but do you truly comprehend the extent of my limits? Rob's body radiated with a resplendent golden light as he firmly locked onto the hunter Atumen with a golden rune-shaped mark. The exclusive combat skill of a master-level rune master. Golden Rune Seal. Indeed, any rune master who ascends to the master level can unleash the Golden Rune Seal, inflicting substantial single-target damage while simultaneously imposing a complete control effect. Logically, the leaders within Karazhan should be impervious to control, yet they were vulnerable to this. Moreover, this technique was target-locked. Once secured, it could not miss unless the caster was interrupted. At that moment, the hunter Atumen and his steed, Midnight, resembled a gilded statue. Fifth soul skill, Thunderburst. Fourth soul skill, Fiend Thunder Array. Upon completing his onslaught, Rob was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The cost of the Golden Rune Seal was exorbitant, draining not only his soul power, but also a significant amount of mental energy. Nonetheless, this technique was not something one could simply employ at will. For at least 10 minutes, Rob could not utilize this skill again. With the battle concluded, comrades who had previously perished could naturally re-enter. The 9 warriors hastily made their way to the center of the stables to check on their valiant ally. In recent months, Rob had been somewhat overshadowed, as Lily and Yu Mengqing's brilliance was too radiant. Even when Rob and Lily fused to evolve, the strong were more inclined to attribute that success to Lily. Yet now, amidst the defeat of his teammates, Rob single-handedly vanquished the enemy, reclaiming his place in their regard. Many began to realize in astonishment that this Shrek Academy's holy son was indeed a 3-soul master. Now, he had accomplished such feats with merely 1 soul. What if he were to bestow soul rings upon his other 2 souls? This individual's future was undoubtedly limitless. Chapter 100. May I Ride Midnight? Ning Rongrong quickly summoned the 9-treasure glazed tower to restore Rob's soul power, while Oscar fed him sausage. Song Yingwen also utilized healing light to replenish his vitality. Soon, Rob regained consciousness and meditated to recover. After a brief moment, he noticed the green glow of loot shimmering upon Atumen's corpse. A smile of joy spread across Rob's face. All right, let's distribute the spoils. He approached slowly, reaching into Atumen's ethereal body. It felt akin to touching a barrel of water. The first item retrieved was a pair of pristine white gloves with golden edges. First item, Blessed Gloves of Purity. Purple epic quality, which enhanced the wearer's healing spell strength and soul power recovery speed, Sarada's noted. This is undoubtedly for Song Yingwen, as she is the only healer present. Rob continued to explore the body, unearthing another glove. This one was a deep purple with an arcane 6-pointed star pattern on the palm, bordered in teal. Second loot, Flowing Thought Wraps, purple epic quality, which grants the wearer a slight increase in spell damage and critical spell rate. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengqing and Rob exchanged knowing glances, while Ma Hongjun surprisingly remained composed. The former 2 locked eyes and then simultaneously glared at the latter. What are you staring at me for? I just acquired this cloak. Ma Hongjun pointed to the mysterious red gem cloak draped across his back. How could I possibly compete with you for that glove? Sarada's timely presented the 100-sided dice. Rob, with an impressive roll of 99, unfortunately lost, as Yu Mengqing rolled a perfect 100. Huh, I knew this was mine, she exclaimed joyfully. You're amazing, Ching. Xie chimed in. Rob, feeling disheartened, continued rummaging through the corpse. This time, he unearthed a gold-edged black plate armor gauntlet. Courageous arm gauntlet, purple epic quality, which provides a slight increase in defense, endurance, and parry ability. Clearly, this was intended for a defender. Thus, Dai Mubai and Yin began to roll the dice, with Dai Mubai ultimately winning by a narrow margin of 53 to 51. I feel even more powerful now, Dai Mubai declared with feigned arrogance. Zhu Zhuqing merely remarked, lead. The fourth item was a completely transparent ring with a hint of pink luminescence. Ring of the Spirit Phantom, purple epic quality, which enhances the wearer's endurance and spell damage. This would undoubtedly be claimed by either Dai Mubai or Yin, as both primary defenders possess spell damage capabilities, such as the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave and White Tiger Meteor Shower. Having already secured the Courageous Arm Gauntlet, Dai Mubai generously offered the Ring of the Spirit Phantom to Yin. Rob then retrieved the final piece of loot, a red ribbon with a faint green glow. It appeared less like equipment and more like an accessory. Reins of the Fiery Warhorse. Mount. The owner of the reins can summon or dismiss Midnight at will. Midnight? Was this not the steed of the hunter Atumen? But had it not already perished here? Confusion filled the minds of the gathered warriors. If that is the case, then everyone is entitled to contest for this loot, Xiaoyu stated. He desperately desired the horse. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly attempted to ride it earlier. The allure of the horse was undeniable. Just the sight of its luminous eyes and glowing green legs was enough to captivate any equestrian enthusiast, not to mention its striking crimson mane and accompanying splendid saddle. Since it seems everyone desires it, let us prepare to roll the dice, Rob declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-sided dice materialized before them, awaiting their sole power to activate them. No, Rob, I believe this horse should belong to you, Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Lobo remained silent, refraining from interrupting Dai Mubai, eager to hear his next words. You single-handedly turned the tide, resolving the situation while everyone else was expelled. For treasures have already been distributed, yet not a single one has come your way. If you do not acquire this horse, I, as your elder brother, shall find it hard to bear. Each word uttered by Dai Mubai resonated with clarity and strength. This was undeniably true, stirring deep emotions within Rubo. This is the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, my elder brother. Rubo reminisced about 5 years prior when he, as a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, led his comrades to triumph over formidable academies in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, ultimately defeating the team, led by Shiwei in Wuhuan City, to claim the championship. Those passionate years were filled not only with fervor, but also with profound camaraderie. Yu Mingqing declared, very well, I concede. Ning Rongrong, I concede. Ayasaka, I concede. Shiwei glanced at Yu Mingqing and waved his hand, then I too concede. Ma Hongjuan wiped his mouth, I concede. Song Mingwen, I concede. At that moment, Rubo was overwhelmed with tears. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. However, I too concede. Let us donate it to the Academy. It was Shrek Academy that taught me to live and die with my comrades, to share both joy and hardship. Perhaps in the future, we can defeat the Void Saint Lord and establish a new order amidst the ruins of the world. But the spirit of Shrek must be eternally passed on. I propose we rename this horse the Shrek Warhorse and entrust it to the Academy. Indeed, came a harmonious response from all 10 mouths. Among the spectators were Principal Faland, Master Yugong, as well as Liu Erlong, Zhao Wuji, and Qinming, all with tears welling in their eyes. Even Bibidong was captivated. It was no wonder that Shrek Academy achieved such monumental success. It was no wonder that Shrek City became the last bastion in the world of Douluo. Saladas felt deeply moved as well. It was no wonder that humanity still found hope amidst despair, that they could vanquish ancient overlords, that they earned the recognition of the divine, and that their will could stand against the Void Saint Lord. This was the spirit of Shrek. Shrek endures forever. Shrek stands unyielding. Shrek shall never fall. The 10 individuals first traversed the portal back to the Golden Ancient Tree, handing the newly named Shrek Warhorse's reins to Principal Faland before gradually returning to the realm of the Karazhan Tower. Tang San and Wu felt a sense of loss in a corner. How they longed to venture into that wondrous Karazhan Tower alongside their comrades. As long as they were with their companions, any perilous place felt like home. Chapter 101. The Guest Hall. Thus, the first level of Karazhan had been thoroughly cleared. It was time to proceed to the second level, known as the Guest Hall. This place is truly luxurious and grand. Ma Hongju inside. Yu Mingqing regarded him with the eyes of someone observing a country child, of course in Saladas' narrative. The master of the Karazhan Tower is a powerful mage named Maidwen. He was immensely strong, but was eventually slain by a group of heroes at the tower summit. When he died, the majority of the living within the tower were tortured to death, their spirits and bodies unable to transcend. Why does Saladas favor such tales? Can't she create something like a candy city instead? The group sighed in resignation. What on earth was Ma Hongjuan thinking? At long last, after traversing a lengthy staircase, they arrived at the second level, the guest hall. There, ghostly guests danced, maintaining the last movement from their living days. Perhaps these ghosts were unaware of their demise? Let us grant them a swift release, Saladas remarked. It appeared that these ghostly guests lacked combat prowess, prompting Daimubai to prepare for gathering monsters. Gathering monsters involves attracting a large group of enemies into one area. Typically, a primary defensive soul master would use probing attacks to draw these foes' attention, thereby achieving the goal of gathering them together. Once the enemies were sufficiently amassed, ranged spellcasters like Rubo, Yu Mengqing, and Ma Hongjuan would unleash their might. Magnetic shockwave and thunderstorm, along with a few chain lightning spells. Oh, how peaceful the world has become. The music continued to resonate, yet no guest remained to dance. The hall comprised 3 sections. To the north was the banquet hall, to the west the opera house, and to the south the VIP area. In the banquet hall were Butler Maluosi and 6 combat-capable noble guests. The opera house housed 3 theatrical troupes. At the end of the VIP area stood the Pure Maiden. In the second level, you must confront these leaders. Of course, you can choose which one to battle first, Saladas reminded them. After a discussion, they decided to engage Butler Maluosi first. The butler and noble seemed easy to defeat, while the Pure Maiden sounded lofty, and the opera house's status as a leader suggested an air of mystery. Thus, the assault team dashed northward. In the spacious and brightly lit banquet hall, the ambience was warm, with a crackling fireplace and mouth-watering dishes, accompanied by the sounds of an organ, creating a harmonious atmosphere among the revelers. However, both the hosts and guests were deceased, mere phantoms. It seemed these individuals remained oblivious to their own deaths, for how else could they enjoy their meal so heartily? Rubo mused aloud. Yu Mengqing frowned. This realm was crafted by Saladas. It has always been this way since its inception. These ghosts never truly lived. They are merely illusions. Then are all these foods fake too? I was hoping we could feast after the battle, Ma Hongjuan remarked. Indeed, ever since the Void forces invaded the continent, and the survivors retreated beneath the golden ancient tree, none of us have had a proper meal. Just look at the long table filled with food, roast lamb, roasted chicken, fish soup, and other nutritious and delicious dishes. It's hard not to salivate, Yu Mengqing said, her own stomach rumbling. These foods are likely real. But once we engage in battle, the entire banquet hall will be destroyed, and these delicacies will surely meet their end, she added. Then let us lure them out. Daimubai countered immediately, but how? These ghosts are not like ordinary people. Can you come up with a more feasible plan, Fatty? As the group pondered how to eliminate all enemies without damaging the banquet hall, Song Ingwen stepped forward. Everyone, I have reached level 50. To be honest, my soul ring does not require hunting soul beasts but involves another method. I would like to ask for your assistance, if possible. Oh, how can we help? Rubo inquired with interest. To obtain a soul ring without hunting a soul beast, aside from Wu who could transform into a soul beast, was indeed remarkable. Song Ingwen replied timidly. Actually, I don't need this many ghosts for my 5th soul ring, but to clear all the ghosts in the room at once. I will have to make an effort. However, I require your soul power to cast this spell. Clear all the ghosts? Is that truly possible? The assault team erupted in excitement, and the spectators before the golden ancient tree were equally intrigued. It seemed that this wishcaster soul master, named Song Ingwen, was quite extraordinary. It's worth a try, Yu Mengqing said. But how do we lend you our soul power? Song Ingwen then lifted her head, smiling sweetly at everyone. You all simply need to relax your bodies. The rest will be taken care of by me. A gentle, pale green light began to emanate from the chest of this wishcaster soul master, connecting with the other 9. Song Ingwen gracefully placed her hands upon her chest and closed her eyes. When she reopened her luminous green eyes, a tremendous surge of soul power rapidly converged at her heart. An extraordinary golden green, ethereal mark materialized above her head, soon appearing above all the ghostly diners in the hall. In the blink of an eye, the banquet hall was utterly deserted, devoid of any shadows. A blood-red soul ring emerged from thin air above the flower-patterned floor, swiftly soaring towards Song Ingwen to become her 5th soul ring. What? 100,000-year 5th soul ring? What is this situation? Even Bibi Dong could not maintain her composure. Who exactly is this Song Ingwen? Initially, when this girl entered the Wuhuan temple, she was clearly identified as an orphan, not hailing from any noble lineage. In truth, Song Ingwen herself was unaware of her origins. She merely recalled growing up in an orphanage and awakening her soul power, immediately acquiring her first soul ring. She utilized her first soul skill to heal ordinary individuals and low-level soul masters, rapidly enhancing her abilities, and her second soul ring inexplicably manifested upon her Wuhuan. She then discovered that her 2 healing soul skills could inflict harm upon undead beings. At 13, she transcended several wandering spirits, gaining her 3rd soul ring. A few months prior, while on her way to Wuhuan City to join the Wuhuan Temple, she fortuitously encountered a group of malevolent spirits led by ghostly soul masters and inadvertently eliminated them using 3 soul skills, thus acquiring her 4th soul ring. Now, at the tender age of 16, she had already attained the rank of Soul King, with an unusual speed of advancement and methods that defied the standards of other soul masters. Chapter 102. Butler Moro's 100,000-year 5th soul ring is truly unparalleled. While others were left speechless in astonishment, Song Yingwen appeared utterly unfazed. In fact, there was a segment in the divine assessment to see how far she could advance. Theoretically, the more specters she vanquished while acquiring this 5th soul ring, the higher her cultivation and the greater the longevity of the soul ring. Such a multitude of ghosts was undoubtedly sufficient to forge a 100,000-year soul ring. Ha! Thank you all, Song Yingwen sweetly smiled. My first soul skill of the 5th soul ring is Heart of the Wishmaker, which can instantly restore a significant amount of vitality to everyone while creating a defensive state that mitigates 40% of damage from physical attacks and magical energy forms. Lasting 10 seconds. Truly befitting a 100,000-year soul skill, it is terrifyingly powerful. Her 2nd soul skill, Ode of Blessing, requires my continuous guidance, providing sustained area healing within 5 seconds, theoretically restoring 20% of vitality each second. This cannot merely be described as cheating. This child possesses boundless potential, Bibi Dong instinctively remarked. Meanwhile, the other powerful observers in front of the ancient golden tree also snapped out of their shock, recognizing that heroes emerge in chaotic times and extraordinary saints are born. At that moment, beside the fireplace in the banquet hall, the red-clad Butler Moros, a being of the undead, finally emerged from the shadows, casually wielding 2 daggers. Accompanying him were 6 noble attendants. Lady Caitlin, clad in a gold and crimson robe, adept at sustained healing. Lady Kira, donned in gilded armor, proficient in explosive healing and boosting allies. Baroness Deloshi, shrouded in a black cloak, specializing in shadow-based stable damage. Baron Love, wielding a great sword and clad in gray and gold armor, excelling in melee, physical, and magical damage. Duke Robin, holding a long sword and adorned in black and red armor, skilled in close-range physical attacks. And Duke Crispin, with sword in one hand and shield in the other, dressed in blue and white armor, specializing in defense. None of these 7 were to be underestimated. Quick, draw them out, Yu Mengqing shouted, leading the charge back until everyone returned to the guest hall. Butler Moros, along with the 6 noble attendants, pursued them. Uninvited guests, have you rung the bell? How many rules there are? The assault team was originally here to liberate you. There was no need for so much chatter. Since the goal of luring them out had been achieved, it was time to engage in battle. White Tiger Guardian Shield, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. The 3 enhancement soul skills were activated instantaneously, and Dai Mubai charged into the crowd. Yen seized the opportunity to flank. As the team's defenders, they needed to attract the enemy's firepower to ensure a safe environment for the damage dealers. Ma Hongjun activated his enhancement soul skill and flew beneath the flower-patterned floor, unleashing a phoenix-piercing cloud strike that transcended Lady Caitlin and Lady Kira in the backline. Upon witnessing this, Butler Moros suddenly vanished from sight, causing Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave to miss its target. He had no choice but to temporarily focus on Duke Robin. No one anticipated that in the next moment, Moros would appear abruptly behind Song Yingwen, executing a strangulation strike before retreating to his previous position. One eerie combat technique. Song Yingwen, struck by the strangulation, would lose 10% of her vitality every 3 seconds for the next 5 minutes. She needed to continuously heal herself to ensure her safety. Of course, she had a better solution. Her 2nd soul skill, Healing, was indeed capable of restoring a significant amount of vitality while dispelling various negative effects, including strangulation. In less than half a minute, Moros suddenly delivered a heavy blow to Dai Mubai's forehead, employing his most prized technique, the Chisel Strike. The strike could render Dai Mubai unconscious for a full 4 seconds. Subsequently, Moros directed his assault towards Yin, who was already under the pressure of attacks from Duke Crispin and Duke Robin. Yin was struggling to cope, but fortunately, Ning Rongrong's enhancement arrived just in time. Song Yingwen was also attentive to his healing. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai, rendered unconscious, was only being attacked by Duke Robin. Rob felt that the time had come. He was well aware that among this group of enemies, only Moros was the most formidable, capable of enduring the longest. The other noble attendants were merely sufficient for him to unleash one full-powered strike. Third soul skill, Thunder Bodyguard. Fifth soul skill, Magnetic Shockwave. Fourth soul skill, Fiend Thunder Formation. Sixth soul skill, Thunder Shift. Thus, an impressive spectacle unfolded. The instant the magnetic shockwave erupted, thick lightning descended from the flower-patterned floor, crashing heavily upon all enemies. Simultaneously, 3 bright purple lightning orbs encircled Rob, coursing through the enemies. The piercing effect of Thunder Shift triggered the repulsion effect of Thunder Bodyguard, creating an exhilarating synergy. This entire combination was executed in the blink of an eye. Both Rob and Ma Hongjun were nearing exhaustion. Ning Rongrong timely transferred her soul power enhancement to them, while Oscar tossed over several sausages. The attendants had all perished, leaving only Butler Moros remaining. Moros once again employed his invisibility technique, suddenly appearing behind Rob, executing a strangulation. Song Yingwen immediately used healing to dispel this continuous bleeding effect, stabilizing Rob's life force. As Moros returned to his original position, he also targeted the rapidly attacking Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing behind him with a blinding strike, rendering them unable to attack for a short duration. Now, Song Yingwen found herself at a loss. While healing could, indeed, dispel many negative effects, it did not include blindness. Even if it could dispel blindness, she had just used healing once and could not utilize it again in a short time, since she was unable to attack for the moment. Remaining in close combat was certainly not a wise choice. Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing decisively retreated, relying on their other senses while waiting for the blinding effect to dissipate in the corner. Although Yu Mengqing was not affected by the blindness, she was equally discomforted. Moros was exceedingly agile. Her shadow dance often fell short, failing to inflict significant damage. The shadow maw could not be employed continuously, and the shadow turbulence was difficult to stack to higher tiers under such circumstances. The ultimate ability, Eternal Banquet, could not be casually unleashed either. Moreover, even if she did use Eternal Banquet, Moros could vanish suddenly, rendering it ineffective. Alas, the once formidable beauty who had triumphed over 14 opponents in the Soul Master Tournament now found herself helpless against a single foe. Chapter 103. Reveling in the feast. Regrettably, the leaders within Karazhan were largely immune to control, and Moros was no exception. Otherwise, Yu Mengqing would not have to worry about her soul skills going to waste. Deprived of the assistance from her 6 minions, Moros recognized that she could not face the 10-member assault team head-on. Thus, she began to employ her vanishing ability more frequently, executing a series of throat-locking strikes. The throat lock was indeed bothersome, even though Song Yingwen's second soul skill could perfectly dispel it. When many were afflicted, it became challenging for her to clear each individual. After all, soul skills have a cooldown. The blindness was even more annoying. Each time Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaoyu returned to close combat, they were blinded once more, forced to distance themselves and await the restoration of their state. Dai Mu Bai and Yin found the piercing attack particularly vexing since it could cause immediate unconsciousness without any predictable pattern. One could never tell when Moros would deliver a piercing strike to Dai Mu Bai and then swiftly switch her attention to Yin, or vice versa. In short, within a few minutes, Moros had thoroughly toyed with everyone. Yu Mengqing still struggled to land a hit on Moros, while Luo Bo and Ma Hongjun's explosive soul skills remained unavailable. Thus, it was left to the solitary Moros to engage in a prolonged 8-minute standoff with the 10-member assault team. It is worth noting that her 6 minions had perished within the first 2 minutes of battle. Was Moros truly a lone wolf? As the number of throat-locked individuals increased, the pressure on the team's health escalated to unprecedented levels. Finally, Song Yingwen resolved to utilize her 5th soul ring's first soul skill, Wishing Heart. A faint green figure flashed, enveloping the entire arena in a gentle illusion. 2 seconds later, the illusion vanished, and the vitality of the group was nearly restored, with each member gaining a 10-second duration of 40% additional physical and magical defense. As the group steeled themselves to confront the troublesome Moros once more, she vanished completely and did not reappear. What transpired? It turned out that while Song Yingwen unleashed her 5th Soul Ring's first soul skill, Moros had just selected her as the target for her disappearing throat lock combo. As Moros teleported behind Song Yingwen, the 5th soul skill was released. Being so close to Song Yingwen, and after expending a substantial amount of vitality, Moros was struck by such a sudden blow that it was nearly impossible for her to survive. Unexpectedly, the notoriously difficult Moros was thus defeated. The assault team was bewildered, but the observers outside the Golden Ancient Tree were keenly aware of the astonishing coincidence. How could they not perceive this remarkable turn of events? In an instant, everyone was left in a state of perplexity and amusement. Was it due to Song Yingwen's good fortune, or was Moros simply lacking in wit? Breathing heavily, the group gazed at the scene in astonishment. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "So, can we head to the banquet hall to eat now? Let's divide the spoils first." Dai Mubai approached Moros's ethereal corpse, eager to loot. "Watch me. I'll surely find the equipment you all desire." Zhu Zhuqing retorted nonchalantly, "Humph, you're just boasting. With your luck, it'll probably be defensive gear." "Hey, how could that be, Zhuqing? If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Then pull out an item that increases attack speed." Zhu Zhuqing looked on disdainfully as her partner embarrassed himself before the group. And it felt like she was being embarrassed too. With a swift motion, Dai Mubai reached into Moros' ethereal remains and retrieved a stunning green pattern dagger. Emerald Ripper, a purple epic item, can provide the wielder with considerable physical attack power and attack speed, while also inflicting bleeding effects, Sarada's explained. "Wow, this is exceptional. A weapon." Upon hearing the description, it was clear that the item called Emerald Ripper either belonged to Zhu Zhuqing or to Xiaoyu. Thus, 200-sided dice appear before them. Channeling their soul power, Xiaoyu went first, stopping at 99. Such a high score. He even contemplated reaching out for the dagger immediately. This exquisite weapon was destined to be his. Everything seemed so perfect. However, Zhu Zhuqing rolled 100 and simply smiled without uttering a word. Seeing this, Xiaoyu looked as if he had lost his soul. Missing out on such a remarkable weapon would surely leave anyone feeling regretful for quite some time. In truth, the Emerald Ripper was not truly suited for him, as his martial spirit was already a weapon akin to the Moonblade, leading to a high redundancy between the two. One cannot possess both. Dai Mubai indeed found an equipment that enhanced his agility. Could it be that luck was on his side? Ma Hongjun remarked. "Then let us see if you can pull out a piece that enhances spell power, preferably fire attribute exclusive." "You're being too greedy, fatty. You just acquired that cloak. And now you want a second piece?" Dai Mubai admonished, yet he was indeed successful. Sarada's voice echoed. "Endless Fury Necklace, a purple epic item, can provide the wearer with a slight increase in fire spell strength and spell critical rate." "Isn't that too coincidental?" "Dai, you're too good to me. I'll take it. You've truly hit the jackpot, fatty." Following this, Dai Mubai reached for a third item. At this moment, the usually quiet Song Yingwen spoke up. "Well, brother Dai, how about trying for a healing item?" Dai Mubai then produced a large white cloth with purple stripes. Moros' Shadow Cloak, a purple epic item, can provide the wearer with a certain increase in stamina and shadow spell strength. It was evident that this cloak was exclusively for Yu Mengqing. Without a word, she walked over to claim it and continued on her way. "I'll keep the fourth item for myself," Dai Mubai said with a charming smile as he began to examine the fourth piece of loot. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a pocket watch, an iron-cased one. Rather unassuming. Moros' Lucky Pocket Watch, a purple epic item, can provide the wearer with a slight increase in evasion attributes. And it also includes a soul skill that can significantly enhance one's evasion ability for a brief period. Well, it was clear that this was meant for a defender. Furthermore, with an accompanying soul skill, it was practically equivalent to a soul bone. Truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this description, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming desire to claim it for himself. "What are you thinking? Just roll the dice." Sarada's voice resonated in Dai Mubai's mind, as Yen slowly channeled his soul power. His eyes brimmed with longing for the pocket watch. Yet, he rolled mere 2. In that instant, all hope was lost. Dai Mubai then burst into laughter, slowly casting the 100-sided dice. 3 seconds later, he ceased his soul power output, but the result was only 1. What kind of cursed luck was this? Notice of leave. This narrative is approaching its climactic phase, and thus, as the author, I must meticulously craft each chapter, ensuring that every detail is exquisite and satisfying for the readers. Therefore, I will be taking a break from updates for the next 4.5 days. On July 1st, the true excitement shall arrive. We shall not be absent. Chapter 104. The VIP Area. Having divided the spoils, it is now time to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Faced with such a lavish banquet, no one could resist. Moreover, this group had not enjoyed a proper meal since the onslaught of the Twilight invasion months ago. Even the formidable warriors outside the golden ancient tree felt an urge to join in the feast. However, some like Ningfengji felt nearly satiated simply by watching the others eat. His precious daughter was enjoying her meal inside, which brought him great joy. Where to next? Dai Mubai inquired. Yu Mengqing pondered briefly before suggesting, let us first tackle the VIP area. Deep within lies a grand chamber where the chaste saint resides. The chaste saint? My knowledge on her is scant. In fact, I have never laid eyes upon her. According to Salatas, she is a moving stone statue, a servant of the tower's master, Ma Diwen. Yet for reasons unknown, Ma Diwen can find the chaste saint here, Yu Mengqing elucidated. Dai Mubai responded with intrigue. It appears there must be some undisclosed secret between the chaste saint and her master, Ma Diwen. Dai Lauda, the way you phrase that could lead one to think otherwise. Let us proceed and uncover the truth. Yu Mengqing glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated. What are these two thinking? They've eaten, drunk, and rested enough. With a command from Captain Dai Mubai, the assault team began their advance towards the VIP area. It was undeniable that the noble phantoms within the VIP area were quite lackluster, their combat prowess inferior even to that of the caretakers. In one chamber, a pair of unclothed individuals were present, and unable to bear the sight, the team shut the door, allowing Rob to deal with them from the other side of the wall. Thankfully, certain inappropriate scenes were averted, although the majority of the assault team were adults. Song Yingwen was only 16. Eventually, as they infiltrated the corridor of the VIP area, they arrived at a hall guarded by several skeletal sentinels. The key, of course, resided with the skeletal sentinels, and they had to be vanquished to obtain it. Ka Mai's blue dress came Salada's prompt after they defeated the skeletal sentinels. Purple epic quality. It grants a slight increase in healing spell strength and a certain recovery rate of soul power. It appears this is intended for Song Yingwen. As the secret hall at the corridor's end slowly opened, it revealed the towering figure of the chaste saint trapped within. Indeed, she is a stone being, Ma Hongjun remarked. But can she truly see us? Can she hear our words? Dai Mubai felt a twinge of anxiety as he gazed up at the expressionless chaste saint. Could she be Ma Diwen's wife, locked away here for her unsightly appearance? With such a visage, it's difficult to remain chaste. Where did you glean such nonsense? Yu Mengqing teased. Just a wild guess, he replied. At that moment, the chaste saint suddenly stirred. What? You guessed correctly? I cannot allow you to leave and divulge this to others. Startled, Dai Mubai promptly activated his martial soul, assuming the primary defensive position as the top target of her wrath. Upon entering combat, the chaste saint stomped the ground, causing a mark filled with divine energy to appear. This was divine offering. Within the affected area, it would deal minor damage every 3 seconds and impose a brief silence effect, rendering soul skills unusable. This was indeed bothersome. Simultaneously, her attacks were quite painful. Should Dai Mubai lack an amplifying soul skill, he would likely be severely injured. Had it not been for Song Yingwen's continuous healing light, he would have already fallen. After a minute of battle, the chaste saint unleashed a powerful wave of divine energy that stunned everyone. This was her signature move, Repentance, capable of incapacitating all for a full 10 seconds while inflicting substantial divine damage. However, any subsequent damage within that time would awaken them. Consequently, the chaste saint executed Divine Fury, a beam of light that could be transferred among multiple targets, increasing in damage with each transfer. If the initial target sustained damage equivalent to 1/5 of their health, the damage would escalate significantly after 6 transfers. Due to the close positioning of the 10 members of the assault team, Divine Fury struck all 10, with the 9th and 10th already positioned before the golden ancient tree. Just as the recently revived members were regaining their senses, they helplessly watched as Dai Mubai was struck down by the chaste saint, followed by Yen. The absence of 2 defenders led to dire consequences, as external aids were not always available, especially against this stone statue. All members of the assault team found themselves beneath the golden ancient tree. Dai Mubai inquired, what just happened? Unkertain, ning feng si ekblainet. It seems you were immobilized by that stone giant's area control soul skill. However, once she attacked, the control was automatically released. What shall we do? Dai Mubai lamented. Salada's wore a mischievous smile. Did you not think to hide behind the 8 pillars in the arena just before she unleashed repentance? From her perspective, you would have been unaffected. However, The two primary defenders should not hide behind the pillars and should endure the attack. After repentance is executed, the healers must promptly return to stabilize the defender's health. Such a simple strategy, yet you failed to consider it. It dawned on a few members of the assault team that there were indeed 8 pillars within the chased hall. Could be approached in that manner. Moreover, your positioning was problematic. All 10 were perfectly aligned to be struck by divine fury. The more targets hit, the greater the damage, she continued. Should we not disperse? Save for the 4 melee soul masters? Dai Mubai inquired. Saladas pointed nonchalantly. You are learning quickly. That is indeed the way. Remember, if divine fury kills again, you will be akin to swine. Thus, they re-entered the Karajan Tower dimension, racing through the entrance, stairway, second-floor guest hall, VIP area, and chased hall, until they finally stood before the chaste saint once more. Old maid, we return to challenge you. A taunt solidified Dai Mubai's status as the primary target of her ire. Having learned how to counter repentance and divine fury, the battle proceeded smoothly for 3 minutes. However, from this moment on, the chaste saint would unleash her most insidious soul skill, divine fire. Chapter 105. The Cataclysmic Thunder Array's Convergent Strike. Divine fire is a skill that inflicts massive damage upon a single target, and then leaves a burning effect that persists for 5 minutes. This is even more troublesome than a chokehold, particularly since it can be unleashed multiple times in quick succession. As the battle progressed, nearly the entire team would find themselves affected by this debilitating condition. Thus, the timely dispelling by the healers became crucial. The challenge was that this condition did not qualify as poison, rendering Oscar's antidote sausages ineffective. Consequently, the assault team found themselves once again laid low. Beneath the golden ancient tree, the team exchanged glum looks with the spectators, a rather awkward situation. It seems we need to adjust our team composition. Who among you can dispel the divine fire condition? Yu Mengqing asked with a sigh. At this moment, Tang San suddenly stepped forward, proclaiming, "Allow me to give it a try. My Lan Yin domain possesses a natural purifying effect. However, it is evident that there are no plants within the tower, which significantly diminishes the coverage of the Lan Yin domain. Indeed, if such a Lan Yin domain were to be employed, once struck by the holy flame, one should swiftly retreat to Tang San's side to cleanse the negative effects before returning to their original position. As for the defenders, who must constantly endure the assaults of the pure maiden, it would suffice for them to have Song Yingwen dispel the holy flame if they were affected." After deliberation, the group largely agreed to the personnel adjustments, and thus, Oscar was replaced by Tang San. For their third attempt to conquer the pure maiden, they adopted this very strategy. They maintained a dispersed formation to avoid being struck by the holy wrath in quick succession. During this phase, those responsible for damage dealt damage. Those designated to absorb damage absorbed damage, and those assigned to assist provided assistance. As the pure maiden prepared to unleash her repentance, non-defenders were to immediately seek refuge beside the nearest pillar to obscure their line of sight, thereby perfectly evading the stunning effects of repentance. Should the pure maiden release the holy flame, any non-defender who is affected must promptly seek out Tang San, remaining near him for 2 seconds to await purification before returning to their designated positions. If this protocol were followed without error, the endeavor would prove quite manageable. At that moment, it appeared that the pure maiden was on the verge of collapse. "Everyone, keep fighting, we're almost there," Yu Mengqing urged. Suddenly, without warning, the pure maiden stomped on the ground, rendering everyone momentarily dazed. This was unlike repentance, which had a preparatory action and could be evaded by hiding behind a pillar. However, the ground stomp was unpredictable and unavoidable. Those struck by repentance would recover from their injuries, yet being dazed by the stomp meant true incapacitation. Taking advantage of this 3-second daze, the pure maiden unleashed her full might, seizing Dai Mubai's body and hurling him a considerable distance. No need, Dai Mubai has fallen again. As Yen had just recovered from his daze, he witnessed this scene and instinctively activated all his defensive soul skills, even employing his soulbone abilities. Simultaneously, he activated the active skill of Moroz's Lucky Pocket Watch, significantly enhancing his evasion capabilities. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the pure maiden's assault without incident. It appeared that the pure maiden had entered a frenzied state. Song Yingwen felt a sudden jolt in her heart, quickly realizing that she needed to concentrate on providing Yin with wartime healing. "This won't do. We must resolve this quickly. Everyone attack faster," Yu Mengqing exclaimed. Nearby, in his phoenix blaze state, Ma Hongjun, unleashing fiery projectiles, lamented, "I've expended every ounce of strength, yet my soul power is depleting too rapidly. I've already used my high-damage soul skills. There's nothing more I can do. Then, Rob reminded them, hey, has anyone noticed that after she stomped the ground, she became exceedingly aggressive, with her attack power and speed seemingly doubled, yet she seems to have ceased using soul skills. Indeed, this was a noteworthy observation. Upon hearing this, Tangsun understood what needed to be done. In that case, I need not maintain the Lanyin domain any longer. Activate the Shashin domain. Suddenly, everything around them was enveloped in a crimson haze. The Shashin domain enhances aura and diminishes the opponent's strength. The pressure created by the murderous intent often prevents one's adversary from unleashing their full potential while allowing the user to perform at 120% capacity, effectively amplifying their allies. It was akin to granting the entire tower assault team a low-tier berserk state. Sensing the formidable power of the Shashin domain, Yu Mengqing felt invigorated. Wonderful. Everyone, do not conserve soul power. Unleash your full assault. Ning Rongrong, finally free of any reservations, expended her remaining soul power to bolster Yan's defense, enhance Rob's attack, augment Xieyu's strength, and maximize Ma Hongjuan's attributes. Of course, the current Xiqiao Hongji heart was the utmost support she could provide to multiple allies simultaneously. Ma Hongjun consumed a soul power replenishing sausage and barely managed to unleash Phoenix's roar, striking the pure maiden's massive stone figure, causing it to stagger slightly. Yan, in a timely manner, spread a lava-like carpet of flames across the ground to hinder the pure maiden's movements. However, the most potent burst was still contingent upon Rob's prowess. Having mastered the art of explosive power, Rob found his spirits soaring beneath the crimson Shashin domain. The fierce murderous intent transformed his purple lightning into a pink hue, ultimately becoming blood red, reminiscent of a conscience washed by tears. Magnetic shockwave. Amidst the shifting blue and red, high-energy electron particles now blanketed the arena, significantly affecting the pure maiden. Killing Thunder Array. Fusion Strike. Indeed, years of dedicated research into runes had rendered Rob's comprehension of his soul skills increasingly profound. Sometimes, a moment of enlightenment could alter his combat style entirely. The so-called Killing Thunder Array. Fusion Strike transformed what was originally a group attack into a powerful single-target assault. While it was notoriously challenging to land, against a large and relatively stationary opponent like the Pure Maiden, it proved to be a guaranteed hit. The Crimson Lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar, cleaved through the air outside the tower and, in particle form, penetrated the ceiling, striking the heart of the chamber. In an instant, the colossal stone figure that had been relentlessly attacking the group shattered into countless fragments. The symbolic fabric robe was reduced to dust. The Pure Maiden had fallen. Yin quickly activated the lava shield, protecting everyone beneath it from the falling debris. Rob's ferocious attack astonished his teammates. That strike could have overwhelmed even an ordinary title Douluo. Chapter 106. Does the Pure Maiden have a child? The group patiently awaited Dai Mubai's return to the Karazhan realm and the Hall of Purity. All right, can we now begin to collect the spoils? Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, an eager expression on his face. Rob teased, what else would we do? Wait for Dai Gu to return and loot the corpses, just because he has the luck of the red hand? Dai Mubai tousled his hair, chuckling awkwardly. Luck of the red hand doesn't always apply. Fortune has its limits. Just look, I was the only one who fell this time. Truly. However, the Pure Maiden's essence had shattered, and the so-called corpse containing the spoils was actually a radiant ball of golden light. Dai Mubai stepped forward, extending his right hand into it, soon retrieving a pair of purple-black leather boots lined with white. Boots of prediction, purple epic quality, providing a slight increase in soul power recovery speed and overall soul power for the wearer, Saladas explained. Soul power recovery speed and total soul power? Such attributes seem usable by all types of soul masters. Does that not imply fierce competition for this equipment? 10 dice were cast simultaneously, yet only one registered above 50. Look at this. What kind of luck is this? Yay, 60. I'll take these boots. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Indeed, having seen so many pieces of equipment, it was finally her turn. As a dedicated and powerful support soul master, she truly deserved such splendid gear. Dai Mubai turned again to continue sifting through the spoils, revealing a simple purple ring. The spike of admonition necklace, purple epic quality, offering the wearer a slight increase in stamina and evasion attributes. It appeared to be another piece of equipment suited for defenders. Wait a moment, the spike collar of regulations? It indeed resembles a collar. Who would dare to claim it? Wouldn't that imply that Dai Mu Bai would say, I took this myself, no objections, right? Yin already possesses an item of the same category. And it even comes with an active soul skill in the form of a pocket watch, so there is no need for this one. Yu Mengqing half-jokingly remarked, Brother, you can sometimes take on the role of a strong attacker at the front. He can use it too. Junior sister, why do you always seem to be leaning towards others? How is it that I am leaning towards others when I'm simply supporting Brother Yu? Seiyu smiled with a hint of pride. All right, Qingqing was just joking with you. Besides, I would never wear such a collar. You, Dai Mu Bai said, slightly annoyed, yet still graciously accepted the equipment. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the third piece of loot was revealed. It was a pair of exquisite blue-green soft leather gloves, exuding a rich aura of life. The planter's gloves, a purple epic item, could provide the wearer with a slight increase in attack power, spell power, and plant affinity. That won't do. It should belong to Tang San. Who else is more suitable than him when it comes to plant affinity? As soon as Tang San was substituted into the Tower Assault team, he received such a powerful piece of equipment, and there was hardly anyone who could compete with him. What luck this is! Dai Mu Bai then examined the fourth piece of loot. It was a pair of delicately crafted brown fabric gloves adorned with silver trim. The revitalizing gloves, a purple epic item, could provide the wearer with a slight increase in spell power and spell critical hit rate. It seems that yet another competition among the spellcasters is brewing. Yu Mengqing, Ma Hongjun, and Luo Bo eagerly raised their 100-sided dice, ready to roll. Don't just wait around. You three, the sooner you roll, the sooner we can finish. Dai Mu Bai urged. Tang San suddenly interjected. My blue-silver grass can also be considered a spell attack, so I believe I should be qualified to compete for this piece of equipment. Right? No one voiced any objections. Regardless of whether this equipment suited Tang San, based on his contributions in this battle, he had already earned the right to compete. Without the purification from the blue-silver domain, the Tower Assault team would still be tormented by the holy fire. Without the late-game burst from the Killing God domain, the Tower Assault team would have been easily dispatched by the frenzied Pure Maiden. Tang San truly lives up to his reputation. Unfortunately, this did not matter much in the end, as Luo Bo secured the revitalizing gloves with a high roll of 71 points. With the distribution of points concluded, the next destination was in question. Where to next? Ma Hongjun inquired. I can hardly wait to challenge a stronger opponent. However, the golden light had yet to dissipate, indicating that there were still more spoils to be claimed. Dai Mu Bai exclaimed in surprise. Look, what is this? Ceratothis promptly explained. A mini statue of the Pure Maiden, which can be placed somewhere. The Pure Maiden can perform brief activities. What use does this have? Dai Mu Bai questioned. The mini statue closely resembled the Pure Maiden, albeit appearing much younger, distinctly resembling a young girl. If placed in the Golden Ancient Tree Square, it would certainly enhance the scenery. Is it merely a decorative item? Yu Mengqing took it, examined it, and found nothing particularly remarkable. Indeed, since it lacks combat capability and is not equipment we can use, it must be a decorative item. Once we return, we can place it in the Golden Ancient Tree Square, and for now, I shall keep it safe. Everyone agrees, right? Seiyu expressed interest. Could it be that this is the child of the Pure Maiden? The resemblance is quite striking. The notion of the Pure Maiden having a child is rather intriguing. What are you saying, Yu? How can a statue have a child? This is just the loot that Ceratothis arranged for us. Don't overthink it. All right, Qingqing, I was merely jesting. Luo Bo turned to glance back at the long corridor of the VIP area and asked, How shall we proceed? The Opera House, Yu Mengqing replied without hesitation. First, we return along the same path, pass through the VIP area, return to the guest hall, and then turn toward the Opera House. It may pose some challenges, but it is equally fascinating. From what I understand, the Opera House features 3 combinations of enemies: the Wizard of Oz, Romeo and Juliet, and Little Red Riding Hood. We will encounter one of them at random, with Little Red Riding Hood being the simplest. Hopefully, we will face Little Red Riding Hood. This left the group puzzled, especially Tang San. Tang San asked, Are we required to perform on stage? Yu Mengqing smiled. In a sense, yes. However, at its core, it remains a battle. If we encounter Little Red Riding Hood, we only need to face a single big bad wolf, which is quite simple and can likely be handled in one go. If it's Romeo and Juliet, we must defeat both within a 3-second window of each other. Otherwise, they will continuously revive one another, and we would be ground down to nothing. As for the Wizard of Oz, it will test our teamwork and individual combat capabilities. You are making me more curious. Tang San remarked. Chapter 107. The Opera House Fright, Little Red Riding Hood, Part 1. What is there to be curious about? Yu Mengqing lazily replied. They are not here to let you be an audience. We must go up and participate in the performance. Moreover, this so-called performance is likely just a fight. We are not afraid of conventional battles. After all, we have already defeated challenging enemies like the Pure Maiden. What I dread are the unique mechanisms of the Opera House. If things go awry, it could lead to a waste of time and unnecessary turmoil. I cannot tolerate such torment. Ma Hongjun then asked, what could possibly instill fear in the all-powerful sister Yu Mengqing? Yu Mengqing ignored this comment and began detailing how to cope with the 3 operas. Throughout the journey, her voice filled the air. You should all remember this, right? This is the 2nd time. If you still can't recall, come find me privately later. Before long, they arrived at the Opera House. Upon entering, they were met with an audience composed entirely of ghosts. Do not mind these ghostly spectators. Let's head straight to the backstage. Thus, they navigated a lengthy path until the Tower Assault team finally reached the backstage of the Opera House. The backstage was bustling with ghostly actors. Similar to the ghostly audience, they displayed a friendly demeanor towards the team and were unable to attack. Eventually, Yu Mengqing led everyone to a corridor. At the end of this corridor, a door adorned with red curtains appeared, clearly the entrance to the stage. And standing beside, it was a tall ghost dressed in a black tuxedo. Come on, brother Dai, Yu Mengqing said with a mischievous smile. What for? With another smile, Yu Mengqing continued, you have the red hand, good luck. Go speak with the stage manager and help us draw a simple opera. That way, we can save time. Dai Mubai stepped forward, preparing to greet the stage manager. The latter promptly spoke. Esteemed guests of the party, welcome. I am the stage manager Barnes, and this is the finest opera house in Azeroth. Medivh has prepared several spectacular performances for the party. Come, please follow me, and perhaps we can even arrange an impromptu performance. Oh, Dai Mubai suddenly became intrigued. Sir, we would like to participate in the performance. Would Little Red Riding Hood be acceptable? He had listened to Yu Mengqing explain it twice, so he was aware that among the 3 operas, Little Red Riding Hood was the easiest. Upon hearing this, the stage manager Barnes became displeased, saying, how rude. Today's young actors all have such big tempers. Just look at your expression. You, a mere newcomer, cannot compare to those seasoned veterans. You can perform whatever you like, but it is I who decides. Before anyone could retort, Barnes swung open the red curtain and stepped onto the stage. Follow me, you tardy crowd actors, each of you with your heads in the clouds. In front of the ancient golden tree, Ning Fengji inquired with a puzzled expression toward Saladas. What is happening? Saladas replied with a mischievous grin. Do not rush. Just continue watching. The grand curtain of the stage began to rise slowly, revealing the 10 members of the Chungta team standing in a corner, awaiting their cue. The stage manager, Barnes, stood at the forefront, addressing the ghostly audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, everything transforms into a realm of illusions, where truth and falsehood become indistinguishable. Tonight, your eyes will deceive your very souls. The audience stirred restlessly. For instance, there was an elderly lady waiting for her granddaughter. Clearly, the kindly grandmother with her white hair posed no threat. However, I cannot reveal too much. You must discern the truth hidden beneath the guise. Now, the performance commences. The tale of Little Red Riding Hood unfolds, a conventional narrative. Yet it remains within the anticipated bounds. It is well known that a seemingly harmless, white-haired grandmother sprawled on the ground is usually a tactic for deception. Oh dear, can someone help me? The kindly grandmother's facial muscles contorted, creating an expression of distress. I have fallen, and no one is here to assist me. How cold the world has become. Yu Mengqing rolled her arms and coldly glared at the old lady, muttering, humph, how unprofessional. This could only fool naive newcomers to society. However, as she spoke, she noticed Ning Rongrong had already approached to aid the grandmother. At this moment, Luo Bai chimed in, Don't Ning Jie. You mustn't help her. You'll risk having the 7-treasure glazed tile school deceived to the point of bankruptcy. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong hesitated, weighing their words before making a decision. Ing, who usually remained silent, interjected, Oh, Luo Shengzi, how can you be so certain that she intends to deceive Ning Jie? Xiaoyu immediately retorted, Is that not obvious? In such a scenario, she is clearly setting us up. Otherwise, why would Saladas design this performance? Luo Bai suggested. Then let us observe a little longer. The elderly lady gazed around pitifully, lamenting, Alas, the world has grown so cold, and humanity has lost its warmth. Ning Rongrong stepped closer, feigning indignation. What? Do your dogs have no conscience? She promptly helped the old lady to her feet, dismissing Yu Mengqing's earlier warning of a clear trap. Yu Mengqing added, Alas, Rongrong has truly immersed herself in the role. Before the ancient golden tree, Ning Fengji found himself bewildered once more. What is this situation? This time, Saladas burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "Children, you truly amuse me. Each of you is quite the character." The old lady raised her head and spoke ominously. "Thank you." "Oh, no need for thanks. I merely follow the example of serving the people," Rongrong replied with a smile. The kindly grandmother brushed off the dust from her clothing and casually asked, "What is your name, dear?" After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong smiled and responded, "You may call me Ning Feng." Look, this foolish child knocked me to the ground and now wishes to flee." The kindly grandmother swiftly accused Ning Rongrong, leaving her utterly bewildered. However, Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, continuing to smile. "Oh dear, I am not running." Tang-san, now understanding the situation, realized that Ning Rongrong had genuinely immersed herself in the drama, albeit diverging from the conventional script. Thus, his mischievous side arose. "What is happening?" "We are here to uphold justice." Tang-san advanced quickly, suppressing laughter as he spoke. "Wah, this foolish child has knocked me down. I cannot rise." Tang-san replied with a grin. "We shall deal with this foolish child," but before that, his words were abruptly interrupted by Dai Mubai. "Before anything, let us send you to your final resting place. How dare you attempt to deceive Rongrong? Allow me to show you what true society is like." Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. He refrained from engaging in dialogue with the so-called kindly grandmother and instead delivered a swift kick, sending her flying. Chapter 108. A Terrifying Encounter at the Opera House. Little Red Riding Hood, Part 2. Although the grandmother was attempting to deceive them, Dai Mubai's actions exceeded the understanding of most. Luo Bai and Tang San hurriedly restrained Dai Mubai, preventing him from taking further reckless actions. Dai Mubai struggled symbolically between his two companions while cursing. "Look at your wretched state. Old and ugly, yet you dare to come out and deceive people. You are a waste of air. Does my performance seem convincing?" Ning Rongrong called out with a smile. Released by Tang San and Luo Bai, Dai Mubai burst into laughter. "What about mine? Was it not convincing?" The crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. Just moments ago, his demeanor hardly suggested that he was acting. Before the Chonta team could respond, another ominous voice interrupted. "So convincing indeed. Now, it is my turn to perform." The old lady nimbly rose. Her face contorted as her hands enlarged. She tore off her long robe, and her body swelled to twice its size, transforming into a big bad wolf. To be precise, it was a werewolf. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. "Goodness, must you act so realistically? All right, let's play along." Dai Mubai declared as he activated his martial spirit and charged forward. Outside the golden tree, Ning Fengji asked the swordlaw Chenexan beside him, "Uncle Jian, do you think they can defeat this big bad wolf in one go?" Chenexan pondered before responding. "I believe it will be somewhat challenging. The strength of this wolf is quite peculiar." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 members of the Chonta team had gathered at the front of the golden tree. "What happened? How'd I die just now?" Dai Mubai questioned, but no one responded. An awkward silence ensued for 5 seconds. "What, is this not an act? Why is it turning real?" Maongjun complained. It became evident that Ma Divin was no ordinary foe. Xiaoyu chimed in. Yu Mengxing shook her head helplessly. "Everyone, did I not mention that this opera house is fundamentally about combat? And, Moon Brother, the essence of this creature was created by Saladas. If blame is to be placed, it should rest on Saladas." With a piercing gaze, Yu Mengxing focused intently on Saladas, who could only respond with an awkward smile. "Let us return and continue fighting. We must rid the world of this menace," Dai Mubai shouted, leading the charge into the Karazhan realm, racing towards the opera house. Finally, minutes later, they once again stood upon the stage. After following the procedure, the grandmother transformed back into the big bad wolf and began to attack Dai Mubai. As Dai Mubai activated his strongest defensive martial spirit technique, he successfully avoided the fate of being obliterated by the initial flurry of violent strikes. "Oh, have you grown stronger? However, I could still devour you whole," the big bad wolf roared. "Nonsense," Dai Mubai retorted. "Wolves do not eat tiger meat." The big bad wolf ceased its attack to prepare a spell, declaring, "Then I shall feast on human flesh." Suddenly, Dai Mubai found himself transformed into a girl clad in red, wearing a red hood. Yet his hair color and features still revealed his true identity. What is happening? The attention of all the Chonta team members was drawn to the red-hooded Dai Mubai, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose gaze had shifted markedly. Girl, run away. The wolf means to eat you. Isn't this the tale of Little Red Riding Hood? Yu Mengqing hastily explained. This is a skill of the wolf, allowing it to transform someone into Little Red Riding Hood for 20 seconds. The transformed individual becomes extremely vulnerable, entirely losing the ability to fight, though their speed increases by half. Thus, the one transformed must immediately run around the stage. No sooner had she spoken than Dai Mubai, now in the form of Little Red Riding Hood, was seized and devoured by the wolf. Ying quickly became the next target. Both defenders have met their demise, and it is only a matter of time before the others follow suit. 1 minute later, outside the Huangjing Gushu, Dai Mubai expressed his regret. I apologize. I didn't react in time. Yin replied, I'm sorry as well. Yu Mengqing felt quite helpless, having provided timely reminders. Perhaps she should reiterate them. Sigh. The version of Dai Mubai in the red cap was rather striking. The assault team re-entered the Karazhan Spire, following the route they had memorized to reach the opera house. Once more, she instructed, the one transformed into the red cap must make a swift circuit around the stage while the others fiercely engage the big bad wolf, as it will only pursue the red cap and not attack anyone else at that moment. Yu Mengqing reminded them, remember, spawn the monster. As the process unfolded, the old lady transformed into the big bad wolf, launching a ferocious series of attacks on Dai Mubai. Every time this occurred, Song Yingwen felt the most pressure in her healing duties, as proximity to Dai Mubai would likely result in Yin also suffering damage. Within moments, Dai Mubai had transformed into the red cap. With a twist of his waist, he began to flee. Yu Mengqing, as if possessed, urged quickly, strike him with all your might. Hit him hard. Indeed, during the phase where the big bad wolf chased the red cap, its defenses were severely compromised, presenting the optimal moment for the assault team to unleash their full power. After nearly completing a circuit, Dai Mubai returned to his original form, entering a stalemate phase. In this phase, the big bad wolf's defenses were significantly heightened, rendering even high-frequency, low-damage attacks from someone like Zhu Zhuqing nearly ineffective, akin to mere tickling. Soon after, Yin transformed into the second red cap. Miss Run, the big bad wolf exclaimed. What the? I'm a man. Yin protested, feeling uncomfortable in his current state. But he had no choice but to run. Run or die, he was reminded. Yu Mengqing teased, not for the moment. Quickly, another phase of full output. Hit him. Give it your all. After several transitions between phases, the big bad wolf finally collapsed with a cry of defeat. Dai Mubai was the first to step forward. It was time for the much-anticipated prize-drawing segment. Everyone step aside. Let me show you my red hand. However, no radiant orb appeared on the big bad wolf, indicating the absence of spoils. Wait, Dai Dage, it's not over yet. Of course. Did you think a mere performance would suffice? The newly debuted actors need more practice. Now, prepare for the next act. Stage manager Ba Ne Si gradually walked to the center of the stage, facing the audience, and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, we shall witness a love story fraught with obstacles. However, as you all know, not every love story reaches a perfect conclusion. Sometimes, love can be as perilous as thorns. Hearing is but a whisper, seeing is believing. What tragedy will unfold when two lovers meet tonight? Let us await the spectacle. Now, the performance begins. Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. No way. There's more? What is this play? Beside him, Ma Hongjun understood. In short, it's about love. Chapter 109. The opera house's frightening Romeo and Juliet. The curtain rose once more, revealing a man and a woman. Humph, a cliché story, Yin scoffed, wrapping his arms disdainfully. Yu Mengqing, feeling indignant, said, Oh, Yin, why don't you enlighten us about this thrilling tale? Let us see if you remember it. Yin shrugged with a smile. What is there to forget? Isn't it the story of Romeo visiting Lin Dayu thrice, finally borrowing the banana fan to extinguish the water bandits at Liangshan? The stage manager Ba Ne Si was about to leave the stage, but paused halfway, bewildered by Yin's words. He turned back, looking at Yin with a perplexed expression. Oh dear, brother, did you just tell me that while I had already taken off my pants? With a hint of embarrassment, Yu Mengqing stepped forward with an apologetic smile. Sir, you may leave now. Not all young actors are foolish. Please forgive us. Finally, the stage manager departed, and the real performance commenced. Yu Mengqing immediately directed Dai Dage. You hold off the woman, and you take on the man. Keep them apart and ensure they do not heal each other. We must eliminate them simultaneously within a 3-second window, or they will resurrect endlessly. This is the second time. I want to see who still doesn't remember. Dai Mubai questioned, Hey, UMA, what do you mean by making me hold off a girl? I have Zhuqing. Will she not get jealous? The others gestured for him to observe Juliet across the stage. Her long, straight hair was ordinary enough, simply a typical woman. However, upon turning around, what a shock. The actress was rather unappealing, with thick eyebrows and a large nose, even using a finger to dig her nose. She shouted in a coarse dialect, "Oh, where's my sweetheart? Lao Luo, Lao Luo." Ma Hongjuan's face flushed. I take back what I said earlier. In front of the Huangjing Gushu, everyone exclaimed. What is going on? Salatasi merely wore a wicked grin. Oh no, I feel nauseous. Me too. That Lao Luo can't possibly refer to our Saint Luo, right? Yin quipped at Luobai. Luobai immediately became agitated, arguing, get lost. It's clearly referring to Romeo. Aren't we supposed to just kill these two? Let us go. I can't take it anymore. Romeo doesn't seem to have appeared yet, does he? Tong San reminded everyone. Yue Mengqing turned her face, responding with difficulty. Don't joke, if I were Romeo, I'd rather die backstage. The roar of the white tiger echoed throughout the opera house, and Dai Mubai lunged at Juliet with closed eyes, hoping to avoid any potential disgust. Sai, with eyes shut, it was all the same. The others gradually entered combat mode, especially Luobai. 1 minute later, backstage, Romeo finally stepped onto the stage, joining the fray. He was to be engaged by Yin and separated from Juliet. If they were too close together, they would heal each other, rendering them virtually immortal. The fighting styles of the two were vastly different. Romeo wielded a sword, while Juliet was an assassin with dual daggers. Though neither was particularly striking in appearance, they fought fiercely. Have you ever seen someone catch flying knives with bare hands? Clearly, due to Juliet's lack of appeal, 4 out of the 6 damage dealers in the assault team were targeting her, leaving only 2 to confront Romeo. Juliet shouted in a crude dialect. What are you doing, you turtle spawn? Why haven't you come to help? Shut up, woman. Can't you see I'm occupied? Romeo retorted impatiently. Juliet, enraged, replied, You dare speak back? I'll annihilate your entire family. Try it. Do you dare to challenge me under the balcony tonight? Romeo released his hold on Yin and charged directly at Juliet. The two began to grapple, but Juliet pushed Romeo away with force. At that moment, the assault team surprisingly coordinated well, spreading out around the perimeter and leaving the actual stage for Romeo and Juliet. Pointing at Romeo, Juliet declared, I'm not afraid of you. I'll slice you right now. Do you believe it? Before she could finish, Romeo charged in again, nearly knocking her down. He then placed his hands on his hips, gesturing, Oh, you've gained some skills, haven't you? Your cousin was the one who tried to thwart me, and I turned him into pig feed. Ah, you venomous snake. I'll fight you. Juliet sheathed her daggers and slapped Romeo across the face. Yue Mengqing remarked, Oh, the two leaders are at it. Could it be that Salatasi has had a change of heart, providing us with this unexpected boon? Tang San reminded her, Shijimi I. As you previously mentioned, we only need to perform a single stage play. After receiving a slap, Romeo was utterly enraged. He swung his right arm and delivered a left hook to Juliet's waist. However, he was unexpectedly countered by his opponent, who then forcefully kneed him in the groin. A truly unfortunate turn of events. Immediately afterward, Juliet charged up a rising uppercut, sending her opponent crashing to the ground. She then sat atop him, continuing her assault, landing punch after punch on his face while shouting, This is for seducing the nanny, and for picking up soap behind my back. Enough watching, everyone, let us fight. Ensure that both of them meet their demise simultaneously. Start with Juliet, ordered Yu Mengqing. Under her command, the charge team ended their brief period of observation. Dai Mubai kicked Juliet off Romeo, and then joined the others in the fray. Brothers, strike. A bewildered Romeo slowly rose, covering his swollen left cheek, and with trembling resolve, turned to witness Juliet being beaten. Realizing the situation, he shouted, Yes, hit her. He stepped back, still shielding his left face, and pointed at the besieged Juliet, declaring, I tell you, Lao Zhu, it's either your death or mine. 1 minute later, Romeo was overjoyed, dancing and repeating, Hit her hard. This single phrase echoed for an entire minute. Shortly thereafter, the charge team turned their attention back to him, leaving Juliet to fend for herself. You got it wrong. You're supposed to be hitting her, cried the battered Romeo. Before long, both were nearly beaten to a pulp. All right, now Luo Bo and Tang San, each take one of them down with your utmost strength, aiming for a single strike kill, Yu Mengqing instructed. The brilliance of Lan, Yinba Wangchang, and Sha Lei Ting Zhun flickered in succession. Thus, this dreadful stage play finally reached its conclusion. Seeing the stage manager Barnes approach once more, Everyone was resolute in their refusal to participate in another performance. Romeo and Juliet had already been sufficiently toxic. If I'm not mistaken, we will likely have to partake in another rendition of Lui Xianzong, Yu Mengxing murmured. Chapter 110. The Terrifying Opera House of Lui Xianzong. As expected, stage manager Barnes stepped onto the stage to address the audience, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, we shall witness the profound beliefs residing deep within the human soul. A lost girl, aided by her loyal companions, seeks her way home. However, an evil old witch aims to imprison her. Can she escape the clutches of darkness? Will she return home safely? Only time can answer these questions. Now, let the performance begin." As the curtain rose, the audience beheld a girl named Dorothy, accompanied by several uniquely shaped companions. "Oh, is this Journey to the West?" asked Xiaoyu. "You know about Journey to the West?" "Of course. It's the tale of 4 disciples journeying westward," Xiaoyu replied indulgently. Yin interjected, "Wow, Xiaoyu. Even you make mistakes sometimes. That is called Tom and Jerry." Yu Mengqing could only sweat in embarrassment, relieved she hadn't been assimilated by these jesters. "Ha, it's definitely Journey to the West." Xiaoyu laughed, then turned to Dorothy, inquiring, "Dear girl, are you on a quest for the scriptures?" Dorothy, with polite laughter, replied, "Oh, dear, we are merely searching for a way home." Xiaoyu continued, "Oh, if you merely wish to head west, we can escort you." Upon hearing this, Dorothy fumed. "Lion, Scarecrow, Tin Man, did you hear that? There are such uncultured individuals." Yu Mengqing entered the scene, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! How dare this wretched girl question Brother Yu's mathematics teacher? Brother Yu, go, show them the power of your PE teacher." Immediately, Xiaoyu was subdued by the seemingly frail girl, suffering a spinal injury in the process. The others, taken aback, fell one by one. Under the ancient golden tree, Tangsen exclaimed, "What on earth are you all doing?" Xiaoyu muttered to himself, "Her PE teacher must be from a prestigious high school. Brother Yu, wake up. Prestigious high schools don't even have PE classes. Where would a PE teacher come from?" Yu Mengqing rebutted. Returning to the stage, the group discussed the brief yet catastrophic battle against Dorothy. In truth, Dorothy's attack power isn't particularly high. But the trouble lies in her ability to summon a dog that frequently interrupts our rear-line spellcasters, Yu Mengqing analyzed. Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "Is that a dog? I thought it was a white dragon horse." "So when the dog appears, I'll hold it back while the others focus fire on Dorothy," Yin suggested. Xiaoyu continued to inquire, "Who is Dorothy?" "That girl," Yin casually explained. "Please call her Tang Sung. Otherwise, I won't be able to distinguish." Yu Mengqing simply covered her face, sighing, "Ah, Brother Yu, how embarrassing." This time, the group coordinated relatively well. After Dorothy summoned the dog, Yin swiftly led it away, preventing it from causing trouble for the rear. Ma Hongjun focused on the Scarecrow, while Luo Bo used his extreme Cold Spirit Pearl Martial Soul for basic attacks against the Tin Man. Dai Mu Bai first withstood the lion's attacks. The others unleashed their full power, eliminating Dorothy before systematically taking down the dog, Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Lion. After a strenuous battle, another witch emerged. As she entered, a whirlwind ensnared most of the group, sparing only those positioned at the back. "What is this old hag doing?" Xiaoyu grumbled after being thrown down by the wind. "Stop dawdling, everyone. Rise and kill this old witch to end it." Once again, everyone showcased their abilities, ultimately completing the final stage play. Stage manager Barnes approached the audience once more. Xiaoyu was alarmed. "Oh no, surely there is not another one? Is it the tale of Lin Chong being forced up Fire Mountain by Sima Yi?" In reality, stage manager Barnes merely announced the conclusion of tonight's performance before departing, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. At the center of the stage, a golden light appeared, signaling it was time to claim the spoils. "Come on, our red-handed Dai Shao, go claim your equipment. Get another powerful piece for the brothers," Xiaoyu urged. Dai Mubai chuckled. "Red-handed? I quite like that title. Come on, I'll make sure you get something exceptional." He reached in and pulled out a slender sword. Unlucky, purple epic quality with impressive attack power, also providing a minor boost to agility and physical critical hit rate. Dai Mubai glanced at Xiaoyu and then at Zhu Zhuqing. "Ah, Brother Xia, I'm sorry. But since Zhuqing can also use it, and naturally." Zhu Zhuqing pushed him from behind, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to be the second Mao Renfeng? I'm not adept with slender swords, and I have no pressure. My fire resistance is decent. I don't want it. Give it to Xiaoyu." Dai Mubai complied and reached for the next item. It was a short staff adorned with a perfectly shaped blue diamond, emanating a chaotic arcane energy. Blue diamond magic wand. Purple epic quality, capable of single-target range spell attacks, with arcane blue fire as its standard attack method. It also enhances soul power recovery speed and total soul power. Listening to the introduction by Saladas, Tang San immediately thought of Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Rongrong's extraordinary support is predicated on substantial soul power consumption. Thus, attributes enhancing total soul power and recovery speed are particularly suitable for her. The Blue Diamond Wand, endowed with the solitary long-range spell attack capability known as Aosholan Hua, is undoubtedly what Rongrong requires. Tang San can sense that if Rongrong simultaneously employs her soul power amplification, attack power enhancement, and the augmentation of her strongest attribute, followed by unleashing Aosholan Hua, the potency of this spell would rival that of Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, when he is in a state without enhancements. In other words, the value of this Blue Diamond Wand is certainly comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul bone. I believe this equipment should be bestowed upon Rongrong, Tang San calmly asserted, subsequently articulating his thoughts. Ning Fengji, observing the appearance of the golden ancient tree, couldn't help but nod slightly, contemplating. Tang San still cares for Rongrong. Such consideration is indeed rare. After no further objections arose, the Blue Diamond Wand was naturally allocated to Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Ning Rongrong could hardly contain her joy. As a pure support soul master, her previous means of offensive capability were limited to relying on Tang San's hidden weapons and Luo Bo's special effect runes. However, the usage of these two methods was vastly different from soul skills, making them rather cumbersome to utilize. Not long ago, after completing the trial in Qiankuan when Xin Gu, she and Oscar each obtained a soul bone that possessed an offensive soul skill, which brought her immense delight. Now, she had acquired yet another piece of equipment that offered offensive capabilities. Chapter 111, Compensation, Special Prize Draw Segment. As Dai Mubai reached out to claim the third piece of loot from the Opera House battle, the voice of Saladas suddenly echoed. She mischievously smiled and said, "Hey, brave warriors, by chance you fought 2 additional rounds in the opera. To compensate you, the loot you can claim this time is tripled, which means 3 times 4, a total of 12 items. Non-equipment types may also be added. However, you cannot allow one person to claim all the loot. It must be rotated among others. Each person can claim a maximum of 2 items before switching." Damn, Saladas still has the audacity to say that. Clearly it was her doing that forced them to fight longer. Compensation is warranted. The Chengta team was irate, fully aware that according to Yu Mengqing's introduction, only 3 selections were necessary in the Opera House, yet they had been compelled to fight through the entire event. Yu Mengqing stepped forward, saying, "Let me claim 2 items. I've been busy commanding the battle and forgot to test my luck with the loot." As she reached in, she withdrew a red ribbon. Sacrifice ribbon, purple epic quality. Provides a slight increase in spell power to the wearer, accompanied by the soul skill, active heart technique which, when used, will add an active effect to every healing spell cast within the next 20 seconds, enhancing the healing effect received by the target for a limited duration, stacking up to 5 layers. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Song Yingwen, clearly indicating that this piece of equipment was meant for her. Many envied Song Yingwen's fortune. How many pieces of equipment had this main healer acquired since entering the tower? Undoubtedly the most. It was inevitable, as the person claiming the loot consistently drew items suitable for healers, and Song Yingwen happened to be the only healer in the team. Next, Yu Mengqing drew a bottle containing black liquid. Romeo's poison, purple epic quality, provides a certain critical strike rate for the wearer, applicable to both physical and magical attacks. Special effect. All attack methods of the wearer have a chance to deliver a small amount of poison, causing continuous poison damage. Yu Mengqing shrugged, saying, "Looks like Romeo is quite cunning." Well, everyone must have understood what this implies, right? The implication was clear. This piece of equipment was suitable for all damage dealers, even Dai Mubai and Yen, the main defenders. Consequently, the competition was bound to be fierce. Of course, this time Luo Bo was favored by the goddess of luck, claiming this accessory with a perfect score of 100. Haha, sorry everyone, I won't be modest. Then it was Tang San's turn to claim loot. Mimicking Dai Mubai's gesture, he rolled up his sleeves and reached in, pulling out a purple-black robe. Isolation robe, purple epic quality, offers a slight increase in physical strength and spell power to the wearer. Naturally, it also possesses a special effect. After successfully releasing a soul skill, the wearer has a chance to increase their spell power for a duration of 15 seconds. Saladas explained. Yu Mengqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, third brother, you hit the jackpot. A boon for spellcasters. Then she realized she had lost her composure, cleared her throat, and added, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us roll the dice and determine our victor." Thus, Tang Sen narrowly secured the isolation robe with a slight advantage of 60 points. The robe was dark purple, somewhat deviating from Tang Sen's usual style. However, in pursuit of strength, he paid little heed to such details. He continued to draw the next item, which turned out to be a peculiar two-handed greatsword shimmering with purple fluorescence. Despair, purple epic quality, boasting high-frequency damage output, provides the wielder with substantial strength attributes. It possesses a special effect of armor penetration, allowing the wielder to ignore 50% of the target's armor when striking. As the first to grasp this weapon, Tang Sen could instantly feel its immense power. At his current level of cultivation, he felt he could hardly wield it effectively. Upon hearing Saladaz's description of the weapon, he was filled with desire. However, having just claimed one item, acquiring another seemed excessive, especially since both items had been drawn by him. Ultimately, Dai Mubai secured this sword named Despair with a score of 82 points. Next, it was Luo Bo's turn to claim loot. He drew the Evil Witch hat, which was given to Ning Rongrong. The trial flame pants were awarded to Ma Hongjun, and then there was Xieyu. Hey, you all think Dai Mubai is lucky. My luck must be just as good. Look, ruby boots, purple epic quality, provides a slight increase in spell power and movement speed to the wearer. It also comes with a short-range teleportation soul skill, as Salat has described. Xieyu continued, "See, my luck is great. I easily drew equipment suitable for Qingqing." Upon hearing this, Yu Mengqing realized it was indeed true. As a melee mage, aside from spell power, her most essential attribute was agility. "Come on, whatever you desire, just let me know. I'll make my luck work for you." Subsequently, Xieyu drew a fur hood that increased agility. It resembled a big gray wolf. Well, this dog-headed mask is somewhat ugly. I don't want it. Who wants it? Clearly, aside from Xieyu himself, the only agile attacker present was Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing paid him no heed. Is no one interested? Then I suppose I'll reluctantly keep it myself. Thus, Xieyu successfully ensured that both items he had drawn remained within his grasp. Finally, it was Yan's turn to claim loot. The beast's roar shoulder pads he drew ultimately went to Dai Mubai, while the golden heavy helmet was kept for himself. Naturally, upon donning the golden heavy helmet, it fit him quite well, exuding the aura of a seasoned veteran. However, as the light did not dissipate after 12 items had been claimed, Dai Mubai stepped forward once more to see if any unexpected treasures remained. Indeed, he drew a collar. According to Saladaz's explanation, this collar's function was to summon a cute gray wolf. Of course, this gray wolf held no combat prowess. Its sole purpose was to stand by and look adorable, just like the miniature version of the Chase Saintess dropped by the Chase Saintess herself, and the high-quality replica of the Midnight Mount dropped by Atoman. Henceforth, these will merely serve as charming additions sold at the Shrek Golden Ancient Tree Square. While having an extra adorable creature as a reward is not entirely unwelcome, many believe that exchanging it for an additional piece of equipment might be more beneficial. After all, in these extraordinary times, enhancing one's strength is paramount. Chapter 112. The director, electric orbs scattered everywhere after distributing the equipment. The group followed Yu Mengqing up the staircase adjacent to the opera house, ascending to the 3rd floor, then the 4th, and finally the 5th. However, the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors was marred, allowing a glimpse of the vast, shadowy estate outside the tower. Evil Moon suddenly inquired whether they could descend to observe the scenery outside. Yu Mengqing firmly declined, asserting, "Trust me, Yuga, you will not appreciate what lies outside." The opera house has already proven Saladaz's wicked taste. Venturing beyond the tower might lead to a situation where you desperately seek either salvation or demise. Indeed, Saladaz's malevolent whims were all too evident. Soon, after dispatching a few wandering specters on the staircase, they arrived at the 5th floor of the Karazhan Tower, the exhibition hall. Before the hall stood a tall staircase platform flanked by 2 purple crystal mech sentinels. Passing through, they encountered a circular hall adorned with a grand statue at its center and intricate reliefs covering the walls. The artistic ambience was overwhelmingly profound. Though the entire exhibition hall remained concealed further within, this sight alone left the group in awe. The director, also a crystal mech sentinel, was predominantly blue and of considerable stature. With piercing eyes and an imposing presence, it was undeniable that its abilities were indeed linked to electricity. The exhibition hall is exclusively open to visitors. the director proclaimed with an electronic voice. At that moment, Saladas interjected, "The director possesses high endurance, formidable armor, and relatively potent physical attacks, along with immunity to electric spells. Should you fail to defeat it within 12 minutes, it will unleash a finishing move that could obliterate you instantly." It seemed yet another trial of their output capabilities was at hand, particularly testing their speed in vanquishing the electric orbs. This battle marked the conclusion of the simpler phase of Karazhan Tower, ushering in heightened demands on the team. "What?" Rob exclaimed in disbelief. "Immunity to electric spells? That's utterly unfair." The others cast teasing glances at him, as if urging him to swiftly withdraw from the team. Rob indeed found himself of little use in this boss confrontation. Indeed, regardless of your attack power, if it is immune to your electric spells, what can you do? Consequently, Shui Binger was substituted into the fray. This formidable Soul Master, who had once led the Water Academy to glory in the Continental Youth Senior Soul Master Elite competition 5 years prior, had recently acquired her 6th Soul Ring during an incursion into the Ankila realm, ascending to the Soul Emperor rank. Her involvement in the tower assault was undoubtedly a savvy choice. With the team configuration adjusted, they prepared to commence their attempt. Just then, the director wandered into the circular hall of statues. Dai Mubai let out a tiger's roar and charged forward, while Yin positioned himself nearby, ready to assume the main defensive role should Dai Mubai falter. The director's primary attack method revolved around its robust crystal mechanical arm, delivering powerful strikes. For Dai Mubai, whose physical fortitude and defensive capabilities were substantial, it was manageable. However, the director would occasionally unleash an electric pulse upon Yin, inflicting moderate damage. Fortunately, Song Yingwen would quickly restore his health. If her response faltered, the next electric pulse from the director might not target Yin. It appeared that the director's soul skill mechanism prevented it from attacking its current primary target, but would strike the enemy with the highest vitality in close proximity. Thus, the correct strategy required Song Yingwen to maintain Yan's health at full, while simultaneously ensuring Dai Mubai received adequate healing. This boss fight not only tested the team's offensive capabilities, but also posed significant challenges for the healer. Moreover, during the battle, the director summoned an electric orb at random locations every 10 seconds. Staying too close to the orbs would result in damage. Additionally, the orbs possessed a soul skill called Electric Chain, which could hit a target and if other nearby enemies were close enough, would continue to strike them. A single electric chain could potentially connect with up to 5 individuals without diminishing damage. Thus, the team had to maintain a safe distance from the electric orbs while ensuring they weren't too close to one another. These troublesome orbs could, however, be destroyed. With swift firepower, they could typically eliminate one within 5 seconds. Summoning the electric orbs drained the director's soul power, and after around 12 orbs, approximately 120 seconds later, the director would exhaust its soul power and enter a rapid recovery phase lasting 20 seconds, during which it would not attack nor summon any new electric orbs, but would receive double damage. Once the awakening concluded and its soul power was replenished, it would re-enter its normal mode, cycling continuously until the battle's conclusion. Clearly, the team needed to deal with the electric orbs during the director's normal mode, striving to eliminate all orbs before the director entered its awakening phase, at which point they could unleash their full might upon the director's true form. However, at present, they were entirely unaware of these strategies. Yu Mengqing herself was in the dark, so how could the others be informed? Unless Saladas personally divulged the tactics to defeat the director, the tower assault team would have to endure repeated failures to glean experience. Indeed, it was as such. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, they finally managed to navigate their distances and coordinate with the electric orbs. Yet, even then, during their 3rd attempt to conquer the director, they gravely erred by continuously assaulting the director in its normal mode while neglecting the electric orbs. This oversight led to an abundance of orbs during the awakening phase, severely hindering their ability to focus on the director. Thus, although they did not succumb to the relentless electric chains of the orbs, they barely survived several phase transitions, managing to reduce the director's vitality by half. As the 12-minute mark approached, the director unleashed a devastating surge of electric energy, obliterating the entire team. Before the Golden Ancient Tree, Ma Hongjun remarked, "I suspect that Elder Sister Saladas doesn't truly wish for us to succeed. This director is far too formidable. This is the 3rd attempt." Indeed, Tang San concurred, analyzing the situation. She set a 12-minute limit, but it's clear that we cannot defeat it within that time, unless we were all soul saints. He glanced at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Mengqing interjected. Enough with the banter. You all must have noticed something during the battle. Since Saladas has permitted us to challenge the director, it implies that our current strength should suffice. Chapter 113, Report. Someone is exploiting the oil chicken. Dai Mubai began. Yes, the director is quite peculiar. During the fight, it would suddenly cease movement, seemingly to recover its soul power. During that time, I noticed that the damage I dealt significantly exceeded the usual amount, perhaps doubling. But soon after, it would return to normal. Indeed, Tang Sen added, whenever the director restores its soul power, it ceases to summon new electric orbs, alleviating the pressure considerably. Moreover, Milon In Ba Wang Chong evidently could inflict substantial damage upon him at this juncture, yet he remained unfazed, only entering a normal combat state once he had fully restored his soul power. Yu Mengqing pondered for a moment and proposed, let us consider an alternative approach. Typically, everyone should allocate a portion of their focus specifically to eliminating the lightning orbs. Each time a lightning orb emerges, we must strive to eradicate it at the earliest opportunity, ensuring that the number of orbs on the field does not exceed 2. This will alleviate both our positioning and healing pressure. When the director is in the process of regaining his soul power, we shall concentrate our firepower and unleash a fierce assault upon him, which should yield results. Despite having a fundamentally correct strategy, the group inevitably succumbed after 12 minutes of battle. Each time, they fell just short. Prior to the 7th attempt, Ma Hongjun lamented, "This is unbearable. The multitude of lightning orbs is exceedingly vexatious. Focusing on the lightning orbs leaves no room to contend with that colossal robot. And engaging the robot affords no time to deal with the orbs. We are doomed regardless. 10th junior sister. Why not consult with Sister Saladas to see if she can lessen the difficulty for us?" Yu Mengqing smiled lightly. Oh, and how would you propose to reduce the difficulty? Well, it would be best to eliminate the soul skill that summons lightning orbs and maintain a constant state of soul recovery. Why not let yourself directly claim the spoils? You rotund fool? Dai Mubai retorted. Thus, as they reconvened in the statue round hall, Ma Hongjun soared atop the massive statue's head using his soul skill, remaining there to conduct ranged attacks. As expected, they were obliterated once more. The director failed to notice Ma Hongjun perched atop the statue. Seeing that the tower assault team had mostly perished, he departed the arena. Beneath the ancient golden tree, Dai Mubai expressed his frustration. Look, everyone. The director's entire being is inscribed with a single message. Saladas does not wish for you to succeed. That makes 10 words. Zhu Zhuqing timidly reminded. Wait, where's the plump one? At that moment, everyone realized that only 9 had perished. Quick, let us return and investigate. Dai Mubai shouted, leading the charge back to the Karazhan High Tower realm. Saladas had certainly taken note of this situation. In fact, she had been aware of it during the previous battle. Alas, it seemed this loophole could no longer be concealed. However, she did not rush to rectify it, believing that if they could exploit a loophole in one boss battle, could they not do so repeatedly thereafter? Several minutes later, the group hurriedly ascended back to the 5th floor exhibition hall, only to find Ma Hongjun leisurely seated atop the statue's head, enjoying a sausage. Goodness, you portly fool. How is this even possible? Dai Mubai exclaimed. What do you think? Dai Lauda, am I clever? Ma Hongjun replied, in that last battle, I simply stood here attacking the director without concern for the lightning orbs. Yu Mengqing immediately envisioned a new tactic. If everyone ascended the statue, leaving Dai Mubai alone below to withstand the director. The greatest advantage of this strategy would be the complete disregard for the lightning orbs. Thus, apart from Dai Mubai, each member of the tower assault team consumed a flying mushroom sausage, one after another soaring to the statue, 3 standing atop its head, 3 on the left shoulder, and 3 on the right shoulder. Perfect. Dai Ji, we are ready. You go and lure the director over. Outside the ancient golden tree, watching this scene, Dean Flanders seemed bewildered. Wait, what is happening here? What are the children doing? The master merely smiled faintly. Though he had his suspicions, he wished to await confirmation. And so, the director was relentlessly pummeled for 10 minutes until he finally perished. By the heavens, this is an exploitation of the Bayou chicken. If this were a game, one could be reported for this and face a permanent ban. Regardless, once it was done, it was done. Spoils awaited. Furthermore, Saladas had undoubtedly observed the entire ordeal. Her silence indicated that such behavior was permissible. Having achieved a great feat, Ma Hongjun specifically requested to loot the body this time. He mimicked Dai Mubai's actions, reaching into the director's body to extract a staff. The endless secret staff of purple epic quality enhances spell power and spell critical hit rate. Since Yu Mengqing was not particularly accustomed to using a staff, she opted out of the competition for it. Thus, the only contenders remained Ma Hongjun and Shui Bing. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun declared, "Sister Shui, there's no need to roll for this staff. Consider it a direct gift from me." "Oh, why is that?" "You see, you just stepped in to substitute for Rob for a short while, yet you accompanied us through 7 or 8 deaths. Though they were not true deaths, it was still arduous. It would be remiss if you did not acquire an item. Moreover, such a beautiful staff is only worthy of you, Sister Shui." Dai Mubai interjected with mockery, "Licking, keep licking." Ignoring him, Ma Hongjun resumed his search for the next item. The Yurian Dynasty Leggings, purple epic quality, bestows a slight increase in strength attributes, decent defense, and a minor boost in evasion attributes. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately produced the dice. Yet Ma Hongjun remarked Dai Lauda, "Look how perfectly suited this is for you. You carry a heavy burden. You should take it." "That is more like it," Dai Mubai instinctively replied, but soon realized the oddity of his words and continued, "Wait, do you truly think I am a fool? No way, I will roll for it. With my luck, I surely can win this trivial pair of leggings. Come on, Yin, roll the dice." Thus, Yin secured the silver-threaded, gold-edged Yurian Dynasty leggings with a roll of 13, while Dai Mubai rolled a mere 9. Though Dai Mubai greatly desired them, he said, "Did you see that? This is what we call fairness and justice. This should be our collective pursuit. The spirit most esteemed by the Xing, Luo Empire encompasses." Yu Mengqing interrupted, "Dai Ji, your verbose rhetoric is quite something. Where did you learn this?" "Oh, you see, it's on television, every evening at 7 o'clock. I learned it from them," Dai Mubai chuckled. "From now on, watch less of that useless stuff and spend more time with Sister Zhu." Chapter 114. Salada's Little Quirks. Next came the third item, a pair of shoulder pads with a brown base and golden-green embellishments. The Forest Breeze shoulder pads, purple epic quality, grant a slight enhancement to healing spell power and spell critical hit rate. Well, another item exclusive to Song Yingwen. Since the beginning, any healing equipment that emerged had invariably been claimed by Song Yingwen. This also subtly reflected the scarcity of healing-type soul masters, not to mention within the Shrek inner court. Aside from Song Yingwen, there were only Jiang Zhu and Yi Lingling, both fifth-ring healing-type soul kings. While Oscar's various sausages could also heal, his primary strengths lay in diverse support abilities. The outer court did have a few pure healing-type soul masters, and they would be utilized later. Ma Hongjun retrieved the fourth item, another set of shoulder pads. The Dragon Roar shoulder pads, purple epic quality, offer a slight increase in fire-type spell power and spell critical hit rate. Salada's, typically reserved in her descriptions of equipment, smiled as she introduced this item, as if it had been specially prepared for Ma Hongjun. Naturally, the fire-type soul master was none other than Ma Hongjun himself. Who else could claim it? Once the spoils were distributed, Shui Binger departed from the Karazhan High Tower realm, bringing Rob back. After all, Rob's overall battle prowess surpassed Shui Binger's significantly, making his return quite necessary. The tower assault team proceeded to the end of the exhibition hall, where they encountered several clerical staff members. Saradisi reminded them that the terrace they had just passed held a formidable leader. Only after they had defeated all the leaders in the normal sequence could they return to challenge it. However, to summon this leader, they required a book titled Maidaven's Diary, which could be found nearby. Furthermore, there was an ultimate hidden boss, which added an element of excitement. Without delay, they should get to work. Were there not a few clerical staff ahead, they could simply inquire with them. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe was leisurely seated in an office chair, engrossed in a book. The cover suggested it was titled Jinping Mei. "Greetings, brother," Rob approached to say. The purple-robed man remained absorbed in his reading, raising his right hand with finger splayed, and replied, "Wait until I finish this paragraph. Is this book really that captivating?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Yu Mengqing, exasperated, barely managed to caution her, "Sister Rongrong, trust me, this is not suitable for you." At last, the purple-robed man closed the book, tilted his head back in a pose of enjoyment, and murmured to himself, "Ah, the ocean of knowledge, my spiritual garden. What book is it?" Ning Rongrong feigned a naive curiosity. "Could I take a look?" "Your duty is to support your husband and raise children. Why ponder so much?" The purple-robed man retorted disdainfully. Infuriated, Ning Rongrong restrained herself. She began a probe. "Tisich, what a miser, it's just a shabby book. Surely, it cannot compare to Maidaven's private diary." "Whose diary?" The purple-robed man's expression suddenly grew serious, and his tone turned grave. Seeing that she had hooked him, Ning Rongrong pressed on. Maidavin's diary, of course. Do you know where it is? Wait a moment, let me think. You might ask Alatifu. She borrowed a book from me not long ago. I hid the book, but she turned the place upside down, claiming to have found some diary, which she then took away. In other words, the purple-robed man had no diary here. Yu Mengxing commented dryly. Sometimes I feel that Ceratici is just foolish. Clearly, one trip would suffice, yet she insists on making you run twice. However, others took it quite seriously. After all, once you consider her past as an ancient dominator, she excelled at playing with people's hearts, didn't she? Rob remarked. Not far away, at another workstation, a woman dressed in a burgundy robe and who seemed to have been expecting the return of the tower assault team, watching them approach from a distance. Diary? Yes, Maidavin's diary, Ning Rongrong confirmed. If you seek Maidavin's diary, you might inquire with Camusis. With that, the woman named Galatifu turned and resumed her work with 2 test tubes. At another workstation, not far away, a woman in a golden robe and white top hat called out, "Hey, come here, come here." It seemed this was Camusis. The tower assault team immediately turned to her. However, Ning Rongrong asked Galatifu once more, "Then what is your purpose here?" Galatifu did not turn around, continuing her work, and casually replied, "I never understood why you had to arrange to disturb me when you could simply go directly to Camusis." Yu Mengxing still wore a perplexed expression and weakly said, "Ceratici's peculiar humor is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me." What peculiar humor? This is purely nonsensical behavior. Xiaoyu concurred in complaint. Camusis lazily stretched before the tower assault team, yawning and saying, "Oh, it seems I have a diary here." None other than Maidavin's diary. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, 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 where is it? The woman pondered for a moment, then pretended to think deeply, resting her chin on her hand. Yu Mengxing immediately covered her head, feeling exasperated. Sigh. Are we really going to have to find someone else? Who is it? Hurry up, we want to finish this quickly, she urged. Camusis then stated, "The previous diary was with me, but Maidavin's father came looking for it, so I gave it to him." Song Yingwen, who was usually quiet, was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You gave Maidavin's diary to his father? What if Maidavin wrote about his first love in that diary? Wouldn't he get scolded if his father saw it?" Sigh, first love? Sister, once you've experienced more, you'll realize that is not the main point, Camusis sighed. Yu Mengxing placed her hands on her hips, exhaling deeply. All right, so the diary isn't with you. Correct. Camusis clapped her hands playfully. It is with Maidavin's father, Eland. At this, Yu Mengxing could no longer contain her anger. Launching into a tirade, seriously, could you all not have discussed this and arranged for us to go straight to Eland? What kind of work efficiency is this? No wonder large organizations take ages to get anything done. This is a simple matter. Why complicate it so? Did you all grow up eating turtles? And yet you flaunt your leisurely working environment. I have no choice in how things are arranged above, Camusis replied, lowering her head and rubbing her neck, looking like a child caught misbehaving. Chapter 115. The Ice and Fire Triple Master, Shadow of Ning Rongrong hurriedly pulled Yu Mengxing back, comforting her. All right, junior sister. Don't get angry. It will just make you age faster. Then she turned to Camusis and asked, "So where is Eland?" "He has long since passed away." Worn out and exhausted, Camusis replied casually. At this, a few in the tower assault team couldn't help but think inappropriately. What does that even mean? Camusis seemed to realize her phrasing was off and added, "Fine, he fell exhausted and died." Ning Rongrong felt a surge of irritation. "Please, next time, speak clearly." Sigh. If it weren't for his unworthy son, Eland wouldn't have ended up this way, Camusis lamented. Wait a moment. Ning Rongrong seemed to have realized something important. If Eland is dead, how did he take the diary? Camusis pointed to the ceiling, proudly declaring, "He is now known as the Shadow of Eland, residing upstairs, studying his son's diary. Simply put, his spirit lingers." Dai Mubai chuckled, "Oh, this suggests the diary must contain some juicy information." Song Yingwen was also quite excited, even jumping up. "My gossip-loving soul is ablaze." Soon, she realized her reaction was a bit too intense. Ning Rongrong echoed, "I too wish to know. Perhaps Eland has an obsession with his son." Song Yingwen, rarely chatty, suggested, "Then let us hurry to seize the diary." With that, they left the exhibition hall and continued upstairs, defeating a demon-type leader named Tristan along the way, acquiring 4 pieces of loot that were redundant to their existing gear, which they stored away to distribute to others later. After climbing one more flight of stairs, they finally reached the room where Eland resided. It was a circular hall filled with bookshelves on all sides. The Shadow of Eland was squatting in front of one of the shelves, quietly perusing a book. It appeared to be none other than Mate of N's diary. Dai, you're the main defender. Go and greet that old man. Isn't he just an old man? Dai Mubai dismissed. Does it matter who goes? Look at his head full of white hair. Yu Mengxing sighed helplessly. He is a super mage specializing in ice, fire, and arcane magic, equivalent in strength to a limit Douluo. Moreover, the ice-fire arcane triple cultivation is akin to the Sansheng Wuhan, reminiscent of Luo Bo's unique abilities. Albeit Luo Bo wields the powers of ice, thunder, and fire. By heavens! Dai Mubai exclaimed, startled. Are we not merely courting death? Had Island been alive, we would have been annihilated the moment we entered. However, now he exists merely as a remnant, his strength significantly diminished, yet still formidable. Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed and greet him. Stealthily, Dai Mubai approached and politely inquired, Greetings, esteemed elder? The specter of Island appeared oblivious, engrossed in his diary. Elder Island? Dai Mubai tried again. Silence persisted, rendering Dai Mubai increasingly uncomfortable. Yet he pressed on, and after 10 minutes, his patience waned. You old codger, fixated on your past. Island, as if jolted by electricity, turned to glare at Dai Mubai, though his eyes were vacant. Realizing his words had provoked a reaction, Dai Mubai continued. A sorcerer without a girlfriend could hardly have a son. Surely, he must have been stolen. It is common knowledge. How shameless. No. Island suddenly stood, clutching his head in agony. That is not how my diary recounts it. Unfazed by the looming danger, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity. Oh? Then do show us your diary as proof. Island fell to his knees, trembling, pleading, please do not do this. Yet Dai Mubai, seemingly reveling in the moment, disregarded his companion's warnings and taunted, Oh, you have no son. My son has gone mad. Who are you and what do you want? Stay away from me. In that instant, Island unleashed an arcane explosion, decimating the vitality of most members in the party. The less experienced Song Yingwen perished on the spot. Tang San, resigned, remarked, prepare for annihilation. Under the golden ancient tree, Song Yingwen, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and several others emerged one after another. Dai Mubai sheepishly admitted, my apologies, this time, we may have gone a bit too far. However, the entire group regarded him with reproachful glances. 20 minutes later, the assault team stood once more before Island's door. Yu Mengxing explained, Firstly, Island is a master sorcerer skilled in ice, fire, and arcane triple cultivation. Compared to him, we are mere novices. He can read fireball while simultaneously managing a blizzard and firing ice arrows. Ma Hongjun lamented, Damn, that flame ring soul skill is so overpowered. Why can't I use it? Why can't you? Tang Sin teased as he patted his shoulder. Yu Mengxing continued, Regardless, you have all personally witnessed Island's might. At the very least, we could discuss tactics. For instance, have you noticed that while the leaders in Karazhan are mostly immune to control, our control skills can interrupt their currently cast soul skills? Island, however, requires a considerable amount of time to cast almost half of his soul skills, making them susceptible to interruption. So we simply need to interrupt them effectively? Tang Sen inquired. Indeed, timely interruptions can alleviate our pressure. Also, those too close to Island will frequently be silenced, rendering them unable to use spell-type soul skills, while those too far away risk being struck by the blizzard. After deliberating their strategy, they prepared to attempt once more. Truly, fireball, ice arrow, and arcane missiles were all present. Island could even cast these 3 spells simultaneously. Not even the extraordinarily talented Huiyuhao could achieve such a feat. He would occasionally ensnare 3 random individuals in frostbind, immobilizing them. Of course, Song Yingwen could always dispel this effect in time. However, she had no means to counter the area-wide silence. After 3 minutes of battle, Island Spectre teleported the entire party to his side, subsequently employing a group slow spell, and began to cast Arcane Explosion. Notably, this Arcane Explosion could not be interrupted at that moment. To evade this damage, they could only reach the edges of the battlefield before the spell completed. Get away from Island, Yu Mengxing shouted. Then, each member displayed their unique skills. Agile attackers like Zhu Zhuqing and Xie Yu had no trouble. Luo Bo also utilized his 6th soul skill to rapidly move to the edge of the field. Yu Mengxing struck Island Spectre with Shadow Dance, then quickly distanced herself from him using the triggered opportunity. Tang Sen barely managed to use blue-silver Emperor Vines to pull himself away. In Chapter 116, The Spectre of Island, even old dogs have teeth. With Song Yingwen's demise, the others could hardly last much longer, even if they survived this time. Thus, the assault team joyfully reconvened beneath the golden ancient tree. After 20 minutes, They climbed back up to the higher levels of Karazhan, standing before Island's chamber once more. Yu Mengqing expressed her frustration. I thought I was supposed to avoid the arcane explosion, but this slow effect is unbearable, Dai Mu Bai explained. Song Yingwen, seeming as if she had erred, timidly remarked. Just before I died, I suddenly realized that my second soul skill could dispel the slow effect. Then could my blue-silver domain also dispel it? Yu Mengqing sighed, patting her head. All right, let's try once more. This time, after a little over 3 minutes, Island Spectre suddenly unleashed a group flame ring. Luo Bo, having been too caught up in his 6th soul skill, failed to contain himself. The so-called flame ring, once struck, would detonate with movement, pushing nearby allies away. The entire assault team found themselves too close together. Thus, one movement equated to 10, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, total annihilation. Yu Mengqing, exasperated, remarked, I remember being told not to move during the flame ring's effect, right? Next time, I won't move. Moving makes me a fool, Luo Bo blushed. Once more they attempted, and after 3 minutes, Island Spectre summoned a blizzard spell that engulfed half the room. The group prepared to showcase their abilities and escape the blizzard's range. But Island simultaneously cast Frostbind, freezing everyone in place and interrupting their soul skills. The blizzard continued unabated. By the time Tang San urgently activated his blue-silver domain, most had perished, total annihilation. I recall being told to avoid the blizzard. Yu Mengqing was genuinely angry now. How many times had it been? This time, however, they finally persevered past the crucial 3-minute mark, reaching 6 minutes. Island's spectral energy was nearly depleted. The assault team believed they had endured long enough and could finally unleash their full power. Instead, Island cast a group polymorph spell, transforming everyone into harmless sheep. Clearly, this polymorph spell would revert the targets upon taking damage. If they failed to revert beforehand, it could last at least 20 seconds. Seizing that opportunity, Island produced a bottle of resurrection potion and a large loaf of bread to restore his energy. Dear friends, you wouldn't mind if this old man took a sip of water, would you? Island Spectre feigned nonchalance. The water's a bit yellow. I'm getting old and overheated. Alas, this master sorcerer, skilled in ice, fire, and arcane, was also a food conjurer. As Island's energy replenished, he summoned 4 robotic water elementals, unleashing a multi-directional fire shockwave that returned the polymorphed assault team to their original forms. While attacking, he exclaimed, I want this nightmare to end quickly. Let you know, even old dogs have teeth. However, the unprepared group was swiftly overwhelmed by the 4 water elementals. Total annihilation. At the entrance of AI Land's room, Ning Rongrong complained, summoning 4 water elementals at once is utterly shameless, isn't it? Indeed, Luo Bo concurred, and we merely stood by and watched as he transformed us, only to indulge himself thereafter. The conversation continued, and then the fiery shockwave follows, allowing him to summon 4 water elementals. This is an egregious display of power. Yu Mengqing cast a mournful glance at Luo Bo. Don't be absurd. In the future, when you combine 2 martial souls with their respective soul rings, you'll exhibit a similarly monstrous prowess. I cannot simultaneously wield the abilities of 3 martial souls. Shouldn't you consult this esteemed individual? You might even become his disciple. Perhaps if you're in a good mood, he might even share Mediva's journal with us, Ning Rongrong added with a smile. Yu Mengqing dismissed this notion. That's impossible. We should focus on strategizing to defeat him. He is merely a shadow now, devoid of true intellect. Suddenly, from an unknown source, she produced several colorful crayons and began drawing on the tiles. What are you drawing a pancake for? Dai Mubai scoffed. You don't understand. This is the key to defeating AI Lon. Now I see. The old man has surely never encountered a pancake. Let's show him what a pancake truly is. Just as the words left his mouth, Ma Hongjun received a thump to the head. Yu Mengqing pointed at the pancake, no, the tactical diagram, and explained, we must compel AI Lon to utilize his water elemental summoning ability before he enters the resurrection phase and swiftly deal with him. This way, we won't be struck back to our original forms by the fiery shockwave and then immediately shot down by the water elementals. AI Lon will summon the water elementals precisely when his vitality drops to 40%. Ning Rongrong was the first to grasp the implication, so we must ensure that AI Lon does not exhaust his soul power before his vitality reaches that threshold. Indeed, but how do we prevent AI Lon from depleting his soul power so rapidly? Dai Mubai inquired. At that moment, Tang San had a brilliant idea. Rongrong, Can't you replenish the enemy's soul power? Yes, but the enemy would surely be reluctant to accept my soul power, resulting in very limited, possibly ineffective transmission. I believe this approach is impractical. It would be more reliable to interrupt his casting. Yu Mengqing agreed. Yes, but selectively interrupting. AI Land's Ice Arrow and Fireball consume mana only after successful casting, whereas Arcane Missiles consume mana in advance. We only need to interrupt the Ice Arrows and Fireballs, just like my tactical diagram. Luo Bo will interrupt the Ice Arrows, while Yin will handle the Fireballs until he summons the Water Elementals. Understood? Understood. Let's commence. Despite successfully enduring the summoning of the Water Elementals and the combination of the transformation and fiery shockwave, they still faced annihilation 9 minutes in. This is exceedingly difficult. Even a mere shadow of AI Lon possesses such power. What more can be said of the real AI Lon from years past? In a mocking tone, AI Lon remarked as their team was wiped out, "My son Mediv is formidable, yet I also possess my own strength." At that moment, Dai Mubai, peering through the door at AI Land Shadow, saw the pitiful, ghostly figure of the old father still engrossed in studying his son's journal. Frustrated from multiple defeats, Dai Mubai couldn't help but curse, "Damn, this old love-struck fool." Little did he know, AI Lon heard him from afar and immediately rushed over. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai was startled and hastily slammed the door shut. An unexpected turn of events occurred as AI Land's shadow managed to flash through the door. Chapter 117, Report. They are exploiting by UG. The nervous tower assault team immediately tensed up, activating their martial souls for battle. However, strangely, AI Lon seemed unable to utilize any skills. Thus, just a minute later, AI Lon swiftly retreated, locking the door from within. "Oh, this seems to be a good strategy," Yu Mengqing smirked, thinking to herself, "Saratash, you surely did not foresee this." Tang Sen leaned against the door, spreading his hands. "He won't come out. How can we fight like this?" Just then, AI Lon reappeared, swaying his hips with a mischievous tone, chanting, "You cannot hit me, you cannot hit me." Before Dai Mubai could react and turn around, AI Lon vanished again. Dai Mubai pounded on the door, shouting, "You bastard, come out." AI Lon did not emerge. Instead, he unleashed Frostbind from within, freezing the feet of the tower assault team. "What can you achieve by freezing us?" "Not much, just having some fun." Finally, unable to restrain herself, Xie Yu exclaimed, "What are we doing messing around with this mad old man? We need to figure out how to take him down." Song Yingwen, who appeared amiable yet had a cunning side, weakly reminded, "This oblivious madman will surely come out to boast again soon." Indeed, AI Lon reappeared, twisting his body and rhythmically shaking his hands, taunting, "You cannot hit me, you." Before he could finish, Dai Mubai delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. "Brothers, let's take him down." The group proceeded to unleash a flurry of attacks for half a minute, but AI Lon managed to react and flash back into the room. "What now? Cursing him won't work. We need to think of another way to lure him out." 10 minutes later, Luo Bo and Yu Mengqing hastily found a table to set up a game. Yu Mengqing took out several sets of Hearthstone cards from her storage soul tool. She played as a mage, while Luo Bo took on the role of a warrior. After a few minutes, the game reached a heated stage. "I'll cast a fireball and you'll be done for. None of your minions have taunt," Yu Mengqing said with a smile. Luo Bo, feeling confused as it was his first time playing such a card game, replied, "Then I'll just keep stacking armor." "What? Can you even play? You have a director in your hand that you aren't using. Just look at your mana crystals. You have 10 already. If you don't use the director now, when will you?" It was then that everyone realized it was AI Lon speaking. Luo Bo hastily shoved the table aside, joining the others in a furious assault on AI Lon. "You fraud. A bunch of cheats. Old man, you're not getting away with this," Dai Mubai shouted. Once AI Lon found another opportunity to flash back into the room, Yu Mengqing warned everyone, "This Hearthstone trick only works once. It won't be effective again." Suddenly, Dai Mubai chuckled mischievously, "Ha ha ha. Just think about it. A lonely old man who has spent years alone in his study. What does he lack? Entertainment. Women." Xie Yu replied, "But we already used that trick." Dai Mubai clapped his hands. "Ah, Fatty, you are quite insightful. But who should we send?" Zhu Zhuqing became irate. "Why not you go seduce him yourself?" "Sigh, that won't work either. Don't you all have any sense of sacrificing for the team?" A moment of silence ensued. To ease the tension, Song Yingwen reluctantly spoke. Then, "Brother Dai, as the captain, shouldn't you set an example?" Yu Mengqing shook her head, sighing, "Alas, my dear Song, you don't understand. Leaders are always the ones hiding in the back. We should contemplate other strategies. Seduction is too unreliable. Indeed, we should confront him directly." This is too frustrating, Ma Hongjun complained. Tang Xin suddenly had a brilliant idea and, raising his voice intentionally, declared, "What's there to be frustrated about? At least we can't die here. Even if we seek trouble with him, he has no way to retaliate. If we're hungry, we can return for feast. And if we're tired, we can rest comfortably." At that moment, AI Lon was listening intently at the door, and Tang San's words displeased him immensely. "Exactly," Luo Bo interjected, pondering whether the progress of Kalajan could indeed be reset. Even if we conquered it, there would still be junior brothers and sisters of the Soul Sect and Soul Kings coming in to challenge later. Just imagine, that old man has to endure 100 inquiries every month, forcing him to put on a brave face and face the onslaught, handing out equipment. It is truly pitiful. Yu Mengqing seemed to grasp the meaning behind Tang San and Luo Bo's words and replied, "What are you two saying? Every individual's existence holds significance. The purpose of Lord AI Land's existence is merely to be beaten, isn't it? Surely, Salatasi did not create him for nothing." Qingqing's remark was quite valid. Xiaoyu, at least, possessed the ice, fire, and arcane 3 lives martial soul, yet he was confined to his study, lost in daydreams. One must gain something to lose something. To possess immense power, yet be unable to unleash it upon the world is indeed ironic. Ning Rongrong concurred. Luo Bo continued, "If it were me, I would willingly hand over my equipment and diary. At least I could spare myself from 100 beatings each month." Yu Mengqing casually remarked, "Sometimes, people become disheartened and are so accustomed to rigid routines that they find it increasingly difficult to transcend their limitations." Indeed, Luo Bo, especially when considering the influx of juniors who would come to greet him over the next 5 years. It must feel like an eternity. We shouldn't stoop to the level of such a decrepit old man. He has never seen the world, and his life is merely confined to this room. Inside, AI Lon had been listening at the door, trembling with rage, nearly driven mad. Xiaoyu added, "Indeed, Qingqing. He just stepped out for a moment before he was frightened back in. He has reached his limit. A frog in a well," Yu Mengqing remarked. "I think we should let it be. This old man is rather pitiable. A person who dares not leave his room. What could he possibly accomplish?" Xiaoyu delivered the final blow. Accomplish? He gets beaten when people come looking for him. Ha ha! AI Lon could no longer hold back, and with a flash, he appeared outside the door, defiantly declaring, "Who dares to say I won't come out? I am standing right here." AI Lon defeated, outside the golden ancient tree. Ning Fengji exclaimed, "Is this even possible? Lady Salatasi, why is it that AI Lon loses the ability to use any soul skills once he steps outside? I myself do not know how this occurs. Do you think I would allow them to exploit a loophole to clear the dungeon again?" Just 5 minutes later, AI Lon was utterly vanquished. The golden light orb manifested once more at the location of AI Land's shadowy corpse. The beloved lottery segment for the Dungeon Raiders has arrived. Chapter 118. You want us to play chess? Once again, it was Dai Mubai who initiated the loot distribution. The first item was a purple base, gold-trimmed eye accessory, the violet eye pendant. It was of epic purple quality and provided a considerable enhancement to the wearer's spell power, accompanied by the soul skill, Secrets of the Violet, which, when activated, allowed every successful soul skill cast within the next 20 seconds to accumulate a layer of violet mark, each granting the user a 2 soul power recovery every 5 seconds. The marks could last up to 20 seconds, refreshing the duration with each layer and could stack up to 5 times. Salatasi elaborated. However, most members of the raiding team found it difficult to comprehend. Yu Mengqing summarized succinctly in simple terms. Using the soul skill means you need not worry about soul power consumption for 20 seconds. If you use a skill that consumes little soul power and can be cast frequently, you will find that, after these 20 seconds, your total soul power has not only not diminished, but has actually increased. Which type of soul master is this equipment suitable for? Dai Mubai inquired. Yu Mengqing responded. While it can be utilized by spellcasters and support roles alike, it is particularly fitting for supports. Our 2 supports, Song Mei and Rongrong, experience a rapid depletion of soul power during battles. Without Oscar sausages, they would exhaust their soul power halfway through every fight. How could they possibly continue to assist us? Thus, Ning Rongrong and Song Ingwen rolled the dice. One scored 36, the other 21. Well, Ning Rongrong obtained a violet eye pendant with the accompanying soul skill. The second item was a fully crimson gem wand, the Tearsful Wand of Dominance, of epic purple quality, which enhanced the wearer's recovery speed and total soul power. It possessed a conventional ranged attack method, named Tearsful Energy Bolt. Alright, yet another weapon that provided ranged magical attack capabilities. However, Ning Rongrong clearly could not take another one, and Song Yingwen explicitly stated her disinterest in such equipment, while the others had no need for it either. Therefore, they decided to reserve this weapon for Oscar, despite being absent, had played a significant role throughout with his sausages. Next was a necklace, the Cat's Claw Amulet, of epic purple quality, which granted bonuses to attack speed, movement speed, and physical attack strength. This is undoubtedly exclusive to Zhu Qing. Then came the fourth item, the Violet Calming Gem, an accessory of epic purple quality, which provided a small boost to spell power and spell critical strike rate. It included the soul skill, Violet's Calm, which, when activated, renders the user immune to all control effects for the next 10 seconds, and this immunity is absolute unless the opponent is a deity. The entire audience bore a stunned expression, followed by an exclamation. In an instant, they all raised their dice simultaneously. What are you agile attack types doing? This enhances spell power and critical rates. Ma Hongjun protested. Xiaoyu countered. This soul skill is the primary function of this equipment, usable by any soul master. Why can't we agile attack types compete? Thus, the entire team participated in the dice roll. With an overwhelming score of 100, Luo Bo secured the Violet Calming Gem, boasting an extraordinary soul skill. Now, with the stakes placed, none could contest the outcome. The Diary of Medivh had also been obtained. Upon defeating the final boss in the normal sequence, they could summon the ultimate hidden boss, Knight's Nightmare, through Medivh's diary. Adjacent to the path the raiding team must traverse, there was a secret room containing a dragon. Of course, this dragon was considered an optional boss. They could choose to engage or proceed onward. However, a single boss could yield 4 pieces of equipment. Even for the sake of acquiring equipment, they had to vanquish this void dragon. At the opportune moment, Yu Mengqing received a detailed prompt from Salatasi. After all, this dragon posed quite the challenge and required teamwork for success. To mitigate the difficulty, Salatasi decided to directly disclose the strategy to the raiding team. Thus, Yu Mengqing recounted for everyone. Unlike most bosses in Kalajan, the Void Dragon necessitates a well-prepared plan from everyone before the battle begins, with strict adherence during the encounter. If each person masters the rhythm, the first kill and subsequent respawns will be remarkably easy. However, if there remains anyone in the team who does not fully comprehend, a wipe is inevitable. The battle against the Void Dragon is divided into 2 phases, the Void Gate phase, lasting about 60 seconds, and the Banishment phase, lasting around 30 seconds. These 2 phases alternate until the 6th Banishment phase concludes. If the dragon has not been defeated after 9 minutes, it will enter a berserk state, turning red, with all damage, including area effects, increased to 400% of its original value, effectively wiping the team within 10 seconds. Subsequently, Yu Mengqing detailed all of the Void Dragon's soul skills for everyone, including those used throughout the battle, those exclusive to the Void Gate phase, and those only utilized during the Banishment phase. Of course, after listening, everyone felt slightly dizzy. This was rather complicated. Though the Void Dragon had numerous soul skills, the actual damage dealt was not particularly high. As long as the team collaborates meticulously, they can deftly evade numerous perils. Ultimately, the leader remarkably succeeded after only 3 attempts. However, the equipment obtained this time was regrettably of no use to the participants present, and thus was allocated to those outside the venue. They continued their ascent, drawing ever closer to the core residence of Midowin during his lifetime. Yet, on the path they traversed, there lay a hall resembling a chessboard. Although Ning Rongrong did not fully comprehend what it was, her curiosity was piqued. It appeared quite intriguing. "Is this international chess?" exclaimed Yu Mengqing, astonished. "Are you serious? Salatasi? You expect a group from the Douluo world to play international chess?" Upon hearing about chess, Tang San casually remarked, "Doesn't that mean we are giving away equipment for free? Can this even be considered a leader? It might be a matter of life and death." Dai Mubai interjected, "International chess is not something just anyone can master. It requires proficiency in Mahjong, Jinhua, as well as a firm understanding of checkers and Gamoku." Yu Mengqing looked utterly bewildered. "What on earth are you talking about? That's a description of international gamblers. Why not give it a try and see?" retorted Ning Rongrong. "Isn't it amusing to have a group of casual players pontificating?" Ultimately, it was Yu Mengqing's not-so-advanced chess skills that allowed them to triumph in this leader battle. She secretly rejoiced. Thankfully I had learned many things before my transmigration. At least I have one skill that proved useful now. Darn it, Salatasi. You didn't have such a chess haul the last time we came to Kalazan. The delightful lottery segment had returned. Chapter 119. The Illegitimate Child? Prince Makizir. The hero's mithril necklace, of purple epic quality, grants a modest boost to endurance, strength, and agility attributes for the wearer. This description indicated it was ideally suited for a soul master who specializes in both physical and magical attacks. If it were present, it would undoubtedly be the most fitting for her. However, due to the stipulation that equipment could only be given to those outside the venue when none of the attendees required it, there was a suitable candidate outside, named Shiyue. Shiyue, being an agile attacker, also exhibited traits of a powerful attacker. Conversely, he was somewhat of a powerful attacker with a hint of agility. Therefore, it was challenging to find equipment that perfectly matched his attributes. Naturally, the hero's mithril necklace met the criteria. The next item was a pair of brown boots with green trim. The Forest King's boots provide a minor enhancement to agility and spell power, as well as a boost to soul power recovery speed. Upon hearing this, Yue Mengqing remarked, "It seems this is prepared specifically for me. If there are no objections, I shall accept it directly." Then came the third item, a round, three-segmented shield. The ancient tree triad shield, of purple epic quality, offers strength, endurance, and spell power attributes to its user. Since Yin and Dai Mubai were both defenders capable of dealing spell damage, they were both eligible to compete for the shield. Dai Mubai casually rolled 10 points, while Yin only managed 3. "Well, fortunes change. Next year it will be my turn," he mused, as Dai Mubai finally got his wish and claimed the ancient tree triad shield. The final item was a crimson curved sword, the Ado Hegia Imperial Garblade. Of purple epic quality, has average attack capability, but provides commendable strength and soul power recovery attributes. Its special effect states that when used in conjunction with the Taitoyasai Imperial Guardwall, it grants a linked effect that reduces damage taken by allied personnel behind the user by 10%, effective throughout the duration. The name alone suggested this sword was formidable. However, given the accompanying explanation, it was apparent that this sword had a corresponding shield. Thus, it was almost certain that this was equipment intended for a defender. Since Dai Mubai had just acquired a shield, the subsequent defensive item would undoubtedly go to Yin, a tacit understanding within their siege team. Finally, after clearing 2 layers of minions, the siege team ascended to the highest level, confronting the core secret of Maidawen. This was a platform atop the tower, where a tall and grotesque humanoid being aimlessly wandered. "Oh, what is this?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. Ning Rongrong gazed at the deformed giant, pondering before murmuring, "I believe I may have grasped something." "Ah, I understand too," Ma Hongjuan chimed in. "This fellow must be the illegitimate child of Island." Maidawen discovered his father, Island, in an incestuous affair with his girlfriend, leading him to imprison Island within the tower. Deprived of companionship, Island became a recluse. Yue Mengqing was utterly speechless and expressed her disinterest in engaging in this wild conjecture. Dai Mubai, however, appeared intrigued. "The fat man is quite perceptive. Continue." "But why is Island's illegitimate child here?" Ning Rongrong followed up. "That makes sense. So, who is Maidawen's girlfriend? Didn't we previously battle some sort of saintess? That must be her." How convoluted. Yue Mengqing suppressed her urge to remind Ning Rongrong. "Are you taking this seriously?" According to Salada's C script, everything within this Kalazan tower was orchestrated by Maidawen. However, I think you should focus more on how to tackle these leaders and what equipment they drop after defeating them. Isn't it exhausting to ponder so much? "I am genuinely interested in the story here," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Yue Mengqing scoffed. "Isn't it all just a tale crafted by Salada C? She merely translated her narrative into a tangible scene. That's all there is to it. Furthermore, the story is quite simple. A crazed mage, consumed by his own power, conjured various monsters in his domain and ultimately played with fire, resulting in his self-destruction, leaving us to clean up the mess. It's as straightforward as that." At this moment, the seemingly innocent yet secretly gossiping Song Ingwen spoke up. "Sister Qingqing, I can't shake the feeling that Maidawen was engaging in an affair with the saintess, and in producing this grotesque giant, he abandoned it here to avoid detection. To prevent the truth from surfacing, he imprisoned the only one who knew, Island, in the study. Eventually, the saintess's brother led a raid on this place, killing Maidawen. The saintess, now stripped of her purity, became filled with hatred and resentment towards the world, transforming into a statue, eternally residing in the Hall of Chastity to mourn her deceased husband. As for the creature before us, it mourns its lost parents atop the tower daily, and the agony, both psychological and physical, has morphed it into its current form. Even Yue Mengqing nearly believed her. Had it not been for Salada, revealing her script to me, I might have accepted your narrative as the truth. Yours is far more captivating than hers. Perhaps you two could discuss how to create even more thrilling scripts. Thus, the siege team ceased their idle chatter and commenced their first attempt. Regrettably, due to Salada's providing no hints and Yue Mengqing's limited prior knowledge of Prince Makizer, they inexplicably met their demise within half a minute. Why do we feel our life force severely diminished after being marked by that black sigil? Indeed, he could dispatch us with a single punch. This is utterly brutal. Yue Mengqing had indeed noted the black sigil. Typically, Prince Makizer would only cast it on 4 individuals at a time, but not on the primary target. Hence, those afflicted by the black sigil simply needed to swiftly distance themselves from Makizer. Once the sigil faded, they could return to continue the fight. Moreover, Prince Makizer would unleash a shadow burst within 3 to 5 seconds after casting the black sigil, dealing moderate damage, yet enough to obliterate anyone marked by the sigil. If they were slow to flee, death was certain. Consequently, the group acknowledged the need to be mindful of their positioning. During their second attempt, 45 seconds into the battle, Prince Makizer summoned a fiery golem engulfed in flames. Every 45 seconds, another firestone golem would be summoned, with a maximum of 4 existing simultaneously for up to 3 minutes. These golems occasionally pursued the backline, while at other times they remained stationary, unleashing fiery shockwaves within their range. The presence of more than 2 golems on the battlefield could become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, both Luo Bai and Yu Mengqing paid close attention to the threat posed by the Firestone golems, sometimes opting to ignore Prince Moxer and focus on neutralizing the golems instead. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective. In Chapter 120, The Corruption of Evil Fire, Prince Moxer. It is also noteworthy that Prince Moxer would periodically cast a soul technique known as Shadow Word, Pain, which inflicted a damage over time effect. However, as long as it was dispelled promptly, it could be managed, especially since its frequency was not overly high, allowing Song Yingwen to handle it alone. As the frontline tank, Dai Mubai was well aware of Prince Moxer's tactics against defenders, primarily involving a 2-hit combo. If countered correctly, this did not pose a significant threat to Dai Mubai. Minutes later, Prince Moxer ceased using his fists and drew a large axe, dramatically increasing his physical attack power, putting Dai Mubai under immense pressure. Consequently, he wisely transferred the main defensive position to Yin, and after a while, they would switch again. Nevertheless, the health of both defenders fluctuated like an elevator, often filled and then nearly emptied. Furthermore, Song Yingwen, as the sole healer of the team, faced tremendous pressure. She had to remain highly focused to heal the primary defender while simultaneously dispelling the ongoing effects of Shadow Word, Pain, on her teammates. Finally, as they approached the 3rd phase, Prince Moxer stopped using the Black Mark Soul technique, allowing melee damage dealers to attack freely. However, he introduced a new, irritating soul technique that enhanced damage. When used on an individual, any subsequent attacks from Prince Moxer would deal double damage. Even more troublesome, the axe he wielded in the 2nd phase transformed into throwing axes in the 3rd phase, which he would hurl with pinpoint accuracy at a target, typically those affected by his damage enhancement. Surviving such a combo would leave one incapacitated. After throwing a flying axe, Prince Moxer's melee attack power would significantly diminish for a period, alleviating some pressure from the defenders. A reduction in pressure for the main defender corresponded to a reduction in pressure for the healer, yet Song Yingwen still needed to heal those felled by the combo. In summary, she remained occupied throughout the encounter. Outside the golden ancient tree, Lady Salada's remarked, "This grotesque giant must possess the strength of an 80 or 90 level soul Douluo. Wouldn't you agree?" "About right," Salada's replied casually, "but its intelligence is likely lacking. After all, I designed it, and it only operates according to predetermined protocols." At that moment, Flandre inquired, "So are all those stories truly crafted by you?" "Indeed. I adore weaving tales, both short and long. However, I only manifest the stories I deem most perfect into dimensions like Horizon. Each dimension can be considered an independent world, a narrative exclusive to me. A world with stories possesses a soul. I am the one who imbues these dimensions with life. And that is the true meaning of my title, the Sorcerer of 1,000 Souls." Ultimately, after Song Yingwen, Dai Mubai, Yin, Ning Rongrong, Yu Mengqing, Xieyu, and Zhu Zhuqing had all perished, Luo Bai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun unleashed their final killing field, ultimately vanquishing Prince Moxer. They merely awaited the return of the 7 fallen comrades to commence the distribution of loot. In truth, the children had already cleared the dungeon. The Nightmare of the Night was considered a hidden ultimate boss and the most challenging among them. However, if they wished for completeness, challenging the Nightmare was still an option. As Saladas casually noted, Ning Fengji asked, "Is it true that this nightmare surpasses that old mage of the 3 lives, Martial Soul?" "Why not? That is how I designed it," Saladas responded. Then, Master Yugong queried, "Lady, previously you could reset Karazhan, allowing a new team to start afresh and face the same trials and rewards. Is that true?" "Absolutely. However, there is a limitation. Dimensions like Karazhan can only be reset every Thursday, meaning it can only be attempted once a week. Moreover, there's good news. Regardless of the level of the Soul Master team entering, the strength of Karazhan's bosses will automatically scale to match that level, with rewards adjusted accordingly. However, Karazhan has a level cap of 70. Thus, those above Soul Sage cannot partake in commensurate challenges or receive suitable rewards." Yugong suddenly exclaimed. Then the Soul Venerates and Soul Zone from the outer court can also enter Karazhan. Indeed, after the Thursday reset, as long as they can assemble a 10-person team of similar levels, they may challenge it. Dai Mubai rushed back to the tower's peak, eagerly inspecting the spoils. Given that Prince Moxer was nominally the final boss of Karazhan, it was expected that he would yield formidable equipment. The evergreen emerald ring, purple epic quality, provides substantial vitality, stamina, and health regeneration attributes. Salada is announced as usual. This is also for defenders. Specifically, only Dai Mubai and Yin in the Tower Assault team can utilize it. This time, Dai Mubai once again relied on his uncanny luck, rolling a score of 91 to claim the ring. The ring of 1,000 imprints, purple epic quality, grants considerable strength, attack speed, movement speed, and attack intensity attributes. It appeared to be yet another hybrid offensive piece of equipment, naturally designated for Xiaoyu. The Phoenix Days Fury Longbow, purple epic quality, offers considerable spell strength and spell critical hit rate. It comes with the Soul Technique, Phoenix Fire Arrow, which inflicts significant fire damage to a target and increases fire damage dealt to that target by 50% for the next 10 seconds. Goodness, another extraordinary weapon. Moreover, based on its attributes, it seems only Ma Hongjun is suited for it. Although Yan, being a fire type, desires it, he is a melee tank and not a range spell damage dealer like Ma Hongjun. The Bloodhowl, purple epic quality, provides substantial strength attributes and attack intensity. It includes the Soul Technique, acts of elimination, usable only against enemies with less than 20% health, with a high probability of instantly slaying them. When used against opponents of higher levels, the effectiveness will be diminished based on their level. Wow, this is another weapon that seems to cheat the system. Indeed, this illegitimate child lives up to the title of the final boss of Karazhan. Every piece of equipment he drops is extraordinarily powerful. Naturally, this ultimately belonged to Luo Bai. Lastly, there was an icing on the cake loot, the Void Summoning Stone. Upon use, it could summon a blue void puppet. However, this puppet appeared to be quite juvenile and completely devoid of combat power. Whoever summoned it would have it follow them around, calling them Mama, regardless of gender. Well, the Golden Ancient Tree Square now has another adorable creature to frolic about. In Chapter 121, The Burning Giant Dragon, The Nightmare. After distributing the loot, the Tower Assault team retraced their steps back to the mid-level terrace. The area was somewhat confined and presented a semicircular shape. If they were to challenge the Nightmare here shortly, it would undoubtedly demand high precision in team positioning. Following the guidance of Sarah Taisai, Yu Mengxing retrieved Mediva's diary and recited an incantation towards an empty urn at the edge of the terrace. Before long, a dark red skeletal dragon, adorned with enormous wings and engulfed in blazing flames, soared into view. Undoubtedly, this was the Nightmare. What a colossal dragon. I initially thought it to be a mere cat or dog, remarked Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai fixed his gaze upon the Nightmare, but could not resist retorting, "Foolish glutton. How could such a formidable name as Nightmare possibly refer to a cat or dog?" Ning Rongrong gazed vacantly into the sky, murmuring to herself, "Is it merely a skeleton now? Mediv truly is a calamity." Outside Mediva's room on the terrace, a large hunting falcon could also be seen, evidently subjected to the same enchantment, added Song Yingwen. Suddenly, Dai Mubai became animated again, seemingly lost in his own imagination. I surmise the tale unfolds thus. Mediva's mother regarded Elon as a mere vessel for procreation, and once her task was done, she departed. As a man, how could Elon endure such a profound humiliation? Thus, he unleashed his fury upon his son. Medivh, unwilling to accept such disgrace, secretly delved into the study of biological weaponry, intending to eliminate Elon. The waters run deep. Dai Lauda. Your reasoning is indeed remarkable, commented Yu Mengqing, exasperatedly resting her forehead in her hand. These two are so easily swayed, one believes anything they hear. Dai Mubai cleared his throat. Let us discuss this later. The nightmare is descending. It is well known that when confronting dragons, aside from the main defender facing the dragon's head, no one should position themselves at the head or tail. Standing at the head would result in a breath attack, while standing at the tail would lead to a sweeping strike. The assault team had already discerned this truth while battling the Void Shadow Dragon. Hence, melee damage dealers like Xie Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Yin, the secondary defender, should position themselves beside the nightmare to deal damage. It is noteworthy that the nightmare, like most dragons, can cast a mass fear spell. This powerful crowd control ability can lead to total annihilation if not managed properly. Even if others falter, the primary healer, Song Ying Wen, must respond adeptly. Just before the nightmare unleashes its mass fear, she must swiftly distance herself from its casting range, and upon the fear's conclusion, return immediately to provide continuous healing to the main defender. Furthermore, the nightmare intermittently casts burning spells over a mid-range area, igniting a circular patch on the ground. These must be evaded at once. Thus, the abilities of the nightmare during its landing phase are quite demanding, testing the overall strength and soul control capabilities of the assault team. Otherwise, enduring a protracted battle against the nightmare would be impossible. However, each time the nightmare loses 25% of its vitality, it enters an ascension phase. During this phase, the nightmare will first target the entire team before unleashing a barrage of bone rain upon each individual. As the team stands too closely together, the area damage of the bone rain results in those standing nearby suffering multiplied damage. In an instant following the bone rain, 4 individuals had already perished, and the remaining 6 were in dire straits. 5 seconds later, total annihilation ensued. Before attempting again, the group deliberated. Why is the damage from the bone rain so high? The bone rain, though an area attack, locks onto each individual, striking everyone. Thus, if 2 individuals stand too close, they incur double damage. If 3 stand too near, their damage becomes triple. By the same logic, if all 10 of us huddle together, the damage received would be tenfold. It's a straightforward principle. We can group together when the bone rain begins and disperse after it falls. Tang Xin analyzed, is that correct? He looked towards Yu Mengqing, who nodded in affirmation. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this tactic. Indeed, this time it proved effective. However, following the bone rain, a swarm of skeletal warriors would emerge. Dai Mubai needed to swiftly eliminate them with a white tiger meteor shower to prevent them from attacking his teammates. Once the skeletal warriors were dispatched, Dai Mubai was immediately subjected to the nightmare's poisonous smoke and burning aura. This burning was indeed excruciating. If it struck a non-defender, they would likely not survive beyond 3 seconds. Even Dai Mubai barely endured the duration of the burning through the majority of his defensive measures, and only with the full support of Song Yingwen's healing could he withstand it. Thus, upon entering the ascension phase again, Dai Mubai must attract the nightmare's full attention, ensuring that the smoke attack does not lock onto others. Otherwise, it would lead to inevitable casualties. When a nightmare transitions from the ascension phase back to landing, it resets its previous target. At this moment, Dai Mubai must strike the nightmare first to establish new enmity, allowing the others to commence their attacks. Regrettably, the pressure of this boss battle was no less than that of Prince Mikazel, perhaps even greater. Consequently, the assault team only discerned the most reliable strategy after perishing thrice, ultimately conquering this final hidden boss. With this, they had successfully completed the entire Karazhan Tower dimension and compiled the optimal strategies for each boss, which would be immensely beneficial for future students. Of course, it was now time for the reward segment. The Stonebark Cloak, possessing both agility and spell power attributes, naturally went to Yu Mengqing, as she was the only one relying on frequent and agile repositioning as a mid-range spellcaster. The Dragonheart Fire Shield, a fire attribute shield, rightfully belonged to Yin. Ma Hongjun had no grounds to contest this. The Evernight Staff, boasting impressive plant-type, spell power, and an explosive soul power amplification ability, was unanimously deemed most suitable for Tang San. Although Tang San typically did not wield a staff, carrying it on his back would still grant him its attribute bonuses, and he could use it whenever required. The Wild Rapid Boots, evident from their attributes, were most fitting for Zhu Zhuqing. Xiaoyu raised no objections, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to claim them without contest. Finally, after successfully completing the challenge, the group returned triumphantly. Beneath the golden ancient tree, the spectators were already brimming with excitement. Chapter 122. Returning with Abundance. Thus, throughout this journey in Karazhan, the following individuals received equipment: Daimu Bai, Bravery Arm Guards, Spike of Discipline Necklace, Despair, Weapon, Roar of Beast Pauldrons, Trifold Shield of the Ancient Tree, Evergreen Emerald Ring, Yin, Ring of Inspiration, Moro's Lucky Pocket Watch, Evergold Heavy Helm, Urian Dynasty Leggings, Adashika Imperial Elite Blade, Dragonheart Fire Shield, Zhu Zhuqing, Green Stripe Belt, Emerald Ripper, Weapon, Cat's Claw Amulet, Necklace, Wild Rapid Boots, Xiaoyu, Unfaded Weapon, Grey Wolf Hood, Hat, Hero S Mithril Necklace, Ring of 1,000 Imprints, Yu Mengqing, Flowing Thought Wraps, Moro Shadow Cloak, Ruby Boots, Forest King Boots, Stonebar Cloak, Tang San, Planter's Gloves, Seclusion Robe, Evernight Staff, Ning Rong Rong, Boots of Prediction, Blue Diamond Wand, Violet Eye Pendant Accessory, Luo Bow, Encouragement Gloves, Romeo's Poison Accessory, Violet Calming Gem Accessory, Blood Roar Weapon, Ma Hongjun, Arcane Ruby Cloak, Endless Fury Necklace, Dragon's Roar Pauldrons, Bow of the Phoenix's Wrath, Song Ingwen, Holy Blessing Gloves, Kamai's Blue Dress, Sacrifice Sash Accessory, Forest Breeze Pauldrons, Oscar, Tirisful's Scepter of Dominance, Endless Possibilities Gem Accessory, Capacitor Accessory, Shui Binger, Endless Secret Staff, Source Water Thinking Headdress, Jiangzhu, Natural Sustenance Belt, Truth Pauldron, Silver Robe, Yi Lingling, Truth Belt, Eternal Gold Robe. Remarkably, a single foray into Karazhan has yielded such an abundance of equipment. If we run it a few more times, will we not be adorned with powerful gear from head to toe? Yet, it is evident that Sarada's has other tasks in mind for the Tower Assault team. It appears your team excels at pioneering new challenges. What does pioneering mean? Tang San inquired. Sarada's assumed an authoritative stance and casually remarked, Qingqing, please enlighten your teammates. Yu Mengqing complied, stating, allow me to clarify. Pioneering refers to challenging unencountered foes and discovering strategies through trial and error. This is what we call pioneering. When another team rotates in next week to reattempt Karazhan, that will be termed lumbering. So, does that mean we are perpetually at a disadvantage? Ma Hongjun interjected. Yu Mengqing, visibly irked, replied, that is not the point. We must develop our own tactical approaches, yet we also gain invaluable experience. In a sense, the advantages of pioneering far outweigh the disadvantages. How can you think otherwise? At this, Ma Hongjun felt a rush of shame and blushed, saying, Sister Qing, I was wrong. Sarada's continued. After next week's lumbering in Karazhan by Team 2, you and Team 2 will form a large group to pioneer a dimension that requires 25 individuals to conquer, Gruul's Lair, until the majority of you reach Soul Sage level. You will need to alternate lumbering in Karazhan and convene weekly to lumber in Gruul's Lair. Thus, by the time you reach level 70, your equipment will be nearly complete, allowing you to absorb soul rings of greater age. Many among you, bolstered by your gear, will be able to absorb soul rings of 100,000 years by the time you reach level 70. Tang San found this incredible. Yet even if everyone can absorb 100,000-year soul rings at level 70, where shall we find such a multitude of 100,000-year soul beasts? I possess some in a dimension dedicated to nurturing soul beasts, which should suffice for your needs. However, for the subsequent task of acquiring soul rings over 100,000 years once you reach level 80, I will need to draw upon my brothers. Do not forget, Nzoth and Yogg-Saron, like Thun, possess their own exclusive dimensions. Within those realms lie many soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years, even ferocious beasts of 300,000 or 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was astonished. After all, in this era of Douluo, it is widely believed that 100,000 years is the limit for soul beasts. Little did they know, there existed even more formidable creatures. After a few days of rest, Thursday arrived. This day marked the reset for all dimensions overseen by Sarada's. The second team would venture into Karazhan, while the previous first team would observe. The composition of the second team was main defender Hu Yanli, secondary defender Hu Wuxuan, main healer Yi Lingling, secondary healer Jiangzhu, supporter Hua Ruirui, melee physical damage dealer Wu, melee magic physical hybrid Hu Laina, Ranged magic physical hybrid Feng Shao. Ranged magic damage dealers Shui Binger and Huowu. This team was indeed formidable, thanks to the nurturing of the golden ancient tree and their own diligent efforts. All 10 members of this team had attained level 60 or above. Dai Mubai remarked, to leisurely sit in the square, watching others traverse paths we once walked and savoring the delicacies we once enjoyed, indeed possesses a unique charm. Tang San, seated nearby, glanced at him. Do you eagerly anticipate their missteps, Dai Laoda? Since when have you become so cunning? Let me assure you, that is impossible. They possess our detailed strategies, making their endeavor significantly easier than our pioneering efforts. We toiled for 2 entire nights, whereas they will likely require only 1. Rob did not join the observation, but instead took a stroll with Lily. After 2 nights of intense pioneering, he found himself in need of relaxation. Once the second team completed their lumbering in Karazhan, they would unite to challenge Gruul's lair. Lily, it feels rather strange not to have you fighting alongside me. Lily's cheeks flushed. Oh, is that so? Yet you heartlessly abandoned me for 2 nights, dying so many times without uttering a word. Immediately diving back into Karazhan to continue battling. I must adhere to the rhythm of a good team, right? Very well, continue observing your team. I shall pursue new endeavors. Lily retorted, sulking. Rob, now curious, asked, what new endeavors? Lily, feeling exasperated, snapped. You dense fool. Have you been rendered foolish by Karazhan? I shall ignore you. Hey, wait. Lily, what new endeavor are you researching? Under the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji inquired. Miss Aradas, how challenging is Gruul's lair? It is somewhat more difficult than Karazhan. Yet due to the collective effort of 25 individuals, the margin for error is higher. Simultaneously, the rewards are slightly superior. Nonetheless, it still pales in comparison to the Snake Temple and Storm Fortress. If one were to categorize the overall difficulty of these dimensions, Karazhan would be the 4th tier, Gruul's lair would be 4.5, the Snake Temple and Storm Fortress are both 5th tier, while Hyjal, the Black Temple, and Sunwell Plateau are 6th tier. After these young individuals have sufficiently cleared Karazhan and Gruul, they will swiftly ascend to the Soul Sage tier, allowing them to pioneer the Snake Temple and Storm Fortress. When they reach level 80 as Soul Douluos, they will be ready to tackle Hyjal, the Black Temple, and Sunwell Plateau. They shall continue until they attain the tidal Douluo realm, at which point they should possess exceptional gear. At that time, confronting the Void Saint Lord would be most prudent. Moreover, if all proceeds smoothly, we should have several deities among our ranks by then, Sarada's remarked with a chilling smile. Chapter 123. Unite. Pioneering Gruul's lair. After a night of relentless effort, Team 2 finally cleared Karazhan. After all, these individuals had previously competed in the Soul Master Elite Finals, each one formidable in their own right. If a mere Karazhan could thwart them, how would they fare against the Snake Temple, Storm Fortress, Hyjal, and the Black Temple? According to Sarada's arrangements, it was now imperative to unite for the assault on Gruul's lair. With 25 individuals in total, 10 mainstays from Team 1, supplemented by logistical support from Oscar and 10 from Team 2, that made 21. Thus, they added Yu Hong, Yu Xen, Du Yin, and Shui Wu. The complete team composition was as follows. Defenders, Dai Mubai, Yin, Hu Yanli, Wu Wushuang. Healers and other support, Song Yingwen, Yi Lingling, Jiang Zhu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ray. Damage dealers, Rob, Tang San, Yu Mengqing, Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Wu, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Feng Shao, Hu, Yu Hong, Yu Xen, Du Yin. A golden vortex of dimension descended, transforming into a portal pulsating with surging spatial power. Brothers, charge! Dai Mubai roared, leading the way into the dimension known as Gruul's lair. 25 beams of light emerged at the entrance of Gruul's lair, revealing their human forms. Upon their arrival, they soon discovered a towering humanoid creature not far ahead. My, how thrilling! Is the leader really presenting this at the entrance? Has Sarada's made an error in design? Yu Mengqing shook her head, asserting, for now, I shall direct the operations. Dai Mubai, Yin, you two move in, the rest follow. Once Dai Mubai establishes a solid aggro, unleash full damage upon that giant creature. It is evident that the towering humanoid monster before them is by no means a leader, but merely a gatekeeper. Dai Mubai activated all his defensive enhancement soul skills and charged forward, leaving the others, including Yin, far behind. Consequently, the massive creature swiftly incapacitated Dai Mubai, who had strayed too far and continued to wander as if oblivious to the presence of the 24 individuals nearby. The group felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, only to turn and see Dai Mubai re-entering the fray. At that moment, Dai Mubai could not have felt more awkward. "Hey, everyone," he greeted. "Brother Dai." Feeling a bit overconfident, Yu Mengqing teased with a mischievous smile. "All right, Yin, it's your turn. Just don't emulate his reckless charge into danger. Let's advance together." Steadily and cautiously. After a while, deep within the lair, the group found themselves before a spacious chamber, confronting an even larger humanoid monster accompanied by four slightly smaller counterparts. The appearance of these creatures was far from commendable. The earlier minions in the tunnel had been as fierce as the leader. And even the curator of Karazhan would not be as formidable as they were, Dai Mubai lamented. Ma Hongjun jested. "Brother Dai, you're quite the complainer. No matter how large those minions are, we dispatch them in under 10 seconds. Bah, we are 25 against one minion. If we can't defeat him, this fanfiction would be utterly unworthy of attention, and we might as well give up," he retorted. While they exchanged banter, Huarue Rue had already gathered a general understanding of the situation regarding the 5 monstrous beings, per Yu Mengqing's instructions. These 5 creatures could be classified as a boss encounter, with the largest being the primary target, while the others were of little concern to be dealt with first. Huarue Rue's mental probing, guided by Saladas, allowed her to detect the various soul skills possessed by any creature, not to mention other abilities. More astonishingly, she could share this information directly with her teammates. The sensation of such mutual awareness was truly delightful. Among the 5 monsters were Mogul the Great, Crossfire Fist, Summoner Omo, Blind Prophet, and Madman Ziegler. Mogul the Great was the principal adversary, to be faced by the main defender. The others posed minimal threat, and since they were all magic types, each secondary defender could handle one, leaving one unaccounted for. Huarue Rue analyzed, her voice conveying a sense of fragility yet wisdom. After a brief pause, she continued, "Overall, Wu is well suited to act as a temporary defender, given that her invincible golden body can absorb explosive damage in critical moments. The only adversary that fits this rhythm is Crossfire Fist. Each explosive phase of Fire Fist lasts precisely 6 seconds, just under the duration of Wu's invincible golden body. During the stable phases of Fire Fist, the damage is negligible, manageable with the healer as support." At that moment, Yu Mengqing interjected with the same tone. "It's not that it should be manageable. It simply shouldn't pose a problem. Any issues would indicate a failure in coordination." Huarue Rue, with Yu Mengqing's signal, continued, "In our previous encounter in Karazhan, Wu frequently utilized her invincible golden body to shield everyone from damage. However, the subtleties of her actions went unnoticed by many observers. Sister Wu, I believe you will excel as a competent defender this time," she affirmed. "No problem, I'll handle it," were replied confidently. "Yin, you excel in group attacks, making you the ideal defender against foes capable of summoning multiple minions, such as the Summoner Omo among our current adversaries. As long as you manage his summoned demons appropriately, his other attack capabilities should not pose a challenge for you. Can you handle this, Yin?" Yin merely shrugged, "Of course." Hua Rue then turned to the edge where Hua Wushuang stood. "Brother Hua, your soul skills are best suited for interrupting enemy healers. Do you see that blind prophet over there? When you engage him, if you notice him casting healing soul skills, interrupt him immediately to alleviate pressure on us. I hope you can take on this responsibility." "Absolutely," he affirmed. Finally, it was time for Hu Yanli. Huarue Rue addressed him. "Brother Hu Yan, your diamond mammoth martial soul is inherently resistant to control effects and difficult to repel, so you will confront the Madman Ziegler. With you on the front line, he'll likely find himself in a dire predicament." Hu Yanli blushed slightly, smiling. "Thank you for the compliment, Huame." Lastly, Brother Dai, Rue called out, pausing momentarily before continuing. "May I refer to you this way?" At this, Ma Hongjun chimed in. He would love for everyone to call him that. Dai Mubai shot back. "As the eldest among the Shrek 7 monsters and the team leader, I've always been the primary defender, absorbing damage at the forefront. What is wrong with being called older brother?" Huarue Rue persisted. "You are our main defender, tasked with facing Mogul the Great. His ordinary attacks are incredibly potent, capable of inflicting a quarter of your life points with a single blow. Hence, employ all defensive soul skills without reservation. Do not concern yourself with conserving soul power. Rong will provide you with a continuous supply of soul power throughout this battle. Timing is crucial for consuming sausages. I will also use mental probing to share real-time insights into Mogul the Great's thoughts and actions to assist you. Furthermore, Everyone must be aware that Mogul the Great frequently employs Whirlwind Slash, spinning continuously and inflicting damage to those nearby. Each second of damage equates to a third of Dai Mubai's health. As for the others, they likely wouldn't withstand even 2 strikes. Therefore, whenever Mogul the Great initiates Whirlwind Slash, all melee fighters, including Dai Mubai himself, must cease their attacks and retreat promptly, returning only after it concludes. Moreover, even during phases when Whirlwind Slash is not in effect, Mogul the Great will intermittently use a group Fear Soul skill, exerting a brief control effect on those nearby. Thus, the actual output time for melee attackers is considerably limited, a fact that demands utmost attention. Complicating matters further, Mogul the Great will charge at an individual who remains unaffected by the fear effect immediately after using it. In such instances, the targeted individual must rely on their own resilience to endure a blow, granting the healer time to respond and provide healing and protection, allowing Dai Mubai to redirect Mogul the Great's attention back to him. The members of the second team seemed accustomed to Rui's extensive analysis before the battle, particularly Hu Yanli and Hua Wushuang, who had come to revere her insights. Their journey through Karazhan had fostered a profound admiration for her capabilities. Without her, even with the raid team's reports, the second team would likely have struggled for at least 2 attempts to fully conquer Karazhan. Meanwhile, the first team had begun to feel somewhat lost in the complexity of the situation. Indeed, this is a bit convoluted, they acknowledged. Rui immediately discerned their perplexity and clarified, "My previous remarks were directed solely at the defenders and healers. The rest of you should prioritize eliminating the 4 minions first before turning your full attention to the boss. The order of elimination for the bosses should be Fire Fist first, followed by the Blind Prophet, then Summoner Omo, and lastly, Madman Ziegler. Only after that can we focus our efforts on Mogul the Great." I reiterated this sequence several times until everyone had memorized it, as the 4 bosses, aside from their attire, were indistinguishable to them. "All right, let us commence. Positions, everyone. Prepare yourselves." With a single command by Hu, the Fire Lord, the Diamond Mammoth, the Fire Dragon, and the Gentle Bone Rabbit surged forward, each confronting one of the 5 adversaries, according to their prearranged strategy. The majority of damage dealers were tasked with targeting the fiery entity known as Hua Quan. Hua Quan unleashed a series of inconsequential fireballs. However, merely 10 seconds into the battle, Hua Quan seemed to lose control, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of basins within a mere 6 seconds. During this critical interval, we needed to activate her invincible golden body to mitigate Hua Quan's explosive damage. After one ineffective burst, Hua Quan reverted to his initial lackluster attack rhythm. Within half a minute, he began unleashing massive fireballs once more. The second activation of the invincible golden body once again flawlessly avoided this wave of explosive damage. Frustrated, Hua Quan immediately released a wave of fire, inflicting moderate damage on everyone nearby. "Stay calm, Jie Jiangzhu, we need group healing quickly," Hu Rui shouted. However, Ma Hongjun, possessing the Fire Phoenix martial spirit, exhibited a remarkable resistance to low-quality fire attacks, suffering only a mere 10% loss of vitality. He languidly remarked, "This creature named Hua Quan is hardly formidable. With such feeble firepower, how could it possibly threaten me? The Fire Phoenix?" Suddenly, his Phoenix fire line veered off course. Hu Rui, who was urgently replenishing the healer's mental energy, promptly interjected, "Please focus and do not get distracted." Some might wonder if Hu Rui's admonition was not itself a distraction. However, it was not. Hu Rui's martial spirit was Ling Miao, granting him a significantly higher mental acuity compared to typical soul masters of the same rank. Managing to cast soul techniques while directing others was well within his capabilities. Ma Hongjun, accustomed to the command of Yu Mengqing as a member of a larger squad, felt a twinge of resentment at being chastised by Hu Rui, the commander of the second squad. Nevertheless, he restrained himself and remained committed to the battle. Soon, Hua Quan fell, and it was time to shift focus to the Blind Seer. The Blind Seer's own offensive capability was not particularly strong, yet he was a nuisance due to his ability to periodically envelop himself in a thick shield to absorb damage or instantly replenish his vitality. While the main force continued to engage Hua Quan, Hua Wushuang, tasked with confronting the Blind Seer, began to question his life choices. After dealing considerable damage, the Blind Seer would suddenly regain full health and a thick shield. Although Hua Wushuang could interrupt the opponent's spellcasting, the frequency of the Blind Seer's soul techniques was rapid, making it impossible for him to interrupt them all alone. Finally, the main force redirected their attacks to the Blind Seer. For an opponent like the Blind Seer, who required a casting time for all soul techniques, having 5 interrupters meant that he would be unable to cast a single soul technique until his demise. Consequently, the Blind Seer was swiftly dealt with. Next was the Summoner. Just as everyone prepared to shift their focus, they discovered that 2 demon hounds had already appeared beside Omo, and he was still in the process of summoning more? What was happening? In the next instant, Yin collapsed. Yi Ling, responsible for healing Yin, became flustered and uncertain. Yin had already perished, and in his place, a demon hound materialized. At that moment, only Rue grasped the situation. Yin had failed to interrupt the summoning, allowing 2 demon hounds to coexist on the battlefield. With time, Yin could not withstand it. Suddenly, everyone was astonished to find a demon hound had spawned on the corpses of both Huoquan and the Blind Seer, alongside the newly summoned demon hound near Omo, totaling 6. In the next moment, all 6 demon hounds unleashed chaotic blue-green magical bolts toward Yi Ling, instantly slaying her. She too fell. In her original position birthed yet another demon hound. With 7 demon hounds present, anyone they targeted was swiftly eliminated. Total annihilation. Chapter 125. Let us all utilize the Bayuji. Beneath the ancient golden tree, 25 individuals gradually assembled. Brother Yin, did you miss an interruption? I distinctly remember that summoning demon hounds can be interrupted. Rue inquired knowingly. Yin, with a face full of guilt, admitted yes. I did not intend for it to happen. However, that creature would cast a Fear Soul technique each time before summoning demon hounds after I first interrupted him. Initially, Ingwen could dispel the fear effect in time, but after her dispel was no longer available, I had to wait for the fear to end on its own. By that time, the Hellhounds had already been summoned. Rue fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang San interjected, since that is the case, should we not focus fire on the summoner Omo first before dealing with Huoquan? However, that would place significant pressure on Wu, as she must endure Huoquan for a longer duration. Rue replied. At this moment, Luo Bo timidly added, Hey, everyone, have you not noticed that our 4th senior brother Ma Hongjun can mitigate Huoquan's damage? We could simply have him endure Huoquan, while Wu only steps in a shield against excessively high damage when necessary. Is such a simple solution truly so convoluted? Rue was not entirely persuaded by Luo Bo's suggestion, stating that would render Huoquan's aggro target unstable. But you have no better solutions, do you? Since Rue had yet to conceive a superior strategy, he reluctantly agreed to give it a try. Minutes later, they returned to confront the large 5-man group. After several more minutes, they fell one by one again. This time, it was due to an unfortunate misstep, as the group's positioning allowed the lunatic Zygiel to chain lightning strike all of them. The damage from the chain lightning increased with each successive target hit, culminating in half the group being obliterated, leaving the remaining members unable to sustain themselves and falling one after another. What is going on, everyone? Can we please refrain from making such basic mistakes? Yu Mengqing exclaimed in frustration. Rue concurred. Indeed, these recent wipes could have been entirely avoided. Whoever makes another mistake is a fool, Ma Hongjun remarked, reveling in the chaos. Regardless, attempts must continue. After all, how many times had they died? Since this was a new raid group, they should be prepared for repeated failures. In a vast cavern, the raid group stood distant from the 5 leaders. Tang Xin questioned, I have always wondered why they can see us yet do not initiate an attack. That is simply how Saladas is designed, though it does seem rather foolish. Yu Mengqing casually replied. At that moment, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly unleashed a phoenix fire line, striking true at King Mogul. Enraged, the king rushed towards them, weapon drawn. Damn it, Ma Hongjun, you idiot! Yu Mengqing exclaimed, what were you thinking? The rotund figure's face flushed crimson. I just always found this group unappealing and thoughtlessly imagined it, only to lose control and actually fire. Why activate your martial spirit during break time? If you don't activate your martial spirit, your idle imaginings won't materialize into a soul technique. As King Mogul barreled toward them, Yu Mengqing hastily signaled Dai Mu Bai to activate his martial spirit to intercept. However, King Mogul paid no heed to Dai Mu Bai and continued charging at Ma Hongjun, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ma Hongjun promptly feigned death on the ground, retracting his martial spirit. Though his acting was subpar, it surprisingly worked on King Mogul, a creature of brute strength and simplicity. Curiously, it was only the mighty mogul who approached, while the four disciples surprisingly did not follow. Upon witnessing the demise of Ma Hongjun, he prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai had already dashed in front of him, chanting something under his breath. Upon closer inspection, it was, "Hey grandson." This incited Mogul's immediate fury, prompting him to strike at Dai Mubai. Even the dullest among the crowd could now comprehend the situation. If not now, when? Without the four disciples, it was exceedingly simple to contend against a single mogul. Ultimately, within 6 minutes, they succeeded in bringing Mogul to the ground, thus opening up ample opportunities to deal with the four disciples. "You've done well again, fatty." Standing atop Mogul's fallen form, Dai Mubai flashed a devilish smile before leaping down to approach Ma Hongjun. Outside the Huangjin Gushu, Ning Fengji wore a broad smile, chuckling, for it was always Ma Hongjun who discovered the loopholes. "I ought to express my gratitude to him." Saladas remarked, once they finished this round. "I will make the necessary repairs. Next time, their normal battles will not be so easy." According to the established rules, in dimensions like the Gruul's Lair, which required 25 participants, each leader would yield 10 spoils. Let Rue loot the bodies. When we raided Karazhan, Rue's hands turned red, producing all the equipment we needed with no duplicates. At that point, Wu commented. After careful consideration, Yu Mengqing agreed to the proposal. Dai Mubai's hands had already turned quite red, yet they could not compare to Rue's, which were even redder. During the second team's lumbering in Karazhan, Yu Mengqing had observed everything. She was fully aware of Rue's overall performance. Thus, Rue calmly and gently stepped forward, ceremoniously plunging her hand into the light sphere, retrieving a long-handled amethyst warhammer. The Hammer of Naru, a purple epic quality item, bestows attributes such as strength, endurance, and attack power upon its wielder, Saladas explained. Clearly, this was an item suited for melee powerhouses. Ordinarily, it would be determined by whoever rolled the dice best. However, Tang San suddenly stepped forward, claiming his second martial soul was the Haoyan hammer, thus seeking to compete for the weapon. Yet, this seemed somewhat unethical. It was widely known that Tang San's role within the team was that of a ranged damage dealer and crowd controller. If he insisted on claiming the Haoyan hammer, he had yet to even acquire a soul ring for it. Had he? Consequently, Yu Mengqing dismissed Tang San's request, and ultimately, the Hammer of Naru was claimed by Huyan Li with a maximum roll of 86 points. The second item was a thick cloak with a blue-gray base and white fur trim. The Barbarian Cloak of the Ogre Mage, a purple epic quality item, provided commendable spell strength and spell critical hit rate for its wearer. Listening to Saladas' description, any discerning individual would immediately recognize that this cloak was meant for spellcasters. However, due to its weight, it was evidently unsuitable for Yu Mengqing, who favored agility. After deliberation, it was decided without rolling the dice that it would be given directly to Xue Binger. Chapter 126. Once again, the beloved lottery segment. The third item was the shoulder guards of the Fallen Guardian. This piece of equipment was somewhat peculiar as it currently bore no attributes, merely designated as defensive gear. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered by such a situation. At this moment, Saladas aptly explained, "All right, let me clarify. This item must first have its owner established before it can be imbued with attributes, which will undoubtedly suit its master. For instance, if Dai Mubai were to acquire it, its attributes would be spell strength, endurance, and blocking. If Huyan Li were to obtain it, its attributes would be physical strength, endurance, and blocking." Just then, Ma Hongjun interjected, "If I were to get it, would it directly enhance my fire type, spell strength, and critical rate?" Clever, fatty, but this shoulder guard is designated for defenders. Wait until you draw a ranged output item. Saladas' voice faded. Subsequently, the four melee defenders began to roll the dice. Watching as the first 3 dice settled, each showing increasingly higher numbers, 40, 62, 85, Dai Mubai fervently prayed, it must be greater than 85. Finally, when the fourth die came to a halt, it showed 47. Whose 85 was that? Yu Mengqing inquired. Huo Wushuang stepped forward and claimed the shoulder guards of the Fallen Guardian. He promptly donned them, and the previously unremarkable shoulder guards transformed into a luxurious red and gold appearance, perfectly complementing Huo Wushuang's fire dragon martial soul. Next was the shoulder guards of the Fallen Warrior. Similar to the previous ones, these two had a designated group, specifically for melee damage dealers. Wu rolled a staggering 100 points, successfully acquiring them. As she put them on, the shoulder guards morphed into a snug pink base with silver trim. adorned with flowing and graceful patterns that harmonized beautifully with her soft-boned rabbit martial soul. The fifth item was the shoulder guards of the fallen hero, again limited to a specific group, this time for range damage dealers. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the crowd, as many were eager to compete for it. Individuals such as Luo Bo, Tang San, Feng Xiao, Luwu, Yu Mengqing, Ma Hongjun, Shui Binger, Shuewu, Yu Hong, Yu Xen, and Du Yan were all present. However, it was a matter of luck, influenced by a touch of fate, or rather, the author's decree. Luo Bo did not roll an extraordinary score of 100, which was unnecessary, as none of the others had even surpassed 50 points. Thus, with a roll of 57, he logically claimed the shoulder guards, eagerly donning them. The fallen hero's shoulder guards transformed from their previous unremarkable appearance to one that perfectly matched Luo Bo's Thunder Spirit Pearl Martial Soul. Sporting a striking purple base with golden-orange accents and floating purple translucent orbs. The sixth item was the shoulder guards of the fallen saint, designated for support roles. The competition among the 6 support characters was intense. Ultimately, Yi Lingling secured it with the highest roll of 77 points. Once donned by this 9-heart Sea Blossom Soul Master, the shoulder guards took on a layered appearance reminiscent of the sea blossom. Crafted from soft fabric with a purple base, golden white trim, and intricate floral patterns, exuding the unique fragrance and luster of the 9-heart sea blossom. Following this was the 7th item, the Holy Inspiration Belt, of purple epic quality, which provided holy attribute healing spell strength and soul power recovery speed, a quintessential healing item. However, due to its holy attribute limitation, it was evident that this equipment could only be bestowed upon Song Yingwen. After all, both Yi Lingling and Jiang Zhu's martial souls were fundamentally life-based, rather than holy. The 8th item was the Dota Combat Bracers. Strangely, this bracer offered attributes that included both physical and spell strength, as well as attack and movement speed. Who could this possibly be suited for? At that moment, Dai Mubai interjected, "Generally, such hybrid equipment is meant for me. No?" Yu Mengqing, overhearing this, grew displeased. She poked him from behind and softly replied, "Aren't you supposed to be from Mauer and Foam?" This left Dai Mubai momentarily speechless, staring blankly. Thus, Yu Mengqing continued, "If it were truly a hybrid type, it would undoubtedly suit Yuge." "All right, Ching Ching," Xiaoyu interjected, "let us just roll the dice to avoid any collusion that may disadvantage others." Thus, Dai Mubai indeed triumphed with a remarkable score of 85, claiming the Dota Battle wristband, which left Xiaoyu in a sulky mood. "Munga, just keep at it. You have no one else to blame," Yu Mengqing remarked, equally annoyed. Hua Rue then produced the 9th item, the Mask of Shadow's Evil. Although the name seemed to resonate with Yu Mengqing, upon examining its attributes, it was discovered to be an agility-based equipment. Therefore, it rightfully belonged to Zhu Zhuqing, as the Yuming Ling Mao was somewhat associated with shadow attributes. The last item was the Mobile Helm. Its attributes mirrored those of the previously acquired Dota Battle wristband, with only slight numerical differences. Since the former had already been secured by Dai Mubai, this piece naturally went to Xiaoyu, and no one would object to that. With all 10 pieces of equipment allocated, the group was ready to delve deeper. In fact, the patrolling enemies within the tunnel were merely low-tier minions, easily defeated in a matter of seconds, far inferior to the bosses. However, past experiences in Karazhan had taught them that even minions could occasionally drop purple epic quality equipment. Thus, Hua Rue, who left no corpse unchecked, fortuitously stumbled upon a piece of purple epic gear midway. Grand Lord's Axe increases strength and stamina. "Who wants it?" she inquired. Several defenders exchanged glances, wondering why it was always weapons. Couldn't there be a shield or something instead? "What do you wish for will be thrown. Is this dimension owned by your family?" Yu Mengqing retorted, urging them to roll for what they desired and to keep their complaints to themselves. Ultimately, Hua Wushuang acquired the reddish-brown, one-handed axe. After advancing for another half hour, the group finally arrived before the second and final boss, the Dragon Slayer Gruul. Sigh. This Gruul's lair is rather underwhelming. There are too few bosses compared to Karazhan. Gruul was depicted as a hunchbacked, reddish-brown-skinned humanoid monster. According to the lore of Saladas, he once defeated a ferocious black dragon with his bare hands, hence earning the title of Dragon Slayer. Once a hunter, he was now to become prey, soon to be vanquished by the greedy raiding party. Chapter 127, The Fall of Gruul, Part 1. Attention. Saladas advised, before you engage, I must clarify that Gruul is immensely powerful. One of his characteristics, known as growth, allows him to increase his attack power by 15% and his size by 10% every 30 seconds during combat, stacking up to a maximum of 30 layers until the battle concludes. Heavy Strike randomly targets the second aggro target within melee range, necessitating the presence of a secondary defender to absorb this skill and mitigate damage, dealing substantial physical damage and occurring every 20 seconds. Melee damage dealers must ensure their threat level remains lower than both the primary and secondary defenders. This revelation left Yu Mengqing astounded. Saladas was so considerate as to directly inform them about the boss's skills. Hua Rue was equally elated, exclaiming, "Everyone, pay close attention and memorize this. Our challenge against Gruul will be much easier if we do." Saladas continued, "Sync, a random area damage skill, deals damage to a selected target every 3 seconds, lasting for a total of 15 seconds, within an 8-meter radius around the chosen target. In the later stages of combat, Gruul will frequently utilize this skill, which inflicts physical damage that can be mitigated by physical armor. Moreover, the damage from this skill benefits from the growth characteristic. You can reduce damage by maintaining appropriate positioning. If everyone is spaced more than 8 meters apart, only one person will be hit each time." After listening to this information, Hua Rue immediately activated her mental detection to assess the dimensions of the battlefield, concluding that the area was spacious enough to allow for the required 8-meter spacing. Earthquake, a randomly directed area knockback skill, triggers Grand Lord's Grasp shortly after use. Grand Lord's Grasp imposes a stacking negative status on anyone affected by the earthquake, reducing their movement speed by 20% per second for 5 seconds, culminating in a stunned state. At this point, Gruul will then crush all participants. Prior to being stunned, everyone must swiftly disperse from their teammates to maintain distance and evade the crushing effect. Of course, this effect can be dispelled, and healers must be vigilant in dispelling those unable to dodge in time. Yu Mengqing could hardly believe her ears. Saladas had provided such detailed information and even revealed countermeasures. Was this truly the same Saladas? Shatter. Once the stun is inflicted, Gruul will use the Shatter skill on all participants, with damage depending on the distance between them. If 2 individuals are too close together, the Shatter damage will be devastating. Conversely, the farther apart they are, the less damage they will incur. If they are more than 20 meters apart, no damage will be taken. Unlike Heavy Strike, Shatter carries a certain probability of dealing critical damage, but does not benefit from the growth damage enhancement. Once Saladas concluded, her voice immediately faded. At that moment, all 25 individuals present were diligently memorizing the invaluable information and strategies provided, fully aware that neglecting to utilize Saladas' goodwill would be a disservice. Clearly, they have directly shared this with us. One can only imagine how formidable Gruul must be, Rob remarked. Dai Mu Bai, however, remained unfazed, asserting that the only way to ascertain Gruul's strength was to confront him. "Come, let's meet our foe," he proclaimed, activating his martial soul and dashing forward. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing understood what was about to transpire. Indeed, due to Dai Mu Bai's disconnection from the team, the healers were unable to keep up and establish a healing connection promptly, resulting in him returning 5 minutes later. "Why aren't you all advancing, Brother Dai?" Song Yingwen chuckled. "It's not that we aren't. You simply ran too fast." Tang Sen added quietly, "No worries, Brother Dai. Perhaps a blood sacrifice will yield better equipment later. Then you should die too. Who knows, you might summon 10 pieces of top-tier gear." Dai Mu Bai shot back. Yu Mengqing quickly intervened. "All right, enough of the banter. With 25 people in a group, it's just a handful of you who love to chat." Laughter ensued. Finally, as they officially commenced the challenge against Gruul, the team's performance was commendable. At the very least, Dai Mu Bai no longer had to rely solely on Song Yingwen's critical emergency healing to withstand Gruul's devastating punches. Consequently, Song Yingwen could occasionally divert her attention to dispel negative effects from others. Rob maintained his steady output. Reserving all explosive damage techniques for the moment, he would synchronize with Tang San's domain of slaughter for maximum impact. However, Ma Hongjun immediately activated his Phoenix form and unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing Gruul's aggro towards him to nearly surpass Yan's. If he truly became Gruul's second aggro target, Heavy Strike could very well be unleashed in his direction without any warning, making it impossible to evade. If only Ma Hongjun were to take the hit, it wouldn't be a significant issue, but the problem lay in the fact that those behind him were all relatively fragile range spellcasters, and notably, they were all girls with slightly lower physical resilience. This initial burst of reckless aggression nearly led to a substantial loss of members. Consequently, while Yu Mengqing dealt damage to Gruul, she chastised Ma Hongjun furiously. Damn it, this guy's punches are getting increasingly painful. Dai Mubai complained. Of course. Gruul's characteristic is growth. I just told you that, came the response. As time progresses, his offensive power and the damage of certain skills will gradually increase. Therefore, swift action is imperative. The voice of Salatasi during the battle struck everyone as quite peculiar. It seems that Salatasi genuinely values this boss battle and is aware that this boss has been designed with an excessively high difficulty level, far beyond what soul masters at this stage should be expected to challenge. After 5 minutes of combat, Gruul's size has significantly increased, which concurrently indicates that his attack power has approximately doubled since the beginning. Dai Mubai is clearly feeling overwhelmed and can no longer endure. Following Yu Mengqing's directive, he temporarily retreats, ceding the primary defensive role to Yin. However, Yin is evidently not as resilient as Dai Mubai. The fortitude of a defender is paramount, most tangibly demonstrated by their ability to withstand several blows from the boss while at full health without any healing support. It was evident that after only 2 strikes from Gruul, Yan's vitality was utterly depleted. Despite 2 healers exerting their utmost efforts to restore him, he still succumbed after enduring 5 hits, 3 of which he had to activate his life-preserving soul skill for. Thus, it stands to reason that if a defender lacks strength, even the most skilled healers will be unable to prevent their downfall. Chapter 128. The Fall of Gruul, Part 2. Due to Yan's abrupt downfall, Huo Wushuang, taken by surprise, was swiftly dispatched by a furious blow from Gruul, without even having the chance to activate a defensive soul skill. Next was the equally bewildered Huyen Li. Within mere seconds, all 3 defenders, aside from Dai Mubai, had perished. What a dire situation. Observing this, Dai Mubai had no choice but to return and continue absorbing damage. However, before he could return, Gruul had already struck down 2 melee damage dealers, Xieyu and Hulaina. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai's defensive capabilities remained commendable. Yet, with 5 members lost from the team, the overall damage output plummeted, while Gruul's attack power continued to escalate with the passage of time. 5 minutes later, Gruul's attack power had reached a terrifying magnitude, and the inevitable outcome was total annihilation. Indeed, this was a boss of unprecedented strength. Gruul's skills were already quite formidable, and to have such robust attack power that escalates over time is simply untenable. Primarily, our losses in the later stages were too numerous, resulting in diminished output, and naturally, we could not vanquish him, as Dai Mubai lamented. Yu Mengqing concurred, affirming that Dai Laoda was indeed correct. However, the reason for our mid-stage losses was that when you retreated, the secondary defenders were not as resilient, at least not as much as you, which led to this predicament. Therefore, we must devise a new strategy to cope. Yet, I genuinely needed to retreat mid-battle to recuperate, or else I would not survive the later stages. Indeed, this presents a significant issue. At that moment, Oscar rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hey everyone, I have a brilliant idea." "Oh, you?" "In truth, it may not be such a groundbreaking idea. My proposal is for the other defenders to initially absorb the damage from this hulking figure, rotating every 2 minutes. From a 7th minute onward until the end, Dai Laoda will assume the primary defensive role." Yu Mengqing immediately experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yes, such a simple solution. How had she not thought of it before? Moreover, Oscar's intellect was quite surprising. In fact, had Tang San not been among the original Shrek 7 monsters, Oscar would have undoubtedly been the soul of the group. Despite his seemingly lewd demeanor and somewhat pitiful appearance, his character is exceptionally profound. Coupled with his unique food-type martial soul and innate ability to start with full soul power, he is undeniably a rare talent. Regrettably, his brilliance has been overshadowed by Tang San, the later addition of Luo Bo, and Yu Mengqing. Since we have a good strategy, we must certainly give it a try, even if we still meet our demise this time. Efforts do not betray the earnest. They successfully endured until the 9th minute. However, once the 11th minute arrives, Gruul's attack power will be sufficient to fell Dai Mubai with a single blow, let alone any others. Thus, in reality, only 1 minute remains for everyone. 60 seconds to life or death. Tang San, Yu Mengqing called out, "Quickly unleash your killing god domain to its maximum state. Everyone, take a pink frenzy sausage. Hurry, all members are invigorated. All members are killing gods." Luo Bo had been waiting for this moment. He unleashed all his explosive skills that he had been saving. The layered thundershock was thrown out in an instant, crashing heavily at Gruul's feet. The convergent strike of the Thunder Realm. under Luo Bo's guidance. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning descended upon Gruel's forehead. Just after releasing this soul skill, Luo Bo activated the Thunder Armor and then employed Thunder Shift, transforming into a current and darting through the cave. Each passage inevitably ran through Gruel's heart. Just as the convergent strike of the Thunder Realm was about to land, Luo Bo adjusted his stance, amalgamating the static electric sparks generated by the Thunder Shift and Thunder Shock, channeling them all into Gruel's brain. Boom! The world fell silent. In a state of explosive fury, the battle concluded within a mere 10 seconds. Of the damage Gruel endured during those 10 seconds, a staggering 40% was inflicted solely by Luo Bo. It is evident that reserving explosive skills for critical moments yields remarkable results. Our holy son Luo is becoming increasingly adept at explosive power, Yin remarked. Indeed, Hulaina agreed. Luo Bo in explosive mode is simply transformed into an entirely different being. In fact, they were correct. During the stable output phase, Luo Bo primarily dealt damage from a distance using lightning arrows, maintaining a steady flow, occasionally employing Thunder Shock to weaken Gruel's resistance to lightning. However, he would not easily resort to his true explosive techniques. When he chooses to unleash them, they are astonishing. This encapsulates Luo Bo's philosophy of explosive power. Well, regardless of the outcome, we have successfully passed this trial. Now let's claim our spoils. Daimubai exclaimed enthusiastically. Look at my big red hand. This time, Horue did not contest him for the right to loot the spoils. After all, Daimubai's hand was also red. The Fallen Warrior's leggings, purple epic quality, limited to defenders. As soon as these words were spoken, for dice were thrown into the air. Ultimately, Huyanli won it with a score of 79. Upon receiving the Fallen Warrior's leggings, their form morphed according to Huyan Li's physique and martial soul style, adorned with numerous diamond embellishments, appearing quite splendid. Well, who can blame it? After all, his martial soul is a diamond mammoth. Daimubai proceeded to loot the second item. Fine, another pair of leggings. The Fallen Warrior's leggings, purple epic quality, limited to melee damage dealers. The competition was fierce. However, Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious with a score of 85, the highest score. As her hand touched the leggings, they transformed into long, dark purple, fitted leather pants, slightly adorned with a layer of thin scale armor. Upon closer inspection, some of the scales were slightly darker, outlining a pattern resembling a cat's paw. Then came the third item, again a pair of leggings. The Fallen Hero's leggings, purple epic quality, limited to ranged damage dealers. The competition for this item was even more intense. Nevertheless, Tang San, with his astonishing luck, rolled 100. After all, one must give the original male protagonist some face, right? Such an extraordinary model of prowess emerges. Who can rival it? Thus, Tang San naturally acquired this piece of equipment. In his hands, the Fallen Hero's leg guards instantly transformed into a pair of soft blue-silver trousers. Moreover, entwined around the fabric armor, metallic blue-silver grass patterns spiraled, accentuating the legs beautifully. If worn by a woman, it would render her thighs strikingly elongated. The fourth item remained a familiar set of leg guards, the Fallen Saint's leg guards, of purple epic quality, a limited auxiliary item. Ultimately, Song Yingwen obtained it. Once in her possession, it morphed into a simple light blue long skirt, devoid of any embellishments. Yet its silhouette seemed to radiate a particularly sacred light. Chapter 129, Long Spine Metal. After 4 pairs of leg guards were unveiled, the 5th item finally pertained to a different part of the body. Gruel's tooth, of purple epic quality, could bestow a modest increase in physical strength and a substantial boost in magical power to the wearer. Such attributes are typically designated for melee magic users, like Hulina, although Xie you could also wield it. Since they were siblings, their distribution was settled without the need for others to roll the dice. Brother, you should take this. I have already acquired plenty of fine equipment in Karazhan. My soul bones also outnumber yours, and I possess the domain of the God of Slaughter. You are in greater need of external enhancements, Hulina insisted. Naturally, Xie contemplated allowing his sister to have the equipment, realizing it would enhance the team's overall strength significantly. Besides, Hulina seemed to have suitable equipment for the same slot. All right, Nana, I shall reluctantly accept it, he conceded. Yu Mengqing teased. You 2 siblings are so polite. Are you really blood-related? Song Yingwen chimed in with a smile. One has the surname Hu, the other Xie. How could they be biological siblings? Xie clarified. One takes after our mother, the other our father. Dai Mubai continued to sift through the spoils. The sixth item was a hefty, intricately designed sword with a dark red hue. Bloodthroat Demon Sword, of purple epic quality. Possessed average attack power but granted the user impressive magical strength and spell critical hit rates. Wait, a sword that enhances magical power and spell critical hits? Is this for real? He pondered. However, given its average attack power, it could simply be regarded as an accessory, carried rather than wielded for combat. Moreover, magic users typically do not engage in close combat. After careful consideration, the group decided to have the magic users compete for this item. In the end, Huo Wu claimed the Bloodthroat Demon Sword with a score of 72. The seventh item was a rigid chain collar, reminiscent of those worn by dogs. Google's collar, of purple epic quality, offered a slight increase in vitality and notable magical strength. Such peculiar attributes seemed tailored for melee mages. Yu Mengqing and Hu Lina both qualified, the former being Xie Yu's girlfriend and the latter his sister. This competition proved quite engaging. However, Hu Lina appeared disinclined to wear a collar, opting to forego it. Yet, the issue remained that Yu Mengqing also had no desire to don a collar. Wearing one would imply acceptance of being akin to a dog. Consequently, both abandoned the necklace for strikingly similar reasons, leading to Google's collar inexplicably being claimed by Ma Hongjun. The eighth piece of loot was a leather hood with a vibrant green base and dark purple patterns. Natural breathing hood, of purple epic quality, provided significant agility and magical strength boosts. There was no question, this belonged to Yu Mengqing, as her combat style was akin to agility-based, yet fundamentally magical output. Both agility and magical strength were equally vital for her. The ninth piece of loot took the form of an eye-shaped ornament. Girl's Eye, of purple epic quality, granted a substantial magical strength boost to the wearer. Its special effect allowed any successfully cast healing spell to have a 15% chance of refunding half the soul power cost of the next healing spell cast within 5 seconds. Listening to Saladaz's explanation, Yu Mengqing understood the immense value of this item. Wow, Dai Laoda, your luck is astounding. How could you unearth such a remarkable accessory? The healers in the team also recognized its significance. Indeed, anyone with sense could grasp the implications of Gruel's eye for healing soul masters. Thus, they eagerly produced their dice. Ultimately, Jiangzhu secured it with a score of 86, which would significantly enhance her sustainability. Furthermore, if utilized effectively, Gruel's eye could yield extraordinary results. For instance, when a special effect was not triggered, she would ideally use low-cost, low-healing, high-frequency soul skills. Once the unique effect activated, she could then deploy her high-cost, high-healing, low-frequency soul skills. This strategy maximized her efficiency in conserving soul power. Then came the highlight, the 10th piece of loot. It was a metallic ornament resembling an animal spine, presumably designed to hang from a belt. Long spine metal, of purple epic quality, could significantly enhance the physical attack strength of the wearer. It boasted the soul skill, Dragon Slayer's Roar, instantly doubling all attack and soul skill casting speeds for 10 seconds. Wow, Dai Laoda, your luck is off the charts. Yu Mengqing exclaimed, her excitement compelling her to let slip an exclamation. The extraordinary physical attack strength attribute and the outrageously powerful soul skill immediately drew everyone's attention. This should be for agility-based users, right? Dai Mubai suggested. Xie Yu concurred, recognizing the physical attack enhancement along with the active skill that doubled speed. Surely, this is equipment for agility-based classes. No, Agao Hui interjected. I do not share that view. This is intended for strength-based classes, specifically those focused purely on power. Upon her declaration, all eyes turned toward her. How do you justify that? Hu Rui elaborated. Agility-based classes require speed, yet they are typically fast enough already. Doubling their speed would be excessive and ultimately wasteful. In contrast, strength-based classes often lack speed. For them, a speed increase of 100%, while maintaining attack power, effectively doubles the damage dealt within the same time frame. Thus, the benefits for strength-based soul masters wielding this equipment far surpass those for agility-based ones. Then it is settled. Let us roll the dice for the strength-based classes. Dai Mubai immediately responded. In the end, Tang Xin claimed the long spine medal with an impressive score of 89. Indeed, it was only fitting for him. His Hao-Ian hammer, martial soul, epitomized pure strength. Furthermore, the active skill of the long spine medal complemented his chaotic cloak hammer method perfectly, as the latter requires considerable time to charge with each swing. With the long spine medal, his hammering speed would be greatly enhanced. making it easier to unleash the full potential of the chaotic cloak hammer method. Chapter 130. When you ascend to divinity, will you take me along? After vanquishing Gruul, the expedition into Gruul's lair came to a fulfilling conclusion. In the ensuing months, the populace diligently traversed through Kalazan and Jellower's lair, gradually acquiring a complete set of equipment. Despite being mere Hundi, their combat prowess, bolstered by T4 grade gear, was hardly inferior to that of any Hunsang. The infusion of the golden ancient tree notably accelerated their cultivation speed, a stark contrast to previous times. Younger students at the Huanzong and Huanwang levels were nearing the 60th level threshold. Once a new team of 10 was assembled, they would be ready to engage in Kalazan for equipment farming. Upon breaking through the 70th level barrier, Saladas sought out Luabwa, stating, "I have specially prepared a 10,000-year-old beast that is exceptionally suited for you. It belongs to the lightning element, possesses a commendable bloodline, and is somewhat related to the Thunder Dragon King." However, Luabwa informed her that his martial soul was rather unique. The soul skill sequences were preordained, meaning that no matter which soul beast he hunted, his soul skill types would remain unchanged. Saladas appeared intrigued by this. It is no wonder that even Tong San received the divine assessment, while you, a 3-life martial soul bearer, did not. Based on your words, I can deduce the reason. Luabwa was taken aback. Could it be that Saladas truly guessed something? Oh, what reason? The reason is that you are not from this world at all. Upon uttering this, Saladas noticed Luabwa's astonishment. She gestured for him to relax, and continued, "Thus, the Douluo divine realm is unable to establish contact with you. Simultaneously, the world you hail from is too distant from the Douluo realm, rendering its divine realm incapable of reaching you as well." How do you know all of this? Saladas chuckled softly. If I couldn't deduce such a simple matter, what would be the point of my existence as an ancient dominator? Well, let us not dwell on that. Come with me. We must expedite your absorption of the 7th soul ring. Then, I will take you to a place where you can augment your other 2 martial souls with soul rings. Luabwa comprehended the significance of her words. Saladas had already begun to treat him differently. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and Luabwa found himself in a beautifully adorned chamber, resembling that of an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old girl. "This is where I reside," Saladas explained. "Do not be astonished. I simply prefer such a tranquil environment, as a tribute to my lost girlhood." Wait, did Saladas have a girlhood? Wasn't she created directly by the Void Saint Lord? This fleeting thought lingered in Luabwa's mind, unvoiced. Yet, Saladas seemed to sense his thoughts immediately. "I know what you're pondering, my friend. As the 5th ancient dominator, the demon of 1,000 souls, the complexity of my soul far exceeds your imagination. However, I do not relish this existence. I long to be an ordinary human, a simple mortal girl. I desire a father and a mother, siblings, and a beloved partner. I wish to bear a multitude of children and witness their growth. I aspire to be a teacher, nurturing generations of aspiring youths, to be a doctor, wielding my exceptional medical skills to heal, to be a priest, awakening the consciousness of the lost through faith, to savor the myriad flavors of life, traverse the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and behold the most resplendent sights." At this point, Saladas began to weep softly. What happened to the enigmatic and cunning ancient dominator? Or was this display merely a ruse? Luabwa found himself at a loss. Why? Why did the Void Saint Lord create me into this cursed form? Under this curse, where lies joy? Gradually, Luabwa began to empathize with Saladas' emotions, succumbing to profound sadness. If he were in her shoes, as an ancient dominator, his sole destiny would be to obey the Void Saint Lord's will, unwavering until death. Such a life, akin to a mere tool, held little meaning, regardless of immense power. Is this the reason you destroyed the core of the ancient dominators and sought refuge with us? Luabwa cautiously inquired. Yet, Saladas seemed oblivious to his presence, lost in her tears. This prompted Luabwa to ponder once more. Indeed, how blissful it is to be an ordinary person. No matter how arduous life may be, at least one remains oneself. Regardless of the challenges faced, as long as life endures, there exists a chance for reversal. Even if one ultimately falters, succumbing to fate, there remains the promise of another life. After 18 years, one could still emerge as a valiant individual, proclaiming, "I have returned to this world. I shall challenge you and ascend to your zenith." We possess the right to strive and to claim everything. As Luabwa contemplated, Saladas suddenly interjected, "Luabwa, regardless of the circumstances, when you defeat the Void Saint Lord, please take me with you. This left Luobo bewildered. What do you mean by taking you with me? Here's the matter. You and Lily come from another world. When the core of the void, Saint Lord, collapses, it will tear open a rift in the fabric of time and space, sending you and Lily back to your original world. If you bring me along, I could be reborn in that realm, truly becoming immortal, thus liberating myself from the identity of an ancient dominator and the eternal curse. Luobo was uncertain whether he possessed the capability to bring Saladas with him upon returning to their original world, yet he acquiesced. In truth, he felt compelled to agree. For after all, he relied on Saladas for the 10,000-year soul ring. I knew you would consent, Saladas exclaimed joyfully, resembling a playful girl. This revelation somewhat tarnished her previously formidable image in Luobo's eyes. If he had held some measure of respect and trepidation towards her before, he now regarded her as an ordinary member of the Shy-like Anti-Demon Alliance. Very well, let me take you to my private soul beast garden. The soul beasts there have been meticulously selected from various realms, carefully concealed to prevent them from being taken by my brethren. Luobo accompanied Saladas into the soul beast garden realm, preparing to absorb his 7th soul ring. Once this 7th soul ring was successfully absorbed, he would officially enter the realm of Hunseng and attain the true form of his martial soul. Chapter 131. Luobo's 10,000-year 7th soul ring. In truth, this soul beast did not conform to the standard of a 10,000-year soul beast. Saladas pointed to a blue-purple subdragon in the distant enclosure, stating, instead, "It is a testing soul beast upon which I have imposed special effects. You can ascertain the maximum soul ring age limit you can currently endure upon absorbing it." Luobo began to comprehend the implications of this. Clearly, Saladas intended not only to bestow a 7th soul ring upon his Thunder Spirit Pearl martial soul, but also to augment his other 2 martial souls with soul rings. Was it possible that Saladas would grant his Dongron Spirit Pearl and Jihan Spirit Pearl 10,000-year soul rings as well? This revelation stunned Luobo. Full 10,000-year soul rings? The thought reverberated in his mind. Was this truly feasible? Did such formidable beings truly exist? Was he destined to become the first title Douluo in history to possess an entire set of 10,000-year soul rings? Just as Luobo fell on the brink of ecstatic fainting, Saladas delivered a soul shock, rousing him from his reverie. Hey, you needn't react so dramatically. As a transmigrator, isn't it rather normal to possess such an extraordinary life? There's a saying, transmigrators come equipped with cheats. Haven't you heard of it? Lobor remained non-committal to the words spoken, still enveloped in the joy of his newfound abilities. It was no wonder that Saladas believed the Anti-Demon Alliance could ultimately defeat the Void Saint Lord. She had orchestrated this outcome long ago. She had crafted him into a title Douluo with a soul ring of 100,000 years, destined for divinity. Such a god would undoubtedly surpass others in strength. Vaguely, Lobo sensed that he would become the savior of the Douluo world. Yet, what was he daydreaming about? It was time to absorb the soul ring. He thought as Saladas smiled and urged him on. Thus, Lobo ceased his musings and launched his attack. The Thunder Dragon did not resist, as if its existence was solely to provide Douluo with a soul ring. With little effort, the 7th soul ring magnificently appeared upon Douluo's Thunder Spirit Pearl martial soul. The experience felt eerily akin to a sacrifice. However, dismissing such thoughts, he realized that, being a soul beast of 100,000 years, the soul ring would surely possess 2 skills, as would the soul bone. Since this was the 7th soul ring, at least one of its abilities would be the true form of the martial soul. The true form of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, when activated, would augment lightning damage by 50%. In this state, each time Mo employed the lightning arrow, he could summon a lightning sphere beside the struck enemy. The lightning sphere would release a chain of lightning every few seconds, inflicting damage equivalent to its own lightning chain without any reduction in power. Truly, the power granted by a 100,000-year soul ring was formidable. Next came the 2nd soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Thunder Radiance Burst. It emanated a slowly expanding ring of thunder energy from Mo's position, inflicting moderate damage on passing foes. When the ring reached its maximum extent, it would retract at the same pace, again dealing moderate damage to enemies caught in its path. If an enemy was struck during both the expansion and retraction phases, they would suffer additional moderate damage. Once again, the singular word that encapsulated this was formidable. Then there was the soul bone. In truth, Lobo had not absorbed any soul bones prior, which was not a regret, but rather a stroke of luck. From now on, every soul bone he absorbed would be no less than 100,000 years. The first soul skill of the Thunder Dragon's right arm bone, Thunder Flash Charge. Summoned a singularity that unleashed a pulse toward after 1 second, dealing substantial damage and propelling struck enemies towards him. The exact damage was contingent upon the initial distance between the enemy and the singularity. The closer they were, the lesser the damage. The second soul skill of the Thunder Dragon's right arm bone, Thunder Dragon Breath, conjured a phantom of the Thunder Dragon that unleashed a continuous stream of electricity in a wide arc for 4 seconds, inflicting moderate damage every second. However, once the direction was chosen, it could not be altered. Admittedly, this skill seemed somewhat impractical against an adversary still capable of movement. Evading the Thunder Dragon Breath would be quite effortless unless Witha first restrained them with a control skill. If that were the case, enduring 4 seconds of damage would be insufferable even for opponents of a higher realm than Witha. Without question, he had successfully absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring and obtained a 100,000-year soul bone. The enhancement to his physical prowess was already considerable, not to mention the 4 extraordinary soul skills. Particularly, the special phase effect of the Thunder Spirit Pearl's true form was reminiscent of the Curator in Karazhan. Not only was it powerful, but it was also exceedingly vexing. Now, even an 89th level soul encountering Douluo would surely think twice before engaging him. Only a title Douluo could completely dominate Witha through sheer realm disparity. I feel a qualitative change in my body, Douluo murmured to himself. Indeed, Saladas chuckled. In the Douluo continent, once a soul master reaches the soul saint level and possesses their true martial soul, it feels akin to a rebirth. Moreover, with your 7th soul ring being of 100,000 years, accompanied by a 100,000-year soul bone, your overall strength has increased by at least 40% compared to when you were at level 69. Truly, you are worthy of my regard. Suddenly, she broke into a mischievous grin, which sent a shiver down Witha's spine. Such jokes are better left unsaid, dear sister, he retorted. If it were a young man of 18 or 19 who heard such words, how could he possibly maintain his composure? Saladas, unfazed by his comment, simply took his hand and guided him through the soul beast garden dimension. Look, these 100,000-year soul beasts are all prepared for your teammates, who are on the verge of entering the soul saint rank, especially that Tang San. Frankly, aside from you, he is the most noteworthy among your group. With the Blue Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer as his dual martial souls, his future power will undoubtedly rival BB Dong's. I have meticulously prepared a honeysuckle soul beast for his 7th soul ring. Honeysuckle? Goodness, it sounds far more prestigious than blue silvergrass. Just look at the noble hues of gold and silver. Blue silvergrass only has 1 color, while honeysuckle boasts 2. Moreover, who has ever heard a 100,000-year honeysuckle? Perhaps there are no records of such a thing in the entire history of the Douluo continent. Naturally, Douluo voiced these queries. Saladas replied, there are no records in the Douluo continent, as I cultivated it from another world before bringing it here. In this realm, it must abide by the rules of the Douluo continent. Thus it is classified as a soul beast, and indeed, a 100,000-year soul beast. As for its overall strength, it was remarkable. Chapter 132. The Dynamic Flame Pearl, all orange golden soul rings. However, since the 100,000-year honeysuckle was specially prepared for Tang San, refrained from further inquiries. After all, if it did not pertain to him, he wouldn't linger upon it. So Saladas led Douluo away, swiftly departing the soul beast garden dimension. Before them lay a city shrouded in perpetual twilight, a nightmarish realm. What is this place? Douluo inquired. Neil Rosa, the city of slumber, the domain of my brother Enzos. I can take you to borrow a few of my admirers who are rather slow-witted. Enzos won't notice for a while. We'll be in and out. So, they were here to steal something? Yet, since it was the belongings of the former overlord, Douluo felt at ease with the idea. In dealing with enemies, no means were too extreme. However, he wondered what misfortune had befallen those who admired Saladas, only to be derisively labeled as slow-witted by her. Saladas enveloped herself and War in a shadowy veil, swiftly traversing the vast expanse of the city of slumber. Soon, Douluo laid eyes on those she referred to as slow-witted. What manner of creatures were these? In truth, these bizarre, tentacled beings with purple skin could hardly be assessed by ordinary biological standards. Moreover, any ordinary person or low-tier soul master with limited mental fortitude would likely lose their wits upon encountering such monstrosities. Douluo had neither the inclination nor the desire to investigate the nature of these beings. He merely thought, they're my soul rings, they're my soul rings. Thus, in a haze, he followed Saladas back to the soul beast garden dimension. Upon arrival, she released the creatures she had captured. In fact, they had not been captured so much as willingly followed her. All right, well, unleash your dynamic flame, pearl martial soul, she instructed. Luo complied. Before him, the empty martial soul manifested without a single soul ring. Salatas, at that moment, was playfully toying with one of the tentacled creatures. Luo, do you have any idea how many years of soul beast this corresponds to? Well, I guess it might be around 100,000 years. Nonsense. If it were less than 100,000 years, would I even present it to you? Can you at least guess higher? 200,000 years? Salata C's expression darkened. Alas, poverty truly limits one's imagination. Fine, I'll tell you directly. Is 400,000 years. For 100,000 years? Luo was astonished. Are you certain I can absorb a soul ring of such an age? Salata C smirked and said, with your current physical strength, you indeed cannot absorb a soul ring from a 400,000-year soul beast. But what if it voluntarily becomes your soul ring? Or is it a sacrifice? My dear sister, how charming must you be to make these creatures willingly offer themselves to me? I simply told them that following you would lead to divinity. What they seek is the glory of becoming part of the divine. Even if they lose their wisdom, they were created by Zwasi, meant to serve him from birth. They do not possess true consciousness. Thus, you need not worry about being bothered by them in the future. After listening carefully, Luo seemed to find it plausible. Thus, he ceased to inquire further. The sooner he absorbed them, the sooner it would be over. Regardless of how hideous those monsters appeared, with eyes closed, they all looked the same. Who would have thought this 400,000-year soul beast would provide him with 2 soul rings, both of an orange-gold hue? Wait, does the Douluo continent even have soul rings of this color? Regardless of whether they existed before, they certainly do now. Since the absorption process requires undivided attention, Luo naturally did not delve deeper. He must perfectly integrate these soul rings with his Dong Ran Ling Zhu martial soul. Otherwise, it could pose hidden dangers in the future. Orange gold soul rings are undoubtedly far more powerful than the typical red 100,000-year soul rings. Although each soul ring grants 2 soul skills, the potency of these skills is incomparable to ordinary 100,000-year soul skills. Naturally, that creature also left behind a piece of soul bone, the left arm bone of twilight distortion. Thus, this 400,000-year soul beast granted Luo a total of 6 soul skills. Next came another monster, this one entirely purple, covered in tentacles, appearing rather brutish. Its octopus-like mouth could easily terrify an ordinary soul master by mere appearance. Nevertheless, this creature was still a soul beast of 600,000 years. Luo continued to absorb its soul rings with closed eyes. Consequently, 3 orange gold soul rings and a 600,000-year soul bone successfully fused into Luo's body. Notably, this soul bone was an external soul bone affixed to the back, known as the heart of Twilight's ejection sac. Altogether, it provided Luo with 8 soul skills. Then came yet another 400,000-year soul beast, equally unsettling in appearance. What on earth is the aesthetic sense of your ancient dominators? Huh, Salatasi laughed, saying, the void's essence is not something mere mortals can easily perceive. You simply do not appreciate their beauty. Look at those delicate, flowing lines. Those tentacles and white teeth. What a perfect combination. Luo interrupted, pleading, please stop. I fear I might go insane. Sometimes going insane isn't necessarily a bad thing. Temporary madness can lead to greater rationality. Would you like to join me in a bout of madness? How can one not be speechless? Salatasi truli possessed a unique charme. Well then, let us first absorb the soul rings. Only then did Salatasi retract her mischievous smile and lead the 3rd soul beast before Luo. Following the pattern of the previous 2, this one should also provide you with 2 orange gold soul rings and a piece of soul bone. The soul rings are certain, but the specific part of the soul bone depends on your luck. Luo remained focused on absorbing the soul rings and soul bones, relaxing his body and mind to accept the sacrifice. As expected, this soul bone was the left leg bone of the end wolf. In fact, this sacrifice was somewhat different from the traditional soul beast sacrifices. In the case of Wu, the sacrifice resulted in the soul beast's complete disappearance. However, these 3 soul beasts of several 100,000 years, under Salatasi's persuasion, became Luo's intelligent soul rings, retaining a certain degree of low-level consciousness. While Luo was preoccupied, they could even assist him in executing skills. Though this technique was not fully developed, far inferior to the soul spirit system of the legendary Tang sect, it nonetheless counted as intelligent soul rings. Of course, these 3 soul beasts did not possess high intelligence, thus consuming a significant portion of Luo's mental energy. 7 orange gold soul rings radiated a vibrant glow, swirling around his Dong Ran Ling Zhu martial soul. It was only at this moment that Luo Bo realized he had forgotten to marvel at this incredible miracle. Chapter 133. The abnormal soul skill combination of Dong Ran Ling Zhu. Luo Bo counted. 7 orange gold soul rings and 3 soul bones could bestow upon him 20 soul skills. For an ordinary title Douluo, this was unimaginable. Yet now, in this extraordinary circumstance, Luo Bo, as a unique triple spirit martial soul, and the chosen one, achieving such a miracle was hardly surprising. I have always found it curious why, regardless of which soul beast soul ring you absorb, the obtained soul skills are predetermined within the martial soul sequence. It was only today that I guessed you do not originate from this world. What kind of wondrous realm is your world? Salata Si asked with keen interest. Luo Bo casually replied, if you wish to know, just walk with me after we defeat the Void Saint Lord. So you do not wish to tell me now? Luo Bo remained non-committal, merely offering a few perfunctory remarks before beginning to coordinate the newly acquired soul skills of his Dong Ran Ling Zhu. The first soul skill of the first soul ring of Dong Ran Ling Zhu, Fireball Technique, serves as a conventional offensive measure, requiring 2 seconds to cast before being unleashed. Dealing moderate damage, reusable with nearly negligible cooldown time, and minimal soul power consumption. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, Flame Impact, is a filling attack measure, instantaneously released, dealing damage slightly less than half that of the Fireball Technique. However, this soul skill guarantees a critical hit, effectively doubling the damage. Actual damage thus becomes only slightly weaker than that of the Fireball Technique, with a cooldown of approximately 10 seconds and a maximum of 3 charges. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, Molten Armor, is a basic defensive measure, instantaneously released, granting oneself a dual magical and physical armor that mitigates 30% of damage for 10 seconds. During this time, any melee attack against Luo Bo will inflict slight fire damage. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Molten Shield, is a basic defensive measure, instantaneously released, creating a shield that absorbs a considerable amount of damage, approximately equivalent to 1/3 of Luo Bo's vitality. The shield lasts for 10 seconds, and if it remains upon expiration, the remaining absorption capacity converts into damage dealt evenly to all surrounding enemies, inflicting fire damage. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Blazing Storm, is a basic area damage measure requiring 1 second of casting time. It deals an initial burst of damage to enemies within a designated area, followed by additional damage each second for 4 seconds. The cooldown is relatively short, and soul power consumption is minimal. However, the additional damage is relative to Luo Bo himself. Although Luo Bo is currently merely a soul sage, he is more than capable of facing a title Douluo in single combat. After all, who has ever seen a soul sage with 7 orange gold soul rings? The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Molten Meteor, is an explosive area damage measure, instantaneously released. It summons a colossal molten meteor that descends upon the target area after 2 seconds, inflicting substantial fire damage. However, there is a 2-second interval between casting and effect, allowing astute enemies to escape the area. Thus, it is most advantageous to employ this soul skill as a follow-up control mechanism. The fourth soul ring of Dong Ran Ling Zhu, first soul skill, Yin Bao Shu, serves as an advanced offensive technique. It requires a 4-second casting time, after which it launches a colossal fireball infused with explosive lava that locks onto its target, inflicting moderate to high damage while leaving a persistent damage over time effect for 10 seconds. The second soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Long Shishu, functions as an area control mechanism. It can be cast instantaneously, dealing minor flame damage to all enemies within a conical area in front and stunning them for 2 seconds. This brief moment of incapacitation is sufficient to execute many strategies. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Zhuoxiao, is a constructed damage skill that requires 1 second to cast. Upon completion, it immediately inflicts a small amount of flame damage on the target and enhances the caster's movement speed by 50%. The second soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Huotija Dan, is a constructed area damage skill that can be cast instantly, igniting the target and transforming it into a living bomb. After 2 seconds, it detonates at the target's location, causing a small area of effect damage. Any entity harmed by this attack will also be afflicted by the living bomb effect, akin to a nested doll, though it can only stack twice. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Dong Ran Fajin, serves as a foundational burst mechanism. It requires 1 second of casting time to summon a relatively expansive magic array beneath the caster's feet, which lasts for 10 seconds. While standing within this array, all flame damage is increased by 30%. The second soul skill of the 6th soul ring, DeerFrom, is a burst construction technique that can be cast instantaneously, reducing the cooldown time of fiery strikes from 10 seconds to 5 seconds for the next 10 seconds. Additionally, any critical hits from Douluo bias damage-dealing spells will decrease the cooldown of fiery strikes, with each critical hit reducing the cooldown by 1 second. The first soul skill of the 7th soul ring, DeerFrom, enhances the damage of all flame-based spells by 30% while in the true spirit form of the martial soul. Furthermore, the damage over time effect of Yin Bao Shu can stack infinitely, infecting nearby enemies every 2 seconds. Additionally, upon Douluo by landing a critical hit, he accumulates a Qi Rishian. After accumulating 2 such lines, the next Yin Bao Shu becomes instantaneous and consumes both lines. The second soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Fenshiji Yin, is a burst construction technique that can be cast instantaneously, ensuring that all of Douluo Bai's flame damage soul skills will critically hit for the next 10 seconds, with 20% of the damage dealt being returned to Douluo Bai as healing. At first glance, these soul skills may appear isolated and unremarkable, merely 14 soul skills. However, upon meticulous examination, Douluo Bai discovers a remarkable synergy among them, each skill intricately linked to the others. Hence, he swiftly formulates a sequence of explosive actions. If Douluo Bai identifies an enemy he wishes to dispatch with utmost efficiency, he must first activate his martial soul's true form, which is critical. Next, he will spend 1 second to unleash the DeerFrom Fajin, then simultaneously activate DeerFrom and Fenshiji Yin. At this juncture, all of Douluo Bai's spells are guaranteed to critically hit, effectively rendering each Yin Bao Shu instantaneous. Coupled with the pure damage enhancements, Douluo Bai can scarcely fathom the terrifying output potential of this combination. Within 10 seconds, even the mightiest foes would be reduced to ashes. Presently, Douluo Bai is overwhelmed with astonishment and elation. He recalls vividly the voice that claimed to be a system when he first reincarnated into this world over a decade ago, urging him to set a goal, to become a deity. This realization marks the fruition of that aspiration. The notion of any supposed progeny or figures of renown pales in comparison to his own potential. He, Douluo Bai, surpasses them all in prowess. Overcome with exhilaration, he can no longer contain his joy, erupting into exclamations. Chapter 134. The Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl, also an all-orange gold soul ring. Enough of your ruckus. Have you lost your senses? I had thought you possessed a calm demeanor, remarked Salatasi with a smile. Is this trifling power enough to render you delirious? If you truly ascend to divinity and reach that level, would you not lose your mind entirely? Douluo Bai retorted playfully, isn't a little madness sometimes a good thing? I am not suggesting you lose your wits now. You still have another martial soul to absorb the soul rings for. Get to work and refrain from dawdling. Otherwise, once the task is complete, I shall join you in seeking some amusement. The notion of finding amusement after business seems somewhat misplaced. To prevent the elder sister from continuing her playful banter, Douluo Bai dutifully commenced the absorption of the soul rings for the extreme cold spirit pearl martial soul. Likewise, this process involved 3 soul bees providing 7 all-orange gold soul rings, along with 3 soul bones. The first was the claw of the Twilight Star Scorpion, provided by the Twilight Star Scorpion, classified as an external soul bone. The second was the right leg bone from the Void Mantis, and the third, another external soul bone, was the wings of the Moment of Demise. The first soul skill of the first soul ring of the Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl, Hanbing Jian, is a conventional output soul skill that requires 2 seconds to cast, inflicting lower moderate damage and slowing the target by 30% for 4 seconds. It has low soul power consumption and virtually no cooldown time. Each successful launch of a Hanbing Jian allows for the generation of an ice spike beside Douluo Bai, with a maximum storage of 5 spikes. For each ice spike that encircles him, the critical hit rate of all his ice-based spells increases by 5%. Successful casting of Hanbing Jian grants a 1/5 chance of entering the icy wisdom state, as well as a 1/6 chance to accumulate 1 layer of icy finger state, which can stack up to 2 layers. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, Bing Qiang Shu, is a filling output soul skill that can be cast instantaneously, dealing minor damage while inflicting triple damage to frozen targets. When casting Bing Qiang Shu, Luo Bai may also choose to launch the surrounding ice spikes. The damage of the ice spikes slightly exceeds that of Bing Qiang Shu. Moreover, Luo Bai can expend one layer of icy finger to treat the target as frozen. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, Bing Feng Bao, is a triggering output skill that requires 2 seconds of casting time to unleash 3 waves of snow-laden ice balls at the target, collectively inflicting moderate to high damage. If Luo Bai is in the icy wisdom state, this state is consumed to render this Bing Feng Bao instantaneous, with damage increased by 50%. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Lin Dongji Shi, is an area control skill that can be cast instantaneously, dealing minor frost damage in a conical area in front, while slowing targets by 50% for 4 seconds. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Bing Shuang Xin Xing, is an area control skill that can be cast instantaneously, immediately dealing minor damage to enemies in the vicinity while immobilizing them for 2 seconds. The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Bao Feng Xue, is an area damage soul skill requiring 2 seconds of casting, causing the target area to suffer minor damage every second for the next 6 seconds. Any entity that takes damage from Bao Feng Xue will experience a 50% reduction in speed for 2 seconds. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Han Bing Hu Ti, is a foundational defense soul skill that can be cast instantaneously, creating a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 1/3 of Luo Bai's vitality for 10 seconds. Upon expiration or breach of the shield, it will unleash a frost nova effect around him without consuming resources or triggering cooldowns. The second soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Han Bing Ping Zhang, is an emergency defense skill that can be cast instantaneously, enveloping Luo Bai in a thick layer of solid ice. While immobilized, he becomes immune to all damage and negative effects for 4 seconds. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Han Bing Fajin, is a burst construction soul skill requiring 1 second of casting time to summon a cold ice magic array beneath him, which persists for 10 seconds. When Luo Bo stood upon the Frost Law Array, the damage inflicted by all Frost-type soul skills was augmented by 30%. The fifth soul ring of the Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl granted him the second soul skill, Black Ice Arrow, an explosive construct soul skill, which served as an enhanced version of the Frost Arrow. It required only a second to cast, resulting in significant damage while ensuring the attainment of a state of cold wisdom. The sixth soul ring's first skill, Ice Shatter, was a multi-target construct soul skill that triggered instantaneously, allowing his next single-target damage soul skill to inflict damage on 2 additional nearby targets, amounting to 80% of the primary target's damage. The sixth soul ring's second skill, Floating Ice, was a functional soul skill that activated instantly, enabling his next 2 stationary casting soul skills to be executed while in motion, with a 20% increase in damage. The seventh soul ring's first skill, True Body of the Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl, during the martial spirit's true form state, increased the damage of all his ice-based spells by 50%, while maintaining the cold wisdom state throughout. The seventh soul ring's second skill, Cold Bloodline, was an explosive construct soul skill that triggered instantly, accelerating the casting speed of all of Luo Bo's ice spells by 30% and their cooldown speed by the same percentage for the next 10 seconds. Thus, he possessed an extraordinarily overwhelming combination of soul skills focused on offensive capabilities. At first glance, these skills appeared to be fairly ordinary, akin to those of the previous Motion Flame Spirit Pearl. However, the synergistic effects arising from their interconnected mechanisms were astonishingly formidable. In a fully unleashed state, Luo Bo resembled a humanoid artillery platform. Should Tang send engagement to spar, it seemed unlikely he would withstand even 10 seconds, as Luo Bo could initiate all amplifying and explosive construct skills from the outset, unleashing a torrent of damage in a single, devastating wave. Such a prodigious soul saint was unparalleled in history, a phenomenon without precedent. Sighing, Saladas expressed her curiosity about the intricacies of the skill system in Luo Bo's world, where most skills are interrelated. Luo Bo casually responded, "As I mentioned before, you will see for yourself when you join us. Experience it firsthand." He continued, however, "It must be noted that the greatest flaw of this world, known as Douluo, lies in the fact that soul masters hunt soul beasts for soul rings, which do not necessarily yield the most suitable soul skills. Even if one acquires an appropriate soul skill, the lack of systemic connections between a soul master's various skills renders them disjointed and lacking coherence." Saladas conceded this point with a nod, urging him to elaborate further. Take my first soul skill from the first ring of the extreme cold spirit pearl, Frost Arrow. It may seem like an ordinary single-target damage skill with unremarkable potency, yet it can accumulate ice spikes, generate the effect of cold wisdom, and stack the effects of frozen finger, thereby synergizing with other skills like Ice Spear. In Chapter 135, Luo Bo's extraordinary soul bone techniques, Saladas wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Bo's observations. However, her current interest lay in the soul skills associated with his soul bones. Although Luo Bo's soul skills were fixed combinations from his previous life, and the absorption of soul rings could not alter them, the soul bones and his martial spirit bore little relation, with the attached skills aligning more closely with their originating soul beasts. The first skill of the Twilight Distortion left arm bone, Twilight Distorter, instantly transformed his right arm into a colossal, distorted form, increasing its strength fivefold for both offensive and defensive purposes, lasting 5 seconds. This seemed to be an emergency defense mechanism, while it could also serve as an offensive tactic. Luo Bo, being fundamentally a ranged spellcaster, found it ill-suited for attack. The second skill, Twisted Mind, temporarily stripped the target of higher consciousness, leaving them with only the instincts of a beast for 5 seconds. Although its effect sounded impressive, Luo Bo found it rather lacking in utility. The first skill of the Twilight Heart Ejection Sac, External Soul Bone, Toxic Explosion Sphere, propelled a rapidly rolling toxic explosive sphere forward, inflicting area damage and slowing the enemy. Along with continuous damage, it could store up to 6 uses with a 3-second recharge time. However, it seemed rather inconsequential. The second skill, Twilight Toxic Mist, swiftly sprayed a toxic mist over a wide area, causing minor direct damage and 3 seconds of continuous damage. However, enemies affected by the mist would be stunned for half a second upon receiving any subsequent damage. The first skill of the End Wolf Left Leg Bone, Wolf Speed, required 1 second to cast, doubling his movement speed, which would gradually diminish to 0 over 10 seconds. This skill proved to be quite functional, emphasizing explosive speed in its initial moments. The second skill, In Heart, executed a precise strike against the target and surrounding enemies, dealing significant damage and reducing their physical and magical resistance by 20% for 5 seconds. This appeared to serve as another means of explosive construction, potentially enhancing his overall burst damage if timed correctly. The first skill of the Twilight Scorpion Claw, External Soul Bone, Eternal Dark Star, was instantaneous, launching a star into the sky that enveloped an extensive battlefield, rendering all enemies within its range blind to sight, while allies remained unaffected. This skill seemed rather ineffective, as most strong individuals relied on mental perception of their opponents rather than sight. The second skill, Lone Star in Darkness, targeted an enemy engulfed by the Eternal Dark Star, enveloping them in intense starlight, making them the most conspicuous figure in the area, while simultaneously diminishing their mental capacity by 50% for 5 seconds. Naturally, all soul skills would automatically lock onto this target. Luo Bo marveled at the apparent synergy of what initially seemed useless, realizing it was designed to complement another skill. The first skill of the Void Mantis right leg bone, Void Dash, propelled him forward over a considerable distance, dealing moderate damage to any enemy struck and significantly reducing the cooldown of this skill. The second skill, Mantis Shadow Slash, involved swinging both arms to unleash 2 waves of energy. The first wave inflicted minor damage and slowed the target, while the second wave dealt moderate damage and reduced their physical and magical resistances by 20%. The first skill of the Twilight's End Wings, External Soul Bone, Protective Black Wings, was instantaneous, granting immunity to all damage and negative effects for the next 4 seconds. The second skill, Twilight's End, required up to 4 seconds of charging before unleashing a high-speed ultimate Twilight Ray in a chosen direction, with damage contingent on the charging duration. When fully charged for 4 seconds, the damage would be extraordinarily high and would spread to a wide area around the target upon impact. Using this skill while airborne or in motion required an additional 6 seconds of charging for maximum effect. Now, Luo Bo had become a legendary figure among his peers, a status even Tang Sen would find challenging to attain. When he ascended to the rank of title Douluo, he would likely be able to rival Limit Douluos upon his entry into that realm. Once he achieved the status of Limit Douluo, he would be unmatched by any below the divine level. These soul bone techniques seemed only loosely connected to his martial spirit, Saladas pondered. Luo Bo casually remarked, indeed, they are not particularly impressive. Yet, the enhancement of attributes alone has imparted upon me a sense of rebirth. Should I dare to ask for more? While I revel in this newfound strength, I fear I may struggle to wield such immense power. Is this truly sufficient for you? Is this the extent of your vision? How disappointing for one who has lived twice. When you and that lily fused and evolved into the ultimate Douluo, did you not feel the exhilarating thrill of possessing such a profound level of power? Just imagine, once you become the ultimate Douluo, you will be able to wield such immense strength all on your own. Moreover, you could even forge a divine position for yourself and ascend to true godhood. These are challenges you must inevitably confront. Sarada's words ignited a fervor within Luo Bo once more. Indeed, deep down, Luo Bo had subconsciously classified himself as one destined to become a deity in the future. Was pretending to evade this reality of any use? No, no, no. This should not be the demeanor of someone who is destined to become a god, or even a god king. I have come to a realization. I will embrace this power and accept these responsibilities. He stated calmly. All right, we should head back. Sarada stepped forward, placing her right hand on Luo Bo's shoulder. Buddy, you have grown. With a resonating echo, the two transformed into energy forms, traversing dimensions to return to the Shrek Golden Ancient Tree Square. Upon their return, a multitude of people surrounded Luo Bo, eager to witness his seventh spirit ring. He promptly showcased his Thunder Spirit Pearl's seventh spirit ring. Indeed, it was a red spirit ring of 100,000 years. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. So we can really absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring at the seventh ring. Luo Bo replied nonchalantly that is due to the enhancement provided by our equipment. The T4 level gear significantly boosts our physical attributes, far surpassing an ordinary soul sage. Absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring is certainly not a challenge. The other observing strong fighters nodded in agreement. However, Sarada felt that Luo Bo had missed the point, so she elaborated for everyone. All right, let me clarify. In fact, I have raised many powerful exotic beasts brought from other worlds. Now that my dimension is connected to the Douluo Great Dimension, they are categorized as spirit beasts according to Douluo continent's rules. Among them, there are several 100,000-year spirit beasts that I intend to offer to the young generation of soul masters among you who are about to reach the soul sage level. Moreover, it will be done through a sacrificial method, so you need not worry about whether your bodies can bear it. Chapter 136. Lily, you look stunning today. Wu appeared quite puzzled and furrowed her brow at Sarada's. How exactly do you manage to persuade them to willingly sacrifice themselves? I possess a special method that allows them to retain their intelligence after the sacrifice. To put it simply, it transforms them into intelligent spirit rings. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in unison, intelligent spirit rings? Indeed, this concept is quite novel, Sarada affirmed. A spirit ring that retains intelligence? Who are you trying to fool? Wu retorted angrily. Sarada interrupted her. Do not be skeptical. Do you not believe it? Then what I am about to show you will surely astound you. Come, Luo Bo, display your other two martial spirits. The semi-joking, yet commanding tone left Luo Bo speechless. Sarada, how can you be so adorable? You are the former ruler of the old days. You are the illustrious demon of 1,000 souls. Nevertheless, Luo Bo complied. Activate the moving flame spirit pearl. A large orb adorned with fiery patterns appeared in Luo Bo's hand, pulsating with intense flames. Subsequently, 7 extraordinarily vivid orange-golden spirit rings arranged themselves around the moving flame spirit pearl. What on earth is this? Sarada interjected. These are the orange-golden ferocious beast spirit rings. Seizing the opportunity, she explained what ferocious beasts are, how spirit beasts become ferocious beasts, why the spirit rings of ferocious beasts are orange-golden, and how she managed to acquire so many orange-golden spirit rings for Luo Bo, leaving everyone present completely bewildered. Among those most shocked was the renowned Master Yugang, who pried for details, much to Sarada's annoyance. After Sarada finally extricated herself from the barrage of questions, Luo Bo found himself surrounded again. Well, this is truly unsurprising, he mused. Finally, Sarada announced that henceforth, anyone in the anti-demon coalition who breaks through to the 70th level of Soul Sage while donning T4 level equipment may request a 100,000-year spirit ring from her. She then pulled Tang San aside. Tang San, as a dual martial spirit user, would you like to have orange golden spirit rings for your Haotian hammer martial spirit? Oh, can I really? Tang San responded. If you genuinely wish to assist me, I certainly would not refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. Tang San desperately suppressed his inner excitement, feigning indifference. In truth, he was overjoyed. Having 7 orange golden spirit rings would undoubtedly facilitate his Sea God 9 trials journey, perhaps even guaranteeing success. After Tang, San departed with Sarada's, Luo Bo also managed to extricate himself, intending to seek out Lily. Oddly, Lily was not present, nor were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Where could they have gone? Soon, Luo Bo found his answer. He ventured to the room where Lily often secluded herself to study profound knowledge, but was disappointed to find her absent. Unexpectedly, Lily appeared beside Luo Bo, seemingly out of nowhere. Hey, you seem to have changed so much. Your aura feels different. Whoa, are you a ghost? You scared me. Luo Bo gistit. What is the rush to find me? If I am not mistaken, it should be you who is eager to find me, right? Lily smiled playfully now. Show me your 7th spirit ring. Luo Bo simply nodded, summoning his Thunder Spirit Pearl Martial Spirit. The yellow, purple, black, and red 7 spirit rings aligned together. This configuration can still be understood within the context of Douluo continent. After all, everyone has heard of the 100,000-year red spirit ring. As for it appearing on the 7th ring, it could merely suggest that Luo Bo is an exceptional talent with overwhelming luck. However, when Luo Bo unleashed his extraordinary moving flame spirit pearl and the extreme cold spirit pearl, this cannot merely be described as monstrous. Oh my, 7 orange golden spirit rings? Who has ever seen this? Just moments ago, many powerful figures surrounded Luo Bo in the square. It was truly not an exaggeration. Now, even Lily, who was already a super Douluo, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment and take a few steps back. Lily trembled all over. What on earth did that Sarada's do to you? How is this even possible? Nothing impossible. If you also had a 2nd martial spirit, she would undoubtedly provide you with a full set of orange golden spirit rings as well. Ha ha ha. Lily squinted her eyes, observing Luo Bo with a bemused expression. I feel like you're acting like a nouveau riche right now. Are you getting a bit carried away? Luo Bo immediately became aware of his own overexcitement, cleared his throat, and he shifted to a serious demeanor. Only then did he notice Lily's exquisite appearance, as she seemed to have used her martial spirit to simulate a delicate makeup. The elegant makeup paired with a peacock green patterned dress exuded a sense of maturity and grace. Both Lily and Luo Bo had surpassed the age of 19. Luo Bo then took a moment to appreciate her unique attire, and his gaze hurriedly met Lily's sparkling, expectant eyes. In that instant, the Thunder Spirit Pearl suddenly reacted. Purple sparks gently crackled in the air. As their eyes locked, Luo Bo's earlier unease transformed into tranquility. He suddenly realized an astonishing truth. Throughout the more than 7 years he had known Lily, he had hardly taken the time to genuinely admire her beauty. The extreme cold spirit pearl replaced the Thunder Spirit Pearl, causing time within the room to seem to freeze. This moment feels interminable, as if the two have traversed from the wild, untamed expanse of creation to the desolate remnants of the apocalypse. Luo's heartbeat suddenly quickens, mirroring the rhythm of Lily's tone. She has awaited this moment for an unfathomable duration. Today, Luo's reaction compels her to abandon all restraint, unleashing the emotions and impulses she has long buried within the depths of her heart. Thus, the chilling essence of the Lingzhu recedes into being supplanted by the fervent Dongran Lingzhu. The searing fire of youthful passion seems poised to engulf the room, akin to a furnace forging steel. Both individuals feel their bodies heat up, perspiration forming in beads upon their skin. Under the expansion of the Dongran Lingzhu, everything becomes indistinct. Amidst the blazing flames, 2 figures gradually draw closer, melding into one. This is not merely a fusion. It transcends the concept of fusion evolution, which merely seals the original bodies and simulates a new entity from their shared genetic traits. Whether it be Jin or their connection to Luo and Lily is now insignificant. This moment truly belongs to the two of them. As they awaken, the room lies in disarray. Slowly regaining their senses, they hastily attire themselves. We actually spent the night in this study. Did anyone come by? Luo Bo inquires nonchalantly. Lily rubs her still drowsy eyes and responds casually, I don't know. What someone did. Chapter 137, Tang Ses Haotian Hammer, fully orange golden soul rings. The two hastily tidy the study, striving to restore it to its former state, before stealthily slipping away. Last night was simply too. We should have chosen a different location. At the very least, a more comfortable one. Now that the events have passed, there is no room for regret. To their surprise, upon arriving at the Huangjin Gushu Guangchang, they find Tangsan surrounded by onlookers. As expected, Tangsan's Haotian Hammer martial soul boasts 7 conspicuously orange golden soul rings. Although Momo and Lily stand at a distance, they still clearly sense the terrifying weight that the hammer must possess, augmented by the 7 orange golden rings. They also overhear that Tang San's family possesses a unique technique that temporarily detonates soul rings, significantly enhancing the power of the Haoyan hammer. The extent of this enhancement is closely tied to the age and quality of the soul rings. Indeed, Luobo's conjectures were not unfounded. The Tang San of now is incomparable to the Tang San of yesterday. The orange golden soul rings grant him not merely 14 soul skills and formidable attributes, but also an imperial aura of grandeur. Even his previously mastered domain of slaughter pales in comparison to this regal presence. How can a butcher compare to a king? It is impossible. Therefore, what Tang San displays now is the essence of this imperial aura, rather than the domain of slaughter. Haoyan hammer's first soul ring. First soul skill, Brave Strike. A fundamental damage skill, instantaneously executed, delivering a skillful blow with a hammer that inflicts moderate physical damage and minor magical damage. The soul power consumption is minimal, with a brief cooldown period. Haoyan hammer's first soul ring, second soul skill, Brave Throw. A damaging skill, instantaneously executed, conjuring a hammer-shaped energy entity that is thrown at a target, causing minor damage upon impact and leaving a mark for 10 seconds. The presence of this mark will cause the next attack from the Haoyan hammer to inflict additional minor magical damage before removing the mark. Haoyan hammer's second soul ring. First soul skill, Storm Throw. A control skill, instantaneously executed, manifesting a hammer-shaped energy entity that is thrown at a target, causing minor damage and stunning the target for 1 to 4 seconds, depending on their cultivation. Regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they are not a god, they will be controlled for at least 1 second. Haoyan hammer's second soul ring, second soul skill, Shockwave Hammer. An area control skill, instantaneously executed, swinging the Haoyan hammer to unleash a shockwave in a conical area ahead, dealing minor magical damage and applying a 40% slow effect that lasts for 4 seconds. Haoyan hammer's third soul ring, first soul skill, Haoyan Thunderstrike. An area damage soul skill, charging for 1 second before striking heavily downwards, dealing substantial physical damage and knocking back enemies within the area, while also inflicting minor magical damage and a 50% slow effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Haoyan hammer's third soul ring, second soul skill, Haoyan Explosive Spiral. An area control soul skill, instantaneously executed, swinging the Haoyan hammer in a full rotation, dealing damage to enemies within a large radius. The damage radius is approximately 6 meters. Enemies within the inner 3 meters will experience a 50% slow effect lasting 5 seconds, while those within the outer 3 meters will be stunned for 2 seconds upon taking damage. Haoyan hammer's fourth soul ring, first soul skill, Haoyan Fatal Blow. A functional soul skill, instantaneously executed, striking the target's chest with the Haoyan hammer, dealing moderate physical damage and reducing healing effects by 50% for 10 seconds. Haoyan hammer's fourth soul ring, second soul skill, Haoyan Giant Break. An explosive construction soul skill, instantaneously executed, leaping to strike the opponent, shattering their armor and increasing the damage they receive by 30% for 5 seconds. This skill also inflicts moderate physical damage. Haoyan hammer's fifth soul ring. First soul skill, Haoyan Fury. An explosive construction soul skill. Upon activation, each use of Brave Strike increases its critical hit rate by 15%. This effect can stack up to 6 times or until a critical hit occurs. Should a critical hit be achieved while this skill is active, Tang San enters a state of rage, during which all Haoyan hammer soul skills gain a 30% increase in critical hit rate. Haoyan hammer's fifth soul ring. Second soul skill, Haoyan Fearsome Roar. A control soul skill that can only be used in a state of rage, instantaneously executed, inducing fear in all enemies within melee range, causing them to flee uncontrollably, typically away from Tang San, for 2 seconds. Haoyan hammer's sixth soul ring, first soul skill, Haoyan Soul Quelling Roar. A control soul skill that can only be used in a state of rage, instantaneously executed, inflicting minor damage on all enemies within melee range and stunning them for 1 second. Haoyan hammer's sixth soul ring, second soul skill, Haoyan Valiant Charge. A functional soul skill, instantaneously executed, propelling forward in a specified direction and acquiring a shield capable of absorbing substantial damage. The shield lasts for 6 seconds, disappearing regardless of whether it has been broken. Haoyan hammer's seventh soul ring, first soul skill, Haoyan True Form. Instantaneously executed. allowing one to control the Haotian hammer with soul and will. The hammer's attack power increases by 50%, and the user becomes immune to all non-damage negative effects. Haotian Hammer's 7th Soul Ring, 2nd Soul Skill, Will of the Haotian Clan. An explosive construction soul skill. Upon activation, after using Brave Strike twice, the next use will trigger an Haotian explosive spiral without consuming soul power. Each enemy struck by the outer circle of the triggered Haotian explosive spiral reduces the cooldown time of Haotian true form by 1% of the total cooldown time. Tangsan, Odongsan, has ultimately emerged as a formidable paragon. One must ponder, aside from Vo, who could possibly rival his strength. Given time, when this generation of youth matures into titled Douluo, the older generation can indeed retire with peace of mind. The younger generation not only boasts monsters like Luo and Tangsan with their fully orange golden soul rings, but others are equally impressive. After all, Salata Su has promised that every soul master who reaches level 70 and possesses T4 equipment will receive at least one 10,000-year soul ring. This alone surpasses what the older generation can achieve. I sense Tangsan might be getting a bit carried away. Lily remarked seriously, "Look at him. He's been at it for over 10 minutes and still hasn't extricated himself." Lobo, however, remains unfazed. Perhaps he simply revels in the sensation. Before they can pass further judgment, Wu decisively yanks Tangsan away. She was evidently quite displeased to see Tang San surrounded by so many people. The key issue was that the front row of onlookers consisted almost entirely of various beauties. Figures like Xu Binger and Huo Wu were both young women in their 20s, each more enchanting than the last, radiating happiness. Although Wu had already established a relationship with Tang San, she still felt uncomfortable. This sentiment was entirely understandable. Had she not reacted as she did, it would have been foolish of her. Chapter 138. You want me to rescue Qianrenqiue? The crowd's fascination with the orange golden soul ring had not yet waned when Luobua was summoned by Saladas for a task that required his attention. Do you remember that six-winged soul master? Her name is Qianrenqiue. Luobua had no particular impression of her, only knowing that she was a titled Duo transformed into a dark fallen angel after being abducted by the Void Saint Lord. He had once encountered her while merging with Lily during the ruins of Wuhuan City. What has happened to Qianrenqiue? He inquired. Saladas continued, if I am not mistaken. She is on the verge of becoming a limit Douluo. Once she achieves this status, her power will undoubtedly soar, possibly even surpassing that of Kesa. Should the Void Saint Lord elevate her realm further, she would be akin to a first-level deity. And a first-level deity is not something that an ordinary deity can contend with. So, you mean we must prevent her from becoming a first-level deity? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. The reality is as such. Although we now have Song Yingwen, a destined Wishmaster, if we can rescue Qianrenqiue, she would have other paths available to her. Just like your teacher, Dong, who was originally meant to inherit the Roxas God, but had her divine trial interrupted when Wuhuan City was destroyed. Later, when she defeated Gohuan, she received the inheritance of the Comet Goddess. Luobua was taken aback by Saladas' words. He had previously been unaware that both Dong and Song Yingwen were destined to become gods. Saladas, however, always seemed to possess knowledge that others could not fathom. At the same time, Luobua realized a profound truth. As long as one is exceptional, missing one opportunity often leads to another presenting itself. Exceptional individuals are never devoid of chances. When then can I ascend to godhood? Must I truly create my own divine position? With that in mind, when shall we depart? Luobua asked. Go and fetch your girlfriend. We can leave immediately. To be frank, Luobua was genuinely displeased with Saladas referring to Lily in such a manner. Your girlfriend? He thought it an absurd label. This was not the first time Saladas had addressed her this way. Feeling uncomfortable, yet knowing he had to proceed, Luobua managed to coax Lily out for some fresh air. In truth, this was a perilous mission. The two of them, leaving the sanctuary of the Golden Ancient Tree to undertake this task, were easily susceptible to surveillance by the Void Saint Lord. Should an ancient ruler appear unexpectedly, the situation could become dire. Furthermore, Saladas had not informed the other members of the Anti-Demon Alliance of the situation and requested that Luobua and Lily remain silent. She understood that if the details of this operation were revealed, the Alliance would either refuse to comply or insist on sending a multitude of powerful allies to accompany them. The former would be more manageable, as refraining from executing the mission would avoid alarming the enemy. However, the latter would inevitably stir the enemy, making it much more challenging to capture Qianrenqiue, the very target of their mission. Thus, after careful consideration, Saladas decided to take only Luobua and Lily with her. As the portal to the void opened, the trio stepped through, and the door closed behind them, leaving no trace. Is this passageway also considered a dimension? Luabo inquired. Saladas casually touched a singularity on the wall of the passage. It could be considered so. However, it is somewhat inaccurate to label it merely as a passage. I prefer to refer to it as the Hall of Portals. As she spoke, Saladas shared a portion of her mental energy with Luabo and Lily, continuing, Do you see? Each singularity on these walls is a portal. This one connects to Wuhuan City, while the adjacent portals lead to Do City, Gengxin City, and Shihua City. Turning to another wall, she pointed out, this one leads to Xinglua City, and that one goes to Suodo City. Luabo marveled, is it truly so wondrous? Can we not travel wherever we wish? To some extent, yes, Saladas replied with a smile. Many mortals from the world we have invaded refer to me as the demon of 1,000 souls. However, I am more adept at spatial magic. With that, she opened the portal to Wuhuan City and stepped through, with Luabo and Lily following closely behind, once again treading upon the ruins of Wuhuan City. The scene before them was identical to their previous visit, with little change. Low-level Twilight followers and the ever-present Twilight Veil still roamed the area. Is Qianren Xue truly still here? Without doubt, Saladas responded, even though she has been subjected to the mental distortions of the Void Saint Lord. Her subconscious still recognizes this place as her home. Here lies her grandfather, the only one who has ever cherished her. Luabo was perplexed. Logically, Senior Qian Daolu had perished alongside Kaisin. If she still remembered her grandfather, how could she willingly serve the Void Saint Lord? This is the enigma of mental distortion. Perhaps, in her perception, she believes you are the one who killed Qian Daolu, Saladas remarked with a smile. Lily, however, was skeptical and somewhat angered. Is this how you ancient rulers toy with hearts? You are all truly deranged. Suit yourself, young lady. Once you experience this sentiment, you may re-evaluate us. But for now, you lack the qualification to judge, Saladas retorted, her demeanor shifting as she engaged Lily in conversation. It was indeed peculiar for such an ancient being as Saladas, the demon of 1,000 souls, to bicker with a girl. Luabo found himself at a loss. Did Lily not realize that her hostility stemmed from her understanding of Saladas's intentions? Her emotions had spiraled out of control, leading her to confront the ancient ruler. Simultaneously, Lily was baffled. How could Saladas, a being who had lived for countless millennia, exhibit the emotional naivety of a love-struck girl? In truth, even Saladas herself was unaware of why she had developed feelings for Luabo, despite knowing that he and Lily had already become irrevocably entwined. She longed to experience such emotions. Yet, her cursed form rendered her incapable of doing so. Was she truly destined to hope for a fateful reunion in a future life? No, Saladas could not wait. She yearned for the day when, after vanquishing the Void Saint Lord, she could free herself from the curse and become a normal woman, a true mortal. All right, I have sensed Qianren Xue's precise location. We must not delay. Let us hurry and catch her off guard, Saladas declared, enveloping Luabo and Lily within the shadow veil as they proceeded forward. Chapter 139. The poor Qianren Xue? The terrifying Qianren Xue. They advanced slowly to ensure they would not be detected. Should they be discovered prematurely, they could face an assault from the entire city of Twilight followers and Twilight Soul Masters. Although their strength could easily handle Twilight Soul Masters below the titled Douluo level, Qianren Xue would undoubtedly sense their presence, jeopardizing the entire plan. Be cautious. Keep your movements minimal, or the shadow veil will lose its effectiveness, Saladas warned. Luabo and Lily were already being careful, yet they were still reprimanded for their excessive movements. In truth, it was indeed the case. As individuals who have experienced the pinnacle of power at a young age, they have become accustomed to grand, exhilarating combat styles, making it challenging for them to restrain themselves. Passing through the rubble-strewn square, they began their ascent of the half-destroyed Papal Hall. After all, Wuhuan City was their home for many years, particularly for Luabo. Since the age of 6, he had lived and trained in Wuhuan City, and every time he gazed upon the magnificent Papal Hall, he felt a unique affection for it. Even after departing for Shrek Academy in Do City, he frequently reminisced about the days spent growing under the protection of the Papal Hall. Following the Soul Master competition, he returned to Wuhuan City. Over the past 5 years, he transformed from a somewhat naive youth into a passionate and resolute young man. Until the destruction of Wuhuan City, he had spent a total of 11 years growing here. Observing the crumbling ruins, memories flooded back. The once mighty Wuhuan Hall organization had vanished, much like the now ruined Wuhuan City itself. The cloak of shadows provided them ample protection. Sometimes, even when brushing past wandering twilight believers, they remained undetected, as if they did not exist in this realm. Finally, as they traversed the ruins, they drew closer to Qian Rengshu. Indeed, Qian Rengshu was located in that temple, pitiful and lost in endless sorrow. She had lost her father at a young age, and Bibi Dong scarcely regarded her as a daughter, treating her with extreme harshness. Others in Wuhuan Hall kept their distance due to her unique status, leaving her without any peers. At the age of 10, she matured beyond her years, infiltrating the Dou Empire under the guise of the prince, Xue Qinghe, sacrificing her identity for the ambitions of the Wuhuan Hall. Each day was spent amidst palace intrigues and deceptions. How cruel this was for a girl. Yet later, even her only semblance of a family member, her grandfather, departed from her life. She never even had the chance to bid him farewell. When she relinquished her disguise in the Dou Empire and rushed back to Wuhuan City, she found it in ruins, and her grandfather, Qian Douluo, had long since perished, leaving nothing behind. She wept for 3 nights, unaware that she was surrounded by twilight believers. Rather than Qian Rengshu's mind being twisted by the Void Saint, it was her own descent into an endless nightmare that ensnared her. Bearing boundless sorrow, anger, and thorns, she approached. As a 6-winged void messenger, Qian Rengshu possessed an enchanting visage and a devilish figure. Her alluring appearance, coupled with her cold, emaciated demeanor, evoked profound sympathy. Now, she emanated the essence of entropy and annihilation. She noticed their presence. Luobo communicated with Saladas using his spiritual energy. No, she did not see us, otherwise her expression would not be so. She must have some urgent matter to attend to. Quickly, let's move aside. We are in her path. Thus, the 3 shifted collectively to the right within the shadowy veil, avoiding the lifeless Qian Rengshu. Luobo finally exhaled, feeling awkward for his unfounded worries. Indeed, Qian Rengshu was merely a super daw, her overall strength inferior to Salada's. How could she possibly detect them, while Salada's maintained the shadowy veil with all her might? Luobo then inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We shall wait in her chamber until she returns and then capture her." However, Luobo found this approach somewhat dubious. As long as Qian Rengshu wished, she could break through the walls and escape at any moment, unless they seized her before she realized it, rendering her incapable of resistance. Yet, before Luobo could voice his doubts, Saladas continued to explain, "It is quite straightforward. You and Lily will first merge and evolve. Then, once she returns to her room, I will use the Verdant Jewel to simultaneously transport both of you to a realm known as the Verdant Wilderness, where you must incapacitate her. Meanwhile, I will activate the dimensional passage with the Verdant Jewel and return to Shrek City. Once you achieve victory, I will promptly release you." Now it made sense. In Luobo's recollection, Saladas never undertook ventures without assurance. If she did not have a foolproof plan, she would never risk bringing Luobo and Lily out for a mission. Let's move quickly. Events unfolded as planned, and indeed, it was not long before Qian Rengshu returned to her chamber, only to be inexplicably thrown into a realm teeming with primal forests. Awaiting her, there was a tall youth named Luo Xiao. Under the influence of manipulation, Qian Rengshu's attention was not captivated by Luo Xiao's ethereal beauty. On the contrary, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to kill him and whether her strength was sufficient for the task. Notably, Luo Xiao's martial soul was no longer the Thundercold Crystal, but rather the Frost Flame Crystal, a product of Luobo's fusion evolution with Lily's martial soul. Although both were extreme Douluos with equivalent soul power, the strengths of Frost Flame Luo Xiao and Thundercold Luo Xiao were incomparable. Presently, Frost Flame Luo Xiao possessed 7 orange-golden soul rings, an 8th black, and a 9th red. This was not an existence that an ordinary extreme Douluo could contend against. Below the divine level, he was indeed invincible. The soul skills from Luo Xiao's first 7 soul rings were all based on Luobo's Moving Flame Jewel's foundational skills, albeit endowed with Ice's slowing effects. Qian Rengshu did not display any fear. Luo Xiao also questioned whether a person manipulated by the Void Saint could truly feel fear. However, Qian Rengshu's lack of fear was not due to her mind's manipulation. It stemmed from her genuine strength. Dark as night, flowing entropy energy enveloped her entirely, with 9 soul rings, black, red, and orange-golden, arrayed around her form. This was not how Qian Rengshu appeared during their last encounter. Could it be that the soul rings she possessed could be upgraded over time? There was no room for such thoughts now. Luo Xiao was facing a true powerhouse. Chapter 140. Please call me Frost Flame God. Qian Rengshu soared into the sky first, as the dense vegetation in the primal forest would undoubtedly hinder her performance. Her dark purple entropy wings fluttered rhythmically, granting her stability. Then she began to gather energy, preparing to strike the ascending Luo Xiao. However, Luo Xiao was merely feigning vulnerability, not intending to serve as a target in midair. After all, Qian Rengshu's intellect was singular, while Luo, speaking, he tilted his head back to take a sip of water, then leaned down to kiss Yuanro. Taking a deep breath, Song Zheng stepped out of the courtyard. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of dry yellow leaves rustling beneath his feet. Brother One, you have returned. As soon as he entered the house, Wu Yuling greeted him with a smile. The sword formation spanned dozens of layers, with varying numbers of swords on each layer, relentlessly bombarding the protective mountain formation. The people surrounding him remained indifferent, with some even inching closer, all eyes on Feng Dequan. At a single command from Feng Dequan, they would swarm and tear him apart. Dongzi, is Bao Go all right? A monk approached, concern etched on his face as he looked at Zhang Yadong. You should head inside. Grasping Lin Xinyao's arm, Dan Xiu forcibly pulled her into the conference room. Uncle Zhang, this time a power has gone out. I did not intend to create such an awkward situation for Zhang Yadong, and, as I tried to explain, I was abruptly interrupted by Li Chenggang. From the moment Xiao Luo laid eyes on the enemy of such stature, she understood that without unleashing the ice whirlwind, victory was utterly unattainable. Indeed, even with the ice whirlwind, defeat might still be inevitable. Fox Jian, unwilling to accept failure, followed Zhou Chao out, unleashing a barrage of fire from his laser gun. Although most merely clicked to follow casually, Ninshu's photos on Weibo garnered thousands of shares, rivaling many popular celebrities, thus attesting to the authenticity of his follower count. Zhao Kahan and those known as the thespians within the circle exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Fang Shi bound the rabbit with a grass rope, lifting in hand while leading several dogs deeper into the wilderness. Fu Cici's number still lingered on adult websites. Even though the intervention of the Fu family forced several of those sites to shut down, the repercussions on Fu Cici remained palpable. After descending the steps, Chen Che realized his actions were unnecessary. Lin Jiuer and Shui Daxiang had already become entangled, and Lin Jiuer had not suffered, as it was she who first employed the Xianbao, not Shui Daxiang. But what if that object displayed no fluctuations whatsoever, or if an intricate magic concealed its extraordinary nature? I merely intended to impart a lesson, allowing you to grasp the truth that harming others ultimately leads to self-harm. Xu Yao's expression bore no trace of guilt. Rather, she appeared exceptionally self-righteous. Mu Ying's attire transformed to a grimy gray, her hair resembling dry grass, coated in dust. Upon coughing, 3 wisps of white smoke erupted from her mouth and nose. Hearing this, Huara remarked, "That's not true. Brother is currently too preoccupied to concern himself with me." A hint of melancholy graced Huara's face. The incessant chatter emanated from someone clearly lacking in capability. It seemed they had yet to subdue anyone of consequence. Chen Che pointed at the scarred face, grinning as he inquired. Furthermore, this individual sported a thick mane, particularly below the nose where the beard obscured much of his wrinkled visage, extending down to his abdomen. Gazing at the iron-coated pupa before him, Anlan felt a surge of joy, subsequently shifting his attention to the other 5. It turned out that Su Feng had been discreetly inscribing the formation with his foot as he walked, completing 70% of it. As a newcomer, I intended to present a substantial gift to the Prime Minister, earnestly requesting his consent. Zhao Yun, anxious and unable to interject, seized an opportunity to hastily seek a mission. While it was somewhat secure, it was far less perilous than remaining by the Prime Minister's side. Chapter 141. There are no incurable wounds. However, in the next moment, Luo Zai realized that he had struck too hard. Could he truly have vaporized Qian Rushue? The 10-second cycle of the explosive state was certainly sufficient to annihilate any foe beneath the limits of a Douluo. He couldn't help but silently regret his actions and swiftly flew forward. Once all the smoke and fire dissipated, Luo Zai observed that the void entropy energy surrounding Qian Rushue appeared exceedingly unstable, as if on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, the terrifying eruption had not inflicted fatal harm upon her. The void entropy energy pulsated violently, becoming increasingly unstable. Should it explode, it would spell doom for Qian Rushue. At this moment, Saladas had returned beneath the golden ancient tree, placing the emerald wild pearl securely. You may emerge now. Qian Rushue's condition is exceedingly perilous. Only under the nurturing of the golden ancient tree can it be alleviated. Upon hearing Salada's calling from the outer realm, Luo Zai dared not delay, promptly connecting to the outside world and carrying Qian Ruxue out. He could distinctly sense through touch that her physical condition was dire, and any further delay could lead to her demise. Finally, as the radiance of the golden ancient tree enveloped the fallen super Douluo, all instability factors instantaneously vanished. The gentle golden light cocooned her entirely, akin to a loving mother soothing her child. All tainted energies, all void entropy, and all chaotic annihilation forces were purged in that moment. The golden ancient tree, akin to an ocean, eternally maintained its purest essence, capable of washing away all decay. With such a miraculous entity in place, how could the Douluo continent ever fall? The Void Sovereign, after devouring several weaker realms, recklessly extended its greedy claws toward the Douluo continent, intending to utilize it as a foundation for creating the Void Divine Circle. However, it overlooked the power of the golden ancient tree, the spirit of Douluo, and the essence of Shrek. An individual may possess minuscule strength. Even a titled Douluo cannot contend with an ancient dominator. Yet a collective, a group fortified by the spirit of Shrek, will never submit to any malevolent force. Qian Rushue's eyes reflected a blankness, as if awakening from a profound dream. However, this dream was far from pleasant. Within it, she not only battled her sorrow, but also struggled against the will of the Void Sovereign. Mother, can you hold me, please? The 3-year-old Qian Ruxue trembled as she spoke in her still childlike voice, pleading for just a single embrace. The youthful Bibi Dong merely cast a disdainful glance her way before turning to leave, declaring, "I am busy. Do not bother me," dressed impeccably by her servants. The 5-year-old Qian Ruxue bounced outside, encountering a group of peers, stirring within her a peculiar thought. However, as she approached to greet them, her companions recoiled as if from a plague. "Quickly, everyone! My father says I cannot play with children who seem wealthy. If we provoke them, we will suffer." Qian Ruxue knelt helplessly on the ground, feeling utterly loathed. At 6 years old, Qian Ruxue awakened her first 20 levels of soul power, becoming a 6-winged spirit master. Numerous elders rushed to impart nonsensical words to her, some even gifting her peculiar items. This abrupt transformation left her bewildered. Even her grandfather Qian Douluo, who previously offered her only slight attention, now regarded her as a treasure, cradling her in his hands. All of this forced her to mature prematurely. Under her grandfather's tutelage, she learned much about the Spirit Hall, the 6-Winged Clan, the 2 great empires, and the long-term plans of the Qian family and the Spirit Hall. By 10 years old, Qian Ruxue had become extraordinarily intelligent, daring to undertake what others would never even contemplate. She disguised herself as a boy, infiltrated the royal family of the Dou Empire, assassinated the crown prince Xue Qinghe, and assumed his identity. During her days as Xue Qinghe, she faced the treacheries of the palace while gradually solidifying her position. For the grand cause of the Spirit Hall, such challenges were trivial. Yet, she never anticipated that the Spirit City and her grandfather would be reduced to ruins in an instant. Thus, Qian Rushue's world shattered like a broken glass bottle, irreparably fragmented. She understood that no matter her actions, she could never restore her grandfather. In the face of the last hope in her life slipping away, even a top-tier spirit like the 6-Winged Master could not salvage her increasingly lost soul. Consequently, after kneeling in the ruins of the Spirit City and weeping for 3 nights, the Void Sovereign effortlessly abducted her, transporting her to the Void Realm and twisting her into her current form. The golden ancient tree continued to envelop her body with warmth, meticulously eliminating every trace of void entropy energy within her. Soon, the news of Salata's, Luo Bo, and Lily rescuing Qian Ruxue spread throughout the entire Shrek City. The powerful, particularly Bibi Dong, rushed to the scene at once. "Qian Ruxue? Is it truly her? You have brought her back?" Bibi Dong was the first to speak, questioning whether there was still hope for her. Salata's did not rush to answer, instead focusing on the body of Qian Ruxue, which was on the verge of complete purification. She understood that Qian Ruxue possessed boundless potential, far surpassing that of Song Yingwen. Despite Song Yingwen's exceptional gifts, which had even earned her the divine examination of the god of creation, this did not alter the fact that her offensive capabilities were lacking. What truly instilled fear in all shadows and impurities was a 6-winged messenger, capable of sweeping across realms and purging all evil. Armed with a holy sword and clad in divine armor, They charged into battle, annihilating the demons. Suddenly, Saladas perceived a subtle sound, one that blended purity with gentleness, and gentleness with sharpness. It exuded an air of undeniable pride, embodying justice itself. Could it be? In Qian Rinxue's spiritual realm, a soft voice echoed, "Child, they are all illusions. You must awaken." This soothing voice bore a striking resemblance to the long-sacrificed Qian Douluo. The phantoms surrounding Qian Rinxue dissipated in an instant, and she gazed at the light entering her spiritual world as if awakening from a deep slumber. "Grandfather? Is that you, grandfather?" The light responded, "No, I am not your grandfather, but you may regard me as such." "No, you are deceiving me. You are indeed my grandfather. How could someone so powerful possibly die?" "As you wish," the light replied with a calm smile, then transformed into human form. Qian Rinxue was initially stunned, but then joyfully wept as she leaped forward, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you have tricked me again." Overwhelmed with joy, Qian Rinxue seemed far from the 30-year-old woman she was and instead appeared as a child. "Grandfather, I knew you were still here." Qian Douluo's ethereal form gently caressed her forehead, calming her breath. This scene felt as if it were destined to be eternally frozen in time. Chapter 142. There is no descent that cannot end in their embrace. Everything around them rapidly transformed before ultimately settling at a specific temporal node. This scene resembled the Elder Hall of Wuhuan City before its destruction. Indeed, this moment represented the original fate of Qian Rinxue. Had it not been for that great calamity, her life trajectory would have unfolded in this manner. Standing quietly at the center of the Elder Hall, facing the immense statue of the six-winged messenger, Qian Rinxue was enveloped in a golden radiance. Unlike when she first arrived, she was no longer merely a worshipper before the divine statue. She had become the very core of the hall, akin to the statue itself. "Are you prepared?" A calm, aged voice resonated. Qian Rinxue slowly raised her head, her eyes now entirely golden, radiating an aura of holiness. "Yes, I am ready." Her voice, devoid of previous emotions, sounded cold and detached, almost inhuman. Another figure gradually emerged from behind the divine statue, tall, grand, and with a voice that became clearer as he appeared. "My existence is to await this moment. Even if I had not perished in that great calamity, my life would still reach its conclusion today." Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated Qian Douluo's back, enveloping him in a sphere of golden light, with 9 soul rings arranged neatly around him. Concurrently, 3 pairs of pristine wings appeared, his ultimate martial soul, the six-winged messenger. Aside from the wings, Qian Douluo's entire form was shrouded in gold. It seemed to lack something compared to Qian Rinxue's own golden hue. However, once his martial soul was unleashed, he replaced Qian Rinxue and the divine statue, becoming the heart of the Elder Hall. A diamond-shaped golden gem emerged on his forehead. Without any apparent effort, he found himself before the divine statue. A peculiar golden beam shooting from the gem to illuminate the statue's brow. Instantly, a golden vortex appeared at the statue's brow, causing it to tremble slightly. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue, with her entirely golden eyes, expressed mild astonishment. Clearly, this was a sight she had never encountered before. "Child, come with me," Qian Douluo beckoned, then abruptly accelerated, propelling himself towards the grand divine statue. Qian Rinxue did not summon her martial soul, yet her body floated effortlessly, following closely behind Qian Douluo as they surged towards the statue. An uncanny scene unfolded when Qian Douluo collided with the enormous divine statue. There was no violent impact, but rather a sensation akin to penetrating a layer of rippling water. In a flash of light, he vanished. Qian Rinxue followed suit, merging into the statue. The vortex at the statue's brow gradually faded, the ethereal sensation dissipated, and amidst the flickering light, tranquility returned. However, both Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue vanished within the converging golden light. Surrounded by a sea of gold, Qian Rinxue discovered herself in a peculiar world, enveloped in a boundless warmth. Everything around her appeared unreal, as shimmering golden ripples flickered as if she had traversed a tunnel formed of ethereal light. Qian Douluo led her forward, and it felt as if a century had passed before the scenery suddenly clarified, reality returning. To her astonishment, Qian Rinxue found herself and her grandfather within a grand hall, where she immediately sensed its strangeness. The surroundings were a limitless night sky, speckled with countless stars, while the hall appeared to float amidst this celestial expanse. The hall was hexagonal, supported by 6 colossal golden pillars, devoid of walls, with the surrounding space being an abyss. Intricate patterns, resembling feathers, adorned the pillars, exuding an air of complexity and beauty. At the center stood a 3-meter-tall statue of the messenger, identical in design to the one in the Elder Hall, yet far more imposing. This statue, however, was not golden but a dull gray, with a similarly gray long sword embedded in the ground before it. Its 6 wings were spread wide, lifelike. "Grandfather, where are we? In this extraordinary world?" A hint of vitality finally returned to Qian Rinchue's voice. Qian Douluo's ethereal visage bore a peculiar smile. "This is the true temple of the messenger, the place of divine inheritance. Child, come here." He gestured for Qian Rinchue to approach. Under Qian Oliu's guidance, she stepped forward to stand before the statue. He grasped her hand, observing the diamond-shaped golden gem that had also appeared on her forehead. "Originally, you needed to undergo the complete divine trial to become the god of the messenger. However, since the destruction of the Wuhuan Hall, your divine trial was interrupted, falling instead into the hands of another. This is the choice of the divine. We cannot alter it. Yet, do you understand? The true messenger is one who blossoms the brightest light from the depths of darkness. Only the lone star in the dark is worthy of being called a messenger. But I have even plunged into darkness, committing numerous sins under its will. Am I truly deserving of being a messenger? Am I still worthy of becoming the god of the messenger?" Qian Rinchue spoke sorrowfully. Qian Oliu's ethereal form merely smiled gently. "Child, you ponder too much. Dedicating oneself to darkness was never your intention. There is no wound that cannot be healed, no descent that cannot come to an end. Light emerges from darkness, and darkness gives rise to light. It is precisely because you have once immersed yourself in the shadows that you are the progeny of light and shadow. You are indeed the chosen one. Remember, as long as you never forsake yourself, no one can usurp your rightful place." That Song Yingwen, no matter her talents or the temporary nature of her divine trial, will forever remain merely your backup. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue's spirit was instantly invigorated. "What is rightfully yours will ultimately return to you. Go forth, my granddaughter. Rise, child of light and shadow. What must I do? With your blood." Qian Douluo pointed toward the dimly lit hilt of the sword before the divine statue, which bore a round, transparent gemstone. Qian Rinchue took a deep breath, aware that the moment of truth had finally arrived. She slowly lifted her right hand and placed it over the gemstone, suddenly brushing her thumbnail across her middle finger. At that instant, a stream of uniquely colored blood was forcefully expelled from her lacerated finger, staining the gemstone on the hilt. Chapter 143. Child of Light and Shadow, Qian Rinchue. The hue of Qian Rinchue's blood was quite peculiar. It was not the typical crimson of ordinary blood, but rather a faint pink intermingled with a delicate gold, carrying a hint of fragrance. Suddenly, Qian Rinchue felt a tremor in her right hand as her injured middle finger was drawn irresistibly toward the transparent gemstone. The smooth gemstone, now resembling a vampire thirsting for blood, voraciously absorbed Qian Rinchue's lifeblood. Blood gushed forth from the wound, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. One after another, soul rings began to manifest around Qian Rinchue. With a resounding flourish, 6 enormous wings burst forth from her back, unfurling into the air. As her blood was consumed, her martial spirit was compelled to emerge. Qian Wu's ethereal form stood nearby, anxiously observing the unfolding events. As Qian Rinchue's blood flowed more abundantly, the gemstone on the hilt of the sword began to glow gradually. Initially, the gemstone shimmered with a pink-gold radiance, akin to Qian Rinchue's blood. However, as time passed, the pink hue faded away, transforming into a pure golden glow. The golden light flowed and extended downwards from the gemstone, gradually saturating the extraordinary sword. A sense of weakness began to permeate Qian Rinchue's mind, yet she resolutely maintained her grip, even urging her soul power to hasten the outpouring of her blood. Gradually, she realized her body could no longer move. The feeling of weakness intensified. Yet, the golden light emanating from the sword before her grew increasingly brilliant, its resplendence illuminating the entire divine temple, invigorating the intricate patterns etched upon its walls. A gentle luminescence flowed, as if animated, the pale golden light steadily intensifying. Qian Douluo smiled, his eyes filled with fervent light, murmuring, "I have awaited this moment for far too long. Even if I am no longer alive, Tang Chun, you will always be one step behind me." Although Shui has merely elevated her soul power to the 100th level without attaining the divine position, she is fated to be the child of light and shadow. Tangchun, I wonder how you will perceive this scene? Qian Daolu laboriously lifted his right leg, stepping forward to position himself between the gray divine statue and the sword that was gradually transforming into gold. The fervor in his gaze softened into a gentle warmth as he focused on Qian Rinxue. My child, this is your final trial, as well as my own. No matter the pain you endure, you must succeed. The fate of the Douluo world rests partially upon your shoulders. After your victory, should you encounter a certain Tangchun, ensure you defeat him for your grandfather. He is the rival I have battled my entire life. Grandfather, must you truly leave me? Qian Rinxue managed to call out, a surge of profound unease welling up within her. The serene and calm gaze of Qian Daolu was the source of her anxiety. Qian Daolu smiled gently, saying, foolish child, one must always sacrifice to gain. This is my destined fate. I am content to leave behind this ethereal form to aid you in achieving the 100th level. Do not grieve. You're unable to move now, and it is impossible for you to prevent my departure. Remember my words. You must create your own divine position as the god of light and shadow and join forces with other deities to vanquish the Void Saint King. After the great battle, if you encounter Tangchun, help me defeat him. As he spoke, a resounding explosion erupted, and a brilliant golden flame surged forth from Qian Daolu, illuminating the entire temple in an instant. The previously faint golden patterns upon the temple transformed into intense golden light, with Qian Daolu replacing the divine statue as the focal point of the sanctuary. Grandfather, no! Qian Rinxue cried out desperately, struggling against her bonds. Yet, as Qian Daolu had stated, she was utterly immobile, completely drawn to the gemstone upon the hilt of the sword. Qian Daolu's entire being was engulfed in gold. The flames he ignited did not possess heat, but at that moment, they illuminated the divine hall. Listen, Shui, there is something I have never revealed to you. Your mother's harshness toward you, even her desire to abandon you, was not entirely her fault. It was your existence that spared her life. Your father did not perish at the hands of the Hadalu Tanghao. He was merely gravely injured by him. The one who truly killed your father was your mother. Bibi Dong. What? Qian Rinxue stared blankly at her grandfather, her mind racing to comprehend the revelation amidst the golden flames enveloping him. Qian Daolu sighed, acknowledging the irrevocable past. I know all that has transpired. Bibi Dong is a formidable figure, yet your father's methods to retain her were rather dark. No one anticipated she would strike after enduring for so many years. By then, you had already lost your father. And I did not wish for you to lose your mother as well. Once you ascend to the god of light and shadow, you must consider how to confront her. One thing I must emphasize is that your mother has received the divine trial of the Comet Goddess, an immensely powerful first-level deity. She has let go of many burdens and reconciled with her first love, Master Yugang. However, you are her daughter, and deep within her heart, she will always love you. She kill my father? Qian Rinxue stood there in a daze, even the sensation of weakness dissipating as a potent energy surged within her. Qian Daolu smiled with satisfaction. His purpose in revealing this crucial information to Qian Rinxue was clear. It would divert her focus, preventing her from succumbing to overwhelming sorrow over his impending dissolution. It was only when Qian Daolu's voice grew faint that Qian Rinxue abruptly snapped back to reality. Before her, Qian Daolu's form was gradually consumed by the golden flames. The last sight she beheld was her grandfather's warm, compassionate gaze. Grandfather! Qian Rinxue cried out in anguish, straining against her restraints. Suddenly, her hand was drawn by an inexplicable force, shifting from the gemstone on the hilt to the top of the hilt itself. With a resounding crash, she forcibly withdrew the sword embedded before the divine statue. A 100-level deity without a divine position. This would likely be a first in the annals of Douluo continent's history. With the holy sword in hand, Qian Rinxue was destined to pioneer an unprecedented divine position. The god of light and shadow contrasted against Song Ingwen's god of prayer. Side by side, the two deities would undoubtedly create a magnificent spectacle. Chapter 144. The first level 100 deity, Qian Rinxue. Just as Luo Zai marveled at the transformation of Qian Rinxue's body, she awakened quietly like a blooming ephemerality. The divine pressure emanating from her rendered the inhabitants of the entire Shrek city motionless. Light and shadow intertwined, creating a cycle of existence. When Qian Rinxue, the offspring of light and shadow, revived, Her pure radiance appeared poised to transcend the heavens. This was undoubtedly the aura of a deity. Indeed, although Qian Rinxue lacked a divine position, her soul power had ascended to a level indistinguishable from that of a god. 100 levels. This was indeed a bona fide 100 levels. Can you not perceive the resplendent golden 10th soul ring radiating with immortal lotus blossoms? Can you not witness the seamless fusion of the divine attire of the six-winged family, united as one? This 100 level astonished many present. Is she truly a deity? The legendary, transcendent level 100 deity? The most profound reactions came from those who had already received divine trials, including the sea god, the inheritor of the Shura god, Tang San, the inheritor of the comet goddess, Bibi Dong, and the inheritor of the wishmaker god, Song Yingwen. While others could only discern that the fluctuation of soul power emanating from Qian Rinxue was at level 100. These few could sense that although Qian Rinxue had reached this pinnacle, she did not possess a divine position. As Qian Rinxue's consciousness gradually crystallized, she concealed her divine aura and light, and her first gaze fell upon her mother, Bibi Dong. At this moment, everyone in attendance observed this divine powerhouse with a unique intensity. This tableau stretched on for what felt like an eternity, as if a century had passed. Yet, Qian Rinxue's gaze remained fixed on Bibi Dong. Finally, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Is it true? Bibi Dong understood precisely what Qian Rinxue was inquiring about. She simply replied with a quiet affirmation, indeed. Both were acutely aware of the implications of their exchange, yet the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to the context. This brief question and answer left everyone in a state of confusion. Why? Qian Rinxue pressed on. Bibi Dong seemed reluctant to linger any longer. She turned and linked arms with Yu Gang, preparing to depart, while stating, for that which is most important to me. This exchange only deepened the enigma for the onlookers. What could this possibly mean? However, at that instant when Bibi Dong turned to leave, she transmitted a vision into Qian Rinxue's mind through her mental energy. Immediately, she communicated telepathically, assess after viewing. It pertains to the deeds of your father. With her mental prowess now at the divine level, Qian Rinxue consumed the entire vision in less than a second. She was utterly taken aback. It turned out that her father was such a person. The entire narrative was rife with desire and coercion, filled with persecution and sorrow. Her very existence was born from sin. Had she not ascended to divinity, the revelation of such truths would have surely overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. However, as a being of divine caliber, her capacity for psychological endurance far surpassed that of mortals. Indeed, her grandfather's methods were dark. So this was the reality. Qian Rinxue furiously contemplated what she would have done had she been subjected to such treatment. As a woman, purity is paramount. To lose one's first experience to someone unworthy would cast a profound shadow. Realizing this brought her to a halt in her thoughts. The reason her mother was able to give birth to her without incident was that she had been confined for an entire year. One can only imagine the torment her mother endured during that year. Each day must have felt like an eternity. Her father truly was more beastly than man. Qian Rinxue stood paralyzed, her mind inundated with the memories of that fateful night. At times, she even found herself slipping into a first-person perspective, as if she were Bibi Dong that night. Meanwhile, the crowd remained in the dark regarding the unfolding events. Why had the divine-level Qian Rinxue, upon awakening, exchanged cryptic words with the spider Emperor Douluo before departing? At that moment, Bibi Dong, walking alongside Yu Gang, wore an expression of deep concern. The recent events had evoked memories of her own painful past. The crux of the matter was that Qian Rinxue had returned, and now she had attained divinity. This presented a significant challenge. She would be a constant presence in Bibi Dong's life. Luo Zai quietly slipped away, transforming into Luo Bo and Lily near the dormitory area. It was rare for them to not be the center of attention today. With Qian Rinxue, the level 100 deity present, it was nearly impossible for them to capture the spotlight. Finally, they were relieved from the burden of explaining themselves to everyone. Let Saradas and Qian Rinxue handle that. Oh, by the way, Luo Bo, Lily suddenly interjected, let us seek out Oscar and Ning Rongrong. They should have attempted their fusion evolution by now. Luo Bo inquired with curiosity. Did you encourage them to try fusion evolution? Of course, she replied. They successfully passed the trial of the Qian Kuan Wenqing Valley. So they should have a significant chance of achieving fusion evolution. Ever since Brother Dai and Sister Zhuqing succeeded, I have encouraged Oscar and Sister Rongrong to begin their attempts. Today ought to be the day they can truly succeed. They indeed were not in the crowd in the square earlier. Thus, the two made their way to the kitchen storeroom of the inner courtyard dining hall, where they encountered them. Huh, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong was the first to speak. No need to worry, we are in good condition. We just need a few more attempts. Come on, Oscar. Oscar chimed in, revealing that their progress was already quite advanced. However, Luo Bo felt a tinge of disappointment. So, you haven't succeeded yet, huh? You need to put in more effort. Since Lily and I can succeed, you certainly can too. Oscar scratched his head awkwardly and said, We will, but there are many distractions. For example, the chefs often come in to take food, which can hinder our progress. Stop making excuses, Ning Rongrong pouted and muttered. Honestly, we feel that our comprehension is lacking. So could you offer us some guidance? Lily was already amused by this older sister's antics. Look at you. You truly are clever. Nevertheless, she and Luo Bo had no specific experiences to share with Ning Rongrong. The art of fusion evolution genuinely requires personal insight and practice. If Oscar and Ning Rongrong could fortuitously encounter an epiphany, everything would fall into place. Clearly, they had yet to experience such a stroke of luck. For now, both needed more time to proceed methodically. You may continue your attempts. We shall take our leave. Wishing you a swift success, Lily politely stated, her eyes sparkling with encouragement as she looked up at Luo Bo. Luo Bo immediately understood. Very well, then let us return swiftly. Today has truly been exhausting, and it is time for some well-deserved rest. Chapter 145, The Startling Illusion of Enzoth. The following morning, Sarada summoned Luo Bo and Lily once more, seemingly unable to find anyone else to rely on. I'm truly sorry to trouble you two again, Sarada said with a mischievous smile. Luo Bo had grown accustomed to this. However, he could not refuse, as all the orange gold soul rings were bestowed by her. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, he readily inquired, so who are we saving this time? Or perhaps, who shall we eliminate? Sarada suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. This time, it is significant. Can we maintain a level of seriousness? Consequently, Luo Bo and Lily indeed took on a grave disposition. Speaking plainly makes for easier understanding. Very well, I shall get straight to the point. My brother Enzoth, the third Old One ruler, has been up to some new antics. Sarah Taisai furrowed her brow and continued, stating that the Void Saint had assigned him the task he excelled at, the assimilation of the imaginary plane and the concrete plane. To put it simply, it meant merging the Void plane with the Douluo plane. What shall we do? Luo Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Have they commenced so soon? Can the golden ancient tree not hinder them? Sarah Taisai remained with a furrowed brow and elaborated. The existence of the golden ancient tree can only limit the Void Saint's overall assimilation of the Douluo plane. However, he can utilize Enzo's unique abilities to assimilate various locations of Douluo continent piece by piece, much like mold gradually spreading across the surface of an orange. Even if we manage to defeat the Void Saint in a few years, those assimilated regions will completely vanish with the collapse of the Void plane. In the end, the Douluo continent would be left in a state of utter devastation. The metaphor employed was so vivid that Luo Bo instinctively conjured such an image in his mind. I have witnessed this method before. Long ago, the Void Saint coveted a world with energy levels comparable to those of Douluo continent and harbored the desire to assimilate it. That world lacked powerful beings like Qian Daolu, who would willingly sacrifice themselves to perish alongside their old rulers. However, they possessed a world heart, akin to that of the Golden Ancient Tree. The resistance of that world sheltered under the protection of the world heart for over 20 years before completely severing the connection with the Void plane. Yet, the Void Saint would not allow them to repulse him so easily. He retaliated by tormenting that world in return. It was during this time that the Void Saint instructed Enzo to develop the terrifying illusion technique, gradually assimilating regions not shielded by the world heart. Although the Void Saint ultimately had to abandon that world, he still left its surface in a state of suffering that could not be restored without millennia of recuperation. If we wish to prevent the Douluo world from meeting the same fate, we must take the initiative to penetrate the terrifying illusion and systematically dismantle it. Upon hearing this, Luo Bo's body tensed instantly. All right, shall we depart at once? No, replied Saratasi. You have not even inquired about places such as Gaoling, Chuyun, Huashuangyu, or Kongyulan, yet you are eager to set off? Are you becoming overzealous? Lily stifled a laugh, gently nudging Luo Bo. Thus, someone appeared somewhat awkward, hastily diverting the conversation. He indeed had become rather overzealous. Lily added, You have become inflated. Sarah Taisai cleared her throat and continued, However, This terrifying illusion is exceedingly perilous, demanding high levels of mental strength, willpower, and reaction capabilities. A moment's carelessness could lead to danger. Therefore, I am hesitant to let you recklessly attempt it. What should we do? How dangerous is it? Is it not feasible for Li and me to merge? At present, that might truly be unfeasible. At least one must reach the level of a 100-ranked deity, Sarah Taisai stated, her intentions becoming increasingly apparent. Lily suddenly asked, "You do not intend to send Qianrenxue, do you? What is sending her? We have gone to great lengths to rescue her. Can we not call upon her? Moreover, only she has the capability to navigate in and out of Enzo's terrifying illusion, and she may even find a way to completely dismantle the mechanism behind its creation, preventing them from fabricating such illusions ever again." Luo Bo felt embarrassed, realizing that they were not even needed for this task. "Then why did you summon us?" "I merely wish to inform you of this matter, in case we might need you later on. It would save me from having to explain again." Secondly, all members of the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance gathered at the Golden Ancient Tree Square, witnessing as Sarah Taisai sent Qianrenxue into a portal teeming with chaotic void energy. Of course, Sarah Taisai clarified the situation regarding the terrifying illusion to everyone, although she concealed certain characteristics of the illusion primarily to avoid causing panic. "Remember, Qianrenxue, within the terrifying illusion, regardless of what you witness, do not pay excessive attention. Your focus should be on the hidden planar rifts and the void artifacts. As long as you close the planar rifts and destroy the void artifacts, the terrifying illusion will be completely dismantled." "Understood," Qianrenxue replied coldly. Sarah Taisai continued, "The terrifying illusion you are entering is located in Do City. A significant event that could alter the course of history is occurring within the illusion. This event has not transpired in reality, yet in the terrifying illusion, this timeline has successfully unfolded. You must ensure that this event proceeds smoothly at this temporal juncture within the illusion, adhering to the historical trajectory." Confirming that there were no further instructions from Sarah Taisai, Qianrenxue raised her pure and flawless holy sword and stepped into the portal, successfully entering the Do City terrifying illusion. Initially, Qianrenxue believed that with her divine-level strength and her innate restraint over void creatures, she would navigate through the terrifying illusion effortlessly, akin to slicing through melons. However, the reality was starkly different. Why does this appear to be Do City before the void invasion? Suddenly, Qianrenxue spotted a familiar figure in the palace from afar. Is it not myself? It was merely her form when disguised as the prince of the Do Empire, Shueqinghe. And another person. What is happening here? Just as Qianrenxue was perplexed, Sarah Taisai's voice echoed, "Do not be surprised. This represents an alternative trajectory of history. If the Void Saint had not invaded the Douluo continent, then everything in this illusion would have occurred in reality. Only then did Qianrenxue temper her arrogance, daring not to look further into this matter. This terrifying illusion was indeed too peculiar. Even though she was already a divine-level powerhouse, she had to remain vigilant against the Void Saint's potential tricks. Chapter 146. What you once possessed is my eternal continuity. Thus, Qianrenxue concealed her form using soul power, quietly observing the events unfolding in the Do Royal Palace. Logically, the happenings within the illusion should bear certain clues. Ultimately, these clues would lead to an inevitable conclusion. Indeed, the termination of a normal timeline must herald a new beginning. However, the timeline invaded by the Void was different. Once it approached its end, it would signify the true moment of annihilation. Even time itself would lose its significance, leaving only an endless void. Qianrenxue was momentarily unable to grasp these concepts. She only understood that, as instructed by Sarah Taisai, she must destroy the void artifacts within the illusion and break this illusion. Only then could she save Do City in the real plane. However, she never anticipated that the focal point of this illusion would revolve around her and Tang San. More precisely, it was the version of herself and Tang San from this timeline. Indeed, had there been no void invasion, no calamity from the Spirit Hall, this moment would coincide with Qianrenxue confronting Tang San in the Do Royal Palace. Thus, Qianrenxue continued to watch with great interest, eager to see what would transpire between the version of herself in this timeline and Tang San. Observing closely, this timeline's Tang San was only in the 60s, yet possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, this timeline's Qianrenxue had already attained the soul sage level of strength. Shueqinghe, seeing Tang San silent, continued, "Tang San, if you harbor any resentment over my poisoning of my father, it is of no concern. While I prioritize my interests and my actions, I would never stoop to such levels. I do not fear telling you that my true name is not Xue Qinghe, nor am I the child of Xue Yi. In truth, your father is my father's sworn enemy. I could even overlook such enmity. Can this not prove my sincerity? Qian Ringshu suddenly felt that her counterpart in this timeline was exceedingly foolish, having carelessly revealed her true identity to Tang San. Such an act hardly befitted someone who had endured humiliation and remained hidden in the imperial palace for over a decade. Intrigued by what further foolishness this version of herself might display, Qian Ringshu continued to observe with keen interest. Indeed, Zhuiking's words astonished Tang San, who, filled with confusion, inquired, "You are the son of the former pope of the Wuhuan Temple?" As Tang San pondered, Zhuiking smiled proudly and nodded. "Tang San, I have alleviated all your doubts. Present your second condition. I believe that both my status in the Wuhuan Temple and in the Dou Empire are sufficient to help you fulfill any wish." Tang San took a deep breath, glancing at Douluo, who had returned to his human form, and then at Yang Wudi, who stood like a spear. He began, "My first condition stems from the hatred for Wu, and my second condition concerns my parents. My mother died tragically while saving my father, and my father was ostracized by his family due to the Wuhuan Temple, spending the latter half of his life in sorrow, longing for my mother. If you are willing to avenge this blood feud, it would not be too much to ask for your assistance." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhuiking's expression turned ashen. While he could reluctantly fulfill the first condition, the second was utterly unattainable. To avenge Tang San would necessitate the destruction of the entire Wuhuan Temple, a task beyond her capabilities. Qian Ringshu could not help but chuckle at how foolish her counterpart appeared. How naive could she be? Perhaps she had developed feelings for Tang San. However, had she not also harbored similar feelings in the normal timeline? Much of that affection had indeed stemmed from his prowess. Now, however, she had reached a divine level, albeit lacking an established divine position that required her to create one herself. Nevertheless, she could easily overpower Tang San, who was merely a soul saint at present. Unbeknownst to Qian Ringshu, Tang San was simultaneously undertaking the divine tests of the Sea God and the Sure God. "Are you toying with me?" Zhuiking clenched her fists instinctively. Tang San replied coolly, "I am merely stating the facts, but alas, you cannot achieve it. Your Highness, you are indeed exceptionally intelligent, yet utterly hopeless. Do you think everyone below you prioritizes self-interest as you do? Be it for my parents or for Wu, I shall never compromise with you. The Wuhuan Temple shall be my lifelong enemy. As long as I, Tang San, draw breath, I shall not rest until I personally annihilate the Wuhuan Temple. You are foolishly deluded if you think I would ever surrender." As Tang San spat those words with a fierce expression, both the Qian Ringshu witnessing this illusion and the version of Qian Ringshu masquerading as Zhuiking felt a wave of awe wash over them. What tremendous spirit! What remarkable character! The more resolute Tang San became, the stronger Qian Ringshu's desire to conquer him grew. Yet, the version of Qian Ringshu in this timeline could never relinquish everything related to the Wuhuan Temple to befriend Tang San. In contrast, the divine-level Qian Ringshu of the normal timeline could. Firstly, the Wuhuan Temple had long been eradicated. Secondly, all survivors had gathered in Shrek City to form an anti-demon coalition, united as comrades. Reflecting on this, Qian Ringshu felt compelled to inform her counterpart in this timeline of the absurdity of quarreling over power and profit. Before a formidable adversary like the Void Saint, all mortals were merely ants. The Wuhuan Temple, the Dou Empire, all were rendered meaningless. The so-called national grievances and familial hatreds paled in comparison. Nonetheless, Qian Ringshu resolved to continue watching, curious to uncover what further absurdities might unfold. Suddenly, atop the palace platform, the version of Qian Ringshu in this timeline erupted in fury and began to unleash her martial soul. A brilliant golden light emanated from her, radiating from her forehead and spreading throughout her being. One by one, soul rings appeared around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 in total. Her hair transformed into resplendent golden strands, each shimmering with light. Her garments tore apart, revealing 2 pairs of pure white wings that erupted from her back, allowing her to float gracefully a foot above the ground. Under the intense golden radiance, Qian Ringshu's eyes turned entirely golden, and a colossal, indistinct shadow loomed behind her. Qian Ringshu could not help but scoff at her counterpart's actions. How foolish to reveal her martial soul so easily. Such an act was tantamount to complete exposure. Yet she acknowledged that had she experienced everything in this timeline, she too would have acted similarly. Tang San was indeed a formidable obstacle in her fate. Chapter 147. The Frightening Illusion. Divine Level Tang San. Dark Blue Silvergrass. Be cautious, Qian Rengshu. The voice of Saladas echoed in her mind. Wait a moment. The temporal fluctuations in this illusion may yield considerable variables. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Qian Rengshu merely gathered her soul power symbolically to enter a combat state, feeling quite relaxed. As a divine level powerhouse, what danger could she possibly face? Is this an illusion of Enzoth? Even the true essence of Enzoth is merely equivalent to a limit Douluo. What could he possibly do against me, a divine level entity? On the palace platform, the version of Tang San in this timeline and Qian Rengshu had begun their battle. Soon, this timeline's Qian Rengshu enveloped Tang San within her domain. Qian Rengshu vaguely overheard their conversation. You can sense the gap between us, can't you? Hee, Tang San, this is my domain. I am its sovereign. Once you enter here, even a titled Douluo can only ensure their safe retreat. As for you, with your mere soul emperor cultivation, your fate is entirely in my grasp. To be honest, I truly admire you. If all goes well, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Thus, I am willing to offer you one last opportunity, for I cannot bear to extinguish such talent. Only those like us can truly comprehend the essence of strength. Wouldn't you agree? After hearing this lengthy discourse, Qian Rengshu felt further amusement at her counterpart's naivety. It was clear she had developed feelings for him. What a fool. They were simply not meant to be. Do not waste your breath. I have already provided you with my answer. The outcome remains undecided, so if you truly possess skill, then kill me without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang San's 8 spider lances slightly arched behind him for protection, as his 5th and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously. A blue-golden light coalesced around Tang San's right arm, merging with a 3-meter-long blue-silver tyrant spear. Simultaneously, Tang San's entire being became ethereal, a result of the 6th soul skill's illusory effect, which was of 10,000 years caliber. The 10,000 year soul skill? Let me see how effective it can be within my domain. Had the divine level Qian Rengshu from the normal timeline been in control of her counterpart from this timeline, she would have never underestimated the situation. The disparity brought by a 10,000 year soul ring was immense. As expected of a 10,000 year soul ring, you possess some merit. Even my domain's secondary evolution skill cannot obliterate you. It seems I may need to feel a hint of jealousy. However, this is still insufficient. Qian Rengshu could no longer bear to watch. How could her counterpart in this timeline be so utterly foolish? Not only is there an abundance of meaningless chatter, but one also reveals their soul abilities to the opponent, as if fearing they might lose. Must one expose their vulnerabilities in such an eager attempt to embrace? Moreover, even if she were to extend such an embrace, Tang San would likely disregard her entirely, or at best, treat it as a provocation and continue to fight. The two have been locked in fierce combat for some time, their figures becoming increasingly indistinct. Tang San, farewell. Allow me to personally end your life. This is the final act I can perform for you. Fear not. I shall provide you with a grand burial, and you shall forever remain in my memory. Before you meet your end, let me reveal my true self to you. I believe this will allow you to die without regrets. Qian Rengshu is momentarily taken aback. To what extent must she be foolish in this timeline? Must she truly reveal her true appearance to Tang San? Is she not afraid of exposing herself? Furthermore, the words she spoke sound remarkably like a confession. Indeed, a girl who has suppressed her feelings for so long would find herself utterly defenseless against a brother like Tang San, who possesses both beauty and strength. Calmly tearing off her mask, this version of Qian Rengshu declares, "My true name is Qian Rengshu. Tang San, dying at my hands, you are no longer a fool." Tang San smiles indifferently. Regardless of gender, your identity holds no significance for me. Since you hail from the spirit hall, you can only be my foe. No wonder you impulsively divulged your secrets. Behind your decisiveness lies a hint of hesitation, revealing your femininity. Tang San's old flaw resurfaces. This deeply ingrained masculinity is one of the primary reasons Lily initially detested him. However, the subsequent developments exceed Qian Renshu's expectations. Tang San continues with some provocative remarks, but his tone shifts. Soon, a strange purple light envelopes the scene, effectively dispelling the domain of this timeline's Qian Rengshu, allowing Tang San to seize the opportunity to leap into action with countless dark blue-silver grass vines, adorned with crimson thorns, lunging towards Qian Rengshu. she suddenly finds herself utterly defenseless, truly without the capacity to retaliate. In mere moments, Tang San's dark blue silver grass completely devours this timeline's Qianrenxue. The next second, it feels as if the entire space has been torn apart. This is bad. We are in serious trouble. The phantasm must have undergone a transformation, likely due to the awareness of the divine Qianrenshue's presence. The illusionary Dou city continues to distort, and everything becomes increasingly blurred. Although Qianrenshue is already a level 100 deity, she is astonished to find her mental power severely disrupted. The entire Dou city has sprouted twisted and frenzied dark purple tentacles. Many buildings are tainted with flowing twilight veils, presenting an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Almost every structure has activated a dark golden eye-like rune. The pupils of these eyes fluctuate between dim and pitch black, opening and closing. Regardless of their state, they remain fixated on Qianrenshue. A whole city of dark golden eye runes now watches the divine Qianrenshue intently. Ha ha ha, Qianrenshue, you cannot escape, declares Tang San. No, this is not Tang San. This is not Tang San at all. How could Tang San's eyes emanate such murky and malevolent light? This must be an illusion, a manifestation of the terrifying phantasm. Tang San's eyes are blood red, and the dark blue silver grass in his hands writhes frantically, transforming into countless black strands that rush towards Qianrenshue. Even the level 100 Qianrenshue finds it challenging to evade this attack. It is likely that this imposter Tang San possesses divine strength as well. No, how could this be? Qianrenshue, do not panic. A timely voice of Salada's resonates. In the terrifying phantasm, everything possesses both a real and false aspect. You must discern the genuine from the false, cleansing all that is fake, evil, and ugly, leaving only the true, good, and beautiful. Only then can you break free from the terrifying phantasm. Otherwise, you may find yourself eternally lost in this illusory time and space, subject to an everlasting curse. What? Do not panic? An eternal curse? That is truly an eternal curse. Furthermore, there is a high probability that once they tire of playing with you, they will forcibly implant the core of the ancient overlord into your soul. Thus, you would become the new soul demon, the fifth ancient overlord, unable to escape forever. Qianrenshue now wishes to return and strike Saladas with a sword, shouting, "Are you doing this on purpose? Is this your trap? I apologize. I only just realized their intentions. But you are a level 100 deity. You must have faith in your own strength." Chapter 148. Qianrenshue, true, versus Tang San, false. At this juncture, Qianrenshue has no choice but to engage in battle with this seemingly abnormal Tang San. Logically, this is an illusion generated by her own mindset. She should possess an advantage. Just as when one realizes they are dreaming, they typically awaken. Yet, she cannot comprehend the strength of this Tang San before her. Dark blue silver grass? I wonder if it will be as powerful as the Hao Ian hammer? Are the soul abilities identical to the real Tang San? All these questions are answered when Tang San activates his martial soul. Black, 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 red, 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 orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, brilliant gold. Indeed, 10 soul rings. This indicates that this false Tang San is on par with her as a level 100. Now, Qianrenshue genuinely lacks the confidence to achieve a decisive victory. It seems this will be a protracted battle. At this moment, Saladas' voice resounds, providing a timely reminder. This divine Tang San is, in fact, your inner demon. To conquer him is to eliminate all weaknesses within your soul. By defeating Tang San, you shall gain the ability to create your own divine power of light and shadow. Defeating Tang San. How enticing that sounds, Qianrenshue mused. If I can defeat this Tang San, can I finally let go of my obsessions? Qianrenshue, it was your spirit hall that killed my mother and Wu. You shall repay their debt today. The false Tang San bellows ominously, as the void blue light emanating from the dark blue silver grass hurtles toward her at lightning speed. Qianrenshue summons the light and shadow transformation array, enveloping herself in divine feathers of black and white, perfectly blocking the blue light's assault. Subsequently, the light and shadow transformation array explodes, unleashing countless black and white ethereal light feathers in all directions. While Tang San unleashed his blue light, the encompassing dark blue silver grass had already surged toward Qianrenshue from all 6 directions, akin to a spider's web. Yet, the sudden eruption of the light feathers obliterates all the dark blue silver grass. The energy waves of the divine level tear at the surrounding space with abandon. However, This is merely an illusion. Tearing it apart is inconsequential. Seizing the opportunity, while Tang San has yet to react, Qianrenxue swiftly advances, delivering a fierce cross slash. Horizontal for sacred light and vertical for shadow. The powers of light and shadow intertwine. The child of light and shadow, resonating through the ages. Indeed, this is Qianrenxue's most formidable technique, the ultimate move, the light and shadow cross slash. No matter which aspect of the light and shadow cross slash grazes Tang San, all its energy converges instantaneously into a singularity, then surges violently into Tang San's body, causing immeasurable explosive damage. The false Tang San appears to be gravely wounded. He immediately activates the self-recovery ability of the dark blue silvergrass, encasing himself within a massive sphere woven from countless silvergrass vines. Qianrenxue understands that she must not allow him to complete his recovery. Thus, she presses the advantage, launching another assault, closing in on him and striking with her sword. You are a moment too late. The cries of the Fo Tong San erupted from the Lan Yin Xiao, surging forth as if to transform into a sonic shockwave. This must be a soul bone ability, no doubt. Qianrenxue promptly activated her willpower, nullifying the mental assault. However, by the time her state returned to normal, Tong San had already fully recovered. This formidable battle recovery capability is truly disconcerting. It is imperative to subdue Tong San and execute a swift, decisive strike. Otherwise, he could exhaust her to death. Just imagine, having taken the brunt of Qianrenxue's most powerful attack, he could recover to full strength so rapidly. How astonishing. Truly, the bloodline of the Lan Yin royal family is terrifyingly potent. Moreover, this Fo Tong San possesses not only all the abilities of the real Tong San, but also the enhancement of the Void Saint's power. How many more bizarre techniques he can wield is beyond Qianrenxue's knowledge. Power, above all, is paramount. As long as the aura of the shadow manipulator remains, it can perpetually suppress the adversary. Consequently, Qianrenxue observed that neither Tong San's dark blue-silver domain nor the Killing God domain could exert influence within the enhanced realm of the shadow manipulator. Even if they could, their effect would be exceedingly limited. Indeed, this is the correct approach. By judiciously utilizing the suppressive nature of this domain, regardless of how long Tong San can endure, he will ultimately be vanquished. Thus, in the ensuing phase, Qianrenxue merely engaged Tong San in a dance of swordsmanship and combat techniques, defending and evading whenever he unleashed his lethal moves, resolutely refraining from recklessly expending her strategic soul skills. While Tong San's vitality may be difficult to deplete during their exchanges, Qianrenxue's objective was solely to wear down his soul power. She herself harbored no fear of such depletion, for she possessed the divine armament. Upon transcending to godhood beyond the 100th level, the divine armament had fully integrated, becoming a cohesive whole, bestowing upon her numerous formidable and extraordinary set effects. Among these powerful effects, the one Qianrenxue relied upon most was the battle recovery ability. Whenever she struck a target with her sword of manipulation, she would significantly restore a portion of her soul power. This sensation of fighting to sustain oneself was immensely gratifying, rendering Qianrenxue insatiable. Each time she unexpectedly struck or grazed Tong San's body, she felt a rush of exhilaration akin to avenging a deep grievance, much like savoring a large cup of delightful nectar. The joy was as immense as the swiftness of her strikes. She relished the sight of Tong San's frustration, unable to retaliate against her. Ah, Tong San, even if you are but a counterfeit, what of it? You're still Tong San in essence. You possess Tong San's visage, the Lawning Grass, the How Hammer, and the Killing God domain. Every breath you take is indistinguishable from the true Tong San. Thus, to torment you is tantamount to tormenting the genuine Tong San. As Qianrenxue reveled in her enjoyment, she mused that this so-called terrifying illusion was rather mundane. Although the Fo Tong San also wielded divine prowess, his intellect was woefully inadequate. It was evident that he was being toyed with by Qianrenxue. Nonetheless, this Fo Tong San seemed to realize that he could not remain at her mercy indefinitely, so he promptly activated the blue-silver royal leg bone and swiftly retreated. Unsure of where to flee, Qianrenxue immediately sensed this and spread her wings to pursue. Be cautious, reminded Salah Ta Si timely, indicating that they might be engaging in some trickery. They? Qianrenxue noted the use of the plural pronoun. Could there be others besides Tong San? Didage, quickly assist me, shouted the Fo Tong San, as a Dai Bai suddenly materialized beside him. Of course, this Dai Bai was also a counterfeit crafted by Witha. Though a counterfeit, he was even more lifelike than the original. Most importantly, this faux Dai Bai also possessed divine-level capabilities, albeit of a lower tier than the manipulator god. A 1 versus 2, then? Very well. Qian Renshue activated all her explosive states, including her martial soul's true form. Before the faux Tong San and faux Dai Bai could close in, a flurry of radiant feathers soared far and wide. Chapter 175, Confronting Shadows, Yue Mengqing True versus Void Swarm. If one had to select an optimal order for elimination, it would naturally be to take down the Thunder Beast first, followed by the Insect Mother. The Insect Mother may appear frail, yet she is exceedingly troublesome. Those unaware of the truth often fall victim to this misunderstanding. Not to mention, a single pitworm and mycelium carpet could leave most tidal Douluo in disarray, and it can summon various toxic, explosive insects. Yabuer, do you possess a method that serves both ends? Ye Qingcheng inquired gently, observing Yabuer. Did you not claim to have ties with the Dragon Prince? Yet it seems he does not recognize you, chidedly Long Yue. As most students had their parents come to retrieve them, a remaining group of classmates gathered to take the school bus back to the city. This remark was rather brusque, akin to an elder reprimanding a younger relative. Meanwhile, Song Ziwu discreetly observed Li Rue, noting that Li Rue was engrossed in a patch of clivia by the yard, seemingly oblivious to the elder's scolding. Some even speculated that these armors could not have been crafted by Feng Xing. Otherwise, why would he stand up for these individuals? Yun Dua paused. If that is the case, does it imply that the emperor is on the verge of demise? Does it mean that Mu Rongche will face banishment at best, or at worst, be granted poison by the new emperor? Does it signify that the Yun family will suffer a fate of upheaval? Indeed, as Qin Shang had remarked, all the previous bitterness had dissipated, leaving only a refreshing fruity aroma and sweet taste, entirely unlike wine, even comparable to freshly squeezed juice from the 21st century. Remarkably delightful. Gu Hunan took the dirty clothes that Han Qingqi had discarded and had someone prepare a bowl of ginger tea for him. As for her own physique, Sua had hardly paid attention, being entirely focused on her own stunning appearance, thus neglecting this detail completely. In early summer, the sun shone brightly yet gently, as Gulan Shan sat beneath the shade of a patio umbrella, surrounded by a variety of potted flowers, each meticulously cared for daily, blooming in a riot of colors. When the wind blew, a subtle, comforting fragrance wafted through the air. Fu Xingye, upon receiving the report, sensed the gravity of the situation. He worried that his subordinates might disturb the populace and promptly dispatched Xinghuan to lead the new military guard to maintain order and stabilize public sentiment. Amiba, the events that transpired in this village have lingered too long. The clues we can uncover are exceedingly limited. However, since they buried these bodies, wishing to conceal them, there must be other villages that will suffer as well. Outside, storm clouds gathered, with thunder and lightning flashing, while warm light poured down from the tower's peak. An unusual golden glow cascading upon the people. This river god temple is, in fact, the earthly residence of the river god of the Chuansai River in the western province of Mingzhou. As for the cause of its dilapidation, it is due to the former river god being its master. The scene gradually faded from Xia Chongming's mind, and she suddenly jolted back to reality, shivering slightly. The Purgatory Ray is indeed renowned as a formidable killing formation in the immortal realm. Yet for the immortal emperor by Yufan, he could set up 8 or 10 of them in the blink of an eye. He stepped out of his bedroom, his heart filled with satisfaction, only to discover that Lu Zihan and Zhao Li were absent, leaving only Liao Mingyu in the yard. Chen San lay down, his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky with an expressionless face, as if all troubles had been resolved. The Day family is not located within the city, but rather several miles outside it. The Day family resides at the foot of a mountain, within a grand estate. Qiushuan beheld the magnificent Dijia Manor from a distance. Astonished by its vastness, nearly half of the forest at the foot of the mountain appeared to belong to the De family. Transformed into the ghastly form of a skeletal knight, Chun Mu crashed against an invisible barrier, only to be repelled and struck by several spears. Chapter 149. Let it be. Let it be, turning away without a trace of concern. Observing the radiant feathers of light scattered across the ground, Qian Rushue's lips curled into a delightful arc. She had never experienced such joy as she did at that moment. Regardless of whether the false Tang San and false Dai Mubai chose to evade or not, The light feathers were destined to inflict immeasurable damage upon them. Indeed, what Qian Ruxue excelled at was area of effect attacks. Under the amplification of her martial spirit's true form and divine equipment, any soul skill unleashed with full force would inevitably result in devastating consequences. Moreover, the divine ranks of the False Tang, San, and False Dai, Mubai, paled in comparison to that of the light shadow user. Furthermore, having had her fill of play, it was time for Qian Ruxue to bring this to an end. Summoning the fire dragon array, countless golden fire dragons surged towards the adversary. Each of these golden fire dragons was forged from the divine power within her domain, perfectly complementing one another, accompanied by burning and purifying effects. The great sun divine, 10,000 suns rising, harnessing the might of her domain. Qian Ruxue's form underwent a swift transformation, splitting into countless manifestations of herself suspended in midair, each wielding a sacred sword aloft, with a brilliant golden disk illuminating the earth behind them. All of the appearing Qian Ruxue faced the enemy. As the ground beneath them fractured inch by inch, the entire land slowly descending under the radiance of the crimson sun. Subsequently, each Qian Ruxue as crimson sun erupted almost simultaneously, transforming into colossal golden meteors that plummeted towards the foe. After executing these actions, Qian Ruxue turned gracefully and walked away. The divine user never looked back at the explosion. The False Tang San and False Dai Mubai were utterly unprepared, disintegrating into dust amidst the boundless radiance of the light shadow user. Tang San, from this day forth, you shall never surpass me. If I can defeat a false version of you, I can surely conquer the true you. Although this was merely Qian Ruxue's inner thought, unvoiced, it was nonetheless perceived by Salada's. She felt somewhat helpless. Alas, my dear, he is still ever present in your heart. Upon your return, you two might as well marry on the spot. Oh no, that dance will surely prevent it. With the annihilation of the False Tang, San, and False Dai Mubai, the terrifying illusion completely collapsed. Do City was saved. Regardless of the circumstances, the land of Do City would no longer endure torment. Once complete victory was achieved, the scars of this land would gradually heal. Emerging from the terrifying illusion, Qian Ruxue found the powerful observers who had witnessed the entire battle utterly astonished. This was their first encounter with a clash of divine levels. Even as mere spectators, many titled Douluo could glean glimpses of divine mysteries from this encounter. Such insights would greatly aid their future enlightenment, leading them to become limit Douluo or even ascend to divinity. After all, while cultivation may be easily obtained, enlightenment is a rare treasure. At this moment, Qian Ruxue stood proudly before the gathering of powerful figures, basking in the glory of victory. Yet her gaze continued to search the crowd for Tang San's silhouette. However, before she could conclude her battle and return, Tang San had already departed with Wu. He felt a mix of emotions. Indeed, Tang San felt a sense of loss as he watched the false version of himself being effortlessly defeated by Qian Ruxue. Though he understood that the false Tang San was merely a poor imitation of the Void Saint Lord, could this truly signify nothing? An illusion. Both Qian Ruxue and the false Tang San stood at divine ranks, and in their clash, Qian Ruxue emerged victorious. In reality, however, Tang San was merely a soul sage. Such a disparity was an insurmountable chasm. Was he destined to live in the shadow of Qian Ruxue? Although he had successfully passed the first 2 trials of the Sea Goddess 9 trials, the remaining 7 trials still loomed as a lengthy ordeal. Before he could ascend to the position of Sea God, he undeniably fell short of Qian Ruxue. After all, her cultivation had been vastly elevated by the Void Saint Lord. Did he truly need to undergo a transformation into darkness before emerging into the light? No, what a perilous thought. Tang San shook his head, casting a thoughtful glance at Wu beside him. Wu, perceptive of his turmoil, remarked, "Brother San, do not fret. Let us strive diligently, and we shall attain dual divine positions within 3 years." What is a mere divine rank? Was she pretending to be? Does she look down upon anyone? Naturally, Tang San recognized that Wu's intent was to uplift his spirits, yet the more he heard, the more vexed he became. Qian Ruxue, watch closely, I, Tang San, shall inevitably surpass you. However, in the end, who shall emerge as the stronger one remains uncertain. Thus, before long, Tang San was summoned to the terrifying illusion of the Sunset Forest. Do not worry. The Sunset Forest has not truly been invaded. At least the core area remains secure. I am aware that your parents are hiding there. still a devoted son. Upon hearing that his parents were safe, Tang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. But why was there a terrifying illusion in the sunset forest? Saladas explained, this traces back to my brother Enzo. The terrifying illusions were all created at the behest of the Void Saint Lord. He decides where to construct these illusions, naturally. This fellow is rather amusing. The more he desires something unattainable, the more he fabricates an illusion to pretend he has acquired it. We once invaded a world where a dragon possessed formidable willpower. Enzo used the power of the void to control all its kin, coercing it into submission. Yet that dragon remained unyielding and ultimately managed to escape to another world. In his fury, Enzo created an identical illusion of that dragon to serve as his pet. As for me, he has always shown great interest. Yet I am too apathetic to indulge him outside of work, so he frequently conjures an illusion of me as his toy. However, I can disperse that illusion each time he creates it. Enzo, this perverse individual, wishes to fantasize about me. Saladas? Not a chance. Isn't this a form of self-deception? Tang Xin interjected. Not necessarily. If this terrifying illusion takes root in the real dimension, he may indeed breach the protective barrier of the ice and fire two-element eye, transforming everything within that illusion into reality. At that point, your parents could be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Tang San grew alarmed. You must act swiftly to rescue them. What are you waiting for? Think of a way. Thus, I summoned you. As long as you shatter this terrifying illusion, your parents will naturally be safe. Chapter 150, The Quiet Valley of Orchid Shadows. But will I not encounter divine-level adversaries within the terrifying illusion? Tang San asked, still laden with concerns. Saladas smiled charmingly. Oh, you need not worry about that. It is also a testament to Enzo's folly. When establishing the foundational logic of the terrifying illusion, he set all enemies within it to match the strength of the illusion's breaker. Qian Rushua encountered divine-level foes precisely because she herself is at that level. As for you, your soul power is merely that of a soul sage, with overall strength equivalent to that of a titled Douluo. In the realm of the Jinghan Huanyo, one encounters adversaries of the level of Fenghao Douluo. Although Tang San acknowledges that his strength now aligns with that of an ordinary Fenghao Douluo, he still feels a degree of uncertainty about confronting such foes directly with his soul sage cultivation. He wonders if hidden weapons can be employed within this illusion. Saladas, perceptive of his thoughts, promptly reassures him, stating, of course, take as many hidden weapons as you can. The more means you possess, the greater your chances of success. I have a vague sense that you will face numerous enemies in your Jinghan Huanyo. Consequently, Tang San equipped himself thoroughly, carrying an assortment of hidden weapons. Ever since the divine craftsman Gao agreed to assist him in crafting these weapons, his endeavors have become significantly easier and more efficient. As the Jinghan Huanyo commenced, Tang San immediately found himself within the setting of the sunset forest. Similar to Qianren Shui, the first thing he observed was an image from a specific timeline. Now that you are awake, there is no need for pretense. Are you truly only 13 years old? Your demeanor suggests a seasoned veteran. Remarked the figure of Douluo in the illusion. You are Tang San, correct? Indeed, came the straightforward reply from Tang San. Unwilling to remain passive and vulnerable, he quietly began to gather his soul power. It dawned upon him that the old monster was indeed adept at discerning individuals, even recognizing the facade he had put on. Douluo's eyes shimmered with a green light as he spoke. You have neutralized my granddaughter's third soul skill and subdued her with poison. How did you counteract her serpent venom? Surely mere strong liquor cannot suffice. It is ironic that you, a renowned poison Douluo, do not understand that Xionghuang can counteract serpent venom. When combined with strong liquor, it fully unleashes its properties, augmented by the flames. While your granddaughter's third soul skill is indeed toxic, it is not insurmountable. Suddenly, Douluo erupted into a strange laughter. How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner? Child, are you not afraid of death? How dare you question my poison? Even other Fenghao Douluo would turn pale at the mere mention of my toxins. Tang Sin scoffed dismissively. Your poison? Merely trash. What did you say? Douluo's eyes blazed with fury, and with a mere gesture, Tang San was hurled against the wall with tremendous force. The impact nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. If you dare to flaunt your tongue before me again, even if your poison intrigues me, I shall slay you immediately. You dare call my poison trash? I can bring devastation within 1,000 meters in an instant. To kill you, I need not lift a finger. I can simply let you succumb to poison and perish. No one in this world possesses a more lethal poison than I. Do you wish to hasten your journey to the afterlife? So, I may assist you? Tang San could not help but chuckle at his former self. In their initial meeting, he had insulted the old monster and dismissed his poison as worthless. Such a lack of decorum was truly unbecoming. Youth often breeds folly, and such a title nearly cost him dearly. Nevertheless, he understood that even without engaging in verbal sparring, he remained in peril. Who could truly predict the outcome? Tang San was acutely aware that this was not merely a matter of bravado, but rather a tactic to captivate Douluo's attention and draw him into his conversational sphere. Thus seizing the initiative. Struggling to rise, Tang San gritted his teeth against the pain and stated, "I have no need to compete in verbal sparring with you. It serves no purpose and yields no benefit. Your poison is indeed formidable, yet I maintain that it is still trash. Poison is meant to be used against enemies. Your poison inflicts as much harm upon yourself as it does upon others. Can such a poison not be deemed trash?" Douluo paused momentarily, then waved his hand, igniting a circle of emerald flames around the cavern. What a farce! My poison harms me? At 78 years of age, I have only ever poisoned others. I have never been poisoned myself. Tang San chuckled at his own musings, yet he recognized that Douluo was indeed a formidable figure. Is that truly the case? Let me ask you this. When it does not rain, do you not experience an itching sensation in your sides that intensifies over time? Does it not occur at noon and midnight, each episode lasting over an hour? Furthermore, around the witching hour, do you not feel a stabbing pain in your head and heart, accompanied by body spasms for at least half an hour? You do not need me to describe that excruciating process, do you? Such symptoms would not manifest if you were not poisoned. You are not only poisoned. The venom has infiltrated your very marrow. I'm merely curious as to why you are still alive. The poison you have encountered is beyond the suppression of soul power. How do you know this? Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and instinctively blurted out, "Let me see. Is this the martial soul that harmed my granddaughter?" Witnessing the unfolding scenes, Tang San could not help but feel a mix of emotions. Realizing it was from that moment onward that he forged a deep bond with the elderly Douluo, alas, something felt increasingly amiss. The atmosphere was decidedly tense. "Tang San, I have warned you. Your time is up." Douluo suddenly erupted in fury, swiftly subduing the Tang San of the illusion like a serpent and devouring him whole. By the heavens! Tang San was taken aback. Douluo had actually consumed the illusion of him. It appeared that his first adversary within the Jinghan Huanyo had emerged, the false poisoned Douluo with the martial soul of the Twilight Emerald Serpent. "What? Tang San, you are still alive?" The false Douluo pivoted sharply, addressing the real Tang San. "Were you not meant to have been devoured by me?" Tang San retorted with irritation. "You old monster, is that all you are capable of? Look closely, I am right here. Humph, impudent child, I shall consume you once more." The false Douluo unleashed his martial soul, transforming into a colossal serpent adorned with purple twilight scales. Its enormous jaws opening wide as it lunged forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Receiving his first monthly ticket in life, Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the reader Yuanfin de Tiankong for their generous support. The significance of this for a novice author is indescribable, leaving him so elated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Indeed, how many firsts does one experience in life? How could one not celebrate? Thus, he resolved to add a chapter for the readers tonight, as well as for himself. In a single day, receiving 2 monthly tickets was astonishing. He also thanked the reader Modeo Chienduo-san for bestowing upon him a second monthly ticket, marking yet another milestone in his life. Tonight, he vowed to add another chapter. Among these 2 additional chapters, one will be offered for free as a token of appreciation for the readers. Chapter 151, Tang San True versus Douluo False. Tang San first deployed his blue-silver cage to shield himself from all angles, although the equipment crafted from collagen significantly enhanced his attributes, and the 7 orange-gold soul rings from the Hammer of the Heavens provided substantial boosts. The disparity in soul power between a soul sage and a Fenghao Duo remains an undeniable reality. Moreover, the blue-silver cage was merely a black soul ring, a 10,000-year soul skill, and thus only managed to withstand Douluo's initial strike before disintegrating into blue-silver dust, scattering into the air. Tang San was compelled to utilize the momentum generated by the activation of the blue-silver cage to evade the attack, aided greatly by his ghost shadow perplexing step. However, in that fleeting moment, Tang San deftly maneuvered past Douluo, positioning himself at the critical point of the Twilight Azure Scale Serpent Emperor. With the 7th spirit ring of the Lawning Emperor, he unleashed his second soul skill, Lan In Wan Jing Zhan. The potency of 100,000 years of soul skills is undeniably formidable, shattering Douluo Bo's martial soul avatar. Indeed, Tang San's combat style hinges on the principles of speed, accuracy, and ferocity. His objective is to swiftly deliver effective blows to his adversary. Shattering the opponent's martial soul avatar undoubtedly grants him a distinct advantage in the ensuing battle. Douluo Bo, compelled to revert to his human form, bore a grim countenance. Being forcibly stripped of his martial soul avatar is an experience no one would relish. Nonetheless, the ethereal shadow of his martial soul avatar was still dissipating. Suddenly, Douluo Bo pivoted sharply, facing Tang San directly. In the next instant, two pale beams of light erupted from his eyes, hurtling towards Tang San. Upon witnessing that blinding radiance, Tang San's heart momentarily faltered. This must be the soul skill associated with Douluo Bo's head spirit bone. The gaze of Medusa. He evaded the attack using his ghost shadow perplexing step. However, relying on such a skill to escape is perilous, as it drains considerable mental energy. Henceforth, he must avoid such elementary mistakes, for there would be no remedy for regret. Submit to your fate, Tang San. What do you still have to hold on to? Your father and mother have already surrendered to the great Void Saint, and you, the unfilial son, persist in your futile resistance. They are deeply disappointed in you, so let me resolve your fate on their behalf. To resist is the utmost act of filial impiety. Tang San retorted fiercely. Cease your nonsense. You are not the ancient monster you claim to be. My parents are safe. They have not fallen into the clutches of the Void Saint, nor will they betray their principles or allow anyone to harm their son. Your words are mere fabrications, and you have provoked my wrath. With a surge of radiant blue-silver light, Tang San's form began to etherealize, seemingly merging with nature itself. The first soul skill of the Lan In Emperor, Lan In Huang Zhen Shun. In this state, all skills wielded by the Lan In Emperor are amplified by 100%. Any strand of Lan In can serve as a vessel for Tang San. Thus, unless every strand is obliterated, he can manifest his physical form at any location within the reach of the Lan In to evade attacks. The counterfeit Douluo Bo appeared to succumb to an indescribable madness, laughing hysterically as he enveloped himself in a pool of shadowy moonlight. This must be a form of defense. Tang San had never witnessed such a capability in Douluo Bo and was cautious in his approach. He conjured a blue-silver overlord spear, shimmering with radiant light, and hurled it with force. This was merely a test. Douluo Bo seemed unfazed by the rapidly approaching blue-silver overlord spear, continuing to cast his spell. The spear pierced the pool, only to begin to soften and dissolve at its tip. Indeed, that black pool was treacherous. It seemed not only to harbor deadly toxins, but also possessed a certain devouring capability. In the next moment, a spear, entirely coated in black, shot forth from the abyss, hurtling towards Tang San. This time, the blue-silver overlord spear moved with even greater speed, likely laced with poison. Tang San had no choice but to sidestep, exerting force to perform a somersault to barely avoid the strike. In that fleeting instant, he even lacked the time to activate his 8 spider lances. This cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative. Prolonged engagement may lead to unforeseen tactics from this impostor Douluo Bo prepared. He summoned countless strands of Lan In, enveloped in a mist of azure and silver light, seemingly poised to cleanse all impurities. At that moment, the lurking Douluo Bo finally emerged from the pool, directly confronting Tang San's blue-silver thrust formation. His form swiftly etherealized, rendering the physical damage of the blue-silver thrust formation ineffective against him. Only a few magical attacks would have any slight impact. The ethereal Douluo Bo shifted erratically, teleporting around Tang San. Each location he occupied left behind a floating, slowly enlarging toxic sphere, pulsating with green and purple hues, indicative of a lethal blend of poisons. No, he must not come into contact with these toxic spheres, otherwise disaster would ensue. Tang San thought, activating his purple extreme demon eye to lock onto Douluo Bo's true position. Ultimately, the mental energy of the purple extreme demon eye surpassed Douluo Bo's evasive maneuvers. At the moment Douluo Bo was locked on, a beam of purple divine light erupted forth. Simultaneously, the toxic spheres, which had encircled Tang San from various directions, began to move in an uncanny slow dance, their trajectories seemingly erratic yet converging towards him. Tang San had no option but to utilize the flight capability of the Lan In Emperor Spirit Bone. narrowly evading the encirclement of the toxic spheres. However, in the next moment, those spheres coalesced at his previous location, rapidly expanding into a colossal toxic explosive. What to do? Tang San felt a wave of urgency. Indeed, this was the path forward. He dashed towards Douluo, having recently expended several high-cost soul skills. Douluo's mobility should be compromised. Tang San's plan A was to use Lan Yin Wanjing Zhan to force Douluo to relinquish control over the toxic explosive. Plan B, well, ancient monster, you cannot escape your fate. Yield now. As Tang San closed the distance, the blue-silver waning blade was prepared. The unfolding scenario now hinged on the choice of the counterfeit Douluo, abandon the toxic explosive to focus on defense, or endure significant self-inflicted damage to hurl the explosive at Tang San's face. At the moment of collision, indeed, the counterfeit Douluo had descended into madness, willing to endure a fatal blow to direct that abhorrent toxic explosive at Tang San. However, let us not forget the special effect of Tang San's Lan Yin Emperor true form. In this state, all skills wielded by the Lan Yin Emperor are amplified by 100%. Any strand of Lan Yin can serve as a vessel for Tang San. Thus, unless every strand is obliterated, he can manifest his physical form at any location within the range of the Lan Yin to evade attacks. Indeed, it was this very effect that emboldened Tang San to engage in such a fierce contest with Douluo. At that instant, the massive toxic explosive, dripping with foul ichor, was a mere 0.001 centimeters from Tang San as he completed the execution of Lan Yin Wanjing Zhan. Immediately, Tang San directed his consciousness to command all nearby strands of Lan Yin, teleporting his body to a distant strand. Having already sustained considerable weakness from the close-range blue-silver waning blade, Douluo found himself unable to halt the momentum of the toxic explosive he had conjured, which careened directly towards his own face. The counterfeit Douluo disintegrated into a puddle of ichor, gradually seeping into the earth, nourishing the Lan Yin, leaving nothing in its wake. Observing from the golden ancient tree plaza, the true Douluo was already drenched in cold sweat. Just now, if Tang San had truly endured that strike, it would have undoubtedly caused him great distress. The great poison explosion was particularly peculiar. It appeared to be a counterfeit skill forcibly imposed upon him by the forces of the Void Shadow, and rather than vanquishing Tang San, it instead ensnared its wielder. After the demise of the false Douluo, the surrounding environment returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Even the blue-silver emperor that Tang San had summoned during the battle had vanished. However, the fortunate news was that all his statuses were fully restored, and the cooldowns of all his soul skills had been reset. Did this imply that the terrifying illusion was not yet concluded? Tang San pondered. All right. Before the battle commenced, the false Douluo mentioned that his parents had also allied themselves with the Void Holy Monarch. Was he to confront his own parents? Suddenly, an exceptionally gentle yet serene voice resonated. It was unmistakably the voice of Tang San's mother, Yin. However, this voice lacked warmth and bore more resemblance to a command. Come, my child, to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where your true destiny shall be unveiled. Tang San gazed in the direction of his mother and beheld a most extraordinary sight above. Thick, cerulean clouds pouring down torrents of crimson rain. It was indeed a scene of ice and fire, blooming with ethereal beauty. As Tang San prepared to navigate toward the blue-silver emperor, a dark purple-blue-silver orb autonomously illuminated his path. No matter how he accelerated, he could never catch up to the orb. Whenever he executed the ghost shadow misty steps, the orb mimicked his movements, as if it were a shadow. Forget it, reaching that destination took precedence. Since it was an ice and fire rain, and this place was the sunset forest, the destination must surely be the Eye of Ice and Fire. After all, in the real timeline, Tang San had indeed placed his mother and father beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Regardless of whether he would face his parents in the terrifying illusion, he was filled with excitement as he sprinted towards the location of the ice and fire rain. Indeed, it was the Eye of Ice and Fire, an illusion. The poisonous miasma that once guarded the eye had completely vanished without a trace. This must be the reason for the Eye of Ice and Fire being overtaken by the forces of the void in the illusion's timeline. Simultaneously, this implied that if the poisonous miasma no longer existed in reality, then the Eye of Ice and Fire would truly fall, and his parents would indeed be captured by the forces of the void. The mere thought of this sent chills down Tang San's spine. He was resolute in not wanting to lose his parents, nor did he wish to confront them if their minds were under control. He thought that after successfully dispelling this terrifying illusion, he must implore Saladas to assist him in bringing his parents back from the Eye of Ice and Fire to Shrek City. Without the protection of the Golden Ancient Tree, the outside world was far too perilous and would inevitably fall into ruin. As the icy clouds dissipated and the fiery rain ceased, Tang San finally entered the Eye of Ice and Fire. He observed that the spring water remained as clear as ever, divided into the blue-white ice circle and the crimson fire spring. It was thanks to the Eye of Ice and Fire that he could cultivate the ice and fire alchemical body. Moreover, the celestial herbs nurtured by it served as the finest support for him and his companions. Without the Eye of Ice and Fire, there would be no present-day Tang San. The Shrek 7 devils were all indebted to this spring. Tang San walked slowly, feeling no abnormalities around him. Of course, he did not let down his guard. After all, danger could arise at any moment in this terrifying illusion. Suddenly, at the intersection of the ice and fire springs, a striking figure gradually emerged. Clad in a long gown of blue and gold, her regal and elegant demeanor accentuated her otherworldly beauty, and her azure eyes sparkled like flawless blue crystals. Golden ribbons fluttered around the hem of her gown, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. However, Tang San quickly sensed something amiss with this woman. "Tang San, my son, you have finally arrived." "Mother?" Tang San exclaimed. So this was the visage of his mother in human form? He scrutinized her closely, dismissing any previous unease. Ain gently floated to the shore, then softly placed her hands upon Tang San's forehead. "My child, you have endured so much over the years. I am sorry, for I have never fulfilled my duties as a mother." Tang San hurriedly replied, "Mother, please do not say that. How could I possibly harbor any resentment? As your son, I shall never hold such rights against you. You have sacrificed enough for me. Just the fact that I bear the bloodline of the blue-silver royal family is a lifelong gift." The crowd at the Golden Ancient Tree Plaza was moved by this scene. Even Bibi Dong found herself wishing for a son like Tang San. In the next moment, a yin's tone shifted. "Thus, San, do not remain deluded by the greatness of the void, holy monarch. It is utterly futile and will only ensnare you deeper, leading to eternal entrapment. This is my final warning. Surrender to the embrace of the void, and you shall share our supreme glory and eternal fate." With that, she spread her arms wide, awaiting Tang San's submission. Yet Tang San's gaze had already transformed. This was not his mother. It was a mere impostor. "Enough, pretender. You claim to be my mother and deceive my feelings. How could I possibly be fooled by you?" Tang San cried out, swiftly distancing himself from this false Ain. Chapter 153. The Duel of Sovereigns. Tang San, true, versus Ain, false. "You truly make it difficult for mother," the false Ain said. "But I will subdue you and present you before the void, holy monarch. In the realm of the void, we shall witness your glorious ascension. When you behold the beauty of the void, you will understand how futile it is to resist its power." Outside the Golden Ancient Tree, Yu Mengqing scoffed. "The beauty of the void? Is it those purple tentacles? Those bulging eyes? Or the grotesque mouth sprouting from deformed flesh? Are you jesting?" "Indeed, Yu Mengqing, once a void holy maiden, possessed the most authority on the subject here, second only to Saladas, who had grown accustomed to such sights and genuinely found them beautiful." Once Tang San confirmed that this false Ain was not his true mother, he dismissed her ramblings entirely. "Stop wasting your breath. Let us battle. You, a monster, dare to impersonate my mother? I will ensure your demise." The false Ain trembled, then soared into the air. From her body, vast waves of blue and purple ripples surged forth, blending softness with boundless lethality. In truth, such all-encompassing attacks were inescapable, leaving no choice but to endure with soul skills. Tang San hastily ensnared himself within a blue-silver prison, leaving no gap for escape. Seizing this opportunity, the false Ain swiftly approached, condensing two blue-silver overlord spears emanating with a dark entropy light. As soon as Tang San's blue-silver prison was shattered, both spears were unleashed. The ghost shadow misty steps once again aided Tang San in evading catastrophe. Indeed, the secret arts of the Tang sect, no matter the world, were perpetually effective. Why can this false mother simultaneously unleash two blue-silver overlord spears? This defies logic. Tang San resolved to first use the blue-silver stab formation to test the opponent, seeking a weakness through which to break the stalemate. In a battle between two wielders of the blue-silver royal martial soul, the contest lay in the operational capabilities of each. Whosoever possessed the greater cunning would ultimately claim victory. "Come forth, you impostor," and let me test your true mettle. Tang San activated his left hand to ensnare, shielding his own body, while his right hand unleashed countless spiky blue-silver emperors, launching a blue-silver piercing array at the location of the foe, Ain, instantly permeating the entire area. He anticipated that foe, Ain, would evade the attack. Yet to his astonishment, she dismissed it entirely. Before him, the foe Ain's hands glowed with a violet-blue malevolence, deeply embedding itself into the ground, subsequently spreading to every blue-silver emperor spike within the array. In mere seconds, the blue-silver emperors that belonged to Tang San were entirely transformed into the void blue-silver emperors of Ain. What? She can assimilate the constructs of an opponent's martial soul? Is this the true might of the void? The power of the void is indeed formidable. Everything is for that ultimate moment of glory. The foe Ain laughed maniacally, entirely uncharacteristic of a blue-silver empress, resembling instead a madwoman bereft of her family. Indeed, an impostor is an impostor. No matter how alike in appearance or martial soul, she cannot conceal the truth of her identity. Soon, all the void blue-silver emperors, sharp and menacing, surged towards Tang San, each one akin to a piercing blade capable of impaling. Concurrently, foe Ain activated her true martial soul, the true form of the void blue-silver emperor. In this state, her body appeared to become entirely ethereal, as violet-blue energy tendrils erupted from every part of her form. Like wings, perhaps? Regardless, Tang San recognized the urgency of swift resolution. Whatever monstrosity she may be, he sought a single, decisive strike. At that moment, he recalled an item he had acquired a month prior during a foray into the Gruul lair. Gruffies, the Dragon Slayer's visage. This equipment bore a soul skill. Upon use against an enemy, create a fearsome visage that stuns the target for 2 seconds. During the subsequent 10 seconds, each attack on the target prolongs the stun by an additional half-second, with a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Thus, Tang San rapidly launched various hidden weapons, dismantling the onslaught of the void blue-silver emperors. As the shards of the void blue-silver emperors scattered, he invoked the Gruffies, the Dragon Slayer's visage. Suddenly, Tang San contorted his face into a grotesque grimace, causing foe Ain to falter. Seizing the 2 seconds of her disorientation, he manifested his own blue-silver emperor true form, conjuring countless vines that lashed out at her with fervor. When foe Ain regained consciousness after merely 8 seconds, she succumbed once more to unconsciousness. This, indeed, was the true terror of the Gruffies, the Dragon Slayer's visage. Its attribute enhancement for Tang San may have been negligible, yet the accompanying soul skill proved more effective than many others. Just moments prior, Tang San's blue-silver emperor had struck foe Ain over 100 times, leaving her on the brink of collapse. It was time to deliver the final blow. Coldly, Tang San declared, "You impostor, have tarnished the name of the blue-silver emperor and sullied the regal glory of my mother." At that moment, foe Ain appeared to regain a semblance of strength, stating, regardless of authenticity, an emperor is an emperor. Amidst the ethereal blue light, her figure remained resolute. "You mean to say you are unharmed?" Tang San marveled, incredulous. Foe Ain merely laughed. "How unfortunate that you, the new generation blue-silver emperor, are unaware of the fundamental traits of your own kind. Wildfires cannot consume all. The spring breeze brings rebirth. As long as I do not wish to perish, no one can slay me." Tang San's heart jolted with understanding. So that was it. He had nearly forgotten. However, since foe Ain had invoked the traits of the blue-silver emperor, he saw no reason to hold back. You mimic well. Yet are you aware that the blue-silver emperor symbolizes life, eternally aspiring toward light and order? Your martial soul, the void blue-silver emperor, is inherently discordant. The void shadows belong to the realm of chaos, standing in stark opposition to light and order. Without light, how can there be plants? Without order, how can there be humanity? You possess merely the guise of humanity and the cultivation of a blue-silver emperor, yet you have forgotten that your essence is the void. Are you truly as powerful as you claim? You insolent brat, your words are mere bluster. What? Afraid to continue the battle? Observing foe Ain's flicker of unease, Tang San pressed on with his taunts. "It is not that I fear, but rather, I question how long you can endure. Regardless of my success or failure, Saladas will promptly transport me from this harrowing illusion. But you, as a creature of the void, impersonating my mother and wielding unfamiliar soul skills against an adversary you know nothing of, whether you win or lose, I will remain unscathed. Upon your return, you shall confront the wrath of the Void Sovereign. Upon uttering these words, Tang San suddenly noticed that Fo Yin's form had diminished by half, as if cleaved in twain. Fear was evident in her eyes. No, this is impossible. Nothing is more terrifying than the void. Tang San scoffed at her claim. Nothing is more terrifying than the void? Huh. Allow me to enlighten you. The true terror lies in being lost. The true fear is the unknown. The so-called void is frightening only due to its obscurity. Once the unknown is explored, it loses its fearsome quality. The void's sovereign, precisely because he is known to us all, has his strength understood. Even if he is a divine king, so what? As long as his power is known, he can be defeated. And as for you, lackey, I see no future for you. With that, a confident smirk graced Tang San's lips. In the midst of their banter, Fo Yin's upper half disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. An impostor is indeed an impostor, a pitiable creature of the void. Saladas, standing in the golden ancient tree square, had heard everything. She pondered deeply upon Tang San's words, then realized with astonishment that it was the creatures of the void that were truly pitiable. Tang San was entirely correct. The true terror of the void lies in its unknown nature. Yet most void beings possess distinct forms that can be discerned. Any being that can be understood can undoubtedly be vanquished. This light, in essence, fundamentally contradicts the very nature of the void. This is the true lament of the void. Just as after defeating the Fo Dugabo, the ice and fire Yin-Yang, I bore no marks of battle, returning to its original state. All of Tang San's soul skills were reset, and his physical attributes replenished. Gazing at the desolate ice and fire Yin-Yang, Tang San felt a wave of sentiment. I wonder how my parents are faring in reality? Since you have glimpsed the essence of the void, there is no need for pretense. To be honest, obliterating you with your father's power would be immensely satisfying. At that moment, a voice resembling Tang Hao's resonated. Turning to look, Tang San saw the illusion of Tang Hao, fundamentally a creature of void. He immediately retorted, "Did you not hear my words just now? Pitiful lackey, do you truly believe that you can derive even a hint of superiority by masquerading as someone else's parent?" Fo Tang Hao replied, "You are not mistaken. Yet today, I am here to annihilate you. Beyond that, I care not for anything else. Today, I have no intention of returning alive." Tang San remained unimpressed. "So, you're a desperate fool. Do you think you are worthy of donning my father's visage? Today, let this impostor witness the true might of the Haotian hammer." Tang San retracted all abilities related to Lan Yin Huang and summoned the Haotian hammer, gripping it tightly in his left hand. The magnificent orange-golden hue of 7 soul rings, beyond the realm of ordinary imagination, was distinctly arrayed upon the hammer. The counterfeit Tang Hao let out a boisterous laugh, declaring, "What good are your soul rings? My cultivation is that of a titled Douluo. Regardless, I'm more than capable of dragging you down with me." "Drag me down? Donotist. Is this the extent of your ambition? You are merely bringing shame upon the titled Douluo and the Haotian hammer. My goal today is to hammer you into submission, leaving you unable to escape or seek death." The counterfeit Tang Hao, with a mocking tone, retorted, "Oh, are you truly willing to do so? This face belongs to your father, you know. Are you really able to strike me? Was there I cannot strike, no matter how exquisite your illusion. I regard you as a nameless minion. I shall not allow any external factors to influence my performance. Now, let's talk. Prepare yourself." In a fit of rage, Tang San charged forward. Utilizing the 6th soul ring's 2nd soul skill, Hao Feng Yongchong, Tang San surged forward, covering a significant distance. An aura of dark golden energy enveloped him, providing substantial damage reduction for the next 6 seconds. However, within moments of engagement, the counterfeit Tang Hao shattered this shield in a mere 3 seconds. Tang San, anticipating the shield's vulnerability, withdrew and utilized the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to create distance. The recent exchange had granted him insight into his opponent's strength. The counterfeit Tang Hao was indeed a titled Douluo, possessing the domain of the god of killing. Yet he lacked the regal demeanor inherently characteristic of true power. The real Tang Hao never relied on sheer brute force, but rather on his spirit, will, and charisma. Thus, Tang San was determined to gauge the true weight of this impostor. Employing the Haotian hammer's 2nd soul ring's 1st soul skill, Storm Toss, Tang San conjured an energy hammer with his bare hands and hurled it toward the counterfeit Tang Hao, stunning him for 2 seconds. The terrifying aspect of this skill lay in its guaranteed effectiveness. Anyone who was not a deity could be immobilized for at least a second. Seizing this brief window, Tang San launched another hammer using the 1st soul ring's 2nd soul skill, heroic throw. This skill inflicted minimal physical damage upon impact, while leaving a mark that lasted for 10 seconds. The presence of this mark would enable the Hao-Ian Hammer to deal additional magical damage on the next attack, subsequently removing the mark. Indeed, this was the mark Tang Sen sought. He swiftly closed the distance and executed the Hao-Ian Hammer's First Soul Ring's First Soul skill, Heroic Strike. This skill, though resembling a simple hammer swing, inherently carried significant magical damage. Furthermore, it consumed the mark from the heroic throw, yielding additional magical damage. As a result, the overall damage output was quite considerable. Before the counterfeit Tang Hao could fully recover from his stupor, Tang San had already distanced himself. In truth, the counterfeit Tang Hao had not deployed any soul skills at all. Could it be that he was saving his soul rings for an explosive display? With a grim expression, the counterfeit Tang Hao, displeased with being outwitted twice, detonated his first soul ring and charged forward like a beast. You wretched child, prepare to die. With a devastating strike from his detonated soul ring, Tang San dared not meet it head-on. Thus, he activated the Hao-Ian Hammer's Fifth Soul Ring's second soul skill, Heo Boden Xia. This formidable area control skill unleashed a terrifying roar from the hammer, inducing fear in all enemies within its vicinity, causing them to flee uncontrollably, typically away from Tang San, for 2 seconds. The counterfeit Tang Hao was struck at the edge of this fear-inducing roar, abruptly halting all actions and fleeing in the opposite direction. For roar? Let us see whose roar holds power. Chapter 155, A Father-Son Showdown. Tang San True versus Tang Hao. Counterfeit. As the counterfeit Tang Hao ran amok without control, Tang San again utilized Hao Feng Yongchong, advancing with a robust energy shield. Employing the Hao-Ian Hammer's Third Soul Ring's First Soul skill, Hao Lei Tingjin, Tang San charged a second before delivering a heavy blow to the ground. The counterfeit Tang Hao immediately suffered substantial physical damage and was sent flying a considerable distance, evidently slowed down by at least 50%, with this effect lasting 5 seconds. Yet, this was not sufficient. Tang San raised the Hao-Ian Hammer above his head, channeling his power to strike forward. This was the Hao-Ian Hammer's Second Soul Ring's second soul skill, Zhendong Chui Bo. In the next instant, a shockwave radiated outward in a fan shape, traveling a great distance. Upon contact with the counterfeit Tang Hao, it inflicted magical damage while exacerbating the slowing effect, having already been slowed by 50% from Hao Lei Tingjin. The counterfeit Tang Hao now faced an additional 40% slowdown from Zhendong Chui Bo, rendering him as if wading through a quagmire. Tang San, you coward, have the courage to receive a blow from me. The counterfeit Tang Hao raged, detonating his second soul ring in preparation for a severe counterattack once the slowing effect subsided. However, Tang San had his own means of countering. He activated the Hao-Ian Hammer's Third Soul Ring's second soul skill, Heabli Xian, an area control skill. In an instant, he swung the Hao-Ian Hammer in a circular motion, dealing damage to enemies within a broad radius of approximately 6 meters. Enemies within the inner 3 meters faced a 50% slowdown for 5 seconds, while those in the outer 3 meters were stunned for 2 seconds upon taking damage. Clearly, he was still in control of the rhythm, launching Heabli Xian just as the counterfeit Tang Hao approached the skill's range, causing him to collide with the hammer and subsequently be stunned for 2 seconds. A mere brute, and you dare criticize others? Tang Sen scoffed. Moreover, Tang Sen had sufficiently toyed with the situation, now eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Observing this abomination, bearing his father's visage, behaving so brazenly and foolishly, stirred discomfort within him. The strength of the Void Saint remained uncertain, yet the impostor's audacity was undeniably repulsive. Thus, he resolved to unleash a powerful offensive. First, he would activate his martial spirit's true form, an essential step. Every Soul Master's explosive potential necessitated the manifestation of their martial spirit's true form. The Hao-Ian Hammer's 7 Soul Rings first soul skill, Hao Jinshin, Tang San elevated the Hao-Ian Hammer, magnifying his own form dramatically. His entire being seemed to become ethereal, as if his soul had fused with the hammer. Indeed, this so-called Hao Jinshin allowed him to exert direct control over the Hao-Ian Hammer through his spirit and intent. In this state, the hammer's attack power surged by 50%, and he became immune to all non-damaging negative effects. Imposter, take heed. This is the true Hao-Ian Jinshin. What does it matter that you are a titled Douluo? I, Tang San, have faced foes far beyond my rank. Tang San unleashed his fury upon this counterfeit version of his father, employing 3 explosive soul skills. The Haotian Hammer S 7th Soul Ring's 2nd soul skill. Hao Zong de Iji, upon activation, ensured that every 2 uses of Heroic Strike would trigger a free Heabali Xian for the next strike. Each enemy struck by the triggered Heabali Xian would reduce the cooldown of Hao Jinshin by 1%. The Haotian Hammer S 4th Soul Ring's 2nd soul skill. Hao Jiren Pa was an explosive construction skill. In an instantaneous burst, he struck the opponent, shattering their armor and increasing the damage they received by 30% for a duration of 5 seconds. Simultaneously, this soul skill also inflicted moderate physical damage. The first soul skill of the 5th soul ring of Hao Chue, known as Hao Jinu, is an explosive construction soul skill. Once activated, each use of the Brave Strike increases its critical hit rate by 15%. This effect can stack up to 6 layers or until a critical hit is achieved. Should a critical hit occur while this skill is active, Tong San will enter a state of fury. In this enraged state, the critical hit rate of all Hao Chue's soul skills is enhanced by 30%. Under such a terrifying, explosive configuration, Tong San's capabilities in both sustained combat and instantaneous bursts have reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Thus, the counterfeit's momentum was completely overwhelmed, with each hammer blow landing almost perfectly. In merely 20 seconds, the false Tong Hao could no longer withstand the onslaught. The enraged state granted by Hao Jinu allows Tong San to utilize Hao Jinhuan Hao. Seizing this opportunity, he let out a mighty shout, stunning the counterfeit Tong Hao for another second. Tong San unleashed the first soul ring and raised his hammer, ready to deliver the final blow to the imposter. Just then, the counterfeit Tong Hao, seemingly employing some soul bone skill, suddenly teleported to a distance and reached behind him with his right hand, retrieving a dark purple light. In a hurry, he placed the light into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. Tong San was unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. However, Salata Si timely reminded him, "Hurry, do not allow him to fully recover." What he consumed is the Shadow Recovery Potion, which rapidly restores all states within 5 seconds at a great cost of pain. Stop him. Do not let him recover. In his moment of urgency, Tong San recalled that he possessed a soul skill capable of countering this situation. The first soul skill of the 4th soul ring of Hao Chue, Hao Ji Si Pa, is a functional soul skill. Instantly triggered, it delivers a crushing blow to the target's chest, inflicting moderate physical damage and reducing their healing effects by 50% for a duration of 10 seconds. While it only suppresses 50% of the healing effects, it remains exceedingly powerful. The counterfeit Tong Hao had not anticipated that Tong San possessed such a means, leading him to lose his composure entirely and even choose the wrong escape route. Ultimately, he could not escape Tong San's wrath. "This is the consequence of impersonating my father and insulting him," Tong San declared, his gaze filled with a dreadful disdain. Looking at the corpse of the void creature that revealed its true form after death, he felt a wave of nausea. Such a repulsive being was sent to impersonate Tong Hao, to masquerade as the formidable and illustrious Hao Douluo, Void Saint. Whom do you truly seek to disgust? Indeed, this was not only a nauseating affront to Tong San, but also to Da Shi, who idolized Tong Hao, and to Bibi Dong, who had once fought alongside Tong Hao in the Killing God realm during her youth. It also repulsed the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tong San delivered another hammer strike to ensure the creature's demise before turning to leave. At that moment, Salatasi reached out with her mental energy. This terrifying illusion should have concluded. You will soon emerge. Return and rest well. We understand your weariness. Yes, I am indeed weary, Tong San replied grimly, in every conceivable aspect. Chapter 156, Thunderous Might and Limitless Heart. However, the terrifying illusion had not yet ended. Tong San's conditions were suddenly restored to full, and the cooldowns of his soul skills reset once more, just as in the previous 2 instances. What is happening? Tong San inquired. Salatasi was truly at a loss. I do not know. Could it be that Enzo is entering personally? Stay vigilant. If such danger arises, I will forcibly bring you back. Yet within Tong San's spiritual sea, another voice emerged. It was a soft, gentle female voice. Among everyone present, only he and Wu were privy to this secret. Indeed, this voice belonged to the sea god Douluo, the high priestess of Sea God Island, Buisai Shi. She was the presiding figure of the Sea God's divine test. Tong San, the terrifying illusions of the Void Invaders are quite fascinating. Therefore, after you break free from this Sunset Forest illusion, I have decided to allow you to undergo the 5th test on the spot, obsession, and inner demon. You must confront and defeat them to truly possess the heart of the sea god. This will lay a solid foundation for your future divine assessments. Inner demon? Listening to Bo Saishi's voice, Tong San expressed his confusion. Are you referring to my inner demon? Just over there, Bo Saishi replied softly. Following the guidance within his spiritual sea, Tong San gazed into the distance. His vision blurred slightly, as if traversing through time. Tong San, my senior, how do you do? I am Luo, ranked 8th among the Shrek 7 monsters. Would you care to engage in a friendly duel? The very spirit of the original Shrek 7 monsters. The thousand-handed Shura, Tong San? Of course, welcome, 8th junior brother. Make your move. Tong San clearly remembered this as his first encounter with Luo, the extraordinary soul master of the 3 lives, martial soul. At that time, he was unaware of Luo's 3 lives martial soul and was captivated by his boundless runic system and unique combat style. Luo was the first peer to present a formidable challenge to him. Later, upon returning to Shrek Academy, his celestial herb inadvertently helped Luo's Thunder Pearl martial soul achieve evolution, transforming it into the Thunder Spirit Pearl. During the elite competition of high-level soul masters across the continent, Luo's other 2 martial souls were subsequently revealed, which indeed astonished Tong San. Furthermore, Luo and Li Li possessed numerous martial soul fusion techniques, and even combined evolution. All of this compelled Tong San to regard him with utmost seriousness. Though he was reluctant to admit it and had never displayed it openly, in truth, Luo had become a significant hurdle in Tong San's mind. Luo, are you truly insurmountable? No, I refuse to accept this. I, Tong San, possess dual martial souls, am a disciple of the theoretically invincible master, and boast both high bloodline and martial soul quality, alongside the secret arts of the Tang sect and concealed weapons. I shall not be inferior to you. You are indeed formidable, junior brother Luo. No wonder the teachers allowed you to join the Shrek 7 monsters. You're strong as well, worthy of being the spirit of Shrek. However, beyond the realm of strength, Luo was undeniably a rare companion. He was naturally easygoing and tranquil, sometimes even a bit amusing. Most importantly, Luo maintained a grounded demeanor. He would not lose himself in joy due to his rapid advancements, nor fall into despair from certain setbacks. Regardless of the blows he sustained, he would eat, drink, and rest, as if, after sleep, everything could begin anew. Additionally, Luo was serious when necessary and mature when the time called for it. Could it be that Luo also possesses a second life? As Tong San pondered, the scene continued to shift. Wu, is she the girl among the 9 monsters who always seems sullen and speaks little? Alas, my inability to be by her side is my failure. Please comfort her well upon your return. I will dedicate myself to my studies and surely advance in strength. Then, I will have the ability to protect her. What is Wu to you? She's my sister. Your biological sister? Of course not. 8th junior brother. May I inquire what your runes are? Very well. Can I refer to you as 3rd brother? If you have some time, would you assist me in gathering the scents emitted by celestial herbs? We can converse while we collect. How does that sound? Tang Sin recalled that it was during the opportunity of gathering the essence of celestial herbs that he gained a profound understanding of Luo's rune system. He boldly requested an entire 3 sets of runes, although Luo had since equipped him with a complete set of purple, epic-level runes. And even the 7th spirit ring was adorned with a golden legendary rune. He still retained those 3 sets of green, excellent runes as a special memento. All along, Tang Sin had deceived himself into thinking that he merely regarded Luo as a good companion. He had never truly contemplated the depth of his feelings for Luo. During the awarding ceremony of the Soul Master Competition Finals, when Luo's identity as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was revealed, Tang Sin briefly believed that Luo would become his lifelong adversary. However, following the invasion of the Void and the destruction of the Spirit City, all survivors of the Douluo continent found themselves united on the same battlefield, allowing him to fight alongside Luo once more. The collaboration with Luo was exhilarating and joyous. He was a competent and powerful ally. What are you thinking, Heart Demon? The voice of Poseidon echoed gently, pulling Tang San from his deep contemplation. Finally, at the center of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, a phantom gradually materialized and drifted towards the shore. As it set foot on land, it completed its transformation. This was indeed Luo's visage. Specifically, this version of Luo possessed only a fraction of the true Luo's abilities. He could only wield the Thunder Spirit Pearl martial soul. Nonetheless, his cultivation was at the title Douluo level. Tang San, You have always regarded me as a potential rival in your heart, have you not? The heart demon Luo Bo inquired softly, as if he had not fully exhaled the breath meant to be released. Tang San confirmed with his purple extreme magic eye that this was not a manifestation of a void creature, but rather a true reflection of his own inner turmoil. To his astonishment, he realized that his obsession with Luo Bo had reached a level where it could manifest as a heart demon. How terrifying! Thus, he did not hesitate and responded directly, "Yes, I have always masked my obsession with you, pretending not to care about being surpassed by you. But in truth, I am more aware than anyone else that I wish to surpass you. I long to surpass you. I desperately want to surpass you. I, Tang San, simply wish to surpass you." This declaration fueled Tang San's spirit to unprecedented heights. Chapter 157, Heart Demon, Tang San True versus Luo Bo, Heart Demon, Excellent. This is the Tang San I know. The Heart Demon Luo Bo smiled, the one who never gives up. Come, let's engage in a thrilling battle. At the outset, the Heart Demon Luo Bo unleashed his martial soul's true form. A blood-red soul ring rose high. An ethereal purple and white lightning instantly coalesced around this Heart Demon Luo Bo. The Thunder Spirit Pearl's true form. Once activated, it enhanced lightning damage by 50%. In this state, every time Luo Bo unleashed a lightning arrow, he could summon a lightning sphere beside the struck target. The lightning sphere would release a lightning chain every few seconds, dealing damage equivalent to Luo Bo's own lightning chain, with no reduction in power. Tang San had thoroughly studied this martial soul's true form of Luo Bo. What struck him most was how, much like the curator from Karazhan, the multitude of lightning spheres could become utterly annoying in prolonged battles. The sheer power of Luo Bo's skill was beyond his expectations. However, since he was engaging in a one-on-one duel with Luo Bo, the summoning effect of the lightning spheres would be less significant, as they were more effective in group battles. Tang San also activated his martial soul's true form. Indeed, it was the Blue-Silver Emperor, against a stable, long-range spellcaster like Luo Bo. Employing the Hao-Ian Hammer would eventually lead to his demise. The Blue-Silver Emperor, on the other hand, allowed him to engage in a war of attrition. After all, wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds will blow once more. Seeing the Blue-Silver Emperor enveloping Tang San's form, the Heart Demon Luo Bo smiled handsomely, then unleashed Thunder Shield, followed by his Sixth Spirit skill, transforming himself into a beam of high-energy lightning that shot directly through Tang San's position. As he passed through the thick Blue-Silver Emperor barrier, the violent collision sparked numerous electric arcs, and nearby, a lightning sphere was generated. Once the lightning sphere began autonomously unleashing lightning chains towards Tang San, the Heart Demon Luo Bo adjusted his position and transformed into high-energy lightning once more, passing through Tang San's body and creating a second lightning sphere. Under the protection of the Blue-Silver Emperor and in a state of rapid recovery, Tang San could endure these two high-damage strikes. Yet, he did not wish to remain in a passive state of being attacked. Thus, as the Heart Demon Luo Bo transformed into high-energy lightning for the third time, his mental energy swiftly locked onto his opponent's position. Tang Sek's secret skill, Xianyu Hand. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Got you, Tang San whispered with a smile towards the Heart Demon Luo Bo. The latter was not overly surprised, responding with a nod. The next moment, as Tang San shifted his arm's strength, he forced the Thunder Shield to amplify its power, compelling Tang San to release his grip. And once again, he transformed into high-energy lightning and fled. Tang San found himself at a loss against this tactic. If this continued, even if he were not defeated, he would surely be driven to frustration. Moreover, the number of lightning spheres on the battlefield was increasing. Hey, this isn't fair. At that moment, Tang San employed the purification effect of the Blue-Silver Domain, attempting to cleanse away the bothersome lightning spheres. Indeed, the Blue-Silver Domain could serve to clear the battlefield. A domain? The Heart Demon Luo Bo chuckled darkly, then summoned his 10th Spirit Ring, activating his bizarre skill, Radiant Magnetic Field, designed specifically to counter various domains. The blood-red soul ring flickered again, and the icy, smooth, transparent patterns replaced the muddy textures on the ground. As the ice surface rapidly expanded, purple electromagnetic particles flickered in competition. When these particles ascended to the space occupied by the Blue-Silver Domain's light, they immediately devoured large swathes of its brilliance. How could I have not anticipated that Luo Bo would use the Radiant Magnetic Field to disrupt the domain? The sensation of having his domain shattered was profoundly unpleasant, It rendered the battlefield chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San activated his 7th Spirit Ring's 2nd Spirit skill, Blue-Silver 10,000 Thorn Slash. The powerful Blue-Silver Emperor's thorns surged forward in tandem with Tang San's body, seeming poised to strike at the focused Luo bow, maintaining the radiant magnetic field. In that final moment, the Heart Demon Luo bow dismissed the radiant magnetic field and unleashed Thunder Explosion, forcibly repelling Tang San. However, due to inertia, the thorns that comprised the Blue-Silver 10,000 Thorn Slash still struck Luo bow. Since Tang San had already been hit by the Thunder Explosion, the Shattering Thunder Array would inflict additional damage upon him. Moreover, another application of the Shattering Thunder Array, the Fusion Strike, would lock onto its target, rendering evasion impossible. While possessing formidable single-target damage capability, Tang San was likely facing inevitable defeat. The Heart Demon Luo bow began to release the Shattering Thunder Array, and if his spell succeeded, this battle would likely come to an end. Give up, Tang San. You're about to lose. This was Poseidon's trial for him. How could he easily concede? No. If he truly gave up, he would no longer be Tang San. Donc c'était une weapon technique, Bawing réincarnation. In the span of a single second, dozens of diverse hidden weapons flew from Tang San's hands. Thanks to the bat wing reincarnation technique, not only did they accurately target Luo bow as they flew out, but they would also return like boomerangs to strike Luo bow again after being evaded. The peculiarity of their trajectory was something only Tang San could comprehend. Indeed, the convergent strike of the Sha Lei Ting formation has yet to be unleashed. This is because the Heart Demon Luo bow, who is casting spells while standing still, must halt to precisely evade those hidden weapons. The bat wing reincarnation, such an exquisite bat wing reincarnation. The Heart Demon Luo bow transforms into a high-energy bolt of lightning, darting through the narrow gaps of the oncoming hidden weapons. Should he be struck by any one of them, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Observing Luo bow in his frantic struggle, Tang San quietly shifts his martial soul. The Lan Yin Huang retracts, and forth comes the Hao Chue, Dragon Spine Metal activated. The Dragon Spine Metal, of purple epic quality, bestows upon its bearer an extraordinary enhancement to physical attack strength. It is accompanied by the soul skill, Roar the Dragon Slayer, which instantaneously doubles all of 1's attack and soul skill casting speed, lasting for 10 seconds. This superlative equipment has been employed by Tang San since he acquired it, as he sought to harmonize it with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. By now, Tang San has become proficient in the rhythm of the cloak hammer technique under the augmentation of the Dragon Spine Metal. In the brief span of 10 seconds, he has already unleashed over 30 strikes. At this juncture, it is exceedingly difficult for the Heart Demon Luo bow to interrupt him. The cloak hammer technique generates increasing power with prolonged strikes, making it progressively harder to disrupt, without activating a defensive soul skill. Approaching Tang San recklessly would likely result in being sent flying. Hao Chue, cloak hammer! Tang San screamed these 6 words, and indeed, the Heart Demon Luo bow was struck away. After all, the Heart Demon Luo bow possesses only the Thunder Spirit Pearl as his martial soul, while Tang San wields the dual powers of Lan Yin Huang and Hao Chue. Moreover, the Hao Chue is adorned with 7 orange golden soul rings. However, should the true Luo bow and Tang San engage, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet at the very least, Tang San has dispelled his heart demon. The 5th trial of the Sea God passed. Chapter 158. The shattered dreams of past glory. Tang San's successful return has finally brought a sigh of relief to everyone. His performance within the haunting illusion was truly remarkable, particularly as he unveiled the essence of the void. The void, in truth, holds no real terror. What is truly frightening is the unknown. It is akin to facing a boss in a game. Certain storyline characters, seemingly formidable, can instill genuine apprehension in players. Yet, once their health bar is revealed, they are invariably defeated. The only method for a boss to evade defeat at the hands of players is to conceal their health. Those who reveal their health bars and loot lists are nothing more than fools. Indeed, the Void Sovereign is one such fool. Now, the higher-ups of the Anti-Demon Coalition have come to realize that the strength of the Void Sovereign is at the level of a God King. While the title of God King may seem unattainable, it is not entirely impossible. Given that dual martial soul practitioners like Bai Dong and Tang San can undertake the first-level divine examination, what of Luo Bo? Should he not aspire to attain the status of a God King? Of course, Luo Bo knows best that he has not undertaken any divine trials. Even if he possesses the strength to become a god king, he would need to forge his own divine position, much like Qianrenxue. These are matters Luo Bo must ponder in the future. However, since Qianrenxue has already ascended to level 100 as a god, perhaps she could offer him some valuable advice? A few days later, Saladas detected a new haunting illusion. Haunting illusion, Xing Luo City. This time, Saladas dispatched Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. As usual, upon entering the illusion, they were greeted by scenes from a certain timeline in the locale. The Xing Luo City within the illusion was evidently untouched by the forces of the void, still radiating its resplendent glory. It was the mighty and proud Xing Luo Empire, a realm filled with supreme brilliance. However, upon their arrival, Dai and Zhu were met with the silhouettes of their elder brother and sister. Indeed, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan had not managed to escape during the month of the Void's full invasion, nor did they wish to surrender. Thus, they fought valiantly in the heart of Xing Luo City until the final moment, sacrificing themselves heroically. Although Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were not present, they experienced a peculiar mental connection that allowed them to witness the final moments of their sibling sacrifice. Countless Twilight Foolish Ones and Twilight Soul Masters surged towards them like a relentless tide. These foes, tireless and seemingly lifeless, were akin to a horde of zombies. Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, the ghostly white tiger, must have slain countless enemies, only to be ultimately overwhelmed. They would never surrender. As the heirs to the throne, the pride ingrained in the very essence of the Xing Luo Empire dictated that they would not yield. The spirit of the entire empire, from royalty to commoners, even to the household pets, embodied an indomitable spirit. They revered the strong and would never concede defeat. When faced with formidable foes, they would strike, regardless of distance. Born as Xing Luo people, they would die as Xing Luo souls. Now within this illusion, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to relive the moment of their sibling sacrifice. It was akin to reopening a wound they most fervently wished to avoid, exacerbating their grief. No, my head aches. All those memories, all those things. Zhu Zhuqing felt profoundly uneasy, as if she had been transported to her sister's position in that moment. The tide of Twilight minions assailed them relentlessly, an endless onslaught. Dai Mu Bai's eyes reddened further. He remarked, "Our brother and sister can be regarded as true heroes. They demonstrated to us, to the people, that one must never allow fear to conquer them, even when standing at the gates of hell." Dai Mu Bai's mood was weighed down with intensity. He suddenly knelt towards the center of the city, murmuring, "Brother, although we vied for the position of heir and harbored our differences, you are worthy of this bow." Zhu Zhuqing followed suit and knelt beside him. In this moment, both felt an overwhelming burden, a weight that left no room for interruption. Yet, surveying the entirety of the illusion, it appeared that only the two of them remained alive within Xing Luo City. It was indeed quite strange. However, lost in their sorrowful memories, Dai and Zhu remained oblivious to this oddity. As time flowed, a shadow imbued with unparalleled murderous intent emerged. Two figures were birthed from the primal force of the illusion. One, with golden hair cascading down his back, bore a languid expression and eyes sparkling with a violet luminescence. Yet they were not twin pupils. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mu Bai, differing only in stature, as he was slightly taller. Despite his casual demeanor, a hint of a superior-esque smile lingered upon his lips. Following him was a tall young woman, her figure nearly matching his height, possessing a voluptuous form and skin as smooth as white jade, also adorned with a smile. In this silent, empty city, she gently intertwined her arm with his. This young woman was stunningly beautiful, her resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing surpassing that of Dai Mu Bai. Could these two be Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, brother, sister? Upon seeing this scene, Dai and Zhu stood stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. "You're not supposed to be." In the next moment, Dai Mu Bai quickly regained composure and sternly declared, "Humph, imposters, you nearly deceived us. My brother and Zhu Qing's sister have already sacrificed themselves. You're mere fakes, despicable void beings. You have no right to impersonate our heroes." Indeed, the gazes of the two Dai and Zhu were unmistakably amiss. There could be no good in this. Aside from imposters, what else could they be? After all, the dead cannot return to life. By heavens, the deceitful schemes of Enzo and the Void Sovereign are truly insidious. It is utterly outrageous to impersonate the heroes of the Xing Luo Empire with the likes of void minions and scoundrels. Dai Zhu, filled with righteous indignation, did not hesitate to unleash his martial soul. Both combatants exhibited a dazzling array of soul rings: yellow, purple, black, and red. To the untrained eye, such an assembly of soul rings would appear formidable. However, the foe Dai Zhu possessed considerable strength as well, flaunting his own set of yellow, purple, black, and red rings. Indeed, he was a titled Douluo. Yet, Dai Zhu did not succumb to despair. Of a titled Douluo, they had amassed an impressive collection of top-tier equipment suited for their current stage during their exploits in Karazhan and Gruel's lair, augmented further by Luo Bo's runes. Their overall prowess was not necessarily inferior to that of a titled Douluo. Moreover, the counterfeit martial soul was a creation of the Void Saint Lord, and their understanding of this hastily acquired martial soul was limited at best. This was where Dai Zhu held the advantage. No matter how formidable the foe Dai Zhu might be, they would ultimately triumph. Dai Mu Bai envisioned the scenario. These two impostors would likely initiate their assault with the Yinming White Tiger. The martial soul fusion technique employed by two titled level soul masters would undoubtedly reach the level of a super Douluo, potentially even approaching that of an ultimate Douluo. Thus, he and Zhu Zhuqing must employ the same strategy and merge as one. However, their union was not merely a martial soul fusion technique. In reality, their combined evolution offered far greater advantages. Chapter 159, Traversing the Imperial City, Evil Eye Leopard, True, versus Yinming White Tiger, False. As the foe Dai Zhu executed the martial soul fusion technique, Dai Zhu also erupted with energy. Initially, the two embraced, then left a slight space between them. They channeled their primordial energies, merging under the guidance of their souls. Subsequently, they stood face to face, locking their gazes upon one another. The ethereal disk of their combined evolution loomed between them. Dai Mu Bai lightly touched the auxiliary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing placed her hand upon the primary bond position. In the next instant, a spectral tiger materialized behind Dai Mu Bai, transforming into the evil Eye White Tiger. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing morphed into the Yinming Spirit Cat. Primary position: Zhu Zhuqing, Yinming Spirit Cat. Auxiliary position: Dai Mu Bai, Evil Eye White Tiger. Combined evolution: Zhu Mu'en, Evil Eye Leopard. As the radiant light, reminiscent of the duality of yin and yang, gradually diminished, an exceedingly enchanting figure emerged. Indeed, this was the result of the combined evolution of Dai Zhu and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Mu'en. Zhu Mu'en possessed all of Dai Zhu's memories, and her behavioral patterns and personality largely derived from him. Furthermore, Zhu Mu'en was of titled Douluo rank, with her soul rings arranged as purple, black, red, and red. She intoned, Xingluo Empire, resplendent and indomitable. On the opposite side, the foe Dai Zhu, a void creature masquerading as the true Dai Zhu, had completed his martial soul fusion technique, Yinming White Tiger. How intriguing! The Evil Eye Leopard versus the Yinming White Tiger. An enthralling spectacle was about to unfold. Dai Zhu had previously achieved numerous victories with the Yinming White Tiger and was well aware of the weaknesses inherent in the martial soul fusion technique. The peak strength of the Yinming White Tiger lay in its initial devastating triple strike. Should these strikes fail to connect, the subsequent attacks would lack vigor. This was precisely why Dai Zhu and his companion chose to counter the Yinming White Tiger with the Evil Eye Leopard. The expansive Xingluo city provided an ample arena for their combat. Zhu Mu'en's graceful figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Naturally, the Yinming White Tiger, formed by the foe Dai Zhu, could still sense her presence through other sensory means. The Yinming White Tiger roared as it pursued, determined to unleash its devastating triple strike upon Zhu Mu'en. With her golden hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, Zhu Mu'en sprinted, skillfully utilizing the airflow to accelerate her speed. With a blink of her eyes, her first soul skill, Twin Pupils Evil Light, erupted forth, forming an energy orb pulsating with black and white hues in the air before her. This orb swiftly transformed into a golden-purple hue, representing Dai Mu Bai's Evil Eye White Tiger and Zhu Zhuqing's Yinming Spirit Cat. Simultaneously, Zhu Mu'en's mouvement remained unfaltering. Moments later, as the foe Dai Zhu, now transformed into the Yinming White Tiger, closed in, the golden-purple Twin Pupils Evil Light surged, inflicting immense magical damage and severely hindering its mobility. The massive Yinming White Tiger roared in anguish, releasing its pent-up pain. Yet, the two impostors, undeterred, continued their relentless pursuit. Seeing the Yiming white tiger lagging far behind, Zhu Muin chose to halt and lay another trap. With a slight smile, she waved her delicate hand, summoning countless purple blades edged in gold, which lined up to form a thick wall. Given the cornered layout, the impostors would undoubtedly struggle to detect it. After completing her preparations, Zhu Muin cautiously distanced herself, ensuring she remained within proximity to her barrier of light blades. Finally, the colossal Yiming white tiger collided with a wall of light blades, sustaining grievous injuries. With another wave of her hand, the multitude of light blades struck the Yiming white tiger amid Zhu Muin's melodic laughter. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the desolate Xinglua city, a sound that resonated with an eerie desolation. However, this was insufficient to vanquish the impostors, for they were, after all, titled Douluo. Astonishingly, they managed to maintain their martial soul fusion state despite the grievous assault. Zhu Muin approached to assess the situation, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the Yiming white tiger. To her surprise, the beast had regained a significant portion of its vitality in a mere 3 seconds. What was happening? "It is the shadow recovery potion," came the timely voice of Salada's, illuminating Zhu Muin's confusion. This potion could restore full vitality within 5 seconds. It appeared that each of these impostors carried at least one of these potions, crucial for their survival. Zhu Muin quickly pieced together the puzzle. After unleashing her barrage of blades, the brilliance of the golden-purple light had rendered her unable to discern the precise situation within. The impostors likely had utilized the shadow recovery potion immediately after sustaining the attack, taking advantage of the lingering effects, though they had not fully recovered, regaining enough vitality to remain formidable. As the Yiming white tiger lunged towards her once again, Zhu Muin found herself unable to evade, the distance too close. The creature's eyes were filled with a frenzied hatred, as if it sought to rend her limb from limb. In that critical moment, Zhu Muin activated her martial soul, true form, bracing herself to withstand the full force of the Yiming white tiger's assault at the cost of her martial soul's integrity. In the next instant, augmented by her third soul skill, Evil Eye Dash, she sprinted far from the immediate danger. Yet, she left a parting taunt, declaring, "Repugnant beast, I would mind hearing your screams once more." Thus, she began to feel the weight of the situation. The 2 tricks she had previously employed could not be used again. She understood that even the most foolish of impostors would not fall for the same ruse twice. In the frenetic environment of the imperial city, Zhu Muin's mind raced. Very well, since these impostors relish surprises so, why not grant them one more? As she dashed, she unleashed her soul skills. The crimson 8th soul ring on her body shimmered gently, ascending as countless shadows separated from her form. Among these shadows, only one possessed combat prowess comparable to Zhu Muin, qualifying as a true clone. The others were mere phantoms. Thus, Zhu Muin concealed her true self behind a colossal, gourd-shaped stone tower while positioning her clones at a spacious crossroad. The Fo Yuming Baihu traversed 2 streets and rounded a considerable bend before finally catching sight of Zhu Muin. With a sudden leap, it pounced, slashing and cutting, engaging in a fierce struggle with Zhu Muin's clone. Zhu Muin's clone feigned a vulnerability, then abruptly vanished into the air. The Fo Yuming Baihu, believing it had seized a golden opportunity, opened its gaping maw to bite down on Zhu Muin. However, it overlooked the fact that the real Zhu Muin was concealed behind a gourd-shaped stone tower, chuckling to herself, "Fool, you've fallen into my trap." The previously elusive circle of phantoms now emerged fully from the ground. The Fo Yuming Baihu suddenly felt dizzy, as if every phantom before it was Zhu Muin. Finally, it's time for you to descend into the abyss. Chapter 160, The Celestial Cycle of Sun and Moon. Zhu Muin's 9th spirit ring illuminated with a blood-red glow, and in an instant, a phantasmal energy tail appeared behind her. Under her command, this tail expanded exponentially, embodying terrifying power. The evil-eyed leopard tail slash. The massive energy leopard tail had a golden inner layer and a purple outer layer. The purple layer struck first, cleaving the gourd-shaped stone tower in half, with the top portion crashing down perfectly onto the immobilized Fo Yuming Baihu. The golden layer then delivered the second strike. Zhu Muin adjusted her aim and, anticipating the force required, swung the massive tail again, utterly annihilating the already dazed Yuming Baihu. Following the eruption of golden light, calmness returned. Zhu Muin stood for a long moment before confirming that her adversary was truly vanquished. She gently descended to the ground, casting a glance at the two impostors' corpses, remarking, "What a pity, I couldn't hear your screams this time." Subsequently, in this rare moment of tranquility, Zhu Muin dissolved into Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai smiled and remarked, "Well done." Zhu Zhuqing echoed his sentiment, commending the performance as commendable. Among them, Dai Mu Bai was the most exhilarated, for Zhu Muin's astuteness and extraordinary courage were largely inherited from him. He was thoroughly pleased with Zhu Muin's overall performance in this battle. Soon, it seemed that something subtle shifted within the illusion. The atmosphere quickly darkened. The sun vanished from sight. Was rain imminent? In any case, since the illusion had yet to conclude, they would naturally remain there. Regardless of the impending atmospheric changes, they would find a way to cope. In the emptiness of Xinglua City, there were ample places to seek shelter from the rain. No matter what extreme conditions might arise, they felt undaunted. An entire afternoon slipped by without incident. The dark clouds drifted away, leaving only the fiery sunset in the west. It appeared to be evening. Suddenly, the silhouette of the resplendent sun on the western horizon solidified, as if on the brink of unleashing a solar wind. In the next moment, Dai Mu Bai sensed something amiss. The passage of time accelerated, akin to fast-forwarding a movie. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The full moon in the center of the scene radiated a soft silver light, adorning the surrounding twinkling stars with brilliance and purity. Such a magnificent sight was indeed a rarity. Since the grand invasion of the void, Dai Mu Bai had not witnessed such a beautiful night sky. What was happening? Are we experiencing an illusion? Zhu Zhuqing inquired nervously. Dai Mu Bai remained calm, speculating that it was indeed possible. After all, they were already within an illusion. Experiencing a mirage seemed quite natural. However, before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her thought, a sudden deafening boom interrupted their brief conversation. "Is that thunder?" Zhu Zhuqing asked again. Dai Mu Bai stood up and went outdoors to observe the phenomenon. Truly, it was merely a startling illusion. What kind of performance was this? In an instant, the moonlight dimmed slightly. It was only then that Dai Mu Bai noticed that the brightest star, which had previously adorned the night sky beside the moon, had vanished. Could it be a falling star? A sense of impending doom crept into Dai Mu Bai's mind as he immediately summoned Zhu Zhuqing from indoors. "Quickly, we need to merge once more. A new enemy is likely searching for us." Thus, they stood facing each other, their gazes locked. The phantasmal fusion evolution bond disc hovered between them. Dai Mu Bai gently touched the primary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing placed her hand on the secondary bond position. In the next moment, a phantom of a tiger appeared behind Dai Mu Bai, transforming into the evil-eyed Baihu. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing also morphed into the Yuming Lingmao. Primary position, Dai Mu Bai, evil-eyed Baihu. Secondary position, Zhu Zhuqing, Yuming Lingmao. Fusion evolution, Dai Botsu, Yuming Baihu. Dai Po Zhu's Yuming Baihu was not simply a manifestation summoned by a martial soul fusion, but a genuine martial soul. Purple and black, along with red, 9 supermodel-like spirit rings were prominently arranged around Dai Po Zhu's form. With his sharp, deep purple hair and refined, yet slightly delicate features. Complemented by eyes as cold as dirty ice, he exuded an aura of gloom. This somber beauty was not something everyone could appreciate. Utilizing his keen senses, he immediately began to detect every subtle disturbance in his surroundings, gradually moving out of the city and into the outskirts. Indeed, the strongest disturbances were located on the city's periphery. Upon reaching the designated location, Dai Po Zhu halted his movement. All his senses indicated that the enemy would soon appear here. The regal Yuming Baihu would never cower. Thus, he stood his ground, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. Truth be told, Dai Po Zhu's character and behavioral patterns were half derived from Dai Mu Bai and a quarter from Zhu Zhuqing. The remaining quarter stemmed from the inherent royal power bestowed upon him. A king is fearless. At long last, the entire night sky began to shift. The full moon was gradually devoured, until it vanished entirely. All the stars in the sky dimmed, plunging the night into utter darkness. Yet, Dai Po Zhu was unperturbed. Compared to this phenomenon, he was more concerned that the enemy might remain concealed and not reveal themselves. In the cold, silent, dark night suddenly, a burst of ghostly green dispersing starlight erupted before Dai Po Zhu. "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Amidst the dispersing starlight, a familiar figure gradually solidified. This was none other than the star-crowned Douluo Su Shenglin. But no, it was evident that this was an impostor. After all, the real Su Shenglin was currently at the Golden Ancient Tree, observing the illusion alongside other high-ranking members of the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance. Very well. Yet another pretentious and overconfident imposter. Dai Paju said in a deep voice, however, it is futile. An imposter will always remain an imposter. Will you surrender obediently and allow me to grant you a swift end, or will you be tormented throughout, screaming until your demise? The choice is yours, my friend. The foe Su Shenglin, enraged, retorted, you young pup, cease your prattle. Under the orders of the Holy Lord of the Void and Enzo, I have come to hear your screams. The outcome of who will scream in death will soon be revealed. Dai Paju activated his martial soul true form, transforming into a colossal Yuming Baihu. With an elegant, artistic step reminiscent of dance, he executed a graceful retreat, effortlessly dodging the foe Su Shenglin's second soul skill, the Void Star Flash. The foe Su Shenglin's martial soul was not merely the Star Crown. It had been imbued with the power of the Void, taking on the form of a Void Star Crown. Chapter 161. The Solitary Shadow on the Outskirts, the Ethereal White Tiger, True, versus Su Shenglin, False. In the serene wilderness of the Xingluo Empire, two solitary figures commenced their fierce duel. Despite Su Shenglin's unlikable disposition, he remained one of the Empire's most formidable champions, embodying the glory of the Xingluo Empire. At this moment, upon witnessing the Shukong Saint Lord bringing forth this impostor to vex them, Dai Zhu was filled with ire. As Dai Zhu's fury resonated within the consciousness of their combined entity, Dai Pozu, it transformed into an inexhaustible rage for battle. The Shukong Star Crown martial soul was bound to exhibit even more peculiarities than an ordinary Star Crown martial soul. Salada is timely cautioned, urging them to remain vigilant. Dai Pozu charged forth, eager to test the true nature of the so-called Shukong Star Crown. The ethereal White Tiger unleashed its devastating trio of strikes, the first of which was the White Tiger's fierce pounce. The false Su Shenglin appeared merely to sidestep, yet in reality, he had evaded a considerable distance, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Excellent. It seemed he had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Dai Pozu adjusted his stance and brazenly attacked once more. The ethereal White Tiger's second strike. The White Tiger's soul-settling fan roared forth, generating a tempestuous gust. Just as the false Su Shenglin prepared to unleash his soul technique, he was effortlessly interrupted by the sudden assault. Indeed, no one could successfully execute a soul technique amid such overwhelming interference. The experience of having one's soul technique disrupted was profoundly distressing, causing the false Su Shenglin to erupt in a fit of rage. While the true Su Shenglin might not have fared much better in such a predicament, he certainly would not have acted foolishly. Thus, the false Su Shenglin stood motionless, immediately releasing his second soul technique, the Extinguishing Star, a peculiar, eerie green starlight that disrupted the target's accumulated soul power, diminishing its flow. Unfortunately, Dai Pozu had already completed the third strike of the devastating trio, rendering the slowing of soul power inconsequential. The third strike of the devastating trio, the White Tiger's ethereal scissors. With this attack, he forced his opponent into disarray. The false Su Shenglin suffered a grievous blow from the final scissor strike, necessitating a temporary retreat. Before fully recovering, he dared not confront the ethereal White Tiger head-on. Behold the might of the Royal Legion of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Pozu proclaimed with clarity, even in his martial soul's true form. Above the head of the ethereal White Tiger, the character for king was boldly inscribed. As Dai Pozu uttered these words, 10 resplendent golden pillars of light materialized behind him. Each pillar housed a formidable figure. These were the 10 most powerful guardians of the Xingluo Empire throughout its history. Although he could only summon their phantoms, even these remnants combined their might, sufficient to contend with you, a pitiful impostor. The phantoms of the 10 ancient guardians, though differing in appearance, echoed in unison. Long live the Xingluo Empire. Indeed, this was Dai Pozu's bloodline inherited soul technique, the heart of the Xingluo Empire. Ha ha ha. The false Su Shenglin replied with a low chuckle. Have you summoned allies? It is futile. My specialty lies in group battles. Watch as I decimate each of your imperial champions. In the next moment, Dai Pozu was astonished to find the false Su Shenglin had vanished from sight. In truth, the false Su Shenglin had merely sidestepped to regain his strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to unleash his full potential. Once revitalized, he displayed his entrance with 3 soul techniques. The Darkening Star Whisper, a group control skill that obliterates the runes surrounding the Star Crown, rendering the target's singular attribute completely nullified. It was through this sole technique that the false Su Shunlin swiftly stripped the 10 ancient guardian phantoms of their defensive attributes. Starry Judgment, conjuring dozens of rings, each locking onto a target, unleashing a meteor shower attack with tremendous penetrating power, accompanied by an explosive aftermath. Daipozu barely had time to react as he witnessed the 10 guardian phantoms ensnared by the eerie green rings, followed by the starry rain, with each falling star precisely directed toward a corresponding ring. The strength of this control was astonishing. Daipotsu exclaimed. He activated the ethereal flicker just in time to evade the ring's lock. Yet, the guardian phantoms were not so fortunate. With the meteoric strike's immense, penetrating force, coupled with the explosive aftermath, devastation was inevitable. Then came the third technique, Starfall of Eternal Obliteration, the ultimate group assault. Harnessing the power of the cosmos, it summoned judgmental starlight across a vast area. Each beam possessed tremendous power, simultaneously sealing away half of the target's soul ring skills. However, the secondary effect of this old technique was rendered moot, as the initial effect had already annihilated the guardian phantoms. Fortunately, the ethereal flicker had 3 uses, allowing Daipozu to perfectly evade this horrific onslaught. Otherwise, he would have either perished or been gravely wounded. Now, he tasted the bitter fruits of reckless advance. The previously favorable circumstances had vanished. Ha 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 ha! What nonsense about the Royal Legion! What nonsense about the Xingluo Empire! To me, it holds no value. The false Su Shunlin laughed maniacally, conjuring a green starry energy shield that enveloped him, prepared to defend against Daipozu's assault. Daipozu maintained his composure, yet he could not tolerate any insults directed at the Xingluo Empire or the ancient heroes. In an instant, the earth shifted, the heavens roiled, as if the souls of the ancestors of Xingluo City were collectively crying out 4 words. Ethereal White Tiger. The imperial legacy of the Xingluo Empire is indeed the ethereal White Tiger. For millennia, those who dared to scorn it have all fallen beneath its wrath. Today shall be no different. Daipozu harnessed the fury of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the wrath of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, and the anger of countless ancestral spirits of the Xingluo Empire, becoming an overwhelming force beyond description. Black and white intertwined, the duality extended. The ethereal White Tiger cast no shadow, light and darkness coalesced. In a certain sense, the ethereal White Tiger exemplified the harmonious union of light and shadow. The gaze of the false Su Shunlin shifted dramatically. He sensed an unstoppable, irresistible force tearing at the very essence of his void. In that moment, Daipozu regarded him as one Minant, squinting down at the false Su Shunlin below. The oppressive aura of dominance compelled him to ignite his soul power in a desperate attempt at defense. However, at this juncture, no form of defense would suffice. To commit misdeeds may allow one to live, but to bring misfortune upon oneself is inescapable. This is entirely of your own making. Daipozu's words resounded with authority. Oh no, they were not merely authoritative. They echoed like thunder upon the mountains, capable of cleansing all impurities and sweeping across the realms. With the backing of countless spirits, Daipozu finally unleashed a power he had never before contemplated. The profound essence of the eternal glory of the Xingluo Empire. This transcended the mere realm of soul techniques. Its magnitude could only belong to the divine, a true divine technique. The difference between divine and soul techniques is a chasm apart. Firstly, beneath the divine level, none can withstand a divine technique. The false Su Shunlin was no exception. Amidst the boundless radiance, a tainted figure found no escape, despairingly witnessing his own body disintegrate into ash. Chapter 162. The Everlasting Liuli 7 Treasures at Last. The haunting illusions of Xingluo City shattered, and the reality of Xingluo City was spared from the fate of utter consumption. Daipozu observed it all, as the sun and moon continued their course, and the mountains and rivers remained unscathed. He smiled, thoroughly content. That was a smile of a superior, a smile of sovereign. As the iron hooves clattered across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, I stood at the pinnacle of the storm, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon. May the ephemeral joys of this world henceforth usher in peace and fulfillment. Otherwise, grant me another 500 years. The gentle and tranquil light of the righteous path bathed the outskirts of the resplendent Xingluo City, illuminating everything with an eternal sovereign heart, capable of brightening the mountains, seas, and the vast deserts alike. Seeing that all had concluded, Saladas hastily pulled Daibuju back to the realm of reality. Beneath the ancient golden tree, Daibuju disintegrated into Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dragging their weary bodies, the two supported one another, exchanging smiles of solace as they returned to rest. Apologies, everyone. Just as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had not strayed far, Saladas continued. A shocking illusion has emerged in Do City. This time, the location is the headquarters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Fengji spoke first. Then, let me accompany you, sword and bone, your highnesses. After all, that is our home. However, Saladas disagreed. No, Inza seems to have set a restriction within this shocking illusion, specifically targeting the three of you. Thus, you cannot go. The best candidate must be your daughter. Can Rongrong truly go alone? You must have faith in her. After all, your daughter possesses extraordinary talents and has already transcended her martial soul, with her soul bones and equipment endowing her with offensive capabilities. She can do it. Ning Fengji acquiesced. In this moment, he could only choose to trust his daughter. Ning Rongrong playfully grimaced at her father before preparing to enter the shocking illusion. Be careful. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Ning Fengji couldn't help but call out a reminder. Yet, as soon as she entered the illusion, Ning Rongrong forgot his words of caution. She was overwhelmed with joy, dashing forth with exuberance. Here, was this not the untouched headquarters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect from her childhood? In the previous timeline, to save Oscar, she had infiltrated the fortress of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, which had already been occupied by the Twilight Soul Masters, armed only with hidden weapons. That place was filled with terror and silence, devoid of any light or warmth. Yet this time, within the illusion, it felt as though she had returned to the past. To the days of her youth. Step outside. Show me the hidden weapons you brought back. All right, Rongrong. How do you wish to test them? Grandfather Jian. Why don't we give it a try? You're so formidable. Surely, I won't harm you. Remember that time I tested the hidden weapons and accidentally hurt you? Sigh, I was truly reckless back then. Alas, that headstrong princess had vanished without a trace. Of course, in the arena, we once defeated a level 40 soul master team relying solely on the concentrated assault of the Zhuge crossbow. The more users there are, the greater its power. However, this Zhuge crossbow poses no threat to you, Grandfather Jian. Don't come near, girl. My old bones can't withstand this. Rongrong kneel. Ning Fengti commanded steadily. This scene brought tears of laughter to Ning Rongrong's eyes. Looking at her illusionary self, a wave of emotions washed over her. How she longed to be that proud and willful princess who had someone to protect her even when she faltered. But alas, the invasion of the void shattered all of this. Once dreams are broken, one must face reality. However, the illusion soon took a turn for the worse. The voice of the pseudo-Ning Fengji grew increasingly distorted, a deep and somber tone. Ning Rongrong realized that the enemy within the illusion was likely approaching. Yet how she wished to linger a little longer in this cherished moment. The illusionary Ning Rongrong adeptly knelt, as she had often done in the past. Ning Fengji, what are you doing? Is it Qinshin's incompetence to blame? As the saying goes, all is fair in war. This further proves the efficacy of these hidden weapons. Rongrong, well done. You've avenged your grandfather bone. Ha, it's been years since I've seen you, Grandfather Jian, in such a disheveled state. Truly, your crafty and cunning nature shines through. The voice of the illusionary bone grew fainter, as if it might fade away at any moment. Grandfather Jian, Rongrong was wrong. Please punish me. Rongrong, dear, don't cry. It's not your fault. It's Grandfather Jian's own incompetence. We were merely testing the hidden weapons. You did nothing wrong. Indeed, the hidden weapons had an element of surprise. The real Ning Rongrong listened intently, clearly discerning that the illusionary Grandfather Jian was also weak. His final words barely discernible. This was not how it had been in reality. She immediately steeled herself, summoning all her energy, prepared to confront the shifts within the illusion. Prepare the entire set of hidden weapons, the 4 soul bones ready, the blue diamond magic wand ready. No matter what monstrosities the void forces unleash, let them come. Rongrong, I advise you to close your eyes, Saladas cautioned. Just then, the pseudo-Ning Fengji shouted, Unfilial daughter, do as you wish. I do not care. In an instant, the pseudo-Qinshin drew his sword and lunged toward the illusionary Ning Rongrong's chest. The next moment, blood splattered everywhere. This is disgusting. Inzoth, Lord of the Void, how vile. Did he think this would frighten anyone? No, it only served to disgust them. Ning Rongrong gazed at the false image of herself, her eyes dimmed, her stomach churning. Her lips twitched, and she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. "I told you to close your eyes," Saladas reiterated. Soon, the false Ning Rongrong's body vanished, along with the pseudo-Qinshan and pseudo-Gurong. All that remained were the true Ning Rongrong and the counterfeit Ning Fengji. Admittedly, this counterfeit Ning Fengji was remarkably convincing. Both in appearance and demeanor, there was little distinction from the true Ning Fengji outside the illusion. However, the soul could never be imitated. Umph. Another impostor daring to impersonate my father. I shall ensure your demise. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow tightly, gripping her blue diamond magic wand. The pseudo-Ning Fengji merely smirked wickedly, saying, "Oh, my unfilial daughter, do you truly believe you, a mere support soul master, can contend with the great Lord of the Void? Do not dream. Bah! Who is your daughter? You, an impostor, should cease your daydreaming." With a snap of his fingers, four obelisks suddenly appeared beside the pseudo-Ning Fengji. It seemed these obelisks were crucial to his strategy. After all, the pseudo-Ning Fengji's martial soul was also the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Since it was the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, his offensive methods had to rely on external objects for support. Chapter 163. Father-Daughter Battle, Ning Rongrong, True, versus Ning Fengji, Pseudo. Indeed, the obelisks were the pseudo-Ning Fengji's means of attack. As soon as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was summoned, 6 amplifications were immediately conferred upon him, which he then channeled through his soul power to the 4 obelisks. At the tips of each obelisk rested a twilight eye. The 4 eyes simultaneously unleashed beams of twilight, catching Ning Rongrong completely off guard. She was forced to sidestep. Yet, she soon realized the frequency of the shots was too rapid. Could she evade every onslaught? The thought sent her into a slight panic. Yes, she had witnessed such relentless attacks before, but there had always been teammates to draw fire. Now, it was solely her own responsibility. Thus, she activated her soul means of defense. That was a 10,000-year soul bone, the trunk bone of the Liuli Shirmulong. The first soul skill of this trunk bone is to provide a thick energy shield capable of withstanding considerable damage. Once this shield is activated at the very least, she can confidently unleash her attacks. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong emulated the actions of the faux Ning Fengji, summoning all 6 amplification effects onto herself in an instant. The sensation was akin to taking a potent elixir. Additionally, Ning Rongrong possessed another amplification-type soul skill, derived from a piece of equipment from Karazhan, the Unruly Arcane Necklace. Its active soul skill, Arcane Limit, enhances all her spell damage by 30% for a duration of 10 seconds. With these formidable amplifications, a single cast of arcane blue fire would be sufficient to leave the faux Ning Fengji reeling. However, the still inexperienced Ning Rongrong found herself slightly drained after that blow. She needed to recalibrate her state before gradually acclimatizing to this rhythm of attack. Naturally, during this time, she had to remain vigilant against the twilight gaze orbs perched upon the obelisks. These insidious orbs not only unleashed piercing rays, but also emitted debilitating light, proving to be quite a nuisance. The space for dodging was severely limited when fighting on the ground, and as Ning Rongrong had only recently ascended to the Soul Sage level, she struggled to maneuver adeptly through her soul power. Thus, she had no choice but to deploy her reserve skill, the Liuli Light Wings. Indeed, the Liuli Light Wings were a specially selected external soul bone from her mentor, Saladas, perfectly attuned to her martial soul. Unlike the wings of the Shirmulong, these wings were woven from strands of light, radiating outward in a luminous display. Bathed in the shimmering blue-white hue of the ice silk Liuli Light Wings, Ning Rongrong's delicate form radiated brilliance. With the assistance of the Liuli Light Wings, agile flight became a trivial task for her. Meanwhile, the faux Ning Fengji, having been thoroughly battered by the arcane blue fire, was in a state of utter frustration. He redirected all the energy from the obelisks into his own body, preparing to launch 3 consecutive projectiles. The terrifying aspect was that these 3 projectiles were targeted at Ning Rongrong and could autonomously navigate towards her, rendering them nearly unavoidable unless intercepted mid-flight. It was reported that Ning Rongrong would suffer grave injury from just one of these projectiles. Should all 3 strike true, it would spell her demise. Realizing the sheer power of these projectiles, Ning Rongrong immediately activated the sprinting soul skill of the Liuli Light Wings and took refuge behind a towering structure. Thus, the first high-pressure soul power projectile cleaved the tower in half. Just as the upper half of the tower began to plummet, the second projectile followed swiftly. Ning Rongrong once again concealed herself behind the remnants of the tower, but in the blink of an eye, the lower half was obliterated, leaving her without effective protection. Nonetheless, the Foning Fengji was now brimming with excitement. "Let us see how you escape this." He sneered. "Do I even need to escape?" Ning Rongrong replied with a faint smile, her lips curling upward. Seizing the moment, while the Foning Fengji reveled in his triumph, she unleashed all her amplification soul skills once more upon her blue diamond magic staff. With a swift motion, an arcane blue fire, having taken a circuitous route, stealthily soared towards the Foning Fengji's position. Engrossed in controlling the third high-pressure soul power projectile, the Foning Fengji failed to notice Ning Rongrong's prior actions. "Hit! You've lost!" he exclaimed, elated as if he had scored a goal for the national football team. However, Ning Rongrong was poised to shatter his expectations. The Lioli double wings enveloped her like an eggshell, providing comprehensive protection from any harm. Indeed, as a 10,000-year external soul bone, the Lioli double wings possessed two soul skills. The earlier sprint counted as one, while this protective shield constituted the other. The Lioli shield functioned similarly to the invincible golden body, albeit with the distinction that the Lioli shield could only be used once, but lasted significantly longer. If Ning Rongrong retracted the Lioli shield before its duration expired, she would not only regain part of the cooldown time, but also receive a comprehensive amplification effect lasting 2 minutes. The specific amplification amount would correlate with the remaining duration when she chose to cancel the Lioli shield. This amplification could be applied to any soul skill that had been launched but not yet struck the enemy. Therefore, the arcane blue fire still en route could benefit from this amplification. Originally, Ning Rongrong could have activated the Lioli shield to block all 3 high-pressure soul power projectiles, but that would have wasted the entirety of the shield's duration. Instead, she cleverly utilized the terrain to evade the first 2 projectiles and then activated the shield just as the third was about to hit her, canceling it immediately afterward to maximize the amplification. Undeniably, the soul skills accompanying a 10,000-year soul bone were formidable. The Foning Fengji, stunned by the failure of his 3 high-pressure soul power projectiles, nearly spat blood. Subsequently, the arcane blue fire surged forth. "Oh my god, I'm furious. Why does Ning Fengji exist when Ning Rongrong is here?" The attack power of the arcane blue fire in its fully amplified state was indeed terrifying. Yet it did not quite annihilate the Foning Fengji. The true cause of his downfall was the vile obstruction lodged in his chest. Stuck and unable to rise or fall, he met his demise in the next moment. The battle concluded with astonishing rapidity, catching both Ning Rongrong and the spectators in the illusion off guard. Observing the Foning Fengji collapse in defeat, Ning Rongrong was struck with astonishment, accompanied by a tinge of disdain. Was this the daughter that caused her father to perish? Pa. He was merely an impostor. How could that be the cause of my father's demise? Seeing Ning Rongrong's expression, the true Ning Fengji and the Swordbone duo in the Golden Ancient Tree Plaza could not help but chuckle. "Ah, my precious daughter, do not bear any psychological burden," Ning Fengji remarked. The Bon Douluo chimed in, "Indeed. When has our 7 treasures, Lioli Sex Enchantress, ever felt psychological pressure? Rather, you should not truly let yourself be angered. I am elated that the impostor was vanquished by my daughter." "What do you mean by that, Uncle Bone?" Chapter 164. The Versatile Sausage Twin Flyers. After a brief period of adjustment, Ning Rongrong noticed that her surroundings had transformed and all her states had returned to full, including the cooldown time for her soul skills. This indicated that the illusion had not yet concluded. There were still foes that required Ning Rongrong's attention. Her guess proved correct, and this time, the enemies appeared in pairs. The 2 adversaries were none other than the faux Sword Douluo and the faux Bon Douluo. At this point, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of panic. She was primarily a support-type soul master. Managing to contend with 1 adversary was already a challenge, and now she was expected to face 2? How could that be feasible? Fortunately, Saladas had noticed the loosening of the illusion's entrance and promptly sent Oscar in as well. As Oscar entered the illusion, he quickly adjusted his state. "Rongrong, this is a rare opportunity. If we fight side by side, it will be quite manageable," Oscar encouraged, winking at Ning Rongrong to reassure her. The source of his confidence lay in his 6th soul skill, which was extraordinarily powerful. It allowed him to replicate abilities using a drop of blood. If the individual surpassed Oscar in cultivation, he would gain 70% of their abilities. If they were below him, he'd receive 80%. With the use of the golden fly, a mirror sausage could yield a full 100% of abilities, though it could only replicate soul ring skills and not soul bone or domain skills. Oscar first consumed a mirror sausage crafted in the form of his martial spirit. Then he and Ning Rongrong were both able to utilize the martial spirit of Luo Bo. Oscar employed the extreme cold spirit pearl martial spirit, while Ning Rongrong wielded the dynamic flame spirit pearl martial spirit. Although both martial spirits possessed only 7 soul rings, one must not forget that these were all orange golden fierce beast soul rings. Upon witnessing the 7 orange golden soul rings gradually rising around them, the faux swordbone duo nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Alas, are you truly so uninformed, considering you are high-tier void beings? How could you possibly possess orange golden soul rings? It was not like this earlier. Ning Rongrong laughed with an air of authority. You still dare to impersonate our Grandmaster Jian and Grandmaster Gu? You aren't even familiar with Oscar's soul skills? This batch of actors is truly subpar. Oscar's confidence surged as he declared, "Less talk, prepare to receive my attack." No sooner had he spoken than he had already flashed to the side of the foe swordbone duo, executing a close-range frost nova that froze their feet, before promptly flashing back. Indeed, this flash and return combo was derived from the soul bone acquired in the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley, perfect for a quick strike followed by a swift retreat, especially for releasing soul skills that are challenging to hit from a distance. The initial freezing left the two imposters in disarray. Various soul skills were unleashed in succession, yet few found their mark. Even those that did were blocked by Oscar and Ning Rongrong's soul skills. They're flustered now, Oscar remarked. Rongrong, this is their final frenzy. We shall wait for them to exhaust themselves and then eliminate them in one fell swoop. By the way, Rongrong, do you know how to use Luo Bo's dynamic flame, spirit, pearl, martial spirit? It's that basic combo. Ning Rongrong, while defending against the foe sword law's soul skills with a lava shield, suddenly found her mind blank at this moment. Oh no, I seem to have absolutely no idea how to use it. How do you execute Luo Bo's explosive combo? Oscar nearly choked in disbelief. Rongrong, if I had known this earlier, I would have given you the extreme cold spirit pearl and kept the dynamic flame spirit pearl for myself. The extreme cold spirit pearl has less demanding combo requirements. This cannot be my fault. You never informed me. With the situation at hand, it was better to proceed cautiously. Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, an ethereal blade fell beside her. The faux sword Douluo fumed. You truly underestimate us, bickering amidst battle. The two ignored him and continued their conversation. Rongrong, look, the illusion of the 7 treasures glazed sex castle, untouched by the void's invasion, is so magnificent. In fact, our 7 treasures glazed sex most prominent style is delicacy, with many intricate details. A mere superficial glance at the macro layout would cause one to miss many splendid aspects. The faux bon Douluo was also enraged. Who do you think you're looking down upon? At last, Oscar interjected apologies. But we truly do not regard you with any esteem. Pathetic imposters. Imposters are forever imposters. How rude. Ning Rongrong chuckled, then unleashed her full power. The fully amplified arcane blue fire, swiftly striking the enraged bone Douluo. See, it worked perfectly. In truth, the recent standoff at a distance was a test of patience. The side that charged first would find themselves at a disadvantage. Having taken a full blast of the fully amplified arcane blue fire, the faux bone Douluo was sent reeling, his soul power shield proving ineffective. Fortunately, the faux sword Douluo timely shielded him with sword energy, barely saving his life from the subsequent explosive attacks from Oscar and Ning Rongrong. What shall we do, Oscar? We wasted our entire burst, Ning Rongrong complained. Yet Oscar remained unfazed. It's all right, Rongrong. We are not lacking in bursts. If they wish to wear us down, we shall match them. Under the protection of the faux sword Douluo, the faux bone Douluo quickly returned to his original position, beginning to self-repair with his soul skills. He had indeed overstepped his bounds earlier. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was also activating all her mental faculties to rapidly comprehend the combinations of the dynamic flame spirit pearl soul skills. She knew that once these fire-based soul skills achieved a perfect explosion, in merely 10 seconds, they could incinerate their foes to ashes, rendering even the Void Saint unable to save these two. However, before that could happen, they needed to withstand the onslaught of the 7 killing sword. Oscar could barely utilize the ice shield to protect both himself and Ning Rongrong for a short while, but it would not last long. We better take to the skies and evade. This is not a sustainable approach, Ning Rongrong advised. Thus, they both consumed a flight mushroom sausage and ascended into the air. The faux sword Douluo continued to unleash a relentless rain of swords, each strike growing increasingly precise. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against any sneak attacks from Oscar and Ning Rongrong targeting the Bone Douluo. Once the Bone Douluo had completed his recovery, he refrained from recklessness, instead raising a wall formed of dense white bones around them for protection. "What should we do? We can't even sneak attack now," Ning Rongrong inquired again. Just as Oscar was about to respond, a phantasmal long sword veered in from behind and grazed his body. Ning Rongrong panicked, leaning forward to assist Oscar, only to find herself struck by a flash as well. Although the attack from the phantasmal long sword was not particularly powerful and did not inflict significant harm, one must remember that an airborne individual cannot maintain their balance when struck even slightly. Consequently, both were forced to descend. Chapter 165. The couple duo, 9-colored sausage, true versus swordbone duo, false. Taking advantage of Oscar and Ning Rongrong's forced descent, the faux sword Douluo unleashed a frenzied barrage of sword energy. While most was neutralized by Oscar's ice barrier, it still inflicted considerable damage upon the two. 6th Soul Skill. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The faux sword Douluo instantaneously conjured thousands of swords around him with his soul power. He could launch these swords like arrows or consolidate them into an enormous sword via the 7-killing sword, which possessed formidable attacking power. This time, he naturally chose the latter effect, aiming at the ground where Oscar and Ning Rongrong were landing. In a panic, Ning Rongrong activated the glazed wings, enveloping both herself and Oscar. The glazed shield proved to be a defense soul skill comparable to an invincible golden body, rendering an attack that should have severely wounded them to merely a splash of rain upon the ocean, causing no disturbance. "It seems we can only attempt a fusion evolution." Oscar coughed lightly. "Come, Rongrong, this time we can surely succeed." A flash of 9-colored light appeared, and an ethereal fusion evolution bond disc manifested between the two. The fiery passion of youth ignited the surrounding air. Oscar placed his left hand on the primary position of the disc, while Ning Rongrong lightly touched the secondary position with her right hand. A phantom of a meat chunk floated behind Oscar, swiftly transforming into a large sausage. Behind Ning Rongrong appeared an unrefined piece of glazed glass, which the next moment morphed into the 7 Treasures glazed tower and then into the 9 Treasures glazed tower. Primary position, Oscar, sausage. Secondary position, Ning Rongrong, 9 Treasures glazed tower. Fusion evolution Aldo, 9-colored sausage. Before them stood a handsome young man with fluffy silver hair, emerging from the cocoon woven from 9-colored brilliance, exuding a grand and gentle energy. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 9 ultramodel soul rings were arranged in an orderly fashion upon him, clearly indicating his strength. "Ha ha, greetings to you all." Aldo shook his long robe and then charged forward swiftly, trailing a whirlwind of 9-colored light behind him. His figure was elusive, with his aura oscillating between intensity and tranquility. The pseudo-bone Douluo couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, is this fellow a fly? Who are you calling fly?" As the multicolored radiance approached, Aud was suddenly materialized beside the pseudo-bone Douluo, his 7th soul rings swiftly ascending. In his hand, a flowing, multicolored sausage appeared out of thin air, which he used to silence the pseudo-bone Douluo by stuffing it into his mouth. The moment the sausage was inserted, it transformed into a gloomy purple hue, rendering him mute and unable to utilize his soul skills for a duration of 1 minute. At this moment, the pseudo-sword Douluo had finally reacted and was about to launch an attack, but to his surprise, Audwa had already vanished, creating a considerable distance between them. So annoying. He truly is like a fly. Where could Audwa be now? Perhaps only he himself knew, as he had distanced himself and gone invisible. Indeed, he aimed to disrupt the mentality of his opponents. By shattering their composure, the subsequent kill would become significantly easier. Thus, in his invisible state, he crafted a precision-guided sausage, infusing it with energy to make it continuously expand. When the precision-guided sausage reached its maximum size, it had a radius of at least 1 meter and a length of several meters. At this point, his invisibility would dissipate. Finally, as the infused multicolored energy reached saturation, Audwa and the colossal multicolored sausage became visible to the pseudo-sword and pseudo-bone Douluos. However, they soon realized it was too late. The blood-red 8th soul ring emerged, and the infinite multicolored light could be applied to a yet-to-be-launched single projectile, doubling its range and distance while halving its damage. The super multicolored sausage, amplified by the infinite multicolored light, was forcefully launched and exploded mid-air, illuminating the entire sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. Though the pseudo-sword and pseudo-bone Douluos did not suffer significant damage from this dazzling strike, they were plagued by various debilitating effects. Firstly, the first 3 soul skills of both were restricted, rendering them unusable for 5 minutes. Secondly, their vision was severely impaired, akin to suffering from cataracts. Furthermore, their reaction times were diminished by 50%. Indeed, they were about to endure considerable discomfort during this period. The multicolored sausage was not a traditional support tool. It was the kind that could inflict grave distress, verging on the malicious. While the restriction of soul skills alongside the replication of others could be considered akin to stealing techniques, it paled in comparison to true malevolence. One could surmise that the pseudo-sword Douluo had never encountered phrases such as "holy light will smite you" or "wow." Otherwise, he might have succumbed to anger before even being defeated. Fortunately, the pseudo-sword Douluo still possessed a formidable defensive soul skill. Otherwise, he would have fallen beneath Aodwa's next super multicolored sausage. This particular strike was not enhanced by the infinite multicolored light, thus serving as a high-damage single-target soul skill. Unlike the previous debilitating barrage, regrettably, this powerful attack struck squarely against the pseudo-sword Douluo's sword energy shield. It looks vibrant, but is it truly so impressive? The pseudo-sword Douluo taunted with a particularly disdainful tone. Yet, a refined and cunning beauty like Aodwa would hardly take offense at such a remark. He continued his actions undeterred. Amidst the flow of multicolored light, he darted about, leaving no trace. Considering the pseudo-sword Douluo's mental prowess, it was far from sufficient to lock onto him, let alone discern his precise location with the naked eye. The sword energy shield would eventually dissipate, and Aodwa seized the opportunity to leave behind an afterimage at his current position before swiftly retreating. This afterimage lingered in mid-air, seemingly foolish, yet was deceptively clever. The afterimage was not under Aodwa's control. It would merely follow a programmed sequence, employing simple soul skills to attack predetermined targets. Of course, the effects of the afterimage's soul skills would only amount to 20% of Aodwa's actual capabilities. The pseudo-sword Douluo perceived an opportunity, signaling the pseudo-bone Douluo to remain in defensive posture while he rushed forth with the ferocious 7-kill sword. The pseudo-bone Douluo erected a wall of ominous white bones to encase himself. At that moment, Aodwa had already flashed above him, and the wall was utterly ineffective in providing protection. Simultaneously, the sword Douluo had launched an attack toward the afterimage Aodwa had left behind, leaving him no time to regard Aodwa himself. Caught off guard, the pseudo-bone Douluo fully absorbed a super multicolored sausage, disintegrating into ashes. Terrifying. Truly a soul skill of 100,000 years. How fearsome. The pseudo-sword Douluo felt something was amiss as he struck the afterimage. Why was it so fragile? Startled, he turned abruptly to find Aodwa's multicolored wings shimmering brightly, standing proudly atop the collapsed wall of bones. "Oh, it seems you're the last one left," Aodwa remarked nonchalantly, his fluffy silver hair flowing gently in the breeze, as if mockingly taunting the pseudo-sword Douluo who had been lured away. Chapter 166. The soul-devouring spider monarch. Without the pseudo-bone Douluo, he was powerless to return. Thus, under the gaze of Aodwa's gentle yet sweetly sarcastic amber eyes, the pseudo-sword Douluo spat out 3 mouthfuls of old blood. "I choose death." Sighing, Aodwa smiled, observing this thoroughly demoralized impostor. He raised his left hand, conjuring a cup of chrysanthemum tea, and sipped it with indifference. "Fighting against someone so unenduring, I would rather stay home and drink tea." The pseudo-sword Douluo spat out 3 more mouthfuls of blood. Aodwa feigned disbelief, quickly extending his right arm holding the teacup, saying, "You've spilled quite a bit. You need to rehydrate. I have tea here. Would you like to drink some?" Then, with his left hand, he brandished a sausage, adding, "Oh, by the way, if you're hungry, I also have sausage." Another 3 mouthfuls of blood were coughed up. The pseudo-sword Douluo met his demise. As the phantasmal illusions shattered, Aodwa promptly returned beneath the golden ancient tree. Here, he transformed back into Oscar and Ning Ronron, both of whom wore smiles despite their exhaustion. "Congratulations. You have successfully undergone fusion evolution," Lily said cheerfully as she approached. She had never anticipated that these two, who had repeatedly failed in their attempts, would achieve success in the midst of battle. This was indeed a tremendous surprise. Afterward, Lily needed to inquire about their specific circumstances at that moment, as it held critical significance for her research on fusion evolution techniques. Once everyone dispersed, Saladas began to survey the world for any newly emerging phantasmal illusions. Should any appear, she would immediately dispatch personnel to resolve them, ensuring that none could manipulate her. As expected, a new phantasmal illusion suddenly emerged. But everyone has just left, she mused. It was none other than the Wuhuan city. Saladas quickly identified the ideal candidate. Indeed, it is the inheritor of the comet goddess, the spider monarch Douluo, Bibi Dong. Furthermore, the specific location of this phantasmal illusion was the papal palace in Wuhuan city, with the most likely location of the void artifact being within the papal palace's chambers. Thus, Saladas swiftly pinpointed Bibi Dong's position and transmitted, "Inheritor of the comet goddess, you have a mission." "Oh, is it my turn now?" Bibi Dong turned around, placing aside her jade-infused hand, and spoke in a low voice. "Where is it?" "I suspect it is Wuhuan city." A smile flickered across Bibi Dong's face. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a source of ease and comfort. Come now, the last pope. Bibi Dong was quite displeased with this title, as if it implied she had completely failed the spirit hall. "You should return first. After watching so many harrowing illusions, you must be weary. I prefer this particular scene to remain unseen by others." Thus, this occasion at the Pope's palace in Wuhuan city truly lacked an audience. Bibi Dong calmly passed through the illusionary gate, stepping into the untainted Wuhuan city, untouched by the void. Here, all the memories of the past came flooding back to her. She reminisced about her youth when she and Yu Gang were still innocent, as students of Qian Xuanji, both possessing twin martial souls. She effortlessly ascended to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Qian Xuanji had almost regarded her as his successor for the next pope. Indeed, the position of pope in the Spirit Hall is not reserved for the strongest of the age, but rather for those deemed most promising. The pope serves as a symbol of the Spirit Hall, yet does not wield the true power that lies within the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall comprises the elders and powerful figures from the founding families of the Spirit Hall, with Douluo being a quintessential representative of this system. At that time, as the Holy Maiden, Bibi Dong mingled with the so-called waste known as Yu Gang, leaving many puzzled. Despite her efforts to bolster Yu Gang's reputation, even leveraging her influence to elevate him to the status of a theoretical genius, it bore no fruit. Then, Qian Xuanji summoned her to his chamber, inquiring about her relationship with Yu Gang. Naively, she revealed the truth and even expressed her willingness to forsake her title as Holy Maiden to elope with Yu Gang. Such confounding behavior could only be attributed to folly. Did she truly believe Qian Xuanji would relinquish his successor to Yu Gang and the Landian Bawang Zone? A talent like Bibi Dong, possessing a twin martial soul, could not be wasted by the Spirit Hall. She would inevitably be eliminated. And the notion of offering her to the Landian Bawang Zone was absurd. Qian Xuanji understood his father, Qian Douluo, too well. Although Qian Douluo appeared noble and righteous, it was all for the sake of the Spirit Hall. Anyone who acted against its interests would face his wrath. If Bibi Dong truly fled with Yu Gang, without Qian Xuanji needing to intervene, Qian Douluo would find a way to eliminate the two youths himself. Naturally, Qian Xuanji could not bear to watch his beloved disciple make such a grave mistake, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he struck Bibi Dong, rendering her unconscious, and subsequently employed a certain method to ensure she remained forever within the Spirit Hall. Alas, Bibi Dong was oblivious to the deeper reasons behind this. At least at that time. Even now, she merely perceived Qian Xuanji as someone who coveted her beauty while seeking to secure the best candidate for the next pope for the Spirit Hall. Indeed, the illusion that Bibi Dong witnessed was that very night. In the illusion, Bibi Dong was embroiled in a heated argument with Qian Xuanji. "No, teacher, we will not interfere with important matters. We merely care for one another. This does not conflict with the grand affairs of the Spirit Hall. Yet the Pope cannot have a partner deemed unworthy. Such a notion has never existed. Although this quarrel differed slightly from her memories, the essence remained consistent. Then I shall renounce my title as Holy Maiden and Pope. I wish to leave with Yu Gang." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji trembled, nearly fainting from fury. In a sudden burst, he struck Bibi Dong on the neck, causing her to lose consciousness. Bibi Dong could bear no more. She knew what would follow. She would never forget that morning when she awoke, bare and informed that her chastity had been taken from her. As a result, the illusion morphed with her emotions. The Bibi Dong within the illusion vanished, while the false Qian Xuanji turned, darkly gazing at the true Bibi Dong. "Ah, you seem well. Did you think I would not return? After many years, I have resurrected." Bibi Dong regarded him with disdain, coldly retorting, a counterfeit with so much bravado. Accept your fate and spare me the trouble. The false Qian Xuanji burst into laughter, seemingly unthreatened. How tedious, since you recognize my true nature. I shall not waste words with you. Do you think Lord Enzo would not learn from his previous failures? Allow me to demonstrate the power of the void. Chapter 167. The grand performance resurfaces Bibi Dong true versus Qian Xuanji false. The void? Ha! One can tell it is a feeble martial soul by its very name. Bibi Dong scoffed. Regardless of your martial soul, you shall perish in agony beneath my feet. Suddenly, with a maniacal laugh from the false Qian Xuanji, the walls of the Pope's palace shattered, exposing the room to the void above. Very well, shall we take to the skies? Bibi Dong showed no fear of aerial combat. Despite the opposing martial soul's advantage in the air, having passed the fourth trial of the comet goddess, she possessed the comet god wings, rivaling divine artifacts. The comet god wings, resembling the Lioli wings of Ning Rongrong, were woven from strands of light, radiating outward. However, the comet wings leaned towards a silvery white hue with hints of icy blue, while the Lioli wings exuded a transparent sapphire blue. As the inheritor of the comet goddess, her power far surpassed that of an ordinary limit Douluo, while the strength of this false Qian Xuanji was akin to that of an average limit Douluo. However, within the illusion, these impostors' martial souls, forms, and cultivation levels were mere simulations, lacking true substance, hence their deficiencies. In essence, the false Qian Xuanji's actual combat prowess fell short of even an ordinary limit Douluo. Thus, Bibi Dong had little to fear. All their arrogance was merely a facade. As she unfurled her comet wings, her martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, remained unchanged, yet their appearance and effects transformed, radiating a brilliant blue-white hue, mirroring Bibi Dong's attire and instantaneously altering its color. Now, Bibi Dong had begun to embody the characteristics of the comet goddess. Once she completed all 9 trials and acquired the comet scythe, she would truly become the comet goddess. Remarkably, as the soul skills of the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor shifted to a blue-white aesthetic, they became extraordinarily splendid, exuding a beauty that eclipsed their previous dark demeanor. This phenomenon is not difficult to grasp. Typically, noble figures possess abilities that shine with golden brilliance, while villains often exhibit dark or purple hues. Naturally, exceptions exist, as exemplified by Qian Xuanji, who, despite appearing righteous, could engage in the most sordid deeds. Gazing at the false Qian Xuanji before her, Bibi Dong yearned to deliver a slap, followed by another. However, relying solely on slaps to vanquish a void creation was evidently impractical, compelling her to initiate her soul skills. First soul skill, Half Moon Comet Flash. This skill offered 2 modes of attack. 4 single-target assault. The 6 spider spears behind her, coupled with her spider-like arms, converged before her. Their 8 tips poised towards the enemy. A brilliant blue-white light flared forth, accompanied by the dazzling radiance of her first soul ring, as the 8 spears surged upward, unleashing a crescent-shaped blue-white beam. For area attacks, a powerful blue-white glow erupted, and a shimmering silver screen materialized before her, from which crescent blades of azure, reminiscent of the sea, launched forth. These crescent blades were under Bibi Dong's control, allowing her to unleash them in rapid succession. The false Qian Xuanji would naturally need to defend himself. The dark purple void 6 wings enveloped his form, an embodiment of divine power that was not easily thwarted. As the void 6 wings faced the relentless onslaught of the half-moon comet's piercing strikes, they gradually succumbed to damage, revealing vulnerabilities. The temporarily wingless Pseudo-Kank Sunji nearly plummeted, but fortunately, the wings regenerated just in time as he fell through the air. Originally, Bibi Dong had anticipated that this individual would indeed fall, never expecting the wings to regrow. After all, this counterfeit was at the level of a limit Douluo, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched for him to possess some resilience. Seizing the momentum from the wing regeneration, Pseudo-Kank Sunji surged forward toward Bibi Dong, raising his void greatsword to deliver a fierce strike. Yet, faced with this sudden proximity, Bibi Dong's demeanor remained utterly unruffled. Let us not forget, her prowess in both close combat and ranged attacks was unparalleled. Her 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor Comet Blaze, manifested. A multitude of blue-white glowing spikes, each exceeding a meter in length, enveloped every inch of Bibi Dong's body. The bright silver armor became exceptionally thick, yet it did not hinder her speed. Moreover, the accompanying poisonous spikes bore a deadly toxin and provided formidable defense, ensuring her effectiveness in close quarters. She stood her ground, inviting Qiang Sunji to strike. "Go ahead, strike me. If you land even a single blow, I shall concede defeat." Witnessing his strongest attack effortlessly neutralized by this monstrous defensive soul skill, Pseudo Qiang Sunji was utterly flustered. He could not comprehend why this was occurring. Indeed, how could a mere creation of the void grasp the vast strength and intricate abilities of the goddess of comets? Bai Dong, having passed the first 4 trials, was effectively half a comet goddess now, making it exceedingly easy to deal with an opponent of the ordinary limit Douluo caliber. Oof. Even the true Qiang Sunji perished at my hands. What right do you, a pitiful imitation, have to believe you can contend with me? At these words, Pseudo Qiang Sunji's eyes reflected a flicker of trepidation, not from the harshness of her statement, but from the realization that nothing he could do would affect Bai Dong in any way. Imagine if someone depended on absorbing the fear of others to survive. If no one feared him anymore, could he continue to exist? The void thrived on inciting various negative emotions to corrupt the virtuous. But if everyone could master their negative feelings, the void would be rendered powerless. Look now. The Pseudo Qiang Sunji not only failed to evoke fear in Bai Dong, but was instead ensnared by his own trepidation. Bai Dong regarded him as though he were an insignificant ant beneath her feet, her gaze icy and filled with disdain, rendering Pseudo Qiang Sunji immobile. "Well then, I did not expect it to be this simple," Bai Dong remarked coldly, "but I have grown weary of this game. It is time to bring it to an end." The mark of the scarless glory, Adrian's gaze. A beam of compressed, high-energy soul power pierced through Pseudo Qiang Sunji's chest in an instant. A single, lethal strike. "What a waste," Bai Dong declared, turning away, no longer casting a glance at the disintegrating Pseudo Qiang Sunji. The reason Pseudo Qiang Sunji had been rendered powerless after only 2 moves in this horrifying illusion was that Bai Dong had ceased to fear him. "I'm no longer afraid of you." This statement was directed towards the long-gone true Qiang Sunji, but could also be interpreted as a self-affirmation. Yes, regardless of the challenges we face, we must confront them unflinchingly, smiling or sneering in their face. The best way to dispel fear is to face it head-on. Perseverance is the key to victory. Chapter 168. The Dual Dance of Celestial Ice and Divine Fire. Upon returning to the Golden Ancient Tree Plaza, only a short while had passed in this realm. She walked back to her chamber in solitude, silent and tranquil. Beneath her cold demeanor, however, she felt a profound satisfaction. Following this, the horrifying illusion subsided for a few moments without reappearing. Perhaps Inzaz was upgrading his subordinates? After all, the entities in the previous terrifying illusion had been utterly incompetent, easily manipulated by the warriors dispatched by the Anti-Demon Alliance. Most of them perished not through combat, but through sheer folly. When the horrifying illusion resurfaced, everyone had become accustomed to it. This time it occurred in the Grand Soul Arena of Do City. Likely in Za's new round of probing. "Sigh, this is so boring," Saladas remarked lazily. "This probing is utterly lackluster. Let's do this. Whoever among the youth here is most idle should take part." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai smirked mischievously. Who else could be more idle? He's even had time to chase after girls. Isn't that idle enough? How about you, fatty? In the back of the crowd stood a girl named Bai Qinxiang. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. It was evident that Dai Mubai was referring to Ma Hongjuan's pursuit of Bai Qinxiang. Ma Hongjun, however, remained silent, simply standing there. "All right, it's you then," Saladas chuckled. Logically, the horrifying illusion appearing in the Grand Soul Arena of Do City should not resurrect any significant events. Even if Ma Hongjun was somewhat careless, he could still accomplish the task. Sure enough, as he stepped inside, he found himself at the very venue of the previous Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent. Moreover, he stood directly on the arena, facing Shui Binger. It was clear that the Shui Binger before him was a counterfeit created by the Void. Could it be? Why her? Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, perplexed as to why his opponent in this illusion was Shui Binger. Was this the fabled principle of one overcoming another? However, he already had Bai Qinxiang. Why was this illusion presenting him with Shui Binger? Meanwhile, the true Shui Binger, who was watching from in front of the Golden Ancient Tree, felt equally baffled. Did this Ma Hongjun truly harbor thoughts of her in his heart? Bai Qinxiang, on the other hand, felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why Ma Hongjuan's opponent was not her counterfeit. Regardless, since she was here, she might as well engage. "Hey, you there, even though you impersonated Sister Shui, which angers me greatly. If you surrender obediently, I can grant you a swift demise. Faced with Ma Hongjuan's veiled threat, the counterfeit Shui Binger appeared exceedingly frightened. Her hands trembled, and she hesitated to respond. After merely 10 seconds, Ma Hongjun grew impatient. Fine, I shall unleash my full power, ensuring you feel no pain. Experience the art of melting. To the spectators before the golden ancient tree, he added, Friends, shall I not offer you a delightful gift? Naturally, the latter two sentences were directed at the audience. The fatty has taken flight, Dai Mubai remarked, linking arms with him. Let's see what tricks he can conjure. However, Tang San's expression was grave, as if it were he who was preparing for battle in this illusion rather than Ma Hongjun. He should not have underestimated the counterfeit. After all, Shui Binger's water spirit's quality was not inferior to Ma Hongjuan's phoenix. Furthermore, this was a matter of spirit attribute restraint. Just as Ma Hongjun activated his true spirit, the blazing phoenix, and prepared to unleash the phoenix fire line, the counterfeit Shui Binger suddenly exclaimed, I surrender. Spare me. It's not my intention to fight you. Suddenly, a frenzied whisper echoed through the air. You have no say in this. It was Inzaz, personally intervening? Saladas exclaimed. Has he taken matters into his own hands? Clearly, Inzaz had not. He was merely ensuring that this void creature impersonating Shui Binger followed the plan. If she surrendered outright, not only would the horrifying illusion collapse immediately, but would also inflict severe harm upon Inzaz's true form. Thinking of defecting? No way. Now engage in battle. If you manage to return alive, I will deal with you then. Inzoth has sown a seed of programming within the spiritual sea of the false Shui Binger to forcefully manipulate her in combat against Ma Hongjun. Should she perish in this conflict, it would merely collapse one illusion, inflicting no harm upon Inzoth's true form. Please, if it is within your power, save me. I truly do not wish to fight you. However, she found herself unable to control her own body. Salada suddenly realized something. If Inzoth's creations could possess the same free will as ordinary individuals and could be saved, then those Twilight followers, originally transformed from normal people, must be even easier to rescue. Thus, Saladas resolved to make every effort to protect this girl. From her, Saladas could develop a more efficient method to reverse the transformation of those Twilight followers. Fatty, Saladas conveyed to the illusion of Ma Hongjun, do not kill her. Aim to incapacitate her. I have my ways to save her. Upon receiving the instruction, Ma Hongjun appeared confident, as if victory was already assured. However, the false Shui Bing, under the influence of the programming, was compelled to act against her will. Your heart. You cannot withstand this blow. The false Shui Binger shouted. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Could this impostor truly? Soon, a massive ice ball hurtled toward him. Ma Hongjun, unable to activate the Phoenix fire line in time to neutralize it, had no choice but to flap his wings and evade. That was close. Had that strike landed squarely on his face, it might have rendered him unconscious. Fatty had indeed been careless. What was he hesitating about earlier? This was clearly a ruse by the imposter Shui Binger. I don't think so, Tang Sin interjected. Regardless of the evaluations surrounding the golden ancient tree, Ma Hongjun had narrowly escaped disaster. He felt both perplexed and furious at his own foolishness for underestimating the situation. Now, under the programming implanted by Inzoth, the false Shui Binger lacked precision and ferocity, but her intellect was not on par with Ma Hongjun. After all, she was but a machine. It would be remarkable for her to win. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have, he declared, though secretly, he had already prepared his defensive measures. Allowing her to attack a few times served to exhaust her while probing her capabilities, setting the stage for a counterattack. As expected from a programmed entity, her behavior was quite perplexing. The false Shui Binger enveloped herself in a layer of ice shield and swiftly approached Ma Hongjun. Just as she was within a certain distance, she halted, waving her hands as 3 ice spikes materialized around her. Suddenly, her gaze fixed, and the 3 ice spikes launched simultaneously toward Ma Hongjun. Your heart. This soul skill is equally formidable. Do not let it hit. Chapter 169. The Song of Ice and Fire. Ma Hongjun true versus Shui Binger false. Is that all? Ma Hongjun grinned, dismissing the attack with ease. This time, he did not even attempt to evade, but instead retrieved an item. Sandal, Blessing of the World Tree. It appeared to be a wooden shield, and indeed, it was made of wood, albeit from a rather unique material. This shield would absorb all subsequent damage and convert it into energy. Once Sandal Blessing of the World Tree, reached full energy. It would release a powerful enhancement to all nearby allies, evenly distributed, lasting 10 seconds. Since only Ma Hongjun was present, he would enjoy the full effects of the enhancement. Indeed, after absorbing damage, it was Ma Hongjun's turn to perform. With a 1-second preparation phase, he raised his hands and, akin to shooting a basketball, launched a spherical shell of holy fire, striking the false Shui Binger with precision. Enjoy the sauna, he quipped. No, please, spare me. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized he should not treat this false Shui Binger so harshly. After all, her prior attacks had prompted him to evade. He thus increased his output, rendering her unconscious to spare her the pain. As the duration of high-temperature pressure concluded, the entire soul power protective layer surrounding the false Shui Binger nearly dissipated, leaving her resembling a person who had lost their martial soul. Upon awakening, the false Shui Binger found her consciousness muddled, and Inzotha's programming could now delve deeper into controlling her actions. It was evident that she loathed her current state. She was unwilling to be forced in a battle against Ma Hongjun. Earlier, Saladas had attempted to sever the connection between the false Shui Binger and Inzotha's programming while she was ensnared in high-temperature pressure, but regrettably, it had been in vain. Due to her severe injuries, the false Shui Binger, under programming control, burned her life essence to regain temporary recovery and combat strength. Seeing her movements grow increasingly frenzied, Ma Hongjun unleashed his full power, countering her with the intense heat of the Phoenix Fire line. However, the clash of ice and fire was particularly fierce, especially considering their comparable strengths. On one hand, both possessed soul saint-level cultivation. On the other, Ma Hongjun was fortified with equipment and runes, along with 1 or 2 soul bones, while the false Shui Binger was directly manipulated by Inzotha's programming. Without considerable effort, Ma Hongjun struggled to defeat this opponent swiftly. The false Shui Binger's life essence burned rapidly. Under normal circumstances, a person would be utterly exhausted by now, perhaps even succumbing to death. Yet, under the control of Inzotha's programming, the false Shui Binger fought with increasing vigor, resembling an unyielding war machine. Seizing an opportunity during Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line's continuation, she unleashed a counter-ice ring, forcing him back. Subsequently, she exerted all her strength to activate her martial soul's true form. Before him appeared a colossal ice bird, infused with void power, which could also be referred to as an ice phoenix. The ice bird spread its wings proudly and emitted a long, ancient cry, tinged with a hint of desolation. Watching from outside the golden ancient tree, Saladas had lost hope for rescuing this girl. This was burning her life essence. She feared she could no longer withstand it. From the moment the ice bird appeared, it began to unleash frost rings that expanded in all directions. Undoubtedly, these frost rings were to be avoided, lest one be ensnared to death. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun evaded this attack in a timely manner, having learned his lesson to play it safe. As the ice bird ceased releasing frost rings, he swiftly returned, preparing to employ the Phoenix Cry to attempt to defeat his opponent once more. While hoping for the false Shui Binger's redemption, preserving his own life remained paramount. Thus, upon confirming that she momentarily lacked high damage capabilities, he seized the opportunity to unleash his magnificent fourth soul skill, Phoenix Cry. Although the range was accurately judged, it ultimately failed to hit. There was nothing to be done. The casting delay was simply too long. As long as there were displacement-type soul skills, even a fool could evade in time. This lackluster trait destined Phoenix Cry to serve as a follow-up control rather than a primary control method. Missing this soul skill was inconsequential, as the false Shui Binger swiftly maneuvered to flank him, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Her speed was so great that even she failed to warn him in time. The programming was terrifying, enabling such rapid actions. However, this inflicted considerable harm upon the body of the false Shui Binger. Ma Hongjun sensed danger looming from behind. He swiftly turned around to face the colossal, crystalline water phoenix that had appeared before him. The impact of fire and ice colliding resonated with a thunderous boom, echoing through the heavens. Following this, there was an eerie silence and emptiness. Both the fire phoenix and the ice phoenix vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Could this truly be the essence of utter annihilation? Fatty, Dai Mubai shouted, clenching his fists in distress, nearly leaping into action. Tang San could only stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ma Hongjun had been consumed by the ice phoenix. The audience gathered before the ancient golden tree erupted into chaos. No, I must go in. Let me in. The anxious Dean Flender of Shrek Academy was on the verge of fainting from worry. Naturally, Saladas would not permit Flender to enter. If he did, it would instantly trigger the emergence of another void creature, complicating matters even further. She refrained from explaining to anyone, as she vaguely felt that Ma Hongjun would not perish so easily. 10 seconds later, at the spot where the two had just disappeared, a beam of light emerged, pulsating like a rift. Soon, this beam transformed into a massive crimson phoenix egg. Phoenix Nirvana, the master exclaimed. It is indeed the Phoenix Nirvana. It is said that among every 100 Phoenix-type spirit masters, only one can attain Nirvana. And to think that this individual would be Hongjun, I knew he wouldn't die. Flender's sorrow morphed into joy, and he leaped into the air. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Since it was indeed the Phoenix Nirvana, and a red egg at that, it signified that Ma Hongjun had not perished. The counterfeit Shui Binger, however, was surely obliterated. To their astonishment, when the eggshell cracked, it revealed two figures. They did not appear to have just emerged from battle. Rather, they had merely undergone a complete bodily reconstruction under the influence of the Phoenix Nirvana. Thank you, the false Shui Binger spoke first. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer myself to you. Ma Hongjun feigned a righteous demeanor, replying, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I care for. She instantly became anxious, whispering, I do not mind. Ma Hongjun understood what that implied, but hastily replied, But I do care. You need not do this. I saved you of my own volition. I, Ma Hongjun, never seek rewards for rescuing others. Chapter 170, The Eagle's Nest. Winds rise and clouds soar. The illusion of terror shattered, just as it had on every previous occasion. Saladas pulled Ma Hongjun and the false Shui Binger back into the realm of reality. Beneath the ancient golden tree, the onlookers regarded the two with bewildered gazes. After all, bringing back an enemy from the illusion, a counterfeit, was unprecedented. Come on, fatty, don't deny it. You clearly have feelings for her. Dai Mubai teased. The master signaled for them to cease their jesting, eager to inquire about the details surrounding Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Nirvana and its implications for theoretical research. Meanwhile, Saladas promptly took the false Shui Binger away. This was her first encounter with an ordinary void creature that possessed its own free will. Having once been an ancient dominator, she had failed to fathom the intricacies involved, underscoring the mystical nature of the event. Among those remaining in the square, only the genuine Shui Binger felt particularly awkward. The counterfeit had made such declarations publicly that even she, the authentic version, felt utterly embarrassed. Although the counterfeit was indeed false, her appearance, voice, and spirit were indistinguishable from the true Shui Binger. They had presumed the counterfeit was dead, only to discover that she had not only revived, but had also been brought back to the realm of reality. Would she now have to witness a replica of herself, clinging to Ma Hongjun? Oh no, that was too absurd. The mere thought left Shui Binger disheartened. However, it appeared that the false Shui Binger would be confined in a room for research by Saladas, remaining out of sight for a considerable duration. The unfortunate false Shui Binger had just gained her freedom, having escaped the control of Enzos, only to be taken by Saladas as a subject for experimentation. Naturally, aside from studying the false Shui Binger, Saladas was punctual in assigning tasks to dismantle the illusion of terror. Remarkably, the new illusion was set in a relatively obscure location, Shinfeng City. Upon hearing the name Shinfeng City, Feng Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. He had long been eager to enter the illusion and experience its challenges. Now that there was indeed an illusion in Shinfeng City, it was undoubtedly his opportunity. Like the others, Feng Xiao calmly stepped through the gateway to the illusion, ready to confront his own trials. Unbeknownst to him, within the illusion, he would encounter either a significant counterfeit or his own inner demons. Filled with boundless curiosity, Feng Xiao soon realized he was not within the urban confines of Shinfeng City, but rather in the Shinfeng Mountain. Shinfeng Mountain could be considered the backyard of Shinfeng City, home to numerous soul beasts, with its highest peak inhabited by a colossal griffin beast. That griffin had once been a source of childhood terror for Feng Xiao. He had witnessed the Thunder Peak griffin snatch away a soul master of the fourth ring, soaring into the depths of the clouds. From that moment on, he had never dared to step foot into Shinfeng Mountain without an accompanying teacher of rank Soul Emperor. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness might invoke the wrath of the Thunder Peak Griffin, leading to a fate worse than death. He recalled that the Thunder Peak Griffin had roughly 50,000 years of cultivation and would not be easily outmatched, even in combat against a Soul Sane of the flying type. Was it possible that within this illusion, he would be required to defeat the Thunderpeak Griffin? Such a thought felt insurmountable. Just the sheer aura of the creature had already diminished his confidence. Feng Xiao had only just become a soul saint and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring gifted by Saladas, along with an entire set of equipment from Karazhan. However, in this illusion, it was likely that the griffin's cultivation would be proportionally elevated to 100,000 years. An epic-equipped soul saint against a 100,000-year soul beast would indeed find the challenge daunting. Feng Xiao's position lay near the heart of Shenfeng Mountain, at the foot of the Thunder Peak. If the Thunder Peak Griffin were to circle nearby, it would not be difficult for it to detect Feng Xiao. However, it was clear that the Thunder Peak Griffin was not in its nest, likely out in search of food. The surrounding soul beasts kept their distance, wary of attracting Feng Xiao's attention. Thus, he could only meander in the vicinity, awaiting the griffin's appearance. In truth, this was also a manifestation of his inner demons. He had long desired to personally vanquish the avian fiend that had haunted his childhood. Yet, this was hardly a feasible task. After all, even a titled Douluo attempting to hunt, it could return empty-handed. What hope did he have? Yet within this illusion, surely the Thunderpeak Griffin would not flee in the face of defeat, would it? Feng Xiao was all too familiar with every ability of the Thunderpeak Griffin. The powers of Tailwind, Storm Spiral Ball, Thunder Feather, Side Roll, Dive, Thunder Strike, and Griffin Gale, each soul skill, if wielded by a flight-type soul master, would be an overwhelming force, some even surpassing the utility of typical 100,000-year soul skills. This is why the Thunder Peak Griffin, despite being a mere 50,000-year soul beast, held a reputation in the vicinity of Shenfeng City that rivaled that of 100,000-year soul beasts. I, Feng Xiao, shall shatter your infamy today. Come forth, Thunder Peak Griffin. I await your challenge, he muttered to himself, taking a swig of courage-inspiring liquor and inhaling the fresh mountain air deeply. Suddenly, a gust of fierce wind rushed in, compelling Feng Xiao to activate his martial spirit to maintain his footing. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Feng Xiao firmly believed that the cultivation of the Tongfeng Shizhou was indeed that of 100,000 years. Very well, let it come. Today, this battle shall not be in vain. Sweeping through in the blink of an eye, the ferocious wind and the two-headed demon wolf erupted with astonishing might. Yellow and purple, black and red, under the enhancement of the blood-red setting sun-like 100,000-year soul rings, Feng Xiao, a soul saint, could stand toe-to-toe with the 100,000-year Tongfeng Shizhou. However, the true form of the Tongfeng Shizhou had yet to arrive. Merely by fanning the air, it had compelled Feng Xiao's martial spirit to emerge, demonstrating its formidable strength. A clear yet mournful long roar echoed in his ears. At that moment, Feng Xiao understood that the true enemy had arrived. Another resounding cry filled the air, and the colossal figure cast a shadow that obscured the sun. The wings of the griffin beast were so immense that they rendered Feng Xiao's two-headed demon wolf insignificant. Damn it, ultimately, it had a slight edge in momentum. Gazing at the Tongfeng Shizhou in midair, Feng Xiao gritted his teeth and muttered to himself in the beginning, I feared you greatly. As I grew, I learned to overcome various difficulties and conquer them. Now, the only one left unconquered is you. I must conquer you. With a thunderous roar, Feng Xiao surged toward the great griffin with lightning speed. Halfway up, he utilized the flow of air to enter his martial spirit's true form in optimal condition. Indeed, this was the element of surprise he sought. He was acutely aware that to defeat a 100,000-year soul beast of comparable strength, a soul master must rely not on powerful soul skills, but on indomitable wisdom. With Feng Xiao's full power strike, the Tongfeng Shizhou appeared to sustain an injury, startled, and rapidly ascended. Simultaneously, it wildly swung its claws, unleashing countless wind blades to disrupt Feng Xiao's movements. Chapter 171. The Essence of Feng Nan, Feng Xiao, True, versus Tongfeng Shizhou. Wind blades, you say? That soul skill is common. I possess it too. Thus, Feng Xiao countered, struggling to ascend and keep pace with the Tongfeng Shizhou, while simultaneously unleashing identical wind blades with the wings manifested from his two-headed demon wolf's true form. Each wind blade was under his precise control, colliding accurately with the opposing wind blades. Just then, the Tongfeng Shizhou executed its renowned escape technique, Side Roll. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared far away, enhanced by the raging winds. Remarkably, it flew such a distance in an instant. No wonder even titled Douluo would find it difficult to contend with it. However, the Tongfeng Shizhou had no intention of fleeing this time. had it truly wished to escape. It would have first used the gale to blow Feng Xiao far away before employing the side roll in the opposite direction. This sequence of maneuvers would make it nearly impossible for anyone, even Hu Hao, to track it down, before Feng Xiao could close the distance. The Great Griffin suddenly launched a storm ball. Although the storm ball's projectile speed was somewhat slow, any contact would yield terrifying damage. Moreover, the primary purpose of this soul skill was not to inflict damage, but to disrupt the enemy's positioning. The Tongfeng Shizhou adeptly exploited this fact. Under its precise control, Feng Xiao found himself ensnared, flailing like an ant on a hot pan. Truly, what a farcical situation. Finally, when the duration of the storm ball concluded, Feng Xiao could barely catch his breath. Yet, the Tongfeng Shizhou would not allow him respite. Immediately, a lightning feather latched onto Feng Xiao's shoulder as he attempted to approach it again. The lightning feather, akin to a lightning rod, attracted electricity to its bearer. Fortunately, Feng Xiao had considerable resistance to lightning, and even after enduring 4 strikes of electric touch, he remained largely unscathed, primarily due to his epic-level purple equipment from Karazhan. Otherwise, even a true title Douluo would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The lightning feather lingered on Feng Xiao for a mere 10 seconds before dissipating, signaling the end of that soul skill. The Tongfeng Shizhou circled repeatedly, preparing to exploit any weaknesses and land a lethal blow on Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao was not blind to the bird's intentions. In fact, even before the lightning feather disappeared, he had already anticipated a soul skill. Twilight Wind unleashed a powerful dark purple energy wave capable of penetrating defenses, instantly having the target's current life state. Indeed, this was Feng Xiao's trump card for this encounter. Unless one were a deity, no one could evade the effects of Twilight Wind. Furthermore, since the halving of life state was not accomplished through damage, all armor, resistances, and shields were rendered ineffective. The Tongfeng Shizhou emitted a long cry, seemingly in great pain. Its previously full life state was suddenly stripped away by half. Although it did not experience physical agony, a sense of weakness weighed heavily upon its senses. As a beast, the Tongfeng Shizhou's first instinct upon suffering such a grievous blow was not to retreat and recuperate, but to engage Feng Xiao in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao believed that the Tongfeng Shizhou, having been severely injured, would not dare approach him lightly, and thus attempted to unleash the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Notably, during the repeated runs through the Gruel's lair a few months prior, he had acquired the same equipment as Tang San, the Dragon Spine Metal. With the active soul skill of the Dragon Spine Metal enhancing his casting speed, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf was now executed at least twice as quickly. Once Feng Xiao fully unleashed the 36 slashes, the Tongfeng Shizhou would be doomed. However, simultaneously, Feng Xiao utilized the skill from his 100,000-year soul bone to restrict the Tongfeng Shizhou's movements. While not complete control, it was sufficient to prevent it from escaping at a critical moment. Yet, contrary to expectations, the Tongfeng Shizhou did not dodge or evade. It dived straight at him. The two powerful gusts of air collided, as if igniting sparks of electricity. No, I cannot allow it to interrupt my 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Otherwise, all will be lost. Feng Xiao was left with no choice but to proactively cancel his martial spirit's true form, allowing the powerful energy field generated during its dissolution to temporarily repel the Tongfeng Shizhou. The essence of Feng Nan lies in action. The great bird certainly did not anticipate that someone would voluntarily cancel their martial spirit's true form mid-battle. To ensure success, Feng Xiao also guided the overflowing soul power into a powerful, self-guided wind wave, forcefully propelling it forward. The Tongfeng Shizhou was instantly sent reeling back, its feathers scattering like autumn leaves. In that moment, it was enraged, unable to conceal any of its techniques. A soul beast is a soul beast. No matter how high its intelligence, it cannot surpass that of a human. Feng Xiao's 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf was now more than halfway complete, and once he reached the final stage, he could manipulate it at will to conclude the battle. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds surged, and thunder rumbled as the winds intensified. Although this atmospheric change had no effect on Feng Xiao, enveloped in the vortex of soul power, it still struck fear into his heart. The ability to alter the atmosphere. What formidable cultivation that must be. Could it be the Tongfeng Thunderstrike? Feng Xiao could not help but mutter the name of that soul skill. He would never forget the overwhelming might of the Tongfeng Thunderstrike that could be seen from afar in Shinfeng City. Everyone in Shanfeng City knew that when the Tongfeng Thunderstrike appeared, it meant that a soul master above the rank of Soul Saint had been slain by the Great Griffin. Oh, the expression of fearless composure on Feng Zhao's face was evident, yet he did not waver. In moments of fear, one can only find courage, can only succumb to hysteria, and can only disregard their own limitations. At present, he possesses no means to evade the swift strikes of the Wind Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes without interrupting his own onslaught. What shall he do? Countless inspirations flicker in Feng Zhao's mind, only to dissipate almost instantly. At last, a gust of twilight wind reappears, but this time, Feng Zhao chooses himself as the target. In an instant, his life force diminishes to a critical state, teetering on the edge of severe injury. Yet it is precisely due to the repelling effect of the twilight wind that he perfectly evades the thunder strike of Tongfeng at the last moment. At this juncture, the Wind Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes has reached its ultimate form. Regardless of his dire condition, Feng Zhao's gaze is filled solely with an unwavering determination to prevail. In a narrow path, the brave triumph. Let us draw our swords. The tempest and thunder, the two-headed wolf and the griffin. This epic collision nearly suspends time itself. Chapter 172, Shadows Wither, Frostlocks. Following a dazzling brilliance, tranquility prevails, accompanied by a scattering of feathers. Feng Zhao truly smiles, laughing not only at the griffin of Tongtian Peak, but also at himself. The childhood shadows he once feared have succumbed to his power, utterly defeated. Although this transpired within a haunting illusion, it conveys a profound truth. Having executed the complete Wind Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes, Feng Zhao is undoubtedly exhausted. Yi Lungfeng hurriedly reminds Lin Xiaoshuang, wishing to divert her attention from the relentless pursuit. Thus, Shi Tian Emperor simply seizes the opportunity to collect the remains of these high-level demons, entrusting them to Yisilian, who will utilize necromantic alchemy to forge superior weapons and equipment, a far more prudent endeavor. Rong Bailon, with narrowed eyes, gleefully contemplates his prowess, convinced he must have a younger sibling. The juicing chicken, upon sighting the approaching spacecraft, swiftly ascends to a higher altitude. Its limited flight range, disrupted by Brother Pineapple, necessitates a temporary landing. The law of victory seeks out vulnerabilities. Feng Xinsai believes that when an adversary identifies your weakness and strikes, it is precisely at that moment when the enemy is most vulnerable. Exposing his back to the werewolves, Feng Xinsai anticipates their leap, targeting his exposed form. He wrongfully accuses Delichevich. Despite possessing experience in the Adriatic League, it is fair to say that any UCLA player would have a 70% success rate. Moreover, Delichevich is merely a substitute player. His statistics are commendable, yet his opportunities to play are limited. During my awakening, I encountered a young prodigy strikingly reminiscent of you, whose visage and aura are remarkably similar. It was she who roused me, and I have since entrusted all my powers to her. Rong Bailon did not expect the girl to exhibit such audacity, feeling surprised, yet the soft sensation of her lips prompted him to reciprocate with a deeper kiss. However, Yi Lungfeng placed these 5 sacks in the farthest corner, and Yujia remained oblivious to the fact that they contained 50 million in cash. I pressed down on her, and she finally grew quiet after a frenzied dance lasting several minutes. Her head tilted as she drifted into slumber. Waves of energy surged forth, their might akin to thunder. As two formidable forces, the essence of Walianzi and Song Yuan Sanren, coalesced into potent power. The Chongsan Hall of the club has long been a haven for dignitaries, affluent merchants, and notorious tycoons. It is said that a single evening of revelry hosted by the Green Gang's magnate, Du Yuesheng, would cost no less than $500 to $1,000. Shall we dance? Qian Yifei, seeking to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, extended an invitation, and Huang Yi, having been invited to the ball, felt it was only right for Qian Yifei to extend the first invitation. Regarding the ring, Kaiwe believes that Xiao Yin has been unjustly ensnared. She would not bring up the matter of the ring unless questioned. Now, faced with a person who is both nominally and substantively presented her with the ring, how should she respond to Ouyang Qing? They are all chieftains, traveling with diplomatic passports, and possessing the exemption rights akin to heads of state. This means their illegal actions abroad will not be prosecuted, and only upon returning to their homeland can the respective country decide. My father has arranged for me to wed someone I do not favor. Today we are engaged. Gu Bing suddenly stated. Such a possibility had not crossed Song Rongyin's mind. As she had no intention of seeking Fu Weiyin's consent, she merely intended to mention it casually. After Yuexin uttered those words, her beautiful face gradually drew nearer to mine, and I felt her breath before her soft lips sealed mine. Chapter 173, The Ultimate Heart. Shui Binger, true, versus Li Li, false. In the face of the false Li Li's provocation, Shui Binger refrained from hasty actions. She cautiously activated her martial soul. The condensing water phoenix, an exquisite ice attribute beast martial soul, though not as exceptional as the ice jade holy Qilin, is nonetheless a formidable martial soul. Adorned with rings of yellow, purple, black, and red, the attributes radiate a powerful aura of frost. In normal times, a display of such strength would signify a promising future. I nodded foolishly at Jin Yeshuan, choking on my words. Do you believe me? Yes, I had promised to always believe in him, but that feeling is truly unbearable. My lips trembled slightly as I affirmatively voiced my sentiments. After they departed, a while later, the escaped American short-hair stealthily returned through the opposite direction and lay before Fina. The black wind hesitated, silently observing me with my head bowed, until the sound of unfamiliar footsteps broke the silence, prompting us to slowly lift our faces. Zhang Zian remained oblivious to their complex thoughts, reflecting on his previous experiences, pondering how to efficiently solicit signatures. As Yang Mama left, within this villa, she was perhaps the only one who genuinely regarded Qian Qian as a future young mistress. In her heart, Jia Qian silently vowed to leave her a generous sum upon departure, ensuring she would never have to serve as a subordinate again. Whoever treats her well, Jia Qian will undoubtedly repay them handsomely. This circular continent comprises several dimensions, essentially a manifestation born from the Taiji principle. Consider it as a piece of Taiji land. After all, we are ordinary individuals. You also find them too tedious, hence the desire to seek fresh air, right? Chinemo agreed. Her face radiating an unfamiliar sense of ease, her expressions noticeably relaxed. Wei Kong exchanged glances with several disciples, although they had not conducted a thorough examination. They were at least 80% certain this was a living fossil, a pivotal figure in the domestication history of house cats, representing a transitional phase between African desert wildcats and modern domestic cats. Holding her phone, she tilted her head, involuntarily fantasizing about the troublesome task she must undertake. Shaking her head at the empty air, GMO's condition finally showed signs of breakthrough. His hair began to gradually turn white, and with each attempt, golden light emanated from his closed eyes. As dozens of colorful phantoms twisted and surged into Nilu's mouth like flowing water, all the great void fell into stunned silence. However, matters are not so straightforward. Engaging in battle within the capital poses a significant risk. Should the enemy breach the city, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the nation. Furthermore, the emperor's impatience is palpable. Each day that the invaders remain unvanquished brings the specter of his wrath closer to me. These challenges only compound with time. The others quickly grasped Han's intentions. Masquerading as scouts from Bay AO presents itself as an excellent strategy, for the scouts enjoy a degree of operational freedom, unencumbered by the constraints of the main forces. Even if their movements appear peculiar, they are unlikely to raise suspicion. At that moment, Wang Chun suddenly sensed that his scorpion maiden transformation had finally reached fruition. The dark, sinister aura that enveloped him dissipated into a faint black mist, seeping into his pores, revealing a body akin to polished jade. Silver threads erupted from him, catching the sunlight and reflecting a brilliance that left all present in awe. The two forces, while comparable in quality, diverged dramatically in their overall magnitude. Madame Tian recognized such an expression, having witnessed it multiple times before. It had been years since she last encountered it. Whenever old Tian received news or a call regarding a promotion, his countenance would mirror this very expression. Could it be that this calling card held the power to elevate old Tian's status? Chapter 174. A swarm of insect devours the sky upon witnessing Shui Binger defeat the false Li Li. Saladas understood that a heart of unparalleled intensity far surpasses the so-called supreme martial spirit. At that moment, she resolved to bestow upon Shui Binger the true ultimate martial spirit. Seizing the opportunity before the illusions of Tian Shui city collapsed, Saladas exerted her mental energy to extract a formidable essence of ice attribute from the corpse of the false Li Li, which she infused into the breathless and victorious Shui Binger. Enough of your nonsense. If your claws are burned, then use your feet. The blade bore down mercilessly upon Ouyang Pengcheng. Moreover, mercenary groups from various nations found themselves unable to uncover information about the leader of the Ice Dragon Mercenary Corps. Originally intent on negotiation, the absence of their leader rendered them powerless, plunging all the mercenary factions into a state of disadvantage. Could you take me to their resting chamber? At this moment, Li Longfei had forgotten that Tian Zhao's head was controlled by a chip, and he found himself beseeching Tian Xiao. Xia Shui was changing outfits upstairs, while Yi Xian, not dressed in formal attire, stepped out to offer a toast. The two mothers, Yi Mu and Xia Mu, busied themselves in Xia Shui's room. As the corridor bustled with activity, what? The 35 disciples erupted in chaos, clearly stunned by He Jin's words. She claims she has no ulterior motives, that she makes her own decisions and never considered reporting to me. Long Yihuan, though internally satisfied, feigned discontent. The individual who smashed the wine gourd undoubtedly possessed considerable strength, capable of using a mere empty gourd to incapacitate someone. In order to survive, he had to navigate the treacherous waters among Empress Wei, Princess Annal, Princess Taiping, and Shangwan Waner, often resorting to feigning madness. Because I possess fire, no one dares approach me. Everyone fears me. Aunt Shui says it is an ominous flame that can inflict harm upon others, the child stated earnestly. Are you implying that you will follow this princess at all times? A strange smile played upon Princess Taiping's lips. As soon as the intention to complete the task was chosen, the 7-color gem within Yi Tian's bag transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the system space. At the threshold of victory, as they hovered on the brink of death, becoming mere fodder for the wild barbarians, the 100 human students fell silent. In that moment, it was as if a glimmer of hope illuminated them, and they gradually regained their ability to speak, bowing repeatedly, pleading fervently, their voices a cacophony. Since that's the case, Brother Tianguan, we shall leave them to you. Just keep an eye on Zhang Quan for us, Shi Minyu chuckled. This time, everyone meticulously carved the ice blocks into the shape of large stone bricks, resulting in perfectly uniform pieces that could be utilized like bricks. In Zhao Fuxing's view, whether it was Zheng Yao, Dong Chenxi, or Bai Jie, they all fundamentally misunderstood the true purpose of merger. P.S. I believe tonight's match between Russia and Uruguay will end in a draw, while Saudi Arabia will surprise Egypt. Sensing the unfriendly gazes around her, Fan Yin stuck out her tongue, her face revealing a look of helplessness. However, just as they were about to depart, ominous clouds gathered in the sky above the card-faced continent. A more tumultuous golden vortex of light suddenly surged forth. More critically, this situation seemed insurmountable due to a lack of sufficient strength. While continuing to apply cold compresses, Li Yi administered a throat-soothing anti-inflammatory pill that had anesthetic properties, containing toad venom. Indeed, those individuals used pork to lure the zombies, leading them to discover us beneath the high walls. The zombies then spontaneously constructed a human ladder to attack us, effectively using us as pawns. Qin Jian concluded with a succinct phrase. Chapter 175, Confronting Shadows. Yu Mengqing, true, versus Void Insect Swarm, false. If one were to select an optimal order of elimination, it would undoubtedly be to eliminate the Thunder Beast first, followed by the Insect Mother. The Insect Mother, though appearing feeble, is incredibly tenacious. Those unaware of the truth often fall victim to this misconception. Not to mention, even a single tunnel worm and fungal carpet could leave most tidal Doa bewildered, let alone its ability to summon various venomous explosive insects, stinging snakes, giant venomous bees, and toxic cockroaches. As for the Thunder Beast, it seems to possess a formidable and robust physique. What exactly does Moe Ching mean? Despite having a good relationship with Limani, he still insists on delivering dinner to her every day. It's perplexing what he is truly thinking. Such low expectations, yet still dismissive. Proud as she is, Lan Jing cannot endure this blow. She approached the staircase, her hand gliding along the smooth railing, beneath which lay fine wood shavings, suggesting it had recently been installed. If it were merely a simple romance, perhaps a reminder would suffice to temper the emotions. Yet, once genuine and sincere feelings are involved, it becomes exceedingly difficult to control. Isn't this the usual affair? Moe Cheng remained aloof, not lifting his gaze. He was well aware of Li Ziming's situation and understood the predicament he faced. My mother said she should reduce her intake of sweets, which is why Haven Tea had a donut in ages. The call was abruptly terminated, and Si Ling's heart trembled slightly. How long has it been? Without his affection and care, he was so near, yet felt infinitely distant. How absurd that the Hellion family harbors so many enemies. having sent a dead soldier and also facing the Ouyang family. Having spent some time with Mo Yicheng, she had come to understand his temperament. She could only swallow her words back down. In that moment, she realized they were at a loss for words. He is the sovereign of the ocean. Known as Cha Zhai, I once saved his child's life, so he will ensure our safe passage to the headquarters of the Poison Spider Gang. Ordinarily, he remains hidden from the world. When Rose saw everyone regarding Cha Zhai with astonished expressions, she took it upon herself to explain. So young, yet serving as an appraiser for the porcelain and miscellaneous department of a grand auction house. I am truly impressed. Yu Yao also produced a business card and handed it over. One by one, she extracted the cabbage, wringing out the moisture, peeling off the leaves, and coating them thoroughly in the prepared paste before sealing them in a jar that had been scalded. Yet, she was not sincerely living with Gu Qinyi. She only did so for Ji Kahan. In the next moment, she was fiercely embraced by Wei Zhidong. He held her so tightly that it felt as if he intended to press her into his very bones, nearly suffocating Xiang Shui. Yet, amidst the struggle for breath, she experienced a profound sense of fulfillment. She had approached the refuse bin, but she found herself utterly lacking the strength to discard the sour plums. Soon, she could return to Anji Fang to select a suitable child, purchasing someone else's offspring from the traffickers to pass off as her own. They were not virtuous individuals either. Li Kaifeng was astute and had never committed any indiscretion, maintaining good relations with her brothers. Bihua could not fall too far behind her, and under her guidance, their etiquette was commendable. The gun fell at Qin Hai's feet. His complexion fluctuated between red and pale. He was reluctant to retreat, but for some reason, upon witnessing Xiao Zhonghan's cold demeanor, he felt an unsettling fear. Seeing this, Mei Guwei quickly shook her head and then rushed to Lin Rufan, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing at him with tender affection. The dark-robed sorcerers on both sides knelt in reverence, unconcerned about the flowing sewage beneath them. Bloodblade pursued Huagudo, and as he approached, Huagudo vanished like a ghost, only to reappear before the blood feud. Grandpa Bai rolled his eyes and moved a piece on his side. The captain was commendable, the colors contrasting sharply in their confrontation. In Chapter 176, The Spring of New Life, Jiu Yueshi, not only Saradas, but others also highly praised the recent battle, who possessed such bravery and audacity to confront two formidable soul beasts from the ancient era simultaneously while maximizing their own attacks, who had the insight and judgment to self-harm at the critical moment to trigger their martial soul's true form. Perhaps aside from Luo Bo, Tang San, and Li Li, few could achieve this. Even Shen Yueran, observing Feng Mu's swift return, could surmise how hurriedly matters had been handled. She wished to showcase something before Suning, yet found herself embarrassed by the lack of items to display. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yueran, typically generous, chose to withhold the prescription, understanding that such knowledge could lead to innocent lives being lost. Following the completion of the news broadcast, Zhang Junfeng directly pulled the reclining figure into his embrace. After a bout of madness, Xiao Yu summoned his private soldiers, selecting a few formidable ones and issuing commands. Ling Huchong? Who is Ling Huchong? Duan Lang looked bewilderedly at the excited crowd surrounding him. Third brother, why do you seem as if you've been drained of energy by a fairy these past few days? Su Zian inquired, observing the lackluster demeanor of Chu Guannan from the stands. Truth be told, despite the peculiar nature of their relationship, given another chance, he would likely still invite Lin Zi over. As the supreme ruler of the nation, the emperor grew increasingly uneasy about Li Muxi's escalating influence in the court, acutely aware that the concentration of power could threaten the stability of his reign. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was merely a reminder to awaken his drowsy body to the new day, simultaneously reassuring his mind that he was still an ordinary, normal human. The Xiao family was well aware of Li Mu's current status, yet seeing their son genuinely fond of her, they chose to refrain from further comment. Although drones could operate without signal, they faced severe distance limitations and could not transmit images, rendering them ineffective. Days later, Duerfuya found herself pregnant. Aware that this was the spawn of a demon, yet she harbored no animosity towards the life within her. Saki Mia's stroked her belly and spoke. However, as she prepared for her own demise, Oka's hand, gripping the sword hilt, trembled uncontrollably. The Taoist temple intended to celebrate Yunmi's 16th birthday grandly. Yen Hanlin, being a father figure, was invited to witness the occasion, and he did not decline, subsequently arriving. Leaping from the bed, Lan Qing stepped out of the prison confines. Upruaking Liban. After all, her current reputation was formidable, exuding the aura of a dictator unflinchingly capable of taking lives, fortunate that her achievements shielded her from significant repercussions. Li Mu Mu, oblivious to Qin Jinyan's actions, cast an irritated glance at Xiao Yan, perplexed by his discourteous behavior. The collaborative training regimen was comprehensive and reasonable, with team members supporting one another, complementing each other's strengths, and this positive atmosphere was strongly advocated by the captain, Yi Chun. Seizing the opportunity, Huashi dashed through the passageway, reaching the temple's rear courtyard. As she exited, a sudden sharp scream pierced the open sky. She recalled the imagery of the figure in white within, pondering if he sought her likeness. Observing Jin Jiolong's demeanor, conflict seemed imminent between them, and she hastily mentioned that several were within the belly of the dragon outside, while others' whereabouts were uncertain, likely still with Mr. Jin. Indeed, if this formidable entity's physical form were unremarkable, it would be impossible for it to rest there so peacefully. The golden divine dragon would have long claimed it for themselves. Stripping it bare. In Chapter 177, The Martial Soul Evolution System, Sarada is called Li aside to discuss the evolution system of martial souls. This discussion would determine the future methodologies of martial soul cultivation on Douluo continent for millennia to come. To be honest, I find your world increasingly intriguing, Sarada began. Li, however, got straight to the point, explaining that the phenomenon of martial soul evolution also existed on Douluo continent, albeit subtly. The most typical example was the Seven Treasures. A cultivator at the golden core stage with dedicated nurturing could flourish, yet a cultivator at the fusion stage could not be easily cultivated due to the vast disparity in realms and the incongruity of their languages. Continuously reminding herself to endure, she recognized her current position under someone else's roof, necessitating a humble demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang felt a shudder, staring blankly at Yulong Tian for a moment before sipping her juice, remaining silent for a considerable time. Ironically, his words alleviated her anxiety. Since they were friends, there was no need for concern. At that moment, behind the commanding officer, 3 captains lay unconscious on the ground. Genmu Kinba, Kyoka Sujetsu, and Fuju Shijuro, alongside a bloodied Kiraku Shunsui, not to mention several enscathed Shinigami, who could feign ignorance while still holding the reins of control. In this era, those who lived without using their intellect were aplenty. Their ambition to dominate the entire continent was exceedingly grand, and Hellion Nuaw scoffed, forming speculations about the Night Feather Organization's motives, which coincided intriguingly with Huan Nongying's thoughts. Xiong Batian, I will kill you. A distant cultivator, recognizing Xiong Batian, felt a surge of hatred upon witnessing the demise of his disciples, and soon a chorus of curses arose, vowing to obliterate Xiong Batian. Without hesitation, he started his vehicle towards the supermarket. As he passed by the liquor section, he stealthily slipped 2 bottles of white liquor into his cart. At checkout, he said nothing, swiping his card before returning home. He placed Dong Zhuo's guitar into the storage room and gently closed the door, his mood increasingly heavy. The 2 photographs were indistinguishable. He would not be foolish enough to harm 800 enemies while injuring himself 1,000 times. It seemed prudent to deliberate further. Duan Mu Lingyu shook his head, his gaze gradually darkening. But now is not as it once was. Father is aging. If it were in the past, with the iron-fisted methods of the emperor, the first and second princes would undoubtedly have met with dire consequences, perhaps even confinement. However, now that the emperor is advanced in age, he has become unaccustomed to excessive bloodshed and brutality. The prolonged cold and the splendid spring following the blizzard have uplifted the spirits of the people in Bingling High, ushering in a rare and fleeting period of good fortune within the year. No need, the tea is cooled. You may leave. I desire some solitude. Inform me when the emperor arrives, and have the kitchen prepare dinner, Duanmu Mingli said, observing her damp garments with indifference. Such is the reverence with which the Holy One regards us. My father and I shall pledge our lives in gratitude to the emperor. Such formal expressions are naturally to be expected. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted with fervor, their blood surging as if this moment was more exhilarating than advancing to the semifinals. It seemed that merely catching a glimpse of the true visage of the 100 Flowers Fairy would drive them to face death without hesitation. Elder Han Shirk quietly sighed, preparing to convey some significant matters to the assembly. Yet at that moment, his brow furrowed abruptly, and a grave expression crossed his face as he turned to gaze toward the distant peaks. Everyone is eagerly awaiting you, Shirk Sunbao said, shaking his arms before rubbing his hands together. Yet circumstances were unexpectedly dire. The central army was far too formidable for ordinary prefectures to withstand, employing a straightforward and brutal strategy of slaughtering every city they captured. Chapter 178. Can everyone evolve beyond limits? However, Yushichi continued, you should engage more with others and integrate into this large community. The greatest happiness in life lies in pursuing what you love alongside friends and family. Gyo Yushichi's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. What do you mean by things you love to do? Robbie smiled and replied, that is also known as hobbies. For instance, Yu Mengxing adores cooking, and we affectionately call her the little chef. Her barbecues are exquisite. The torrent of flames this time was immense, numbering 500 or 600, creating an awe-inspiring sight in the mountains as if the entire range had been ignited. Subsequently, these two streams split and surged east and west. In despair, the soldiers of Tianyan Gate gathered behind their commander, launching wave after wave of assaults against the encircling enemy. Those in front perished. Yet the soldiers behind pressed on, even the wounded striving to crawl into enemy lines to detonate their talismans. The words dragon flying, phoenix dancing appeared on the takeaway order, and Su Nian pondered whether it was now fashionable to sign one's name instead of paying. Could her name suffice as currency? Early the next morning, Ren Xiaoling's phone rang. After inquiring about the location, she hung up and exited her home, taking a taxi to an abandoned factory, stepping inside with casual grace. 1,000 union reputation points were required for an exchange, and a purifier could typically function for about 4 to 5 days. Yet, acquiring 1,000 reputation points necessitated players to grind for 6 days. For mechanics of Elon's caliber, who had amassed considerable reputation, this scenario should not pose any issue. Currently, the dragons on the battlefield found themselves at a disadvantage, which was to be expected, given their opponent was far from ordinary. The teams of Eternal City had previously united with those from the mechanical era to repulse the forces of the Sacred Paradise, and now that the enemy had become allies, the players around him rejoiced. At that moment, a disc-shaped UFO ascended from Lingguan Mountain, beneath which lay a neatly arranged exoskeleton army. This troop marched forth with great vigor towards Kueishing Tower. However, emboldened by wine, he reconsidered, since Shaylin now harbored extreme disdain for him. The prospect of winning her favor seemed futile. It might be wiser to curry favor with Meng Tianxing instead, as it could yield some benefits, perhaps even leftovers. This area was no longer filled with the sounds of players as before. It seemed quieter, yet the sounds of battle from player teams could still be heard. Before him appeared a pale face, its eyes bulging, bloodshot, with a long tongue hanging limply. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately steeling themselves to each claim one. After some contemplation, Suman followed suit and took a vomit bag. If she were not pretending to be calm and playing the fool, it was likely she had grown accustomed to such scenes, allowing her to remain unfazed. As long as Nair dared to attack the barbarian king, Zhao Yun would immediately retaliate with a swift strike, inflicting significant damage. His right hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, the police car continuing its relentless pursuit as if it had never ceased. After Hua Yanting exited the room, both he and Su Mu remained unable to accept their leader's earlier remarks. Xia Xinan, despite being a newcomer, possessed an impressive presence, an innate quality during performances that left them all astonished. He buried himself in Su Man's alluring neck, admiring his handiwork, and felt a pang of longing. Come back with me. Yu Qian understood Tang Wanru's intentions. With a common enemy in Yen Bing, their temporary alliance was entirely reasonable. Chapter 179. The key to the Void Realms. Having witnessed the miraculous phenomenon of super evolution firsthand, the young elite visibly buzzed with excitement, barely containing their anticipation. They obediently listened to Salada's as he provided detailed explanations. Thus, the question arose, where would they find the sequence for their super evolution? There is no need for haste. I have made arrangements. You should have grown accustomed to swiftly traversing various locations under my teleportation magic. You have also encountered the illusion of Enzoth, Bei Ming Mo stated, as a glimmer of silver expanded in the distance, ultimately transforming into a young dragon radiating silvery light. Adorned with a fiery golden mark on its forehead and a 4-leaf clover-like silver plant atop its head, with golden wings fluttering behind it. Dong Xiang, who departed with the other vampires, casting a fierce glare at Tong Xiangyu as they exited. At their first meeting, they were but children, yet he had taken her under his wing, caring for her attentively. Shi Yishan, Su Yinshi exclaimed, embracing his broad frame. At that moment, all grievances and resentments melted away in that embrace. Thank goodness you are here. What would I have done without you? Upon alighting from the carriage, Su Dongxian's eyes were immediately drawn to the vibrant world outside, supported by her maid as she gracefully walked beside Su Lilua. However, to be on the safe side, she discreetly checked on Qing Feng in his room when no one was watching, finding nothing amiss, which allowed her to relax. "Wait, be careful," Hua Lai urged, quickly steadying him and handing him a glass of water. Su Lingxi seethed with frustration, yet found no fault in his words, resigning herself to silence. Despite the unfortunate circumstances, General Zheng Aihua remained troubled, ultimately succumbing to pressure from Beijing and selling the site to Liu Xiao and his son at a bargain price, which was modestly termed bargain but was, in truth, embarrassingly low. When the male students from a music academy filled the classroom to capacity, the chaotic atmosphere provoked Yi Xiaoyao's fury. Moments later, he shook his head. The people he awaited were not there, as their aura and numbers indicated they were not from Yinluo Hall. 5 distinct frying pans, 10 metallic fry baskets, allowing for the simultaneous frying of 2 pieces of dough in each pan, one for 1 minute and the other for 1.5 minutes, followed by a comparative analysis. Might she not return, driven not only by the desire to assess her partner's status, but also by her parents' aspirations to witness their grandchild sooner? In the previous life, due to the Wei family's status and identity, even a mere photograph with Ma Yun was unattainable. They belonged to disparate realms, yet in this life, they found themselves laughing and conversing in the same conference room. The weather remained oppressively hot, almost akin to an intense heat that threatened to scorch individuals. The blazing sun poured down mercilessly from the azure sky. Zhu Zhaojiang nodded. He was unaware of the ambitions and aspirations of Duo Bao Group, yet he understood its formidable strength. Ever since he received a call from a headhunting firm, he had conducted a cursory investigation into Duo Bao Group. The penalties outlined required him to repay all earnings since the signing of the contract, as well as training and apparel expenses, among others. She began to converse with them, discovering they were clearing away the remnants of the biscuits she had consumed the previous day. Both sides would present a series of inquiries for discussion, such as improving the personnel system, arms procurement agreements, and fleet restructuring, all significant matters slated for the agenda. Particularly when Alan Adahan learned that the Wei family was still attending school, he took the initiative to add them on MSN, where they would discuss the development progress of World of Warcraft and other related issues. At this moment, no one knew who that mysterious disciple of the immortal sage truly was, instilling a peculiar premonition in Yin Junfeng, leaving his heart heavy. Chapter 180. The expedition sets sail. Destination, Luodanlin. Suddenly, Tang Sin brought up another topic. Will you not share with us the situation there? We do not wish to engage in a battle unprepared. Moreover, where is the ultra-evolution sequence we are searching for? These matters should be clarified. All right, since you have inquired earnestly, I shall be succinct. That world is known as Luodanlin. When we invaded, the inhabitants were divided into 2 factions. One believed that the power of the void was. The southern weather could unpredictably turn sweltering, rendering a fan indispensable. Regarding this matter, Good was the only one among the 3 who remained uninformed, as the other 2 deemed him foolish and were reluctant to share critical information. This time, even Zhang Baoji grew serious, initially believing this was not a legitimate task. He now recognized its complexity and found himself intrigued. The entire structure was magnificent, with a meticulously planned layout. The buildings were symmetrically arranged, adorned with gilded paintings and intricate decorations. Wei Huangyan exited the Chun residence, joining Chun Jing and Meng Jingye in the carriage, remaining silent for a prolonged period. Suddenly, Bai Yin found himself standing in the operations hall of the central base on Demon Island. The price began at 15 yuan per pound, negotiated down to 10, ultimately acquiring 8 pineapple buns for a mere 4 yuan, barely sustaining him for 3 days. Bai Yin pressed his forehead in pain. The intelligence of that foolish dragon was indeed concerning, likely placing him at the bottom even among abyssal demons. The resources of the undying old man and Xiao Xinyang will be a waste if not utilized. Shi Qingshan had long harbored the desire to produce health supplements, a notion that had begun while in Linjiang, and now that vision was set to be realized. This realm had transformed into its current state. During the reign of their dragon clan, the world had been so beautiful and vibrant, but now it was filled with death and ugliness. Very well, Richie Wells declared, extracting an arrow and applying a potion to his wound, witnessing the flesh writhe before swiftly healing completely. He understood that Xie Xinji's body had grown accustomed to his affections, rendering her sensitive to his touch. The dagger plunged into the icy layer, pressing against the edge of the Crimson Heart Rock, producing a pair of slightly jarring sounds that allowed Lu Jijun to ascertain the precise location of the dagger in relation to the edge of the Crimson Heart Rock, thus gaining the upper hand. Peng Changyi's hand fell limply, the phone dropping onto the adjacent seat. Whether he wished it or not, he had to confront the reality that Chun Jing might be starting anew. She projected her soul power outward. With a mere thought, the red light transformed into blood, flowing wherever her gaze fell. Due to the chaotic spiritual energy within her body, Yin Hong's spiritual sword could not yet fulfill its purpose. After a long afternoon of turmoil, she finally arrived at a town to rest by evening. Yet, this was not a matter she should focus on. Her affairs with Li Machin had no bearing on Lin Fengyuan. The pet life experience. Could it be that Ouyang Jejia was a seller operating under this category? The service information was succinct, personalized pet life, starting at 100,000, with details to be discussed privately. Upon hearing Dan Bao's words, though reluctant, the two complied and stepped forward, each taking a piece of pancake to fill with vegetables. Boom! Something exploded in Bai Yi's mind. His eyes filled with rage. He reached out and seized Tan Yun's shoulder. Gung Haosher seemed to sense something, thinking Coach Tony might have intentionally allowed them to score 1 point first before toppling them to the ground. Could this grandfather not enlist the help of his fellow disciples from the alchemy sect? After all, money was no longer an issue for him. Yi Tian pondered and voiced his opinion. Chapter 181. My first soul skill can annihilate this world? Although the world of Luodanlin lacks an atmosphere, there is at least a sun. A world without a sun would have perished long ago. No life form could endure. What manner of place is this? Why do I feel no sense of grounding? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Others likely shared similar sentiments, all wearing expressions of confusion. After all, they had never encountered such tranquility. With just a single blow, Jia Lan was pushed back 1,000 meters, yet each time he returned unscathed, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant countenance. Don't we simply wish to come and go as we please? In Shichi remarked, feeling a sense of pride in that moment. She and Zhang Tian had no secrets left, their hearts and minds aligned, allowing for a more comfortable conversation. Amidst a mountain range, Su Mu sensed a powerful aura that astonished even him. A confident smile gracing his lips. That aura belonged to the Tsangu Soul Yin tree that Su Mu had subdued. Brother Jiang, would you like to meet my mother? I am certain she would adore you, Li Ai inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A surge of intense pain radiated from his mind, causing his entire consciousness to sway. Yang Ding's blood curse momentarily ceased, leaving his mind in a daze. Upon regaining clarity, he realized that a moment had passed, and he had forgotten the events that transpired in between. Situ Kong laughed heartily and charged towards the blade's radiance, proclaiming, I've said that no one of the same level could defeat me. Su Ruoyao ignored his words, instead retrieving a book. This was the first volume, the most recent one. Flipping to the last page, she read, Eldest son Cheng Yinzhong marries Wang Shirue, and they have a son, Cheng Jiahao. However, when the ghostly-faced ancient jade recalled that person as Luo Wuxing, she felt a sense of relief, realizing that fate had already orchestrated everything. This hidden chamber was indeed her creation. The formations within the meditation room and passage were of no use to her. Just moments ago, her overconfidence led her to believe no one could breach this place, causing her to lower her guard. My reputation is not something someone from the lower strata, like you, could have heard of, the young master declared haughtily, his expression replete with arrogance. Very well. After Luo Wuxing bid farewell to the ghostly-faced ancient jade, she reclined, closing her eyes as a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. How brazen! Suddenly, the elder struck, unleashing a chilling wave aimed at Jiang Huairan. Perhaps when they meet again in the future, they will raise their cups in joyous revelry, commemorating the beautiful moments when they vowed under the starry sky, and together they will rest beneath the enchanting night sky, watching the countless stars twinkle. The distance from Wanxian City to Tianjin sect is indeed vast. Walking there might take 2 months, as Xianling continent lacks the teleportation arrays found in the magical realms, resulting in a considerable dispersion of power across this land. As she spoke, a blue-clad figure emerged behind her, creating an illusion of a blue sea that trembled in the surrounding void. Once perceived as cunning and capable of plotting and executing, she now resembled those brigands intent on her demise. In the days that followed, the Mad Dog ordered the cessation of all external missions for the mercenary group, dispatching all members to gather intelligence on Qin Zhao. However, regardless of the reasons for Qin Zhao now, It would be far more effective to directly inquire with these individuals rather than indulge in futile speculation. Lu Haiyu, injured and unable to fight, and Yun Xiaoer, drained of most of her mermaid powers, were both incapacitated. A Zhu, filled with anxiety, could only stand guard beside them, leaving Su Yang and Giga Chanyang as the only combatants, thus making the situation exceedingly perilous. Jiang Huairan cautiously stored the ice crystal, yet the chill in the air remained largely unchanged. Suddenly, Jiang Huairan felt that having the AI here was a wise choice. Chapter 182. The rune swordsman Terran. Although Rob hastily kept pace with the group, his mind was still preoccupied with recent events. He never imagined that one day, his first soul skill could obliterate an entire world. Though this small world was fragmented, lacking even the shape of a planet, it was nonetheless a realm inhabited by many. He resolutely decided that, regardless of future circumstances, he would refrain from easily employing his soul skills, and even his martial soul would remain dormant unless absolutely necessary. Possessing such an extraordinary beast, even with zero cultivation, its identity would undoubtedly be remarkable. As a capital of a domain, the depths of Huantian City far surpassed those of other cities. In the game of werewolf, hunters are the least fearful of the wolves. You harm me, and I shall retaliate with a bullet, solidifying my identity. Now, under the gaze of many, issuing orders to her could not be avoided. Subsequently, Captain Wu also released the bindings on another golden dragon, which knelt at his feet. In my investigation, the left passage felt slightly cooler, while the right emanated a hint of warmth. As I rummaged through the bag, filled with food, it appeared we had indeed purchased quite a lot today, enough to spare us from the supermarket for a while. I had always thought his temperament somewhat unruly, never anticipating he would dare to act in such a manner in broad daylight. The momentary panic subsided, and 9 months seemed to have been halved. However, resignation was never Su Zhan's character, and without attempting, how could he know he was incapable? The explanation was one thing, but the historical figures associated with it. Truth be told, I found it hard to connect the dots. I shook my head in helplessness. Upon receiving the robe from Su Zhan, Meng furrowed her brow, hesitating momentarily before resolutely donning it. Su Fuxing slowly rose to stand beside the old wizard, stating, "Let Qingcheng become the chieftain of the Chang tribe, and let the various clans elect her as the new king of Nanjing." Tang rushing not only sued Dishing Auction House, but also mobilized all his connections, spending an unknown fortune to invite countless media and online forces, creating an all-encompassing buzz. After Pei Lingxi wrapped a scarf around her, she pushed Su Yunan into the passenger seat and drove back to the hotel. What on earth? Apart from my own screams and the numerous heads ahead, where was Lingxi? In the last fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of a passing hat. Dazed, Zhui Yi unleashed a furious wave against the figure in black, who attempted to block with a blade, but was sent sprawling. However, after observing for several hours, I found myself unscathed, allowing my anxious heart to finally settle. If it were merely a matter of gifting a house and beauty under my own name, it would indeed be a fine gesture. But why not present it directly under his name? Ahead lay a raging sea of flames, yet I could not determine what awaited us on the other side. Uncomfortable and disinterested in food, Pei Lingxi continued to send messages to Ji Yesi, inquiring about her whereabouts. Hee, silly girl. Rest assured, Xiao Yuman will never marry Chun. Even if the emperor bestows the marriage, she wouldn't even consider it. Ji Zili smiled to comfort her, as Xiao Yuman meant nothing in her eyes. Yet they at least possessed courage, whereas her choice seemed somewhat cowardly or selfish, asked Lu Moer. He longed to feigned ignorance, seemingly perplexed by the source of his confidence. With so many events unfolding in the palace, one could not rule out the presence of powerful cultivators lurking within. Perhaps a master capable of transforming and becoming invisible was close to the emperor. The prison cart noticeably sagged, and Ji Yunshin sensed it too. He closed his eyes and sat serenely in the cage, indifferent to the world outside. Chapter 183. Master, I am now yours. The runes on the great sword flickered with a dark orange glow, signifying that Terran had activated a battle skill. Could this possibly be the signature move of the rune swordsman, Rune Flash? Exclaimed a traveler resembling a merchant. Indeed, just as Dai Mubai activated his martial soul and had not yet charged at his opponent, a crescent moon-shaped wave of sword energy surged toward him. Fortunately, the White Tiger martial soul boasted formidable defense, nearly impervious. On one hand, they were unaware of Lin Yi's true cultivation level. On the other, defeating the stone-scale giant python would require either a unique treasure or some extraordinary skill. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin he executed a series of left slashes, right strikes, and thrusts, his spiritual energy manifesting as sword aura that pierced through the dust, transforming into fierce tigers rushing toward the eastern light. The family guard's eyes brightened, as if he understood, and he turned to point at the third tent behind him. Fortunately, the appearance of Uriel offered a glimmer of hope. This great deity had promised that if it could gather 33 pieces of world tree divine blood crystals within a year, it would grant it a new life. The two sisters conversed for quite some time, sharing the snow pear porridge with the children before sending someone to fetch them. Suspended several feet in the air, he slightly drew back his left arm while simultaneously raising his right arm forward. In a swift motion, he thrust his right hand outward, striking the air with a flat palm, and his body was propelled backward by the recoil, finally descending gracefully. The two discussed the current political landscape, as Qing Chang seldom engaged. Most inquiries were directed toward Liang Feng, who was affable and held great respect for Qing's abilities, thus willingly imparting knowledge. Following the gift-giving segment, a banquet was held. This year, Zhu Hozhao was absent, and the palace lacked the enthusiasm for grand festivities. Each person received a bowl of clear noodle soup, and a dish symbolizing the 4 seasons, which sufficed. Upon entering the royal residence and leaving everything behind, Qi Lin finally shed his facade of indifference, turning anxiously to gaze at Shen Huai. Zhao Qingsu's words left the guards in a perplexing predicament. They cannot defy the summons on one hand, yet Zhao Qingsu's identity poses a dilemma on the other. As the ethereal night of Yoxing fell into a critical state, with dwindling strength, Yoxing exerted the last of her energy to strike the river, sending forth a cascade of white waves. The immense recoil propelled her upward instead of downward. Seizing the moment to inhale a breath of fresh air and deftly push that person toward a nearby, small boat. Perhaps my actions cannot alter the grand scheme of things, yet they may leave behind a spark, igniting a flame that will blaze in the future. Under the influence of the primordial power of the Jiu-San Han Hu Lu, the Yunshi deity, already ensnared in calamity, began to show signs of disturbance. Deep within his soul, a trace of the eternal innate power seemed eager to emerge. However, as he merely rose halfway, a hand seized his collar, lifting him up. Wang Gui was startled by this sudden turn of events, and upon clarity, he realized it was Feng Hong. 500 taels of silver. Here you go. Zhu Tianpeng directly handed her a bag of silver, playfully squeezing her hand with a foolish grin. As the morning court session concluded, reporters from home and abroad, stationed at the entrance of the Second Intermediate People's Court in the capital, swarmed around the proxy lawyer as he emerged. Although Duke On Yuan did not explicitly state which prince he would support, it was clear he had ruled out the third prince. And no one dared to voice such audacious words. After completing these matters, the legal entity refrained from further words. This event had been decided by the 9 great Taoist lords, and with the presence of the 9 supreme sects. Erasing those 2 practitioners of the law had already somewhat tarnished the dignity of the Taoist lords. 3 months later, De Qi, Qing Wei, and Yu Yu, 3 quasi-immortals, successively defeated over 40 formidable beings from the 4 desolations, a level of combat prowess never witnessed since the dawn of time, even surpassing that of the divine clan's ancestral life deity. Chapter 184. Opala's Dal Rob did not elaborate further, continuing, "So it seems you know the way? Let us. For we indeed have matters to attend to. Since you have decided to follow Brother Dai, it would not be too much to handle this task, would it? You do not seem to be weaklings. Go ahead, perhaps you may uncover some hidden treasures," said Tai Lin. She paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. However, it would be best not to bring too many along. Guo Xiaoyan's features were exquisite, as if sculpted from jade, with long, thick eyelashes adorned with tears, weeping and struggling as she buried her face in her mother's embrace to evade feeding, looking utterly pitiful. Currently, the 4 guards of Yongzhou were undergoing reconstruction. With troops in short supply, and recruitment was fiercely competitive, making the task at hand rather difficult. Chui's expression remained impassive, but her fists clenched involuntarily beneath her sleeves. "From this moment forth, you shall be known solely as the Empress Dowager," Tuo Ba Yao declared coldly, turning away without a backward glance. Even though this was his Jianzhong palace. With a shout from a boy, Lin Beichen could distinctly sense the shudder of the alluring senior sister, Zhao Yuetong, in his arms, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. His current thought was that it would be best to eliminate her directly, for she had shot at him, and it was a fatal shot. A clear voice emanated from the mouth of the dragon ape. filled with excitement yet remarkably lucid. Clearly, this transformation into a dragon altered not only his appearance, but also significantly enhanced his intellect and demeanor. In simple terms, one must clean out all interstellar wormholes on Earth before these otherworldly beings manage to gather sufficient intelligence, leaving them in uncertainty about whether this place harbors a force potent enough to obliterate them, leading them to believe it is a trap set by a more formidable interstellar race. It was evident that after fleeing Anzhou and vanishing, it had arrived in the neighboring Suan. Xiao Wanzi had recently been busier than ever, directing the palace maids and arranging items upon their arrival. However, my control skill is merely a charge. If it misses, that would pose a significant problem. Countless bolts of lightning descended recklessly upon the Thunder Domain, amplifying its power, while Zhou Dao sensed an ominous energy brewing deep beneath the ground, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon uttering his words, 10,000 flying eagle soldiers instantly rallied with a shared animosity, brandishing the specially forged tiger head spears for the flying eagle army, creating a dazzling display of cold light and an aura of murderous intent that permeated the arena. After several rounds of combined attacks obliterated the undead guards, they collected over 2,000 gold coins from him. In the blink of an eye, the Wei Wei fish scale array manifested before everyone, the various weapons radiating light reminiscent of fish scales. Ma Tai and the others reflexively positioned themselves behind Wu Jie upon his issuing of the military command. Shui Qing's heart sank as she turned around, only to see the vice squad leader, Xing Ming, standing excitedly, pointing at her. Thus, along the journey, the two exchanged little conversation. Qin Yang continued pondering the operational issues of the hot pot restaurant, while Wu Qianling was consumed by her own worries. Each lost in their thoughts. Xiao Yu was taken aback. "Where is Lina?" Before Xiao Yu could speak, Tao Lia interjected, her words laced with urgency and concern. Xiao Hanyin never expected to feel such tranquility upon seeing Mu Yi enter, but the calmness was overwhelming, to the point where her heart nearly ceased beating. Just as she had anticipated, Mu Yi's eyes held only hope. After hanging up the phone, Chadwiyu understood that Wu Suowei had truly only managed to send him a message, failing to attend to anything else, not even having time to inform his mother. Guarding the Tang family meant centuries of commitment. Later, she tirelessly accompanied Tang Yin as Tang Jing, seemingly sparing the enemy, yet imposing a cruel punishment that would continue through their descendants. Chapter 185. I am at the Viti Manor to guide the souls upon returning to Opala's home. A guilt-ridden Dai Mubai personally presented the resewn doll to Opala. The beloved doll, once lost, now restored, brought a radiant glow back to the little girl's face. "You found it. You found my doll. Hooray. Oh, thank you." Perhaps only children never truly abandon hope. The hopeful little girl remained unaware of the truth she faced. And who would have the heart to reveal it? Xueming Rue observed Lin Nuan thoughtfully, causing her to lower her head involuntarily. At this thought, a portion of the rebels' convictions wavered. Some regretted having heeded Zhang Xianzhong's incitements and deceptions, realizing that their share of the spoils might very well come to naught. To be honest, I was shocked to learn that Ming Si had known from the start that this matter was problematic. However, following the shock, all that remained was a faint sense of loss. Unable to discern the source of the sound, it resonated in her ears, penetrating her body and soul, making her shiver in the bone-chilling snow. When Hu saw that I had awakened, she immediately leaped from the sofa, not even transforming, and dove into my embrace. Yet at the very least, the children could celebrate today as achievements. The old lady surely played an indispensable role in this, Aunt Gouet remarked. Moreover, at Ruan Ming's request, Marco Polo sang different songs to amuse her every day, his handsome photographs displayed in her bedroom, and Ruan Ming even crafted a life-sized pillow to hug. Li Qing was determined to secure the land, thinking that in the future, once he became formidable, these people would kneel before him just the same. When that time comes, whether he acknowledges them would depend on his mood. Although the elder Lady Ji had aged, she was far from foolish, instantly discerning the undertones in Ji Yinma's words. Having lived for so many years, hearing such things from Ji Yinma sent a chill through her entire being. Ruan Ming and his companions found themselves unable to locate a suitable mode of transport, as the camels had been hastily led away by the panicked townsfolk, leaving behind only remnants of food and precious metals. With the insertion of Qin Tianxi's golden needle, the flow of blood from the elder Situ's body noticeably began to diminish, and gradually it ceased altogether. Had it not been for the monitor displaying the elder's heartbeat, everyone would have presumed that Qin Tianzi had inadvertently ended the old man's life. It was already late autumn, the weather delightfully crisp, and the streets were bustling with activity, yet Chu Jiqiu appeared particularly forlorn amidst the lively couples holding hands. The mere thought of Wang Mengtian possibly being with Wensheng tightened her chest with anxiety. Ziki, oh hot Ziki, how could you be so lacking in ambition? It was merely a movie with an old friend. I truly wonder how someone as ineffectual as you could ever hope to secure a place in this world, remarked Xiao Chun, his tone dripping with disdain, devoid of any pretense. In order to confront the hegemon of Jianghuai, Yang Xingmi, Qian Liao's forces stationed in Hangzhou exceeded 50,000, surpassing Dongchang's own Weixing army by an additional 20,000. Should Qian Liao manage to control the Tuzhe regions, the total strength of his forces might soar beyond 100,000. As the entrance to the shortcut was obstructed by the very peach branch that had restrained him, he had no choice but to vacate this main tomb chamber in hopes of escaping through another entrance of the ancient tomb. Thus, her plans were inevitably thwarted. However, when she turned to glance behind her, she found nothing. At that moment, Yi Xiangqi refrained from acting rashly. He had no confidence in this battle. If he were to possess any certainty at all, it would merely be the certainty of defeat. Zheng Donghai's expression darkened, particularly after Li Yanwan misconstrued his masculinity, casting increasingly gloomy glances at Yifan. Su Rue, recognizing that this was his father's vehicle, was particularly excited and hurriedly opened the rear door, squeezing himself inside. "Ah, I'm hungry. I want to eat seafood." Shi Tian fixated on the lobster meat in Gu Ye's bowl, licking his lips. Chapter 186. The echoes of warrior ambition is commendable. "I wish you luck, young Runsword wielder," Suwal remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Should you require assistance, Shisha Island will provide necessary aid. Remember, Shisha Island will always be a friend to the Goldcrest family." Tai Lin felt elated at this news, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Thus, Rob boldly stepped forward and inquired, "Elder, since you are here to guide the souls, have you encountered a woman named Maishi?" "Maishi, the wife of the steward of Whitedeer Manor?" Suwal pondered before responding. "That should be correct. After all, the name Maishi is quite rare, so it cannot be mistaken." Suwal pointed towards the tower of the manor and stated, "Maishi's soul resides on the second level of the tower, which is the reception hall of Whitedeer Manor. She is unwilling to be guided to the afterlife, insisting on remaining there. Perhaps you know the reason behind this?" With curiosity, the group ventured into the tower, and indeed, they discovered the restless ghost of a woman in the reception hall on the second floor. "Maishi?" Tai Lin tentatively asked. Upon hearing her name, the ghost abruptly turned, as if struck by an electric shock. "Who are you? Do you know me?" It seemed this was indeed Opala's aunt. Rob stated his purpose directly and then patiently awaited a response. Yet the ghost merely wept. "I knew that Opala's child could not escape such a fate. Why must they kill her? Even if the hand of death were to seize her and infuse her with necromantic power, forcing her to become a necromancer, why must they take her life? They are so cruel." Rob found himself equally affected by her sorrow. The anguish was deeply piercing, almost unbearable. "Can you not return to see Opala? She longs to see her family again." "No, I cannot return. My soul is destined to be bound here. The time traveler can guide me, but I feel it is not yet the right moment. I must witness my brother's redemption with my own eyes." "Your brother?" Rob continued to inquire. The ghost, Maishi, covered her face to wipe away her tears and replied, "He is Opala's father, Yozen Lei. What has happened to him? Why does he need redemption? My brother was forcibly transformed into a death warrior during the Battle of Dalong Town, and he participated in the massacre there. Afterwards, he followed the Necromancer army and defeated the vanguard of the Hand of Holy Light at Whitedeer Manor. When I was killed, he stood quietly by, watching. He also took part in the great battle at Topaz Crossing. In that battle, the Necromancer army was utterly defeated, and my brother fled in disarray. Ultimately, the forces of the Hand of Holy Light pursued him and killed him nearby, using a special gravestone to suppress his twisted soul." Rob found himself at a loss for words and could only echo, "What a tragic tale. How can we redeem Yozen?" I had lost hope, but with the time traveler Suwal present, perhaps there is still a chance. He must have a way. Maishi's plea, akin to Opala's, was impossible to refuse. Rob and his companions exited the tower and sought out Suwal once more to discuss the matter. Suwal appeared confident, squinting with a smile as he said, "I'm also seeking that twisted soul. If he cannot attain redemption, he may eventually break free from the shackles imposed by the Hand of Holy Light and wreak havoc upon the people of the conflict-ridden lands." Yozen's soul and grave are located near the manor, but you should first tell us how to redeem his soul, Rob interjected. Suwal remained unhurried, elaborating. I can indeed utilize certain time spells to alter some minor past events. While I cannot influence the grand trajectory of history, redeeming a lost soul is more than feasible. You will need to find Yozen's personal items from the time he became a death warrior. To my knowledge, there should be a copper ring, a long sword, an iron shield, and a pocket watch. You may uncover one or two of these items in Yozen's grave. The others may be found near Topaz Crossing. Once you gather these, I will be able to redeem Yozen's soul. Rob felt a sense of unease halfway through Suwal's explanation. Did this imply they were to exhume a grave? Who would engage in such a morally questionable act? No way. Not doing it. A minute later, look over there. That gravestone belongs to Yozen. Dig it up. I have a feeling the copper ring must be inside, Rob exclaimed, pointing towards a gravestone not far away. The other four, blushing with embarrassment, nevertheless acted without hesitation. They truly began to unearth the grave. Indeed, Rob only found the copper ring. The ravenous predictions had proven true. It seems we must venture to Topaz Crossing to seek out the remaining 3 of Yozen's personal items. Let us depart, heading east. The journey from Witha Manor to Topaz Crossing would take approximately 3 hours. Upon arrival, it was already midday. The battle at Topaz Crossing must have been quite fierce, otherwise. Why would the scars of war remain so haunting after all these years? Expanses of land lay either corroded by necromantic magic or tainted by the dust of light. The entire region was a patchwork of gold and black, utterly unfit for the growth of vegetation. In truth, it was precisely as such. Topaz Crossing remained a scar left by war, with not a soul in sight for miles. Strangely, on the periphery of this desolate area, there was another person, aside from Rob's group, meandering slowly. Who could that be? With such questions lingering in his mind, and hoping that this individual might assist them in locating what they sought amidst the battlefield scars, Rob hastened forward to greet the stranger. To his surprise, the individual did not turn around, but called out from a distance, "Who are you? Why have you come here? State your name, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Faced with such a demanding inquiry, Luobai had no choice but to pause and respond. "We harbor no hostility. We merely seek to uncover remnants of the war. And you, who might you be? What brings you here?" The stranger immediately relaxed his guard, not due to the content of Luobai's answer, but because he could discern from the voice that Luobai and his companions belonged neither to the heart of holy light nor to the hand of the undead. Thus, he felt no need for caution. "Ah, you may call me Shungji Shurjoazen. I am here on a task assigned by my master, to practice the vitality powers he has just imparted to me." Shungji Shurja? Tylan suddenly took note of this title. "Indeed, I'm a Shungji Shurja, and that is unequivocally who I am." Tylan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is your master not the Shungji Dashi Savian? Could be otherwise?" Aizen replied nonchalantly. "But what of you? Who are you to dare venture here? I presume you possess some skills of your own?" Estimating Aizen's age to be around 18, slightly younger than herself, Tylan found it understandable that he had not heard of her renown. "So, this Shungji Shurja, are you acquainted with the Rinsword Master Tylan?" Aizen merely shook his head. "My master never mentioned that such a figure existed in the land of strife." "Huh. Your master has been secluded on Zhanrong Island for so many years that it is no wonder he has not heard of the Rinsword Master. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tylan, the Rinsword Master, who has recently gained fame. But tell me, are you aware that your master has been pursued by both the hand of the undead and the heart of holy light for many years? As his disciple, do you not fear revealing your origins so easily?" At this, Aizen's jovial demeanor vanished, and he appeared deflated. "But you're not one of them." "Thank goodness we are not," Tylan replied, as if chiding a younger brother. "However, what if we were spies sent by them to the land of strife? Have you considered that if you were captured, your master would not be far behind?" Luobai, too, felt that Aizen was far too young and naive. The audacity of youth can be bold, but not to this extent. Aizen did not retort. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before diverting the conversation. Tylan recognized that Aizen was not entirely unyielding to counsel and continued, "Whatever your business here, attend to it swiftly, and once completed, return to Zhanrong Island to find your master. However, if you wish to stay, you may accompany us for safety." After pondering for a moment, Aizen deemed her reasoning sound. Moreover, his master had indeed instructed him to return promptly upon completing his task. "Very well. Once I purify this scarred land, I shall return. Thank you for your kind reminder, elder sister," Aizen scratched his head sheepishly. At first, Tylin did not pay much attention, but in the next moment, she felt as though she had been struck. What? You can purify this scarred land? Not only Tylin, but even Luo Bai and the others found this hard to believe. The level of land pollution here was such that even the god of life from Douluo continent could hardly achieve complete purification, let alone this inexperienced youth. Impossible, Tylin exclaimed. You are so young, having only studied under the Shungji Dashi for a few years, and yet you claim to be ready to graduate? Surely, such talent cannot exist in this world. Flattery quickly flushed Aizen's cheeks, and he grinned widely, resembling a newlywed groom. Tylin began to find Aizen rather irritating. This fellow seemed to bloom under mere praise. Enough dawdling. If you truly possess this ability, then demonstrate your purification for us. Otherwise, if news of today's events gets out, you will be thoroughly embarrassed. Aizen's desire to perform was ignited, and he sprang into action. Gripping a vibrant green branch, he began to chant an ancient incantation. In mere moments, the scarred land around him was enveloped in a gentle, green luminescence. In the next instant, the verdant light surged, becoming omnipresent like the very air itself. As Tylin immersed herself in the vibrant green mist, she found it remarkably comfortable, almost reluctant to emerge. However, this did not afford the same comfort to Luo Bai and the others. After all, their true cultivation levels were considerably high, even within the remnants of this world, allowing them to remain inconspicuous as either formidable warriors or mere commoners. As Aizen continued to exert his power, spreading the green mist into every corner of the Topaz scars. When the green fog dissipated, all traces of the light-forged powder and plague spots vanished. The land surrounding the entrance of Topaz was restored to healthy soil capable of nurturing plant life once more. Having completed this feat, Aizen appeared particularly fatigued. Yet he mustered a smile and exclaimed, I did it. I am ready to graduate. Though Aizen may not have been particularly endearing. Both Luo Bai and Dai Mu Bai could empathize with his joy. Yet Aizen seemed unsatisfied, pushing himself to cast an additional spell. Indeed, it hastened the growth of tender sprouts on the newly revived land, causing them to flourish and bloom. Truly a delightful embellishment. However, Aizen, already somewhat depleted, was now even more exhausted, to the point where he could scarcely stand. The more he sought to impress, the more Tylin found herself disheartened. This Aizen was ultimately too young. Thank you, Tylin uttered coldly, before turning to depart. Daigo, now that the scarred land has been purified, our search for Yozen's belongings will be much easier. Let us split up and search. At this moment, Luo Bai and Lily had already begun their work. They were genuinely uninterested in Aizen's earlier performance, for the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Before long, Yozen's longsword, shield, and pocket watch were all recovered. As Luo Bai and the others prepared to leave, Aizen hurried over, asking, Elder Sister, what do you need these items for? What is so special about these worthless things? Tylin, already impatient, felt a surge of frustration at his inquiry. This is none of your concern. Shungji Shirja, you may return now. Retracing their steps to Vidier Manor, the time traveler Sewell awaited them in the graveyard. I have prepared everything for you, Sewell called from a distance. As a middle-aged man, his voice was quite resonant. Hearing the time traveler's call, Luo Bai and Tylin quickened their pace, leaving Dai Mu Bai and the others behind. Without the use of soul power, Zhu Zhuqing and Lily found it difficult to keep up, while Dai Mu Bai felt there was no need to hurry now that they had arrived. You have returned rather quickly, Sewell remarked. I, the time traveler, greatly appreciate punctuality. Now, take this bag and place all of Yozen's belongings inside. Upon your return to Darlong Town, set this bag on the fountain in the town center to conjure a temporal illusion of the past. You must hold your ground in Darlong Town until the Black Knight Maydak appears. Both Mayor David and Yozen must survive. After the Black Knight Maydak appears, he will use powerful necromancy to kill David and forcibly twist Yozen. You must then eliminate the twisted Yozen, thereby allowing his soul to receive redemption. Although I am a time traveler, I cannot truly intervene in history. All I can do is offer salvation. Luo Bai committed this series of instructions to memory. He then asked, So, esteemed time traveler, will you not accompany us? You young individuals are sufficient. I have no need. Moreover, I must hasten back to Shish Island, for my kin require my presence. Chapter 188. The Calamity of Ur. The Defense of Darren Town upon returning to Darren Town. Luo Bo placed the bag as instructed upon the abandoned fountain. Before long, the surroundings began to blur, enveloped as if by an expansive fog. However, it was not fog. but rather a temporal illusion. People of Town, prepare yourselves. We must defend our homeland. A robust voice bellowed. Gather your spirits, form ranks, and adopt a defensive stance. Un force arrive swiftly. Was it not the town mayor, David, who uttered these words? This scene mirrored the first battle of the Northern War over a decade ago. The siege of Darren County. As individuals traversing through the temporal illusion, Luo Bo and his companions were naturally regarded by David as the militia of Darren Town. Under his command, you lot, form a line. Where are your weapons? How can you fight without them? Quickly retreat indoors. David shouted at Luo Bo and Dai Mubai. Either fetch your weapons or hide away. Do not create chaos. The militia captain, Yozen, interjected calmly. Our esteemed mayor, do not address the youth in such a manner. They will soon grasp the essence of courage. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a surge of indignation. Did Yozen imply they were cowards? Turn chuckled, come now. Brother Dai, do not be angered. This is a tradition of the conflict-ridden lands. When war approaches, those without weapons are deemed unwilling to fight. What a ridiculous tradition. We possess weapons, Dai Mubai retorted, retrieving from his storage soul guide a dazzling piece of equipment. Shadow, the might of the world tree. This resplendent sword, green with golden accents, originated from Karazhan. He recalled that it was during the third raid on Karazhan that this treasure emerged from the spoils in the chest room. Its lackluster attributes rendered it undesirable to others, allowing Dai Mubai to seize the opportunity. However, even with this acquisition, its mediocre attributes remained unchanged, and he only wielded it for show at the golden ancient tree square, admiring its imposing form. Turin was the first to lose her composure. This weapon is truly formidable. Well then, brother is indeed impressive. Next to react were David, Yozen, and all the militia. Their astonishment quickly morphed into elation, for they understood that the greater the number of strong allies, the greater their chances of victory. Luo Bo subsequently produced a weapon meant solely for display. Wizos. The will of the original Sin Mage. This staff, too, bore lackluster attributes paired with an extravagant appearance, rendering it suitable only for ostentatious displays. As a long staff, Wizos, the will of the original Sin Mage, radiated a subtle purple luminescence from its shaft to its core, accompanied by floating emeralds that swirled around its body, exuding an unmatched elegance. Zhu Zhuqing and Lily followed suit, presenting their own weapons, which truly broadened the horizons of Darren County's militia. Thus, Mayor David logically appointed them as the main force, assigning them to defend various entrances. As the black fog enveloped the area, obscuring the sun's brilliance, the first wave of the undead army launched its assault. Scattered ghouls, scrambling on all fours like hounds, dashed down the hillside, bearing down on Darren Town. Prepare for defense. Comrades, we can do this, David shouted, pointing his sword toward the largest entrance. Charge! With Mayor David and Captain Yozen leading the charge, the militia's courage ignited. This wave of ghouls was swiftly vanquished. Soon after, another wave of skeleton infantry appeared. Clearly, these two probing assaults were merely preludes. The undead forces besieging Darren Town were far from finished. After a moment, the third wave of attack commenced. This time, it included not only ghouls and skeleton infantry, but also a cadre of skeletal mages. The mixed assault from these various undead units inflicted significant losses on the militia. Even with formidable allies like Luo Bo, Turin, and Dai Mubai present, protecting everyone proved a daunting task. The fourth wave was even more formidable. Leading the charge was a regiment of neatly arranged skeleton infantry, while ghastly ghouls scuttled alongside. Behind the skeletons trailed several large, undead war machines. Then, a piercing shriek heralded the arrival of the Ghoul King, Hagsis. The Ghoul King towered over ordinary ghouls and possessed extraordinary abilities. It is the Ghoul King Hagsis, David exclaimed, recognizing this towering figure recently listed on the bounty by the Light's Hand. The militia, momentarily paralyzed by fear, struggled to steady their weapons. David shouted, Darren Town, do not lose hope. At that moment, he unleashed a wave of holy light that enveloped the entire town, healing his allies while simultaneously inflicting damage upon the undead forces. Many of the lesser undead were instantly obliterated under the radiance of the holy wave, yet it proved ineffective against higher-tier undead, such as the large war machines. After a fierce battle, the defenders of Darren Town paid a heavy price to slay the Ghoul King Hagsis, causing the remaining undead to retreat. Despite being gravely injured, Mayor David turned to Captain Yozen and said, My wounds are severe. In my absence, you must lead the others to continue the fight. The Lightforged Legion will soon arrive. and Darren Town shall be saved. Suddenly, the world shifted into an abyss of utter darkness. A tall knight clad in black, riding a horse glowing with emerald light, emerged slowly upon the hillside of the main road. The Black Knight Medak. His voice thundered, "David, the holy light has reforged your heart, and now I shall extract it." As soon as he finished speaking, David, kneeling on the ground, was ensnared by a strange, ghostly green chain, pulling him toward Medak. As David collapsed into a pool of blood before the emerald-eyed steed, Captain Yozen was gripped by an indescribable terror. In that instant, the minds and bodies of Yozen and many militia members twisted simultaneously, transforming them into mindless, undead monstrosities akin to ghouls. The corrupted Yozen turned his head and hoarsely bellowed, "Darren Town, this is destiny." It was then that Luo Bo urged Dai Mubai, Turin, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lily to unleash their true power, forging a bloody path through the throngs of undead to bring down the fallen Yozen. At last, the temporal illusion dissipated, for the conditions had been met. As expected, Yozen's soul was redeemed. Luo Bo beheld Yozen's semi-transparent spirit, gasping as it departed toward the house where Opala resided. That was their home. Opala's father has returned. Chapter 189. Luo Bo's Super Evolution Sequence. Thunder Shadow. Sands of Time. Luo Bo hurriedly pursued, eager to witness this poignant reunion. "Daddy, it truly is you, Daddy." The girl, clutching her doll, beamed with excitement and dashed into her father's embrace. Yozen relinquished his sword and shield, kneeling down to embrace his daughter, softly murmuring, "Opala, my precious. Father has come home. While you were away, I was very obedient. I went nowhere and waited for you. Also, I found my doll." Witnessing the scene, not only Luo Bo, but also Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Lily, and Turin felt their eyes moisten. A chilling wind swept through, and the two tightly embraced souls transformed into radiant specks of light, vanishing from sight. With a heart laden with mixed emotions, Luo Bo stepped heavily into the Opala residence. In the room, the most conspicuous object was a storage box radiating an enigmatic glow. A note affixed to the box urged Luo Bo to open it. He complied, discovering 5 steaming cups of sweet tea securely nestled in the upper compartment. Another note read, "This is for you, 1 cup per person, be sure to finish it." "Opala Leahy, such a kind sister," Lily murmured to herself, swiftly seizing a cup and daintily savoring its contents. With a cup of tea in his left hand and lifting the panel with his right, Luo Bo's intuition proved correct. The super evolution sequence lay within. The thunder spirit pearl of his martial soul automatically manifested, resonating intensely with the object at the bottom of the box. It appeared to be a clump of coarse sand, a pale lavender hue, with each grain exhibiting an irregular shape. Indeed, it was the laying me Shur Jisha, the super evolutionary material compatible with your thunder spirit pearl martial soul. Store it away for now. Reveal it only upon your return to the Douluo world. The voice of Saladas echoed, cautioning Luo Bo to resist the temptation of immediate super evolution. In a moment of reverie, the sweet tea was consumed. The cups returned to their place, and the 5 of them nestled together, merging harmoniously. "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations, Dai Mubai, Tsutsuking," and Lily all shared the joy of obtaining the super evolution sequence, while Tai Lin remained perplexed. "What's the big deal? Aren't they just a bunch of colorful pebbles?" Luo Bo offered no comment, concealing the Lei Ingmi Shur Jisha while wearing a contented smile. Lily explained, "Sister Tai Lin, what Luo Bo desires is precisely this sand." As night fell, when they returned to the inn where the Duo expeditionary force was stationed, it was already late. Xiaoyu and Yu Mengqing were conversing outside the inn, becoming the first to see Luo Bo return. "Ah, you're back. Did you find the super evolution sequence?" Xiaoyu inquired. Luo Bo produced the Laying Me Shur Jisha and responded truthfully. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, glancing at Yu Mengqing. "See, Ching Ching. The super evolution sequence is so easy to find. If one can be discovered, surely we can all find one." "Dream on," Yu Mengqing retorted. It was evident that Luo Bo and the others had a multitude of matters to explain and share, including the origins of the super evolution sequence and why Tai Lin was different from when they left. The location information of the new super evolution sequence was sent to Luo Bo's mind early the next morning. Xian Yunggudi. In response to Luo Bo's inquiry, Tai Lin quickly rifled through her memories. "All right, I recall visiting once. There are a few scattered villages there. However, Xian Yunggudi is somewhat distant. located in the northeastern corner of the contested lands, approximately a 2 to 3 day journey. Moreover, it is relatively close to the Westlight Forge. Daimubai interjected. Let it be distant. It's not as if we cannot travel. Just lead us there. Given the long journey ahead, they decided against returning to the inn. All 17 members of the expedition team from the Douluo world set off eastward in search of Xian Yungu. The distance was neither too close nor too far. Along the way, they passed many peculiar sights, such as a desiccated giant tree towering 100 meters high, surrounded by vibrant life, yet itself devoid of any leaves. Looking starkly unattractive, there was also a concealed pit, where one could see numerous skeletal remains of those who had perished. The hand of the undead occasionally visited to select suitable corpses as materials for their army. Most notably, a merchant had constructed an enormous air raid shelter just outside his town. Yet, even someone as inexperienced as Tai Lin could discern that this shelter was poorly constructed, incapable of withstanding even the lowest grade, light exploding shells from flight armor. By midday on the third day, Luo Bo and his group finally arrived at Xianyangudi, a valley surrounded by mountains with a single road traversing from north to south, an ideal location for building a city. Unfortunately, it comprised only a few villages and scattered groups of refugees fleeing from other regions. Salat has indicated to Luo Bo that one such group of refugees numbered around 100, appearing quite distressed, suggesting they had been traveling for a considerable time. Their conversations revealed they had escaped from the war-torn southern regions. Va? Who is fighting? Is it the hand of the undead and the heart of the holy light clashing again? Further inquiries with the refugees revealed that the conflict was not between those two extremist organizations, but rather between the two major lords of the contested lands, the Red Rose and the White Rose families. Come, everyone come. An elderly voice called out slowly. The tea is ready, fragrant sweet tea. Upon hearing this, the refugees conversing with Luo Bo hastily rose, exclaiming, "Ah, old Master Lysis' tea is ready. I must go serve it. You all look weary from your journey. Come and share a bowl of tea with us." Luo Bo, of course, would not refuse the refugees' invitation, though the sweet tea reminded him of the Opala sister. The Douluo expedition team followed the refugee into the crowd, finally reaching a large pot. The smoke from the fire created a striking contrast against the green and yellow earth, making it particularly noticeable throughout the Xianyangudi. The elderly man brewing the tea suddenly turned to Tai Lin, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. He slowly uttered, "Girl with the gold blossom, face one fun, Drujan, you hail from the gold blossom family, do you not? Is there anyone else in the contested lands with a gold blossom face pattern?" Tai Lin deeply. The elder, with a forceful motion of his right hand, poked a piece of firewood. "Humph, girl, what impoliteness. One cannot presume to think you are the only one bearing the gold blossom face pattern." Chapter 190, Lysis Breaking the Void. The soothing soul of the sky Tai Lin remained non-committal. She was aware that she was the last of the gold blossom family. How could there be another? Moreover, not just anyone could possess the gold blossom face pattern within that family. This white-haired elder was speaking nonsense. Before Tai Lin could respond, the elder continued, "Well, when the runic sword emerges, great chaos shall ensue. Look, the two rose lords in the south are embroiled in fierce combat. Yet it is the common folk who suffer. I, lacking in capability, can only lead these 100 souls north to this refuge. Old man, do you intend to settle here?" Luo Bo asked, stepping forward. The white-haired elder smiled and shook his head. "I plan to take them all to my home, the sky's soothing isles. That should serve as an excellent sanctuary." Tai Lin was suddenly taken aback. Sky's soothing isles? Is it this old man's home? Coupled with the elder's appearance and vitality, resembling someone in their 90s, yet still brimming with spirit. Could it be, excuse me, elder, you are the sky's soothing soul. Lysis breaking the void, aren't you? Tai Lin could not suppress her conjecture and blurted it out, seeking immediate confirmation. The elder, revealing his identity, erupted into hearty laughter, reminiscent of a madman. I never imagined that decades later, there would still be young ones who remember this name and have heard of the sky soothing soul's tale. Even if I have but a few years left, I die without regrets. Oh, another hidden powerhouse, Luo Bo mused, realizing that the contested lands were indeed a land of hidden talents. To recount, first we have Terran, known as the Rune Swordsman, then the Time Traveler, Sewar Shasha. Later, in the Land of Scars, we encountered the Life Bringer, Azin, along with his master, the Life Ambassador, Savien. Now, we meet the Celestial Comforter, Lysis Pacon. It seems that legendary figures abound in every corner, does it not? While Robber pondered this, The celestial comforter turned to check the tea kettle. Young folks, if you wish to drink tea, feel free to serve yourselves. Drink as much as you desire. Pakong, Senior, Taryn exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Is tea all you'll have? Do you not wish for something to eat? The celestial comforter merely smiled, a hint of contentment gracing his wrinkled face. Ah, my appetite has diminished with age. However, it would be remiss of me not to treat those who accompany me. I have lingered here to prepare a dish of celestial island stew. Could you assist in gathering the ingredients? Without hesitation, Taryn readily agreed. At that moment, Robber felt a powerful resonance. This wave originated from Tang's San, connected to Robber, then to the celestial comforter, ultimately resting upon Taryn. Could the next evolution sequence involve all four of them? Whose hands would it ultimately fall into? These questions remained shrouded in mystery. In a fleeting moment, the celestial comforter began listing the necessary ingredients for the stew. I have some spices here. You simply need to procure wild boar meat, vulture meat strips, a couple of green fish, gather some wild okra, and a few potatoes. For Taryn, who had long danced on the edge of danger, this was no daunting task. I will fetch them myself. This is my specialty. With that, she swiftly departed. Conveniently, the valley of Xianyun was bisected by a river, flanked by woods on either side. She dived into a patch of forest, emerging with all the required ingredients. Meanwhile, Robber, Tang San, and Dai Mubai took turns conversing with the celestial comforter, hoping to extract information regarding the evolution sequence. However, it was evident that their disparate worlds and considerable age gaps rendered their conversation awkward. The celestial comforter often expounded on profound philosophies, citing examples from this world, which were unfamiliar to them from the Douluo world. Thus, only Tang San made an effort to comprehend the words shared, resulting in an exceedingly uncomfortable exchange. Ah, Pakong, Senior, we understand, truly we do, Robert chuckled apologetically. The celestial comforter appeared somewhat displeased. Look at you, you're merely humoring this old body. Ah, the youth of today. In the distance, Taryn returned, carrying a robust wild boar upon her shoulder, bundles of wild okra draped across her back, strips of bird meat at her waist, and 2 fish strung together, along with a cluster of muddy potatoes. It was clear that Taryn was well practiced in such endeavors. The camp's refugees, eager to assist, rushed forward before she even approached, knowing they would partake in the stew. How could they not help? Taryn tossed the ingredients onto the ground and wiped the blood from her hands. Sigh, time to change clothes again. Meanwhile, Robber, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, having engaged in conversation with the celestial comforter for so long, were feeling the pangs of hunger upon seeing the food. Unfortunately, cooking would take time. Naturally, Yueli, claiming the title of chef god, rushed in to lend a hand, as she could easily take on the role of head chef. As the pot of celestial island stew neared completion, a female assistant, wiping sweat from her brow, hurried to the celestial comforter, seemingly with a request. The woman appeared to be around 30, her complexion relatively normal, albeit somewhat emaciated, a common sight among war refugees. Her simple, dark blue dress was rather soiled, much like her long raven black hair. Excuse me, my lord, the woman began. My daughter is suffering from a severe fever. She is too weak to eat much. Could you spare a few more pieces of pork for her? Lysis Pakong simply smiled. Oh, that is no issue. The injured receive special consideration. No need for you to worry, my dear. Go care for your little girl. Soon, the fragrant celestial island stew was ready to be served. The young talents of the Douluo expedition army busily distributed the stew. Regardless of whether the evolution sequence was present, witnessing the plight of the refugees compelled them to help. In Chapter 191, Yanu Juin, the Holy Light Voyager, Robber ladled several generous portions of tender wild boar meat into a bowl, accompanied by potatoes and okra, drenching it in broth before delivering it to the aforementioned woman. She was engaged in conversation with her 9-year-old daughter, who, upon noticing Robber's approach, weakly said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, comforter grandpa." It was evident these were words taught by her mother. Robber handed the bowl to the woman, smiled at the girl, and then turned to leave. Ah, Val, what does it give us? It shatters families and echoes with cries of despair. War is but a game for the few. It forces the masses to endure suffering. The celestial comforter mused. Rune swordsman Taryn, I ask you, why do you fight? Caught off guard while voraciously consuming her meal, Taryn never anticipated such a question from the celestial comforter. Instinctively, she touched the rune sword at her side and replied, Isn't it obvious? I fight for survival, for revenge. Without this, I would likely meet the same fate as the rest of my family, dying without knowing for whom I perished. Ha! The celestial comforter chuckled, shaking his head. What is the reason for war? Why do autumn leaves fall? Desire cannot be stripped away. We too harbor confusion in our hearts. For whom do we wield our fists? To protect our nation, to punish the wicked, to eliminate inner demons. The cycle of war is unending and calamity persists. Why do we fight? Terran appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend. You will ultimately understand. In truth, the bewildering discourse was beyond the grasp of most, including Robert, as cultural limitations and ideological constraints clouded their understanding. How could ordinary individuals fathom the depths of such meaning? At length, the refugee group prepared to set forth once more towards the north. However, an unexpected turn of events compelled them to halt. Stop! A clear voice called out sharply from distance. Do not proceed, accompanied by a radiant golden light. The voice dazzled the onlookers, momentarily blinding them. As the golden glow receded, it still enveloped a vast area, effectively blocking the refugees' path. It is those from the heart of holy light, Terran instinctively muttered. Indeed, a strikingly handsome, golden-haired man emerged first, followed by 4 shining war machines. 2 female mage constructs wielding radiant golden staffs, and a throng of golden puppet infantry. In the next moment, the voice of Sangxiong Weihun reverberated through the heavens. Who dares to obstruct my path? Exclaimed like Cici, piercing the air. Where is the frail shadow of age that was just present? How striking and commanding! Sangxiong Weihun? Umph. You are but an old man. With your feeble bones, do you dare to defy the will of the heart of sacred light? Sangxiong Weihun smiled silently, seemingly dismissive of the young man before him. Yet in truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood well that the heart of sacred light had sent someone not for him, but to capture a gifted boy or perhaps a girl among the group of refugees. Alone, he could easily escape the onslaught of the special task force, but those children marked for capture would not be so fortunate. Old man, I shall not waste words with you. Hand over James Jinshur and Aalisha Qinxiong, and the others shall face no trouble. Otherwise, I doubt your Sangxiong Weihun can protect both yourself and this ragtag group. At this, many in the Douluo expedition team were filled with righteous indignation, eager to teach this shameless intruder a lesson, but they were restrained by Yu Mengqi. After all, given their strength, even a casual display could shatter this fragile world. Upon hearing the name Aalisha Qinxiong, the woman in the blue dress furrowed her brow and glanced at her daughter, who was already fast asleep in her arms. She murmured to herself, must we truly be forced to this extent? Sangxiong Weihun laughed heartily, exuding the exuberance characteristic of a seasoned elder. Not only shall I protect them, but I shall also teach you a lesson, you ignorant child. The golden-haired man scoffed at this. Teach me a lesson? You possess but a single method of attack, and only 3 cannonballs worth of power. Is that so, Lizampo? Mention of that name caused like Cici to blush slightly, yet he maintained an imposing presence over the golden-haired man. Umph. You know my old nickname. You must have some background. I'm a newly appointed Sacred Light Voyager, Yanhua Zhuin. If you were unaware of this, it seems you are indeed destined to be obsolete. Ah, a newly appointed Sacred Light Voyager, the successor of that old scoundrel Measurer. In my time, I feared Voyagers. The elders told me they lack intelligence. But the truth is, during a chaotic moment, they not only lack intelligence, but also sight. Yanhua Zhuin was instantly enraged. You dare to insult the name of the Sacred Light Voyager? I insult not only the Sacred Light Voyager, but also you and your predecessor. You seek death. Before Yanhua could act, like Cici had enveloped the entire group of refugees in a vast Sangxiong veil. The enraged Sacred Light Voyager burst into laughter. With such limited ability, how amusing. Watch how your outdated spell is rendered ineffective. Yanhua raised his left arm and summoned a heavy-duty light-forged hand cannon. In the next instant, a spherical light-forged explosive struck the Sangxiong veil. Simultaneously, Yanhua teleported into the air, raising his right arm to summon a light-forged longsword, then leapt down to strike. What a fine Sacred Light Voyager, indeed skilled in many arts. At this moment, Tai Lin brandished her runic sword, charging forward. What nonsense! Your opponent is me, the runic swordsman Tai Lin. Let us engage in a fair battle. With a courageous leap, she intercepted Yanhua mid-air, ensnaring him and preventing him from attacking the Sangxiong veil. Oof. If it comes to battle, light-forged war machines, he my command, blast that old fool's shield. Yanhua commanded fiercely. Now, Tai Lin found herself at a loss. While she could hold Yanhua at bay, the 4 light-forged war machines could attack the Sangxiong veil without hindrance. Sangxiong Weihun chuckled. Dealing with a few machines is simple enough. It has been ages since I wielded my Sangxiong Divine Punishment Cannon. In truth, it had been decades. Several blue beams of light descended, accurately striking 3 light-forged war machines. In an instant, those once mighty machines were reduced to scrap, leaving only one standing in the bitter wind. Yanhua seized the opportunity to perform a backflip, escaping Tai Lin's grasp. He commanded 2 light-forged female mages to target Tai Lin with their spells, while a multitude of light-forged puppet infantry surrounded her. Tai Lin's valiant leap, though usable twice in quick succession, had already been expended during her confrontation with Yanhua. She had no choice but to activate her ultimate skill, Rune Eternal Radiance. A surge of runic light swiftly took down a swarm of light-forged puppets. Observing the fierce battle, Dai Mubai could not help but ask, "Must we truly just stand by? Hold on, brother Dai. We must not act unless absolutely necessary. Should you lose control in battle, the consequences could spell doom for this entire world." Yu Mengqing urged softly, while keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding conflict. After elegantly evading, Yanhua floated above the Sanqiong Vale. "I truly wonder who bestowed upon you the courage to believe you can oppose the great heart of sacred light. Hand over those 2 children, and I shall pretend this day never happened." With all his might sustaining the Sanqiong Vale, like Cece retorted, "Pa, you wretched cockroach. You shall see." He then directed a blue beam of healing light towards Tai Lin, providing her with immediate healing and a brief boost in magical resistance. Clearly, like Cece had pinned his hopes of breaking the stalemate on Tai Lin. "Old man, there's no need for you to seek death over 2 children, risking so many lives." Yanhua continued to shout. Angered, like Cece replied, "You scoundrel, do you truly wish to slaughter these refugees and commit such a grave sin? Do you dare? If you provoke me further, I indeed shall. Hand them over. James and Aalisha, I will not spare even one." The woman in the blue dress suddenly appeared to recall some painful memory, her mind trembling uncontrollably. The sleeping girl in her arms was nearly awakened by the commotion. "No, no, no, do not force me." At that moment, an indescribable brilliance surged from the woman, taking the form of a handsome and robust man. "Ansel, my dear, even in death, I shall protect you and our daughter. Have you forgotten? The Qinxiong family has always been renowned archers. You are no exception. Let my remnants become a longbow, a source of your strength. My dear, are you ready?" Encouraged by her husband's spirit, the woman, Ansel, resolutely rose, placing her daughter Aalisha Qinxiong aside, and gently touched her husband's luminous form. In the next moment, that light lost its human shape, transforming into a longbow in Ansel's hands. The bow was entirely transparent, a soft golden hue emanating from it. This bow also enhanced Ansel's attire, rendering it as resilient as armor, while granting her a measure of magical resistance. Now, Ansel stood, her strength immeasurable, radiating like a goddess. "Mother, you look so beautiful," Aalisha exclaimed. Under the praise of his daughter, Ansel sprinted towards the celestial soul soother, Laxus, with his longbow in hand. The earlier scene had not escaped the gaze of the Douluo expedition team. With the emergence of yet another formidable hero, they felt a sense of reassurance. "Who are you?" exclaimed Yanu, suspended in midair. The rich power of dawn was precisely what the heart of holy light had been desperately seeking. "Why do you possess such strength?" Laxus laughed heartily. It seems you're the one left dumbfounded, you filthy cockroach." "You take command, Senior Pekong," Ansel declared while drawing his bow. "I never miss my mark. First, let's eliminate those troublesome puppet infantry from the Golden Flower family." As Ansel drew back his bowstring, he gathered the unstable power of dawn and unleashed it, causing a torrent of arrows to fan out violently, akin to the breath of a dragon. The fragile light-forged puppet infantry stood no chance against such a relentless barrage. They were destined to be reduced to ashes in this vengeance of dawn. Thus, the once mighty army of Holy Light was now left with only 2 light-forged female mages, a light-forged war mech, and their leader, the Holy Light Wanderer Yanu. Tai Lin emerged from the chaos, bearing wounds, yet she rapidly recovered thanks to the self-healing properties of the runic power and the comforting light beam provided by Laxus. "Now the disadvantage lies with you, cockroach. How's that feel?" Laxus laughed. Yanu, now furious, retorted, "You old fool, don't celebrate too soon. The heart of holy light will eventually eradicate all you heretics." He brandished the light sword strapped to his arm to deflect Ansel's dawn-charged arrow and commanded the 2 light-forged female mages. "Use your trump cards and eliminate that runic swordsman first." Before Tai Lin could react, she was entirely trapped within a light-forged arcane crystal, as if encased in ice. Within the crystal, She was utterly immobilized and subjected to continuous magical damage each second. The most dire aspect was that no one could aid her. Observing this, Ansel immediately launched a heavy dawn arrow, striking down one of the light-forged female mages, followed swiftly by another. Yet, this was evidently futile, as Tylan remained ensnared in the crystal. As the light-forged war mech and Yanu relentlessly assaulted the celestial veil, Laxus unveiled his true trump card. His eyes gleamed with vigor as he fixed his gaze upon Ansel, infusing him with a surge of blue light. You have been empowered. Go forth. This was the ultimate skill of the celestial soul soother, infinite purification. When applied to an individual, it increased their attack and casting speed by 40%, while also doubling the recovery rates of mental energy and various resources. Although this state lasted merely 20 seconds, it was undeniably formidable, granting one the combat prowess to take on two adversaries at once. Empowered, Ansel's first target was the last remaining light-forged war mech. Once that was dealt with, only the Holy Light Wanderer Yanu would remain. Chapter 193. The Golden Flower Blooms. Only time can wither it. Now it truly is just you left, cockroach, Laxus chuckled. Yanu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, You old fossil. Do you think I am powerless against you? Do not forget that runic swordswoman is still trapped within my crystal. If I so desire, I can shatter it at any moment, and her life will be forfeit. Do you dare wager her life? Ansel felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He lowered his bow and confided in the celestial soul soother, Senior Pekong. It seems it is true. The runic swordsman is indeed in grave danger. Therefore, hand over those two children, and you shall have no further troubles. Otherwise, even if I perish, I shall take you all down with me. The Holy Light Wanderer Yanu proclaimed, unfurling the backpack on his back to reveal multiple light-forged cannons. I can first use my handheld cannon to shatter the crystal, and then the light-forged dispersal cannon on my back can pierce through your celestial veil. Laxus recognized the truth in his words. The celestial veil had already endured numerous assaults, and its energy reserves were nearly depleted. It could not withstand another high-intensity strike. The situation was exceedingly dire. This man is nothing short of a madman, Qian Rinxue remarked. How could someone like him wield the power of light? Robert concurred, indeed. The heart of holy light in this world is no benevolent force. One wonders why it has come to this. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Tylan, encased in the crystal. Enough. Stop mumbling. If we truly wish to help, let's charge in. We shall defeat this arrogant fool without our martial souls, relying solely on our weapons. Right on, boss. I have had enough. Ma Hongjun was the first to respond, retrieving his shield, Sandar, the blessing of the world tree, and hurled it towards Yanu. Yanu instinctively raised his handheld cannon to deflect the incoming shield, only to be astonished by the sight of numerous young individuals armed with an array of peculiar weapons rushing towards him. The very nature of their weapons indicated that they were not to be trifled with. Even more shocking to the Holy Light Wanderer Yanu was a woman, approximately 30 years of age, brandishing a magnificent light sword as she led the charge. His intuition warned him that he would not withstand the strike. It appeared this mission was destined for failure. As Robber charged forward, he sensed impending doom. Why isn't Yanu dodging? The next moment, a massive wheel of light provided the answer. This wheel, positioned before Yanu, converted all incoming attacks into vast energy, which surged into the crystal encasing Tylan. You brought this upon yourselves. The light-forged arcane crystal has overloaded. Now, no one can save that swordswoman, Yanu scoffed. Farewell. With that, the Holy Light Wanderer Yanu vanished from sight, leaving behind the overloaded light-forged arcane crystal trembling violently. Laxus's face had drained of color. He was filled with regret and self-reproach. As a celestial soul soother, he had dedicated his life to protecting others. And this was the first time he had allowed an enemy to place an ally in such peril right before his eyes. Although the crystal had yet to explode, it was a foregone conclusion. Senior Pekong, is the runic swordsman truly beyond salvation? Ansel inquired. Laxus looked blankly at the celestial power in his left hand and the soul-soothing power in his right, shaking his head in despair and pain. It is all my fault. I have brought this upon her. His desperate demeanor unnerved Dai Mubai. Robber, do you have any solutions? We can't just watch her die after she helped us obtain an advanced evolution sequence. Both Tang San and Robber felt helpless. They were not omnipotent. Qian Rinxue, what about you? You wield a martial soul. You must be able to save her, Dai Mubai pleaded. It was evident that Dai Mubai had come to view Thailand as a true ally. Otherwise, he would not be so earnestly imploring assistance on her behalf. Yet, even Qianren Xue found herself at a loss. Even Song Yingwen, a dedicated healer, was powerless to assist. Suddenly, the light-forged arcane crystal shattered with a resounding explosion. At last, Thailand, would she truly meet her end? The golden flower blooms. Only time can wither it. With this clear declaration, a radiant golden figure emerged from the light generated by the crystal S explosion. Her armor lay in tatters, barely resembling its former self. Yet, the rune sword in her grasp continued to radiate a resolute light of runes, causing concern among the onlookers. Tai Lin, with a slight pout, whispered, "I'm not so easily defeated." At that moment, both the refugees observing from afar and the members of the Douluo expedition team nearby couldn't help but express their admiration. Indeed, she is extraordinary. Is this akin to the phoenix rising from the ashes? Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Tai Lin began to elucidate. Every member of the Jinkewa family capable of wielding rune power in battle possesses this unique trait. When faced with fatal harm, not only do we not perish, but we also regain half of our vitality. Furthermore, should I wish, I can teleport to a distant location at the moment this effect is triggered, completely escaping peril. Although this ability can only be activated once every 10 times, it suffices to ensure my survival in dire situations. Rob could not help but marvel. What a splendid manifestation of the Jinkewa. Truly, only time can wither such resilience. At this moment, everyone rejoiced, particularly Ansel, who stepped forward, gently taking Tylene's hand and saying, "Sister, I am relieved you are unharmed. It is thanks to your intervention that the scion of the Holy Light was thwarted. My daughter, Orisa, was nearly captured by them. What is there to celebrate? Our Jinkewa family has always been at odds with the heart of Holy Light. It was my duty. Regrettably, our strength remains insufficient, and we ultimately fell short in preventing the escape of that Holy Light patrolman." The celestial soul soother added, "Regardless, you are alive, and that is a commendable outcome. My dear, if you had truly perished, I would bear the regret for eternity. Predecessor Pacom, how could this be your fault? Protecting the populace of the conflict lands has always been our intention. Heroes may fall in battle, but they must never betray the people they defend." Upon hearing these words, the celestial soul soother revealed a comforting smile. "I'm glad you understand. However, remaining here will inevitably draw the heart of Holy Light's relentless pursuit. Would you and your companions consider accompanying me back to the Celestial Isles? There, even with the dual assault of the heart of Holy Light and the hand of the undead, we will find safety. No, I appreciate your kindness, but I have certain matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Chapter 194, Tang San's Super Evolution Sequence. Bluegrass Jinkewa Heart. Just as Tai Lin was conversing with the celestial soul soother, Rob noticed a peculiar crystalline object emerging from the center of the explosion site of the light-casting secret crystal. Upon picking it up, the voice of Saladas reminded everyone. Bluegrass Jinkewa Heart, suitable for Tang San's Super Evolution Sequence. It appears you have been fortunate. Hearing this, Tang San immediately turned his gaze towards them. Bluegrass Jinkewa Heart? It indeed seems to align with the characteristics of the blue silvergrass. However, what connection could there be between the blue silvergrass and the Jinkewa? Tai Lin turned back, observing Rob holding the bluegrass Jinkewa heart, and remarked, "That Jinkei stone was initially used to conceal my presence. Now that I no longer require it, I shall gift it to you. The Jinkei stone can bring good fortune to its bearer." Faced with Tai Lin's spirited smile, Rob understood that everything was falling into place. The second super evolution sequence discovered in the world of Lord Darren, the bluegrass Jinkewa heart, was now secured. However, Tang Sin could not absorb it here, lest he risk destroying this world. After bidding farewell to the refugee group led by the celestial soul soother, Lysis Pacong, Tai Lin suddenly expressed her desire to temporarily depart from the team. "Brother Dai, I have family matters to attend to and may be gone for a while. You need not worry. I will return shortly," she said with a serious expression before turning to leave. Dai Mubai readily agreed, continuing to examine the bluegrass Jinkewa heart in Tang San's possession. Rob, however, was intrigued by Tai Lin's mention of family matters. "Sister Tai Lin, hasn't your family already?" Before Rob could finish, he was interrupted. A trace of sorrow flickered in Tai Lin's eyes. "I intend to return to my family's estate to pay tribute to my relatives. Then I shall accompany you, along with Lily. It is not the same as before." Are you not afraid of being hunted by the heart of holy light on your own? Indeed, Tylin acknowledged. Since she had ceased using her false identity, her true self could no longer remain concealed. Moreover, having recently clashed with the great patrolman of the heart of holy light only heightened the need for caution. Very well. I appreciate your kindness. However, once we reach the vicinity of my home, you must remain behind. I wish to enter alone. Tylin flashed a spirited smile, expressing her gratitude for their concern. Thus, it was decided that Rob and Lily would accompany Tylin to her home, while the rest of the Douluo expedition team would wait in the Valley of Leisure. Along the way, Tylin busied herself hunting in the woods, preparing roasted rabbit and chicken, all of which she executed with remarkable skill. It seems she has not been idle during her years of wandering. In response to Lily's praise, Tylin casually remarked, I have grown accustomed to being on my own. One must know how to prepare food. Not every place has an inn. The fragrant roasted chicken was pulled from the grill, and Tylin tore it apart, distributing portions to the three of them. As they ate, their conversation flowed. Do you wish to know why only I remain of my family? Tylin said with a bitter smile. I suspect the story is quite painful. Tylin gazed westward at the setting sun, sighing deeply. Alas, it is a consequence of our own family's misdeeds. The Jinkewa family, like other noble families in the conflict lands, has maintained neutrality for generations, not siding with either the hand of the undead or the heart of holy light. Yet, my parents were not so inclined. Due to their conflicting beliefs, they became adversaries. During the Northern War 15 years ago, one pledged allegiance to the hand of the undead, while the other sided with the heart of holy light. Ultimately, they both perished on the battlefield. At that time, I was like Opala from Dalaran, waiting for my parents to return home. However, after 3 years of war, the only visitors I received were the Holy Light's patrol teams. The forces of the heart of Holy Light believed that my parents' dual allegiance was the cause of their defeat on the battlefield, and thus sought to punish our family. I will never forget that day. Every flower in the Jinkewa estate withered under the ravages of the light-casting powder. I was the sole survivor. In my desperate bid for survival, I selfishly abandoned my brother. As the last Holy Light patrolman, my soul shot a light-casting bullet through his heart. I stood afar, weeping as I witnessed it unfold. For this, I shall live a life burdened with guilt. After escaping, I wandered with my rune sword. At that time, I did not hate the heart of Holy Light. Rather, I was too fearful to harbor such feelings. Their power was overwhelming, and I was but an ant easily crushed beneath their feet. The other noble families in the conflict lands did not sympathize with the Jinkewa family. My parents' dual allegiances were seen as the ultimate betrayal. Following that tragic incident, the Jinkewa estate was seized by Duke Red Rose, who sent a steward and some servants to manage it. For 12 years, I roamed with a false identity, working as a bounty hunter and mercenary. Yet, I still lacked the strength to confront the heart of Holy Light and did not dare to harbor hatred against them. Although I secretly returned each year to pay tribute to my brother, it did not change the fact that I was still weak. Now it is different. I have encountered many strong allies who share a common enemy. As long as everyone unites, we can completely overthrow the heart of Holy Light and the hand of the undead. This world should have been liberated from their clutches long ago. After all is said and done, only silence remains. Although it seems that Taryn has regained hope, her heart is so heavy that it is best not to disturb her. The sunset has finally faded into twilight, and a full moon quietly ascends into the sky. The night falls abruptly, cloaking the earth in a silvery veil. Not far ahead lies the Golden Glow Manor. Rob, you all wait here. I shall return shortly. Taryn spoke solemnly and departed. Scaling the walls and entering the Golden Glow Manor, she immediately encountered several gardeners. With practiced deftness, Taryn wielded her rune sword, using the flat of the blade against them. Within mere steps, the gardeners fell unconscious. In the distance, the steward sent by the White Rose family was urgently closing the main door, attempting to resist, while also using the White Rose communication talisman to call for assistance. Multitasking is a grave mistake in battle. Taryn activated her rune sword and with a valiant leap, closed in on the steward. The flat of her blade struck the back of his neck. Observing the gardeners sprawled on the ground, unconscious, Taryn felt a sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, she turned and entered the main hall of Golden Glow Manor, making her way directly to the wall adorned with her brother's portrait, just as she did every year on this day. Chapter 195, The Golden Blossom Blooms. Clouds shift and return with the wind. The delicate yet resolute golden blossoms were placed before the mural, standing proudly against the storm. Taryn silently whispered her brother's name. tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Ryan, my brother, I am so sorry. At 14, she had to abandon her 6-year-old brother to survive. She witnessed the Holy Light Patroller brutally slay her brother. For a long time, she was haunted by nightmares, often dreaming of her brother's spirit entwined around her. She felt guilt, remorse, and self-blame. It was futile. All of it was in vain. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Moreover, given the circumstances at that time, had she not forsaken her brother, she herself would not have escaped. Yet if given another chance, she would choose to stay behind, to delay the enemy and grant her brother the time needed to flee. Lost in thought, Taryn suddenly heard a sound from outside the hall. Who could it be? She knew that the gardener she had incapacitated would not awaken anytime soon. It had to be someone else. Could it be? A louder noise interrupted her solemn remembrance. You are not the first sent to kill me. Taryn did not turn, continuing in a low voice, saying, Of course you will not be the last. Seeing that Taryn remained unmoved, the newcomer stepped out from the shadows, gracefully landing at the entrance of the hall. She spoke. Do you dare to return to Golden Glow Manor, the home of a family regarded as traitors? Her voice was soft and ethereal, elusive in its meaning. Taryn immediately deduced that this was likely an assassin sent by the heart of Holy Light. However, she did not expect the assailant to be so ignorant, knowing little of her target. Thus, Taryn replied, This was once my home. Has no one informed you of my identity? No sooner had she spoken than Taryn drew her rune sword, turning to unleash a wave of rune energy. Yet, the opponent effortlessly evaded the sword's arc, responding, I know who you are, Taryn. Taryn cast a quick glance at her opponent, finding her to be merely 18 years of age. With a slender frame, clad in a cerulean bodysuit, her dark blue hair flowing to her waist, and a mysterious visage concealed beneath a pale veil. Most notably, hovering above her was a cerulean circular energy formation. This did not appear to be the attire of the Heart of Holy Light. Could she be a mercenary? Without hesitation, Taryn launched another wave of rune energy. When unable to approach her adversary directly, she resorted to range harassment and probing with the rune energy. As anticipated, the opponent flickered with blue light and evaded once more. She continued, Moreover, I know that you come here every year on this day. The cerulean glow, could she be affiliated with that which organization? Taryn adjusted her stance and sent forth another wave of rune energy. Regrettably, the witch once again evaded, leaning against the wall outside the door. She added, You come to pay homage to someone who died because of you. Enraged by the words, Taryn leaped outside. At that moment, the witch had already vanished. You know nothing, Taryn shouted, following the trail of scent until she reached the Manor's grand platform. Just as she climbed atop, the witch's voice echoed again. You told yourself that if you did not abandon him, you would die as well. Taryn's fury ignited further, and she unleashed a wave of rune energy in the direction of the voice. However, the witch was positioned elsewhere. She continued, Because you must ensure the continuation of your family, to uphold the legacy of the rune sword, correct? That had once been my mission, my burden. Taryn slowly raised her hand and turned, suddenly accelerating her movement to complete the turn. She released another wave of rune energy before using a bold leap to close the distance. Generally, any spellcaster would find themselves at a significant disadvantage once Taryn closed in. Yet, I have always harbored guilt, always remember my brother and how he was slain. Taryn cried out, then struck fiercely forward. Suddenly, countless strands of cerulean light flickered from the witch's hands, each glimmer behaving like a hand, deftly countering all of Taryn's attacks. In the end, the witch sidestepped, her right hand sweeping outward, gathering a potent cerulean energy that blocked Taryn's most ferocious strike. The witch's body was as supple as if devoid of bones. Regardless of how Taryn attacked, the witch always managed to evade or parry flawlessly. Seizing the moment when Taryn changed her assault, the witch leaped forward, binding Taryn's sword hand with the strands of light, then delivered a kick that sent her crashing against the railing of the platform. Taryn knew that if the railing broke, she would plummet from this 4-story building. While she would not perish, the witch would certainly follow to finish her off. Just as she attempted to rise, the witch advanced swiftly, with both hands gripping Taryn's arms and her knee pressed against Taryn's abdomen. She said, Returning to pay your respects signifies your guilt towards Ryan? Guilt must be acted upon. Taryn was perplexed. How did this witch know her brother's name? Why was this witch so emotionally charged? Despite being restrained, Taryn shouted, You have no right to teach me about guilt, nor to speak my brother's name. Thus, in a fit of rage, Taryn summoned her strength and broke free. She dashed away quickly and invoked her ultimate skill, Rune Eternal Radiance. Terran cried. Bestow upon me strength, O rune. The legendary rune greatsword glimmered with 4 golden-orange runes in sequence, infusing the surrounding air and creating a rapidly expanding hemispheric domain. Within this wondrous rune domain, all of Terran's offensive capabilities were enhanced by 40%, while her foe was weakened by the same margin. If the witch did not flee now, she would surely perish here. Unbeknownst to the other party, there was not a hint of panic in her demeanor. The witch merely raised her hands, channeling the cerulean light from her palms into the large circular energy body floating above her. In an instant, ancient runes adorned the surface of that circle. The witch proclaimed, "Let the runes aid me in vanquishing my foes." The brilliance emanating from the runic circle surged, focusing at its center before striking the core of Terran's runic domain. In the blink of an eye, Terran's domain was entirely absorbed, transforming into the witch's own energy. Terran felt a violent jolt throughout her body before collapsing heavily to the ground. Observing that Terran had relinquished her runic sword, the witch retracted her runic circle, thus ending the combat stance. She approached Terran slowly, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Terran, wary, sprang to her feet, grasping her runic sword with her right hand. Chapter 196. Lane Jinkawa, the runic witch in a state of extreme weakness. Terran trembled as she inquired, "Only those of the Jinkawa family can wield the power of runes. Who on earth are you?" The witch conjured a massive, cerulean energy orb in her hands. "Go on, make your move, and in my life," Terran retorted, her eyes ablaze with defiance. "Kill me, and your mission will be complete." I wonder which faction has hired you to eliminate me? The hand of the undead, or the heart of holy light? The energy orb in the witch's hand swelled larger, only to suddenly shrink at an incredible speed, vanishing from sight. The witch turned nimbly, her back now to Terran. "Why would I kill you? You still have a mission to fulfill, sister." At that moment, Terran's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning, first halting, then racing uncontrollably. This was impossible. She had no sister, and her brother had long since perished. The witch removed her veil, turning to face Terran. It became evident that a delicate Jinkawa rune was meticulously arranged upon the witch's face, its edges outlined in cerulean. "Lion?" Terran stammered. The rune revealed the shocking truth. This witch, who had just engaged her in battle, was indeed the brother she had forsaken years ago. "Lane is dead. My name is Lane Jinkawa." The incredibility of this revelation left Terran in disbelief. The runic witch, Lane Jinkawa, gracefully descended from her elevated stance, entering the hall with measured steps. Regaining her composure, Terran leaped forward, sword in hand, following her into the hall. There, Lane placed a bouquet of Jinkawa flowers before a wall adorned with the portrait of a boy. "For the one who has departed." A whirlwind of emotions surged within Terran, surprise, doubt, guilt, all intertwining in her heart. After a moment, she could not help but question, No, this cannot be. You were shattered beyond repair, were you not?" "That is why I have become what I am now," Lane replied with a calm smile as she turned to leave. "The winds of fate are shifting, Terran. It is time for you to make a choice." "What choice?" Lane's runic will spun around her, lifting her into the air. "It is the choice to continue evading your destiny, to remain a wandering swordsman, or to pursue what you are truly meant to do." "What I am truly meant to do. That is exactly what I am doing. A year ago, I personally avenged myself by slaying the previous Holy Light Pilgrim. But this is merely the beginning. Terran, if you wish to eradicate the tragedies that have befallen our family, to prevent their recurrence, you must shatter the cycle of holy light and the undead. Do you understand? Until we meet again." These words were unnecessary for Terran to hear. She had already begun to rekindle hope, vowing to dismantle the two formidable organizations, the Heart of Holy Light and the Hand of the Undead, as her lifelong mission. She pursued Lane, demanding, "But Lane, you must explain. How can my deceased brother return as a living sister? And what are the powers you wield? Have you joined that Blue Witch organization?" Lane smiled enigmatically, then turned back, stating, "Such matters are no longer significant. What matters is that we are both alive. I hope that when we meet again, you have become a warrior that instills terror in the heart of holy light." Once Lane departed, Terran was left alone, consumed by her thoughts. How could this be? Her brother, no, her sister, was alive and had avenged her. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Terran, now approximately 26 years old, reflected that her sister was merely 18. She questioned herself. I truly outdone by a girl who has yet to reach adulthood? At that moment, Rob and Lily arrived at the scene, inquiring about the events that had just transpired. Terran recounted everything, piquing Lily's interest. That Blue Witch organization sounds formidable. They even managed to resurrect your sister. Do you know more about them? Lily asked. No, I have no desire to learn more, Taryn replied curtly. With that, Lily relented. Upon returning to the encampment at Cianyan Valley, Saradas informed everyone of their new objective. It was located at the far eastern edge of the disputed lands, mere steps away from the Holy Light Forge. Moreover, that boundary was precisely the Holy Light Great Wall, patrolled entirely by the forces of the Heart of Holy Light. Hearing that Rob and the others were heading to the border of the Holy Light Forge, Taryn could hardly contain her excitement. She had long sought vengeance against the Heart of Holy Light. She vowed to make the fervent followers of the Heart, from ordinary congregants to the nefarious Archbishop, fall one by one beneath her runic sword. A day later, at a corner of the northern section of the Holy Light Great Wall, amidst a riverside forest, Rob exclaimed, "Could the pollution here be this severe? The ground is littered with shimmering light powder. Is this even habitable? Could the ultra-evolution sequence we are seeking be related to the light powder?" Taryn pondered, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the towering Holy Light Great Wall in the distance, envisioning the sweet taste of vengeance that awaited her. Traversing through the forest of light pollution was exceedingly uncomfortable. Many felt as though their eyes were being blinded. If the border was thus, what ghastly sights awaited beyond the Holy Light Great Wall, in the heart of the Holy Light Forge? "Look, there is the thatched cottage," pointed out Ma Hongjun, the first to spot their destination, as though it were a lifeline to a drowning soul. Now, everyone could clearly see that the land surrounding the cottage bore no signs of light pollution, appearing as normal terrain. Upon entering, Rob immediately noticed a middle-aged man watering purple lilies in a garden. He was so engrossed that he only reacted when the members of the Douluo expedition team entered the courtyard. "It seems another group of adventurers has come to rest here," the man said with a smile. Indeed, within a 10-mile radius, this was the only place that could be considered a refuge. "Sir, may we stay here for a night?" Yu Mengqing approached with a bright smile, sweetly asking. Of course, this demeanor was feigned, possibly learned from Jiu Yueshi. Since Yu Mengqing had grown closer to Jiu Yueshi, she had been attempting to adopt the sweet and gentle persona of Jiu Yueshi, aiming to transform her long-standing image as the tempestuous commander within the team. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, responding in a deep voice, "While you may be my guests upon arrival, if you wish to stay at my home, you must do something for me. Whatever it is, we shall gladly oblige," Rob replied promptly. He has a premonition that the super-evolution sequence will inevitably emerge alongside subsequent events. After all, one must toil to reap rewards. Chapter 197. The reclusive, bug-eating uncle. "You are the first group of people I have encountered who responded so readily," the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Oscar could not help but stifle a laugh. How could one refuse when the alternative was being turned away? Would one remain here in a daze, only to agree later? The reclusive uncle burst into laughter, declaring that while they hesitated to respond, he had already resolved to expel them. "Then hurry up, what must be done?" Rob asked. "First, assist me in clearing the luminous forest of the giant luminous spiders." These spiders accidentally wandered into this glimmering woodland and mistakenly consumed luminous powder, resulting in their mutation into aberrant giant luminous spiders. Eliminate at least 20 of them, and bring back their legs as proof. 20 times 8, that is 160 spider legs. Off you go. Was exterminating spiders a joke? Typically, such tasks assigned by seemingly powerful hermits should involve slaying a dragon, not fetching spider legs. Yet, one had already consented. Regardless of how bizarre the task might be, it had to be completed, otherwise they could indeed find themselves without a place to rest. As it turned out, splitting into teams allowed them to work swiftly. Despite the difficulty in locating the luminous spiders, they managed to gather and dispatch them in just over an hour. The severed legs revealed soft, white flesh that appeared quite delectable. However, it remained uncertain whether the mutated luminous spiders were still edible. If they were, Yu Mengqing from the Douluo expedition team would unlock another dish, roasted spider legs. Shortly thereafter, another task was presented. Indeed, it involved exterminating pests again, but this time the target was a species of giant silkworms. Furthermore, the middle-aged man requested not only the silkworms but also the nearby pupae. While these creatures were fundamentally protein, the thought of their living forms was enough to induce nausea. Yet this reclusive man had a penchant for such repulsive delicacies. Was there truly nothing else to eat? "All right, uncle, we have gathered the silkworms. Is there another task, or shall we continue hunting for insects?" Yu Mengqing inquired, stepping forward to engage. The middle-aged man appeared contemplative, though his expression was awkward, as if these matters were not to his liking. Alas, given the unfavorable conditions, having any meat was fortunate. Thus, he required assistance in procuring some. This time, it was luminous mudfish. You can find them in the shallow waters by the river. There are plenty. Although the members of the Douluo expedition team were prepared to continue with this task, Tai Lin's notorious temper flared. "This uncle, we have legitimate and excellent food here. We can provide as much as you need. Why must you insist that we catch those repulsive creatures polluted by the heart of holy light?" The middle-aged man seemed disinclined to explain and merely smiled in silence. There was no choice. They were at his mercy. Regardless of how eccentric his demands were, to secure shelter, they had to comply. However, this time, Rob did not join the others in searching for luminous mudfish, but chose to stay behind to speak with the middle-aged man privately. "Uncle, why do you live alone in such a remote area? Furthermore, beneath the luminous Great Wall, do the guards of the heart of holy light not trouble you? And why is it that the land surrounding your courtyard remains untainted by luminous powder?" The middle-aged man simply chuckled and replied, "Young man, don't you think you have too many questions? Even if I wanted to answer, I wouldn't know where to begin." Given such a response, Rob sensed an opportunity. He pondered that the man must have a story worth telling, so he decided to inquire about his name. "May I ask your esteemed name? You may call me Tiliang. As for my surname, I believe it is best kept a secret for now. However, I am quite intrigued by your group of young people. It seems that individuals dressed as you have never appeared in the land of strife. Moreover, you all possess remarkable abilities, yet do not flaunt them. Your weapons could rival the heirlooms of any prominent family in the land of strife. May I inquire about your origins?" Rob broke into a cold sweat upon being asked this. What a penetrating question. However, Saladas had not informed them how to respond to such inquiries. Surely, he could not simply say, "Greetings, local. We come from a world far more powerful than yours. We are here to collect the super-evolution sequence and tend to your world affairs." Rob found himself momentarily stunned, akin to a deer caught in headlights. Tiliang chuckled softly, stating, "I suspect you hail from the remnants of the Dansha continent, correct? If I am not mistaken, the Dansha continent was not entirely obliterated. A portion of land still remains." At this revelation, Rob was left even more bewildered. What was the Dansha continent? Fortunately, at that moment, Saladas' voice echoed in his mind. In the days when the world of Lord Darren was still intact, there were 3 continents: Luo, Shui, Dansha, and Luan. After the heart of the world was drained by Cthulhu, the world of Lord Darren exploded, losing its planetary form, while the Dansha and Luan continents completely vanished. Meanwhile, the Luo Shui continent was reduced to mere fragments, the luminous land and the land of strife, adrift in the cosmos. This middle-aged man was merely guessing. It should not be taken seriously. Well then, that was the case. However, since he appeared so confident in his conjecture, Rob decided to play along, as there was no other way to explain the origins of the Douluo expedition team. Thus, seizing the opportunity, Rob replied, "We indeed come from the remnants of the Dansha continent. However, it is quite distant from the land of strife, and we arrived here by mere happenstance, unable to return for the time being." "Ha ha, I knew the Dansha continent still existed. I have a friend from there, though unfortunately, he can only live in seclusion, much like myself." To further foster a bond, Rob inquired, "That old friend must also enjoy a tranquil environment, just like you?" "Ah, no, quite the opposite. He is a temperamental, impulsive fellow, yet brimming with vitality and glory. Moreover, he is not human, but rather a half-beast, much like the other half-beasts from the Dansha continent. He possesses some features of beasts, but walks upright like a human with 2 legs and 2 arms. Sadly, the half-beasts of the Dansha continent likely perished in that cataclysmic explosion. My grandparents narrowly escaped to the land of strife, evading disaster." "Half-beast?" Rob exclaimed in astonishment. "A half-beast? A product of a union between humans and beasts? Would not such a cursed union give rise to monstrous offspring?" Chapter 198. Race does not equate to glory. Tiliang promptly interrupted Rob, appearing somewhat agitated. He spoke earnestly. "Race does not equate to glory. We must not, and should not, hastily judge those who differ from us with arrogance and prejudice. I have encountered the noblest of half-beasts and the most despicable of humans. If that half-beast were truly a vile individual, do you believe I would still consider him a friend?" One could discern that the noble half-beast he referred to was indeed his friend. Tiliang merely smiled, indicating that Rob had fallen into his trap. Before Douluo could continue his inquiries, Heng suddenly turned and said, "I have an idea that has long been buried within my heart, one I have hesitated to act upon. However, with your presence, I believe I can harness your strength to bring it to fruition." Once your companions return, I will elaborate on the details. The members of the Dungni, who had ventured forth to seek the Bongju Daecho, returned with bountiful success, even exceeding their missions. Ti Liang was naturally pleased. As the master of this thatched courtyard, it was the first time he witnessed guests so earnest about tasks that surpassed ordinary comprehension. Ladies and gentlemen, you have truly pleased me. My courtyards stand wide open for you. Now, please come inside and take a seat, he welcomed with a beaming smile. At this point, the weary travelers finally collapsed within the thatched hall, settling down to meditate and rest. Ti Liang retrieved the frozen meat he had stored in the cellar and lit a fire himself. His culinary skills were lacking. He merely tossed chunks of meat from the jar into a large pot, stirring aimlessly. Occasionally, he added some seasonings, though his measurements were far from precise. Yimingqing considered offering assistance several times but ultimately refrained. She observed that, despite his lack of skill, this uncle was intensely focused, akin to a student earnestly learning an art form. As a result, the meat that emerged from the pot was not particularly appetizing. The seasoning was overpowering, and the meat had been overcooked. Yet, meat remained meat, and its aroma was still genuine. The group of over a dozen from the Douluo, alongside the formidable female warrior king, would not leave without consuming this large pot of meat. After several rounds of the dish, it was time for conversation. Previously, the same young uncle who had challenged them with the task of catching insects now sat beside the pot like a kind and gentle father, pulling up a stool. He paid no mind to whether the guests were prepared to listen or interested, and began to speak freely. Young ones, would you like to hear my story? Before they could respond, he commenced his tale. I am Tiang, sir, once a lord of the land, known as Shigongju. My territory is called Douluo, and my castle was resplendent. As the head of a family loyal to the Sunggong Trishin, I was meant to occupy a lofty position. However, I forsook this for a longer tale. This begins with the surviving Banshuan. When the Bansha Dalu exploded, some Banshuan fled to our Loa Sivalu, now known as the Funjung Zhidi. They quickly clashed with the inhabitants of the region, leading to an almost irreconcilable conflict. Consequently, a war broke out between humans and Banshuan. Although the main battlefield lay in the Funjung Zhidi, the Shunggong Trishin dispatched the holy knights to assist in the fight. I was among them. In that war, I achieved countless feats, rescuing innocent civilians from the hands of the Banshuan. Celebrated for my valor, I returned home to accolades from the Shunggong Trishin. Upon my return to Shou, I savored the precious peace and tranquility of the post-war era, until one day a Banshuan, pursued and desperate, inadvertently stumbled into my territory. I hastily joined the fray to capture this beast. During the battle, a nearby tower collapsed, and, to my dismay, I found myself buried beneath the rubble. I believed I would meet a coward's end there. However, upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that I had been rescued by the very Bishran I sought to capture, who then brought me back home on a trustworthy steed. Upon learning this, I was greatly shaken and felt compelled to return along the same path to seek out the Bishran and ask him, "Why did you save my life?" His name was Tigo Sura. After finding him, we engaged in profound conversation. Through Tigo Sura, I learned that Bansun were not innately savage. They were not born as mindless war machines. Once, they possessed nobility and honor. It was the high-intensity energy radiation following the world's explosion that twisted them into bloodthirsty and brutal beings. This transformation was not their doing. They, too, were victims of external forces. Tiku's clan, after their defeat, fell into a peculiar madness and degradation, leaving him the only one capable of rational action. He was forced to abandon his kin and wander alone. The more I conversed with him, the more I was struck by his nobility and integrity. I realized that I was not a stubborn individual. I concluded that hatred between races should not breed prejudice. Thus, I vowed never to disclose his whereabouts to anyone. Unfortunately, the Bansuan was not adept at evasion, and eventually, he was captured by the Shalong Shoja. Ironically, they brought him back to my territory for judgment. Fueled by a deep-seated hatred for the Banshan, they subjected to brutal beatings and torture, all while I was forced to witness this atrocity. When I could no longer contain my fury, I launched an attack against the Shunggong Shinyuja. This conflict ended in my defeat, and I faced the judgment of the Archbishop of the Sunggong Trishin. Without a reasonable explanation, I risked being charged with heresy. My friends and wife urged me to shift the blame onto Kisu for my own safety. However, in that moment, I reflected upon a conversation I had with my only son, whom I loved dearly. At the age of 7, he once asked me if all Bishran were evil. I had replied, then, that race does not define honor, and we must not hastily judge those who differ from us. Recalling this dialogue brought clarity. If a father cannot uphold his own principles and set an example for his son, how shameful that would be. Thus, I resolutely rejected the pleas of my friends and wife and recounted the entire truth to the archbishop. Even the archbishop and the jury were moved by the truth. They cannot condemn me for heresy. However, the act of attacking the Shengshujur remained inescapable. I was expelled from the Shunggong Drushin. The archbishop personally presided over the ceremony to strip me of my holy powers. Nonetheless, even amidst this turmoil, Tei Gusu remained. Of course, the time may not be lengthy, but during this explosive period, Wang Xiao could certainly be serious to the point of instilling fear. Hua Chu Yongker. I now realize how much you admire heroic men, Chen jestingly observed as he gazed at Tar, whose expression became somewhat bashful under his teasing gaze. Wen Ringya found no fault in scrutinizing a stranger. When the man's gaze met hers, she noted his alluring eyes, complemented by a strikingly handsome visage. I also had Yao prepare some seemingly valuable but actually common items for me to carry. With the help of others, I slowly made my way toward the Yongdan, struggling under the weight of my long skirt. She understood the implications of Ujag's words. He indeed desired to share a bed with her that night. Yet, her heart seemed distant, and if he were to hastily share the same chamber, she would likely reject him, leading to an awkward outcome. Naturally, Wang Xiao noticed the expression on Daichihan's face. With a wry smile, he grasped a beer and approached the bedside. Bai Rushi gazed at Wang Ting as he departed. Stepping out from behind Wang Jia with her head slightly bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. If Ying could forgive Jiang Junyu and grant her the opportunity to embrace motherhood, it would be a sight cherished by all. The fluctuations in copper prices directly impact the daily lives of the residents of Dengzhou, prompting Li Yi to take this matter to heart. A mere 10% decrease in merchants' profits would not alter much. It could very well allow the populace to enjoy a prosperous year. Fortune favors the bold. This adage holds true. To attain what is unattainable to the ordinary, to surpass others in cultivation, to tread further along the path of spiritual refinement, one must be willing to pay the price. Otherwise, such opportunities would remain elusive. The ruler of the foreign lands, the creator and sovereign of this realm, exhibited brutality not only towards the humans he enslaved, but also towards his own kin. Then I shall not detain you, Chang Wei remarked as he reattached the bait, casting it into the water with a flick of his wrist, the hook splashing down. Min Ru and Mu Rongche's conversation was entirely absorbed by Su Ying, causing her hand to pause on the doorknob. Yi Qing gently stepped inside, her gaze falling upon the still unconscious Lu Mo, her heart laced with concern. Such a low level of vigilance could lead to unforeseen peril. Qian Ling had to consider the safety of Si Nika while simultaneously confronting the monsters attacking from all directions, remaining wary of the unknown intentions of a certain beast. Where's He Miao? Wasn't she supposed to be here? If she has truly been delayed, it shouldn't take long, Qin Yang inquired, leaning closer to Bai Ran, his brow furrowed in concern. After completing his cultivation, Lin Luo commenced the refinement of his divine soul power, causing stones upon the surface of the cave to levitate. Now, with two in hand, he felt a tremor within as he contemplated the current scene, the watermelon knife he held providing no sense of security. Su Ying curled up under the blanket, trembling with fear at the approaching footsteps. After a brief slumber, Fu Shang was stirred by a subtle urge from below, groggily rising to head to the restroom. However, as her hand touched the doorknob, an overwhelming chill and sense of dread surged within her, reminiscent of a terrifying encounter from a previous night. Chapter 200, Love and Family and Truth. After setting off, Rob couldn't help but question whether their journey would be successful. Would Tai Lu, the good son spoken of by Ti Liang, truly return with them? After all, one side held a father who had vanished for years, while the other promised a future adorned with splendor. Rob could hardly fathom what choice Tai Lu would ultimately make. Regardless of whether persuasion succeeded or failed, a breakout battle would inevitably ensue. Yuan Hong nodded slightly, realizing the wisdom in her words. He casually summoned an iron-backed wolf from the celestial lake, activating its spiritual light and commanding it to deliver a message to Shi Ji at Black Wind Mountain, aiding Yuan Fudong in extending his fortune for 3 years. A face that seemed just past 30, handsome and resolute, with piercing eyes cast a cold gaze upon Shi. Ji was momentarily stunned, his grip on the sword slackening. The sword hilt slipped from Shisa's grasp and clattered to the ground, echoing in the silence, leaving nothing but shock on his face. Mo smiled, her calm demeanor puzzling the others. Could she truly be formidable? Then let us see if he can pass my challenge. The disappearance of elves was indeed a significant matter for a village, as such occurrences were rare. The crowd exchanged glances, suspecting the presence of underground magma or hidden hot springs nearby. Su Zuiyan glared at Yi Kaicheng, while Yi Kaicheng met his gaze, then suddenly pulled Su Zuiyan closer, cupping his face before kissing him. Once humanity on ancient Earth mastered the technology to leap through the stars, they gradually spread throughout the Milky Way. Among the most formidable branches were the now esteemed Pangu clan and the elusive Saitma clan. A car passed leisurely, making little noise in the quiet of the night. Recalling the 5 years it took to refine merely 1% of the Dragon Vein S energy, he realized that fully refining it would require centuries, even with advanced cultivation. The process would only slow as 1S prowess grew. The man called Donkey takes no offense, smiling amiably as he nudged Luo ran out of the factory. I make my own decisions, Jean Rueishuan retorted, irritation flaring in his brow. When she encountered Qi Ming that night, he informed her that Jiufeng Chao Ming resided in Yaoling Mountain. Had he truly been trapped there all these years? Senior brother, I devised a riddle involving paintings for their assessment, yet I never anticipated it would lead to such a farce. Sue explained bitterly to Lin Howren, who was casting him an incredulous look. With an arm severed, I may not last much longer. The cloaked figure remained remarkably composed, not succumbing to the agony, merely stating matter-of-factly, stand aside. I have been commissioned by the lords of the city to negotiate with you. Ning Jiang addressed the soldiers attempting to intervene with a calm yet firm voice. If there were no other means to break the formation, then he would have to extract her heart. Besides, her sins were grave, and she was already a departed soul, thus not deemed as unjustifiable slaughter. Lu Zixin disregarded the suggestion from Hong Ho. If everything could be attained through underhanded methods, then what distinguished him from Dr. Isaac of the Umbrella Corporation? Yet you surely wish to hear how an eyewitness describes the battle of these two formidable figures. Hayes remained undeterred, his expression radiating self-satisfaction. Indeed, although the servers here are merely ordinary folk, they dare not stir trouble. The capability to operate such a restaurant is undoubtedly considerable, and should they offend those in power, even if those individuals do not act, those eager to curry favor would be more than sufficient to deal with them. Chapter 201. The Holy Light Perishes Hereof. Truly a naive youngling undeterred by danger. My lord, you are but a child, El-Sun sneered, then summoned a grand circuit of holy light that enveloped him. Upon hearing this, Tai Lu, filled with excitement, dashed forward. He employed the family's ancestral secret technique, Silent Light, hoping to disrupt the spell being cast by his opponent. Alas, the Bishop El-Sun was a seasoned adversary. Moments later, the holy flames remained fervent, yet the soul-shaking sphere within the fiery onslaught bore no presence. Currently, the Konghai Ji was at level 30. Upon transformation, its level could rise to 50, with significant enhancements in attack, defense, and speed. However, at this stage, it could only maintain its first form for a mere minute. Huang Longshi's gaze shifted to Zhang Tianshi, among the 8, excluding the enigmatic Dantai Mingjing. He and one other were the only elderly in the Tianren realm, thus their input was crucial. Elder Sha observed anxiously, not due to the demise of another member of the Sea Demon clan, but rather concerning his own survival. In a quick motion, Qi Feng evaded a sweeping kick. Seizing the moment, as the opponent's leg reached above him, Qi Feng executed a decisive strike, prompting the adversary to tremble and submit like a limp serpent. Is that where Brand is? Could someone be battling with Brand? Zhang Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. Kagaya's pupils constricted as a black void materialized before her, directly reclaiming the gray bones. Once again, he awakened successfully, but instead of encountering Nangong Zhao, he found Lan Diaz sitting in the room. Long Yue slowly revealed a hint of a smile, his tranquil gaze fixed upon Gongsun Bufan, as if he could penetrate the innermost secrets of a person's heart. Mei Ming's face was adorned with a gentle smile as she delicately held the jade pendant in her hand, ultimately placing it in her bosom. The mingling of alcohol and an unknown warmth rendered him incapable of discerning reality from illusion. He merely recognized the fiery sensation within his embrace. It's nothing, the young lady remarked, turning her attention to Mu Yunxing and Di Jioyin, adding that their previous encounter with Uncle Sun Li had been somewhat disrespectful, requesting that they not take offense, for their intentions were not to mock their quest to the Chuangshi Shindian. He felt a sense of pride, believing it to be quite wonderful that she needed him. In retrospect, he realized just how naive he had been. With a resounding crash, a figure soared through the door, crashing heavily to the ground. The citizens of Xingyun, who had not witnessed snow for decades, were filled with excitement and joy as they beheld this stunning winter landscape that had not graced their eyes for a century. Moreover, within lay countless cultivation resources, an existence that made anyone envious, far surpassing the Kanglan Dalu. Do you truly believe you did not intend to provoke me? Zhu Enqi inquired, furrowing his brows as he cupped Luo Yunxi's cheek. She had begun to surmise that Tiandaman had acquired an ancient alchemical formula capable of enhancing one's innate potential. However, the alchemist's inadequate prowess and comprehension had transformed this rare elixir into a poison, leading to the heinous act of endangering the entire city. 120,000. This wretched plastic card costs 120,000. Tang Zishuan glared at the monk, while Li Fengjue swiftly produced his card and paid without hesitation. As Luo Qingyan continued her ascent, she discerned a gentle breeze brushing against her as she climbed to a height of over 10 meters above the ground. Consequently, while construction was still in full swing within the park, with other factories, office buildings, and dormitories being erected, Longsha had officially commenced operations. Just when everyone assumed there was nothing amiss, Lu Heng suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, retreating several paces in haste. Chapter 202. Ti Liang Shiri, the Lightburn Knight. Henceforth, the old paladin ceased to exist, replaced by the Lightburn Knight, Ti Liang Shiri. He vowed to unleash his vengeful fury across the entire realm of Guangzhou. From the western side of the Guangzhou wall all the way to the Holy Light Throne, Ti Liang's heavy sword was empowered by the essence of Lightburn, transforming into a legendary weapon rivaling Tai Lin's runic sword. From the moment Ti Liang began, anyone wielding the Lightburn holy sword was prepared to retreat when the smiling tiger instinctively paused, glancing through the scope one last time at Yin Poyu. After Gu Qingyan was taken away by the ambulance, Miao Miao, in a daze, wandered to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water and remaining fully clothed as she soaked. Reflecting on all that had transpired during this period and recalling Dongqing's death, when Xu Yuan felt a sharp pain in her face, attributing it all to the Empress's machinations. The rabbit is stewing. I will prepare the medicine for you. Given the couple's current condition, they required daily medication to regain their health. Tong Qian cast a deliberately disdainful glance at him, observing the familiarity between the two, knowing that otherwise she would not have teased him so directly. Huh, why are you still alive? Iloabe gasped for breath, using an iron rod to support his faltering body, summoning the last remnants of his strength to bring about a mutual demise with Lin Xiaofeng. The couple had a charming son of around 7 or 8 years, who watched Qian Rao and the others with curiosity but dared not approach. On the path leading to the pagoda, a towering stone, over 4 meters high, stood erect, intricately engraved with the words Yao Maling. Gu Zifeng hurriedly moved Yang Sini aside, gently patting her back to help her breathe easier. Recalling the words spoken by Yin Poyu and Xiao Yunjie just before their surprise attack on the Blue Army's base, the squad leaders felt an amusing sense of incredulity. Lian Shuo allowed Han Liani to grasp his hand, remaining silent about his sister's misunderstanding. When would she finally comprehend? Zhong Wuxia promptly arranged for a deck of cards to be brought forth, displaying 16 cards numbered 1 to 16 before shuffling them. Although the crowd was slightly bemused, as long as they were present, they were prepared for anything, relying on their numbers, and thus felt no fear. As pirates attacked, a piercing alarm echoed over Feilong Island, and waves of soldiers rushed from their huts and tents, seizing their weapons and gathering urgently under their commander's leadership as they headed toward the coast under siege. Jun Haixin, do you truly think I would act as I did a decade ago? He retorted with a cold laugh. Witnessing the disintegration of the No. 4 giant armor and the loss of all personnel, the other giant armors were rendered powerless to assist as they too were restrained, albeit less severely than the No. 4 giant armor. Amidst the rising panic, the sudden cry of an infant startled several school leaders. Unbeknownst to them, this was all orchestrated by Hong Yi, who wished to see if they would covertly meet with Chen Yufeng, which was why they were not confined. You models certainly took excellent photographs. Bai Yueran remarked to Chu Lu during the midday break. Yangren, you wretched spawn, if only I had killed you myself. Long Babu seethed with rage, publicly humiliating Yangren. The scene erupted in chaos, with some exclaiming in astonishment while others seethed with indignation, eager to unleash their wrath. The prominent figures on the podium displayed a range of expressions. At that moment, within the Tianyao realm, all demonic beings were forcibly subdued to their knees, trembling in fear as an overwhelming dread surged from the depths of their bloodlines. while the human populace within the Tianyao realm was similarly compelled to kneel, their eyes reflecting shock. Chapter 203. Qianrenshu's Super Evolution Sequence, Sangqiong Biluo Seshi. Although this brief interlude brought a tinge of embarrassment, it did not hinder the proceedings. Ti Liang Shari, the Lightburn Knight, officially joined the Guardians Alliance, becoming one of its inaugural members, destined to be a revered elder of the Alliance for decades to come. Tailin Jingkewa, the Runic Swordsman, formally established the Guardians Alliance, becoming its first leader. For the coming decades, she would spearhead the rapid growth of the Alliance. Yet Qingjue gazed at the plump cheeks of the person before him and couldn't resist poking them. The scenery before Guamian Giyu illuminated his heart. Indeed, Luo Wuxing was present. But under what pretext had he gained entry? A direct assault seemed implausible, so perhaps a cunning approach would suffice. Zhang Yunze wrapped his left arm around Wang Yuehan's waist, kissing her lips before she could utter a word, causing her to sigh softly and lean into his embrace. Thus, in the subject of traditional Chinese studies, Du Bian found it not difficult to achieve a passing score, yet attaining a high score was exceedingly challenging. And surpassing Tong Yin was akin to reaching for the heavens, a mere daydream. Study well. Feel free to ask me about any unfamiliar characters. He gently ruffled her hair, adopting the demeanor of a wise elder imparting guidance. You and Nongying, Kashu, you truly are deep in your schemes. I had once held great respect for the two of you. Lin Ruo Meng exclaimed in anger upon discovering that the Wen Daegong and Bai Huagu were no different from each other. However, this was predicated on the assumption that Yigu truly wished to perish. Yet, it is hard to believe that someone who has achieved the arduous realm of the ninth Tao platform would willingly forsake their life for a rare medicinal pill. With a fierce determination, Yizhong stepped forward, making his way to the tumultuous entrance of the Zihai Palace. If that is the case, then let us proceed. For the sake of General Cheng, what harm is there in submitting to this individual? Yi Qingjue and Fifth Mo, the monk, gasped in unison, their hearts acknowledging the inevitable arrival of a familiar figure. Bai Fong let out a roar, transforming into a streak of light, suddenly appearing before the pursuing Wudong Sanctus. This is our destiny, Zhao Shiming remarked, astonished by the unexpected breakthrough of Haixi. He had initially believed, like Zhao Shizhi, that Haixi's seclusion for over a year had resulted in failure. But to his surprise, Haixi had succeeded. In the depths of space, within the super-refinement synthesis device, Senna gazed intently at the treasures needed for the ferocious beast's fusion. However, a closer inspection revealed a hint of emptiness in her eyes. Du Ningyun recalled the serendipity of encountering Qi Lin at Hugui Temple, unable to suppress a smile mingled with disbelief. The search by the Tai Mo mercenary corps grew increasingly intense. After sacrificing the lives of numerous companions, they finally cornered Feng Chun into a desperate situation. Qin Yu perceived her previous evasiveness and concealment as a fear of being discovered in a brothel, which could tarnish her reputation. This was not due to any fear on her part. With her Su Jiabei's capabilities, she could thrive elsewhere. Old Granny turned her gaze towards the road below, her vision growing hazy as thoughts of her two children surfaced, a gentle smile creeping across her lips. She mused quietly, reflecting on the unrest that accompanies death. Without a monk's blessing, one might find no peace even in death. This scholar hailed from Liaodong and had once achieved the status of a scholar in his youth. After the Manchu Rebellion, he refused to be enslaved and fled with his family to Dongjiang. Tu Lu hesitated, torn between desire and doubt, before finally making a decisive choice. Chapter 204, Douluo Expedition Team, charging forward. Tai Lin, why do you run so fast again? Dai Mubai panted. Who can keep up with that? Who are they? Tai Lin had to introduce Ryan and Losh to everyone. Ryan recounted how she had been injured, outnumbered, and attacked by the guards of the Holy Light Monastery. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that Ryan had infiltrated the monastery alone with the intent to assassinate the Grand Inquisitor. Fear not. I considered myself dead upon arrival. The soldier's response caused the young general's cheeks to flush, prompting him to turn and exclaim, "Very well. I shall accompany you to the enemy's homeland, and first, I salute you." It turned out that Prince Zhuang Zaisun had orchestrated the arson across the capital to create chaos and facilitate his escape. Although only 3 locations were ablaze, with the southern gate untouched, where Zhao Sanduo led the righteous group. Subsequently, all officers in the command room stood, their spirits ignited as they shouted, "The first battle shall be mine. With me, victory is assured." Given sufficient time, Zhang Donghai could indeed turn the tide against the Americans. Selfishness and greed are humanity's common foes. Where had the avatar of the cursed heaven gone? After scanning repeatedly, Xiao Rang finally exhaled in relief upon not finding any trace. The British fleet, of course, pursued relentlessly, promptly notifying the homeland fleet of the situation. The Typhoon-class submarines sold to Saudi Arabia lacked some high-precision instruments and systems, and the materials used in their construction were of a lesser quality than those of the Far East, resulting in a production cost that was less than half, with profits exceeding that amount. In the courtyard stood a makeshift stove with a large iron pot filled with oil, blazing beneath it. The three returned to the cliff's edge, where on a nearby, concave rock wall, the bright red leaves of the Jin Shui Shun swayed gently in the wind, beside which coiled a vividly colored snake with a fleshy crown, the very serpent that had cast me down the cliff that day. Feeling somewhat flattered by Lin Qingxin's concern, it seemed that since their interview, his demeanor towards her had shifted significantly, appearing to take an interest in her well-being. The northern vein, having been dominant for so many years, would not fear the perceived weakness of the southern vein. While speaking, Yi Ching forced himself to regain composure, a confident smile gracing his lips as he approached the door. No one at school knew of her relationship with Li Shunhang, and Yu Fanghua certainly would not voluntarily embellish Ruan Jingwei's reputation. In the stillness of the deep night, smoke and alcohol would shatter one's hardened facade, exposing their most vulnerable flesh. In this era of advanced technology, all music can be synthesized electronically, tailored to your desires. All eyes fell upon the quietly seated Wang Shuangqiuan, who nodded in affirmation of Lu Fufeng's words. It appeared she was indeed with Gu Nanyun, as Renzian felt a profound sense of defeat wash over him. The amber-toned skin glistened alluringly under the sunlight, complemented by sculpted abs and chest muscles that exuded confidence. As if to validate Lu Fuyun's words, a blaze suddenly erupted from the direction of the Zhang residence, followed by distant shouts. Realizing this anomaly, a large contingent of soldiers hastily rushed towards the scene. After such a lengthy search without a trace, even more and the other judges began to grow impatient. I asked, "Why is this?" It soon became clear that Gufeng feared this was our plot to deceive Lu Rinjia and eliminate a significant threat. Chapter 205, Tangsan's Domain, Surrender. And you may have a slim chance of survival. He has arrived. He approaches with a majestic stride. Dog trainer Delandy and his 4 luminous hounds leisurely exited the city, as if merely attending a social gathering rather than confronting a formidable foe. "Who among you dares to challenge me?" Delandy bellowed, his bravado convincing the uninformed of his formidable prowess. Indeed, the imposing aura he projected could easily lead an unsuspecting observer to regard him as a formidable figure. Just then, Jie Qingxian couldn't help but reflect, arriving at the Changshu and felt more rewarding than her 30,000 years of arduous cultivation. Consequently, the previously praised business was entrusted to the general store, which reciprocated by dismantling and reclaiming the Wang family's used heating shed. Truly impressive, for one with a level 10 talent to complete the forging of tendons in just 7 days. Notably, the record holder was right beside him. Bayamo, in a huff, walked away, feeling that even if his master and grandmaster were to join forces, they might not stand a chance against Wei Mo Huang. "Oh, I recall a grove of emerald bamboos behind the lake stone. Did you cut it down?" The Grand Princess turned to inquire of the third princess. As the presence of Su Yahan emerged, the tribespeople within the city were engulfed in sheer terror, scattering in all directions. The laws of heaven, akin to earthly statutes, bind the common folk, yet for the rulers, the judgment rests upon a mere utterance. Huang Shang opened the window and glanced at the corner of the courtyard, where a black kitten lay on the grass, moaning in distress. A ghost stared incredulously at his own vibrant form, an overwhelming admiration for Huang Tianhua surging within him. However, to prevent her from approaching him, he assigned her a position far removed from his own, one with minimal interaction. It is worth noting that she refrained from discussing matters with her family, instead collaborating with Zhou Yufu on some fish pond endeavor, which, regardless of its success, displayed an utter lack of respect for her elders. This peculiar dynamic was indeed strange, yet it harmoniously coexisted. Jin Yunma experienced a surreal sensation of returning to Han Jingxian. Of course, our protagonist remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, as he endeavored to present himself as the perfect child before his parents. The members of the Han family, both from the main and third branches, remained silent today. In their hearts, they too wished to prevent Yun Shui from proceeding. Regardless of the circumstances, these 6 or 7 children would require considerable sustenance merely for their meals. Rushi pointed to his dusty trouser legs and the muddy stains from the rain a few days prior that adorned his boots. Su Lin and Sun Yi were aware of Du Zizong's steadfast nature, thus they believed he would surely depart. The virtuous consort consoled, while discreetly signaling to Fei to maintain composure at this moment. Today, considering it is your first offense, I shall forgive you, Zexia remarked with a devilish smile. Since the matter of the fish pond was to be attributed to him, Zhou Yufu gritted his teeth and resolutely faced the challenge. Before he could finish his words, the blood wolf convulsed violently and collapsed. The subordinate nearby erupted in excited shouts. Others who had not encountered Leonidas could only speculate about the man through Abner. After a significant duration, Yang Sudong heard the cries of a child. His offspring had been revived, and those anxiously awaiting in the emergency room also heard the child's wails. While Liang Chun chuckled, the portly figure stealthily brandished a large cleaver. Descending the hillside, inching closer to Mu Qing's song. Not eating, drinking, sleeping, or speaking, he resembled the meditative state described in Buddhism. As time passed, Lin Ping gradually lost all vitality, merging seamlessly with the overlord Bao, indistinguishable from one another. Qi Hua and the others gazed in astonishment at Uncle Wei, who was methodically removing his garments, unable to fathom his capabilities. Chapter 206, Tang San's Domain. No surrender, only death. Although Sheng Guangjiu Carl was reluctant to concede in terms of momentum to Tang San, he stood prepared for battle. His shield shimmered, radiating a divine light, akin to the longsword firmly grasped in his hand. Carl's defensive prowess far exceeded his offensive capabilities. As the commander of the Sacred Light Crusader Heavy Infantry Regiment, such qualities were indispensable. Nevertheless, since Tang San had proposed allowing him to make 3 moves first, there was no reason for him to dawdle. Blood gushed forth, staining Yi Feng entirely, as the true martial elder's body convulsed feebly before extinguishing its life force. The red-haired elder fixated intently on Yi Feng's eyes, where Yi Feng perceived a tempest brewing within. The azure storm within the elder's gaze swelled, ultimately transforming into 2 brilliant beams of azure light. The elder's eyes, illuminated by the azure glow, grew increasingly radiant, resembling an ethereal and boundless green ocean. Naturally, they would only resort to such measures upon encountering insurmountable troubles, and this method proved unfailingly effective. Many would yield to the might of their backing forces. The individuals from DTPH paid little heed to these matters, preoccupied with arranging the next battle. It seemed adjustments were being made to enhance the spectacle and delight the newly arrived duke. I am not among the elite disciples of the righteous sect. I am Yi Yun, one of the 64 strong, Yi Feng remarked calmly. The figure clad in black, slender and seemingly frail, exuded an aura of danger. As a personal financial consultant, the foremost duty is to ensure client satisfaction. To put it bluntly, one must comprehend the client's needs better than their spouse, for that is the hallmark of a competent practitioner. He should not be able to communicate with the soul, yet this soul was likely on the verge of being claimed by the Grim Reaper, erasing its memories and enduring torment in the underworld to atone for its sins before reincarnating into the mortal realm. Witnessing one's kin being slain before their eyes and having to endure their transformation must be an excruciatingly tormenting experience, one that drives a person to madness. Upstairs, Li Ruinfu and the others settled at the railing, attentively gazing at the stage. At that moment, Ling Zifeng entered the elegant room and sat beside a Xing Mu Hua, sensed an oddity, yet could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, akin to a marionette manipulated by the Empress. Her furrowed brow remained taut as she paid no heed to the Empress's discourse with the Emperor. The mere thought of contending with those astute and formidable elders made Luo Yangyang wish to vanish into thin air. Zhang Qingqiu retracted her gaze, her countenance darkening. She recalled the recent discussions regarding him and a Xing, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips. The Minister of Rites cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, deeming them a subordinate lacking discernment. While the statement may hold truth, could it be uttered in public? The voice of King Kong rose slightly. Who cares for your possessions? I shall seek out my father if I desire anything. Raised within royal confines, he discerned malice in the gentle words of Ro Fei, and promptly retaliated. The Taoist lord comprehended the great path while traversing life, achieving rebirth amidst destruction, and attaining sublimation in the silence of death. As he continued onward, he suddenly halted, directing his gaze toward the not-so-distant horizon. After Duan Qingyin's departure, De Ning's dynasty relied solely on Yin Lingyun, with only a minor general stationed in Guangyuan City. By the time he became aware of the Northern Chu's advancing army, the main force had already crossed the river. Xing sprang from her bed, only to realize it was yet another dream. She instinctively caressed her cheek, pondering whether she was truly sorrowful. Racing to the second floor, when the attendant opened the door to the private room, the anticipated seventh prince was nowhere to be found. 5,000 Wuhuan soldiers were already a formidable challenge, let alone with an additional 7,000 soldiers. Thus, the best course of action was to adopt a strategic retreat. Chapter 207. The Pinnacle Showdown. After countless calls, the true authority of the Sacred Light Monastery, Prosecutor Sha Er, finally made her appearance, accompanied by the Sacred Light Crusader Commander Renesi and the President of the Sacred Light Brotherhood, Talek. Following them were the Crusader Knight Commander Nax and the Holy Light Incantation Practitioner Kaisis. What a formidable assembly of 5 powerful figures. Their actions seemed akin to a desperate struggle. Barring unforeseen circumstances, their annihilation at the hands of Qingzhou's relentless pursuit appeared inevitable. Hey, do you have the capability to obstruct us? Do not forget, you are now one short. Wei Tianxing taunted. At that moment, Jin Rue and the others felt the restraints binding them dissipate, restoring their freedom of movement. They observed Lu Qing's unusual demeanor and instinctively followed her gaze skyward. Upon hearing the news of the Kongjian Jita trial, they expended considerable effort and resources in pursuit of information, only to find that this individual succinctly encapsulated it all in just a few words. Shina, after enduring a relentless barrage of wind, gritted her teeth and resolutely shifted into a new defensive transformation, summoning the power of cancer. The formidable Tianma battle armor challenged the essence of all beings against the demon. Boss Snyder was a remarkably diligent individual, as Qian remarked to Richard. Janai lifted her head once more, her gaze toward Shina softened somewhat, and unexpectedly, a rare smile graced her features. The previously cold and haughty visage of Jie Ni vanished in that fleeting moment, allowing Shina to discover the beauty of Jie Ni's smile for the first time. Cristiano Ronaldo did not wait for the team doctor to enter the field. He rose to contest the penalty kick for his own glory, unwilling to allow the doctor to carry him off. Yedanashchina searched diligently, retrieving a piece of black crystal to hold in her hand before closing the spatial bracelet. Deng Hanting's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. He realized he had underestimated the severity of the situation. Comparing the player data in hand, the journalists in the audience recognized that the starting lineup of Tianjin Polytechnic University for this match consisted entirely of substitutes. What do you think? Zhang Fan naturally inquired about Na Lan Rua Bing's opinion, while simultaneously admiring her beauty. Yang Mi and Lin Ling had already taken the train home on February 10th, leaving only Li Shi among the 3 basketball department managers yet to return. Come, stand up so Mama can see, Joer said, slightly bending down and holding its hands. Before her stood Su Shi, clad in a light yellow sweater and sporting a ponytail, her porcelain-like face radiant with a smile that differed somewhat from Shina's memories of her. Thus, Yu Man's primary goal as a basketball coach was to ensure that all her players mastered exceptional skills, allowing them to attain sufficient wealth and lead the lives they desired. Despite its seemingly diminished spirit, the glass lamp exuded an undeniable aura of mystery, vast and ethereal, as if the eternal path of heaven and earth pervaded the entire grand hall. The military training continued with a new instructor, Zhao Shi, the class leader of Class 102, while the death of classmate Qin Xing prompted reflections among the high-ranking members of the Zhanlong Special Forces. The woolen coat was tailored into a loose fit, cinched slightly at the waist to accentuate the figure. Following closely beside Jing Lichun, Qin Xiyang observed his boss, who was intently selecting gifts with a teasing smile. Over 3 days, outside the city lord's fortress, thousands of intelligent races gathered, representing a staggering population of 3 billion. Chapter 208. Dominating 1v5, the spring goddess Jiu Yushi. Commander Reynas of the Holy Light Crusaders cleaved the air, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that could only be evaded. However, this did not deter Jiu Yushi. She dared to confront it head-on. As the Yangshun Lingzhu spun rapidly around her, it created a thick energy shield enveloping her entire being. The 7-colored brilliance radiated grace, simultaneously blocking the sword wave and emanating gentle waves outward. What does this resemble? It is akin to Yin Bei, the protector of the Wuhuan, suddenly leading 100,000 Wuhuan soldiers into Luoyang. Who would not find such a scenario laughable? The snow bear exhaled frosty breath, transforming it into swirling blizzards that expanded outward, ultimately manifesting as terrifying snowstorms across the Arctic tundra. Ling Shimo's cold, exquisite visage flushed with a hint of crimson as she shot an angry glare at her eighth uncle before veiling her face and departing the thatched cottage. Yet, although the opportunity presented itself, the feeling was rather convoluted. With so many choices, one could hardly decide. The disparity in cultivation levels was too vast for them to withstand. They were all sent flying with a mere glance. Before Su and I could finish speaking, the Ju Qing saint tore open a scroll, and in an instant, an overwhelming celestial pressure emerged, suppressing the mysterious aura of the entire Tsang Long mountain range. In truth, Kuan and Ling Tsangfeng were of the same ilk. They would not tolerate occurrences beyond their control. The sudden appearance of Bai was evidently one such occurrence, for it could open the gates of the eternal realm and utter such words, making it worthy of their utmost attention. Hong Tian could not help but murmur, and in the next moment, his injury shimmered with stellar light as he unleashed a powerful punch with 80% of his strength. As he continued to step forward, 6 stars shattered, and Su Ni's aura ascended to a terrifying level. He narrowed his eyes, transforming his palm into a fist devoid of any flamboyance, striking with a force that shattered the very fabric of space. It was noon, the sun blazing fiercely, and numerous parents gathered to collect their children. The parking lot nearly filled with various vehicles as students streamed out of the school gates. The so-called divine seeds were the local appellation for the high-yield crops brought by the Chow family, essentially referring to sweet potatoes and corn. Zheng Xian's students donned fur coats, emerging in small groups from the house. Upon encountering Zheng Xian, they paused to pay their respects, calling out Zheng Shi repeatedly. Ultimately, a procession led by Zheng Xian formed, moving towards the fragrant direction of the mountain. During Luo Tian Huan's escape, he occasionally slowed down to ensure that the members of the Fengshun Guild behind him did not lose track, all while maintaining a comfortable distance. Of course, as Luo Tian Huan and his companions ran, they feigned exhaustion, their acting convincingly adept. The beauty that brings calamity. Who can comprehend the helplessness it entails? At this moment, Guan Yin bore unspeakable hardships, forced to swallow her grievances. They were arranged by the Ling Fu Guild in the VIP reception area, and upon noticing the stirrings in the Aomi magic forest, they did not pay it much heed. Duan Wei Qi felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if struck by a fierce blow. Unable to contain himself, he dialed Li Jiayu's number. After all, Song Shi's performance record would ultimately be submitted to Yang Sun for evaluation, and he intended to include it. Emperor Liu Xiaohan was a mere 10 years old this year. To say he was downcast would be an understatement. Indeed, no one among the powerful factions in Chang'an treated him with any seriousness. Yet, despite his plight, over 500 individuals were still willing to follow him in his flight. Chen Yao Zhong loved her, and seeing his child in such a state pained him deeply, wishing he could bear her burdens. This caused them to miss the subsequent scene. Su Yi stood up, gazing intently at Shiya as she approached the isolation barrier. Chapter 209, God of Angels. A sword that pierces the firmament. After completing all of this, Tang Sen finally sighed in relief. It was over, and thankfully, there were no further complications. Shall we continue onward? Tang Sen inquired of the group. Luo Bo replied, of course we must. But how do we handle the guarding troops here? Hien Rei Su Insa Shektel. Isn't that simple? She unfurled her angelic wings and ascended, becoming the most dazzling presence in the realm. Li Tianhao had learned from his grandfather that the president's wife was exceptionally beautiful and remarkably capable, having scaled the company to several billion at a young age, gaining immense renown throughout Jiangnan City. Ever since the incident with the Chu, Gu Changyin had no intention of marrying. However, now that he was older, it seemed he was inclined to take a wife and start a family, preferably with the fourth princess. Such are the rules. One must possess the resolve to undertake the Kongjianjita trial, remarked the martial artist responsible for registration with an impassive expression. A gentle breeze wafted from the cave, and the ground was strewn with rubble, reminiscent of the devastation wrought by an earthquake and tsunami many years ago. The entire island trembled under the immense vibrations, and the scattered stones seemed to whisper the tales of that calamity. My lord, came the report, they are nearing the abyss of nihility, and they should arrive in about 15 minutes. The situation is exceedingly urgent. Ho Yuyang's expression was one of anxiety. Hearing Huo Xiu's words, Si Boer likely understood the purpose of Huo Xiu's visit. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the medical hall was once again crowded with people, as while Yoshir clutched Hua Chani's hand, pleading desperately. When Zhang Qingji departed once more, Hua Exener's countenance darkened, and she turned her gaze toward Hua Chani, who was laughing and chatting with the crowd, her frustration palpable. In the frame, Wang Manyun broke the silence between the two, feigning weakness while subtly regaining the initiative. Initially, Hua Chan was unaware of why the seemingly unremarkable warrior captivated the ethereal Ma Xianer, but upon slight interaction, he began to discern the allure of Jingqi. At that moment, the two were utterly subdued by Zhang Junquan, a fact that seemed unfathomable. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in bitter amusement. The attention of the crowd shifted to Lin Fan, for those familiar with him understood his identity and the dire consequences of offending him. Qian Ma was bewildered. She never anticipated that Yin Shi would misunderstand her. Lin Yu was merely a temporary boyfriend for 2 months, not a permanent fixture. After pressing the answer button, Lin Fan did not hastily place the phone to his ear, for he was accustomed to Yi Feier's inevitable outburst upon connection. Indeed, it is the unparalleled skill of my master. It's unfortunate that Lin Kongxian, that old fool, entrusted it to you. How infuriating, Lin Lom exclaimed. Although Lin Yu's fortune amounted to merely 20 million, if he sought to earn, such an amount was trivial. 7 or 8 days had passed since the wedding. Most guests had departed, and his father had returned to Huiji's official residence. While feasts continued to welcome the locals, many affairs had reverted to their regular course. Master, Blood Spirit promptly corrected, there are 9 levels of Ikan. The 10th level, the God Punishment Space, exists solely as a singular entity. Ling Yu, thank you. This is my first time receiving a gift from a boy, Leng Qingyu remarked, having previously declined numerous gifts from his Wu family heir. Tian Ermio had believed that Song Tianqing would be relentless, contemplating that further disturbance would teach him a lesson. However, a prolonged silence ensued with no response from Song Tianqing. The witch doctor, who had employed curses, was saved by the old president's all-out rescue, though his magical power was diminished by half. Chapter 211, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Rogu 2, Xiaowu, do not delay in greeting your sovereign. A tender female voice rang out, capturing the attention of all present in the Shrek Square. Following the sound, it became apparent that it was a mere 1,000-year-old, 3-eyed golden lion. Wait a moment. Why does a 1,000-year-soul beast possess intelligence and the ability to speak, although most soul beasts under 10,000 years lack such faculties? Han Long held a sense of pride. While he viewed everything with indifference, being insulted in such a manner stirred the anger within him. As he was no mere clay figurine, Gong Suiningji was unaware that upon his arrival at the Taihong Mountains, the independent 33rd Division had mobilized its surrounding forces to investigate his reasons for being there. She found herself without options, initially fleeing her marriage in a moment of impulsiveness. She traveled from Jinling to Huqing, reveling in her newfound freedom. However, she had not considered her financial situation and what she would do once her funds were exhausted. Li Tianyo was struck back over 10 meters, blood trickling from his mouth, while Wan Jiuzhou experienced bleeding from his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. He sat cross-legged, intending to stabilize his true energy before plotting against Li Tianyo. Meanwhile, his cousin was introducing our relationship in fluent English, likely mentioning investment matters. Though it was unclear how she presented it, regardless, applause followed. Underneath a pair of long, shapely legs, resembling neither a flower spirit nor the root of a plant, the courtesan had evolved to possess feet, adorned with emerald green, vine high-heeled shoes. Beneath a hazy glow, a vast expanse of blood-red, triangular light clusters appeared in pairs. An endless sea of demonic sound baths. Lien Wuyu whistled, and 2 horses galloped towards her from a distance. She instructed Yeling Xiao to place the young master on the horse first, and then the couple soared onto the saddle, taking the reins and galloping forward. They traversed Wangshan overnight, reaching Tongzhou by the following day. They lodged at the Longxin Inn, where the couple handed Qing Etian over to Lei Chong and reported back. A pearl the size of a thumb could sustain a family for an entire year. However, regardless of who Guiqi was or what background he possessed, the mightiest in the realm of the Da Qian dynasty would always be the Hulong clan, whose pride was inviolable. Yet, only one world remained, and presently, the troops under the noble's command were assembled, poised to seize the entirety of the Sihuan realm. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head, glaring menacingly at the human who dared interrupt it. With another low growl, it unleashed a plume of black mist, instantly sealing the passage. which became engulfed in writhing black fog, halting Zhao Ming in his tracks. Yes, all the blue goblins drew forth blue triangular flags from behind, and with a single sweep, a massive ice shield formed above their heads, enveloping the multitude of goblins. What does 10,000 years signify? For the inhabitants of Liyun Dao, whose lifespans are merely half of ordinary mortals, 20 years constitutes a generation. Thus, 10,000 years encompass countless generations. Even for cultivators who might live longer due to their cultivation, 10,000 years remains an astronomical figure. Is that so? How splendid! Yang Jian exclaimed upon hearing that Yunzong had returned home. In truth, there was nothing to be disappointed about. Was it not merely a sword tower? Whether acknowledged or not, it remained unchanged. Moreover, after so many years with his master, he had learned a great deal from him, based solely on that. The sword tower was unparalleled. The old man began to counsel Luo Tian. To him, Luo Tian evoked no sympathy. How could kindness exist for someone who dreamt of killing him? Chapter 2:16. Luo Bui's multifold dreamscape. Having been interrupted, Yo Jesselong bypassed the prelude and delved straight into the main course. Ha ha! In the next life, I shall be your child, calling you father with every breath. How could I not torment you first? Yo Jesselong mused, concocting a multifaceted dreamscape to test the limits of his mental endurance, thereafter aiding him in establishing a divine position based on the results. Xiao Luo felt deeply despondent. Had it not been for Lu Yinzong's capture, Xuan Shiji and Lu Yinzong would never have crossed paths. Selena. Suen was on the verge of tears, believing this to be the most beautiful he had ever seen her. However, Hong Tian understood that the dragon fish certainly existed, though it had yet to reveal itself. Lian Yu choked on water, collapsing on the deck, while Shiji helped her up, observing her dazed expression and realizing that Xiao Luo had indeed been captured, which filled her with sorrow. He truly could not comprehend why Master Huaming had suddenly spoken. Could it be that his earlier daydreaming, accompanied by a smile, had somehow elucidated the essence of Buddhism? Public opinion is not always one-sided. When effectively harnessed, it can present an exceptional opportunity for Chao Wei KG Company to step into the public spotlight. The sword, like a dancing dragon, radiated a brilliant green light before me, its blade held horizontally, shielding my head. Late Bao waved his hand, prompting the elders to take their seats. He then inquired of a middle-aged man. The crimson spirit flame morphed into a colossal beast, roaring ferociously, yet under the influence of Ziyu's will. It was subdued to its most primitive, fiery form. Under the wistful gaze of Song Qiao Jingzi, the idea of going to the dormitory was rejected, as the display of strength from Yixing Chun rendered such an endeavor meaningless. Xiao Feng, Su, the captive star, unexpectedly voiced his surprise. Despite having clashed with Ronghe moments earlier, he clearly did not wish for us to control Ronghe. This indicates the dire state of the factory, to the point where it cannot even uphold its corporate facade. Based on this foundation, the system can continuously replicate itself and expand its scale. Furthermore, it can manufacture various specialized equipment to meet diverse specific needs, facilitating its gradual upgrades, ultimately achieving the heights that Bai Yun Tian has longed for. This girl possesses remarkable abilities. Who would have guessed she could self-immolate? The barbaric bull creature trembled and muttered a few words, its form shifting to an ordinary state of about 3 zhong. Having practiced multiple times, this instance was devoid of any imbalance, flowing smoothly from start to finish, nearly flawless. This bloodline celestial pattern is quite peculiar, unlike others that are difficult to decipher. I should be able to manage it. Qingyan took a deep breath, controlling all the sacred calamity gates to open, connecting with his body and soul. Mother, please do not abandon me. I will follow you. Li Xianyu recognized that if she followed Wang Shufang, boundless possibilities awaited her. Conversely, if she continued to care for Li Detong, even in marriage, he would accompany her. This was not her desire. At the moment I approached, Zhan Wu Xie launched a fist towards me, and at the moment of impact, a flash of green light erupted, a dense aura of life emanating from it, as the immense life force transformed into a vortex that began to absorb even my own vitality. I am a businessman. I merely wish to place a test order this time, and if successful, we can engage in long-term collaboration. Li Guyu extended an olive branch to the supervisor before her, her subtext being that while this time may yield little profit, the next opportunity could prove significantly more lucrative. Lu Chuilan felt uneasy under the gaze directed at her. People in this era remain quite superstitious. The token was black. crafted from a special black jade, one side inscribed with the character for heaven, and the other bearing the surname of the gatekeeper. Chapter 210. Returning with abundant gains to the Douluo world. Following the battle at the Holy Light Monastery, the forces of the heart of Holy Light crumbled. After all, with their very belief, the heart of Holy Light shattered, what else could remain? Once faith is shattered, only emptiness remains. After sweeping through all the light-forging strongholds in Dongwang, the Douluo expeditionary team and the Guardian Alliance arrived before the glorious fortress. The unyielding glorious lord faced off against Luo Bo in a duel to the last breath. It was not until the ships vanished from sight that Qin Jiao turned to Qinjing, his resplendent yellow dragon robe mirroring her memories of him. Even recalling his visage from 8 centuries past, Lu Yi walked behind Lu Ying, observing her gait with an initial sense of curiosity. Upon reaching the staircase, Lu Ying lowered her head, pulling up her front dress with both hands. Lu Yi thought she was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, she indeed noticed Lu Ying had ear piercings. With a knowing smile, Lu Yi refrained from revealing her discovery. Qin Jiao was acutely aware of this, yet if she were to resist forcefully, it might implicate Wan Qi-chun. She did not remain oblivious to his feigned suffering. Rather, she contemplated that he was merely immortal, and in those brief decades, it was simply to repay his life-saving grace. So her staying by his side for several decades was not unreasonable. The doctor had already arrived to treat Wang Xing. Tao Roer sobbed while tending to Wang Xing's wounds. Gu Yiheng observed Mu Fengxi, whose face clearly conveyed that he was lying, brazenly deceiving her. The knocking on the door was quite ritualistic, one knock followed by two, a form of etiquette from ancient China, which has gradually faded over time. Young master, as one of the 3 major families in Lin City, the Wu family has been compiling their information for years, so I organized everything as you instructed, ready for immediate use. Suddenly, dozens of ice arrows, the thickness of arms, coalesced in the sky, their tips gleaming with an irresistible brilliance. Murong Changfeng merely observed Li Yi and the cold youth before him, a hint of barely perceptible malice flashing in his eyes. Ling Jian Tong nodded in response, signaling He Ying to exit the room, as she wished to converse with Situ Qianshun. Ling Jiantong was ill-equipped to handle such insincere situations. She smiled and urged everyone to commence the flower viewing. Sister, your forceful activation of the 7-star sword array has depleted your true essence. It is unwise to say more, interrupted Lan Yi, but before she could finish, her own form trembled, and the two plummeted from the sky like kites with severed strings. Indeed, Ji Qian Dao inhaled deeply, staring blankly at Mo Mo's room, lost in thought. The man, aged around 45 or 6, bore a stern countenance and profound gaze, yet what left the deepest impression were his 2 white eyebrows. Seated upon a high platform, he engaged in jovial conversation with Feng Fei Yang and Yun Tiankong. The man finally revealed his profile, causing Wei Xian's face to flush slightly. He was her beloved. Her husband, a police officer named Wang Dong. Junyu, the most upscale hotel in Yueshi, he resides there year-round. Su Su replied affirmatively. She recalled the man's fine features and mused that if she could siphon his blood while simultaneously absorbing his profound internal energy, perhaps Baizhu would reconsider. Returning to her, the caravan leader spoke without a hint of remorse, his tone calm, as if the matter bore no consequence to him. He spent years traversing the grasslands, becoming accustomed to such affairs. Shen Chang Yuan was negotiating with Su Man Chong on how to report back home, seeking to rid himself of this fool. Yet now they returned seeking him out, with Chun Fei Yu threatening further conflict that might lead to his demise. The once rosy-faced, middle-aged man, now devoid of vitality, appeared pale as if all his blood had drained, and his dry lips quivered slightly. Chapter 211. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Soft-boned rabbit Xiao Wu. Hasten to meet your lord. A youthful voice rang out, capturing the attention of all present in the Shrek Plaza. Following the sound, they beheld a mere millennium-level San Yanjin and I. Wait, something is amiss. Why does a millennium soul beast possess intelligence and the ability to speak? Although most soul beasts under 10,000 years lack intelligence, the presence of strong individuals in attendance rendered it unsurprising. The San Yanjin and I must wield the power to control its destiny, requiring formidable strength that even the Zhao royal family would fear. Veiled, no one could discern Xiao Ru Yan's expression, yet her body trembled lightly. It was said that before Hua Rue Zhe encountered misfortune, Li Yinglong visited his residence. I recall that Li Yinglong is one of yours, Lu Huangho inquired. The man replied, no need for thanks. Our Guyuan village warmly welcomes visitors. As he led the way ahead, high-ranking police officials were drenched in beads of sweat, their backs soaked in the slightly chilly autumn morning, an unsettling chill enveloping them. Donovan's expression altered, for Chao Yuan Tianzun was a master at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, his prowess rivaling that of Douluo. Shortly thereafter, a male infant emerged through the abdomen, bathed in sacred light. He gently opened his eyes and waved his hands and feet, exuding an air of utter contentment. With a mere stretch of his body, he released a myriad of luminous rays that rippled outward like the gentle waves of a pond. I could claim that 1,000,000 years hence, one might surpass the grand priest of the sacred ancestor, and perhaps some would believe it. Yet who can truly predict the events of 1,000,000 years from now? How infuriating! On the mountainside, Lien and Chong observed that despite the involvement of these brigands, they had failed to gain any advantage, which incited her fury. Jiang Tsong-yin articulated a series of intricate phrases, yet with each utterance his countenance grew increasingly pallid. I wonder if these two celestial lords at this moment regret not being born in China, where they could have amassed data effortlessly through teams in Singapore, Laos, Malaysia, and Indonesia? Mu Jin, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions before feigning nonchalance as she approached the door. Initially, Bao Lei had provided him with a phone capable of launching games, but her intentions were surely not innocent. It might even be a trap laid for him. Gazing at the frenzied crimson wave outside the private room, he felt an overwhelming impulse to dive into the chaos. Sitting beside him, Gao Yang, Liang Sitao, and Zhu Yimin, with great courtesy, raised their heads to glance over. At that moment, voting time arrived, and, as expected, when classmates clamored about whom to vote for, Li Yinfeng was the first to point at Xia Li, unable to reveal his own identity or imply it. He merely suggested that Xia Li was the most likely candidate, which sufficed. The expression of Renmi was ashen. She suspected it was the ultimate zombie, but dared not entertain such thoughts. Toys? He Hao paused, glancing up at the adjacent office building, where several large signs hung. Although some were damaged, the name of the factory, Diamond Remote Control Toys Company, was still discernible. While Qin Ling pressed Zhun Xin for various pieces of information, he continued to converse openly with the entity known as Patillon in his sea of consciousness, striving for clarity through comparison. Emile and the other executives from the Dark Headquarters simultaneously expressed their excitement. Points of light cascaded down, and Zhou Huan felt a sudden influx of new sensations in his mind, while his body experienced subtle changes, as if his muscles had become more powerful. His back was completely wrapped in bandages, indicating that the wound would require time away from water. Chapter 212. The Prison Cage Dimension of Odor. After Luo Bo and Lili merged into Luo Ziyi, they promptly set forth with Qian Ren Shui, passing through the portal opened by Salatasi, officially infiltrating the prison cage dimension of Odor. Odor was an immense fortress, rugged yet dignified in style, presumably a residence for giants. In truth, the powerful beasts bore a resemblance to giants in their formidable size. How magnificent! Luo Zi couldn't help but exclaim. Is that so? Words alone are insufficient. Bring forth the property deed, and let us inscribe our names upon it. Mingwan sneered. Bai Yu gazed at Honglang, resting her arm upon her shoulder in a display of camaraderie. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of the flower of happiness, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, experiencing an indescribable sense of peace and contentment. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the pristine sky above the school, as a gentle breeze caressed her lovely face. Sun Jinlan decisively replied, "The past is the past. This life is this life. The previous romance has been severed, and in this life, you shall encounter those who stir your heart." The clan's herbalist was a genuinely capable individual, yet despite examining the situation from various angles, he still could not discern the underlying problem. If one day I should suddenly perish, I kindly request that young Master Zhou return me home, lest I tarnish the Yin family's land. When Qin Baoyang escaped from Jiangnan, he had discovered that the school's director, Yu Guanfeng, was covertly colluding with the Red Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, this director had a mysterious umbrella of protection backing him. Had it not been for his mother's firm embrace, Sun Jushi would have eagerly rushed to assist his sister in vanquishing these foes. Su Zhengnan returned to the infirmary and, upon setting down the banner he had brought, brewed himself a cup of hot tea, adding a touch of ginseng or goji berries for enhanced health benefits. The top laner of the WN team, not Air, promptly rushed over while on the IC team. Zhao Witha took advantage of the moment when the champion returned to base, pushing the minion wave forward and replenishing his potion as he made his way towards Bai Wei Yu's barrel. Shui Xianzi hesitated not. She had exerted tremendous effort to open up her limbs. This time, she was determined to succeed. Mulan Fos Intenti startled to see Gao Xianji swaying as she walked down the front aisle, finding it peculiar that they had emerged from the same direction, yet diverged in their paths. She pursued her. Halt! Su Lai bellowed first, immediately capturing the attention of the prisoners. As Su Lai lunged toward him, the prisoner made no attempt to evade, and suddenly, the severed iron bars behind him reconnected and hurtled toward Su Lai. Upon knocking on Bai Wei Yu's door once more, Xiao Yin Yuan discovered that Bai Wei Yu had already changed into new attire. However, his spirit remained low, even as he smiled at her. It was evident that he was suffering. With narrowed black eyes, Jiang Yunzhou suddenly leaned down, his thin lips pressing fiercely against Qin Wang Shu's delicate lips. After sharing laughter, Dai Ishi felt considerably more relaxed upon her departure, even though the prince's demeanor had been quite amiable, and he appeared to hold her in high regard. Nonetheless, the unease lingered, and she preferred to return to her familiar surroundings. She had never imagined her father would apologize to her. It was a thought she had never dared to entertain. Their last quarrel had been over his insistence that she be magnanimous and forgive Wan Manqing for her transgressions. Now, as he apologized to her, was it sincere, or did he have ulterior motives? At this moment, the blazing sword of flame summoned by Luna had fully embedded itself into the earth, swiftly enveloping the area where Kai Yin stood. Li Bui glanced at the phone's light, his eyes widening upon seeing the cat within the jade. Initially, Li Shuyu had no intention of exchanging food for crystal cores, yet upon visiting these bases, she found the trade exceedingly advantageous. Many bases offered 1 crystal core for a steamed bun, a deal too enticing for Li Shuyu to resist. Shop the 213 Titan Giant Ape Airming, sweeping across the myriad realms, vanquishing all within the 6 harmonies and 8 desolations. Suddenly, Yogg-Saron uttered such a phrase. This whisper was entirely unlike his previous tone. Could this be his true sentiment? Qian Rinshui, suppressing the unutterable pain in her spirit, shouted at the old one who spoke so boldly in the battles across realms. Have you yet to encounter an adversary? Then let you, a mighty warrior, taste the bitterness of defeat. Yet this bore no fruit. A myriad of complex emotions surged within their minds, manifesting in their gazes, fixated intently upon Tang Tianyang. This individual was utterly shameless and dark. He had clearly stated that should they surrender, he would spare them. Yet now, Zifeng was plagued by too many doubts, and his curiosity regarding Tang Tianyang's enigmatic nature deepened. If it were not for Tang Tianyang's status, he would have undoubtedly faced persecution. Zifeng had likely developed a sense of wariness towards him. However, despite this, he remained endlessly curious and astonished by Tang Tianyang's enigma. There was no room for doubt. He resolutely declared, "Damn it, I must make this scoundrel pay today." Jack found himself in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, Zifeng and the others wore expressions of confusion, utterly unaware of what the two were discussing, and could only watch them with a sense of frustration. Liumang gazed at the leisurely clouds in the sky, shouting incessantly, tears rolling down his cheeks unbeknownst to him, only to be dried by the gentle breeze. Yet, his voice soared clearly amidst the tormenting depths of despair. Carried by the sacred mother flag, he felt that Renping Di had become much more assertive and less amiable since awakening. In the past, he would have been willing to work alongside him. Setting aside such matters, Walian Mouse preferred practical applications, favoring research in mechanical dynamics. The content of his studies further astonished Liu Mong. Whether the unexpected appointment of Xionai Zhe implied a shift in the neutral party's stance due to his brother's demise remained uncertain. Yet, it was evident to all that Xionai Zhe's fury could not be extinguished by mere days of self-reproach. As changes proliferated, she found herself, without realization, serving as the financial overseer for the now-renowned young lord of the continent, leading to a sense of estrangement from her former life. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, finding tranquility even in the seemingly mundane numbers that others deemed tedious. Due to Renping Di, Bolishunsha had lost its significance among the residents of Huanxiang, and even Ling Ming's reputation had further declined in the human realm. After approximately 12 contestants had been captivated by the ongoing matches, Xin, who had just concluded her reporting on stage, cheerfully dashed over to them. In the past, ignorance might have been bliss. But now the entirety of J District was aware of Feng Zhuan's mistreatment of you. How could he still be oblivious? Tianli remarked with pride. Look at this fine treasure. How could I possibly discard it? She then placed the chicken head into Hao Hao's bowl. This was a direct quote from Pipeng regarding the competition for the top spot with Bakali. Wang Suping noticed Yang Shi, her expression subtly shifting, her smile deepening as she resumed conversation with Gao Jingchuan. Director Chen, the minister holds you in high regard, assigning the sales of salt from 2 special municipalities in the frontline regions of Sushichang and Zhenjiang to your Haiyuan Salt Industry Company. These areas are among the wealthiest in our Jinling government, Wan Yulin stated with a smile. At that moment, Ma Jiu lay hidden beneath the bed, watching the embroidered shoes approach, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, each step resembling pressure on her scalp. With a resolute determination to perish together, Ima summoned all his vitality, vowing to eradicate all surrounding life, including his own. Chapter 214, Tianqing Niuming Daming. Just as Qianrenxua halted, she witnessed a phantasmal claw-shaped soul technique flying towards her. Tianqing's dull claw, physical defenses rendered ineffective, it locked on and pursued. Once struck, the victim's senses and physical capabilities would be dulled tenfold. This skill was silent, devoid of any energy fluctuations, with its sole purpose being restriction. The duration of this effect lasted 10 seconds, adjustable based on the equipment of the affected individual. In such a concentrated situation, with both grenade launchers and rocket launchers, could there be a favorable outcome? Regarding her future role as the leader of Huashan, she had discussed it with the ancestor, who was open-minded and agreeable, readily consenting. Despite some dissatisfaction from Ming Yuetian, she ultimately yielded to Yo Xingya's coaxing. On January 1st, 795 of the new calendar, Duanqing embarked on a journey back to Tanya, while behind him, a somber melody echoed within and beyond the fortress, gradually ascending into the sky. At that moment, apart from Fang Zhongyong, every minister's face was ashen. Fang Zhongyong's expression was slightly less severe, simply due to his prior knowledge of this historical episode, understanding that this congratulatory letter had incited the ire of the cautious and peace-seeking Renha of the Great Song, leading to the conflict between Song and Xia. However, fearing that releasing them down the mountain might coincide with encountering Zhao Go, potentially complicating matters, they bound their hands and mouths, confining them to a room within the encampment, continuing their vigil. The atmosphere in the classroom was indeed lively. Even the invigilators, including Yo-Yo, were unaware. The first to notice Yo-Yo approaching was Feng Tse, who, upon spotting her, chose not to alert Jiangjing. The appearance of a fat sheep usually meant that other teams would steer clear upon their departure, though they were also aware of the necessity of discretion. They would not pursue every single fat sheep. Yet, no matter how weak the infusion of true energy, it remained effective. Du Heng's body still relied on this form of regulation. Unfortunately, Huaru lice need to concoct elixirs left her stretched thin. Thus, she prescribed a medicinal formula for Du Heng to be taken twice daily to temporarily manage her illness during her seclusion. Yin Ruxu, however, paid him no heed, merely waving her handkerchief, casting a flirtatious glance, and gracefully stepping onto the stage to commence her next song. Just beside Liu Ruoxin, the bodies of several disciples from the demon sect evaporated instantly, as if water splashed onto a scorching iron plate, disappearing without a trace as if they had never existed. After leading the two out of the valley, Lao Jiao headed towards a mountain peak. Both of their levels exceeded 95, and with Lao Jiao paving the way, it was nearly impossible for the Russian Empire to detect the trio. Fang Xing continued his persuasion, and under his influence, Ma Lia revealed a look of doubt. If Fang Xing's claims held truth, he did not believe the Zombie Legion could possibly triumph over the Demon Fruit Legion. Just as the Salt Gang began to close in on Lao Jiao, a resounding crash echoed as a great hall in the central base was shattered from above, and Lao Jiao soared out from within. Yu Yin Tong clasped her hands together in silent prayer, uncertain of which deity she was beseeching. Yet the verses she recited suggested that she had implored every deity she was aware of. Your intention is enough to satisfy me. Liao Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her injuries tended to, she recognized it must have been Zhao Chunqin who utilized various medical supplies from the restroom to staunch her bleeding. Fortuitously, with a measure of stamina, Daisy managed to crawl out successfully. Upon ensuring Daisy's safety, Lu Yin collapsed, utterly exhausted in the elevator. Chapter 215, The Enigmatic Box of Yogasalong. Qianrenxue never anticipated that her strike against the Tianqing Niuming would unleash such a colossal force of the laws of heaven and earth. far exceeding what the prison dimension of A'Dur could withstand. Even the creator of this minor dimension, the second old god Yogasalong, was reduced to ashes. As the Void Saint Lord witnessed the collapse of the prison dimension of A'Dur, he transferred all the soul beasts and ferocious beasts imprisoned here. With A'Dur's disintegration, the strength could only be supplemented comprehensively. For instance, Yuan Shengshir's breakthrough into Tiangong was a form of such supplementation. The Jiolong Bridge autonomously flew out, shielding Huang Xiaoyan above, which slowed his pace, awakening some controlled monsters that surged forth. Damn it, why did that bearded old man let me fall from such a height without concern? Huh, why can't I use my spiritual energy? This is truly peculiar. After all, this place was nestled by mountains and rivers, with a picturesque landscape, fresh air, and abundant spiritual energy, conducive to cultivation, strengthening the body, and even prolonging life. Wang Tan, inherently formidable, has now gained an ally, thus rendering him even more formidable. With one arid vein opened, he must still unlock 8 more. Once all 9 arid veins are connected, he shall endeavor to re-enter the realm of the Tian Run Bao Tu, thereafter proceeding cautiously, step by step. At that moment, a chill surged toward the heavens. Upon hearing this voice, could it truly be that ghosts were afoot? A beastly entity was sent reeling backward as the Emperor's fist was unleashed, invincible in its path. Relying on its brute strength, it led the charge, only to be met with a staggering blow that drew blood from its mouth and left its body riddled with cracks, akin to shattered porcelain. Father, do you believe this matter was conceived by Lao San or Gu Chen? Shanghai inquired. These two fools, so utterly foolish, were laughable in their stupidity, particularly with their disdainful gazes towards lesser beings, which vexed him tremendously. Rest assured, as long as I, Han Biao, am here, the Hongwan sect shall endure, unless I perish, Han Biao proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. In contrast to the demon lord's explanations, Dongfang Bo's insights were far more meticulous, granting Jiang Yun a comprehensive understanding of the sacred artifacts of the 9 clans. Although many cultivators expressed their dissatisfaction vocally, none dared to take action or force their way through the entrance. The rear windshield was shattered to pieces, and moments later, the car doors were riddled with bullet holes. A barrage of bullets forced all 3 guards to lower their heads. Where am I? After 3 consecutive days of travel, Yi Liang appeared exceedingly fatigued and disheartened. Confined within the car for 3 days, his mind remained in turmoil. From Lu Chongling's narration, he understood why his parents had placed him in this realm, erasing his memories and extracting his blood. Very well, I have not denied any of Fei Er's requests, Yi Fan remarked, his gaze fixed solely on me. A formidable surge of magic essence transformed into a liquid energy sphere, appearing within Lin Yun's palm. Chun Xingyang summoned all his strength to take a significant step forward. Yet the distance to Wang Ziyu remained insurmountable, ultimately forcing him to watch helplessly as Wang Ziyu approached the Tianzue Shunjian. With a decisive thought, I promptly ended the call, for I had numerous matters to attend to. I could not afford to squander time with you. When the semester commenced, we could slowly settle accounts, perhaps even demand some form of compensation for emotional distress. Yicheng Tian clutched his wrist tightly, suppressing waves of dizziness. His eyes clouded as he gazed at the figure that vanished outside the door, unable to fathom how the Qin Yin gang had let him go. In the Wutong forest, Chun Yin remained, studying the magical techniques and cultivation methods of the Phoenix clan. When would he be able to leave the Wutong forest? That depended on when the Feng Huang would nod in approval. Chapter 216. Luo Bo's multiple dreamscapes. Interrupted in his thoughts, Yogg-Saron bypassed the preliminaries and dove straight into the main course. Ha ha! In the next life, I shall be your child, calling you father repeatedly, and you shall not be allowed to torment me first? This was Yogg-Saron's plan, to create a multi-layered dreamscape to gauge his mental endurance, subsequently aiding him in establishing a divine position based on the findings. Moments later, the struggling Huolinzi ceased to move, its scorching blood spilling onto the ground. This wretched creature, I truly wish to curse its progenitor. I once thought it admirable, but now I perceive it as nothing more than excrement. If it were truly so formidable, why did it not confront that avian spirit when I was possessed? Consequently, the Qin Wu Shan Di swiftly conferred with the Yuan Lei Shen Di and the Guan Tian Shen Di, ultimately reaching a compromise. Dream Boss, we have arrived. Proceed straight for another 200 meters, and you shall see it. I shall not accompany you further. Damn it, I have tolerated you for long enough. Since our entrance, You have been feasting here. Qian Sin bellowed, slamming the table in anger. What? Rong did not come to the exam? I abruptly stood, my heart racing as I turned to Changzi. What happened? You say Rong did not come to the exam? How was I unaware? Wu Shuang observed the lightning spear rushing towards him. Hearing the sound of slicing wind, he instinctively extended his hands and seized the spear mid-air. Later, it was said that he entrusted his subordinates to his sworn brotherly Haiqing and washed his hands of the underworld, establishing several trading businesses west of Heilongjiang. Due to his extensive connections and lack of heinous deeds, both the black and white factions treated him with respect, and none held his past against him. It is entirely feasible. I had considered this issue as well. Almost all the dragons agreed that as long as someone opened the barrier, they would be willing to fight, albeit with a time limit of 3 years, Badu responded. Simultaneously, several individuals, including Tang, Zhong Huixin, Ji Qinyuan, Jia Zhou, and Yang Tiantian, received identical text messages informing them of the dean's visit to seek Qin Pufeng. Moreover, with 8 million viewers currently online, how could he possibly manage such a crowd? Before high school, everything was resolved by her parents, but upon reaching university, she endured significant hardships. Fortunately, she encountered Han Yi, allowing her to live carefree once more. Though Long He-chung spoke thus, he was not angry. He suddenly mentioned a certain matter with an uncanny sense of urgency. I apologize, my dear wife. I know I should not have acted this way, but I truly cannot bear to see you in such sorrow. The Dongfang Night Club, a high-end KTV in Linhai, seemingly required reservations, and the clientele was predominantly comprised of affluent individuals, with even ordinary white-collar workers being a rarity. Could be due to Lei Jie's pregnancy? She does not wish to be misunderstood by her, Dongfang Mo Li speculated. Qingguan made an immediate decision, taking the air and flying swiftly towards the mists of the sea. After a day of rapid flight, finally escaping the mist, and that heart-pounding sensation gradually dissipated. The previously jovial friends in the chat room erupted upon hearing Yi Tian's sudden proclamation. Jian Nan, the rain has ceased. Prepare the meat, and we shall head outside to start fire. Today, we feast on grilled leopard meat and enjoy a hearty meal, Yi Tian declared with delight. The S5 season's werewolf build differed from previous seasons, experiencing a significant enhancement with the introduction of the Devourer. Tuanzong, do not be so agitated. The selection of the Hokage is of utmost importance, and we must deliberate carefully, Elder Men Yin interjected, attempting to mediate the tense atmosphere in the room. Chapter 217, The First Layer of Dreams. Faced with such mockery, Luo Bo realized that everything that had transpired was merely an elaborate ruse. He had not escaped Yogg-Saron's grasp at all. Indeed, how could one return to Shrek City in the blink of an eye? Reflecting on this, Luo Bo felt a surge of anger. Whether to kill or to maim, do as you will, to toy with human emotions in such a manner. Do you think I shall yield to you? Who would submit to whom? Dinner was relatively harmonious, and after the meal, Sun Yifan shared some data he had collected with the boys. A voice called from the doorway, startling her. She looked up to find Di Qin gazing at her in astonishment. I was filled with mixed emotions. Ever since Yuan Shengqi left the Yuan family to establish his own, the Yuan family had been on a downward spiral, diminishing with each passing day. Travel expenses? Do you know where we are headed? Xia Qingxiao was somewhat surprised. The girl before him clearly had an extraordinary background, yet she had decided to accompany them. It seems that the decision was already made when she boarded the carriage earlier. Do not suggest it was merely a conversation. At this moment, all she desires is to return home and indulge in a deep slumber, utterly devoid of the inclination to contemplate or engage in any activity. Faced with such profound emotions from Qin Qing, I find myself somewhat willing to concede defeat. At the very least, I cannot reach her level of courage, knowing full well that the other party is married, yet daring to express her feelings so boldly, even challenging his wife openly. He pinched my waist and began to explore my body, causing me to plead for mercy, fearing his primal instincts would take over. When did the king rise? Why did you not wake me? She inquired, recalling how last time Sima Kongyan had deliberately used this matter to vex her, reproaching her for not attending to him as he prepared for the day. Xia Chujun emerged from the courtyard, having hastened out upon overhearing the servants discuss Yun Mo during her stroll in the garden. Oh my goodness! When I bit down on that person's leg, he let out a shriek, unmistakably the voice of the plump officer, prompting me to bite down even harder. If there were a solution, we would not be in this predicament. Qinya Hui slinked away to the side and lay down. What punishment should the palace concubine face for defying authority? Without glancing at the smug face before her, Morong Qing turned and asked. Lei, Yi, and the others nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, the style of the Quanzhong clan is characterized by their forthrightness and bravery, openly expressing their thoughts without malice, exhibiting a refreshing authenticity. Lu Fan sighed, acknowledging that he had anticipated the difficulties when he dispatched them. Do not blame yourself. After all, expanding influence under the watchful eyes of Dong Zhuo at the tender age of 16 within less than 2 months is no small feat. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. The overwhelming stench of blood assailed my senses, and I realized that the crimson liquid was, in fact, human blood. Souls lack the sense of smell, which is why I only now recognized it. I heard from the boss that the ultimate trials in the battlefield of war are unpredictable and extremely perilous, with each test differing and utterly unforeseeable, Dean remarked, idly tapping his fingers on the table. The black bank card, emblazoned with the Swiss bank's logo, was striking. Guan Yinfei was no stranger to such a card. It was an anonymous black card from UBS. Possessing such a card signifies a minimum of $1 billion in assets. Upon seeing it, Guan Yinfei felt a wave of shock. Is it self-destructive? Could the reason that the energy-devouring cannon would attack Dean be attributed to him? Lei wondered aloud. Simultaneously, to prevent beast demons from infiltrating the military camp for reconnaissance, Xue Dingshan entrusted the patrol and defense operations to his younger brother, Xue Dinghai. Reluctantly, she handed over the toys to the prince, knowing that the dragon and phoenix twins were now 10 years old, at an age where they loved to learn and play. She hoped they could engage in hands-on creative activities, regardless of whether they disassembled or destroyed the items. The prince would surely find a way to procure new ones. Chapter 218. The second dream, the mocking, disdainful, and somewhat playful pity continuously manifested on the visage of Yujesalon. Rob, unable to utilize his martial soul, found himself utterly helpless. Amidst the relentless mockery, he refused to abandon the activation of his martial soul. If he surrendered, he would cease to be himself. Imagine, if even Rob, a 3-life martial soul wielder, is imprisoned here, who could possibly hope to advance in the short term? Yet, many specialized manufacturers are assessing the various technical specifications of Linming Technologies' lithography machines, contemplating whether to invest in such expensive equipment. After all, due to its renown, they could not only reap vast quantities of spiritual energy, but also possess a notoriously disruptive nature. Su Zhuqiu purchased 2 fish at the dock, one for stewing and the other for steaming, delighting in the meal with Tang Miao Miao. Zifeng, remaining silent, wore an expression that distinctly conveyed a refusal to allow entry. You are indeed playing tricks. Before Chenjun could finish his sentence, Zifeng leaped up and pounced directly onto him. Given that gun violence has become an everyday occurrence in America, unless there are particularly horrific casualties, ordinary shootouts rarely make the headlines. After the new year, Lin Shi arranged for Yun Xinka to assist in contacting real estate agents to seek out well-decorated second-hand homes. Such homes, already adorned, have had harmful gases dissipate over the years, making them more suitable for living than newly purchased properties. Although the sect leader Xian Yuan, Su remains vigorous and could easily live for several millennia. Both the inner and outer sects have reached consensus. Upon witnessing Zhao Kang's demeanor, Shi Wu seemed to have come to a realization, smiling as he continuously comforted Zhao Kang. At 6:30 in the evening, Yiqiu finished dinner with Chao Ling before driving her back to the military compound. Consequently, whether they can withstand until the finals depends on the number of S and or grade cards held by each participant, particularly the latter, the more available, the higher the chances of progression. The perspectives of the secular world, moral ethics, and legal regulations are disparate entities. He can clearly discern the boundaries and distinctions among them, allowing him to like Jiang Qinyu without any burden and to act upon it, despite not yet reaching level 6. Even if the barrel reaches level 6, Lu Handong would continue to counter jungle. Not to mention that the barrel has yet to achieve level 6, causing him to become excited and leap forward, only to be struck by an axe, forcing him to hastily retreat. The last remaining giant wolf beast in the forest had been repelled by the crossbow of Zheluo Lai, and upon witnessing the demise of its kin, it realized it had misjudged its prey and, enduring the pain from the acid arrows embedded in its body, limped away in an attempt to escape. Latte quietly observed the decision-makers he had dispatched gathered together in discussion, sensing a slight seriousness in the situation. Witnessing the scene, the student cricket executed a fierce leap, coupled with Iron Head's charge, landing directly on the cricket's head and biting off one of its antennae. Zhang Mingfei appeared to be pleased upon hearing the words, "I like you" from her, prompting him to rise and select a song. After choosing 2 songs, when Lin Xian's song reached the interlude, he apologetically told Jiang Qinyu that he would prioritize Yan Feifei's song. Bei Lingli's was unable to find a suitable flaw in Kodo's mithril armor and chose instead to jump and pat the dwarf's helmet. When the latter turned to confront her, she earnestly attempted to convey her thoughts, lamenting the lack of eloquence from this prince of a clan. "So, your master is from the Far East?" The old thief bit into his bread, pursuing the topic. Chapter 219. The third dream to cultivate the perfect pleasure which Ujesalon resolved to adopt a different approach. The previous days and nights have been excessively crude. Therefore, the first step is to treat her gently over time. Secondly, she must be immersed in the feeling of pleasure across many more days and nights. Indeed, it is not solely Ujesalon who must experience delight. Mutual pleasure is essential in nurturing the traits of a pleasure witch. The soldier, in desperation, yelled to run toward the open space outside the tent, but at that moment, his body was overwhelmed by a sense of weakness. Behind him, several guards promptly engaged, each assigned to attack different positions. Zhao Shui and Etienne were conversing when, from beneath the kitchen beam, a large snake suddenly emerged. Upon hearing this imperial voice, not only did Sima Annan display profound confusion, but so did Li Chunfeng, who was not far away, alongside the other cultivators of the Great Xia. From that day forth, this unnamed man acquired a title, known as Ui Zuns. To the 11 others, he appeared overwhelmingly powerful, rendering any comparison utterly futile. The tone of Yi was grave. The simplicity of the savage was not to be feared. But should he possess exceptional command, his combat effectiveness would be exponentially enhanced in the intricate terrain of the Namen jungle. "You lack the qualification to challenge Bingqing. I shall allow you one hand. If you can withstand a single strike from me, you shall be deemed victorious," he remarked, casting a glance at Bingqing, as if to flaunt his prowess. Then there was the Yujie show, whose birth was accompanied by celestial phenomena. Most of its kind perished due to heavenly tribulations. It was said that during a period of great upheaval, a single Yujie show led all beasts and other races into battle, only to be vanquished by the ancestors of the imperial family. The admiration in Ji Ruhuan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resigned sigh as she lamented the return of her eccentric 9th imperial uncle. Clang! The cup in Ning Minue's hand fell with a crash, startling Ning Fu, who rushed out in surprise. Fortunately, she had already established her foundation and was not required to eat daily like a mortal. Otherwise, she would surely have suffered from hunger. After attendance was taken, the homeroom teacher left first, as he had to meet students from other classes. "If you can indeed slay Kabu, I will naturally assist you." Old Master Zheng nodded solemnly, stating that Kabu had a personal vendetta against him, and if Wei Zishuan could eliminate Kabu, it would alleviate a significant burden from his heart. At the moment when Chixi Zun's and Ponshur.es remnants clashed, the eyes of Chixi Zun's suddenly flew open, ablaze with a fierce red light. Observing the slope, now completed, Wei Zishuan directed the children to ascend one by one, only following them up once they had all reached the top. Wei Zishuan signaled for everyone to retreat, while he cautiously approached the door, pressing himself against the wall. He slowly pushed the door open. The instant the door creaked ajar, a gunshot echoed within the room, and the wall facing the door was riddled with holes from iron sand. The Qingmu zone concealed a Qinglong Huang, and this place was the Fenghua Qiulin. Pedomin of Tehonyan Mozu. Fang Tian frowned, clearly displeased with Bai Xiaofeng's blatant defiance. Fortunately, regarding his brother's affair with Feng Hongmei, Lin Maohui exhibited remarkable cleverness, doing his utmost to shield his brother from scrutiny. "You should be grateful to me. Without my intervention, you might have been disfigured." Xiaofan's voice faintly reached Su Yan's ears. Moments later, the sound of muffled sobbing emerged, unmistakably that of a man, filled with despair and grievance. A kind soul had already gone inside to summon the chief director, prompting Song Ning to retreat to a corner and resume her role as a mere observer. Chapter 220. Crossing Mountains and Seas in This Lifetime. Luobai's soul, possessing the persona of a joyful enchantress, reincarnated into a peculiar world known as Duki Dealu. In this existence, she was identified as Nalen Yinran. Nalen Yinran's grandfather, Nalen Jie, was a lifelong friend of Xiao Yin's grandfather. Upon the simultaneous births of their grandchildren, a marriage was arranged. Although Xiao Yin's grandfather succumbed to injuries from a battle with foes 3 years later, Xiao Yin fell into dire straits at the age of 11. "This is something I have painstakingly conceived. Look," Gan Tian cheerfully declared, his legs suddenly transforming into serpentine form. Di Chongxiao propped Ren Tingxiu's body upright, grasped her hand, and began to perform the divine transformation martial arts they had once cherished alongside Han Ningxin. No, not at all. As a combat-oriented ability, this is quite remarkable, Wang Xiang replied with a sheepish smile. There is no longer a need for others to warn him. Everyone was aware that the Dalalan I was under siege. On the upper level of Yinhan Shui's building, white and black lights flickered incessantly, visible from hundreds of meters away. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Shen Dagong was momentarily taken aback. Daihai was a place rich in true energy, an essential location for scattered immortals. Hence almost every practitioner was aware of it. So why inquire further? This forest was vast. Yinhan Shui and her companions could not see its end. With no alternative, they ventured deeper, and after a full day's journey, Yinhan Shui seemed to hear the sound of a bell. She immediately perked up her ears and surveyed the surrounding trees, which appeared as thin as paper. Even if her strength was formidable, she would likely be insignificant before the powerful Du family. Contemplating this, Ronding Doran felt a slight constriction in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Let us proceed to meet your friends. Luo Ming urged Yinhan Shui and her companions deeper underground, while Tsang Feng hesitated momentarily. As a leader of a faction, one does not act stealthily. Huiying directly faced the Rying, locking eyes with him. However, after receiving a punch from Tong Yi, Yawuji felt the greatest humiliation of his life, his expression twisting in fury. Tianming, why do I feel that you are somewhat different? Limu scrutinized Lu Tianming for a long while before uttering this remark. Years ago, Qingmian emerged, sweeping across the lands and suppressing all prodigies of the younger generation with unparalleled strength. Yet now he'd been defeated, and the Xianyu Lianming found itself at a disadvantage in the contest among the younger generation. Goofing effortlessly inscribed 5 formation patterns, each born from his understanding of the essence of formations, having discovered a deeper connection between formations and their meanings over years of contemplation. Lu Tianming was astonished, his complexion shifting dramatically. The newcomer exuded an unprecedented sense of urgency, with murderous intent radiating from him. At that speed, it would not take more than 20 breaths for the opponent to reach this place. He discreetly observed Wu Tsong, while also glancing at Huang Dongshuan. The two appeared remarkably unperturbed by the evidently unfair arrangements, while the Shu army's envoy spoke on their behalf, clearly reluctant to have the Yinzhou army at the forefront. Everyone noticed that the usually lethargic Kakashi was unusually assertive today, indicating the seriousness of the situation. As the young patriarch's words fell, Tong Yi abruptly swung his arm and delivered a powerful punch into the void beside him. Entering the wrong new house to marry the right person? Lu Qingyi repeated slowly, lifting her gaze to the old man, feeling a strange familiarity. Lu Qingyi sensed that the elder's features were reminiscent of someone she knew. The only flaw was his somewhat pale complexion, suggesting a lack of nourishment. Yet from another perspective, it lent him an endearing fragility. Chapter 221. Crossing through the crowds is third life. Luobai reincarnated into a wondrous star system known as Kepulu. The Kepulu star system was embroiled in conflict among 3 major races: humans, insectoids, and star spirits. In this existence, he bore the name Jimu Lenu. When the alien insects first invaded Masala, Jimu Lenu served as the planetary governor. While defending the colonists, Lenu received a call from a federal outpost known as Sichuan. Yanqing lazily rose, instinctively reaching for Yu Shi's hand. The moment their hands touched, he seemed to awaken, as if from a dream, hastily withdrawing his hand to hide behind him, masking his embarrassment with a smile as he said, "You'll know when you go." With that, he stepped towards the door, pausing to listen intently before opening it. Just then, a personal guard rushed in to report that Commander Wang Qinyan had arrived with troops to investigate the situation. After the tumultuous uproar, everything suddenly fell into silence. Yi Dong suddenly sensed that his spirit seemed to connect with a powerful intention. This intention was formidable, yet devoid of any domineering presence. Instead, it emanated an aura of inclusivity. Beneath the dim light of the Zen room, Su Jin sat opposite Master Shanxiang, the abbot of Deming Temple, while Wang Chao and others were dispatched outside for vigilance, which somewhat alleviated Master Shanxiang's panic, allowing his demeanor to become more composed. Just a moment ago, the ruffian who had been clamoring to beat up Ji Yifan was now stunned, his eyes filled with greedy lust, while the bald man exchanged glances with a few companions, equally unable to contain their delight. "Then, let us depart," Yi Dong asserted with resolve, as he found no fondness for those enforcing disciples. All were disciples of Goe Yuan Zone. Yet when subjected to oppression by the disciples of Fo Zone, they had failed to voice any words of justice. This left Yi Dong incredulous and filled with indignation. The young security guard spoke of these matters with a hint of pride, seemingly reminiscing about the days spent with Galao Lu. Xiao Ruo raised her head, following Su Rong's gaze, and saw a cloud of dust rising amid the hills, the sound of galloping hooves growing louder and vaguely discernible dark banners fluttering as they approached. The grandfather and grandson were quite considerate, waiting a little longer until Qing Sheng announced that they had taken their bundles and left, prompting Jin Shuo to awkwardly signal for their departure. With such a valiant figure as Luo, possessing a mysterious background, it was entirely plausible that they could bring calamity to the family. Hence, they harbored resentment in their hearts. For instance, Qianlong summoned Xiao Yin each morning and evening to check his pulse, seemingly for purposes beyond mere medical consultation. Before long, the aunt arrived, along with Gu Ming and Qua, to tidy up. The kitchen was indeed a sight of utter chaos. Han Bing, not engaged in the game, sensed something amiss and inquired. But before he could receive an answer, the dormitory door swung open and Lu Dong returned. Lin took advantage of this moment to step out onto the balcony. The two women rolled up their sleeves, kneaded the dough, and made noodles with considerable skill, chopping vegetables and igniting the stove with a clatter. In no time, the noodles were cooked, waiting for their mother to return for dinner. Everyone waved at her, and to hasten their return, Jiang Xin dashed across the square and entered the immortal palace. Meanwhile, the jewelry and precious stones she received from Lu Yi, including diamonds, jade, and ancient jade artifacts, could not simply be displayed. They needed to be meticulously selected and stored in a secure box with a complex password, allowing Wang Jiaye or Lu Huoxing to carry it, thus adding an air of prestige. She could only say that he was willing to contribute, ensuring that he did not leave everything undone, which would be more comfortable for everyone, as they were to live together for the time being. You cannot eat this. My father certainly can, A.O. Shui remarked, observing as the package was slowly gathered with satisfaction. Zhang Tingting hesitated, her lips moving silently, unsure how to apologize to Zhou Tian once more. Chapter 222. The Path of Faith. At the outset of the heart of the swarm, Reno and his subordinate Reno Rangers, with the assistance of Prince Valerian of the Tyrant Empire and his allies, had returned to their former scale. Valerian, seeking to ascertain how much of Kerrigan had reverted to humanity, isolated her within the research facility for numerous experiments and investigations. Reno continuously provided Kerrigan with support and encouragement within the facility, ensuring that she endured this uncomfortable period of scrutiny without significant casualties. Zhou Lai and Meng Jin were close brothers. Lu Hui naturally sought to cultivate a good relationship with the Mo Xiaolin. Even though Meng Jin currently held a lower position than Zhou Lai, merely a regiment leader, Lu Hui was well aware that Meng Jin would undoubtedly rise above Zhou Lai in the future. Upon hearing that Lu Pian intended to report on popular singing, the students were taken aback, each declaring it to be exceedingly difficult and unlikely to pass. On tiptoe, Tang Yu glanced around for a long while when a gentle voice reached her ears. Zhao Ergo wished to return to his room, but, after a moment's deliberation, decided to set that thought aside for the time being. Tang Yu spoke softly, noticing that Zhang Huayan had become less resistant, and signaled to Tang Jun nearby. Thus, he was certain that Jun Yin intended to strike, and without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself protectively in front of Hua Exen, vowing to shield her from harm. Achin hurried to her side, feeling the texture of Han Bing's purple dress, inquiring with curiosity. Awake? Ai Chu sat on the ground, straightening one leg while bending the other, her left arm languidly draped over the knee of the bent leg, lost in thought with a solemn expression. Who is this practitioner? The prayer beads slipped from his fingertips, and in the dimness, his voice rang clear as pearls falling to the ground, remarkably melodious. Suddenly, a bullet flew in from the vent, striking the sandbag barricade aimlessly. After the torrent, everything was reduced to dust. The entire Wuzhou city seemed to have vanished without a trace. An awkward situation arose. One knew full well it was he who had done it, yet could present no evidence to take action against him, leaving an impression that while there was disdain, there was nothing that could be done. The posts on the Russian Unlimited Spirit communication page exceeded thousands each day, but aside from the clamor, nothing was resolved. Music drifted from the other end of the bridge, its melody soothing to the ear, evoking a sense of comfort and tranquility, accompanied by the faint sounds of laughter and joy from many individuals. Number 1 received the Tao soldier, casting a casual glance before gripping the weapon. only to be abruptly flooded with a potent surge of vital energy that ceased just as swiftly. For Changli, LV Peng harbored deep sentiments for in his past life. He was born in the present-day Yixian county of Changli, where he spent his youth, and his foundational roots developed therein. However, as time wore on and the weather grew colder, Tadu had sensed urgency, consolidating the scattered tribes to retreat to the royal court, where strength was increasingly scarce. Yet LV Peng remained steadfast, genuinely respecting his two elder brothers and caring for his younger brother. He hoped that Howard, while mischievous, would not commit any heinous acts that would incite public outrage. Lin Shiqi expressed her concern. Her greatest fear was that Wang Hao would go astray. Through his relentless efforts, he not only stripped the aristocratic families of their armed privileges, but also ensured that all slaves were registered and imposed taxes on the lands held by various families. Before long, some were swept away by falling earth and stones, engulfed by endless malevolence and collapsing space. The flow of spiritual energy within Xiao Ling slowed, as her essence struggled to keep pace with her movements. The 10,000 Poisons cave behind the Baiwa Tower was likely aware of the Beggars Guild's affairs, and thus dispatched someone to summon Li Zimu, leading to his appearance that night. Chapter 226, Frostfire Divine Mage. Ascension to divinity at this moment, enveloped by the faith emanating from countless living beings. Luo Bo felt as though he were amidst the primordial chaos of ancient times, transcending the three realms. Such a state was truly beyond the reach of mortals, and he now found himself suspended between both realms. Should he succeed today, he would ascend. If he failed, the name Luo Bo would cease to exist. Frostfire Divine Mage. Luo Bo. He silently recited these simple 6 words, hoping for the best. There were countless merchants clad in black robes. Unless they committed some taboo and faced a collective boycott from all such merchants, transactions with any of them were essentially equivalent. After all, any life beneath the sage realm was merely fodder, mere ants. He was a sage, an unfeeling individual. And he would not be threatened or deterred by Do Rong or the courage of the millions of soldiers of the entire Yuan Pass. Regarding the 3 senior werewolves, their naturally resilient physiques rendered them significantly stronger than the Blood Clan, led by Ymir. At this moment, they had all ascended to the rank of wolf generals. However, with an effortless sweep of his staff, the elder's agonized scream was abruptly silenced, his body obliterated on the spot, leaving no trace behind. The 10-member team clad in suits comprised disciples of ancient martial arts and students of Wuzhua. They had been dispatched to Tunglong Mountain to investigate the cause of Wu Zhua's demise, accompanied by 60 infantrymen. Although it was merely a casual strike, the devastation caused by the fiery explosion was indeed substantial, overwhelming even him for a fleeting moment, as a grimace of pain flickered across his face. "Bring me a cup of hot tea and fetch an old matron." Shen Wei paused mid-sentence, realizing she had never experienced menstrual pain and was uncertain of what to do. She decided to change her attire and would await the doctor's opinion upon his arrival. Shen Wei would not engage in the foolishness of concealing her ailment. Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaofeng intended to name the flying tiger after himself, Zhu Tudu burst into laughter. A tide of corpses surged from the east, shrieking as they traversed the streets. From above, some zombies leaped from the highway, while others emerged from buildings, forming a united front reminiscent of a tsunami's advancing waves. Regulating his breath, Jiexian gripped his P-90 tightly. His masterful firearm skills allowed him to wield this instrument of death with the dexterity and precision of his own fingers. A connection of bloodlines. Unreservedly, these disciples harbored immense potential, representing the future and hope of the Taihang sword sect. Yet, among them lurked an insider from the demonic sect, the supreme divine radiance, unparalleled sword evasion, the extremes of heaven and earth. The image of a mysterious figure executing the supreme sword evasion surfaced in Su Yan's mind, prompting him to imitate it directly. At this juncture, Chen Mufan finally grasped the essence of the conversation, which revolved around the disposal of corpses. There is a saying that the ones who understand you best are not your friends, but your enemies. Cao Cao and Liu Bei were both friends and foes. 2 lords who, despite not fully comprehending each other's thoughts, could predict them with reasonable accuracy. A black vehicle appeared, its license plate unfamiliar, confirmed by the sentry who asserted it was not one of their own. The 3 armies, under orders, moved forth. When the time came, the resounding drums shook the heavens. And amidst the mournful sound of horns, Zhang Fei, Lu Bu, and Zhang Xiu led their forces to assault Yuan Shao's encampment. Rest assured, I am not that impulsive. Chun Hao remarked, taking a sip of strong liquor, the light in his eyes intensifying. Although it was merely a suggestion, Meng Tan, upon concluding his statement, stepped away, adhering to his customary style. To seize his body, it would require the full strength of the reincarnation demon god. Given his current impaired primordial spirit, he stood no chance. Chapter 224. Changes over 6 years, though only 6 years had elapsed for others. For Luo Bo and Li Li, it felt like an eternity. Under the torment of the enigmatic box, they nearly failed to return. Yet, high risks often accompany high rewards. As individuals not originally belonging to the Douluo world, they did not inherit its divine positions, but instead fused their faith into a self-created divinity. Through this monumental victory, the unstable political landscape of Samambos was firmly secured, simultaneously striking fear into the hearts of the treacherous Buwaxi dynasty. In the past, the bald tiger duo commanded under by Tsongxin and Huang Yang'er as his right and left arms, with Qiong Ruo Duo Jin as his close guard and Dun Zhu as his horse servant. After completing his prayer, Chun Samling bellowed, his arms soaring like an eagle. Inhaling was akin to drawing a bow. Exhaling equated to releasing an arrow, the bowstring vibrating with a thunderous crack. Even though the cosmic emperor lay dormant, his mechanical cells instinctively repelled foreign forces. Last night, Lance traveled from the port to the city center via the main road from the 4 Points Tower to the Moonwatch Tower. Hence, he saw no vessels. Divided into 2 to symbolize 2 and 1 to symbolize 3, striking with 4 to symbolize 4, returning to the odd 5, and then striking again. In contrast, the political rival Sun Chung and Han Shizai's faction boasted a plethora of talents, continuing to hold significant positions even into the northern Song dynasty. Shin Chu Wei, with her mouth full of food, noticed Xiao Jinyan's unwavering gaze upon her, and she struggled to swallow her meal. Though Carl could not comprehend the scene where Tom abandoned Shaddy and fled on his motorcycle, the basement might harbor victims. At present, the most suitable weapon was not free fighting techniques or the bone of the spider demon, but rather modern weaponry for ranged attacks. Watching them resolutely advance toward the Murian, Li Si sighed and quietly retreated into the woods. Now was not the time to investigate how the sea monster dragon became a demon god, but rather how to infiltrate the sutra repository. The Elder Star Silkworm cast a glance at the gathered elders and spoke. Thank you. As Zhao Yu approached with the ball, Huang Xiang uttered this seemingly irrelevant remark. Wang Xian's full force strike merely tore the divine cultivator's attire without inflicting harm upon his body. Within the depths, one of the 2 beasts engaged with Qin Feng suddenly opened its gaping maw, its eyes gleaming, and then released a torrent of scorching smoke, followed by a surge of ominous yellow flames. The voice of Princess Scarlet resonated behind them, and Lin Xia turned to see her adorned in a lavish, exquisite white gown, ascending the stage with an air of disdain. Tu Chi-tong clenched his fists, feeling a surge of profound, internal energy coursing through him, as the sensation returned to his legs beneath the covers. Although the medicine gourd prohibited him from rising and moving, claiming it was to stabilize his internal energy, Tu Chi-tong understood his body. He was nearly fully recovered. Chongning's words were abruptly interrupted as Pai Chunling leaned forward, witnessing an embarrassing scene. Upon learning that Lu Yi toiled daily on the mountain without any contact with Junsu Mi, Su Chiga felt an unsettling sensation and dispatched several trusted aides to keep watch, ensuring a peaceful night's rest. The watchers took turns observing Lu Yi, documenting her every move to report back to Su Chiga. From the outset, the strategy was to dismantle the web by targeting its core. A successful strike triggered a cascading collapse of magical chains, revealing the vulnerabilities of this vast net. The dialogue between father and son continued, while Yu Xiaohan quietly slipped away, retreating from the hall to the back garden, contemplating how to infiltrate the grand estate. Ultimately, Teresa, after thorough confirmation, accepted the reality of her son becoming a nature envoy, reluctantly agreeing to let hope remain until the start of school before returning to work. Chapter 225. The eve of the final battle, moreover. The ferocious beasts emerging from the ice-fire duality I lineage include the 30,000-year-old heavenly calamity thunderflower, the 30,000-year-old flowing light jade frostvine, the 20,000-year-old marvelous mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, the 20,000-year-old heartbreak red, the 30,000-year-old 8-petal immortal orchid, the 30,000-year-old water immortal jade fleshbone, the 30,000-year-old coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the 20,000-year-old winter summer snow silkworm grass, and the 20,000-year-old red jade vermilion lotus. Luo Bo felt as though he might faint. In earlier times, not to mention ferocious beasts, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast was a rarity. Zhang Hai, wishing to say a few more words, noticed Lu Lei's glance and, with resignation, chose to lower his head, fully aware of the bloody lesson from the Lu family laid bare before everyone. Today, as humiliation was inevitable. This time, she seemed to have seized upon her opponent's weakness, pressing forward with relentless strikes aimed at their eyes. However, just as I was taken aback and unsure of how to respond, Han Yu decisively stood up and directly sat upon me. Let us see whether your sharp fangs or my malevolent gaze prevails. Dai Mu Bai's golden eyes radiated with intensity, showing no sign of fear as his claws tightened, meeting the formidable mountain tiger with a punch. After sitting down, Qi Song appeared somewhat dazed, casting a glance at Huang Fu Qianyu, feeling that something was amiss. Upon witnessing Zhen Tian's genuine anger, Ning Ji realized she could not sway Zhen Tian's resolve, and could only weep quietly as she watched Zhen Tian's carriage depart once more. The deed of signing a contract of servitude is not something to be taken lightly. In a society like Dekong, being sold into slavery means relinquishing one's life, as the master may dispose of them at will, marking them as the lowest class devoid of even basic human rights. It is no jest at this moment. Failing to express my stance could leave me questioning whether I would be able to exit this chamber at all. I do not wish to engage with the performances of those individuals. After all, I still have faith in my wife during this period, and I find myself here, grappling with accountability, rendering me at a loss for words. Yet, at this very moment, I cannot help but find this situation somewhat amusing. Perhaps unable to endure Ling Shui's expression any longer, Ling Yu reaffirmed with certainty that what she had heard was indeed correct. Leaning against the headboard, Lei Dao took the cup of water, lowered his head to drink a few sips, and suddenly realized that his clothing had been changed. Why ask so many questions? Are you prepared for the hidden matters? Yu Yin glanced at him warily, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondering if there were ulterior motives behind Ning Su's intentions. The air at the old residence of the Pei family was indeed rather pleasant. Situated in the suburbs, it was separated from neighboring houses by a stretch of woods. Comforted by Luo Xia, Hua Qianwu's grievances had dissipated, yet she still wore a somewhat displeased expression. Why? Has something happened to Meng He Ping? Pang Xiaolong's eyes widened in concern. Naturally, this only served to further irritate Su Yao, as he bore the blame without reaping any rewards, remaining dutiful in serving the true possessor of the treasure, unable to defend himself, and without compensation. As for Lu Shiyan, she did not believe herself to be inferior to Yin Yi, and was even unaware of the thoughts occupying others' minds. As Hua Chung approached, he suddenly embraced Lei Dao, turning his head to passionately kiss him. Luo Xia smiled and reminded him, then retrieved a jar of male blood from the Chinkoan ring, placing on the table. Even if she did not understand the appreciation, she had to feign decorum as she approached the long table. Her ignorance did not imply that Lu Zaicheng was also uninformed. Since the birth of their child, CMO had been personally caring for her. While their son could be entrusted to Sister Gay, everything concerning her was meticulously managed by him. He consoled himself with the thought that he already had a son, albeit one in poor health. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon her neck, and he leaned down to place a kiss there, accompanied by a gentle bite. Chapter 226. Defending the three high grounds, the Void Army did not launch a direct assault, but instead assembled from the northwest, northeast, and directly south, preparing to initiate an offensive along these three main routes. Due to the elevated terrain of Shrek City, these three main roads leading to it were essentially high ground passes. Thus, battles involving masters below the divine level would simultaneously occur at the intersections of these three high grounds, while those above the divine level would naturally engage in aerial skirmishes. Ling Yang had evidently lost interest in drinking, exchanging a few perfunctory words with Luo, too, citing fatigue as an excuse to turn and seek a place to rest. The Yi family still wielded immense power, and despite the loss of Mi Chi, the business at Ming Men Night Club continued to thrive. I discreetly employed an invisibility charm to investigate the upper floors of Ming Men Night Club, discovering that the Yi family was absent. Currently, the Li family was relatively prosperous, with old Madam Ning giving birth to the eldest son, Li Yujing, the eldest daughter Li Wan, the third son Li Yuxiao, the fourth son Li Yuan, and the illegitimate second son Li Yuming. The two company representatives nodded gently, then untied the ribbon securing the scroll, working in tandem to slowly unveil the artwork before everyone present. Nick Fury was direct to the point, as Westerners are known for their straightforwardness, They delineate clearly between business and personal matters, able to engage in spirited debates and then share drinks together. As spring transitioned into summer, Ci and wore only a delicate silk nightgown, the dim lights within the palace illuminating her upper body clearly. Ling Miao, you are indeed easily deceived. Yang furrowed his brows, regret evident in his expression. At that moment, Yang Deman was not at the company, but rather in the basement of an ordinary residential building, accompanied by several brothers, engaging in acts of imprisonment and private punishment. As the year drew to a close, good news continued to arrive. Liu Ju also discovered her pregnancy, and the D family sent tidings of joy, prompting Lady Liu to dispatch ensure and several matrons to the estate multiple times, bringing along numerous gifts. Teacher He, please take it. I cannot guess who the other party is. Peng Peng's connections in the entertainment industry are naturally not on par with He Jiong. Liang Jiogong quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, Liang Jiogong was even more convinced of his speculation that Zhao Pin might become the future empress. He had genuinely stated to the advisor that this was merely a guess, and indeed, the emperor's previous orders had not addressed this matter. The cold, fragrant blossoms of the winter sweet gradually faded, with only a couple of late-blooming flowers remaining. A massive hand appeared upon Su Qing Yun's chest, reeking of a foul odor, its palm shimmering with a blood-red glow, an eerie sight indeed. Bai Xiao listened to the conversation between Feng Qi-wen and the Rue prince, her heart racing with anxiety. Kangxi naturally noticed the change in Tu Hai, feeling a weight in his heart. A glimmer of hope lingered within him, but upon seeing Tu Hai's expression, he recognized that his hopes had been dashed. In the presence of Sun Qi and General Yu, Lord Bien reiterated his previous thoughts, especially emphasizing Sun Zhen's unusual behavior while climbing the cliff. From what I had previously gathered from Meng Meng, it would not be easy for Pao Pao's injuries to heal. Without decades of time, complete recovery was impossible. At this moment, the demon clan was filled with fury and prepared to strike down the Daoist disciple suspended in midair when a leader of the suddenly appeared demon clan received a transmission. Turning his gaze to behold Niu Rong Lu, who had executed the grand teleportation spell of the demon god. Initially intending to head to the filming set, Zhang Pailin suddenly received a call, instructing her to come to the company. Chu Shiji smirked, glancing up and down at Xiao Xiang, and remarked, Do you think I share your wooden-headedness? With that, she turned her back and boarded the carriage, leaving the flustered young Master Xiao behind, fuming in the wind. Chapter 227. Opposing the entire world. Meanwhile, the garrison at the northeastern pass consisted solely of the Bone Dogu Rong as the main tank, lacking even a secondary tank. However, leading this contingent were the 4 formidable auxiliary soul masters headed by Ning Fengji. The remainder were primarily composed of powerful assault type and agility type title Douluos, skilled in charging into battle while possessing a degree of self-preservation. Among them, the most noteworthy was the Sword Dua Chenexan, who had just reached the pinnacle of the 99th level. The 7-killing sword was formidable indeed. Of course, it cannot be said that he did not eliminate a monster, but the issue lay in his complacency. He had presumed the game's difficulty was trivial and prematurely activated a divine artifact that consumed all his experience. I was utterly perplexed at that moment, and I wished to speak on your behalf, inquiring whether he would allow your return. The atmosphere became momentarily tranquil as Chun Yulian cast a puzzled glance at Liu Kan, who gently squeezed her palm, signaling her to remain calm and wait. With a sudden impact, Chun Yun felt an immense force strike his right hand, causing him to stagger back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. He gazed at his numb, drooping arm, his heart surging with questions about the identity of the assailant. A loud crash resonated as the two forces collided, unleashing a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings, leading to an intense confrontation. Rest assured, Sister Lan, my heart belongs solely to Junzi. I will maintain a clear distinction between work and personal life. Lin Songhai responded decisively, without a hint of ambiguity. He doubted that the other party would go to such lengths merely to orchestrate an empty ruse. There must be some means to obscure his senses, making this Jiangshan manner appear unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Thus, there should be no issue whatsoever. He could guarantee that an ordinary person would not discern anything amiss. In that instant, the entire Tianyin sect was shaken. Beneath the night sky, pairs of ominous gazes fixated on this primordial treasure before them. This form of communication had its advantages. If I grant you passage, then I expect you to facilitate my envoy's access to your treasury, correct? A sudden wave of dizziness overcame Qiao Nanxing, prompting him to cease his struggles and submit to being treated like a fish on a chopping board. She had come here to gather information regarding Nianbai and Ro, not to commit acts of slaughter or oppression. Observing the darkening sky, it seemed likely that rain was imminent, which was favorable news for those with fewer numbers and lesser firepower. Zhao Yuan regrettably watched the 2 baskets of plump crabs clamoring for attention, lamenting how splendid they were. Tomorrow, there might not be as many with such robust bodies. Truly a pity. He cast an uncomfortable glare at the vegetables in his hands. Upon hearing this remark, Qin Shanshan's expression froze, nearly revealing that she had come to find him. Given Zhu Lao's age, his passing could be considered a natural end, a joyous farewell. Yet, despite the underlying joy, for the Zhu family, losing a loved one remained a painful experience. Ning Xie and Miao Miao sat together on the sofa, engrossed in a television program when her phone suddenly rang. Tang Yuanxiao and Suli were fortunate to be seated at the main table, alongside Miao Papa, Miao Mama, Miao Ji, and several esteemed guests. Rui Shui chuckled coldly. "Miss, whose daughter are you? I haven't seen you before." As she opened the door to step outside, Zhao Jiezhong, who was standing guard, reached out to stop her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jin Sheng immediately rushed forward with his associates. Rui Shui pursed her lips. She understood the intricacies involved and knew convincing Zhao Tai Tai would be utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the battle raged on fiercely when suddenly, an indescribable surge of energy trembled nearby, startling Xiao Xiong and the others, whose strength and perception were unparalleled. They sensed it immediately. It was the feeling of ghostly energy ascending into the sky. Judging by the previous circumstances, if a single green stem plant possessed such formidable offensive capabilities, there must be numerous equally terrifying green stem plants at the employer's disposal. Thus, the price of 1,500 gold coins indeed seemed reasonable. Chapter 228, Heroes Never Fade. With the enemy's casualties mounting, the pressure on the Douluo gods naturally lessened. After the Ice and Snow Emperors executed their combined strike, even if they survived, they posed no immediate threat. The only formidable adversary remained the first ancient dominator, the 7-headed demon Yashaji, who was a mere step away from ascending to the divine king level. Just as Yashaji had subdued the god of light and shadow, Qian Rushue, beneath him, he was confronted by the comet goddess Bibi Dong's multiple assaults. "Brother Long, it seems this sister is quite fond of you." Bu Xie's voice trembled as her expression darkened, her eyes reflecting sorrow and loneliness as she spoke in a despondent tone. Years later, when Zhang Fengzhen's injuries had fully healed, and the resources he had gathered were nearly sufficient, with manpower and materials in place, Lin Yi established a new sect, naming it the Shunxiao Wanjian sect, after careful consideration of its location atop the ancestral veins of the Qilin mountain range. Although her feelings for Rui were not as deeply rooted as her attachment to Shuo, Wuling still held hope, for she understood that Rui's feelings for her mirrored those of Shuo's for her. However, which monument should I choose? Fang Qi felt a heaviness in his heart. Previously, he had the assistance of Old Yi for guidance, but now, Old Yi had long since entered a state of oblivion and was still in slumber, leaving him in a quandary. Furthermore, the fact that 3 had perished simultaneously added an air of intrigue to the situation. "Lin Yi, my friend, allow me to introduce this person. A celestial being from my Qinyan Dao sect, my senior brother, named Yu Yangzhenren," Su Yunzi said as he led someone forward for an introduction. Yi Xiangjuan was restless, so he took out his phone and called Yi Mo again to inquire about Wang Yi's news. After enduring a long night, Luo Feng remarked that Wang Jiaming had yet to take action. Everyone was on high alert, awaiting a word from Wang Jiaming, who seemed to be lost in thought and hesitated to act. The following day, Jiang Jun arrived at the hospital, and I informed him that we were leaving. "All right, give me the horse. You go on with your business," he replied. Just as the battle camp was being established, there were still many matters to attend to. Su Ning was about to leave with Hua Hua in her arms when the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. In the past, Jing Xinghua merely represented the bloodline of the Jing family, sitting on the throne in the Chongming Hall to listen to governance and attending discussions in the Yuan Palace. When the marauders from the Bernander fortress awoke from their drunken stupor and belatedly discovered the corpses of the patrolling guards and the bloodstains on the beds, cold sweat erupted down their backs. He never imagined that he could truly become a celestial being, soaring through the skies on a flying sword. "Will my heart ever be found again, or has it perished within the cave?" I asked the bald monk. Ma Lu had arrived in Jiangxing 20 years ago, still a young man at the time. He, relying on his skills, opened a mutton and beef shop. Moreover, he got married and even had a son. Fang Qing remarked. There must be something. If there are signs of this now, they must be swiftly eradicated. Damn it, it's only been 4 months, and they dare to make demands. If they dare to speak or reach out, they shouldn't blame me for my ruthlessness. We shall wait and see. Do not suppress it, otherwise. It will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. The earlier it is revealed, the better. I am waiting for them, Wang Yibo declared vehemently. An immense surge of energy gathered instantly before him, and a blinding white beam shot forth toward the rumbling stone. By the way, if Xiaoling Yu died decades ago, how come her body has not decayed? Was it preserved with ice all this time? I inquired. What has happened in Beiyuan City? Speak at once. The tension in the heart of the heir Han Jin was palpable. As soon as Su Yu stepped out of the vehicle, the grass seedling turtle, trapped within the spirit ball for a long time, could no longer contain itself and immediately sprang out, as if it would burst if it remained inside for another second. Chapter 229. The Heart of the Void, Sacred Sovereign. The golden light representing brightness and the green hue symbolizing life cascaded down, resonating with the primordial power of the world tree. Subsequently, myriad streams of light burst forth, dispersing in all directions. In a recent battle, whether the fallen were reduced to dust or remained intact, they were now stimulated by the intertwining waves of gold and green, leading to the reformation of their physical bodies and the restoration of their souls. This is the true resurrection of the collective. This is the essence of it. Upon entering the Wukue Hall, the cultivators moving about the Grand Hall unconsciously halted their steps and turned their gazes toward him. Clad in silver armor and a pristine white cloak, with imposing knights following closely behind, the collective force of 4,000 cavalry seemed to be concentrated on the silver knight before them. However, such damage inflicted upon this colossal tree had not reached its roots. And observing the condition of Guichu and Shudan, it was clear that they could no longer launch such an attack. At this point, Su Yang realized that the fate of Chigichu and Shudan was already sealed, and he chose to disregard it, once again focusing his attention on the cold young man. Thus, even the spiritual herb garden nourished by the spiritual soil had transformed into ruins and dust under the passage of time. Upon hearing Hao Hongwei's words, Lu Mingqing exhibited no fear. Rather, her expression grew colder, her countenance dark as if drenched in water, and even her sinister smile became somewhat twisted. Witnessing Murong Tainan's fury, Yuan Shao also regained his composure, aware that this was not the Yuan Empire, and a brawl here could lead to him being besieged. He never considered that he might not be a match for Su Yang. Ding! Su Yang's dagger did not strike the man with the staff, but was instead deflected by the swordsman. At that moment, yet another beam of light emerged within the formation, aiming directly at the top of Su Yang's head. If the previous Judgment Knight had merely exuded an aura reminiscent of a demon from hell, now they truly appeared as devils descending from the abyss. The Hao family wished to protect him, yet could not do so overtly. As the saying goes, rare goods command a high price. If the protection was too evident, it could reveal his true background, thus making this rare treasure not solely the possession of the Hao family. At this moment, dozens of surviving cavalrymen urged their horses forward for a final desperate attempt, while others, either frightened by their steeds or paralyzed by their own cowardice, turned their horses around and fled in panic. On the city tower, Niu Jingxing observed the battle clearly and had already urgently commanded the soldiers within the city to shut the gates and raise the drawbridge. The panicking soldiers had surged onto the drawbridge, and just as Tian Jinxiu, running at the forefront, was but a stride away from the city gates, they slammed shut with a resounding clang. A cavalry unit of 2,000 from the Shun army had already flanked around to the rear of the Ming army, launching a full-speed assault. The left and right flanks had also completed their turns, advancing in a relatively intact formation toward the Ming phalanx. Lin Gu still raised his hand, releasing an arrow akin to a feather, which suddenly split into two a distance of 1 zhang before Feng, Shaoqing's path. Curiously, the two arrows shot off to the left and right, connected by a slender thread at the tips of their feathers. Such peculiar archery and arrows left the onlookers momentarily stunned. What Mo Li said had long been contemplated by Qiao Jinwan. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to the Grand Princess's residence to seek an alliance with the princess before she even arrived. Irun killed first and transmitted back to the lounge, nodding in acknowledgement to Xiang Lingyun before returning to his position. The beautiful woman, with a swift motion, turned Yi Huangxi to face the approaching figure. Man Fangsheng, indeed it is you. Why are you dressed like a perverted uncle and ignoring my calls? Are you intentionally stalking us to eavesdrop on our conversation? Jiang Xia exclaimed, gripping Fangxing tightly with one hand. Chapter 230. The Path of Dreams. We do not covet becoming immensely powerful beings. We acknowledge the disparities in human talent. However, we at least yearn for a glimmer of hope to behold the distant horizon. How many times have I wished for my soul power to suddenly elevate from 0 to level 1? At the very least, I could strive tirelessly to transform this 0 into a level 10. How I long to personally affix a first soul ring for myself. Countless times in dreams, I envision my blue silver grass becoming more resilient. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise I shall call security, Xiao Mimi stated bluntly. For reasons unknown, as she walked, she began to feel dizzy, her body swaying, threatening to topple to the side. The Red Sand Lounge, as the premier establishment in Jiang City, was currently bustling with life, with nightlife thriving in full swing. Yellow slopes adorned the surroundings, and walking upon the vast sandy terrain made one feel as though their feet could sink at any moment. Observing the swirling dust, the soldiers experienced a sense of solitude. Aside from the boundless sand, there was nothing else. If I fail to treat Wang Dashu in a timely manner, what if he has another episode tonight? Would I not carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime? The competition must not exceed the designated arena. No matter the location, one must not touch the ground, and the competition grounds are randomly assigned through a draw. I've told you not to call me Guzzi, human. You have successfully provoked me. I shall devour you whole, leaving no bones behind, the wolf demon said coldly. She could not even discern the reason for her transformation. Yet, there was no time to ponder this dilemma. Someone had interrupted her. At that moment, Pei Shireen plopped down heavily on the grass in the garden, resembling a deflated balloon, her heart feeling as though it had been struck heavily, shattered into pieces. Should it be revealed that he had inflicted such a grievous wound upon his own son, he would be deemed a fool. Thus, Luo Ling felt a sense of disarray. Wavering in uncertainty, divine light flickering between the shadows. She stood lightly as if about to take flight, yet remained grounded. The fragrance of the pepper and the lushness of the garden lingered as she walked, her voice echoing with longing. Rest assured, Lord Yining, we shall not let you down, Huang Jia's third son confidently declared, patting his chest. Wu Yong was left speechless, pondering what further could be said to such a person. He was too weary to continue discussing trivial matters with her, finding it utterly tedious. He dully unfolded the folding bed and lay down, for the weather in this country was still relatively warm, requiring no blanket. Uchiha Miji announced the abolition of the titles of Hokage and Mizukichi. The terming officially became the singular title of supreme ruler in this world. And Uchiha Miji naturally became the inaugural ing of this new nation. Wu Yong had no choice but to open another bottle of Erguo II. However, if he were to consume the entire bottle, he would undoubtedly become thoroughly intoxicated. It was no jest. This Erguo II was 53 degrees, over a pound in a bottle, and for someone with a modest tolerance like him, consuming it in such quantity would surely lead to disaster. This place was unknown, fraught with unseen dangers. No one could predict what lay ahead. If one were to prepare a compass and proceed step by step as before, there remained a significant chance of finding their way out. Observing the respect the elders of the Pill Refining Peak held for the elder at the forefront, it was clear that this individual was Liang Sheng, whom Li Shan had long wished to meet but had never had the opportunity, and the only 7th grade alchemist of the UNG sect, serving as the grand elder of the Pill Refining Peak. Furthermore, each dynasty bore its own uniqueness, and it was even more so in this day Shun dynasty, a nation unprecedented in history. I have heard that 3 days hence, for the Empress Dowager's birthday, 6th sister can enter the palace alongside 4th sister to celebrate. Was it 4th sister who suggested this to the prince? Yi Xiang cautiously inquired after some hesitation. Chapter 231. Our Douluo, can it now. The gods of Douluo felt no reservations whatsoever. The connection between the Void Saint and the essence of the Douluo world had been completely severed. This severance was not due to a particularly powerful soul skill or an overwhelmingly formidable technique, but rather the hope that resided within the hearts of the people. Not only humans, but even those sentient soul beasts can distinctly perceive the changes in the world's rules. This is a divine blessing, as well as the reason for her congratulatory sentiments. Once Lu Yi successfully seals the Sword Demon, the Sword Saint shall revive. At that moment, the Han dynasty will gain another formidable ally. After all, he is a founder of a Taoist court. Contemplating the tragic state of his childhood friend, Chen Yu felt a shiver run through him, his boiling emotions quickly cooling. He had not considered the implications earlier due to the rush of thoughts, but now, in his calmness, he recalled the presence of the twin siblings at the scene. What was their current condition? He intended to suggest direct communication, which could be perceived as pressuring, yet reconsidered, fearing it might imply speaking ill behind others' backs, causing him to hesitate momentarily. The crowd exchanged glances, while Ji Tian felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that if his Tongtian immortal court wished to flourish, Dongxing Shenzhou was exceedingly suitable, particularly since no supreme immortal courts existed there. This was paramount. Were there a supreme immortal court in Dongxing Shenzhou, Ji Tian's Tongtian immortal court would undoubtedly face annihilation if exposed. As long as her son was safe, it was all her fault. Had she known he couldn't drink, she would have never allowed it. Mother Zhang lamented. Just as they were about to engage, when the beast lunged forward, the human gunman executed a synchronized maneuver, swiftly launching a counterattack that decimated the pursuing beast. Initially, Wan Jiyu's expression changed, doubting the Emperor's treasure ship's ability to extinguish stars. But upon witnessing the dragon claws grasping 4 stars, all doubt vanished, leaving only profound astonishment. Ultimately, I had no choice but to return home, and upon my father's realization of my return, I received a scolding, as my mother's wish was to see me graduate. Qin Lang spat on his face, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious, then strode eastward toward the village. Qin Lang found himself unable to shake off the relentless clinginess of this individual, and had no choice but to bring him along. In the future, regardless of the circumstances, one must cherish oneself, no matter how others perceive you. One must remain true to oneself, Zhuxi gently advised. Habitually, Ji Chang raised his right hand to check the time, suddenly realizing something and forcefully lowering his hand, while Su Jingyo's gaze was momentarily drawn away before he promptly refocused. The palace radiated an icy blue divine light, akin to a beacon in the darkness, imbued with an overwhelming life force. Upon hearing the words, viewing the scenery, Zhuxi felt a chill run down her spine, hoping her elder brother, Lan Yang, had no ulterior motives. How foolish to overthink. She gently shook her head. Chu Xian helplessly remarked. Indeed, he had no intention of leaving Shui Bingjie outside alone, as there were more than just the sword demon present. After a moment of thought, she quietly opened the car door and stepped out, but just a few paces away, a voice resonated from behind. Jingsheng Su was momentarily stunned. Although she recognized Mo Liangxing's undeniable handsomeness, in traditional attire, he resembled an ancient prince. Upon seeing the water pool, Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy, followed by a moment of hesitation. He promptly retrieved buoyant grass, silently making his way to the center of the pool, slowly submerging without a sound. However, upon witnessing this change, Chi misinterpreted it as an intent to harm her, feeling both anger and distress. They spent considerable time finalizing the script. It was implausible to alter it for the sake of a single actor. Very well, Qi Yun made a difficult and painful decision not to report this matter to His Highness, fully aware that it was a significant taboo, not merely due to dealing with Lin Jianan, but because loyalty was of utmost importance in such a peculiar department as the DA Division. Chapter 232. Rebuilding the Wuhuan Hall. 1 year later in the newly established Wuhuan City, representatives from various factions gathered in the newly formed Papal Hall. The newly appointed Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, the Tianhudahu Laina, stood beside the papal throne, attentively listening to the counsel of the comet goddess Bibi Dong and the god of light and shadow, Qian Renshue. After all, these two deities must refrain from intervening in earthly matters henceforth. Although the Wuhuan Hall still officially recognized the Pope as its leader, he had been expelled from his home by his father long ago, yet now he claimed to have an elder brother. Indeed, Su Qianming had gone too far. Even if there were disputes with Su Zhe and others at home, he shouldn't neglect returning. Lu Qianqian felt foolish for having said nothing at that moment. She could have explained that she had no issues with Yi Shaojun. However, recalling her previous remarks, he felt displeased. Had she forgotten him so quickly? Yet what significance did this hold? Zhang Chunling found it somewhat perplexing, particularly when the preparatory defenses were not yet complete, necessitating extreme vigilance. Bao Zhan expressed that he could imagine the depth of her anguish, inquiring how she had dealt with the situation. Her immediate call was to Chun Shun to share the good news, as he had assisted her in tutoring her professional courses, thus remaining grateful to her teacher. Subsequently, Miao swiftly rolled over to Hua Qinyang, tugging at the hem of his shirt. There was an additional inscription, deeply engraved, stating that if the monsters below forcefully emerged, the infant within the ice coffin would be automatically released. Over a dozen peak-level experts surged forward, unleashing a cataclysmic assault that engulfed Guer in an instant. However, upon seeing the demonic mask once more, Wei Jie felt an indescribable sensation. The mask's luster was not as vibrant as before, seemingly lacking some essence or other qualities. Thus, the offensive crafted by the savage spirits of the wasteland, leveraging their speed advantage, was promptly unraveled by Tang Yi. Consequently, the fervor of the banquet escalated, with everyone brimming with excitement and exhilaration. This sharp aura seemed to possess a mysterious connection to the ancient sword, as Song Ming grasped this essence. The archaic blade suddenly trembled, emitting a resonant hum, as if sensing an imminent threat, and the same aura once again emanated from it. Zhang Yi, with these 6 elder brothers present today, I wonder for whom you are putting on a show, Lu Yang declared, dismissing the robust men with a triumphant tone. Wei Jie was momentarily taken aback. During the recruitment of the Le Shu army, it had taken half a month to enlist a few thousand, yet in just 3 days, how had 1,000 emerged? After all, the legend of Neza slaying dragons, along with his current penchant for dragon slaying, suggested the dragons truly existed. Yi Shuiying found it absurd. What was so fascinating about lanterns? The Lantern Festival drew people primarily for the romance found at dusk, or the heart-stirring moment of glancing back to find someone amidst the flickering lights. If an accident befell someone ranked above her, her rank would rise, thus ensuring greater safety. Yu Menghan remained silent, her lips curling into a subtle smile upon hearing the term inner person, enhancing her allure even further. Qiao did not capture any large game, but led a ragged child dressed in plain cloth, appearing 2 years older than Jiyu, with a forlorn expression. Although the Jiley bird possessed limited intelligence, upon witnessing Luo Song effortlessly slay its companion, another shrieked and prepared to flee beyond Pingla Mountain. Yet Luo Song would not grant it any opportunity. Gu Yunji could only follow the rhythm set by Tang Jinting, gradually losing herself, even forgetting where they were. Gazing at the white banners and silks of the Han residence, Ajio could not help but reminisce about her past in the southern frontier. In the realm of demise, one seeks to enhance the quality of life for cherished family members, while Han Shiyu forsakes kinship for the sake of love. Chapter 233. It is time to depart from the Wuhuan Temple. With the 2 paramount organizations, Shrek and the Luo Bo, having regained their footing, he can finally feel at ease. His valued friends have found their respective sanctuaries. Tang San and Xiao Wu will reunite with their parents and subsequently ascend to the divine realm together. After restoring the political landscape of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing pass the throne to their son and embark on a leisurely journey, living as carefree wanderers. The mere mention of the Xiongnu sends a shiver down Cayenne's spine. Despite the passage of years, the harrowing experiences she endured remain etched in her memory. With no recourse available here, it is futile to await the outcome of other calls. Waiting serves no purpose. The face of Zhu Bian is wrapped in white cloth, resembling a circular bundle, revealing only his mouth and one eye. Nevertheless, he eagerly urges Wang Huan to seize the opportunity to strike down Hao Ge, claiming it would be splendid. The master of Du Yi has no desire to confront a junior. In his view, 2 8th-rank quasi-saints suffice to deal with Zhu Qi. Can such a cannon be constructed? Wang Huan inquires urgently, as if pressing a matchmaker for the introduction of a beautiful maiden. Ma Wanyan and others are caught off guard, gazing at Wang Huan with reverence, astonished that the esteemed figure possesses the tongue of the red-haired specter. It is said that Ping Liang Ho is capable of anything, yet they never anticipated he could achieve such feats. However, it is ultimately a moment too late. The white shadows seem to have perceived that I have detected their presence and ceased their observation of Deng Chao, each beginning to move. I glance at this scene, and I can hardly contemplate whether I'm still atop a high cauldron. It is imperative to devise a strategy. I cannot allow myself to be investigated. My current physical condition and blood are no longer those of an ordinary person, and most critically, I am utterly destitute, devoid of any influence. Yi Huan is momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The so-called Justice Gang was merely a fabrication of Yi Huan's imagination, created solely to facilitate his feigned death and escape. Now, with the pretense of death failing, he naturally resorts to these machinations. Among the cavalry, a rational voice calls out loudly, urging everyone to maintain formation and march in accordance with military discipline. Complaints of this nature are not particularly rare in this era, especially from individuals like Qin Zi, in the age of online shopping, would undoubtedly be a compulsive buyer. Jing Jian chuckles helplessly at the situation. Zhu Long coils in the void, his massive form rolling through the clouds, exuding an ancient aura, his eyes radiating with divine brilliance. After the meal, at Ding Zhang's invitation, the group boards a four-wheeled carriage to visit the first salt field in Qingdao. As Hua Er Bo gazes upward, she sees the castle hovering above them, drawing ever closer. Li Shun, spotting the large bed in the room, instinctively wishes to pull Ling Feng inside. To his surprise, Ling Feng swiftly extends her hand, instantly sealing his body with a touch. Long Tian holds great admiration for the Sea Dragon King, not only for transforming a defensive formation into an offensive one, but also for ingeniously creating a focal point to manage two formations simultaneously. Upon observation, Ming Yilyan is astonished to find that she cannot discern the cultivation level of Hou Xingqian. This indicates that Hou Xingqian's prowess surpasses her own by an unimaginable margin. Similarly, Long Chun and the others beside Long Tian have witnessed Director Wu's silent communication. Zi Yuan lets out a piercing shout, the sound nearly shattering the eardrums of Wu He. Wu He leaps in surprise, his belongings colliding with one another, and with a forceful tug, Zi Yuan cries out. Chapter 234, A New Beginning, Finale. Thus, a plan quietly germinates within his heart, regardless of how flawless this plan may appear. Establishing a realm equivalent to the supreme divine realm in the Winston world necessitates the tacit approval of those 10 individuals. Although they are mere mortals, each possesses strength akin to that of high-tier gods. Leading the charge are Xia Chenhui and Zhe Fei, both of whom embody the might of supreme deities. With their presence stabilizing the heart of the world, an intriguing scene unfolds. Chunyu Wuji dismisses Geng Chang, yet remains unperturbed by any potential disruption. While Huang Fu Yin contemplates his intentions with hesitation, he can now significantly reduce the time required. In the outside world, merely a year has passed, yet he has comprehended over 200 laws, reaching the 21st tier of profundity. Hua Xiangrong's mother does not even shake her head, but readily agrees. Even if the fan is a treasure, she would not hesitate, for the lives of her husband and son hold paramount importance. Moreover, the families within Dongfang City boast numerous talents, facilitating unions between the Dongfang clan and the city's families, fostering mutual affection. When he manages to traverse a journey that typically consumes a quarter of an hour in under 10 minutes, panting as he returns with a first aid kit to the side of Main Sea, the injured individual appears to be on the brink of death. It is not that Xiao Yi's prestige has become overwhelmingly imposing. Rather, it is likely due to his reputation having descended to a point where all avoid him as one would a venomous snake. 2 minutes later, Yang Yi and Peng Youfu signed a contract, marking the transition of Starbucks into Yang Yi's enterprise. At Yang Yi's request, Peng Youfu remains the manager, earning an annual salary of 1 million, while Yang Yi enjoys a carefree existence as a hands-off proprietor. Wen Lin Shui, clad in an evening gown, appears before him. Tang Ming is utterly astonished, never expecting to encounter an acquaintance in the capital, especially this inquisitive and assertive young woman, which may lead to complications regarding identity. He is a mentor at the academy, imparting knowledge on various forging techniques. If his own methods are flawed, how could he teach others? Thus, she trails behind Jin Xingzhe and his companions, sitting alongside them in a cold, empty room layered with thick dust. A tragic accident has undoubtedly claimed lives. In such circumstances, how could she fail to perceive even a single specter? Upon returning to the courtyard, he places Wu Ji on the bed and strikes his fists against his own eyes with force. They are not mistaken. After all, Ning Ming lies on the ground, with only the faintest rise and fall of her chest. Days prior, during an examination, Qin Yibai impulsively proposed that the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum harbors deeper mysteries in response to a free-form essay question, boldly speculating that the still undiscovered Qin Shi Huang tomb is, in fact, a false grave, far from the enigmatic tales spun by the outside world. As Qin Yibai escapes, he is detected by Yi Wanling, who, now a startled bird, watches as a towering, grotesque figure approaches her, tears flowing uncontrollably. He continues to believe that he has gained the power of divine concealment, rather than merit. Yet he perceives this behavior as eerily akin to the demonic path, merely exploiting a loophole in the definitions of the demonic path established by the Jojo. This flattery, heard by Feng Wuqing, elicits some distaste, yet he refrains from further comment. Were they not to have become spirits, long ago, they would have turned to mere dust. He Wuchang steadied his body, preparing to retaliate, when he noticed Jiang Li lower himself and swiftly snatch away his killing staff. With a deft motion, Jiang Li broke the staff into two segments, striking one end against He Wuchang's forehead and the other against the back of his head, ultimately delivering a final blow to the crown of his skull, leaving He Wuchang disoriented and bewildered. In summary, the tale unfolds within the realm of Sansheng Wuhan, featuring a unique fusion evolution and an innovative rune system that enhances soul rings. In the void dimension, the ancient dominators reign supreme, with all the excitement encapsulated in Douluo's fusion evolution. Characters include Luo Bo and Li Li with the Ice Thunder Pegasus, Lei Han Tianjing, Tang San and Xiao Wu embodying the gentle wood spirit and the blue silver rabbit emperor, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing representing the netherworld white tiger and the evil eye leopard, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong with the divine emperor's culinary pavilion and the nine-colored sausage, and Ma Hongjun alongside by Qin Xiang, the Jade Abyss Divine Phoenix and the Pure Blood Fire Swallow.